The young man was completely stunned as soon as he opened his eyes, only to have a massive book smack him straight in the head. Instinctively, he jumped to his feet. Standing right in front of him was a face full of fury. "Russell Raymond, I know your grades are high, but how dare you fall asleep in my class? You've got some nerve." Russell had been drooling in his sleep, and after getting hit, he looked completely bewildered. That was because the person standing in front of him was Professor Hubert. The man had passed away a long time ago, so how could he be here? Russell Raymond scanned his surroundings in a panic, discovering all the faces he hadn't seen in years. He looked down at his own body, then realized with horror that he had returned to the past. Time felt like it had frozen, and Russell Raymond couldn't believe he had traveled back in time. Professor Hubert witnessed the whirlwind of emotions on his face, not knowing what was going through his head, but he just frowned and sighed. "Your behavior today is nothing like you, but you're still being sent out. Get out." And just like that, moments after his time travel, Russell had been kicked out of class. He never imagined he would actually time travel. Could this even be considered magic? He recalled the final moment of his previous life, when a strange voice had said, "When the other eyes open, you will become the foundation for a new mythology. So prove yourself worthy. For the sake of the new mythology, I shall grant you another chance." Russell Raymond didn't know who the owner of that voice was, but this power had definitely brought him back to the past. Speaking of which, Russell Raymond looked down at his left hand and noticed his dragon eye ring had disappeared. That ring was left by his mother. Could his mother have helped him? While Russell Raymond was lost in thought, Professor Hubert pushed the door open and stepped out. The lecture was over, and the professor still felt that the sleeping incident was unlike him. So he wanted to have a private word and told him to come to his office during lunch break. Russell bowed his head low, saying he understood. Then he secretly watched the professors retreating back, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. Russell couldn't remember the last time he'd been in trouble at school like this, but honestly, it felt great. Compared to being a has-been noble struggling to survive, life at this academy was a total paradise. Just as he thought that, someone struck Russell Raymond hard on the head. Out of pure reflex, he clutched his head and shouted, "What the hell? What are you doing, you jerk?" Russell turned around to see the three idiots who had hit him laughing, and the fat one among them was even winding up to slap him again. "You seem pretty relaxed, don't you, you brat?" But before he could land the blow, his friend stopped him. Since the professors were still nearby, bullying a classmate out in the open would get them into huge trouble. The guy turned to Russell Raymond and asked coldly, "I'm sure I told you to copy my notes, and yet you had the guts to fall asleep during class?" Russell's eyes widened. He realized this was Coma Frederick. It had been so long, and this jerk was still as annoying as he remembered. "All right, if you don't want to die, follow me to the bathroom right now," he threatened. And then the three thugs walked off first. Russell smiled helplessly. Right. It had been so long that he'd almost forgotten these things had even happened, but since he had traveled back in time, his fate would change too. Case in point, Russell Raymond received a system. A system window appeared right before his eyes. Russell remembered that just before he passed out, this thing had appeared too, though he still didn't know exactly what it was. A few lines of text appeared on the status window. A new quest had been issued. Escape the bullying and teach the three classmates a lesson. The reward was a low-grade magic stone. Russell Raymond looked in confusion at the thing floating in front of him. It was like a hallucination because his hand could pass right through the screen. Besides, what was a low-grade magic stone? It seemed no one else could see it besides him. So, when the Coma Frederick gang saw him standing there in a daze, they got extremely annoyed. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you not following? You know running away won't work, right? We're at the academy now, but if you're scared, why don't you try running?" Coma Frederick said with a wicked grin. Russell Raymond decided to stop trying to figure out what the system window was for a moment. Regardless, he had to teach these school bullies a lesson first. Even though he was back in a teenager's body, Russell Raymond's soul was that of a man who had spent countless years living as a mercenary. With the experience he gained from fighting monsters in his previous life, these three were nothing more than snot-nosed kids. When Russell walked into the bathroom, all three were waiting for him. Their eyes were lit with excitement, like they were looking at a toy, and they looked ready to pounce on him at any moment. Finally decided to walk in. "Huh, you little worm." Coma Frederick raised his pipe, took a puff, and asked, but he didn't expect Russell Raymond to snap back immediately. "Yeah, obviously, you damn idiot." All three of them were stunned by his words. They felt like he was either still asleep or had lost his mind, which was why he dared to act out against them like that. The white-haired fat kid from earlier made the first move. He seemed to be a loyal lackey of Coma Frederick, but as he lunged at Russell, the protagonist used incredible speed to dodge the punch and simultaneously delivered a beautiful counterattack. A single punch from Russell landed straight in the guy's gut, making him roll his eyes and fall backward. "You trash," Coma Frederick's remaining lackey shouted, but this guy had it even worse than his friend. Before he could even strike, he was taken down by Russell Raymond, and this time, he was punched square in the face. Now, only Coma, Frederick, and Russell were left standing, but instead of being scared, he mocked him. Seriously, since you can't use magic, you learned some cheap martial arts? I suppose that's all one can expect from a fallen family. Even if we can't use magic in the academy, it seems you don't know that I can use some small artifacts. Saying that, Coma Frederick tossed his pipe away and equipped something to his right hand. He lunged aggressively at Russell, clearly thinking his artifact was something formidable. But in the end, Coma Frederick's fist was blocked easily. Russell Raymond was clearly smaller than him, but he held the guy's hand firmly and even twisted it backward. The pain made the jerk unable to move or pull his hand away. Coma Frederick, you've been taking your brother's spots in the rankings. Even your own family has abandoned a good-for-nothing like you. If you face a strong opponent, you'll slowly back away. But if you encounter a weak one, you won't hesitate to bully them. A piece of trash like you dares to bring up my family? She crumbled to the ground, partly from the pain and partly out of sheer terror from Joe's incredible pressure. Panic was clearly written all over his face as he saw Joe's other hand curl into a fist. Wait, Vo, listen to me. He tried to negotiate, struggling to pull away, but he couldn't stop Joe. In the end, all three of them were beaten flat onto the ground by the person they had always looked down on and bullied. Before leaving the restroom, Russell Raymond Vo didn't forget to leave them with a warning. Behave yourselves from now on if you want to keep your dignity. Yet after stepping out of the restroom, Russell Raymond silently found a corner and slumped down. It seemed his teenage body had been pushed past its limit. Right then, that system window flickered before his eyes again. It announced that Russell Raymond had completed the mission and received a low-grade magic stone. A magic stone popped out of the interface and landed in his palm. The system window emphasized that this could be consumed, leaving Russell Raymond deeply skeptical. Is this system asking him to eat a magic stone? Russell Raymond stared at the stone, scrutinizing it. After all, even a wild animal wouldn't eat a rock. Why on earth should he eat this? But, seeing the system window still floating there, waiting, the fact that this strange thing appeared only to him must be destiny. Perhaps the system was a guidance of fate. So, after a moment of hesitation, Russell Raymond Vo put the stone into his mouth. The text on the system window changed immediately. This time, it notified him that Russell Raymond had successfully absorbed the low-grade magic stone. Soon after, his body reacted. A burning sensation spread throughout his system, and Russell Raymond could clearly feel his heart racing uncontrollably. The system informed him that he had received the mana contained within the magic stone, causing the mana in his circle to increase. He didn't even need to read the notification to feel it. He had never felt mana overflowing like this before. It was being continuously absorbed by the magic circle surrounding his heart. After about a minute, the chaotic sensation finally stabilized. Vo seemed to see a glimmer of hope through all of this. It seemed that if he kept following the system's instructions, he could overcome his curse of a narrow mana vein. Then, the downfall of his family, being kicked out of the academy, or ending up as a third-rate mercenary, he could completely change that tragic fate. Thinking of this, Vo felt a surge of determination. He stood up and headed straight to Professor Hubert's office. The professor was already sitting on the sofa, tea already brewed, as if he had been waiting for him. As soon as Vo sat down, the professor spoke up. Vo, you don't seem like yourself today. Is something troubling you? I heard other students have been bullying you. At first, Vo felt tense, but after Professor Hubert said that, the feeling vanished. In his past life, he had always helped him. It seemed this life was no exception. And Vo had always regretted not having the chance to say this sooner. You don't need to worry, sir. Thank you so much, Professor. Well, as a professor, of course, I have to look after my students. It's good that you're all right, but you're still going to be punished for falling asleep in my class. Hubert breathed a sigh of relief, seeing he was okay. But the punishment the professor gave Russell Raymond was to write an analytical report on pages 62 to 74 of the Advanced Elemental Research Study. This was a section that even senior students struggled with. So, Professor Hubert warned him beforehand that this would be no easy task. As he pushed the Advanced Elemental Research book toward Vo, the system window appeared again. It had automatically turned the professor's request into a new mission. The reward for completing the mission would depend on the quality of the report and the professor's satisfaction. Specifically, it included a low-grade magic stone and an unrevealed item. Seeing Russell Raymond's bewildered expression, Professor Hubert assumed the punishment was too difficult and let out a cunning smile. What's wrong? Is it too hard? No, sir. Thank you, Vo replied immediately, then took the research book and headed back to his dormitory. In reality, this assignment wasn't difficult for him because, in his past life, due to his limited mana flow, he had buried himself in theory to make up for it. Even after he became a mercenary, he never stopped studying, and that knowledge was still etched in his mind. It's just that in this life, a new path had opened up, And there was something just as important as studying theory, training his mana flow. Mana channels are the pathways through which mana flows throughout the body. They are absorbed through respiration, flow through the mana veins, and gather at the heart. From there, a mage can release mana to cast spells. In other words, the stronger the mana vein, the more you can gather, and the faster you can cast mana. But as mentioned, Russell Raymond had an extremely narrow and weak mana vein. This had caused him so much trouble in combat and led to a life of misery in his past life. Now, having been reincarnated, he still couldn't forget those things. He honestly wondered if returning to the past was because the heavens sympathized with his unfortunate fate, or if it was just pure luck. Regardless of the reason, Russell Raymond was determined to seize this chance to change his destiny. Afterward, he relied on the memories of his past life to find an ancient, mysterious ruin where he found two magic books, Abundant Mana Flow and the Mage's Body. Abundant Mana Flow helps train the body and amplifies mana circulation, while the Mage's Body replaces muscle tissue and transforms it into part of the mana flow. In other words, the healthier the body, the more stable the mana flow. In his past life, he discovered these two books when he was already an adult, so no matter how hard he trained, it didn't change much. But in this life, since his body belonged to a teenager in the middle of growth, the effects would surely be more pronounced. For that reason, Vo began his days of insane training. Every day, he pushed himself to train until the sun went down or until he was completely exhausted. Of course, throughout this process, that mysterious system also accompanied him by issuing several missions, such as running 5 kilometers to practice the Great Abundant Mana Flow. Vo obediently followed its instructions. Even though it was very hard, he had barely gotten this opportunity, so he absolutely could not miss it. Vo started running again, running until his legs went soft and he was out of breath. But since he hadn't hit the 5-kilometer mark yet, he kept on running. The mission was finally a success late at night. Russell was so exhausted he couldn't even walk, collapsing right there on the grass. And he had no idea that a pair of eyes had been quietly watching him during his training. The mysterious person even let out a mocking laugh. What a futile effort. A few days later, Russell turned in his report to Professor Hubert. The professor was stunned that he could provide such profound conclusions based solely on the academic materials he'd been given. "Did you really prepare this report yourself?" Hubert asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Yes, I can swear it on my mana oath," Russell replied confidently. His attitude was unshakable, and the way he mentioned the oath was completely straightforward. That finally convinced Professor Hubert of the report's authenticity. He was very pleased with it, and as a result, Russell's reward was quite generous. Specifically, besides low-grade mana stones, Russell received a booster gem of the same size and expert knowledge on monster summoning. Thanks to that knowledge, he gained several effects: increased mana power, reduced mana consumption, and shorter spellcasting time. Russell was overjoyed. This meant the more knowledge he acquired, the stronger he would become, right? Thinking this, a new idea flashed through his mind. He seized the chance to meet Professor Hubert privately and asked for a favor: to be granted access to the faculty library. "May I ask why?" "The student library should have enough books to meet your needs," Hubert asked cautiously. But Russell replied that he had already read through everything in the student library. This answer left Professor Hubert visibly shocked. Even if it were true, using the faculty library was a different matter entirely, and Hubert had to determine if he was qualified for such a privilege. So, he immediately handed him 10 assignments, which the system, of course, registered as new quests. Russell was a bit overwhelmed by the workload the professor had dumped on him, but it fit Hubert's personality perfectly. After all, he was famously strict. Besides, he knew that the deeper one understood the theory, the more powerful their magic would be. So, this little challenge couldn't stop Russell. He had to finish them to get his hands on the advanced knowledge in the faculty library, no matter the cost. Furthermore, since the quest reward mana stones helped him improve his mana flow, Russell was even more determined to work hard. And so, Russell diligently trained in both the mana flow and mage body arts while seriously tackling every assignment Professor Hubert gave him. But living a peaceful life was truly difficult, as someone came looking for trouble the very next day. "So, Russell Raymond, I heard you've got cursed mana in your veins, yet you seem like a training maniac. My friend suffered a great loss because of you." Russell recognized him. It was Anton Frederick. Russell could guess the reason for his visit without even thinking. "What is it? Did you guys come here for revenge?" Anton Frederick burst out laughing at the question. "Revenge on you? Don't flatter yourself. Who would bother taking revenge on a useless loser like you? Just trampling you underfoot is enough. See you in class." It seemed all the Fredericks had this insufferable personality. Anton had no intention of beating Russell to a pulp right here. He figured this place didn't have an audience to witness it. Instead, the jerk wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. Russell quickly realized the class he, mentioned was the practical magic class, where students were graded based on their dueling results. It was also the place where he was most bullied and looked down upon in his past life. For a moment, Russell had forgotten those painful memories, but Anton had forced him to remember. Only this time, he had changed, and he was ready for the challenge. Suddenly, the system window popped up. The new quest required him to reach the second mana circle, while expanding his knowledge of the skills he already possessed. Time was running out, so he continued to train like a madman, training by day, writing reports by night. He was so intense that even Professor Hubert was shocked to see the thick pile of reports Russell had finished in such a short time. However, thanks to the knowledge accumulated from his previous life, every single report satisfied the professor. Seeing the quest completion and reward notifications popping up, Russell was in an incredibly good mood. He now had 10 low-grade mana stones. However, Russell felt a bit wary. Last time, he had struggled significantly, just absorbing one. Would his mana flow be strong enough to handle all these stones at once? He was afraid his body would explode, but after some thought, he decided to trust the results of all his hard training lately. And so, he swallowed all 10 stones at once. The reaction was immediate and completely different from last time. Russell felt like his body had been thrown into a furnace, the scorching heat from within threatening to burn his flesh to ash. But Russell didn't lose his composure because he knew what he had to do. Quickly create a new mana flow. Russell tried to suppress the pain to stabilize his mana flow. Next, he channeled it and struggled to forge a new mana circle. He poured all his strength into this. If he failed, his heart probably wouldn't be able to take it. It was clearly a dangerous gamble. But in this life, Russell was determined not to live in his comfort zone, and the sweet fruit for someone who risked his life like him was the second mana circle. As his body gradually stabilized, his energy was completely drained. He collapsed on the floor in exhaustion, with no strength left to read the new notifications from the system. But after finishing this mission, Russell received quite a bit of knowledge regarding his elemental magic. At the same time, the power of those spells was also increased. At daybreak, Russell dragged his weary body to meet Professor Hubert to submit the final report. He had completed all the assignments, leaving the professor extremely satisfied, but the strict professor still wanted to ask one last question. Among the 4 structures that make up magic, which is the most important? Hubert thought this question was much more basic than the previous assignments since it was a practical application question. But Russell's expression suddenly froze. Professor Hubert immediately felt that he had been too hard on him, as this was a question he himself had only found the answer to a short time ago. The professor was already planning to switch to a different question for Russell. Yet, at that exact moment, Russell spoke up clearly. The most important thing is the mind's focus. For once, Professor Hubert actually paused for a few seconds. Why would you think that? He asked. Russell explained his answer with composure and confidence. In my view, magic is the means to manifest the impossible into reality by channeling mana. The world categorizes this process into 4 stages, he began. First is synchronization, where we study the natural laws of the world. Then, mental imaging, where we visualize what we've learned and construct formulas to manifest those visions. Finally, there is manifestation, where magic is realized through those formulas. Understanding, construction, and manifestation can all be learned through sheer effort and practice. However, mental imaging isn't something you can achieve through effort alone. It requires breaking through your own limits. To reach the realm of pure imagination through courage, that is what determines one's level of mental imaging. For instance, if you use magic to create a small flame, but you perceive that flame as an arrow, it becomes a second circle spell, firebolt. Furthermore, if you imagine something else entirely, that same flame can transform into something completely different. This means that if your imagination is limitless, you can even create things that don't exist in this world. Fictional, surreal things like a dragon, a shadow cast where the sun shines, or even frozen fire. Everything begins with understanding the world, but it ends by upending the very laws of that world. To me, that is the essence of magic. Russell spoke at length, never stumbling, his confident demeanor leaving Professor Hubert even more astonished. Just as the professor had suspected, the student library was a world far too small for Russell Raymond. As a professor, how could he possibly crush a young talent by confining him to such a narrow world? His mission to gain access to the professor's library floor was a success. Russell had not only earned Professor Hubert's recognition, but had also received 2 low-grade mana stones. It was a well-deserved reward for his relentless hard work over the past few days. Immediately after receiving the professor's permission, Russell rushed to the faculty library. Even though he only had access to the first floor, the vast space and the sheer volume of books were enough to leave him overwhelmed. It was completely different from the student library. Russell quickly found books practical for his needs, such as 3-dimensional ballistics, magic, and advanced herbal magic. Of course, Russell didn't skip over constantly reviewing the basic theories of magic either. After all, they were the foundation for any powerful mage. So engrossed was he in the knowledge within the book that Russell didn't notice someone approaching from behind. It wasn't until a voice spoke up that he startled and turned around. "Oh, you're reading a rather interesting book." Russell jumped in surprise, but there was no one behind him. Wait, what? The owner of the voice had been right behind him, yet she moved with such speed that his eyes couldn't keep up. Now, she was standing calmly in front of him. Russell looked up to see an older woman with an incredibly elegant and confident demeanor. It was Daria. Russell stood up immediately and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet the master of the Fire Tower. I am Russell Raymond." Standing before someone like Daria, Russell could hardly breathe. Because she was an 8-circle mage, there were barely anyone in the entire world who could match her. Despite being over 80 years old, Daria used a massive amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. This alone was enough to show just how vast her mana pool truly was. He just couldn't understand why she was here. "Oh, so, you know who I am?" she asked. "Don't be so tense. I'm just a companion heading the same way as you." With that, Daria pulled out a lollipop. This action left Russell stunned for a moment. Was Daria actually treating him like a child? Well, it was fair after all. Russell was currently inhabiting the body of a child. He obediently took the candy and started eating it. Daria began strolling through the faculty library, and Russell followed her. But how could a student like you gain entry into the professor's library? After walking a few steps, Daria asked again. "Professor Hubert gave me permission," Russell answered honestly. A look of excitement flickered across Daria's face. "Oh, that stubborn old man," she chuckled. "Well, never mind that. What you're studying is quite interesting. Your mana is incredibly pure, and your mana distribution is very stable, too. How rare." Daria's gaze felt as if she were peering right through Russell's secrets, making him tense up again. But she quickly reassured him, saying she hadn't come to show off or lecture him. "Try your best to develop your talent to the fullest, little one. We shall meet again soon." Daria left him with that ambiguous comment. After tapping her magic staff against the floor a few times, a red light flashed, and her figure vanished instantly. "Yes, master of the Fire Tower," Russell replied, bewildered, taking quite a while to regain his composure. He had never imagined that he would encounter a legendary figure like Daria here. It was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. He returned to his studies, until it was late, and he finally left the faculty library. This was spotted by Anton and his cronies. These sycophants assumed that to get access to the faculty library, Russell must have latched onto some professor's coattails. But even so, they thought it wouldn't change his pathetic fate. Russell was already used to such taunts, so he had no intention of arguing back. After all, whether his efforts were actually paying off or not, they would experience it for themselves when the opportunity arose. And that opportunity came sooner than expected when the practical magic class took place a few days later. By tradition, the first student, called by the professor, would step onto the stage and choose another student as their opponent. Professors usually chose the weakest student first so that they could choose a classmate of similar skill. In his past life, Russell was always the first to be called, only to suffer a crushing defeat. During this class, his classmates were betting that Russell Raymond would be called first, and the bottom-tier mages in the class started begging. "Pick me as your opponent so I have a chance to improve my grade." Clearly, even the weakest students in the class looked down on him, seeing him as nothing more than a stepping stone to boost their own scores. But this time, something unimaginable happened. Just when all the students expected the name Russell Raymond to be called the professor in charge of the practical class called Anton Frederick, everyone was stunned. Only Anton and the professor knew the truth. After all, he's getting a decent cut from the Frederick Merchant Guild. What's the big deal about rigging things so he gets to choose his first opponent? Russell didn't seem surprised by the situation at all. From the moment Anton asked to meet him in class, he had already guessed that he would use every dirty trick in the book to humiliate him in front of everyone. And just as Russell predicted, Anton stood below the arena, eyes locked onto him, and shouted, "What are you still sitting there for? Get down here." Meanwhile, Daria had gone to a private office to meet with Hubert. Through their conversation, it was revealed that Hubert was actually Daria's former student. After the initial pleasantries, she went straight to the point about Russell. "So, you're the one who gave a library passman for professors to a kid named Russell Raymond." Hearing his former teacher ask that, Hubert immediately grew tense. "That's right. Did he break the rules?" "No, it's just that it's been a long time since I've seen such a rare case." "You're right," Hubert sighed heavily. "Russell Raymond's mana flow is constricted by an abnormal pathology. Even on this continent, there's no one who can cure him." Judging by Hubert's expression, it was easy to see how much he regretted the wasted talent. But after hearing that, Daria laughed and called him a total fool, because Russell had already healed himself. During their brief meeting in the library, she had discovered that, and also realized he had successfully unlocked his second magic circle. Back at the practical magic class, faced with Anton's provocation, Russell had no reason to keep sitting in the stands. Besides, the system quest had been issued. If he won this practical magic match, he would receive 2 low-grade magic stones and unlock a storage space with a capacity of up to 40 kilograms. Spatial storage is a type of magic only the wealthiest mages can use. If he used it to store magic stones, it would be incredibly convenient. Thinking of this, Russell Raymond subconsciously cracked a smile, and that smile completely infuriated Anton Frederick across from him. "Hey, you lowly worm, you still don't realize what kind of situation you're in, do you? If you want to live, beg for my mercy." Russell felt like he had just heard a joke. "Ha, beg? Me?" As he spoke, his mana surged violently. The energy swirling around Russell made Anton Frederick feel that something wasn't quite right. The professor in charge of the match signaled the two to take their positions, and the match began immediately. By this point, Anton Frederick was ready to fire, because, based on what he sensed, Russell had indeed successfully unlocked his second magic circle. But the fact that someone always considered trash like him could unlock a second circle was an insult to Anton. So, Anton Frederick was incredibly impatient. The moment the whistle blew to start the match, he rushed to fire off a second circle fire attack. Yet, standing across from this storm of fire, Russell remained completely calm. He waved his hand and created a magic shield. The crucial part was that the shield was angled, successfully eroding the opponent's flames and protecting himself from the heat. This clean move by Russell made several professors in the stands gasp in awe. Others were so shocked they broke into a sweat, wondering if Russell Raymond had been hiding his true talent all along. Anton Frederick had spent a massive amount of mana on this fire attack. Seeing Russell block it so easily, his right arm couldn't help but tremble violently. His mana supply wasn't strong enough to sustain such firepower for long. Russell had cautiously used his shield, then waited for the exact moment. Anton's firepower weakened to strike back with a second circle spell, Firebolt. His fiery projectiles shot out with intense power, piercing through Anton's flames and flying straight at him. After the firebolts were unleashed, the fact that he had unlocked his second magic circle was exposed to everyone, and it was ironic that Anton Frederick, who was so confident he could crush him, was struggling to defend against this move. But as Anton desperately resisted the first firebolt, Russell already had a second one in his hand. The speed of his spellcasting was astonishing, and it was even more surprising when Russell's firebolt split into 4 arrows at once. The professors in the stands were even more shocked at the sight. "Is that a double chant?" "I'm not sure, but I don't think it's a double chant. Perhaps his casting speed is just so fast that we only thought it was a double chant." Anton Frederick tried his best to hold his shield. Russell's continuous firebolts left him dizzy and overwhelmed. Seeing his opponent repeatedly using fire-based attacks, he thought of a strategy, turning his shield into a specialized fire-resistant material. This was also a second circle spell. But unfortunately, this move by Anton was completely within Russell's calculations. Just when that idiot thought that waiting for Russell's mana to run out from the firebolts would guarantee him the victory, Russell dealt him a fatal blow, Wind Lance. A massive wind element magic lance struck down from the sky, completely shattering the shield Anton had worked so hard to create. "Look at that." He identified the type of shield and its weakness, then switched magic elements to attack. "So flexible. Is this really the Russell Raymond I know?" The professors in the stands were now too stunned to speak. After this nearly fatal blow, Anton Frederick was completely drained of strength. His large frame shook like a leaf as he struggled to stand, and right at that moment, Russell rushed forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, combined with lightning element magic, and struck Anton hard in the stomach. Anton's arms trembled, still trying to cast a spell to retaliate, but Russell didn't give him the chance. Both of Russell's hands were focused with magic, continuously landing punches on his opponent's weak points. "What kind of magic is that? Stop the match immediately. Is this even magic?" The professor who rigged things for Anton couldn't sit still anymore, but his request to stop the match was overruled by someone who had just arrived. Professor Hubert. "Who said it isn't magic? Look closely at what's protecting Russell." Following Hubert's words, the professor shifted his gaze, and just as Professor Hubert said, Russell was currently using mana just like a knight's magic shield. Hubert's eyes were full of pride. He had never taught Russell this, and didn't know where he learned it, but it was clear he was using it exceptionally well today. Down in the arena, Anton had no ability to fight back. The outcome of this match was clear. After eating a barrage of punches from Russell, Anton Frederick finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed, passed out on the ground. The entire stadium seemed to explode with noise. As for the professor who had taken the bribe, his face turned pale with fear. Knowing full well that he was colluding with Anton Frederick, Professor Hubert couldn't help but make a few mocking remarks. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and announce the winner." Even though he was extremely unhappy, how could he deny the situation anymore? The professor had no choice but to announce that the winner of this match was Russell Raymond. "Good work. You can go and rest now." He tried to dismiss Russell Raymond, but he wasn't ready to finish yet. According to Academy rules, if the winner doesn't want to stop, they are fully entitled to challenge the next opponent. Furthermore, the mission explicitly stated that he would receive additional rewards for achieving consecutive wins in this assessment, so he didn't want to stop at just beating Anton Frederick. Afterward, Russell Raymond demanded that his underlings step up to face him, successfully setting a record of 14 consecutive wins. Professor Hubert sat in his office, sipping tea and basking in satisfaction at this news. The only thing was, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he had developed so quickly. That evening, after crushing Anton Frederick and his gang, he headed back to the dormitory feeling satisfied. Once he cleaned up, he started checking the rewards he received today. The best one was definitely the spatial bag. The rest were mostly low-grade magic stones. They were all automatically transferred into the bag. However, among the countless notifications, Russell Raymond noticed one regarding a mysterious reward he had just received. He reached into the spatial bag and pulled out a scroll, which contained a map. As soon as he found this map, a new quest in the series was triggered. The quest required him to travel to the location marked on the map to complete a mission, right? Once he reached the destination, a light would guide him on what to do next. The mission rewards included 5 mid-grade magic stones and a mysterious reward. Mid-grade mana stones could only be consumed once he opened the third magic circle. Mentioning the third magic circle, Russell Raymond's mood grew complicated. Before returning to the past, he had tried countless times but had never reached that level. He wasn't even sure if he could do it this time. Not to mention, even though the location was clearly marked on that map, he had absolutely no clue where it was. Therefore, he decided to look for information in the professor's library the next day. However, he really hit a wall this time. He flipped through dozens of books, but none of the locations matched the one on the map. He wasted too much time searching for this location with no real results. So, he decided to focus on opening the third magic circle first. Thinking this, he returned to the lecture hall area. When he looked up, he saw many fearful eyes directed toward him. After the combat training session the other day, Russell Raymond was no longer bullied by his classmates, but he remained a loner. This felt deeply ironic to him. Just then, Professor Hubert appeared. He wanted to have a private word with him. Professor Hubert was like a beacon of light for Russell Raymond during his dark times at the academy. So every time he got to talk to the professor, he was incredibly happy. The summer break is almost here. Do you have any plans yet? Professor Hubert brought him to his office, brewed a cup of tea for Russell Raymond as usual, and started chatting. Not yet, sir, he replied honestly. Well, would you like to join me on a research project? Based on your contributions, your name might even appear as an author right next to mine. What do you think? Professor Hubert's offer left Russell Raymond genuinely surprised. But the key point was that in the 2 magazines the professor left on the table, he thought he had spotted the location he needed to find. So, despite feeling a bit embarrassed, Russell Raymond had to decline the professor's invitation, claiming he had to go to that place and return the magazine to Hubert. Planning on a vacation to Mandiva, are you? It was truly a stroke of luck. Russell Raymond went to the professor's office to chat and accidentally found the location he had spent so much effort scouring the library for in vain. So, right after summer break began, he boarded a carriage straight to Mandiva. The journey was quite long, and Russell Raymond needed to eat something to keep his energy up. His choice of food was quite unusual, consisting only of magic stones. Though the taste was a bit strange, it would fill his stomach. Phew, it's so hot. The carriage driver outside suddenly felt a wave of intense heat, constantly wiping sweat from his forehead. But he had no idea that it was Russell Raymond's mana overflowing inside the carriage. He planned to reach the third magic circle while inside the carriage before arriving in Mandiva. Meanwhile, Professor Hubert, back in his office, had spent half the day staring at that magazine, thinking to himself, "It's strange, the kid is going to Mandiva too. I suppose that's a good thing." By now, she was likely already in Mandiva. The person Professor Hubert was thinking of was none other than the fire magic master, Daria. This place was Daria's hometown. It had been a long time since she had a proper vacation. Between defending the Empire, giving magic research lectures, and training students, she was truly fed up. Daria reflected on her most recent lecture, where she talked about the numbers 3, 6, and 9 as being highly significant to a mage. Specifically, 9 represents the end of the magic path one pursues in a lifetime. 6 represents the completion of the 6th magic circle and the hardships one must endure to become a grand mage. The number 3 marks the turning of the first page, when one begins to walk the path of magic alone. Thinking of being alone, Daria remembered Russell Raymond and wondered if the child was doing well now. The way he worked diligently in the library that day still left a deep impression on Daria. She had no idea that his carriage had already arrived in Mandiva, only that the carriage driver kept calling him with no response. When he opened the carriage door, the scene before him terrified the man. He had pushed himself too hard to open the third magic circle and used too much energy to stabilize the chaotic mana, leaving him exhausted and unconscious. After the driver brought him into town, the first thing he did upon waking up was eat like a horse to recover his strength. Even thinking about it now made him shiver, but he had achieved his goal. He had finally opened the third magic circle. He didn't dare to believe that he could break his own limits just a few months after returning to the past, but this alone wasn't enough for him to be complacent. He told himself he had to keep pushing forward, and the immediate task to help him do that was to complete the quest and find the location marked on the map. It was just that Mandiva was too big. Even though he saw the marked positions on the map, he still didn't know where to start. Just then, he heard a loud voice. Pompeo Volcano Tour. Best professional guides, huge discounts only available today. Without thinking much, he immediately paid the fee to join the tour group and was led to the foot of Pompano Volcano. According to the guide, this place was originally just a normal mountain and it only turned into a volcano because a special creature suddenly came here to inhabit it. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be amazed. Just by staying here, it managed to change the natural conditions of an entire region. An image flashed in his mind. Perhaps, in this world, there is only one creature capable of that, the fire dragon. The information provided by the guide seemed sufficient. Taking advantage of the moment everyone was distracted, Russell Raymond quickly jumped down from the cliff. By the time the guide realized one person was missing from the group, Russell Raymond had already reached the waterfall area. He recklessly abandoned the rewards and the potential for self-improvement from completing the mission just to come here, simply because it was related to a dragon. However, it seemed to be a stroke of fate, because the map in Russell Raymond's hands suddenly reacted. A golden light emitted from it, coalescing into a sphere like a dragon's eye, then shot off into the distance. He secretly wondered if this was the guiding light the system mentioned in the mission. He watched as it darted through the rushing water and vanished. It seemed that whatever was waiting for him lay on the other side of the waterfall. For an ordinary person, this would be a difficult challenge, but for Russell Raymond, it was different. He flexibly used wind magic, transforming it into a giant arrow, and shot it straight toward the waterfall. The wind arrow tore through the water, creating a hole, and Russell Raymond took that opportunity to quickly propel himself through. Who would have thought that inside the rushing waterfall was a cave formed from lava? Russell Raymond continued deeper inside and discovered some ruins. No one knew how long this place had existed. It was only clear that it bore the deep marks of time, yet there wasn't a single monster or beast in sight. This caused Russell Raymond to inadvertently let his guard down. After walking around a bit, he accidentally discovered a door outside, guarded by two stone statues. Russell Raymond guessed this must be the place he needed to find. Without thinking much, he immediately headed toward it. But just then, a chill crept down his spine, making him freeze. Damn it, he thought to himself. Have I forgotten all my survival instincts from back when I was a mercenary? I let my guard down. I should have realized by now that if there wasn't a single monster, or beast, or even a sound nearby, it meant this territory was being suppressed by an extremely powerful creature. He mustered the courage to turn back, and facing him now were the glowing eyes of a massive Komodo dragon. As soon as it spotted him, it attacked crazily, thrashing its tail back and forth with extreme aggression. He tried to dodge, but his heart was trembling. Because a Komodo dragon is a type of monster that requires at least 2 mercenary squads to handle. The only thing he could do now was run, and if he wanted to escape, he had to stall for time effectively. Thinking that, he used lightning magic to form an arrow, the same old trick, and fired it straight at the enemy. The arrow collided with the Komodo dragon, causing its whole body to twitch violently. The monster let out a pained and furious roar, but Russell Raymond knew that amount of damage wasn't enough to take it down. He took advantage of the moment to sprint toward the stone gate. But when he reached the front of the gate, the 2 motionless stone statues suddenly showed signs of movement. They raised their arms, crossing the weapons they were holding to prevent Russell Raymond from approaching the gate. Prove that you are worthy to enter the gate with your mana. An ethereal voice echoed. What the hell? Russell Raymond shouted. That was the worst luck. Who would have thought there would be a trick like this? Behind him, the Komodo dragon had recovered from the attack, and needless to say, we all know how terrifying its rage is now. If Russell Raymond couldn't dodge it, he would surely die. But he had worked so hard for a second chance at life. How could he resign himself to dying here? He turned back to face the monster, charging at him ferociously, and created a firebolt using all his mana. He gambled that all his power in this one strike would take down the monster. Who would have thought that when Russell Raymond used the firebolt magic, the red stone embedded in the stone wall suddenly reacted. The Komodo dragon opened its eyes wide, then suddenly came to a halt. It stopped right in front of him, then cautiously knelt down and bowed its head before him. Russell Raymond was bewildered, completely unable to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, behind him, The two stone statues returned to their original state, and the seal on the gate was lifted. The voice informed him that he had proven himself and was qualified to step through the gate. The red stone continued to glow. The light was bright enough to blind Russell Raymond. He temporarily lost his vision, and it took a long time before he could see again. The first thing that caught Russell Raymond's eyes was his own reflection. To be more precise, he was seeing himself reflected in a sheet of ice. Russell Raymond was stunned for the second time to find himself in a cold room. Far away, the ice was very thick, and around him, there were several stone statues guarding the area. Could that light just now have been teleportation magic? Clearly, he was just in the cave. While Russell Raymond was confused, a giant object appeared in the middle of the room, also emitting a similar ethereal red light. At the same time, a new mission window appeared. It was the second chapter mission. It required him to defeat all the ice golems in the area and overcome the trial of fire. The reward for this trial was 5 mid-tier mana stones and a mysterious reward. Ice golems, he muttered. Immediately after, he heard a rumbling sound. The stone statues surrounding him suddenly opened their eyes. From normal stone, they simultaneously transformed into ice and approached him. Damn it. The mission requires me to take down this whole bunch. This seems a bit too harsh. He used a firebolt to take down the first golem. With his rich combat experience, he knew clearly that to take down a golem, he had to destroy the core inside them. But the thing worth mentioning is that the firebolt just now, which he thought would take down the golem, actually only created a crack on its chest. The type of ice that created it was truly harder than he could have imagined. Since fire didn't have much effect, he tried using wind magic. But unfortunately, he couldn't cast wind arrow magic. Even lightning magic was completely neutralized. It seems this trial can only be passed using fire magic. No wonder the mission mentioned the trial of fire. That also means right now, he cannot use any other type of magic except this element. The situation quickly turned for the worse as he was knocked down by a golem. Dozens of ferocious golems crowded Russell Raymond against the wall. If he just stands there doing nothing in this horde, he's definitely going to get crushed. Russell Raymond's right arm twitched slightly as he continued to use his firebolts as a counterattack. These golems in front of him are truly terrifying, but he's determined to fight until he can't fight anymore. With a casting speed that's dizzyingly fast, Russell Raymond fired a continuous barrage of fire bolts straight at the golem swarm. Naturally, the effectiveness of the constant assault was much more apparent than single, isolated strikes. Even so, Russell Raymond was still on the back foot against those monsters. He was completely winded, and he'd only managed to take down 2 of them. If he keeps fighting the swarm like this, he'll be totally out of mana before he can beat them all. As Russell Raymond desperately fought back, he started looking for a different solution. To shatter their rock-hard, armor-like ice shells instantly, Russell Raymond needed to focus all his power on a single point. The answer, ultimately, was density. He saw an opening to dash away to cast his magic. Once he reached a sufficient distance, he created a firebolt and magnified it. He didn't stop there. Russell Raymond then added a formula for fire-lightning simulation and finally merged everything together. The power began to compress, but right at that moment, a golem rushed right in front of him and swung the ice axe in its hand. Russell Raymond's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, come on. He screamed, hurry up and merge. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. The golem in front of him had been sliced clean through, and in his hand now was a scythe made of fire. Even though he was exhausted, it seemed he had finally found a breakthrough. The proof was a new system notification, reminding him that his understanding of the fire element had exceeded the limit he could feel it himself. This power was at least on par with the 5th magic circle. In maintaining this fire, Scythe had already drained a massive amount of his energy. With that in mind, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He gripped his new weapon tightly and charged back toward the golem swarm to fight for his life. The golems were massive but slow, while Russell Raymond was small and agile. Combined with his combat experience from his past life, he darted through the golems as fast as an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he took down 2 more, then another one. Now, there was only 1 ice golem left, but he ran into a lot of trouble trying to take out this final obstacle, because right after he finished off the other golem, this last one ambushed him from behind and slammed him into the wall. He had used his fire scythe to block the blow, otherwise he likely would have perished. But the price of staying alive in that moment was a rapid depletion of his mana, and the scythe in his hand was about to lose its form. By his calculations, he only had enough left for 1 final strike. Facing the frenzied golem charging toward him, he decided to step back to gain momentum and then launched his weapon like a spear. Along with the monster's own crashing momentum, his scythe finally managed to carve a huge hole in the ice, golem's body before it completely dissipated. Only after seeing that with his own eyes did the weight lift off his shoulders. That was also the moment he collapsed amidst the ruins from pure exhaustion. By completing the mission on time, Russell Raymond received his rewards, 5 magic stones, and a mysterious reward, the Horn of the Forgotten King with fire properties. His life was now secure. A system window popped up with a notification. You have received your reward. The giant horn floating in the air began to shake violently. Under the pressure, the chains started to snap and fall to the ground. A crimson flame erupted, a brilliant red. The system announced the reward, Essence of the Forgotten King's Fire Horn. A blinding stream of light appeared, washing out everything around him. Russell Raymond lay motionless on the ground, gradually being enveloped by the light. He was entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to claim the reward. He opened his eyes, his face covered in blood. Currently, Russell Raymond was hanging suspended by golden chains in an infinite space, with a flickering screen in front of him. He wondered where he was as a series of notifications appeared. You have received your reward. Horn of the Forgotten King, Essence of Fire. You are entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to receive your reward. Confused, he muttered, The Forgotten King? Isn't this the Fire Dragon's horn? He questioned it, feeling uneasy. But is this really a reward? It feels more like I'm being tortured. A deep, eerie voice echoed in Russell Raymond's head. One who endures the trial of fire and reaches the subconscious of a transcendent being. In pain and shock, he felt a sudden terror. Are these the remnants of his thoughts? I feel like my head is going to split open. The giant, burning horn appeared, and with that same low, rumbling voice, it looked at him and said, I grant you the fragment of the king. He panicked at those words, only able to stare as the sharp horn lunged toward him. He shouted in terror, What? Before he could react, it ruthlessly pierced straight through his body. He groaned in agony as he rolled his eyes back. The sharp tip of the horn was embedded within him. Immediately after, his body felt like it was exploding, surging with an incredible amount of power. The sound of the horn rang out again. Use this power. He groaned in pain as the intense energy surged through his body. The massive silhouette of a dragon appeared behind Russell Raymond. His entire body was now emitting a dazzling light, radiating immense power. The scene shifted to a peaceful, sun-drenched beach with the gentle sound of waves crashing. A weak figure lay on the sand. Russell Raymond struggled to open his eyes, groaning softly in pain. He stood up, looking around in bewilderment. What? Where am I? Looking at the magnificent castle before him, Russell Raymond was stunned. Mana, he muttered, clutching his head, confused. What just happened back there? The system notified him. You have absorbed the Horn of the Forgotten King and reached the limit. The amount of mana exceeding your absorption capacity is now potential. Your general level understanding of the fire attribute has reached its limit and will now advance to high-level understanding of the fire attribute. After reading the notification, he clenched his fist and began to channel his power. Immediately, a massive surge of energy erupted from him. He thought in astonishment, Is this my mana? I can almost see how close I am to the 4th magic circle now. Russell Raymond was moved to tears of joy. He placed a hand on his chest, choking up as he said, Compared to what I went through in there, this reward is top tier. A familiar voice caught his attention. Russell Raymond, good to see you here. He turned his head. Daria smiled as she watched him, looking stunned. Miss Daria. The two stood talking in front of a drink stand. Daria spoke up. I felt a sudden, massive mana surge, so I came to check it out. She handed him a glass of fruit juice and continued, And then I found you here. Russell beamed with a bright smile, responding warmly. Thank you, ma'am. I never expected to run into you here, Tower Master. Daria's eyes sparkled as she silently assessed him. To reach the 4th magic circle in such a short time, she glanced at him, unable to hide her admiration. His mana is even purer than before. The boy is a natural-born genius. Russell set his glass down on the table and asked, So, what brings you to Mandiva, Tower Master? Daria looked out at the beautiful scenery and replied softly, Not many people know this, but this is my hometown. Russell turned, surprised. Your hometown? She replied calmly, Yes. That's why I come back here every summer. But what about you? What brings you here? Russell looked at her, thinking it was too soon to tell her the truth. Russell scratched his head in confusion, hesitating before finally puffing out his chest and saying clearly, I'm just here to see more of the world. Daria smiled, replying, Oh, I see. Deep down, however, she was already wondering if she should test the boy's abilities. Suddenly, she made an offer. Would you mind helping me out with something? Daria snapped her fingers, channeling her power, and a flame erupted to engulf her body. A cloak appeared and draped over his shoulders. Russell looked at the emblem on the cloak, shocked, realizing it was the symbol of the magic tower. Daria calmly answered the question he hadn't yet voiced. Don't worry, it's something you can handle. The system notification popped up, announcing the quest. Daria's test, help her stop a human trafficking ship. Deal with the pirates at Mandiva Port and pass her test. Reward, intermediate mana stone. Russell was stunned at the mention of pirates, recalling the rumors of human trafficking. Daria explained, I suppose you've realized by now. Slavery is strictly forbidden in Andy, but the current situation is giving me a headache. That's why we don't allow slaving ships to dock at our port. On the docks at night, workers were still moving cargo. Russell's expression darkened. Unfortunately, a ship of unknown origin was approaching the rocky shore. She said gravely, "Some of them are trying to anchor near Mendiva again." The two boarded a small boat and headed out to sea, cutting through the waves. Russell steered the boat from the front, speaking calmly. "I could handle this on my own, of course," she continued, her tone serious as she explained her reasoning. "But the goal is to rescue the victims and seize the ship. It requires a detailed plan." Russell, sitting behind her, began to lay out his purpose for being there. "So, we need to bait them into attacking," Daria praised him. "You're a quick learner." He fell into deep thought. If the Tower Master asked for help, hundreds of mages would rush to assist, maybe even barefoot. By now, their small boat had neared the pirates' large vessel. Russell watched Daria use her power, thinking to himself that she had specifically asked for his help for a reason. A thick fog suddenly descended, obscuring their night vision, and Russell confirmed his suspicions. So, this is definitely a test. As the small boat pulled alongside the target, Daria called out to Russell. She turned back to warn him. "What happens from here on might be a bit much for you." Russell looked bewildered at her advice, but she added, "The path of a guardian isn't always smooth or glamorous." She continued, her voice still calm. "This is just another fate we mages must bear." Daria stepped onto the edge of the boat, used her momentum to leap, and turned to say, "I'll draw their attention. You go and save the people." With that, Daria vanished before his eyes. Russell pondered her words, the path of a guardian. Daria floated in midair, looking down to survey the entire situation through the mist. After assessing the scene, she smiled. "All right, let's cast it here." Her eyes began to glow with an ethereal light, and a massive surge of power erupted, covering the entire sky. She shouted an order, "Go, boy." The sound of their shouting echoed through the night sky. "She's attacking." The pirates on deck scrambled, readying their crossbows to aim at the massive energy in the sky. "Quickly, hurry." The pirates gripped their weapons, tensed and looking up. The captain raised his sword and gave the order to fire. A rain of arrows shot up from the deck, aimed directly at Daria. She looked at them like mere jesters, offering only a scornful laugh. A pirate shouted in terror, "Damn it, it isn't reaching her." Daria, incensed, summoned a dark, ominous flame and spoke. "You bastards dare to hide on my turf?" She blew gently on the flames in her palm. Small sparks began to rain down on the pirate's ship. They watched in confusion as the situation unfolded. Daria said, "Let's see if your skills are as big as your guts." Watching the flames burn on the deck, the pirates screamed in panic. "What is this?" One pirate tried to stomp out the fire, cursing, "What did you do?" Before his foot could land, the fire seemed to possess a will of its own, lunging up to grab his leg. As it engulfed him, he let out a scream of agony. "Why is it burning like this?" The flames gathered together, taking on a solid form. It scanned the deck, eyeing the terrified pirates. They flickered like torches, illuminating the entire ship. A hand reached up from the sea, gripping the side of the deck. Russell pulled himself up, landing on the deck with practiced grace. Immediately, a shout rang out, drawing his attention. "Keep moving." Russell looked up at the chaotic scene, secretly amazed. That's a fire dwarf facing off against the pirates. Her magic must have covered the whole area. A pirate, enraged, swung an axe at it. The fire dwarf instantly restored its original form. Russell marveled that she could bring such an existence into a human-like shape. The dwarf's scythe slashed cleanly through the pirate's leg. With a shrill, piercing scream, the pirate was incinerated in an instant. Russell watched in horror, unable to contain his shock. What just happened? It happened in the blink of an eye. The other pirates shrieked in fear. It's changed into that form again. He gathered his composure, turned toward the hatch, and thought, no, now isn't the time to be shocked. Russell opened the hatch, observing his surroundings cautiously. He stepped inside, thinking he had to save the people, trapped by Daria first. The dark basement, filled with the creaking of metal frames, was enough to make anyone shudder. A pirate guard heard the commotion on deck and frowned in confusion. What the hell is going on up there? Below, the captives shouted with joy. The Navy is here. We're saved. The pirate guard struck the bars with his blade, creating a jarring, screeching sound. He loomed over them like a demon. Whatever happens, don't even think about getting out of here. The pirate captain barked a threat at the terrified prisoners, completely oblivious to what was happening behind him. A hand suddenly appeared and clamped tightly onto the back of his neck. A deep, cold voice commanded, "Remember that." Instantly, a surge of lightning erupted, leaving the pirate paralyzed. His body smoked as the electric shock scorched him. Russell Raymond tossed him to the ground and let out a breath, thinking, as I thought, There's no one on the deck. A prisoner hurried to stand up, gripping the iron bars, and asked, Are you here to save us? Hearing the voice, he glanced over. Russell Raymond nodded reassuringly with a smile, telling them to wait until the pirates had all left, as it would be safer here for now. Upon hearing that, the person collapsed to their knees. Bowing their head, they exclaimed, Oh, Divine One, you have heard my prayers. Russell Raymond scanned the surroundings, silently wondering just how many people were being held in this tiny space. Russell Raymond's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He looked at the child huddled in the corner and instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, They're even selling children as slaves? Russell Raymond gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, Damn bastards. Suddenly, a group of pirates stormed in from outside, shouting, Who's there? They froze when they saw him. Seeing their guard lying scorched and motionless on the ground, the pirates gasped in shock. What? Their leader waved his sword and roared, Capture that bastard. They charged aggressively toward Russell Raymond. He frowned in annoyance, raised his hand to cast a spell, and gave them a serious warning. I'm the one capturing you. Chains covered in crackling lightning moved with lightning speed, skillfully weaving through the group of pirates. They all collapsed quickly from the electric shock. Russell Raymond walked forward calmly. One of the pirates, still clinging to life, struggled to speak. Are you a mage? He tried to maintain an arrogant attitude, saying, If the commander comes. Before the pirate could finish his sentence, Russell Raymond gave a cold order. He continued walking toward the room deep inside. Russell Raymond stood before a dark, gloomy room and asked suspiciously, This prison cell? Immediately, a voice rang out, asking, Are you a mage from the fire tower? Russell Raymond used magic to summon a ball of light. When he saw the people behind the bars clearly, he was stunned. Elves? An elf stood up and asked Russell Raymond again. So, you are a mage from the fire tower, aren't you? He remembered the flower emblem on the cloak and finally realized. Oh, so they saw this symbol. Russell Raymond replied calmly, No, I am not a member of the fire tower. A cold voice cut him off. Whoever you are, it doesn't matter. She coldly ordered. Open this door. Russell Raymond smiled bitterly to himself, silently judging, I did want to open the door for them, but this woman's tone is really annoying. Looking at her arrogant expression, he thought. Even in this situation, she acts like that. It makes me want to just leave. A majestic voice rang out. Stop it. Ilo, who was sitting inside, spoke up to admonish her. Be careful with your manners. Seeing her sitting there with such dignity, he asked skeptically. Ilo, the elves beside her helped her stand up. Ilo explained calmly. He is not an ordinary person. She stepped forward to stand before him, leaving Russell Raymond bewildered. She continued, possessing a mana signature as pure as a flash of light at dawn. This person, Ilo, smiled gently as she affirmed, I can smell the spirit scent on him. Dam looked at Ilo, puzzled. Not an ordinary person? What do you mean? She replied thoughtfully, I can smell the spirit scent within his body. Russell Raymond stood there, dumbfounded, thinking to himself, spirit scent? Another person exclaimed in shock, Impossible. Damn, you can smell the spirit scent radiating from a human? He instinctively raised his arm to his nose, wondering, do I have a scent? A voice called out, pulling Russell Raymond from his thoughts. The fire tower mage Dam stepped forward with a strained expression and looked at him in silence. Suddenly, she bowed her head and begged Russell Raymond, please, save us from this place. Then, all the elves inside bowed in unison and cried out, we beg you. Russell Raymond was caught off guard by this unbelievable scene and instinctively exclaimed, Elves, known for their arrogance, changed just because of one word from her. He looked at Ilo's calm demeanor while she bowed and couldn't help but wonder, could she be a high-ranking elf? Or perhaps even more? Russell Raymond used magic to melt the lock. At this moment, Alo spoke up, Protector. She looked at him and asked calmly, have you defeated all the pirates and their leader yet? Russell Raymond replied with a confused expression. Leader? Just then, a figure appeared, looking at the pirates he had defeated earlier. Ilo said seriously, they are still strong. Kepter scanned the deck, searching for a target, and asserted, stronger than warriors skilled in magic. The next cell door opened, pirates lay scattered on the ground. Kepter flashed a strange, amused smile. On the deck, John Click was leisurely watching the chaotic scene of fire and fighting before him, while constant screams and curses echoed. Damn it. He leaned against the ship's wheel and sighed. Fire combat? Huh. Interesting. John Click reached behind his back, drew his massive blade, and immediately leaped, vanishing from his original position. Like a god of death, John Click appeared and sliced through two fire-held dwarves in one stroke. The two dwarves quickly dissipated, and he grunted unhappily. Are you guys struggling with just these kinds of attacks? The pirates saw who had arrived and cheered happily. It's the leader. It's the leader. From below the ship, excited cheers reached Daria, who was hovering in the air. The leader is here. You're done for, old woman. We're going to tear you to shreds. She looked down at the monkeys beneath her feet, smirked, and said, interesting. Daria immediately dove down to join the fray. Her feet landed firmly on the ship's railing by the wheel. John Click and the pirates turned to look. Daria stood like a queen, looking down from above with her staff. John Click sneered and asked angrily, are you trying to close the distance between us? She did not answer his point, but replied calmly, it seems you are the leader. He boasted with great energy and confidence. That's right. I am the captain of this ship, John Click. Daria observed him for a moment and evaluated. The way you use aura. John Click listened to her question in silence. You must have been a knight. What are you doing here? He began to laugh mockingly, clutching his face and roaring. Does the title of knight pay enough to eat and pay taxes? John Click lifted his head proudly and said, the Click brothers, we've made a fortune from the slave trade. Daria frowned and asked, brothers? He began to silently gather his strength, taking advantage of her momentary distraction to rush forward. This is it. A powerful slash was aimed directly at Daria. At that same moment, beneath the prison area, the wall behind the cell suddenly shifted and began to crack. A sharp, urgent alert sounded, helping him realize something was wrong. This is dangerous. A second later, the wooden wall exploded in a cloud of thick dust. Joe nimbly dodged the attack but began coughing violently from the debris. He quickly erected a protective layer around his body, gasping. What was that? Looking at the fragments at his feet, he wondered, are they trying to kill me? Kepter watched Joe's movements with amusement, saying, you actually blocked it. He unleashed his energy and drew his sword, stepping closer while sneering, I guess you're a mage. Ha! Joe studied the power emanating from him, silently assessing, aura from a sword. Is he a knight? The system interface popped up with a notification. Hard mode battle. First fight against a sword master. The situation is dire, but you must defeat your opponent. Mission clear reward. 5 intermediate mana stones. Illo stood behind him and warned, Guardian, be careful. She looked at Kepter, who was approaching with an oppressive aura, and explained, he is the vice captain of this ship. Kepter let out a mocking laugh. Even if you're a mage, you're still just a snot-nosed kid. As he spoke, he kicked a pirate lying motionless on the floor and scoffed, you didn't kill him? You just kicked him aside. He spoke with unexpected arrogance. When you've already won, you should finish them off. Kepter gave a twisted grin and pointed his sword at Joe. I'll show you how it's done. Joe refused to back down and unleashed his own power. Bolts of lightning began to surround Joe. He calculated quickly. Fire magic has massive area of effect damage, but this Joe dashed to the side and decisively launched a lightning strike at his opponent. Kepter pulled his heavy sword, which had been embedded in the floor, and taunted, trying to fight a swordsman with lightning. He slashed his sword into the floor, prying up wooden planks to counter the incoming lightning. The insulating properties of the wood successfully blocked the attack completely. Kepter mocked him. You really are insane. In the next second, he stomped the ground and charged at Joe at lightning speed, muttering something incoherent. Joe was tense, desperately trying to use lightning magic to hold Kepter back. He gritted his teeth, struggling to think, why is my attack having no effect on him? Kepter faced the flurry of lightning bolts without a hint of fear, smugly saying, you can't do anything to me. He held his sword in front of him, easily deflecting Joe's magic. This sword was special, it could resist lightning. Joe was stunned and gasped. He's immune to lightning magic? Kepter's eyes glowed red like a demon's as he closed in and slashed down at him. The blade collided with the protective barrier, creating a piercing sound. The sword seemed to be absorbing and eroding Joe's shield. Joe widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking, my shield. Joe trembled as he held up the cracking barrier, but just seconds later, it was completely shattered. The slash headed straight for him, shocking everyone. A powerful strike was aimed at Daria. John Click was taken aback when the target he attacked turned out to be just an illusion she had created. He thought, fire. John Click turned his head, clicking his tongue in annoyance as he looked at Daria. He mocked, so, you're a mage who's good at running away. She kept a calm expression and replied, let me ask you a question. Are your brothers knights, too? John Click proudly raised his sword and answered, that's right, but of course, they aren't as good as me. He slashed his sword through the air with disdain. Are you going to burn things again? Daria replied in a low voice. No, this time it will be a little different. John Click was startled by the ominous reply, and immediately after, 2 hell dwarves with bizarre appearances appeared. He looked at the 2 humanoid flames before him, silently assessing 2 of them. John Click attacked them frantically, then suddenly noticed something strange. He thought, the more I cut them, the more they multiply. After only a short while, he was surrounded by a swarm of hell dwarves. Daria stood high above, looking down with a satisfied, mysterious smile. The hell dwarves lunged forward in a swarm, catching him off guard. John Click began to panic, turning his head toward her, thinking in horror, this can't be. Only then did he realize who he was really facing. John Click gasped, why is a fire witch from the tower here? Shifting the scene back to the ship's hold, fragments of the shield and blood sprayed out. Kepter looked at the empty space in front of him, then turned his head to see that Joe had moved to the side at some point. This made Kepter's eyes widen in surprise. He looked at Joe, who was still standing steady after that lethal blow, and was secretly amazed. He dodged that, recalling the moment Kepter had shattered his protective shield. The knight frowned in doubt. He should have been cut in half. Observing the energy around Joe's body, he started to guess. Did he surround himself with defensive magic to reinforce his body? Kepter gave a twisted, excited smile, thinking, whatever it is, it's useless. He's just a rat trapped in a cage. Ilo looked at the battle in worry and couldn't help but call out. Joe gasped for air, clutching his chest in tension. He thought of the night, his mind flashing back to buried memories, remembering the face of Spansum that haunted him. I met him in my past life. Joe fearfully recalled the bloody scene. That day, he had slaughtered a group of innocent mercenaries just because they had bumped into his shoulder. Just as he was about to collapse, a savior appeared. Alan stood in front, protecting Joe. The two faced each other, both wielding immense power. He remembered that the only one who could stop him was a mage. Both of them fought almost evenly matched. Joe thought of how Alan fought and calculated, then returned to reality. At that moment, he had summoned a new protective shield. Facing Kepter, who was attacking like a madman, Joe quickly calculated how to stack his barriers. One of his sword strikes landed powerfully into Joe's defense. Immediately, the shield shattered, emitting a grating noise. Surprisingly, right beneath that barrier was another layer, a result of Joe's calculation to stack shields. Kepter was stunned, thinking he blocked it. The moment he let his guard down, Joe quickly condensed energy into his palm, preparing to counterattack. He landed a powerful blow to Kepter's stomach, catching him off guard. He took the hit and was sent flying, creating a cloud of dust. Kepter slammed into the wall and groaned in pain. Joe was also heavily injured and swayed, struggling to hold onto an iron bar to stay standing. He assessed his trembling body, thinking, have I lost too much blood? Afterward, he reached out and broke the lock on the prison cell. Joe released those being held captive, saying, everyone, get out. Ilo bowed in gratitude and said, thank you. The other guard also chimed in, thank you. He reached out, offering, if you're okay with it, follow me. Suddenly, a grim sound echoed, that brat. Kepter suddenly stood up after taking a direct hit from Joe, leaving everyone there stunned. He was so furious that his eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his forehead as he growled, you were supposed to cut my head off, weren't you? He was shocked to see Kepter still able to stand, silently wondering if he had done everything correctly. Joe immediately reached out to shield Io behind him, giving the order. Please take the captives upstairs. Dan protested dissatisfiedly. You want us to release those humans. Another elf echoed. You want that? But Io spoke up, cutting through the dissatisfaction and agreeing with Russell Raymond. Fine, protector. Kepter stood up, rolled his neck, and laughed mockingly. Still have time to rescue slaves? Swift as lightning, he lunged forward, vanishing from his original spot. He was filled with murderous intent, like a crazed demon, attacking the defensive layer of Joe, who excitedly reminded him, worry about yourself first. Each swing of the sword easily shattered a layer of the shield. As soon as the first layer broke, Kepter anticipated his moves, giving him no chance to retaliate and continuing his assault. He thought, I won't give him any chance to fight back. He wore a smug smile at his struggle during the fight. Under such overwhelming power, Joe could only frantically use magic. Shield, 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 shield. Watching the elves struggling to escape, he told himself he had to hold on. The group of elves quickly retrieved the key from the jailer's corpse. They quickly rescued those taken as slaves by the pirates. Joe secretly resolved, just a little more and everyone would be out of here. Russell Raymond. Soon after, a notification sound chimed like unlocking this dangerous situation. Protector. Everyone is safe. Kepter was still very confident in his own abilities, and he mocked, do you really think this will work? A gentle voice rang out, followed by bright red flames spreading throughout the prison cell. Of course it will. He was startled by this unexpected turn of events, unable to dodge in time. Joe changed his stance, smiling calmly, and delivered his judgment. And now, I will finish you. The flames grew larger, spreading across the ship's hold. Kepter began to grow tense, thinking, what is this? Joe's eyes had changed. They were as sharp as a hunting leopard. Sensing danger, he immediately retreated, silently calculating. The air around him changed. The expression on Kepter's face was filled with indescribable excitement. He thought, is he finally ready to strike? Kepter channeled the energy within his body. Right after that, he aimed straight at Joe. He lunged forward recklessly, confidently asserting, "Then I'll destroy both you and your shield." Suddenly, he started using magic, making Kepter panic. Joe summoned a spear made of burning red flames. He firmly pointed the spearhead toward him, unafraid and ready to face him. Flame spear. He scowled, swinging his sword forward aggressively, assessing. A flame spear. Looking at Russell Raymond, whose aura was not inferior at all, he immediately became suspicious. No, this is completely different. This spear. The two attacks collided, creating a piercing sound and a blinding light. Kepter was still silently wondering. It had to be at least a few levels higher than the magic he had cast before. At this moment on the deck, the situation was tilting against John Click. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. John Click watched the growing legion of Hellfire dwarves surrounding him, frantically calculating a countermeasure. The more I kill, the more appear, but I can't kill them all. He frowned and stepped back, grumbling in confusion. What the hell is my stupid brother doing? Observing Daria still standing there calmly, John Click grew even more frustrated, thinking, if he were here, I would have caught that witch already. The dwarves didn't let him rest, rushing to attack again. John Click used only one swing to block them, telling himself, just need to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, the wooden planks under his feet began to crack, revealing flickering light. The ship rocked violently, making the already anxious John Click even more panicked. Seeing the light under his feet growing larger, he became even more suspicious of this awkward situation. A giant pillar of light appeared, piercing through the deck and shining straight into the sky, causing the night to momentarily vanish as the sea shook. John Click, standing right at the center of that massive energy source, immediately cried out in pain and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe he had been defeated and could only helplessly roar in anger. No way. Daria was also surprised by the scene, suddenly covering her mouth and exclaiming, "What is this?" She heard a noise and turned to look. Seeing Io and the elves rescuing the prisoners, she thought, I was too careless. Then, looking at Joe lying in the ship's hold, she blamed herself for letting Joe handle everything. Surrounded by flickering firelight, he lay there silent and motionless. The system displayed a notification. You have completed the quest and received your reward. You have received an intermediate mana stone. Below the ship, the pirates were still aggressively climbing onto the small boats, shouting repeatedly. The leader is down. Surround them. Defensive ships. Concentrate. Hearing those chaotic sounds, Daria just laughed mockingly and gently raised her staff. She used magic to control the Hellfire dwarves to disperse, saying, I should think this through more carefully. Daria decisively stomped her staff against the deck, causing it to resound. That sound acted like a signal, making the dwarves jump into the sea with a hint of hesitation and rush to attack the pirates' small boats. The large ship began to move, leaving behind the brilliant light of the battle that had just ended. Healing power was being used by Io on Russell Raymond. He clutched his injured body, struggling to sit up, and asked, What happened? She gently reminded him, Don't move. Benefactor. A warm light from the magic was still radiating. Io spoke, My mana hasn't recovered yet, so the healing will be a bit slow. Daria saw Russell Raymond wake up and stood to one side, unable to help but praise him. Well done. You defeated those two knights yourself. He was still dazed, not understanding, and blurted out, Huh? He asked suspiciously, I thought I was only fighting one. She calmly explained, Actually, it was two. The two pirate leaders were tied to the mast, unconscious and silent. Io said gratefully, I owe you. She confessed seriously to Joe's confusion. A great debt indeed. Even if I can't repay it right away, she declared clearly. Io, a child of the White Ash Tree tribe, swear by the names of my ancestors that one day I will repay this favor. He replied humbly, I am Joe, the gatekeeper. I only did my duty as a protector, Lady Io. At the climax, Daria suddenly chimed in, Don't forget us, the people from the Fire Mage Tower. Either. A clear call rang out. Tower Master Daria and her subordinates appeared, reporting with a serious tone. We finished checking the prisoner's status. She replied with satisfaction, Very good. Daria turned her gaze toward him, praising, Your subordinates are truly capable. Russell Raymond was surprised, thinking they were behaving completely differently than before. He turned to look at her, asking naively, Miss Io, what did you mean back on the ship? Io answered calmly. Are you asking about Daria was startled and turned her head upon hearing her question. When I mentioned the spirit fragrance, on the vast, open sea, the ship continued moving forward as the sun began to peek over the horizon. Yo replied, That's right. Yo probed further. Do you happen to have mixed blood from the dragon race? Yo asked in confusion. The dragon race? He remembered the image of the massive dragon hiding in the forest and replied thoughtfully, That's right. Actually, I do carry the blood of the azure dragon, though it's just a drop in the ocean, of course. She gently lifted his hand, slowly smelling his scent, and said softly, but even just a bit of dragon blood is enough to attract spirits. Yo explained the reason calmly, clearing up Joe's confusion. I can smell the spirit fragrance very strongly on you. That's why I wondered if you also have mixed dragon blood like me. Daria, witnessing the entire conversation, couldn't help but speculate silently. Is mixed dragon blood the reason Russell Raymond can develop so quickly? She looked toward the distant horizon, thinking he could become someone. Under the sunlight, so his face became clearly visible. Daria calculated that he could turn the entire Andy kingdom upside down. No, the entire continent would be more accurate. As the sky brightened completely, the ship reached the harbor. The elf group got off the ship safely, and soldiers helped the captured people out. A familiar voice drew Io's attention. Miss Yo. Daria smiled and asked in a friendly way, I'm sure you will go into hiding until you fully regained your mana, right? She nodded affirmatively. That's right. Looking at the magnificent castle in the heart of the bustling city, Daria made an offer. My mansion isn't far from here. If you don't mind, you can stay there. I think you could help with Russell Raymond's training. He pointed at himself, bewildered, asking naively. Training. Io smiled brightly and replied, If I can repay your kindness that way, I'd be more than happy to. Daria put her arm around Do's shoulder, patted him, and asked, Well, don't you want to? He answered excitedly, Of course not. I'd love to. Deep down, Russell Raymond felt thrilled at the thought of special training from the Tower Master of Magic. She gestured to the elf group. Then, please come this way, your luggage will be brought over shortly. Io replied, Thank you, ma'am. Vo walked ahead, worriedly asking, Tower Master, will this be okay? The new semester is about to start. Daria winked to reassure him. Don't worry, leave that to Hubert. He couldn't help but be speechless, silently sympathizing. Professor. On the trail leading up the high mountain, the waves below crashed against the shore, and the caravan of carriages moved forward in a line. The coachman drove with great care as the carriages leisurely made their way through forests and over mountains. Throughout the journey, the sound of carriage wheels echoed through the wilderness. Finally, the carriages stopped in front of a mansion as large as a castle. Daria announced, We're here. Russell Raymond got off the carriage, looked up, and marveled. It's so huge. Daria pushed the gate to the mansion open, smiling at everyone behind her. Make yourselves at home, don't be shy. She led the way through a garden filled with vibrant, blooming flowers. Io was captivated by the flowers. She expressed her gratitude. What a beautiful place. Thank you for your kindness. Tower Master V was walking when his eyes suddenly caught something. Looking at the fountain not far away, he was startled. Wait, this place. A certain memory was triggered. Vo was certain he had been here before with his parents. He called out to Daria. Tower Master, I have a question. She turned around politely. What is it? Russell Raymond stepped up and asked quietly. This mansion, it didn't used to be yours, right? Daria teased him. Listen to you. It sounds like you think I stole it. He laughed awkwardly. Ha, I'm sorry. But then she shared honestly, You're right. The previous owner was some merchant guild. I only bought it a few years ago. Russell Raymond looked at the fountain, as memories and a sense of familiarity returned. Just as he thought, this place was one of his family's assets. Daria asked with concern, Do you have anything else you want to ask? Russell Raymond smiled. No. He lived all over the massive mansion. After his family collapsed, he had heard it was sold at a low price. As they were about to step inside, Vo couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined I'd return here one day. 1 week later, a nimble figure entered the room, and a gentle voice echoed, There you are. Io. The elf girl of the White Poplar tribe appeared and spoke respectfully. I heard you calling for me. The lady of the house drank her tea calmly, her eyes brightening with relief. It seems most of your mana has recovered. In Daria's eyes, a faint green aura covered her body. She smiled. It's all thanks to you, Tower Master. Daria set her teacup down and got straight to the point. So, about what we discussed earlier, can you help so with his training? Io used her magic, and water danced around her body. When you mentioned training, I assume you meant soul-related training. Daria nodded. That's right. Io looked around and asked, But where is Russell Raymond? She smiled mysteriously. I told him to go do something else. In the stream flowing through the ravine, a tragic scream rang out, and a figure fell freely into the water. With a splash, water sprayed high into the sky. Not long after, Vo surfaced and took a deep breath. He swam to the shore, smoothed back his hair, and sighed in frustration. Failed again? Vo recalled the earlier conversation between him and Daria. She had asked, What did you learn during the battle with those pirate knights? I mean, what do you think you need? At that time, the opponent had closed in on him, and he had only managed to survive thanks to his shield. He hesitated. Then, looking at the mountain cliff on the other side, he replied, Distance. Daria applauded. Correct. In combat, Distance is very important for a mage. She turned back, gave a confident smile, and instructed. Watch closely. Standing on the jagged cliff, Daria didn't hesitate to step out into thin air, with flames flickering under her feet. Think about narrowing the space. Her body vanished, leaving only a faint glow of fire where she stood. With a swoosh, Daria landed on the opposite cliff. VS was stunned. That's space-time teleportation magic. Flash. She turned to look at him. From now on, practice crossing this cliff using Flash. Vo listened intently to her words. In the future, this would become a powerful tool for him. At the same time, the system appeared, announcing a quest. Learn the Flash space-time teleportation spell. Reward: intermediate mana stone. Back in the present, Russell Raymond so warily dragged his drenched body onto the shore. He climbed up the cliff with the determination not to give up. Flash, whether the spell requires little or much mana, doesn't matter. Sitting on the cliff, Vo tried to analyze. He could only learn this magic if he understood its rules clearly. Standing on the cliff looking down, his eyes were filled with a touch of anxiety. Russell focused and took a step into the void. Just as expected, a scream followed as he played the free-fall game. As time passed, sunset fell, and he climbed the cliff, exhausted and drenched. Is this magic training or physical conditioning? Russell closed his eyes, searching for the sensation of the magic flow. Focus now, think about closing the distance. This time, a magic fire vortex appeared under his feet, just like when Daria demonstrated it. Russell lifted his other foot off the cliff, flames wrapping around both legs. It seemed like he was about to succeed. Just as he thought he could flash to the other side of the cliff, a voice called out from behind Russell. He stumbled and fell into the river. Daria was the culprit. She wore an apologetic smile as she watched Russell fall. Once again, the panic of weightlessness and a sharp scream erupted. That night by the campfire, Daria stroked his hair. From today, you will learn about the soul contract. Russell warmed himself by the fire, listening to her instructions. Ilo will help you. Ilo expressed her gratitude. I am glad I can be of service to you. He bowed, feeling appreciative. Thank you, Ilo. Russell sat by the fire as the young elf began to guide him. Please, slowly close your eyes. Daria sat on a rock, observing the situation. Ilo's pleasant voice echoed, telling him to imagine something related to fire. The campfire crackled. She suggested, whether it's the morning sun, noon, light, or a campfire, anything works. Immediately, a powerful flame surged within Russell's body. Ilo was incredibly surprised. Amazing, to think a human body could possess such pure mana. Then she closed her eyes. I will enter your subconscious and guide you. Ilo walked behind Russell and placed her hands on his back. In the subconscious, the girl's spirit held his hand, leading the boy forward. Most people don't know that anyone can enter the gateway of the soul. Whether human, elf, or any existence, we are all born from nature. The purposes of all existences will intersect, and the gates will open. Sitting outside and observing, Daria was slightly surprised to feel an abundant flow of magic. Ilo was also curious. What was this flow in his heart? A blurry image appeared. Was it someone stabbing someone else? Was it hatred? Ilo felt a sharp pain in her spirit and clutched her head as she saw the bloody imagery. Afterward, she gradually regained her composure. The journey continued, and in her heart, she was curious. What was this flow in his heart? They stood before the soul gate, but they had to cross a rushing river. Ilo looked at Russell beside her. Is that hatred? She immediately denied it. Perhaps that was coming from the outside. Russell lost control of his mana, and an intensely hot flame burst outward. Daria was startled, but she couldn't react in time to stop it. It happened too fast. The person standing closest to Russell was the most affected. Ilo couldn't pull away immediately, so she could only flare her own mana to resist. Who knows how much time passed? Russell slowly opened his eyes and saw Daria worriedly by his side. She asked with concern, Are you awake? Russell tried to sit up and look at her. Master, he clutched his aching head, remembering nothing. What happened? Russell asked vaguely. I feel like my mana just exploded. Just then, Ilo opened the door and walked in. He tilted his head, Lady Ilo, noticing her bandaged arm. Ilo smiled to reassure Russell. Benefactor, I am fine. Russell asked gloomily, wondering to himself if it was his fault. Not waiting for an answer, he covered his face in self-reproach. I am so sorry. That evening, to ease his restless heart, Russell went out to the garden to watch the moon. In the room, Daria observed him from the window and spoke up, Lady Ilo. She turned back. What exactly happened? Ilo recounted what had occurred. It was terrifying, in the depths of Russell's consciousness. When we reached the path leading to the soul gate, we couldn't go any further because suddenly there was an extremely intense surge of emotion. Daria rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. A surge of emotion, you say? Ilo confirmed. That's right, it looked like a surge of hatred. She offered her observation but added, it also felt more like deep sorrow. That sadness was so profound that I wondered how he could hide it for so long. The next morning, right at the edge of the forest near the mansion, Daria called for Russell. He turned his head to answer. Yes, master. She smiled and gave instructions. Today, we start new training. Russell bowed respectfully. As he listened to Daria's announcement, clean up, he was so surprised he had to look up immediately. Yes, she gave him his task. You are to help the servants in the mansion for a week and clean every corner thoroughly. Russell thought in surprise, cleaning the mansion. Daria continued. Meanwhile, Lady Ilo and I will take a trip to the capital. Ilo bowed politely. See you next week. Russell bowed awkwardly in return. Ah, yes, please take care, both of you. Before leaving, Daria didn't forget to clarify. This isn't a punishment, you know. Russell obediently bowed his head. All right, he planned. He would clean and practice his refraction skills in the remaining time. Then, her next words made his plans fall apart, just letting you know. I forbid you from using magic this week. Russell was despondent. Huh? After waiting for Daria to leave, he started cleaning the mansion. First, he grabbed a mop and stared at the hallway. With the clumsiness of a teenager, he gripped the mop handle and pushed it forward with determination. I'll just practice my physical endurance while I clean, Russell thought to himself. He just wasn't allowed to use magic, after all. But the consequences were truly unpredictable. Because the mop was still wet, he pushed it forward quickly, leaving a trail of water behind. He slipped, and Russell fell backward. The mop flew up, coincidentally knocking over a vase nearby. With a loud crash, he landed on his bottom. The floor was clean, but the vase was shattered. A servant appeared from behind. Who mops the floor at that speed? Russell looked up and heard the other person say, Lady Daria cherished that vase. Suddenly, he remembered the master's instructions. Oh, Russell, regarding the cleaning, you just need to listen to the head maid. At that moment, the head maid had respectfully led the group of servants to wait and see Daria off. Ria was a middle-aged woman with a serious face and sharp eyes that looked quite strict. And right now, the person who had just spoken was her. Looking at the shattered vase, Russell finally snapped back to reality. I'm sorry. Ria put on her gloves and said coldly, I know you're not allowed to use magic for a week. She handed Russell a rag. From now on, clean according to my instructions. Thus, Russell's life as an apprentice servant began. When he picked up the vase to clean the base, Ria stood behind him, observing. You have to use your hand to support the bottom of the vase. When mopping the floor, she scolded him. Didn't you think that you also have to mop behind the door? Russell Raymond looked pale. I'm sorry. Ria continued to nitpick. But it seems you don't notice the dirt on the floor, do you? And then followed a series of critical, unpleasant comments from the head maid, Ria. After a long day of cleaning, he sat on the floor, exhausted, and let out a sigh. Russell Raymond broke into a cold sweat, his eyes losing focus. His head was still ringing with Ria's stern words. Russell, the rug, the windows. He felt as if life was no longer worth living. Was this some kind of mental training? Before he could even rest, she continued to give orders. Russell, it's lunchtime, follow me. He sat there, unable to move a muscle, and could only offer a wry smile. Haha, I'll eat later. Ria turned around, her voice cold and leaving no room for refusal. Follow me. Russell cowered on the spot and replied timidly, all right. In the servants' kitchen, dishes were already laid out on the tables. Sounds of laughter and chatting filled the room. Russell looked around and silently observed. There are so many people working here. Suddenly, someone spoke up. What's your name? It was an elderly man with silver hair who looked quite kind. He replied politely, I'm Russell Raymond. The old man was slightly surprised when he heard his surname. Raymond? Russell felt his heart skip a beat. Does he know me? To his surprise, the old man complimented him unexpectedly. You're quite handsome, kid. Black hair and red eyes, too. The maid sitting across from him clapped in agreement. That's right, you look so cool. Suddenly, a sturdy, muscular young man slapped Russell on the shoulder. You look pretty fit yourself. Give me some of those muscles, he jumped in surprise. Oh, thanks. The young man's name was Lucian. He laughed loudly and gave Russell a hearty pat on the back. I'm just kidding. Everyone burst into laughter. Russell held his shoulder, smiling on the outside while internally collapsing in tears. I just have to endure this for 1 week, he thought. This must be the training. It has to be. On a beautiful sunset evening, with the orange glow painting the sky red, Russell carried wood alongside some of the other servants. Hauling wood was backbreaking work. He broke into a sweat, missing his former magic. If I could use my mage body, I could finish this in an instant. After finishing the work, Russell and the others sat around a wooden table near the stream. Everyone was chatting excitedly. Here, take this. You all did a great job. Everyone picked up their large beer mugs and excitedly toasted. Lucian glanced over and saw Russell gulping down his beer, so he didn't hesitate to give him a solid whack on the back, making him jump and cough out the beer he had just sipped. Russell turned around indignantly to question him. "Hey, why did you hit me?" Lucian looked at him with a warning gaze. "You're still a student. You'll get sick if you drink alcohol." Russell was startled as he suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. I forgot I'm still a student. I keep thinking I'm still a mercenary." The old servant chuckled. It's all right. He poured a little bit of beer from his own mug for Russell. "You have to learn to drink slowly, too." He looked at the warm, setting sun. "And honestly, it's a sin not to drink when sitting in front of such a beautiful view." By now, the sun was gradually dipping behind the mountains, and the warm sunlight stretched across the forest, draping them in a soft, pale gold blanket. Behind him, someone's voice rang out, making Russell turn around. And another sin. Rhea arrived, carrying a basket of food. Drinking beer without snacks is a crime. As she laid the food on the table, the silver-haired old man smiled. "All right, let's welcome our new member." Rhea looked toward Russell. He was slowly fitting in with Lucian's group. She just stayed silent, not saying a word, wondering what she was thinking. Lucian threw an arm around Russell's shoulder, and they laughed and talked happily. The following days went on as usual. Rhea kept overseeing Russell as he scrubbed the floors. At mealtime, he would happily socialize with Lucian's group. At night, he would sometimes go lie down to rest by the fountain. In the mornings, he helped the maids tend to the flowers in the garden, and even eating plain bread made Russell happy without a single complaint. At night, he went back to sit blankly by the fountain. Tomorrow would be exactly 1 week. What is this feeling of dissatisfaction? As he mused, someone walked up behind him. "You seem to really like this place." Seeing Rhea, Russell reflexively stood up and bowed. "Oh, hello." Rhea adjusted her glasses. "How many times do you plan on greeting me in a day?" He gave a wry smile. "Haha, do I do that often?" "I didn't even realize it," she asked with concern. "What is the reason you're out here?" Russell hesitated slightly. "Well," he looked up at the starlit sky. "I remember someone when I stand here." Rhea asked curiously. "I heard that mages can teleport. Can't you go see them?" Russell replied, "Teleportation magic is very difficult, and even if I could do it right now, they're in a place where I cannot reach them." She understood. "I thought mages didn't have any worries." He smiled and said, "That's not true at all." Rhea turned to leave, returning to her usual cold demeanor. "Tomorrow is your last day of cleaning. Do a good job." Russell smiled. "I will." Before leaving, she turned back. "I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person." Russell was quite surprised by this remark, momentarily left speechless. Rhea brushed her hair and smiled confidently. "Even if you don't become a great mage, you can still be a great servant under my command." Russell felt a throbbing headache at those words. "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Finally, he waited until the day Daria and Ilo returned to the mansion. "You've returned?" The Tower Master rushed to the gate to greet them. The Tower Master spoke up. "Are you doing well?" Ilo also asked with concern. "How have you been, Russell?" He smiled enthusiastically at them. "I'm doing great." Daria called for him to follow her. "Come with me for a moment." The two strolled through the blooming flower garden. Daria spoke first. "You've worked hard this week," Russell replied. "Not at all." She shared that she had been finding medicine to restore Ilo's mana. It took quite a bit of time. Elf mana is very special. Suddenly, Daria stopped. "And I need to check something in the storage cellar," Russell exclaimed. "You're really busy, aren't you?" She suddenly turned around and changed the subject. This place once belonged to the Russell Raymond family. Russell stayed silent, bowing his head without responding. Daria continued. "Ilo said there is a very strong shackle in your heart, and that is why you cannot touch your soul." Russell clenched his fists, his hands trembling slightly, as her voice echoed in his ears. "That shackle, do you feel insulted?" Daria asked. "Is it anger, or is it sadness?" Russell looked down at the ground and answered flatly, "All of it." She continued. "It makes me remember the first time I met you. A certain memory surfaced. He had fought alone to learn magic. But now that I think about it, you were just a lonely head of the household trying to rebuild your family." Daria looked toward the large mansion. "Then take this place." Russell was startled. "Huh? What do you mean?" She shared coldly. "I'm not giving it to you for free." Daria gave him hope. "Become a battle mage of the Fire Tower and a warrior who protects this country." But the next few words were a bit blunt. "Earn lots of money and buy this place back from me." She offered an encouraging smile. "Do you understand, young man?" Russell was slightly stunned. He repeated under his breath, "Young man?" Daria beamed like a flower and sincerely advised, "Don't struggle all by yourself." That evening, sitting across from Ilo by the campfire in the woods, she guided him. "The last time I approached the gate of the soul, I didn't wake your subconscious. I only guided you with my mana. This time, let's go to the gate together." He nodded dejectedly. still feeling unsure of himself. What if I hurt you again, Ilo? She smiled foolishly to reassure him. I brought plenty of medicine, don't worry. Russell scratched his head. No, that's not what I meant. Ignoring his lack of confidence, Ilo began the instructions. Then close your eyes and think of fire like last time. I will awaken you within your mind. A glowing white figure appeared in Russell's mind. He called out softly, Is that you, Ilo? She responded gently. Can you see me? Russell looked down at his own ghostly white hands and muttered, So this is your pure mana. Ilo went ahead to lead the way. Just like last time, everything was smooth at first. After walking for a while, she stopped, but the two of them were standing in front of a cliff with a roaring torrent below. Ilo whispered, That waterfall is still here. Her voice was soft but filled with regret. It was still very difficult to approach the source located at the gate of the soul. He took a few steps forward, but Ilo tried hard to stop him. Russell, if you get any closer. The waterfall seemed to have a defensive mechanism, not allowing anyone to approach. A surge of power like a tidal wave knocked Russell Raymond backward. He fell onto the ground, and Ilo lamented. Just looking at it is dangerous enough. Influenced by the torrent, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Graduating from the academy, choosing the tower, restoring his family, avenging his father. He clutched his head. I'm sorry, I can't make these things disappear. Ilo stood behind him to soothe him. In the midst of his confusion, a voice echoed in his mind. How are you doing, Russ? He recognized the owner of that voice, Daria. Immediately after, a warm voice followed. He's a good person. How could Russell Raymond ever forget this voice? The maid. Daria crossed her arms and smiled. You're not going to leave him alone, are you? Rhea replied with a respectful smile. That's right. Russell Raymond's mind gradually calmed down, and some fragmented memories surfaced. It was the image of a kind Hubert patting his shoulder. Come with me for a moment. It was the image of him happily drinking beer with Lucian's group. All right, let's congratulate our new member. It was Rhea's heartwarming words of encouragement. I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person. And it was Daria's sincere comfort. Don't struggle alone. His mind couldn't help but shed tears. You're right. I can't make them disappear. But he stood up, looking firmly at the spiritual gate. I can jump over it. In his head, he recalled Daria's teachings. Think about narrowing space and time. Ilo hurried to stop him. Don't get any closer. He gritted his teeth, enduring the surge of negative thoughts with his mental strength. I'm okay. Russell Raymond took a step off the cliff. Flames erupted beneath his feet, and his heart was steady. Even if he fell, he wouldn't be alone. Ilo stared blankly at the figure before her as sparks flew through the air. Russell's body turned into a faint flame, disappearing from the cliff a blink. With feet still burning, the fire magic circled around him as he touched down on the other side. Seeing that Russell had successfully reached the spiritual gate, Ilo was overjoyed. My savior, you did it. The system prompted him instantly. Notification, you have completed the mission. You have received a medium-grade mana stone as a reward. Looking at the golden, shining spiritual gate in front of him, Russell Raymond was stunned. You've crossed it. Now what should we do? Ilo spoke, but not seeing her made him a little startled. Please enter the gate of light in front of you. Russell replied to confirm. Miss Ilo? The elf girl smiled and explained. You didn't expect that, did you? We can still communicate thanks to our mana link. Just then, the system displayed another notification. Mission. Form a bond with a spirit. Summon a spirit following Ilo's guidance and forge a contract with that spirit. Reward. Medium-grade mana stone. Ilo guided him. Please place your hand inside that gate. Russell obeyed but asked anxiously, what's going to happen? His soul stood silently, reaching his hand forward while Ilo's words echoed in his ears. Now, it depends on the decision of the spirits. Russell's soul fell into the darkness, surrounded by eyes watching him. He could still hear Ilo's voice. No one knows which type of spirit will come here. Those eyes blinked and then disappeared. Perhaps you won't be chosen. Ilo stood by, praying for him. So just hold out your hand and wait. Outside, Daria stood seriously, observing Russell. Ilo's voice still lingered. That's all I can do. Not knowing how long his soul had been waiting, Russell told himself that if it were too difficult, it wouldn't matter if no spirit came. His outstretched hand was numb, but he didn't pull it back. He wouldn't let himself be saddened by that. A powerful magic circle appeared. A giant red dragon coiled around Russell's soul. He was grateful for every moment that had brought him here. The dragon respectfully lowered its head and touched his hand. A soul contract was signed from that moment on. A moment later, Russell Raymond opened his eyes with difficulty. He discovered a tiny red dragon lying on his chest. Looking at the little red dragon with big, sparkling eyes clinging to his shirt, he was a little surprised. Is this a spirit? Ilo wept with joy. My savior, congratulations. Daria laughed out loud. not forgetting to remind him, we don't just have one thing to celebrate. Hearing that, Russell Raymond paid attention to his physical state. On his chest was a rotating magic circle. The fourth circle, Russell Raymond remembered the moment he learned Blink. Daria beamed, showering him with praise. He had overcome his own barriers. The system appeared before his eyes, announcing, "You have acquired new knowledge about spirit summoning and have thereby achieved the fourth magic circle. You will receive an additional reward. Bonus reward status unclear." Russell Raymond wondered, "An extra reward?" The little dragon unexpectedly had wings. It chirped a few times, then flew up and settled comfortably on his head, seeming very satisfied with its new nest. Russell looked up and saw it nibbling on his hair with delight. Elo walked over and touched it. "I don't think this is an ordinary spirit." She picked it up from his head. "Do you plan on naming it?" Elo brought the dragon in front of Russell. "Give it a name, and I will complete the contract." Daria waited expectantly on the side. "All right, then let's give it a really good name." Russell Raymond looked at the chubby red dragon in front of him and thought for a moment. Red, huh? Red, then, he said a name that left Daria, Rhea, and Ilo stunned as if struck by lightning. Russell laughed it off. "Haha, I'm just joking." Even the little dragon breathed a sigh of relief. He felt embarrassed, thinking their reactions were really something else. He looked at the red dragon and said softly, "How about Pepper?" The dragon seemed to really like the name. It nodded and chirped happily. Ilo felt as if she had come back to life. "It sounds so cute." Daria was satisfied. "Not bad." Russell laughed, thinking to himself that Pepper was just short for pepper, and pepper was a type of smoked meat anyway. Daria spoke up. "To celebrate, we'll officially begin the special training tomorrow," she promised. "I'll teach you about the spirits." She hugged Pepper, lifting the little dragon up and down in her arms. Russell chuckled. "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." He looked at the adorable little red dragon and officially greeted it. "Pepper, it's nice to meet you." A month later at the academy, it was finally time for the towers to select their students. A professor wondered pensively, "I wonder how many graduates will be chosen this year." The bald professor chuckled, saying it had basically already been decided. Outside the brain, a white carriage pulled up, and a silver-haired woman stepped out. The judge of the White Tower had arrived. Each tower would select individuals to train throughout the semester. Then a second carriage pulled up and a man in yellow robes stepped out. The judge of the Gold Tower had arrived. If they weren't chosen, then who would be? Next, a blond man in a blue coat stepped down. The judge of the Thung Tower had arrived. He was right. So, one of the academy's professors smiled and said they had to help these students more. The bald professor nodded in agreement. The other person continued, "For our benefit, I mean, for this school's sake." The bald professor laughed. "Ha ha, that's right, for this school." Their conversation was overheard by Hubert. He clicked his tongue, thinking that no one would dare call themselves a student when they only favored a few talented ones anyway. Just then, a strong hand gripped the carriage door. The judge of the Fire Tower had arrived. The students turned pale at the sight of him, taking a fearful, deep breath. The representative for the Fire Tower was a muscular, rather fierce-looking man, with long wine-red hair and a cold gaze. Vermilion Unsen. Hubert glanced over and couldn't help but swallow hard. Why was he here? Vermilion Unsen stepped off the carriage and looked around warily, then smirked. "Guess they haven't arrived yet." Hubert stood to the side, worriedly thinking, sending him as a judge that means she doesn't want to choose anyone. At that moment, in the sky above the town, a faint figure like a lightning spark was using teleportation, zigzagging to get there quickly. While Hubert was nervously wondering why Russell Raymond still hadn't shown up, he suddenly appeared right above Vermilion Unsen. As a judge of the Fire Tower, Unsen was very sensitive to fire-type magic. He grew alert and quickly turned to look up. On the other side, Russell let out a sigh of relief and wiped away his sweat. He stood on the roof opposite the academy, nearly late, but before he could even celebrate, his eyes caught a familiar figure below. Seeing a man frowning up at him, Russell was startled. Vermilion Unsen. Not lingering, Unsen turned and walked into the academy. A combative smile bloomed on his face. This will be interesting. Beating him up should feel pretty good. Returning to a little earlier, before the gate of Daria's mansion, Russell said his goodbyes. "Thank you all very much." He wished her well sincerely. "I hope you return to your homeland safely." Daria smiled and nodded. "Thank you, young man, my benefactor." Then Russell looked at Rhea, the head maid. She was a bit surprised to be addressed and to hear what he had to say. "I will definitely return," he declared confidently. "Until then, I'll be the master of this place. So please manage it well." Rhea pushed up her glasses and smiled contentedly. "We know, sir." "I hope so too." Russell said goodbye to everyone. Even though it was a short time, he was truly grateful to them. Daria confirmed once more. "You don't need a carriage." Russell flexed his body. "No, I don't want to be late, so I'll be much faster running. Then she opened up. Well, since you're heading back, I have a request. Daria handed the young man a carefully sealed letter. Could you deliver this letter to Hubert for me? Russell took it and nodded. Yes, I will certainly deliver it. He noticed Daria's expression didn't seem too happy. Okay, thank you. Back to the President Hubert's sunny office. He received the letter and said in a low voice, It's good that you made it back just in time. Hubert opened the letter to read it, but spoke about something unrelated to the contents. However, this selection process will be quite difficult to help you with. He placed the letter on the desk because some new matters had arisen that they had to finish quickly. Russell Raymond smiled gratefully. It's okay, Professor. Hubert seemed worried. He frowned, interlacing his fingers. All I can tell you is, recalling the judge representing the fire tower, he warned, don't underestimate Brother Unsen. Hubert slowly stood up. Regarding the selection, he walked over and patted Russell on the shoulder. You need to be the strongest, not just try your best. If it's you, you can do it. He gave a confident smile. All right, don't worry, teacher. At that moment, the system sent a new mission notification. Selection Tower mission. Show an overwhelming difference in rank and receive recognition from the Selection Review Board. Recognition from the Selection Review Board, 0 out of 10. Reward, Intermediate Mana Stone. The next day, in the exam room for the first round of selections, the written test began. Russell focused on the exam. The written test wasn't too hard, since he had failed it many times in his past life. When he finished the writing, his mind drifted away. If there was anything to worry about, Russell thought of Daria's letter, the teacher's letter. After this, Professor Hubert's trips would become more frequent, almost to the point where he couldn't teach his class at the academy anymore. And not long after that, the year he took his leave, Professor Hubert Russell Raymond stepped out of the exam room, still thinking about that. He didn't know exactly what had happened. He saw a green snake on a tree approaching its prey. It could be a dangerous mission. Watching the snake catch the bird, Russell stood stunned, thinking of a high-level mage in the fire tower. Just one day after the first round, the results were in. The highest score on the written exam, Russell Raymond. Seeing him being praised in front of the whole school. The students buzzed. Russell Raymond got the highest score. No way, he's actually that smart. So jealous. Receiving praise for his first round achievement, he thought to himself, can I stop it? The professor's death. He didn't have much time to think because the second round, the interview test, would begin shortly. Russell and the students sat waiting in the hallway. As the professors explained the rules, enter when your name is called. He didn't have to wait long before the professor called Russell Raymond. He stood up, silently encouraging himself. I have to stop it. I can stop it. Then he quickly walked into the interview room, because the evidence for that was right before his eyes. Russell Raymond stopped in the middle of the room. In his past life, he didn't remember Unsin becoming an interviewer for the selection. He confidently put his hands behind his back, looking straight at the judges. He had changed the future, so he needed to join the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. Seeing Unsen looking grumpy and annoyed in front of him, Russell focused on his mission goal. He needed to gain recognition here. The professor in charge of documents gave clear, specific instructions. When the judge asks, you must answer concisely and answer verbally. You understand? He asked. Yes, the candidate replied. The White Tower judge read out the question. We will begin. 300 years ago, the formula was created by the mage Orangon. The Q&A session began. The judge asked a question. Russell answered, one must apply the concept of recycled materials to alter the formula. He wasn't too worried. The interview questions were easier than the written exam. As the White Tower judge read the question, yellow mana radiated from his body. Russell noticed this. However, there were other tasks for the second round of the exam. The mana suddenly flared up, shining with a blinding golden light. A heavy pressure bore down, yet Russell remained standing straight, enduring the mana unleashed by the selection committee. In his past life, he always failed at this stage, but this time was different. He stood his ground and answered the question without faltering. If you change the ratio of the ingredients in the potion, you can triple the effectiveness. The Gold Tower judge couldn't help but applaud. That kid is impressive. His expression didn't even change. Even in the midst of a mana storm, Unsin smiled maliciously like a predator hunting its prey. Is that all? A massive wave of mana surged from him, increasing the pressure several times over. Russell Raymond gritted his teeth, bearing the weight like a mountain pressing down on him. Vermilion Unsin wore an amused smile, staying silent while maintaining the pressure for a long time. The Gold Tower judge looked at him, frowning involuntarily. He's truly a madman, he thought, if this continues. The Gold Tower judge turned his head away, worried about the candidate's fate. The candidate might die. However, he was shocked to realize that Russell Raymond was still standing firm. He can actually take it. The Blue Tower judge praised him. That's unexpected. He turned to look at the group of professors trembling under the pressure at the neighboring table. Even the newly appointed professors in charge of paperwork were suffering. This judge silently observed that Russell was undoubtedly a genius worth coveting. Composed under such immense pressure, he had clearly earned the recognition of the judges. The system notified him of recognition from the selection committee. 1 to 10, 2 to 10, 3 to 10, 4 to 10, 5 to 10, 6 to 10, 7 to 10, 8 to 10, 9 to 10. Vermilion Unsen felt intrigued. You're still holding up? He immediately released even more mana. Let's see about that. The pressure increased several times over. Veins bulged on Russell Raymond's face. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, refusing to let himself fall. Vermilion Unsen seemed stimulated by the boy's stubbornness. His gaze grew even sharper. Suddenly, the Blue Tower judge stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. We still have many other interviews to get through, so let's stop here. Vermilion Unsen retracted the mana storm, smirking. He clicked his tongue. I was just about to see something fun. How boring. Below, Russell's hands behind his back were trembling uncontrollably. At the next table, the Academy's new professors gasped for air, sharing the same thought. We survived. The White Tower judge set the question sheet down and smiled with satisfaction. You did well. You may leave. The candidate, Russell, left the room and closed the door. A professor called out, Next person, come in. He went outside and collapsed onto the waiting chair. Only then did Russell show his anxiety and fear, trembling like a little puppy. He thought he was about to kick the bucket. However, his eyes lit up a recognition notification from the selection committee. 9 to 10. He let out a sigh of relief, seeing the progress was nearly complete. So, that wasn't enough? Huh. Ha ha, he's not a pushover either. Along the hallway, the Blue Tower judge spoke up. Russell Raymond. He was walking with the other judges. He said, So that's the candidate the Fire Tower Master has had his eye on. The Gold Tower judge added, He's a student everyone wants to recruit. What a pity. The White Tower judge suddenly asked, Unsen, the youngest priest, are you really conducting military training? Suddenly, he turned back and asked sternly, Who did you say was the youngest? She hurriedly clarified, No, I didn't mean it like that. The two remaining judges looked at him timidly and fell silent. He recalled the past, soldiers running for their lives, shouting, Stop that newcomer. They were terrified when they saw the barrier cracking. Someone cried out, No, there's a crack in the barrier. A foot stomped hard into someone's stomach. A man was pinned down and slashed. A series of screams and cries echoed. The moonlight illuminated the night sky. Unsen looked at the people lying scattered on the ground and sighed. Weaklings. He appeared furious, but tears fell from his eyes. Returning to reality, Unsen thought to himself, If they collapse, everyone is doomed. The scene shifted to the assembly area. A judge shouted, It's time to begin the third round of the exam. He explained that this round was a treasure hunt. He held up a blue mana stone and said, In the dense forest on the hill, candidates must find blue mana stones. The candidates listened intently to the judge. He continued, The number of mana stones you find and bring back will determine your score. Russell looked at them and thought, It seems they want the candidates to steal mana stones from each other. The judge commanded, All right, candidates, line up. Russell silently looked at the system board. He wondered, If I pass this third round, will it grant me recognition? He sighed. The signal to start was given. Russell and the other candidates surged forward. He calculated. First, I'll try to run as fast as I can and do my best. After a while, as the sun began to set, Russell wandered around deep in thought. Should I summon it now? He cupped his hands together, and a flame flared up. He thought, It'll probably be mad for a moment, then it'll be fine. Pepper was summoned and immediately cuddled up to him. Russell apologized. It's been a long time, Pepper. I'm sorry I couldn't use magic at school. It looked at him and smiled happily. Russell Raymond created a magic circle and reached his hand into it. At the same time, he said, Pepper, can you help me with something? He pulled out a red mana stone and said, I want to find stones that look like this. Russell brought the stone to Pepper's nose to sniff. It immediately flew off to search. Russell Raymond watched it and thought, I've heard that spirits in the mana world can sense magic energy very keenly. He smiled and asked, Did you sniff it out already? It turned back, looked at him, and smiled in response. Russell followed the direction Pepper was flying and said, All right then, let's go. On a nearby tree, a red magic circle appeared. The scene shifted to a house where a voice rang out, I finally found you. Hubert grabbed a man by his collar, lifting him up and threatening him. You mage, where is the deal you made? The man replied in fear, I don't know. I only sold him a few ingredients needed for alchemy. That's all I know. Hubert pressed him. What about that alchemy formula? He growled, Do you have no idea that it's a heretical ritual? Hearing that, he felt a sudden itch to act. What was that? Hubert shoved the man hard against the wall. Hubert whispered something that left him stunned. Helping those cultists is an act of treason against the kingdom. Hubert pressed him. I'll ask you one more time, where did that mage go? The man panicked. I truly don't know. He rambled. I only heard that he planned to secretly tail a woman. She was leading her disciple, and he wanted to get a good look at that apprentice's face. Hearing this, Hubert immediately thought of Russell Raymond and hurried away, his heart heavy with dread. If the cultists were targeting her, they wouldn't just be going after her alone. He realized that the students would be in danger too. No, this can't happen. Hubert bolted, sparks of magic crackling off his body. He thought to himself, everyone participating in this exam is in grave danger. Deep in the dark forest, a participant complained. Damn it, what the hell is a mana stone, anyway? He thought, I can't use light magic. It'll give away my position. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. He caught sight of a bizarre shadow in front of him and stammered. What is that? He instinctively unleashed a wind blade. As he approached the spot, he muttered, You really gave me a scare. He wondered, was that just another contestant? He scanned the area and thought, is he dead? Well, it is a competition. He was about to walk away when he stopped. Wait a minute. He turned back, calculating, what if he has a mana stone on him? He stepped closer, but there was nothing there. While he stood there, confused, a dark shadow appeared silently behind him. Oblivious, the student muttered, where the hell did he go? He panicked and whipped his head around, a blood-curdling scream echoing through the forest. Elsewhere, Russell Raymond was still searching for mana stones. He walked along and thought, this must be the center of the forest. Up ahead, he saw a black bag overflowing with blue mana stones, with Pepper right beside them. Russell exclaimed, there they are. He felt something was off, wondering, why are all the mana stones in one place? He stroked Pepper, thinking, that's it. You did great, Pepper. He sat down near the stones and spotted a golem core nearby, but it was an odd one. Russell picked it up, inspected it, and realized it's been destroyed. He concluded that it must have been shattered before the golem could even be summoned. Who the hell did this? Suddenly, Pepper let out a warning cry, and Russell instantly spun around. Something shifted in the grass, heading straight for him. Russell watched in surprise as sharp earth pillars erupted from the ground. Russell quickly rolled to dodge the attack. As he slid back, glowing bubbles of light floated up. He thought, earth magic? He watched them drift toward the sky and wondered, wait, light magic too? He immediately dodged the light bubbles. Just as he landed, a massive explosion rocked the area, causing the ground to collapse. He realized the enemy wasn't alone. Suddenly, a volley of ice arrows rained down from behind him. Luckily, Pepper reacted just in time, breathing fire to melt the ice arrows. Good job, Pepper, Russell praised. He raised his hand and launched fire arrows of his own, shattering the light bubbles. The light bubbles burst, hitting the ground and triggering more explosions. Russell peered through the dust, eyes narrowed, watching intently. When Lay slowly walked out, Russell asked, who the hell are you? He stared at them and continued, you're supposed to be honor students chosen by the tower. Alex emerged from the bushes, followed by Violet. Russell snapped, you're really going to use such pathetic, dirty tactics. Lay swiped his hand away and cursed, shut your mouth. Why is some low-class piece of trash like you the one to find the first mana stone? He gritted his teeth, thinking, there's no way anyone but us should have known where the mana stones were. This is complete nonsense. But then, he looked at Pepper and wondered, is that a spirit? Violet spoke up, it is a spirit. That explains why you found the mana stones so quickly. Alex thought, Russell Raymond, I never expected someone to hide such high-level skills on their own. Russell scratched his head and said, finding them quickly isn't a big deal, is it? You're talking as if you're shocked I actually managed to find them. He sighed with a smirk. Oh, that reminds me. Russell continued, I almost forgot you guys must have some kind of secret deal with the professors, right? Lay felt a jolt of anxiety, thinking, this guy is too sharp. Russell turned to leave, saying, whatever, I don't intend to interfere. Just stay out of my way. Lay shouted angrily, don't play dumb with me. But in a heartbeat, Russell flashed behind him and threatened, you'll regret it if you push your luck. Violet looked on in total shock. Alex was stunned, whispering, did he just teleport? Suddenly, Pepper let out a low growl. Russell asked, Pepper. He scanned the forest, his expression hardening. There's movement in the woods. He turned to Lay. Lay replied, yeah, you said the professors were helping you, Russell asked. Did they say anything about destroying those golems? Lay replied, not at all. Alex and Violet stepped forward. We think this is weird, too. Russell grew alert and spun around. He said seriously, something's coming. Suddenly, a flock of birds erupted from the trees. The forest began to shake violently. Undead creatures swarmed toward them. Russell gasped, undead? Violet panicked. How are there undead in the exam area? Alex added, "That's impossible." Lei was just as terrified, shouting, "What? No way." He thought, "I need to get out of here." He turned to run, but the sight before him froze him in his tracks. They were completely surrounded by the undead. He cried out in despair, "There's no way out." Pepper soared into the air, and a wall of fire instantly rose, encircling the four of them. Lei stared at Russell, thinking, "A wall of fire. That's a fourth circle spell." Russell commanded, "From now on, each of you picks a direction and handles the undead that break through the wall." "Got it." The other three stood there, stunned. Russell roared, "Did you hear me?" They snapped out of it and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Lei thought with a shiver, "I can't believe I actually tried to pick a fight with a guy like him. If we'd really fought, we would have been done for." Russell watched the undead burning in the flames and thought, the firewall is only a temporary solution. The undead kept throwing themselves into the fire. He observed them and realized, I need to find the mages controlling these things. We have to find a way out of here. One of the undead lunged into the fire, its face melting off. Russell stared at it, thinking, an undead. He pondered, the heretics who hunt for forbidden magic and the blasphemous entities they summon. He furrowed his brow, murmuring, in the past, the Tower Master himself was the one who subdued those heretics. So these are the remnants from that incident. What is their objective here? Russell was suddenly startled, questioning himself. Could it be that they're hunting me? The undead creatures continued to charge forward frantically. He bit his lip, calculating. No, for now, I need to focus on fighting first. The magic they're using is a type of curse. He evaluated one of its traits as having a very low mana cost, meaning the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantaged he would be. Russell turned his head to remind the other three, everyone, use your mana wisely. He continued to lower his firepower and aim for their weak points, replying with weary breath. That's easier said than done, Alex chimed in. But in any case, the judges will be here soon. If we can just hold out until then. Violet cut him off. The judges aren't coming. Lei was instantly panicked. What? What are you saying? Russell said. She's right. He added that it was impossible for the judges, he continued, speaking from the magic tower, the capital, to not notice this evil source of energy. Violet responded, perhaps they used some kind of trap to wipe away all traces of mana. Russell suddenly remembered the red magic circle on the tree earlier and questioned if it was a trap. Hearing this, Lei trembled with unease. So we have to fight this whole pile of enemies by ourselves, Violet said. Reduce the size and increase the sharpness. But Lei still said fearfully, damn it. What's the point of fighting with such intricate methods? Beside them, Alex was trying to attack the undead. Lei looked over at him and thought, what is he doing? Even this guy is following suit. The heretic hiding in the distance observed and said, they're quick-witted. They've started to conserve mana. The person next to him continued, the kids are mimicking that bitch's student, aren't they? He raised his hand to create a purple fireball. Behind him stood a giant monster holding a hammer. He continued, however, what happens if they encounter a situation where they can no longer conserve mana? Suddenly, a loud noise caused Russell Raymond and the others to glance at the monster stepping through the wall of fire. It roared ferociously. Seeing it, Russell Raymond and the other three exclaimed in astonishment. A troll. Violet immediately cast an ice prison spell on the troll. A series of light bubbles were also released. Alex fired crystal beams at the first troll, but it seemed none of it had any effect on it. The troll growled fiercely and swung its hammer high toward Alex. He stared at it in panic. Suddenly, sparks were fired by Russell. Initiating his flame spear at maximum output, the troll dropped its hammer as its body slowly began to disintegrate. The purple fireball in the heretic's hand shattered. He was annoyed. What? He asked his accomplice. Did he defeat a giant troll with just one hit? Violet was stunned. She evaluated the magic just now as having destructive power on par with a fifth circle spell. She looked at Russell Raymond and wondered, is he really just a student like me? Russell suddenly realized something. He saw Pepper flying around and asked, Pepper. The trolls observed Pepper, who also noticed them, and thought, so that's where you're hiding. He created a fire blade and used the mage's body technique. Violet looked at him in surprise, wondering, what is he trying to do? Russell gripped the fire blade tightly and said, now, throw this with all your strength. While you throw it, pour your mana into it. The fire blade was thrown with immense force, making it fly like a missile toward the two trolls. They were immediately panicked. We have to dodge. Quick! Has our position been discovered? The blazing fire blade flew toward them. The troll immediately cast a spell, shouting in a rush, block it. A swarm of undead was created to shield him. The fire blade flew into the undead. The troll was horrified. The blade tore through them, shooting straight at the two trolls. A massive explosion erupted right in the middle of the forest. Russell Raymond looked on and wondered if he had taken them out. The troll crawled out from the smoke and thought to himself, that woman really raised a monster. He had used his accomplice to take the hit. We saved this move to deal with the judges. He laughed savagely, didn't expect to use it on you instead. Russell was panicked at the scene before him. The other candidates were being held hostage by the bone soldiers. He and the other three were surrounded on all sides. The bald gatekeeper suddenly exclaimed. Professor Hubert, the bearded man standing beside him, also awkwardly spoke up to intervene. I'm very sorry to have to say this, but only judges are allowed inside here. Hubert rushed inside and called out loudly, Senior Unsen. Unsen didn't turn back, just replied coldly, the mission is over. But upon hearing the next announcement, his pupils widened in shock. The heretics are coming here too. Hubert reported anxiously. They are pursuing Russell. The candidates at the exam grounds are also in danger. Unsen turned black with rage, his murderous aura radiating intensely as he gritted his teeth and said, How dare they cause trouble right in front of me? The scene shifted to the forest. W wore a smile, holding a dangerous green flame in his hand. He threatened. If you move, even an inch, a candidate was being forced to his knees by a bone soldier with a sword at his throat. His face turned pale as he felt the killing intent that could end his life at any moment. If you disobey, W warned, I will kill them all and turn them into my bone soldiers. Russell thought tensely. He gagged the candidate to prevent him from chanting. He imagined a scenario where he acted stealthily, calculating. If I can't stop him even having used blink, in his imagination, even after being stabbed once, W still laughed smugly. W snapped his fingers, activating a destruction spell. A bloody vision flashed in Russell Raymond's mind. Everyone would die. W and his bone soldiers spoke up confidently to provoke him, so don't bother resisting. Come out here. Russell's face was full of tension as W mentioned him. The child from the fire tower. Russell bit his lip, thinking, just as I thought, I'm their target. He thought in silence, beginning to retract his own magic. Russell slowly stepped out from the shadows to face the bone soldiers and W. W gave a vile laugh, mocking him. Impressive. I can't believe you'd sacrifice your life to save your friends. Hearing that word, Russell Raymond stood stunned for a moment and began to reply, Friends, is that so? Lay began to feel uneasy, hearing him mock them. If you're weak, they'll call you a weakling. Violet also bowed her head, not daring to look up at W's mockery. If you're strong, they'll fear you. The candidates who were tied up could only turn pale upon hearing the words he spat out: contempt, disgust, envy. These guys are just jealous of people stronger than them. W looked silently at Russell Raymond's explanation. Russell looked him straight in the eyes, calm and composed, and said, Perhaps you wouldn't understand. Before the astonished gazes of everyone, Russell just coldly stated his reason. I did it because it's a guardian's duty to protect everyone. W clutched his face, trying to hold back his insane laughter. He sneered. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, huh? What was that? A mission? Justice? He raised his hand, commanding the skeletons to advance toward him. Wei retorted, Those are just empty words from the weak. He gave a cold, dismissive smirk. Contemptuously, he called out, Look at you, hiding behind those skeletons, too afraid to handle things yourself. The man grew furious, bowing his head and biting his lip to suppress his rage. Wei controlled a skeleton to slip behind him, grabbed him by the arms, and held him fast. He sneered, It's only because you wanted it this way. The skeleton suddenly shoved a piece of cloth into his mouth, locking it tight. Wei shouted in fury, Then I'll kill you with my own hands. He summoned waves of white bones to surround himself. Wei glared and growled, You brat from the fire tower. Wielding a sharp bone sword, he looked triumphantly at the restrained Russell Raymond and said, It's a shame I won't get to hear you scream, but I have no other choice. He stared daggers at the man's next move. Russell's mind raced, recalling a form of magic that didn't require incantations. He remembered the technique, realizing he could cast it through sheer willpower alone. In his memory, the system notification flashed. Quest complete. You have received a mid-grade mana stone as a reward. You have gained a great epiphany from summoning souls and have reached the fourth circle of magic. You have received an additional reward. Confused by the extra loot, Russell Raymond wondered. An extra reward? A ring surrounded by lightning flickered onto his finger. Russell thought curiously. A ring, and it's a magical artifact. It was the Cloud Ring. It could transform into a storm cloud whenever necessary. The power of the ring would grow alongside its user. Suddenly, thunder and lightning rumbled across the sky. The sound echoed throughout the gloomy forest. Wei shouted excitedly, Your death will be the opening act of our revenge. Just as he finished, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky, leaving him terrified. Sparks of electricity began to flicker around Russell. Wei looked up in shock, gasping, The sky. At that moment, Russell activated his magic. The command ringing in his mind, Crush them, lightning claws. A blinding light flashed from the heavens, illuminating the entire region. Powerful bolts of lightning struck down, creating immense pressure. The force of the attack made everyone scramble back, covering their eyes. Wei took the full brunt of the strike, screaming in pain as the orb of blue flames in his hand was shattered. A moment later, as the dust cleared, the extent of the damage was clear. Wei was charred black by the lightning, and the skeletons he controlled had all collapsed. Russell stood perfectly still, his powerful energy still radiating outward. Violet approached from behind, gently untying the ropes that bound him, unable to hold back her praise. "I can't believe you thought of using a magical artifact in a situation like that. You're incredible." He calmly pulled the gag from his mouth and replied, "Thanks." Violet sheepishly scratched her head. "We're the ones who should be thanking you." She regained her composure and turned to face the other candidates. "We have to call the judges here immediately." The chaotic scene made Violet anxious. It looks like everyone is going to need medical attention. Lei untied a girl and warned, "Don't forget to tell the judges what I did for you." Alex chimed in, urging them, "Get in line." Under the star-filled night sky, Russell calmly said, "The judges will be here soon." Violet asked, "What? How do they know?" He smiled and replied, "Because my friend is leading them here." Pepper was busy marking the trees to lead the way, burning a symbol into them as it moved along. Not long after, a beam of light lit up the middle of the forest. She looked at Russell with admiration, thinking, how many steps ahead was he planning? He noticed something strange. Looking down, he saw the ring on his hand fading. He thought to himself, the cloud ring uses more mana than I expected. While Violet was leaving, the defeated Wei began to stir. Enraged, he began chanting a sacrificial spell. "I offer my essence. I offer everything I've done." Wei's eyes went wide, and he muttered like a puppet, "My life, my lifespan, and even my very death." Both of them sensed a murderous intent, returning quickly. Suddenly, a mountain of white bones was summoned. They piled up on top of one another, transforming into a massive monster right in front of Violet and Russell. The giant skeleton roared from above, its glowing red eyes glaring down at them, its long tongue lashing out terrifyingly. Russell furrowed his brow, raising his hand to shield himself from the radiating energy. He thought, this level far exceeds the fifth circle. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Violet turned back and shouted orders. "Everyone, run into the forest." The other students pushed past each other, their faces pale with fear, all of them scrambling to escape, thinking only of their own survival. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, and he froze. Lei looked at the bags overflowing with mana stones, muttering, "That's over by Russell's spot." Violet turned back to look at him, confused, and scolded him. "What are you doing? Why aren't you running?" Russell looked ahead and explained, "It's targeting that." He continued, "And I'm the only one who can hold it off until the judges arrive." Elsewhere, Unsen and Hubert were rushing rapidly toward the battlefield. Back at Russell's position, the giant skeleton was slowly approaching with its terrifying face and long tongue. Violet glanced at Russell, who was standing his ground, a wave of confusion washing over her. He must be out of mana by now. What is he doing? Her eyes followed his resolute figure, her hand gripping her flame spear as she whispered his name, Russell Raymond. The giant skeleton raised its arm into the air, then brought it crashing down toward the ground where Russell stood with all its might, creating a massive impact. Thankfully, he had quickly leaped behind. The giant skeleton, thinking, a shield won't stop a hit like that. Russell Raymond gritted his teeth, pulling his flame spear back with all his might, thinking, taking just one hit would be lethal. He threw the flame spear violently toward the giant skeleton. Its massive tail slammed into the ground, causing deep fissures to crack the earth. The giant skeleton trembled, a gaping wound appearing on its waist as it roared in pain. Russell landed on the ground, looking up at the giant skeleton in front of him, assessing, that hit him. But he frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. "This is so hard." Russell's voice sounded frustrated as he watched the giant skeleton slowly beginning to regenerate its wound. Damn, it has regeneration powers too? Suddenly, its tail moved along the ground, catching Russell's attention. It was hard to believe it was moving underground, but the giant skeleton's tail darted toward Russell Raymond so fast that he couldn't help but let his guard down. Then, the tail burst out from the ground, aiming straight for Russell Raymond. Luckily, he dodged in time, but he couldn't hide his shock as he spoke up. The giant skeleton's tail lashed about in the air right in front of Russell. Suddenly, it lunged downward at lightning speed. Seeing this, Russell Raymond raised his hands to block, furrowing his brows as he cursed. Damn it. Suddenly, an ice arrow shot straight into the giant skeleton's tail, stopping its attack, leaving Russell bewildered. From the other side, Violet was channeling her power, shouting, "You saved my life." She suddenly created a barrage of ice arrows, aiming them at the giant skeleton, continuing, "So, there's no way I'm leaving you behind." Violet unleashed the ice arrows, hitting the giant skeleton and freezing part of its body. Her voice echoed, and just as he said, among the group fleeing, a pair of feet suddenly stopped in their tracks upon hearing Violet. Alex turned back to look, Violet's voice now firm and resolute. This was a mission. The others also stopped simultaneously, looking at each other in silence. Violet continued her duty as a protector. They turned around and started running back toward the battlefield, leaving Lei confused, his hands still clutching his bag as he shouted in horror. Why are you all coming back? He was furious to see them heading back toward the fight, shouting, are you all crazy? Lei kept on shouting, if something happens to you guys, I couldn't care less. On the other side, a figure was lying motionless on the ground. They suddenly woke up when a small pebble accidentally hit them. Savi, in immense pain, tried to move, gritting his teeth as he let out a groan. His eyes suddenly widened in shock, his voice faltering. Could it be? Savi looked toward the intense battlefield and muttered, a sacrifice ritual, a giant skeleton. He sneered with a mocking tone. Haha, serves you right, acting all dramatic just to survive on your own. Savi saw the students lining up behind Russell and continued. They've all taken their positions. Alex scratched his head, his voice full of apology. Sorry, we're late. Russell was stunned, thinking, this wasn't the plan. His eyes widened as he looked back, deep in thought, until a smile spread across Russell Raymond's face as he realized something. He smiled, his eyes filled with determination as he said, Flame Spear, if you all want to fight alongside me, I won't stop you. Then he hurled the flame spear toward the giant skeleton and spoke, but if you want to live, if you want to win, Russell said with a stern face as he laid out his offer, listen closely to what I say. Right then, the giant skeleton swung its arm, shattering the ice on its body. It roared, blue mist emanating from its entire frame. Russell shouted from the side, I'll create an opening. He put all his strength into swinging his arm, gripping the flame spear, and ordered loudly, so attack with everything you've got. Then Russell Raymond threw the flame spear with great force toward the approaching giant skeleton, catching it off guard before it could even react. Seeing the moment had arrived, Russell shouted for the others to do it now. Simultaneously, a barrage of magical arrows flew rapidly toward the spot where the giant skeleton stood, causing a massive explosion. The blinding light forced everyone to shield their eyes, followed by clouds of dust billowing up. The giant skeleton cried out in pain. Russell watched it beginning to regenerate and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, grabbing his trembling hand, and muttered to himself once more. Russell tried to move his hand, focusing on using his mana, telling himself again, Flame Spear. He thought about how everyone had risked their lives to stay and face the danger, while nearby, Unsen and Hubert were still rushing toward the battle. Russell kept telling himself that because of the Protector's duty, they were all trying to reach the battlefield as quickly as possible. Returning to the fight, Russell Raymond watched as the students continued to try and destroy the giant skeleton, reminding himself that he had to do this for them and for himself. Suddenly, flames erupted around him, engulfing his body. He told himself he had to push even further. A horn sprouted from Russell Raymond's forehead, his gaze shifted, and his red pupils gradually turned golden. His heart filled with resolve, he had to protect them. Russell Raymond was now fully surrounded by flames. He gritted his teeth, his hand gripping the spear, the flame spear. He channeled all his strength, moved with full force, and aimed the spear at the giant skeleton. He opened his eyes wide, realizing the time had come. Russell Raymond immediately threw the flame spear with powerful, decisive force. Seeing this, the others also channeled their power and shouted in unison to attack. A massive surge of power swirled around the speeding flame spear. It raced rapidly toward the giant skeleton, causing it to scream in terror. The flame spear pierced through it, causing the giant skeleton's entire body to crumble. Vermilion Unsen rushed toward the battlefield and saw the candidates fighting a giant skeleton. Unsen gritted his teeth in annoyance. What are those weaklings trying to do? They should have just run away. Vermilion Unsen believed that weakness was a fatal flaw. Once one person falls, everyone else will crumble with them. He stood watching for a long time without intervening, until a spark flickered in the distance. That spark powerfully shattered Vermilion Unsen's perception, the flame spear. The flames were stronger than ever, lighting up the entire forest, blindingly bright. But on that day, Unsen realized the flame spear had powerfully shattered the giant skeleton's skull. Russell panted with exhaustion, and Unsen realized that precisely because they were weak, as long as one person stood up, the other candidates would fight alongside them, they would all rise together. A powerful explosion erupted, fire licked the sky, and as the smoke and fire gradually cleared, the giant skeleton collapsed to the ground, revealing the face of the heretic inside, still alive. He gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes glowing with an eerie green magic. Not yet, he hissed, and following his magic, Fragments began to restore the skeleton. It wasn't over yet, but he had no idea what danger was waiting for him ahead. A foot stepped forward to interrupt him. Vermilion Unsen gathered magic into his fist. A massive surge of power accumulated in his palm. Overheat. The heretic finally felt the terrifying, life-threatening pressure. Vermilion Unsen punched hard toward the heretic, unleashing the magical force in his hand to vanish that evil thing. His power left the candidates wide-eyed in shock. As the smoke and flames cleared, the massive conical crater in front of Vermilion Unsen had been completely leveled. That monster must have been blown to pieces. A weak voice wheezed from behind him. If you were planning to show up, you could have come a bit faster. Russell Raymond muttered, his body swaying as he neared collapse. As he finished, he passed out, but a swift hand caught him. Hubert suddenly appeared, scooping Russell Raymond up and offering praise. Well done. Even someone as difficult as Unsen couldn't help but show a rare, satisfied smile. Just then, the system pinged, notifying him of the examiner's approval rating. 1010. Quest complete. You have received a mid-grade mana stone. When Russell Raymond opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling lights above and heard a voice beside him. Russell Raymond, can you hear me? Are you awake? You still look pretty dazed, like you haven't slept enough. Russell startled and tried to bolt up. Are the other candidates okay? Hubert reassured him. Thanks to you, they're all safe and sound. Russell let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Professor Hubert adjusted his glasses. Everyone is saying the same thing. If you hadn't been there, Russell Raymond, they all would have lost their lives. The boy smiled shyly, remaining incredibly humble. Oh, they helped me out too, sir. The professor gave a gentle smile. But aren't you curious about the competition results? Russell only just realized. Oh, that's right, the selection exam. Hubert explained that, in truth, there were many complications. From the moment the heretics attacked the testing grounds, the mission became meaningless. In a situation like that, cooperation was far more important than competition. Because of that, all the examiners reached a conclusion. In this selection, the person most deserving of the highest score, he declared the result, is you. Russell stared back in shock, a wave of joy bubbling up inside. Did I really get the highest score in the tower selection? He wondered. Russell bowed his head. Thank you, Professor. Feeling a sense of relief, he realized he could finally graduate from the academy. Hubert continued. As for the heretics, an investigation has been launched to find the mastermind behind it all. Soon, they'll find the root of the problem. Russell then mentioned that there was actually one more heretic. The professor was startled. Wasn't there only one? The remaining heretic had fled when the situation turned sour. Savvy had escaped, nursing a deep grudge. I will make you pay for this humiliation, you rookie from the fire tower. Vermilion Unsen pushed the door open, entering with a parcel. Looks like I lost his trail. Russell smiled brightly. You're here, senior. Vermilion Unsen nodded slightly. Let me see how you're doing. Fearing Unsen might be bad for his recovery, Hubert nervously suggested Russell needed to rest. But the boy stopped him. Professor, I'm fine. Really, Russell said with a bright, reassuring smile. That evening, outside the training grounds, Russell Raymond stood facing Unsen. The man looked more cheerful than his usual grumpy self. Fighting those heretics must have been boring for you, right? Vermilion Unsen explained, having had to fight those weaklings. Russell didn't respond to the jab. Unsen clenched his fist and continued. I think weakness is a flaw, and that opinion of mine has never changed. Russell Raymond finally chimed in. I agree with you, sir. But, he said, lifting his head to share his own thoughts, the weak exist so the strong can become stronger and protect them. And because the strong protect them, the weak strive to improve themselves as well. Russell concluded, so, no one is left behind, and we all move forward together. Hearing this, Vermilion Unsen frowned slightly, lost in thought, then smirked. Not a bad answer. He tossed the bundle he was holding to the boy. Open it. Russell took it, curious. He opened the parcel to find a red rose patterned cloak, styled exactly like the one on Unsen's shoulders, the fire tower cloak. Unsen nodded with a cryptic smile. Don't get too excited. He added that if he wanted to join the fire tower, he still had to pass one more test. Russell was confused. But the selection exam is already over, isn't it? Unsen narrowed his eyes. It's what you might call an old tradition. He used magic to draw a circle at his feet. Vermilion Unsen explained the rules. Try to force me out of this circle. You can use whatever magic you like. He waved his hand confidently. If you can make me move out of the circle, you win. But if you fail, you'll have to pay a fair price. Russell looked up at him. He placed one hand behind his back, secretly gathering mana. Don't regret this later. Russell reached out, as if he hadn't just done something behind his back. He flashed a knowing smile. You said I could use any magic I wanted. His fighting spirit flared as red flames swirled around him. The villa suddenly shook violently. This terrified Hubert, who was walking down the hallway, leaving him in a panic. Just then, Unsen was bracing himself against the massive tremor caused by the attack. What's more, his feet were being forced backward. This made him chuckle to himself. I'm protected by a barrier of at least 5th-tier magic. He hadn't expected to be pushed back by someone as young as Russell Raymond, and yet, I'm being pushed back? Just then, Hubert ran in and shouted, "Senior, what do you think you're doing?" He scolded Vermilion Unsen angrily. "I can't believe you push him this hard, especially when his body hasn't even recovered yet." Feeling a bit guilty for being caught red-handed, Vermilion Unsen awkwardly argued, "This is a long-standing tradition of our fire tower." However, Hubert didn't mince words, retorting that it sounded more like the behavior of some immature brat. Touching a nerve, Unsen shouted back, "What's that supposed to mean? Immature brat. I'm doing this so he can internalize discipline before living with others." Hubert, of course, didn't back down. "If he needs you to teach him about discipline, then the pillars of this academy must have all rotted away." Hubert sighed helplessly and turned to apologize to Russell. "Let me apologize on his behalf." Russell, not really minding, laughed it off. "I'm fine, really." Just then, Unsen spoke up. By the way, since I created this trial, you're the first person to pass it." He couldn't believe anyone could survive his brutal exam, let alone Russell Raymond. The magic he used caught him off guard using a primordial magic artifact. Besides the explosion earlier, which was enough to make him lose his footing, there was something else. Vermilion Unsen hadn't foreseen. He never expected the boy to be able to summon a spirit. At this point, he could only marvel. "To be honest, I'm truly amazed." Hubert, having heard this, asked in surprise. Russell summoned a spirit. Russell Raymond then introduced the little spirit in his hand. Yes, its name is Pepper. Both Unsen and Hubert stared at Pepper with scholarly interest, and when it let out an innocent sound, the two old men couldn't help but sigh. It's actually kind of cute. The next day, on the podium, Russell Raymond represented the graduating students to deliver his message. And finally, Russell Raymond gave his speech. He smiled and sent his sincere wishes to his friends. "I hope you will all be guided by the light of mana." As soon as he finished reading, a round of applause erupted from below to congratulate him. The morning sun shone through the rows of trees. Hubert praised Joe for his speech. That graduation speech was quite fitting for the top student. These words made Joe happily reply, "Thank you, Professor." Now that he was no longer a student, he added, "From now on, you can call me your senior." Following his advice, he quickly changed how he addressed him. "Yes, senior." Afterward, he asked Russell Raymond, "Have you found a place to stay in the capital yet?" He honestly replied, "I'm thinking of looking for a small room on the outskirts of the capital." Suddenly, Hubert suggested, "There's no need for that. Stay at my place. Besides, I won't be able to return home until my contract with the academy ends." His offer surprised Joe, who asked back, "Would that really be okay?" He replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm the one offering it to you." At that moment, he remembered when Daria offered to buy him a house. He hadn't expected to never even use the luxurious apartment he bought from the Tower Master. Moreover, she had reminded him to remember the market prices in this area were quite expensive. Thinking about that, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Why does this feel so familiar? Later, in his room, Russell Raymond was busy packing his things. Pepper helped him out, too. Just then, the system sent a notification. "Congratulations on graduating from the academy. Special gifts are being sent to you. Reward: high-level magic stone." This notification, along with the scroll in his hand, made him exclaim in surprise. He opened the scroll and noticed a map similar to the previous one. There was another notification. Quest 1. Find the location marked on the map and resolve the related task. Looking at the location on the map, he smiled smugly, saying there was no way he wouldn't recognize this place. Based on the information Russell Raymond knew, it was a forbidden island where ordinary people were not allowed to set foot. Sin Island. This place was easy to enter but difficult to leave, filled with magical beasts, an extremely dangerous place. To reach it, he would at least need to reach the level of a 6th-rank mage. Remembering this information, Joe had a lingering question. He was extremely curious about how this sudden opportunity had come to him. He couldn't understand what the purpose was. He recalled that day when that person stabbed him and muttered something incomprehensible. To think the horn of the forgotten king was carved onto your body. This made him wonder, did it simply want him to become stronger? Recalling the feeling of that horn embedded in his stomach, he wondered if there was some other motive for trying so hard to help him grow stronger. That horn had granted him power he never expected. With this strength, back in reality, Russell Raymond sat on his bed and told himself he still didn't know anything. He picked up Pepper and said, "But I must become stronger, because after all, I still have many things to protect." Later, he was sitting in a carriage speeding along the road when a voice from inside asked, "Is this your first time coming to the capital?" He replied politely, "No, I've been there before." Vermilion Unsen heard this and suddenly remembered something. Ah, right, this kid is a member of the Damon tribe. I almost forgot. Suddenly, Joe asked, Senior, I have something I'd like to ask you. Vermilion Unsen replied casually, What is it? Joe mentioned what Hubert had previously hinted at regarding the mission the professor had mentioned. You want to know something? Is it related to those heretics, right? The reason he asked was that he believed otherwise there would be no way the professor could become alert as soon as they attacked. His intelligence made Vermilion Unsen laugh and offer praise. You're sharp. So, he honestly confirmed it. That's right. Hubert's mission was to track the Heretic Council. However, there was one thing he wasn't sure about. I'm not certain if calling them a council is even correct. This group worships a severed head. Russell Raymond heard this and enthusiastically offered, I also want to help with that mission. Vermilion Unsen heard this and laughed, teasing him. What? You want to hunt down heretics? Although he was joking on the outside, he was still wary of Russell Raymond in his heart, as it was hard to tell if he was lying. In his estimation, the boy had a very honest look in his eyes. After a moment of silent thought, he replied loudly, All right, a man should have big dreams. I will report this to the Tower Master. Seeing that he had accepted, Joe happily exclaimed, Thank you, sir. Before he could enjoy it for a few seconds, he added one more thing. He laughed loudly and set a condition. Only if you agree to learn my magic before reaching the capital. The condition he set made Joe sigh helplessly. He really likes to bet, doesn't he? Right then, he quickly demonstrated the magic he was proud of, named Superheat. He explained it was a one-hit kill type of magic. According to Vermilion Unsen's introduction, Superheat was a one-hit kill skill used by concentrating mana, even if only for a brief moment. Afraid Joe wouldn't understand, he thoughtfully gave a specific example. You can imagine it like using a slingshot, compress the mana, and then fire it. After saying that, he waved his hand to disperse the magic power and asked with a smile, Can you do it? A while later, the two stopped at a spot and Joe began to practice according to Unsen's method. He practiced day and night on the journey, and it seemed he had mastered the skill. On one beautiful day, near a cliff, a thunderous explosion echoed, and Joe easily unleashed a strike that pierced through the cliffside. This made Vermilion Unsen extremely satisfied. It truly exceeded my expectations. He was somewhat in disbelief at Joe's ability. I didn't expect him to be able to fuse Superheat into his own original magic. I've never met anyone as talented as him before. Just then, Russell Raymond raised his trembling hand and sighed in frustration. My hand is still shaking. However, Unsen gently placed a hand on his shoulder and advised him, You've learned how to use it now. But he noticed a few flaws when he used the skill. Superheat requires concentrating mana at a single point, so you must be careful about being countered after using it. Hearing this, he had a slight objection. If that's the case, it's very risky to use this move against strong opponents. He knew he would say that, so he smiled and said, It's not always like that. Remember, the best defense is a good offense. On the day the two of them arrived at the capital, Vermilion Unsen's advice still lingered in Joe's mind. As I said, you will never know when someone stronger than you will appear. He had instructed him thoroughly. However, the strong often look down on the weak, which is the moment they let their guard down. At the same time, Alan Pett was helping Melv down from the carriage. Please step down slowly. Meanwhile, he noticed a figure standing opposite him. That figure was none other than Russell. Russell recognized him too. He remembered Unsen's final warning. When the time came, the hidden techniques he possessed would be the deciding factor in who would emerge victorious. A moment later, Russell Raymond personally went to thank Daria. Thank you, Tower Master. I owe my current position to you, Daria replied joyfully. Congratulations on joining the Fire Tower. Suddenly, remembering something, she looked toward Melville and Alan Pett, adding, It's a good thing you arrived just as the Blue Tower Master was visiting. The true identities of the two guests were Alan Pett, a mage of the Blue Tower, and Hemingway Melville, the master of the Blue Tower. Melville spoke up then, I was wondering why you chose today to meet me. His eyes fixed on Russell Raymond as he sighed. So, you just wanted to show off the student you took in during your twilight years, Daria didn't hide it at all, responding proudly, Of course. She even bragged about how this young boy, despite his age, was already a hero who had defeated a heretic. At this point, she showed her annoyance at Melville's arrogant attitude, saying, Do you have a problem with me showing off my student? Hearing you talk like that is really irritating. Russell Raymond kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. He recognized Melville's disciple, Alan Pett. In a few years, he would be crowned the youngest Sixth Circle mage, a true genius. He recalled his past life. Back then, this man had helped him immensely. He never expected they would meet again like this. After a moment of silence, Melville spoke. Well, I don't see anything to brag about there. Then, it was his turn to show off his own disciple. If you would look objectively, you'd see Alan Pett's skills are superior. Seeing the two of them getting ready to bicker again, Unsen let out an exasperated sigh. They're at it again. Good grief. And so, the battle began. Daria flared up, saying, "Oh, did you forget that my student is much younger than yours?" Melville retorted, without missing a beat. "I took that into account before making my judgment." Her mana began to clash with his, and she laughed, remarking that he was certainly clever to have calculated that. He didn't hesitate to fire back. "Come now, teach the kid well. Don't try to refute me. Are you afraid of losing?" Seeing his master about to get into a scuffle, Alan Pett quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He smiled and stepped in to mediate. "Our tower master isn't usually like this, but whenever he meets you, he reverts to this childish behavior." His words made Melville roar in frustration. "What was that?" Alan remained calm and added, "You must be reminiscing about your youth." This only made Melville angrier. "What is this brat babbling about?" Alan leaned in and whispered to him, "Tower Master, you still have to visit the Imperial Palace today, don't you?" Reminded of this, Melville's anger faded as he replied, "Right, indeed." After settling his master down, Alan Pett approached Russell Raymond and spoke. "I apologize for the rudeness." He reached out to offer a handshake. As this was their first meeting, and knowing Alan wanted to apologize for his master's temper, Russell quickly reassured him that it was fine. Suddenly, Russell hesitated, then added straightforwardly, "But, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed." With a calm tone, he stated, "I wanted to show you both my magic." His words caught Unsen off guard, who thought to herself, "Look at this kid." Melville, on the other hand, seemed to find Russell's boldness amusing and laughed loudly. "How daring." Then his tone dropped. "I wonder," suddenly, he unleashed his mana and asked, "Where does that confidence come from?" Russell felt no fear before his magic. On the contrary, he was intrigued. "Is this the mana of the Blue Tower Master? It feels like I'm drowning in an ocean." His reaction left Melville both satisfied and fascinated. "To think there is something that could surprise me at this age." Melville stood up and addressed her, "Fire Tower Master." He made a proposal. "Let's make a bet." The offer piqued Daria's interest. A bet? In that very moment, a wager was struck between Daria and Melville. 5 years. In 5 years, if her student, he specified the terms of the gamble, caught up to the level of his student, the prize he offered was a priceless treasure. "I will give you one of my mythological relics." Naturally, this stirred Daria's competitive spirit. She let out an "oh." As for Russell, when he heard what the prize was, he was astonished. A mythological relic. According to what he knew, such an artifact originated from the mythological age. These were artifacts that had survived from a forgotten era. From what he had heard, even the weakest relic contained mana close to the 7th circle. Just then, Daria unexpectedly offered a different time frame. 3 years. The reduction in time shocked Melville, who exclaimed, "What?" Daria was all in. "If my student can't catch up to yours in 3 years, I'll give you my mythological relic." "You old woman." Her high stakes made Melville chuckle. "It's not too late to take that back, you know." However, she ignored him and said smugly, "You'd better start preparing that relic." Seeing that everything was settled, Melville didn't linger and turned to leave. "Let's go." That's enough polite conversation for today. Before leaving, Alan bowed politely to Daria. "We shall take our leave, Fire Tower Master." A moment later, as the master and disciple walked down the stairs, Alan Pett asked worriedly, "Is it really okay to bet a mythological relic like that?" Melville answered nonchalantly, "Of course not." His response left Alan stunned. "What?" Ignoring Alan's confusion, he replied quite calmly, "So you had better give it your all." Since things had reached this point, Alan had no choice but to play along. "Very well, I will fulfill my role as a senior." After that conversation, the two fell silent. Melville looked out the window and muttered to himself, "The Russell Raymond family." Upstairs, Unsen was helplessly scolding Russell. "It's your first day and you still can't sit still. Is Alan Pett your friend?" Russell was scolded into silence and could only reply, "I'm sorry." At this moment, Melville was becoming very intrigued by the boy, wondering in his mind, could he be a resurrection? Daria lifted her teacup and asked, "Unsen told me. You want to help monitor the others?" Russell confirmed it sincerely. "Yes, ma'am." His certainty made Daria promptly share a piece of news with him. "Right on time, my informants just brought me news." She dropped a bombshell, revealing they'd finally found traces of the cultists who attacked the academy. She also provided intel on where the attacker was hiding out specifically, the neutral city of Sudra. On top of that, the criminal was trying to slip away on his own. When Russell Raymond heard this, he had to admit that Sudra, a haven for criminals, was a pretty smart place to hide. Daria then said sternly, "Since you faced this criminal before, you're in a better position to track him down than anyone else." Her voice dropped as she added a warning. "You know, he's definitely set a trap." Do you still want to take the risk? Russell Raymond immediately snapped into a formal posture. He gave a sharp salute and declared, I will fulfill my duty as a guardian of this kingdom. His vow made Daria sigh. Fine, leave tomorrow. Before you go, don't forget, she added, I'll have a teleportation gate prepared for you. Make sure you bring your gear. Her approval for this mission made him feel more relieved than ever. Hopefully, this was the first step toward preventing Professor Hubert's death. Later, as his carriage slowly moved through the crowded streets, Russell sat inside, stunned by what he received. He couldn't believe they'd given him 2 high-grade mana potions. In his past life, they were so expensive he couldn't even afford to look at them. He knew exactly why he'd been given such good supplies. Daria had approved his mission, but she was definitely worried because he was still a rookie. Just as he was looking out the carriage window, he saw something. A magnificent white building made him remember something. He quickly shouted to the coachman to stop. Let me out for a moment. He had business at the Love Fram Museum's magic exhibit. He stood before a withered heart encased in glass, thinking about how the source of his regression began right here. He greeted the inanimate object, long time no see. His mind had been plagued with questions about why this miracle happened to him. Now, he finally had an answer. He clenched his fist and vowed to grow stronger to protect more people. Just then, the withered heart reacted. The system popped up, announcing a quest to protect the heart. Protect the Dragon King's heart stored at the Andeon Museum in the capital. The reward for completing the Dragon Transformation quest, awakening dragon powers through sheer willpower, was a mid-grade mana stone. Looking at the reward, Russell Raymond couldn't help but marvel. They're being pretty generous with these missions, aren't they? Regarding the first reward, he figured that if he was getting the Dragon King's heart, he had to prove he was worthy of the royal gifts. It was tough, but not impossible. However, when he saw the second notification, he felt a bit uneasy. Dragon transformation? What does that mean? As he pondered it, the system provided an explanation. Suddenly, he felt a surge of abundant mana within him, making him gasp in shock. This is right now, he muttered, feeling a level of magic he had never experienced before. I've never felt like this, to feel such a magical boost during a crisis. Just then, Russell caught a glimpse of himself in the glass reflection and saw he had changed. Is that me? He whispered, shocked by the transformation. As the sun set, Russell returned to his room, sat on his bed, and mused. It seems this power burst out during the mana training. He recalled the system notification. You have absorbed the maximum amount of the Forgotten King's horn. Excess mana is being stored as a foundation. Remembering this, he frustratedly ruffled Pepper's fur. I wish I could control these sensations at will. He sat in silence, wondering if he could release even more power by combining thermal energy with the dragon transformation. The damage would probably be nearly lethal, like a level 6 attack. He knew it was just wishful thinking. Russell was still struggling. The problem is, I have no way to tame it. The power only bursts out when I'm in danger. While he was busy moping, Pepper seemed to come up with an idea. I don't have time to train, and besides, regular training won't work. Suddenly, Pepper bit his pants hard and tugged, trying to drag him somewhere. Russell just sat there listlessly, asking, what am I supposed to do? Pepper seemed annoyed by his whining. No matter how I focus, I can't recapture that panicked feeling. Seeing him continue to complain, Pepper got angry, puffed fire into his face, and gave him an earful. Russell finally realized what Pepper meant and blurted out, You mean you can help me? Seeing he understood, Pepper chirped happily. Following its lead, Russell sat up straight, and Pepper climbed onto his head. Russell slipped into a meditative state and suddenly appeared somewhere else. He recognized it immediately, the spirit realm where he first met Pepper. He finally realized why Pepper brought him here. Right, time moves differently here than in the outside world. It's the perfect place to train magic, but I don't have a sparring partner. As he looked around, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. He turned around and was shocked to see a massive dragon. It looked familiar, so he hesitantly called out, Pepper. Hearing his voice, Pepper happily lowered its head for him to pet. Russell sighed in relief. So, it was you. Russell then said sheepishly, Thanks for the help, but fighting you is a bit. As soon as he finished, a bunch of monsters appeared for him to practice with. This made him nod. I guess I was worried for nothing. Watching the monsters charge at him, Russell flashed an excited grin. He loosened his muscles to prepare for an intense training session. All right then, let's do this. In the tavern, where everyone was gathered, two subordinates asked, The leader of the cultists has left the capital. Should we go after them? The intelligence leader quickly warned everyone, Prepare yourselves. Everything is about to begin. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give the tavern manager some instructions. Jackson asked him to report back to me that something was wrong at the fire tower. Jackson signaled that he understood and replied, Got it. Everyone be careful. The fire tower intelligence chief smiled confidently and said, Don't worry. He mentioned Russell Raymond. It must be someone Daria personally trained who's coming to help. I can't let him steal the spotlight all by himself. After saying that, he flicked his cloak and left. With a fearless and heroic stance, he firmly told his team, "Let's go." 3 days later, at that same tavern, a transmission orb delivered news that made Jackson extremely anxious. The fire tower's god. He needs to get here fast. It turned out the news was dire. Sudra reported that the intelligence agents sent by the fire tower had gone missing. The next morning, on the streets, the locals looked surprised at something they saw. What's that? They were staring at him, curiously wondering. A kid like that is in Sudra. He was currently in the neutral city of Sudra. He strolled through the city and mused to himself that without the spatial gate in the imperial capital, it would have taken him another week to reach Sudra. Besides that, there was another matter. But thanks to his training in the spirit realm, where time stands still, he felt as if he had lost all sense of time. It felt like it had been a whole month since he arrived. It was also there that the fire magic within Russell Raymond erupted violently. Finally, thanks to that, he reached the realm he desired. Of course, he had succeeded with a reinforcement spell like dragonification. The system sent a series of notifications. You have gained the power of a dragon through your own efforts. Dragon bones will reflect your level. During the dragonification process, your understanding of the fire attribute will increase exponentially. Even with that power, Russell Raymond still struggled with killing monsters, but there were still too many problems to solve. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. The bird-like monster attacked him with a powerful magical blow. Just as he prepared to counter, the fire spear in his hand suddenly vanished, so he took the full force of the attack. After getting beaten up, he realized that first, the duration was too short. After being pummeled, he cursed in frustration. Damn it, only 15 seconds. After cursing, he tried to stand up. However, another problem arose. The second was the recoil from using it. Recoil while he was thinking about the second difficult problem. Someone suddenly blocked his path. Much like overheating, when using this skill, he would lose the ability to defend himself. A bandit appeared out of nowhere and brazenly blocked his way. "What's more?" he asked in a sleazy voice. "Hey kid, are you lost?" Just as he was trying to lure Russell Raymond. "If you want, I'll show you the way." He was thinking about ignoring him, but then he remembered something. How interesting. A little later, at a tavern in the city, the bald guy who had blocked Russell Raymond earlier was now leading him there with a bruised face and a smile. This place was the Yellow Wyvern. He and his lackeys even personally ushered him inside, wishing him a good trip. Seeing these two, Russell Raymond felt a bit of disdain. Bunch of good-for-nothings. He then sighed helplessly and said, "Get lost." A moment later, he walked inside, and the tavern manager greeted him as soon as he saw him. "Welcome, guest." Then he asked, "What would you like to have?" Russell leisurely ordered his drink, a glass of 37-year-old red rake cocktail mixed with 12-year-old brick, straight. A guy next to him heard him order like that and mocked him. "Are you crazy? Are you planning to mix a cocktail with over 70% alcohol?" Even though he was teased, he couldn't refute it for a reason. Drinking that stuff can actually kill you. This way of ordering was the code of the fire tower. Jackson himself had long realized his identity, not expecting that the young man would be a member of the fire tower. He placed the glass on the table with slight confusion in his heart. Isn't he too young? But since he was acting, he still had to play his part, so he said, "Here's your drink." Suddenly, a protective circle appeared around Russell Raymond. Jackson then explained, "It's sound-dampening magic. The other guests won't be able to hear our conversation." He leisurely poured the wine while introducing himself. "I am Jackson, a mage of the Red Tower specifically assigned here. I work secretly under the guise of being the manager in Gel." Out of courtesy, he revealed his identity and suggested, "I am Joe Dayan from the Fire Tower. Let's go somewhere else to talk." A while later, in a quiet corner of the tavern, Joe's shocked voice rang out. "So, 3 days ago, the Fire Tower's agents went missing?" Jackson nodded sadly to confirm. "Yes, and he also mentioned the last time they were in contact. He revealed the last place the agents were. The intelligence team is headed to the desert ruins." Joe heard this and wondered if they had fallen into a trap there. Jackson denied that, believing they weren't the type to act rashly and get caught in a simple trap. At this point, he asked directly, "Do you have the map leading to the desert ruins?" This question from him made the man slightly surprised as he blurted out, "A map?" He quickly explained, "I need to find and rescue them." However, the man sighed warily and said, "That's not a place you can go alone. The ruins where the exploration team went missing were very close to the Empire's border and were quite dangerous." This attitude of Jackson's made him realize this man didn't seem to trust him. So, while the man was rambling on about waiting for reinforcements, he instantly unleashed a terrifying magical pressure to suppress him. Then he asked in a low, deep voice, "I can leave first, can I?" His magical power really made Jackson sweat. I heard he recently reached the fourth magic circle, but he realized he had truly misjudged him. This magic is at least level 5, not to mention he could control it freely and skillfully. Afterward, pulling back his magic, Jackson coughed a few times and said, I think I was a bit hasty. Only then did he agree to hand over the map. I will tell you the way there. This attitude of his made him very satisfied. At the same time, inside an ancient fortress, a subordinate wearing a hooded cloak with bandages all over his face knelt respectfully and reported the situation. According to your orders, we have left a trail. His master heard this and said with interest, Good. I can already smell the stench of blood from those pursuing us. The harsh sunlight shone down on the desolate land. Russell Raymond held a water bottle, constantly pouring it into his mouth, complaining to himself. If I had known, I would have trained more in ice magic. He poured water over his head in dissatisfaction with the weather. Damn it, it's so hot here. Russell Raymond looked at the entire ancient palace slowly collapsing in front of him, unable to help but exclaim in surprise. This place is even bigger than I thought. He swiftly runs around to scout the terrain. After surveying the palace, he silently calculates that there are many ways to get inside. He starts thinking about his next move. If his mission is just to find the cultists, then he could just destroy these ruins and force them out. Joe stops running and stands still. He thinks for a moment, but since they might be holding captives in there, he can't do that. Remembering his mission, Russell Raymond says helplessly, Looks like I'll have to go in. He says seriously, looking annoyed, they probably rigged the place with traps. Joe puts strength into his legs and says firmly, Well then. He immediately leaps up onto the tall, broken stone pillars, intending to enter from above. He looks down from above, feeling smug, thinking he's found the most unexpected way in. He boldly drops from the roof. Just as he is about to hit the ground, a small whirlwind holds him in midair. Joe is surprised and wonders, Wind? He gently sets his feet down on the carpet in the center of the room. Joe looks around cautiously, feeling relieved. Thank goodness, no traps. He turns to look at a massive wall with a huge painting inlaid upon it, whispering, A mural, a dragon. Looking closely at the painting, one can see a warrior fighting a dragon. Joe thinks, surprised. And a blonde-haired warrior. He looks toward the opposite side where the wall has been broken, wondering, who is their opponent? A strange, deep sound echoes, making one's skin crawl. Amazing. Joe turns his head to scan his surroundings, thinking, there he is. From 2 doors, a legion of skeleton soldiers suddenly appears, surrounding him. That deep, rumbling sound echoes again. To think that guy from the academy is the one hunting me. The skeleton soldiers, mindless and under control, stagger closer, their movements making a clinking sound. That guy says excitedly, Since you came in yourself, I don't have to go through the trouble of searching for you. Facing them, Russell Raymond remains calm as he listens to him speak, acting as if he's showing gratitude. Savian smiles with a twisted, smug expression and says, I should grant you death. He replies with a confident, mocking attitude, saying, You're acting pretty tough for someone who ran so far away. Savian gets angry, his eyes lighting up as he uses his power, grinding his teeth. You arrogant brat. Savian commands the skeleton army to charge frantically, yelling like a madman, Die. Joe observes the enemy cautiously, calculating. There are even the corpses of elite soldiers who died on the battlefield. They are much stronger than last night. Savian stands in the shadows, looking out excitedly, laughing as he thinks, This place will be your grave. He gently stamps his foot on the ground. Immediately, a wall of red fire erupts, surrounding Russell Raymond and separating him from the skeletons. Savian asks suspiciously, That magic again? He smirks confidently and replies, Not exactly. I bet this time will be different. Joe raises his hand high and begins to chant. He remembers his own hard work during training and thinks, I haven't just been training dragonization lately, you know. Joe focuses the energy around his body, strengthening his power, thinking, I'll boost the existing firewall magic and add a directional spell, too. He puts his full effort into the wave of fire, blasting it toward the skeleton army. The wall of fire begins to glow, and within seconds, it flares up violently like a giant torch. The flames gradually spread to where the skeletons are. They panic, letting out fearful cries at what is coming toward them. The violent fire swallows everything, incinerating the entire legion. Faced with Joe's immense power, Savian stands in the dark, watching the scene where the flames are raging. He stares at the spectacular sight, his eyes widening in shock and fear. My army, it shouldn't be this easy. At that moment, Joe has found Savian's position. He walks toward him with the aura of a god of war, saying, There you are. From behind a gate, Savian realizes his mistake in shock. He wonders suspiciously, how did he? Could it be? He realizes the truth about Joe's magic too late. Amidst those flames, he had used clairvoyance. Savian turns his head, intending to flee. Damn it, running now. His train of thought is cut off by the deathly sound of Joe appearing way too late. When did he loop around and appear in front of him? He raises his fist and says, "Running away already?" A strike comes down, and Russell Raymond shatters the wall, sending dust flying everywhere. Savian is sent flying into the middle of the room by his punch. He collapses, coughing violently, spitting up a mouthful of blood, and cursing under his breath. Damn it. He grinds his teeth, frustrated and unwilling to accept this. Is this all I can do? Russell Raymond walks calmly towards Savian. He stands proudly before him and suggests, "Surrender. And how about we both get out of this mess?" Savian still manages a pathetic laugh at Joe's calmness, struggling to open his mouth. "I can't do that." He tries to stand up straight, his body trembling. "This soul no longer belongs to me, and as if that's not enough, I've even betrayed my own family." Savian yells madly, "I have given up everything that belongs to me." Suddenly, two figures appear from the ceiling, plunging down. Ale and Beth jump down from above, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, casting magic straight toward Russell Raymond. He senses the danger and turns around, highly alert, facing the hostility of those two. The attack lands, and dust clouds fill the air. Ale and Beth stand in front of the severely wounded Savian. She speaks up, excited. "What a sight, you pathetic stalker." He looks down from above with contempt, saying, "I guess you were just bait, huh? And your opponent is that brat? How pathetic." Beth shows no respect, bluntly mocking his tattered state. "That look fits you, like a dead rat." Just then, Savian speaks up, drawing their attention. It's him. He yells angrily, "He is our target, the disciple of the Fire Tower's master." Hearing this information, Ale's eyes widen in shock, and Beth goes berserk, grinding her teeth as she asks, "You mean that bitch, Daria?" Just as they are talking, a light whirlwind rises in the center of the room. Joe breaks through the defensive shield, his face dark and somber. "You filthy wretches." He warns them loudly in anger. "You'd best not mention my master's name." The system appears, announcing the quest, "Battle with the cultists." Capture at least one of the 3 cultists alive, or kill them all. Reward intermediate mana stone. In this tense atmosphere, Ale lets out a laugh, crosses his arms, and says smugly, "It'd be better if a type like you died early." Beth puts on a perverse expression and says, "Right, but the disciple of that bitch wouldn't die that easily." Every word she says acts like a key, unlocking Joe's rage. "I will kill you, turn your corpse into a puppet, and make it dance in front of the Fire Tower." Ale starts using his power to give orders. Savian blocks the entrance, and he quickly replies, "Understood." The very next second, countless white skeletons appear from the entrance, blocking every exit. She smiled excitedly and exclaimed, "This is getting more and more fun." Russell stood still, silently speculating. Instead of hiding and summoning the undead, are they launching an all-out attack? Seeing the aura rising from the 2 people in front of him, he raised his guard. They were completely different from any opponents he had faced before. Bet lost patience and urged, "Are you not coming up? If not, we're going first." Russell interrupted. "Let me ask you one question," he asked seriously. "What did you do to the scouts who came before me?" Ale asked suspiciously, while Bet, feeling impatient, attacked, shouting angrily, "Don't try to trick me to stall for time." Russell Raymond easily dodged the claws lunging at him, thinking, "Do these guys not know about those scouts?" Ale seized the opening and joined the fight, violently lashing his whip at him. Russell Raymond just calmly watched the whip falling toward him, and just seconds before the strike landed, he nimbly jumped to the side. Or maybe they're just pretending not to know. Russell Raymond's gaze hardened. Regardless, he would find out. Observing his movements, Bet frantically lashed out. "You think you can run, you blockhead?" Russell began to use summoning magic. He summoned a flame spear to fight the cultists head-on. Russell Raymond swung his spear down with great force, easily dispelling her magic. Bet thought in shock. He blocked that attack. A voice rang out, "That's a spear." Savvy shouted from behind, angrily reminding them. That spear crushed the giant skeleton monster. She laughed manically, full of excitement. This is getting more interesting by the minute. Bet raised her hands, starting to focus her mana. A massive surge of energy erupted, creating a giant phantom, and 2 massive hands began to clasp together. She began chanting to summon her weapon. A thick, killing aura spread as demonic spear claws appeared. Her face twisted into a perverted expression as she said, "Guess which one is sharper." Russell Raymond kept his calm expression, staring straight at her. Bet, losing her patience, attacked directly with her spear. Ale, standing nearby, hurriedly tried to stop her. "Bet, don't act on your own." She brushed off the advice, saying confidently, "It would be humiliating to be afraid of a brat like him." He faced Bet seriously, without a trace of fear. The 2 spears collided, creating a blinding flash of light. The 2 opposing forces clashed, creating an invisible pressure. Soon after, Bet's spear was shattered. Russell's spear quickly sliced off one of her arms. In those few short seconds, the turn of events left Bet's mind reeling. Under the glaring light pouring down from the ceiling, her agonizing screams began to echo. She screamed in terror, unable to believe her eyes. My arm. Immediately after, Ale, standing in the distance, swung his whip directly at Bet's neck, sending her to the afterlife. Blood splattered onto Russell's face, leaving him stunned. Ale swung his whip and said irritably, I told that idiot not to act on her own. Ale gripped his whip and applauded. Disciple of the Fire Tower, you are my enemy, but I must give you credit. He released power even greater than Bet's. Russell Raymond listened with a serious face as he said, So, from this moment on, Ale created a powerful whirlwind that forced him back, saying sternly, I will do my best to tear you to pieces. Ale used Nightmare Tail magic, the whirlwind successfully pushing Russell Raymond back. The vortex grew larger, covering a wider area. He looked at the calm expression on the boy's face as he faced his attack and said contemptuously, No matter how good you are, it doesn't matter. Can you block an attack from a position like this? In the moment Ale wasn't paying attention, a flame silently flared up along his whip. He jumped in surprise, his eyes widening in shock. Russell Raymond took advantage of the opening, appeared in front of Ale, and smiled, Hello. Ale muttered in shock, Teleportation? Ale quickly grabbed the wrist of the hand preparing to strike him. The difference in power was clear, making his effort feel like a grain of sand in the desert. He easily landed a critical punch to Ale's stomach. Ale cried out in pain. In the antique-filled space, the sound of punches and kicks rang out continuously. Savvy looked at the scene in front of him, speechless. He watched Russell Raymond frantically punching Ale's face, unable to help but think in shock, what is happening here? Savvy collapsed to his knees, unwilling to accept it, asking himself, Are we losing again? He sat on the ground, hugging his head and trembling, his heart filled with fear. I'm dead for sure. No, I won't have a peaceful death. Savvy looked toward Bet's corpse and cursed under his breath. Those damn teammates, acting all high and mighty after doing nothing. But suddenly, he saw a red gemstone lying next to her. Savvy's pupils dilated in shock, and he gasped, That's an artifact. Ale had been punched by Russell Raymond until he vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. He glared up, gritting his teeth. Stop playing around. Just kill me. Russell interrupted. Shut up. Russell grabbed Ale by the hair, his aura intimidating as he demanded. Answer my question now. He asked seriously. Where are the scouts? Ale spat out a mouthful of blood mockingly. He replied with a look of defiance. You keep whining about those damn scouts. What the hell are you even talking about? Russell Raymond cast a probing gaze, silently evaluating. Does he really not know? At that moment, Ale sensed an opening, thinking. He's let his guard down. He secretly summoned a small knife in his hand, intending to strike. This is my chance. The next second, a tentacle lashed out from nowhere like lightning, powerfully wrapping around Ale and causing him to choke out a cry. Russell Raymond turned his head to look at the perpetrator, immediately horrified. Savvy held the crimson item in his hand, offering it up high, while frantically repeating, Here, I offer it. Here, I offer it. My life, my lifespan, and my existence as well, he exclaimed in panic, a sacrifice ritual. Ale, being squeezed, was also terrified. Is this a giant hellish monster? The tentacles quickly dragged him away, causing Ale to curse in anger. Damn it, Savvy screamed manically. The lives of others, the lifespans of others, and the deaths of others too. His eyes flashed with intense malice, and he shouted, having lost all reason, I will offer all of that to you. Savvy let the tentacles pull everything toward him, still shouting in a submissive posture, Let me become a part of your power. Destroy everything. From beneath his body, countless sharp white bones sprouted. They immediately pierced Ale's body and began absorbing him. A roar rang out, a deep, muffled sound echoed, and a massive shadow appeared. Abomination Descendant. It unleashed its power, roaring loudly. Russell was overwhelmed by that power and had to step back, on guard. How does he have so much mana? The system notification popped up, updating the quest regarding the cultists. The mission changed, all the cultists were already dead. Defeat the abomination. Reward, triple the intermediate mana stones. Its purple eyes slowly came into focus. The abomination looked down. It looked at its massive body and let out a growl. What? The abomination opened its disgusting mouth and screamed in frustration. How dare you turn me into this mess? In rage, it gathered energy into its palm, and that arm instantly morphed into a demonic claw. The abomination cursed wildly, You bastard. I'll tear you to pieces right here. Russell stared in shock at the incoming attack. He remembered B, and as she fought him, he thought to himself, amazed, was that the same magic that girl used earlier? The massive surge of power shot directly toward Russell's position. He stood frozen in panic, watching death approaching closer by the second. The moment the attack made impact, a horrific explosion erupted, destroying an entire ancient palace. Amidst the ruins, which were shaking violently, it felt as if something was trying to break out. A column of fire emerged from the dense rubble. Russell climbed out, clutching his fire spear. He breathed a sigh of relief. That damn bastard, glad I made it out just in time. Russell landed safely and couldn't help but mutter. Looking at the pile of debris as high as a mountain, he asked in frustration, can't believe he couldn't even control his own power and ended up burying himself. Suddenly, the pile of rubble started shaking violently again. Russell's face darkened in alarm. What? The abomination burst out from the ruins, roaring regardless of everything. Russell summoned a flurry of chains. It struck out at Russell Raymond in a rage, screaming, "Die." The abomination's face was full of insane excitement as it said, "I'm going to chew you up down to the very marrow." An explosion rang out behind it. Russell Raymond watched the situation cautiously through the thick smoke, wondering to himself, is that it? In front of the dense smoke and fire, everything around was obscured. That movement was significant enough for the abomination to spot his position. It turned its head and said, "Aha, there you are." Behind it, several tentacles curled up, forming a sturdy shield. The abomination said smugly, "Your attacks won't work on me." Russell gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. He was right, its defensive capabilities were absurdly strong. Looking at the web of traps in front of him, he quickly scrambled to calculate, needing to come up with another solution. It swung its chains at him again, sneering, "You can rack your brain all you want, it's useless." Russell poured strength into his legs and moved rapidly. He thought to himself as he retreated, avoiding the abomination's attack, "I need to buy some more time." Watching him move constantly, it said with amusement, "That's it, just keep running and trembling in despair before my overwhelming power." Russell took a breath, regained his composure, and lifted his head, thinking, "Nonsense." He raised his hand to use summoning magic, calculating, this is only the beginning. Russell called out, "Pepper." A small fire dragon appeared. He suggested softly, "Give me a hand." Pepper happily agreed, letting out a chirp as Russell Raymond's hand burst into flames. He thought with determination, "All right, let's do this." Russell flicked his wrist, and the blazing red flame instantly shot toward the abomination. It didn't budge, just stood there watching the flame racing toward it. Another explosion occurred in this desolate landscape. The abomination, still in its defensive stance, stood firm after taking his attack head-on. It opened its eyes and began to mock him. "Fool, do you really think this kind of magic can hurt me?" Looking at the desolate scene before it, the abomination exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you hide?" Russell smirked meaningfully and said, "Right here." Pepper took advantage of the moment it was distracted, attacking from the side and catching the abomination off guard. Intense flames erupted, quickly swallowing it whole. Russell, lightning fast, teleported above, eyes fixed on the writhing abomination. It cursed angrily. "Damn fly." Dark clouds containing lightning began to appear in the sky. Looking down from above, Russell began to calculate. Now that I've grabbed his attention, he began to freefall, thinking seriously. For the rest, Russell used summoning magic to create a flaming spear, determined to use its overwhelming piercing ability. Pepper was busy nimbly dodging the abomination's attacks. At that moment, it realized Russell Raymond had started his move. Pepper quickly leaped out of the attack range. The abomination, its vision obscured, had no idea what was coming and kept screaming wildly, "Stop playing games and get out here." From high above, Russell gripped the spear, aiming straight at its head as he dove down with confidence. The impact created a terrifying shockwave. Russell's body stiffened as if he had just hit a steel plate. The abomination mocked him with contempt. "That much is useless, too." Russell quickly interrupted. "I know." Russell used summoning magic, wrapping his body in lightning, and smiled smugly. "That's why this is the real attack." In the cloud-filled sky, a warhammer appeared, enveloped in a massive source of power. He left the fire spear embedded in the abomination's head as a guide, while he quickly jumped away to safety. Immediately after, the massive warhammer in the sky plummeted. It was an attack like a nail driving the fire spear straight into the abomination's head, accompanied by high-voltage electricity surging directly into its body. Another explosion occurred in the desolate desert wilderness. The pressure created a small whirlwind that sent dust flying everywhere. A large crater was blasted into the ground. Russell Raymond landed gently, not too far away. He panted, looking at the devastation in front of him, and asked, "Is it over?" As the smoke cleared, he stared in astonishment. The abomination's legs were still standing, but when he looked closely at its body, only a dried-up skeleton remained. That skeleton was also gradually cracking. The system chimed, announcing, "The battle has ended. You will now receive your reward." Instantly, Russell sat down heavily on the ground, relaxing his body. Pepper appeared, climbing onto his shoulder and rubbing against his face. Russell smiled, praising, "Well done, Pepper." The abomination's skeleton suddenly cracked, causing the head to fall off. It rolled down the slope. The skull stopped right at Russell's feet, catching him off guard. Right after, a deep voice echoed from the skull. "Raymond, it seems Daria raised an extraordinary child in her final years. Who would have thought this guy would be a—" He gasped in shock. "The skull is talking?" It began to float, uttering strange words. "I wonder if this child will be more interesting than his father?" This immediately caused Russell Raymond's pupils to dilate in terror. He angrily grabbed the skull and shouted, "Who are you?" It mocked his suffering, saying, "Sooner or later, you'll find out, including how your father lived out his final years." No sooner had it spoken than it began to shatter right in Russell Raymond's hand. Dark, storm-laden clouds gathered overhead, flickering with lightning and ominous, chilling thunder. Its appearance was terrifying. Rain began to patter down, and Russell, overcome with pain, collapsed, gritting his teeth in frustration. His heart ached as he refused to accept it, screaming out in defiance, "Answer me! Who are you? You bastard!" Russell Raymond roared, "Who are you?" The skull only laughed mockingly and replied, "Sooner or later, you'll know, including the truth about your father's final years." Hearing this, his face darkened. He glared at the skull with intense, fierce eyes. After it spoke, the skull crumbled to dust in Russell Raymond's hand. The rain grew heavier, pattering against the ground as he collapsed, gritting his teeth and enduring the agony. Pepper nuzzled against Russell Raymond, chirping in comfort. The desolate scene, coupled with the deafening roar of the rain, only made the atmosphere more heart-wrenching. In the middle of the vast desert, he sat there in pain, lost in deep thought. From far away, a pair of binoculars was watching everything. Through the binoculars, Hasley reported that the battle was over. He told his comrades to send the report. The scene shifts to the 12th Desert Legion of the Imperial Army. Legion Commander Monate, hot and bothered, fanned himself while checking the report. He read through it impatiently, a duel between someone likely to be a mage, Andy Mion, and a cultist. The mage had won. Judging by the power displayed, Monate's frustration peaked, and he slammed his fist hard against the table. "He's over level 5, he shouted. Military advisor Bonner jumped. "Yes, Commander." Monate slammed the report down and demanded loudly, "How could a mage that strong be so close to us without you knowing?" Bonner lowered his head, stammering, "I apologize, sir." But there were no reports of any high-level mages from Andy Mion's side. Another person spoke up to save the situation. "Perhaps it's a new mage. There are rumors that the Fire Tower has a new, young member." Bonner offered a strained, agreeable smile. "If that's the case, they must have just graduated. Why look into it? As long as they don't get near us, we have nothing to worry about." This evasive answer only worsened Monate's mood. He stood up abruptly, not caring who he offended, and cursed, "You idiots! That fresh graduate is already over level 5. That means they could end up opposing all of Andy Mion later." Monate slumped back into his chair, rubbing his temples with a sigh. The atmosphere in the meeting room fell into silence. He covered his face, lamenting warily. "Damn it, I really didn't want this." Monate's eyes flashed with cunning as he said, "But there's no other choice but to call on him." The scene shifts to a place where the sun is so scorching, it feels like it could incinerate everything. Russell Raymond sat on a sand dune, frantically drinking water. He wiped his face, his mind in total chaos. "I can't stop thinking about it." Remembering the mystery of the skull, he wondered, did that cultist really kill my father? He shook his head to clear his thoughts and silently reminded himself, "Wait, I have to focus on the mission first. I have to find the scouts." He cast a wary glance behind him, thinking, especially since a flash of light in the distance reflected the sunlight and gave someone's position away. Russell Raymond braced himself, suspecting he was being followed. Figures in white cloaks stood on a rock formation, tracking him with binoculars. Russell Raymond guessed they were likely Imperial scouts. He stood up, brushing the sand off his body as he assessed the situation. If they haven't attacked yet, their mission must just be surveillance. Suddenly, something caught Russell Raymond's attention. In the middle of the vast sea of sand, a faint figure appeared in the distance. He wondered, is someone there? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from where the person stood. Russell quickly used his power to dodge. A cut appeared on his cheek, drawing blood. A massive sword strike easily sliced through the top of the sand dunes, arcing toward Russell's position. That was close. He dove to the side, tumbling onto the ground. Russell looked up, stunned. Aura, a system notification appeared. Quest. A great incident. You have encountered an opponent with a level you have never seen before. Escape this opponent without sustaining injury. Reward, Intermediate Mana Stone. X5, Escape. He panicked, thinking it was impossible. As the figure approached, Russell couldn't help but be on high alert. Spansum's footsteps slowed. He rested his blade on his shoulder and tilted his head to evaluate him. Russell thought to himself, "Is that Spansum?" Spansum wore a broad smile as he spoke. "I was aiming for your neck, you know." Seeing the energy radiating from Russell, he narrowed his eyes. So, the report about someone over level 5 was true. Russell gritted his teeth, bracing himself. An Imperial assassin. The killing intent radiating from Spansum was so thick it was suffocating. He grimaced, remembering the student of the Sword Master, Cry. But the best way to describe Spansum was his twisted, excited grin as he said, "Slicing you up will be so much fun." Russell maintained a serious expression, assessing the insane killer. Spansum responded with excitement. "Oh, so you know my name?" He gathered power into the blade in his hand and said calmly, "How lucky." Russell gritted his teeth in silence, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. The man carried an aura like the Grim Reaper, delivering a verdict. "Now, you will have to accept the endless agony you are about to endure." A haunting name that stirred memories of a hellish nightmare where the Reaper wore a cruel cloak, the Berserker. The red light from Spansum's blade was still deeply etched in his memory. That blood-red aura, I remember it well. Just because someone bumped into him on the road, he brutally tortured and killed a whole group of mercenaries. I barely survived. Suddenly, a figure dove down from above. They jumped between Russell and Spansum to block the path. The figure's gaze was cold and dangerous, but facing that, Spansum didn't show an ounce of fear, instead flashing a manic grin. The power from both men collided, creating a tense standoff. At that moment, everyone saw someone trapped inside a giant block of ice. Even a peak-level mage would find it incredibly difficult. Even for those who have stepped into the ranks of top-tier mages, it would be a struggle to defeat him. Every word spoken about Spansum was filled with caution. In short, he was an incredibly powerful enemy. This realization was the breaking point. Then let's begin. Spansum unleashed a powerful strike toward his target. Immediately, an arm rose up as if to block the attack. Russell created a shield to protect himself, but it seemed the shield did nothing to stop the path of that incoming strike as it surged forward. A decisive strike shattered the defensive barrier. Shock was evident in Jay's eyes, yet he used his speed and agility to narrowly dodge the attack. A massive explosion erupted, but luckily, he had dodged it just in time. It seems Spansum treated those shields as mere child's play, dismantling them in an instant. How could he be strong enough to break through 5 layers of shields? Jay was filled with doubt. He couldn't understand how Face had managed to defeat this man back then. As he stood there deep in thought, Spansum looked at him with an expectant gaze. Russell Raymond had defensive capabilities, but they weren't strong enough. Stacking multiple layers of shields, not bad, but the magic concentration in those shields is too low. With those words, he swung his sword, and a terrifying, vivid red light emerged. An unfamiliar term echoed, touching a blind spot in Jay's knowledge. Concentration? That X-shaped slash hurtled toward him. Summoning his weapon, Russell Raymond used it to block Spansum's strike. Seeing this, the man seemed quite surprised. Spansum's voice carried a faint laugh, revealing a sense of intrigue as he discovered the secret hidden within that ordinary exterior. What was that? He was like a hunter who had found interesting prey, his voice filled with sarcasm and desire. "You're hiding quite a lot of interesting things, aren't you?" Jay didn't care, already preparing for his next counterattack. Thanks to the compliment, every word he spoke still carried immense power. "Let's see you dodge this." The attack flew forward with terrifying speed. Spansum pondered as he watched it. It still held its form after being thrown. To respond, he used the same move, but with more power and danger. 2 attacks, 2 waves of power, collided head-on. He was as thrilled as if this were a rare and wonderful entertainment. Indeed, fighting a mage. By now, Jay had moved behind Spansum without him noticing. This is fun. He gripped his weapon tightly and swung it down, sharp and decisive. But Jay likely didn't expect that when he brought his weapon down, Spansum's figure had already vanished. Mocking words spilled out like a sharp knife, stirring up indescribable humiliation. "You sure know how to run like a mouse." Panic flickered in Jay's eyes. He couldn't believe his own sight, yet blood was already splattered everywhere. The battle made him jubilant, as if he had been freed from a long-lasting boredom. "How long has it been since I've had this much fun?" Jay's figure reappeared before Spansum's eyes. That attack had left a mark on his body. The words sounded like a checkup, but they were dripping with sarcasm. "You're hurt, aren't you?" Spansum paused, giving his opponent some time, like a cat playing with a mouse before ending the game. "All right, I'll wait for you." The aura layer covering his body meant his attack couldn't break through that cold steel like flesh. Had he fortified his body with aura, Jay's mind was in turmoil. His mage body simply couldn't compare to him. Spansum smiled mockingly. "I can't believe the wound I inflicted is already bleeding." He sneered, implying that the entire mage organization was just as stubborn. Are the others at the fire tower just as obstinate, Or is that a requirement to join your fire tower? That touched a nerve in Jay, making him startle. The question made the atmosphere suffocating. Jay asked curiously, probing him, "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, Spanzum wore a crazed smile. Recent memories surfaced in his mind. "The guy I met a few days ago was just as stubborn as you." In Spanzum's recounting, the terror of that soldier still lingered. A scout team had gone missing. Hearing this, the expression on Jay's face became indescribably grim, but he had heard something unbelievable. "So, it was you who killed them?" He just shrugged and smiled as if it were a normal occurrence. Jay clenched his fist, thinking about how to locate the scout team. After fighting him for a bit, he had intended to escape, but a system window appeared in his mind. "You have encountered an opponent with an unprecedented level. Escape from this opponent without injury. Reward upon completion. Reward, mid-grade mana stone times 5. Condition, escape." A wave of power surged from Russell Raymond's body. His entire body was now filled with a burning spirit, as if he had been reborn. His mind was torn by the choice. This wasn't the time to think about the future. Spanzum narrowed his eyes as if he saw a new game beginning. "When you fought me, were you holding back your power?" Spanzum's low voice carried a deadly tone. "Let's see if you can still stay calm when your body." His gaze was like he wanted to devour his prey, forcing him to endure the pain of being torn to pieces. Just then, an object resembling a ring, emitting a blue aura, appeared on Russell Raymond's hand. His vital magical artifact still couldn't be restarted. The ring wasn't recharged yet. In the end, there was only one way left. Spanzum raised his sword high, preparing to strike. He unleashed a barrage of moves decisively. Blood Flight, Wild Current. Those attacks rushed toward Russell Raymond with terrifying power. Facing that, he didn't avoid it, but stood his ground. Every attack appeared before Jay's eyes. A profound aura surged, dragon power flowed, and a fierce fireball appeared. Dragon Transformation. Spanzum froze when he saw that his attacks had no effect on Jay. He had pierced through his attack. The powerful fireball rushed forward, destroying everything in its path. From within that fireball, Jay jumped out with eyes glowing with determined golden light. Every passing second, he muttered in his head. The weapon in his hand was ready to strike. 14 seconds left. Jay gripped his weapon tightly, decisively grabbing the spear that burned like the primordial flame, the fire spear. A sense of danger crept in, but Spanzum didn't feel fear and instead smiled. This should be. Russell Raymond leaped up from the ground. He raised his spear, preparing to counterattack. That was close. The power from the fireball was incredibly terrifying. Flames roared in wave after wave. Jay landed, smoke and dust filling the air around him. Although he was still holding his weapon, the atmosphere had changed significantly. Spanzum appeared out of nowhere behind him, his terrifying voice ringing out. "I don't know what tricks you're using." He swung his sword to attack Russell Raymond but was blocked. Spanzum's sharpness made every opponent wary when fighting him. "But I'm sure you've temporarily boosted your power." The numbers counted down in Russell Raymond's mind. Every second passed like a drop of blood falling during a life or death battle. 9 seconds. He swung his weapon to counter Spanzum, his hand tightening around the fire spear, sweeping it into a brilliant trail of fire. Tearing through space, the fire erupted violently below, sweeping away every obstacle. Time shortened like the final thread, clinging to life. 6 seconds. Mockery and sarcasm dripped from Spanzum's words. If that's still not enough, then that power is truly useless. He leaped up, a malicious smile appearing as he spoke. "Let's finish this." Spanzum gathered a terrifying amount of power into the sword in his hand. He launched attack after attack, blood raining everywhere. He then lunged down from the air using that overwhelming strength. Vo tightened his grip on his blazing spear, his eyes filled with such determination, as if he wanted to burn his enemy to ashes with his final ounce of will. The weapon ignited brilliantly as it collided with Spanzum's sword in the blue sky. The two forces merged, sweeping up ash and killing intent. Each of them showcased their unique abilities. The spear struck the ground, causing it to crack wide open. Flames erupted violently, incinerating everything in an instant, and a blinding light filled the space. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the silhouettes of the two men appeared. At this moment, Vo was completely exhausted. His body slumped to the ground, surrounded by a scene of devastation with only embers smoldering. Time ticked away, with only 2 seconds remaining. Spanzum's voice rang out, mocking as if he were giving his prey one last chance to struggle. "Are you done yet?" Joe's eyes were still burning bright, still holding on. Everything was bet on that single, shortest second. He used every last bit of his strength to strike back, to the shock of his enemy. One more second, and the final magic circle revealed the 6th magical ring. Under Joe's power, he made the ground burn with every step, creating a massive, spreading shockwave. Flames spread across the land like a sea of fire, a figure standing tall against the blue sky. Spanzum was now so focused on what was right in front of him that he stood frozen. The sea of fire erupted, swallowing everything. A brilliant orange-red light tore through the sky. Fireballs boiled beneath the crimson heavens. The waves of fire surged, burning everything to ash in a fierce rage. Fusion. Thoughts raced through Joe's mind as he recalled reading the ancient book on fusion, finally understanding its mechanism. But with his current power, executing it was still unthinkable. He knew the principles, though. The flames just kept burning brighter. A pillar of power surged up as if to split the space in two, but because it required the sixth magic circle, he couldn't fully unleash this high-level magic. Vo used the power he could muster, his thoughts racing as it began with tiny sparks. Lava, like a burning, apocalyptic flood, spread across the area, drowning the entire space in a sea of fire. This magic would cover the entire region in lava. Just then, there was the sudden sound of flapping wings. It turned out to be Pepper appearing, saving Joe from the volcanic deluge just in time. "Thanks, Pepper." He was choking with emotion, furious yet panicked as he tried to pull him up. As the sunset gradually faded, Russell Raymond was dropped off by Pepper not far away. Suddenly, footsteps appeared behind his back. Vo turned his head. A fit of coughing sounded. It turned out to be Spansam. He still had enough skill to escape that burning sea of lava. Vo held his fist toward him as a threat. His voice sounded icy cold. "It was Spansam a moment ago. Now I'm the one saying these words. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" The man paused for a few seconds, pondering for a moment, a faint smile on his lips accompanied by a mocking voice. "Funny, isn't it? Every word Spansam uttered seemed aimed at breaking Joe's spirit. They pushed you onto the battlefield under the guise of protecting the fatherland, but they didn't tell you how to escape this hell." There was something deeply sarcastic in his tone. "You have to kill one person after another. The path a protector must walk is truly blood-soaked." Spansam let out one final venomous remark. "Now, I welcome you to walk that path." He looked up at him, still wearing a smile until the very last, and then, unable to resist any longer, he collapsed completely. The sky had turned dark, and the image of Russell Raymond stood frozen before Spansam's fall. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Reward for the winner." Notification: "You have completed the mission beyond the required level. You will receive 8 intermediate mana stones." Elsewhere, in a room, a blue light covered something. Inside that blue light, a cloaked figure was speaking to Jackson. According to the rumors, Spansam, an Imperial Knight, is acting in secret in the desert. The person's words continued, causing him to freeze. The disappearance of the scouts must also be related to him. What he had just heard from the person's mouth made Jackson's entire body tense up. Damn it, if this is true, the Fire Tower's disciple is also in danger. As he worried about Joe, the door burst open. No matter how talented he is, if he fights Spansam, the figure who had just entered was approaching the place where the mysterious person was talking to Jackson. That person came and placed a sword on the table in front of Jackson. The person speaking to him earlier panicked upon seeing the sword. "Isn't this Spansam's sword?" The voice of the person carrying the sword rang out. "You can have red drake or brick, it doesn't matter." It turned out to be Russell Raymond. He offered a friendly smile. "Please, get me a glass of water." Seeing Joe return safely made Jackson's anxiety disappear. "Sure, you can have whatever you want to drink." The scene shifted to Jackson standing next to an orb radiating a mystical turquoise light. On that orb was the notification regarding the defeat of Spansam. Sudra reports to the Fire Tower scouts. The warrior is on duty. Russell Raymond has killed the heretics in Spansam. Rumors were spreading from mouth to mouth. Camelot, the capital of Andean. Russell Raymond, the last heir of the fallen Dumont clan. The rumor spread far and wide that he had defeated the abomination, the magical beast of the heretics, and that he had also taken down Spansam, an Imperial Knight. Although he had only joined the Fire Tower recently, this rumor was hard to believe. It met with many mixed reactions. After passing through the gate, Joe was a bit surprised. The presence of his masters made him unable to hide his joy, and his voice rang out loudly. Master Daria patted Joe's head, treating him like a young child, and said happily, "Kid, thank you for surviving and coming back." Some felt relieved, while as for Melville, he was doing something quite mysterious. Melville's voice was somewhat playful. "Oh my, this bet is getting tricky." Looking at the expression on Alan's face, one could see he was very pleased with Russell Raymond. "This junior is even better than I thought." Someone was getting competitive deep in the gloomy mountains, the whole sky covered in white snow. A cold voice rang out. The death of Spansam. It seemed this person was not at all satisfied with what he had received. "Is that all you wanted to tell me?" Others felt angry and vengeful. The great sword master of the Empire, Cry Hill. His underlings trembled with every word spoken. "Yes, my lord." Even though everyone had different emotions, he raised his sword high in the with a cold, piercing gaze and a face that showed no hint of fear. Blood debts must be paid in blood. A disciple's life for a disciple's. But they all had one thing in common. Cryhill's eyes suddenly turned ferocious, glowing with a powerful blue light. Russell Raymond was quick. He delivered a decisive strike. Anything touched by the shockwave from his blade shattered, creating a massive explosion in the snowy mountain range. The Vaude sect had left a deep impression on them. Cryhill's fury was revealed through his savage words. Daria, I will collect this debt at any cost. The carriage was already prepared. A voice spoke up. So, you mean Daria was very serious about this? Did the heretics have something to do with your father's death? Joe's calm response left Daria deep in thought. Yes, that is true. Then, she recounted some things he needed to know. Many records had been lost during the war. The tragic and ruinous scenes caused by the war appeared in Daria's words. It was difficult to find out exactly what happened back then. Or rather, finding the culprit wouldn't be easy. Joe remained calm and replied briefly. I am well aware of that. Before he could finish, a warm hand took his. But there is one thing I can be certain of. Before Russell Raymond stood Daria's kind face and the sincerity in her. Every word. If we continue to track the heretics, we can uncover the truth. You think so too, don't you? What made him feel happiest right now was her solidarity and the fact that she wouldn't let him be alone. I, along with the fire tower, will always be by your side to help you. Thank you. Russell Raymond's expression had changed completely. He felt comforted by Daria's words. The sound of horse riders signaled their arrival. We've arrived. Just as they stepped off the carriage, Daria gave Joe a few more reminders. So I hope you can put your worries and doubts aside today. She had brought him, in front of an ancient mansion to broaden his horizons. A series of noble ladies and prominent figures had all gathered here. The Magic Tower Council, a magic association consisting of the masters of over 20 magic towers existing in Indian. Joe followed Daria into this luxurious banquet. 2 months ago, thanks to the feat of defeating Spasm, Joe could attend this place as his master's assistant, even though he was just a newcomer at the tower. A guest's introduction of him rang out. Oh, so this is that talented disciple? An honor to meet you, he said with a laugh. Thank you. Suddenly, someone else's voice cut in. Long time no see, senior. Footsteps approached where Daria and Joe were talking. Let's meet again next time. The appearance of Nicolo made Daria incredibly happy. It really has been a long time, hasn't it? The master of the Gold Tower. She introduced Nicolo to Joe. This is Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. Since it was his first time meeting him, Joe was a bit flustered, but his politeness was still evident in his bow. Greetings, Master Nicolo. Although he looked a bit fierce on the outside, his personality was quite different. No need to be so formal. You took down the disciple of that damn bastard. His words mentioned someone that made Joe curious. That damn bastard? Daria explained the mystery to him. Cryhill, the Empire's Grand Swordmaster. The one named Spasm that you killed was his disciple. Nicolo had a long scar on his face that made his expressions look a bit strange. Boy, hearing that news felt so refreshing. Suddenly, Russell Raymond noticed something unusual about one of Nicolo's eyes. His eye. While they were talking, a voice cut in, Don't go digging up old wounds anymore, and go prepare for the presentation. Didn't you say there was something important to discuss today? Master of the Flower Tower, Master of the Gold Tower. Are you two doing well? The person who just appeared surprised Russell Raymond. Daria, the Master of the Water Tower, started poking at Melville with a mocking tone. You seem jealous because my disciple is being praised by everyone. He didn't take it lying down and retorted to Daria. Do you think I'm as petty as you are? Seeing these two bicker whenever they met made Nicolo want to leave. Well, I'll go prepare. Combined with Nicolo's actions, Joe was a bit confused. Master of the Gold Tower, they're at it again. Melville, despite that, still reminded Daria of something she needed to remember. Since we're on the subject, you haven't forgotten about the bet regarding the artifact from the Age of Gods between us, have you? Of course not. Just as he was about to continue, a hand behind him gripped his shoulder. That's enough. My dear Alan Pett replied to Melville in a calm voice. Let's go to our seats, Master. Being dragged away by Alan Pett made Melville angry, and he struggled in vain. Hey, you brat. I'm still talking. You little rascal, let me go. Seeing this funny scene made Joe's mood improve somewhat. Right after that, an announcement echoed through the hall. Let's begin this Magic Tower Council meeting. Virtual images were projected before everyone's eyes. The main topic for this meeting is the ruins currently being excavated at Kiovan Mountain. Through their words, one could guess what they were worried about. Looking at it, these ruins seem to date back to the Age of Mythology, and there are no signs that the items inside have been taken. Nicolo spoke loudly to everyone. In other words, the chance that an artifact is still intact in there is very high. Joe pondered what Nicolo had just said. An artifact from the Age of Mythology, Daria added. We could find an artifact that would shake the present era. Without further ado, Nicolo got straight to the point. Therefore, we need your help to secure the ruins. The names mentioned were Master Alan Pett of the Water Tower, then Joe's name, along with Master Russell Raymond of the Fire Tower. I want to entrust this matter to you too. This choice made everyone there satisfied with Nicolo's decision. That's a good idea. That's right. He has already proven his strength. Receiving praise from everyone made Daria beam with pride. Of course, can't you see whose disciple he is? Just when everything seemed settled, a voice rang out, I object. Daria's suspicious gaze appeared. It was the arrival of Geron and Brain. Geron, the mage of the Red Tower, and Brain, the master of the Red Tower. This appearance by the two also made Nicolo suspicious. Master of the Red Tower, he questioned. May I ask why? Brain glanced in one direction and said, Alex Demon. That name made Russell Raymond look surprised. He continued casually. It's because he lost. Dissenting voices rose from the crowd when Brain mentioned that name. How can a son be blamed for a father's loss? That's right. The war with the Empire was a long time ago. He shot a menacing glare at the crowd, despite the fact that their defeat had cost them the kingdom. How could the finest, most skilled warriors leave the battlefield without permission? That single statement silenced all opposition in the hall. At that moment, Daria shouted in defense, arguing that it was all mere speculation and that there were no records from that time. Brain replied coldly, You're wrong. That brief retort left the entire room in dead silence. I was there. Shock washed over the faces of both Daria and Geron, and murmurs broke out among the crowd. A scornful smile played on his lips. I saw him run away with my own eyes. Those very words ignited a seed of doubt in Geron regarding his own father. Did my father really run away? Brain asked with a tone of heavy sarcasm. Take responsibility. Before he could even process that, Geron exploded in anger. Take responsibility for insulting the Russell Raymond family. Seeing this, Daria stepped forward to stop him. Kid, now isn't the time. He seemed like he still had more to say. But she sighed and said calmly, You act like the honor of a declining house is so important. Don't be ridiculous. You should be lucky that Daria is your master. While he was speaking so arrogantly, someone entered from behind. Otherwise, I'll cut out your tongue and turn you into an example for all the other arrogant fools. Rude little mage. The newcomer's voice rang out, each word mocking Brain. Master of the Red Tower. Every time we meet, you seem to grow more arrogant. Do you think people might mistake you for the king? The sight of the person who just entered left all the guests in attendance stunned. Hackett Ratmos walked in like a true leader, calm, yet sharp. Princess Ratmos. An order echoed through the hall, and everyone bowed before her, paying their respects to the princess. Even someone as arrogant as Brain had to humble himself and bow. Greetings, your highness. Why are you here? Hackett Ratmos approached and smiled. I heard from outside, and the master of the Red Tower is right. Seeing what she had said, Brain looked up in confusion. Yes, Hackett said, glancing over at Russell Raymond. If a man owes a debt, he must pay it. He knew that was a jab at him, so he fell into deep thought. Daria saw that the situation was turning south and tried to intervene. However, your highness, but before she could finish, Hackett cut her off. But her next words left everyone, even Alan Pett, stunned. You have to give them a chance to pay their debt, don't you? Every word she spoke left the room in shock. For this mission, I order the Blue Tower and the Fire Tower to provide defense. That wasn't all. Hackett Ratmos even commanded those who intended to oppose the previous decision to support the Red Tower. Hackett's expression was now incredibly serious and firm. Even so, Brain managed a strained, dark smile. Your highness, it is not as simple as all that. Hackett Ratmos then turned to Nicolo. Master of the Gold Tower? Yes, your highness. She raised her voice. Who is the largest sponsor for the excavation on this mission? Nicolo bowed respectfully and replied, It is you, your highness. Hearing what she wanted to hear, Hackett looked at Brain, as if that were her final answer. Well, I think the matter is settled now, don't you? And with that, her retreating footsteps echoed through the hall. Brain's expression looked awful, but he still forced a calculating smile. Afterward, Niccolo Machiavelli continued the meeting. Now then, let's move on to the next steps of the planned excavation. Russell Raymond was deeply impressed by what Hackett had just done. Hackett Ratmos. Evening had fallen, and the moon rose high. The sound of carriage wheels creaked in the quiet air. Brain still refused to give up on his own ambitions. This is my chance to bury the Raymond family for good. I can't believe the princess intervened. Suddenly, Geron sensed that something was wrong. He leapt onto the roof of the carriage, a glowing red sword in his hand. The carriage was forced to a screeching halt as someone blocked their path. The wheels ground against the road, sending smoke billowing up. Brain stepped out of the carriage nonchalantly. I see you have no manners. So, the one blocking the way was for Daria. Daria just smiled faintly and remarked, Don't you think you're the same? At that very moment, the sword in Geron's hand was pressed against Daria's throat. His eyes were cold, filled with hostility and defense as he looked at her. Daria didn't show a hint of fear, just tilted her head calmly. "Do you think that's enough?" Jiron's eyes remained vigilant. Then, Brain's voice rang out, breaking Jiron's defensive stance. "Put your weapon away." He bowed his head and retracted his blade. Brain seemed to understand Daria's nature all too well, so he spoke bluntly. "Considering our history, I assume you aren't here to apologize. Say what you want." A name escaped her lips. Alex Russell Raymond. That made him suspicious. Daria was asking about him. "You witnessed his death, didn't you?" Brain replied smoothly. "I didn't see it clearly, but Daria cut him off before he could finish. How unfortunate." She had clearly been seeking the truth for a long time and had come to find him. "I'm trying to investigate it, and I thought I could ask you." Brain replied with a cold, even tone. "Daria, I can't believe you go this far. What relationship did you have with that dead man?" Rebutting his provocation, Daria didn't hesitate. It is the responsibility of a master to her disciple. Daria was incensed by his lack of respect. A disciple's problem is their master's problem. "I am simply helping my disciple resolve his issues," she continued. No matter who it might be, beneath Daria's staff, a cage of violet light began to manifest, spreading through the surrounding air. For some reason, Brain made a sudden decision to turn the carriage around and head toward the Grand Duke's mansion. He seemed to want to verify something. "There are some things I need to check." The scene shifted to the dark, unlit mansion, where the eye on the skull hanging over the door suddenly glowed. Inside, Jiron was still questioning what had happened. There was no doubt his father had died in the war, but seeing Brain's thoughts reflected in his mind, he wondered, why is this man still spouting such nonsense? Brain's voice echoed. "The Russell Raymond family has a duty to pay their debt to the Empire." Brain continued to insult the Raymond house, but how would a young, rising empire feel? "If we trust them with this important mission," he continued to spout his words. "If Jiron insists on being in charge of defense, the Red Tower will provide no support." Murmurs erupted among the crowd in response. Russell Raymond is a talented disciple, the Red Tower master thought. Up on the podium, Niccolo looked worried. He had managed to sway the crowd with just a few words. Niccolo seemed a bit pensive, as one would expect from the master of the Red Tower. Thinking about the backstory behind him, this was only natural. Then he recalled a plot from the past involving the Grand Duke Bismarck. It even involved the appearance of Brain. He was known as the king's uncle and the most powerful man on the continent, Grand Duke Bismarck. Niccolo was still wrestling with his own decision to oppose him, which meant opposing the Grand Duke's faction. Then, his gaze fixed on Melville. The only ones here capable of standing up to him. Melville's voice rang out. How absurd. Daria could no longer stay calm. She gripped her staff tightly in anger. "Don't interfere, kid. I'll handle this." Niccolo was still deep in thought. "It's both of them." Suddenly, he spoke up, catching Daria, who was standing nearby, off guard. "I want to ask the master of the Red Tower a few things." Being called out, he seemed a bit startled, but he spoke with a haughty air. "Are you prepared to take responsibility for what you just said?" Outside the castle, the sunset had begun to fade, and a deep, somber voice echoed. "You're leaving tomorrow, aren't you?" From inside, Daria said sternly, but how could he possibly perform his duties when he was so distracted? Looking down from above, Russell Raymond was struggling to grip his weapon. She kept provoking him. "I suppose what that old man said is still bothering you, huh?" He bowed his head and replied, "No, master." Daria frowned at the sight of him all covered in dirt. Thousands of prying eyes were focused on him. She whispered to herself, "Those who praise the boy as a disciple have suddenly turned to slander his late father as a coward. How could he not be shaken?" Daria descended to the ground and walked toward him. She stood before him and warned, "The truth always comes out eventually. Just keep focusing on your own path." Hearing this, he immediately tightened his grip on his weapon and stepped forward on his path. Then, with a look of determination, he shouted, "Master, please teach me once more." She stared at him, breaking into a satisfied smile. Daria looked at him and thought, "That's right, the road ahead won't be easy, but you must walk it." Now that night had fallen, the streets became peaceful, and her thoughts continued to echo. Children must step out from the shadows of their parents on their own. In the crowded stream of people, a girl draped in a hooded cloak, as if to hide her identity. She slowly turned back to look. Despite that shadow, the tall castle stood out clearly, no matter how grand it was. 3 days later, at Kiovan Mountain, Russell slowly stepped out of the teleportation gate, looking at the cold, desolate scenery blanketed in frost. He muttered, "So this is Kiovan Mountain, really now." Afterwards, Russell and his subordinates started shivering involuntarily from the cold. Unable to bear it, Russell Raymond snapped his fingers, channeling his power. Then his whole body was enveloped in a warm aura. Those who were carrying supplies whispered in surprise. The air suddenly got warm. Hackett, who was blushing from the cold, also felt warmer thanks to his warmth. Suddenly, a man approached and greeted them cheerfully. "Excuse me, are you Russell Raymond of the Fire Tower?" Russell calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." Then the man reached out and pointed the way happily. "We've been waiting for you. Please follow me this way." Hearing this, Russell immediately followed, but soon the surroundings caught his attention. Looking at the emblem on the black flag, he thought, "The Imperial Gold Tower." Then Russell cast his eyes over the yellow flags, "The Eternal Gold Tower." And looking to another side, "The Chaos Gold Tower." Russell concluded, "So, all the Earth attribute magic experts are gathered here." Suddenly, the guide stopped and asked, "Impressive scale, isn't it?" Finally, the two arrived at their destination. Looking at the magnificent ice architecture before him, Russell marveled. They even made this whole place out of magic crystal. Seeing his own reflection in the ice, Russell Raymond was excited. "It's just like a mirror." The guide agreed, "Yes. That's why they call the ruins the Crystal Palace." An elderly man, seeing him, shook his hand happily and introduced himself. "Welcome. I am Spigman from the Gold Tower, in charge of this expedition." Russell Raymond also replied cheerfully, "Nice to meet you, Elder Spigman. I am Russell Raymond from the Fire Tower." Recalling the image of the talented man from his youth, Russell inwardly marveled, a talented man who started as a commoner and became an elder of the Imperial Gold Tower. He is also an archaeologist and adventurer who has excavated more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. Then he smiled confidently. "Perhaps he will be able to answer my questions." Alan Pett, from a distance, adjusted his glasses and approached. "There you are, Mr. Russell Raymond." Seeing him, Russell was happy. "Mr. Alan Pett, so you've come too." The two shook hands politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you." The two chatted away happily. "A hardworking genius, huh? It's almost like cheating." "Well, I just want to protect the relics from the Age of Gods." Pulling his hand back, Alan Pett returned to his habit of adjusting his glasses. "Now, if only the guards from the Red Tower arrive, we can discuss our movements and mission together." Spigman stood in a corner, watching the two talk happily, and thought, "It's reassuring to have disciples of the kingdom protecting the excavation site." Looking toward the tightly shut gate, he wondered, but what kind of trouble could occur in these foul ruins that would require sending our entire workforce? Suddenly, Spigman broke into a cold sweat, hesitating. He thought it might be overkill, but suddenly, rocks exploded in the distance. The crowd screamed, "What's happening?" From deep underground, a giant monster emerged. He backed away in fear. A crystal golem. Alan Pett tried to protect everyone. "Everyone get to safety, quickly." This monster was made of huge, sharp shards of ice. It roared in fury and launched crystals at them. One by one, people were pierced by the crystals and screamed in agony. Spigman gritted his teeth in anger. The shield couldn't even take one hit. Then he channeled energy into the ground. A barrier of earth and stone was quickly erected. The sharp crystal strikes continued to attack relentlessly. He shouted, suggesting, "Build an earth wall to block the attack." Hackett, who was helping a heavily injured person, kept whispering encouragement. "Russell Raymond G. in there." Suddenly, a sound made her fearful. From behind, a hand of crystal was quickly reaching out, preparing to grab Hackett. This was followed by thousands of powerful shots. She silently used magic, preparing to stop them. Suddenly, Russell appeared from nowhere and quickly used his power to stop it. Original Fire Spear. Hackett looked at him in surprise. Before he could even recover his strength, he turned and asked worriedly, "Hackett, are you okay?" Suddenly, Russell Raymond was distracted by something. Looking at her long hair, he was stunned. "Purple hair, don't tell me," he couldn't help but shout, "Princess." This statement made Hackett Ratmos grit her teeth in anger. While Russell was distracted, the monster quickly closed in. Suddenly, Alan Pett stood there, mumbling something. The primal ice arrow launched, followed by a barrage of power beams hitting with intense force. The unleashed energy triggered a massive explosion, yet the monster remained standing. After a moment, its body showed signs of cracking, but overall, it was still incredibly sturdy. Alan Pett sighed in frustration. He had tried to completely shatter it, but its body was just too hard. Then, the monster caused a violent tremor on the ground. Vo began channeling his primal energy before quickly leaping down to stand in front of Alan Pett. He was still keeping his eyes tightly shut in fear. Vo gripped his sword to build momentum and then swung it down with all his might, shattering the ground beneath him. With the blood-flamed sword, the debris began to clear. Only then did Alan Pett dare to open his eyes. A man slowly approached. He introduced himself to the surprise of Hackett and Joe. It seemed he hadn't arrived too late. He introduced himself, "I am Jeroen from the Red Tower." Vo just stood there silently, watching, as did Alan Pett. 3 days earlier, Jeroen, looking incredibly dapper, was suddenly interrupted. Alex Demon sat on the table, his voice low. "Daria has already begun investigating his death. Any theories? A ghostly voice echoed from beneath the ground. Theories? Huh. The voice continued. Karen looked up at Brain, puzzled. Don't you remember why you killed him? Hearing this, Brain's face was covered in a dark, angry shadow. The guy continued to provoke him. Are you afraid of being caught? Brain clenched his fist firmly. That will never happen. Then, he sighed, I'm just disappointed. He raised his voice to reproach Karen. If you had handled the gate during the selection, Daria wouldn't have had any chance to be suspicious. Hearing that, the guy hurriedly explained, that was because I received false information that the gatekeeper was just a weak kid. Brain shouted angrily, are you trying to say that it's my fault now? At that moment, a figure appeared as the smoke cleared, and a low voice resonated. Did you call me here just to watch you two bicker? Bismarck sat majestically in his chair, and Brain immediately turned and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to you, Great Duke. Bismarck asked calmly. My grandson has caused trouble, hasn't he? He agreed. That's right. Initially, it was only supposed to be a few members of the guard unit. The old man saw him rambling and raised a hand to stop him. Focus on the main issue. How do we seize those ruins? Brain turned to signal Geron, who immediately stepped forward respectfully. My disciple is here. Geron will join the guard unit. They began to plan. If Geron creates a side path through the Golden Tower's protective barrier, then the old man continued. After passing through that path, the cultists will ambush the guarding mages. As you know, for our plan to succeed, Bismarck stroked his chin in thought. Then he offered his proposal. We need to subdue the Tower Master currently guarding the kingdom to neutralize the Tower Masters safely without causing collateral damage. Thinking of the figures of two incredibly powerful people, he continued. We need that thing inside the ruins, so what we need to do now. Bismarck looked at the box, which was constantly emitting a murderous aura in his hand, his eyes revealing cruelty. Don't we need at least one trump card for this important mission? Switching to another location, Russell Raymond was shouting at the person inside the tent. Just a little bit. He grabbed Hackett's hand to persuade her. Give it up, princess. It's too difficult. She simply placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to keep it a secret. Hackett Ratmos spoke sternly, as if giving an order. My presence here is top secret information. It must be kept private. No one can know. She immediately straightened up and casually continued, You, Russell, just need to pretend you didn't see me and let this go. Of course, it might be hard for you to understand. After that, Hackett Ratmos prepared to put her hood back on to hide her identity from everyone. You must really love the ruins and the artifacts within them, right? Vo smiled and expressed, If I were you, I would be very disappointed if I couldn't see those ruins and artifacts with my own eyes. He then looked at her to reassure her. If you are determined to go, you have nothing to worry about now that I'm here. If you have any requests, Hackett retorted, that won't work. Both the king and the nobles, they wouldn't let me go to places like this alone. Therefore, you need to keep this a secret for me. Then she wondered, As a knight, aren't you worried about me? A princess here, recalling that flow of magic, he exclaimed. In just a short moment, I witnessed the princess's power. Then, he explained further, ordinary knights won't compare to your extraordinary power, so there is nothing to be worried about regarding you. Hackett blushed with anger at the mention of extraordinary power. She then flicked the forehead of this blissfully ignorant kid hard. She turned and walked away, leaving Russell with a giant bump on his forehead. Anyway, I'm heading out now. You stay here and do your best in your role. Hackett turned away, smiling with hope. She's not bad, even if she's just a novice. Vo, after a moment of dazed thought, realized he should have asked her to pretend she didn't see the dragon's heart. Spigman was casting magic and shouting at everyone. Everyone, keep working together. Just then, Vo quickly appeared. Sorry for being late. He cast his eyes forward. Vo saw his teammates lining up to cast spells and exclaimed in surprise, Magic isn't working either? What the hell is going on? Alan Pett bowed his head slightly and spoke up. Space Collapse is one of the most powerful shields. Everyone's attacks are trying to break through it, but the shield is too thick. Everyone is getting knocked back. Spigman helplessly slammed his fist into the ground. Damn it. Even when we found the gate to the ruins, why of all things does it have to be a space collapse? Far away, Geron was leaning against the cave wall, watching the group struggling over there. He thought to himself that he should send a report to the Great Duke. A while later, the group retreated to their tents. Spigman couldn't help but shout, What? There's a way to destroy those shields? Alan stood beside him and said, With the relic from the Age of the Gods that the Tower Master possesses, we can concentrate our power and pierce through it. Spigman replied happily, But I doubt they would lend it to us. That's why I plan to take action. He gripped Alan's hand. Spigman said excitedly, If you can handle it, I promise the Golden Tower will repay you. Alan smiled and replied, Yes, I will do my best. Scene change. At this point, Alan Pett arranged to meet Geron and Russell Raymond to ask for their help. Although I don't want to, I am counting on you both. Vo nodded and said, there's no need to rely on us. Everything will be fine. As for Jeron, he stared at the other two and thought that with Alan Pet gone, only one battle mage was left here. Suddenly, Vo turned to speak to him. Lord Jeron, I'd like to discuss swapping shifts with you this evening. Jeron glared at him with lethal intensity. I'm going first. He then turned and walked away. I'm tired, so I'm leaving now. Watching Jeron, he couldn't help but think how arrogant he looked. The scene shifts to outside the outpost, where two mages are sitting by a campfire, standing guard. Suddenly, one of them notices something suspicious. Seeing a group of people dressed in black, they stand up and shout, "Who goes there? Halt!" This area is under the jurisdiction of the Gold Tower. No sooner had they spoken than the mysterious group struck them down. Suddenly, Jeron appeared in the midst of the strangers. He approached the barrier and shattered it. Jeron said, there's been a change of plan. As the barrier slowly dissolved, a collapsing space appeared, protecting the ruins. With the barrier open, the group of strangers strolled inside. Jeron crossed his arms and said they needed to retrieve the holy relic that could destroy it. He continued, Alan Pet has arrived at the trade tower. The masked man named Karen stretched his arms and said, doesn't the smell of burnt flesh just smell wonderful? Jeron said calmly, to threaten him, we only need to take Spigman hostage. Karen didn't think so. What about the one they call the Disciple of the Fire Tower? Kidnapping isn't really my style. He replied coldly, kill him. I will not tolerate any mistakes this time. An armored man appeared before Jeron. He stared him down and said, you sure complain a lot for someone just watching. Jeron didn't take kindly to that and glared back at him with killing intent. Sensing things getting out of hand, Karen stepped in to intervene. Hey, he continued, we're on the same side. Don't do that. Karen glanced at Jeron and sneered. Well, if it isn't the beloved bastard son. His words made him snap. Master Brain's son, he cannot be harmed. Provoked, Jeron raised his hand to attack Karen, but the man immediately cast a spell to block the blow. He roared, what did you just say? Karen replied, can't I even joke around here? Tilting his head, he added, try to be a little more generous. While this group was bickering, the disciples had finished drawing a blood-red magic circle. Russell Raymond's began to sprout from the circle, just like the ones they had summoned. Then, a grotesque monster crawled out onto the ground. Karen said coldly, though it's unlikely to happen, he continued. If things take a turn for the worse, don't forget what the Grand Duke gave you. Jeron recalled a past event, standing before him as he said, remember this. He said sternly, after this mission ends, you will live as a ghost from this day on. The Grand Duke sat on his throne. Brain gave the order that not a single person was to return alive from the punitive expedition. Jeron bowed his head slightly and said, but if things go wrong? He looked up and asked, may I use what the Grand Duke gave me? Brain narrowed his eyes, staring straight at him, then stepped closer. You want to? Brain placed a hand on Jeron's shoulder and asked, do I approve? He laughed out loud. I simply believe you won't fail, no matter what. Return to reality. Before Jeron stood a massive explosion. He stood there and muttered, of course, just as father wishes. A dark aura engulfed Jeron. I will become a ghost. He put on a cold expression and said, a ghost that spreads fear and despair. Late that night in the tent, Spigman suddenly exclaimed, what? He looked at Russell Raymond with concern and said, you want to know about a dragon with many horns? Spigman asked him, why the sudden interest? He replied quietly, I saw a painting at the mission site. Its bizarre appearance caught my eye. He rested his chin on his hand and said, honestly, I can't give you a precise answer. He bowed his head slightly. I see. Suddenly, Spigman spoke up, but I am thinking of the Saint Dragon King. When Russell Raymond heard the name, he couldn't help but wonder. The Saint Dragon King, does such a creature actually exist? He rubbed his chin, turned away, and said, since there aren't many historical records about it, I don't have many clues. Spigman continued, but it was said it was raised to deal with some evil force. Suddenly, a red dragon appeared over their heads, snapping its jaws. He exclaimed, Pepper. Seeing Pepper, Spigman cheered, you can still summon spirits. Then, Pepper darted off somewhere else. It stood in front of the tent flap and hissed a warning at something outside. Russell Raymond looked at it, confused. What is it? Immediately, something slammed into the curtain from the outside. Russell Raymond moved quickly, but the monster lunged forward aggressively. Both Russell Raymond and Spigman were stunned by the situation. The monster was humanoid and hideous, its entire body radiating intense flames. It used its power to drown everything in a sea of fire. People in the camp screamed, it's an ambush. The armored man appeared, blocking a group of mages trying to escape. The mages cast spells, desperately trying to suppress him. It's the enemy. Combine your powers to take them down. Their attacks turned into sharp spikes aimed at him. Smoke billowed up, but the man gently brushed the smoke away. The armored man said with contempt, "What pathetic skills." The mages were frozen. How was he unscathed after taking that hit? The armored man swung his mace, slammed it into the ground, and released a massive surge of magic. The mages were trapped and couldn't escape, while Karen strolled along, looking for his prey. Two mages appeared before him, ready to fight. They shouted and unleashed a technique. Earth Spear. Karen stood there nonchalantly, not bothering to dodge. How annoying. He unleashed a magic circle that blocked their attack. To their surprise, the circle was a teleportation spell. It appeared behind the mages. Karen played them at their own game, teleporting the attack behind the two mages to strike them. One turned around and gasped, "What's happening?" But unfortunately for them, they didn't react in time. Defeat was inevitable. Karen stood there, looking down at the two fallen mages. Then he looked up at the sky and wondered, where could that old man Spigman be? Elsewhere in the camp, where the strangers had broken in, Russell Raymond had been quick-witted enough to set up a barrier, so he and Spigman were still safe. He asked, "Are you all right?" Needless to say, he was furious. What kind of lunatics would dare attack the anti-excavation site? Looking down at what was at his feet undead, Russell Raymond said with a firm tone, "Only they would use the undead as weapons." Spigman asked suspiciously, "Could it be the heretics?" "Yes, Elder." He turned to him and said, "I apologize, but I must protect someone important. You leave quickly. I'll meet you outside the ruins." Spigman blurted out, stunned. "Huh?" He asked in confusion. "Is there anyone more important than me?" Somewhere else in the camp, Hackett Ratmos was struggling against the monsters. She swung her hammer decisively, then swung it again, wiping out the rest of the monsters. She looked down at their corpses and whispered to herself, "Where on earth did these things suddenly come from?" Then Hackett Ratmos turned to call out to the group behind her, "It's safe. This way." The group immediately ran toward her. However, they suddenly stopped, glancing around in fear. Hackett looked in that direction and gasped. An armored man appeared, blocking the path of the mages and her. Without hesitation, Hackett raised her hammer and charged at him. This full-force blow should take you down. She gained momentum and leaped into the air. Immediately after, Hackett brought her hammer down right onto his neck. Following the momentum, she slid down and landed right in front of him. Hackett Ratmos glanced back, bewildered. With a blow like that, he's still okay? The armored man asked her, "Who are you?" She quickly stood up. Although she was trembling, her hands gripped the hammer tightly. "If only I had a proper sword," Hackett thought angrily. She looked at the mages standing behind her and regained her composure. "No, I can't lose heart." She glared at her opponent with a stern face. "I am Hackett Ratmos, Princess of the Kingdom of Andean." Hackett bravely cast a magical barrier around herself. "I will protect my people." Seeing this, the armored man swung his mace, saying, "Well, this is actually getting interesting." Suddenly, a flame streaked past her, aiming straight for the enemy. Russell Raymond had arrived. He used fire to attack the armored man. Russell Raymond transformed his fire into a spear, knocking the man far away. He looked at Hackett with concern. "Are you all right, Your Highness? The rescue team is arriving." She scolded him, feeling embarrassed. What kind of way is that to call someone? The armored man, standing in the distance, shouted back, "You, the one with the fire spear." He approached, radiating murderous intent. "You must be a disciple of the Fire Tower." Russell Raymond stared at the armored man with an unflinching expression, then turned to Hackett. "I'll handle this. Take everyone to the ruin entrance first. We'll regroup with the elder there." He told Spigman to help the injured mages to safety. "Help the others." Hackett asked Russell Raymond with some worry, "Are you sure you can handle this alone?" He turned his head and replied confidently, "You said you'd give me a chance to pay my debt, remember?" She pursed her lips and offered a faint smile. Then Hackett Ratmos turned and left with the other mages. "Then I'll leave it to you." The armored man placed a hand on his head and remarked, "It would have been more fun if you all attacked at once." Russell Raymond stood full of fighting spirit. "This is a battle between the two of us." The armored man started to get serious, staring him down. Unexpectedly, Pepper breathed fire, leaving him only enough time to gasp. "What?" In the end, the armored man took the full force of a massive explosion. He watched Russell Raymond unleash his move and thought to himself, "Superheat, flame spear." By now, Russell Raymond had created a spear of fire, infused with explosive magic. Flame spear detonate. He raised the spear and charged. The man shouted, "Your little tricks won't work on me." The armored man was ready, bracing himself for the hit. Russell Raymond held the spear high and shouted, "Are you sure they're just tricks?" The spear struck him square on the head. The armored man stood frozen in place, unable to react. Immediately after, he released a massive torrent of flame from the spear, aiming to incinerate him. On another part of the battlefield, A group of mages was fleeing. They suddenly stopped when they saw a figure standing in their path. One of them recognized him and shouted, "Sir Geron." A mage stepped forward to ask, "Are you injured? Where have you been?" The enemy attacked just a moment ago, but their answer was a lethal slash. Geron coldly swung his blade, showing no mercy. He looked at them with the cruelest eyes imaginable. Then, Geron walked forward and looked down the cliff where the camp was submerged in a sea of flames. His eyes widened as he thought of a name, Spigman. Geron couldn't help but wonder, is he planning to reorganize the formation inside the ruins? Suddenly, Hackett sensed something and turned around. Geron was surprised to see her, Princess Hackett. Right after that, an earth-shattering explosion reached where he was standing. Geron looked to the side, far away. A black shadow darted past. The armored man braced himself, trying to absorb the damage from Russell Raymond. He exhaled, while Geron watched him, stunned. The cursed refined black iron it actually shattered. The armored man's faceplate broke. Russell scoffed, "Finally showing your face, huh?" He provoked the man. "But why are you grimacing?" The armored man gritted his teeth. "You arrogant bastard." He flew into a rage, his body radiating dark energy. "Don't underestimate me." Russell Raymond looked at the armored man in shock. That aura, he could see that the man had two hearts inside his body. "I never thought I'd have to use the knight's heart implanted in my body just to deal with a brat like this," the man thought. The armored man screamed and lunged at him. "I'll tear you apart." His attack speed was incredible. Russell Raymond had to duck and dodge, too fast. The armored man stared at him, mace in hand. Russell Raymond smiled faintly. He thought, he's much faster than that other guy. Then, he stopped and got into a stance. He immediately accelerated and rushed to attack. Russell's attack landed accurately on the armored man. Flame spear, absolute slash. The man was hit and coughed violently. Then the armored man collapsed. Russell raised his spear in front of him and said, "Let's finish this." Suddenly, a blue whirlwind appeared in front of Russell Raymond. This whirlwind released a surge of power like a rushing tide. It quickly extinguished Russell's flames and pushed him back. Wooden pillars floated along the water just now. Russell Raymond struggled to regain his balance. He looked toward the whirlpool, wondering what had just happened. Suddenly, he looked down at the ground and immediately thought of one person, him. It turned out Karen had used water to save the armored man's life. He mocked, "Deep-sea water pressure is pretty useful, isn't it?" The armored man said irritably, "Shut up." Russell Raymond created another spear and glared at his opponent. "This time, I won't let you slip away." He unleashed his move. Flame, spear, cyclone. Russell Raymond gripped the spear and thought about the attack. He immediately launched it toward his opponent. How could he dodge that? Karen then unleashed a countermove. "I just came up with this idea. It's pretty good." Immediately after, he created a massive water barrier. Russell was left speechless. His flames were neutralized by the barrier, and the other mages were stunned as well. Huh! Hackett Ratmos turned to look at Russell Raymond. Before everyone's eyes, the fire spear, which seemed impossible to stop, had been blocked by Karen's barrier. Spigman looked on in astonishment, and even Hackett couldn't believe it. Russell looked completely panicked now. "No, this can't be." He screamed. "This can't be happening." The fire spear kept pushing against the water barrier with immense power. A massive explosion sent rocks and debris flying, filling the air with dust. Russell Raymond stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield. Then suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. "No." He looked around frantically. "Princess. Elder." A hand reaches out from the rubble, calling for him. "Over here." He sees Spigman struggling to break free from the debris. As he shouts out, Elder Vo collapses to his knees. "Are you all right?" He asks him back. "Where are the others?" Vo shakes his head as his only answer. Then, bowing his head in shame, he says, "I'm sorry." In the distance, a fire flares up. Vo and Spigman both turn toward the flames simultaneously. To their surprise, it's Geron who has rescued Princess Hackett Ratmos and is carrying her out. Seeing this, Vo shouts, "The princess!" Spigman is just as surprised the princess is alive. Vo rushes straight to Hackett Ratmos, thanking heaven that she is safe. He happily says to Geron, "Lord Geron, thank you for saving the princess." He gives a forced smile as if acknowledging the thanks. But behind that smile, while Vo isn't paying attention, Geron immediately presses his sword against his abdomen. Then, he instantly slashes across Vo's torso. He collapses, coughing up fresh blood. Spigman screams in horror. Russell Raymond. Pepper lunges forward to attack Geron and avenge his master. Luckily for him, a water barrier appears to block Pepper. Immediately after, a voice rings out, causing Geron to turn around. "You just keep on annoying me." Karen and his cohorts arrive through a teleportation gate. He clenches his fist and hisses, "You wretched insect." Vo, losing blood, feels his head spinning. "Pepper my body, I have no strength left." Jaren turns to ask Karen, I thought I told you about using Spigman as a hostage. He retorts, well, you played the hostage role just fine, didn't you? Spigman, furious, attacks him. Jaron, how dare you betray us? The armored man throws a flail at him and yells, shut your mouth, old man. This powerful strike quickly knocks Spigman down. He is wounded in the back and left sprawled on the ground. As for Karen, he turns and asks, anyway, who is that girl? Jaron looks down at the unconscious woman and says, Princess Hackett Ratmos. If we rescue her, we can control the entire Andean kingdom. He glances sideways at Karen. Because of your stupid actions, everything almost went to waste. He defends himself. As long as she isn't dead, it's fine, isn't it? Suddenly, Russell Raymond interrupts them. I won't let that happen. He struggles to his feet and tries to muster his power. You won't get what you want. Immediately, the armored man charges at him. I'll handle this guy. Russell Raymond endures the pain and prepares to counter. Then, he chants a spell on the ring he is wearing. Ring of Bone Summoning. The armored man swings his flail at Russell Raymond to pay him back for last time. Hey kid, the mist radiating from the ring surprises Karen. Mist, the armored man, sensing victory, brings his flail down. Die. Russell Raymond opens his eyes wide and shouts, Dragon Transformation. The armored man is caught off guard. Vo unleashes a massive blast of fire, knocking him back. Karen stares at him. No way was that mist just to obscure our vision. Behind the mist, Vo unleashes a flurry of blows on the armored man and his lackeys, making them shriek in pain. The mist clears, leaving the lackeys lying on the ground. Karen deploys a water barrier around himself. So that's why the other guy was defeated. I can sense them without even looking. Suddenly, a series of barriers is erected, the mana level spikes, exceeding his perception. Yet, a pair of fiery eyes is staring straight at him. Karen thinks in terror. What the hell is that? While he is distracted, Vo thrusts his spears straight at Karen. He puts everything into the attack. He suddenly laughs. You don't look any different from a monster. Yet, he continues to thrust his spear at him. In a corner, Jaron lays Hackett Ratmos down. Vo thinks to himself, if I abandon the survivors, the mission will fail. Then he shouts, double bloodfire sword. Jaron jumps in with dual swords. Come here, Russell Raymond. He grits his teeth. His dragon transformation is about to fade. For this final blow, Vo merges the two swords into a double-headed spear. Jaron descends from the air with overwhelming intensity. Russell Raymond has his spear ready to pierce him. I'll bet everything on this strike. The two collide, causing an earth-shattering explosion. After the impact, Russell Raymond collapses to his knees. He coughs violently, his body reaching its limit. On the other side, Jaron is scorched and standing still like a statue. A gaping hole is carved into the center of his chest. His condition is critical. Then Jaron falls. Far away, a light flickers. Russell Raymond looks toward the light with caution. Then, a voice leaves him astonished. Damn it, so he finally went down. Russell Raymond looks at Karen. You must be? He glances at him. Don't tell me you thought he was the only one capable of facing you. Your mind is so simple. Karen's words leave him stunned. And this guy has similar abilities to yours, you know. As soon as he finishes speaking, he points behind him. A creature with horns on its head and a tail appears. Karen says, you possess power rivaling that of a dragon. Gradually, its wings unfurl. Vo cautiously watches the thing appearing before him. Before him stands Jaron, now transformed into a monster. Karen introduces it, the Chimera's heart. Vo stares at Jaron. Transformed into a beast, the Chimera's heart. He thinks the magic power is immeasurably strong. Immediately, Jaron raises his hand and clenches his fist. The unlucky one caught in the move is Karen. He struggles to remove the magic strangling his neck. Jaron growls, did you intentionally hide your own power to force me to use this heart? Karen defends himself. You volunteered to do it, didn't you? He stares intensely at Jaron. Karen continues, didn't the Chimera's heart help you instantly level up countless spell circles? Besides, he pauses for a moment, then says, I never asked you to fight that guy just to end up losing. Jaron waves his hand and drops him. Fine. I admit I misunderstood the mission. He then raises his hand. Russell Raymond, it's time to end this. Suddenly, a surge of power rushes forward, as if to crush his heart. Jaron grabs Vo's neck. You've performed well until now. Then he raises his hand, creating a massive wave of power. But sadly, you can't protect anything anymore. This wave of power crashes into the barrier. Let's finish this. Russell Raymond struggles. His attack power is strong enough to shatter the barrier, revealing what it was protecting. Karen shields himself from Jaron's power, thinking, he shattered the spatial barrier. Too, you're not bad. Jaron uses his firepower to throw a punch at his face, yelling, it's not over yet. You bastard. This attack of his manages to push Jaron back slightly. He smiles faintly. Yeah, I've reconsidered too. Jiron immediately kicks Vo away. I'll give you a proper death. His body slams into the barrier. Then, Vo is gradually sucked into the spatial rift inside the barrier. Jiron laughs from outside. Keep savoring the agony of your soul being torn apart. Carry the shame of a failure until the very end of infinite time. The scene shifts to a hospital room. He flails his arms around as if waking from a nightmare. The nurse notices and calls out, "Worried? Are you awake?" Russell Raymond stares down at his hands, breathing heavily. The nurse continues, "You're at Camelot Hospital." He tries to sit up and attempts to step off the bed. "The hospital? Then what about the battle at the ruins?" the nurse asks, confused. What on earth are you talking about?" Russell Raymond snaps, grabbing the nurse's shoulders like a madman. "The princess? Is the princess and everyone else all right?" Suddenly, a male nurse rushes over. "Patient, please calm down." The nurse locks eyes with him, trying to explain. "You had a seizure while cleaning at the Louvre Museum and were brought to the hospital." His eyes widen in complete shock. "Well, what?" Russell Raymond screams. "Pepper, Pepper." He looks everywhere for Pepper, ignoring the nurse trying to hold him back. "Pepper, where are you? Have I really returned to the time before the regression?" He thinks again. No, something must have happened. Suddenly, a golden hoop flies toward him, quickly binding Russell Raymond tightly. The head nurse appears and says, "That's enough noise. You're a patient. Please calm down so we can get you back to your bed." She invites him to her office to talk. According to the head nurse, he fainted at the museum and suffered from severe hallucinations upon waking. He says sternly, "I've never had hallucinations before." She replies, "I see. I understand." The head nurse walks to the window and says, "I truly sympathize with what you've shared." Then she asks Russell Raymond, "Have you ever heard of the dream-eating tree?" The head nurse continues, "It uses the most beautiful hallucinations as a trap, then lets people starve to death under its roots and uses their bodies as nutrients." He asks, slightly irritated, "What does that have to do with me?" The head nurse taps the glass window and says, "That day, pollen from the dream-eating tree on display in the museum leaked into the air. Besides you, many others," she continues, "also experience such hallucinations." He looks at her in confusion. "What? You mean?" The head nurse returns to her desk to write up paperwork, noting that the museum would cover all medical expenses for the patients. Russell Raymond stands there stunned. Was it all just a hallucination? The head nurse places her hand on the paperwork and says, "This is the medical report. You can request compensation from the museum's management." Then, she leans in close to him and says in a dangerous tone, "This is the moment you should wake up." He wonders in confusion, is it all just a dream? No, Lady Daria would definitely know about this. That night, at the Tower of Fire, he walks numbly toward the tower gate. No dream could ever feel this real. Immediately, the guards shout, "Wait, stop right there." He bows his head and mumbles, "I'm here to see Lady Daria. If she is my master, she will definitely recognize me." The guard looks at Russell Raymond with contempt. "Who do you think you are?" He looks up at the towering structure, praying in his heart, "Please, tell me this isn't a dream. Please, I beg you." He says in desperation, "My name is Russell Raymond. I used to be Lady Daria's disciple." The guards look at each other and ask, "Daria's disciple? We've never heard of that name." The guard shouts angrily, "I knew you were a lunatic. Get out of here." He clenches his fists, then charges toward the tower. "Please, just give me a moment. Please, let me see her." The guard, annoyed, raises his hand to strike him. This maniac is really Russell. Raymond is knocked to the ground, struggling to stand up while calling out, "Master, master." Daria, happening to pass by in a carriage, notices the commotion and looks down to ask the guard what is happening. The guard bows and says, "Mistress of the Tower of Fire, this young man keeps insisting he is your disciple." She exclaims in surprise, "My disciple?" Daria looks down at the battered Russell Raymond and asks a devastating question. "Do I know you?" Her question leaves him frozen. He stares wide-eyed, then slowly lowers his head. Seeing him in such a state, Daria sighs softly. The guard hurries to remind her, "We should get going now." The carriage drives slowly into the tower. In a room inside the tower, Russell Raymond puts his hand against the glass protecting a treasure chest and thinks, does this mean it was all really caused by the nightmare tree's pollen? Then, he punches the glass. This is absurd. The glass cracks. If this really is a dream, then wake me up before I get this far. There's no way this is real. Behind the glass, a red stone is revealed. His actions are immediately spotted by the guards. The guards quickly pin Russell Raymond to the ground and loudly ask who he is. Other guards rush over, ordering each other to drag him out. He yells in frustration, "There's no way this is real." He tries to prove that his life isn't a dream, but it's all in vain. A few years pass. He still desperately tries to fight this reality, but the passing years have eroded his will. Under a bridge somewhere, someone hands him a newspaper. He takes it and reads it carefully. Many years have passed. He is now a middle-aged man with a beard, living at the bottom of society. He reads the paper, The Youngest Tower Master. The paper features a picture of Alan Pett. In the end, there's no way. He ponders for a moment, thinking that someone like him never had a chance to begin with. The scene shifts to Walker Hill Academy. Russell Raymond is now doing janitorial work, sweeping the school grounds. He never expected to return here. He has numbed his mind and abandoned his ambitions. In the end, he has completely given up on himself. He stops for a moment, thinking that a life like this isn't too bad. Truth be told, this is probably the most suitable job for who he is now. Suddenly, he hears someone passing by. He creeps closer and hides behind a wall. A group of students is ganging up on someone. Who do you think you are to act like that? Know your place. Just because we talk to you, do you think you're our equal? He decides to turn away. This has nothing to do with me. It's best if I just ignore it. The person being bullied is Speaker. Even so, he says fiercely, no matter what you say, I will become a mage. The blonde student smirks. Why, you crippled bastard. His words grab his attention. Suffering from a mana vessel blockage and yet you're so mouthy? The blonde student orders his lackeys to hold the victim down. Remember the crimes your family committed. He uses fire magic, intending to strike him. I'll leave you with a mark you'll never forget. The blonde-haired guy pressed his glowing, fiery finger right up to the victim's face. Speaker squeezed his eyes shut, resigned to his fate, when suddenly a loud thud echoed. Then, he slowly opened his eyes to see the bullies lying flat on the ground. Speaker looked up and saw Russell Raymond sweeping the yard. He muttered, why is this place so filthy? Speaker looked at Russell, the eyes full of admiration. A moment later, while eating bread, he sighed. What a hassle. Russell looked at Speaker sitting next to him and asked, why are you following me around, kid? He held up his book and innocently replied, I'm just reading, sir. I find this place quiet and perfect for focusing. Russell sensed someone watching him and glanced over. His sharp gaze made the guys who had just bullied Speaker pale with fear. After delivering the warning, he let out a sigh and then asked, you have mana vessel stenosis, don't you? He continued, I knew someone just like you who also attended this academy. Speaker asked curiously, What happened to that person? Russell threw his bread on the ground and said irritably, he was expelled because he couldn't overcome his own limits, like trash destined to be a failure. He went on, he couldn't even achieve his own goals. For a mage, mana vessel stenosis is basically a death sentence. Russell stared intensely and said, sometimes, giving up is an act of courage. Speaker cut him off. I can't do that. He stood up and said with a smile, I can't give up on my dream. Speaker walked away, leaving Russell deep in thought, speechless. Suddenly, someone called out to him. A bald staff member waved him over. Russell walked over and asked, what is it? The bald man warned him, be careful. Don't associate with him. If something happens, you could get into serious trouble. Russell asked, confused, I don't quite understand what you mean. The bald man replied, he's the son of that traitor whom the Red Tower banished. As the family fell from grace, the scene shifted to a dim, gloomy room where a group of cultists was gathering. The world of the Guardians is coming to an end. Approaching the Walker Hill Academy, a skull placed in the middle of the room shrieked, let's announce our return. One beautiful morning at the academy, someone was practicing magic using a small gem. Just a little more, just a little more. Speaker, in pain, used his other hand to tightly grip the hand he was using to practice. Russell Raymond walked over and asked him, why don't you give up on becoming a mage? He asked curiously. What reason do you have to keep going? Speaker bowed his head slightly and replied, because I made a promise. His words made Russell think of his own mother. Then, the sound of footsteps approached. It was the blonde guy and his lackeys. So, this is where you are. The last time was just a fluke, but don't even think about running away this time. Russell channeled his mana and told Speaker to watch closely. He said seriously, this is the only way you can become a mage. The blonde guy was shocked by Russell's power. What? Russell curled his hand into a fist and immediately lunged at the enemy. The scene shifted to winter at the academy. Russell was watching Speaker run to build stamina. A mage might push themselves too hard if their body is weak when using magic. He shouted, run faster. If you don't know how to keep your distance, you'll easily lose your life in battle. Afterward, the two sparred. Magic can move faster with a strong, well-trained body. Unlike those who have fully developed physically, the effectiveness of magic is magnified if it is used by an immature child who is still learning. Russell gently struck his neck, but he noted, his rate of progress is truly slow. Speaker knelt down, panting heavily. Seeing this, Russell said, you promised to try. Is this really all you've got? He quickly regained his spirit and said, please, help me. Many days later, Speaker was chanting an offensive spell combat magic. He launched an ice bolt. His opponent was defeated instantly. At the academy competition, the judge announced the winner, Speaker. The students watching couldn't help but gossip. That kid with the narrow mana vessels actually won. The level of skill they displayed was immense. That's amazing. The defeated blonde guy gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard, just you wait." Speaker looked up at the stands as if searching for someone. He thought to himself and silently thanked Russell. "Thanks to you, I've become a mage who has reached 2 magic circles." In a corner of the stands, Russell stood with his arms crossed, watching Speaker with a slight smile. Suddenly, someone called out to him. A man with an aristocratic air spoke to him with a tone of contempt. "Long time no see, you little worm." Russell recognized him. Coma Frederick. The scene shifted to a dusty, dark warehouse. Russell was beaten black and blue by Coma Frederick's soldiers. "I'm sorry," the bald staff member said with a mocking, pitying tone. "He told you to stop causing trouble, didn't he?" Coma Frederick raised his voice. "Because he is my son, and you have bothered him too many times." Russell remembered the blonde guy Speaker had just defeated, let out a scornful laugh, and said, "So that's your son. It's no surprise that you're both pieces of trash." Coma Frederick lowered his head and said, "It seems you don't realize what situation you're in. If I use dark magic links, I could easily get rid of you." Coma Frederick threatened him. "And not just you, but that kid you've been looking after, too." Russell heard this and scoffed, laughing out loud as if he'd heard something incredibly funny. Russell mocked himself. "Looking after that kid? I was just trying to stir up his potential for fun, that's all." That evening, Russell was packing his bags. He remembered what Coma Frederick had said. "This is an order. Leave the academy right now if you don't want to die." He hesitated for a moment and thought. Speaker Russell grabbed his luggage and walked out the academy gate, but he was discovered by Speaker. "Where are you going?" Russell paused and replied, "I'm leaving this place." He asked, "Why? Why are you leaving?" Russell gripped his bags tight, then turned and ran. Speaker ran faster and blocked Russell. "Didn't you hear me? Please, stop." He looked surprised when he saw Russell's face. Seeing Russell's bruised face, he asked, "What? Your face?" He replied in a low voice, "What do you expect from someone like me?" Then, he said something hurtful to Speaker. "Do you think I'm actually your tutor?" Russell walked past and shoved his shoulder. He delivered the final blow. "Stop being delusional." Russell's words made him cry. The scene shifted to Coma Frederick, who seemed to be talking to someone. "That is why I crave money and power. Everything becomes easy when you are rich." Suddenly, Coma Frederick jolted in surprise. Outside the academy, a group of figures in black were using magic to take control. What was going on? Coma Frederick gritted his teeth and spat. "How dare you stand in Frederick's way?" Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted. Russell Raymond, having walked some distance, stopped as the flames began to spread. He rushed toward the explosion only to find the buildings burning to the ground. He panicked, realizing where the blast had occurred, the academy. Amidst the roaring flames at the academy, a deep, ominous voice echoed. The attack was led by a hooded figure with eyes full of killing intent. He sat upon a pile of corpses, issuing orders and declaring the return of their cult. "Go," he said, calmly watching his subordinates slaughter at will, slowly speaking to instill fear and despair. The cruelty in his words blended with the whistling sounds as his subordinates carried out the massacre, forcing their victims to taste the stench of blood. The academy professors were clearly intimidated by this man's subordinates. Without hesitation, they unleashed ice spears to finish off the teachers. The hooded man's subordinate wore a bloodthirsty smile. Looking toward Speaker, he sneered, "Oh look, a little rat survived." A moment later, Russell Raymond rushed back to the academy. Hiding behind a stone pillar, he watched Speaker and realized their situation had been exposed. The subordinate approached Speaker, amused, and remarked, "You're actually quite interesting." Seeing this, Russell Raymond worriedly wondered why he didn't just run away. Suddenly, the subordinate asked Speaker, "Are you not afraid of death?" Speaker laughed and replied, "I bought enough time for others to escape. That's enough for me." At the same time, Joe's eyes widened in shock. He could sense an overwhelming magic power. He noticed the bodies of the professors on the ground and realized even the professors couldn't handle him. Suddenly, a long-buried memory from his previous life resurfaced. "After becoming a guardian, I must become stronger to protect more people. Whenever the time comes, I will show up. However, life isn't a dream. When I wake up, I'm just weak. What can I do?" A single thought crossed his mind in this situation. He had to run. That's right, there's no reason to sacrifice himself. At that moment, the subordinate mocked Speaker. "You pathetic wretch, don't you know your place?" Without a hint of fear, Speaker replied calmly, "More than anyone, I know I can't win." The next words he spoke made Russell Raymond falter, yet he spoke of protecting the people. In Speaker's strong silhouette, glimpses of Russell Raymond's own reflection appeared the duty of a guardian. These words seemed to awaken something within Russell Raymond. Just then, the subordinate prepared to finish Speaker off. "That naivety will be the death of you," the subordinate hissed. Suddenly, a sword pierced straight into his side. The one who did it was Russell Raymond. Annoyed at being interrupted, the subordinate channeled magic into his other hand and struck Russell Raymond, sending him sprawling backward. Then, he pulled the blade from his side and cursed angrily, "Damn vermin, how dare you!" Suddenly, someone cast a third-tier ice magic arrow, and the attack hit the subordinate directly. The one who struck was Speaker, panting with exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, Joe quickly grabbed his weapon. He lunged at the subordinate, finally delivering a finishing blow. The battle ended with victory for Speaker and Joe. Seeing Speaker collapse in pain, Joe rushed over and called out to him loudly. Before he could ask anything, Speaker beat him to it. "Are you okay?" Speaker was still worried about Joe's wounds. Russell Raymond couldn't stop the bleeding. However, no matter how exhausted he was, his only focus was to warn him. "Go, hurry up, more of them are coming." Being told to leave, Speaker shouted, "But I can't leave you alone." Suddenly, Russell Raymond put a hand on his shoulder. He asked sternly, "Do you intend to make me a useless teacher who can't even protect his own disciple?" Speaker was stunned by the word disciple. Joe kept urging him, "You must survive and get out of here." A smile formed on his lips as he made a declaration about becoming a guardian. "Promise me one more thing, would you?" At this point, Speaker broke down in tears and affirmed, "I promise, I will become a guardian, Master." Afterward, Russell Raymond watched him leave, silently thinking that he was already won. He slowly stood up, deep down admitting that Speaker was like a lost dream of his, like the courage he had abandoned. That was precisely why he hated him. Now, he turned to the enemies and demanded, "Stop right there." Watching Speaker run away with tears in his eyes, looking back at him, Joe only whispered to himself, and that was also why he liked him. Just then, a maniacal enemy unleashed his power, shouting, "You trash. Using second-tier magic on you is a waste." Without fear in his heart, Russell Raymond only thought, "Thanks to you, I can live." Suddenly, he leaped high into the air. With his intelligence, he had long realized that one could only learn magic by understanding the high and low rules of magic circles. Instantly, he used a blink spell, suddenly appearing near one of the hooded men. Without mercy, he sent the man to meet his maker. The enemy managed to use magic in return. An explosion occurred, with Joe's final thought, "You must live, Speaker." A moment later, in a place filled with beautiful stars, a voice echoed, waking Joe up. "It's time for you to go." He looked at himself in confusion, wondering where he was. The mysterious figure stood calmly behind him and remarked, "So, you're finally awake?" Then he asked, "How was that world?" Joe replied calmly, "I lost the dream I had always pursued, even though I found it again and protected it." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened in shock, having seen someone. It was Speaker. His presence made Joe panic, and he hurriedly asked, "Speaker, you didn't escape." He rushed toward him, but was suddenly blocked by something. This left him even more bewildered as he stammered. Finally, looking disappointed in himself, he said, "I couldn't even protect anything." Suddenly, the mysterious figure said, "No, you're wrong." He called his name and revealed, Joe Russell Raymond, heir to the dragon's power. Only then did Joe remember and ask, "Who are you?" The figure placed his hand on the barrier and said casually, "I am the master of this cruel world." He turned to look at him and continued, "Oh, those people also call me by a certain name." The name he spoke left Joe in complete astonishment. The Mirror. After a moment to regain his composure, Joe called out the name, the Mirror. The Mirror remained calm, touching the barrier as he explained, "That's right, this place reveals the deepest fears hidden within you." He glanced toward Russell Raymond and continued, "For you, that fear is your own worth." These words left Russell shaken. He continued, "The reason you gained that power was the day Russell Raymond was reborn and realized he was still just a mediocre third-rate mage. Coupled with the rumors others spread, I saw with my own eyes that you ran away." Adding all that together, the Mirror asked Russell Raymond one simple question. "Do you deserve the power you possess?" Surely, you have already found the answer for yourself. Joe had once firmly vowed that he could become stronger and protect many more people. The Mirror had seen this and remembered it well. Your motive was to become a guardian who could protect everyone. After a moment of silence, Joe slowly stood up and asked, "So, all of this was it just a test for me?" The Mirror didn't hesitate to admit it. "That's right. You have overcome the fear in your own mind." Furthermore, he believed that Joe had proven that even without power, he could still protect others. That was because of his choices, his determination, and his courage. By now, the speaker's body was slowly fading away, but he still held a faint smile on his lips as he affirmed, "I will not forget our promise." Seeing him like that, Joe smiled in satisfaction and called out to the speaker. Suddenly, the barrier shattered, accompanied by the mirror's voice. What is before you is not an illusion. These are the things you are protecting and will spend your entire life protecting. At that moment, he happily thought to himself, I have finally fulfilled my oath. My successor. He slowly removed his mask and whispered to himself, it is time. Suddenly, the speaker emitted a brilliant golden light, while the mirror silently declared, stepping out into the blinding radiance. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification, receiving the blood dragon, re-establishing the body. You have received the first golden mask. Elsewhere, Geron wore a blank expression and remarked in a cold voice, impressive. The current situation is quite unstable for humanity. Geron looked at Alan Pett and asked, your name is Alan Pett, isn't it? Alan Pett didn't care about him at all and just quietly whispered, my apologies, princess. After saying that, he fell to his knees in weakness. Then Karen spoke up. I heard you were a genius. He gave Alan praise for the recent battle. You understood the battle situation the moment you entered and acted very rationally, even though you had very little information. He recalled the moment Alan used his artifact to save Hackett Ratmos and sighed in admiration. Who would have guessed you used that artifact as bait to save the princess? At that time, he had even managed to keep Geron pinned down to buy some time. Even so, things were different now. However, those efforts were to no avail. At this moment, Karen watched Geron flying toward the citadel and asked, hey, if you're done, I'll go ahead and clean up the excess. The situation was now such that Alan Pett could only helplessly watch Geron fly toward the fortress. Geron observed for a moment and muttered, first, that magic barrier. Then, he summoned a massive machine. Spigman recognized what it was the moment he saw it and screamed in a panic. It was a relic from the Age of the Gods. Hackett Ratmos, hearing this, gritted his teeth in anxiety and asked, is there really nothing we can do? As for Geron, he started the machine and thought to himself. After finding that item, he had a firm conviction in his heart. I will not give it to humanity. I will show the world myself. His mindset was similar to Brain's madness. What I do will be the proof. He only wanted to prove that he was better than anyone else. He yelled loudly and smashed it forward. The machine slammed directly into the citadel's barrier. A loud boom echoed out. Not stopping there, Geron continued to control the machine to violently break the barrier. But shortly after, instead of the barrier shattering, the machine was destroyed. This left Geron bewildered. Even Geron, Hackett, and Spigman were so surprised they all had the same thought. Even a relic from the Age of the Gods had no effect. A startled cry rang out. It stuck inside the magic barrier. Suddenly, Alan Pett announced that someone was on the other side. Indeed, behind the thick smoke and dust, a faint magical light appeared. The one who created that light and destroyed the relic machine was Joe. Karen, upon seeing him, jumped in disbelief. Geron himself was so surprised he shouted, that mask that can't be. Suddenly, Joe lunged at Karen. He didn't hesitate to immediately take a fighting stance. Then, two powerful bursts of magic collided, but it seemed Joe's magic was slightly superior, forcing Karen to struggle and grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. While he was distracted, Joe doubled his magical output. Finally, he struck him, forcing him to retreat. Not stopping there, he suddenly teleported forward. The battle unfolding made Geron gasp in awe. I can't believe he ripped open a teleportation gate. At that moment, Russell Raymond was busy untying Hackett and Spigman. Furthermore, he was saying something. However, the two of them didn't quite understand. Spigman asked, bewildered, what did you say? Seeing they didn't understand him, Joe quickly removed his mask and smiled. I'm glad you're both safe. Upon seeing him, Hackett Ratmos was so shocked that she called out his name loudly. Russell Raymond. Spigman asked in confusion, why are you here? Contrary to their surprise, Alan Pett let out a sigh of relief. Princess, before this, I didn't think the battle would be easy, but now that he's here, Hackett Ratmos reached out gently, wanting to touch the mask, unable to believe he was still alive. But before she could touch him, he stopped her. From behind them, Geron flew up. The danger he radiated made Joe frown and say, we'll talk later. Geron's appearance did not please him as he said, that rat makes me feel uncomfortable. His killing intent flared up as he declared, you coming back here won't solve anything. I will kill you and take back that artifact. A magical light appeared in the snowy landscape. Suddenly, an explosion occurred and a harsh, clanging sound rang out. It turned out that Russell had raised his weapon to block Geron's attack and his madness. This mask belongs to me, he said, not caring about what Geron had said. Joe only asked if Brain was behind all of this. Of course, Geron didn't answer and instead screamed, shut your mouth. After shouting those words, he swung out, trying to knock Joe away. Suddenly, Russell Raymond appeared behind his back and shouted, stop it and admit it. He aggressively asserted that he was just a shadow of Brain, then slashed at Geron, but he quickly dodged it. I'm not sure what he did, but he vaulted over several mountains before landing steadily, only to find Jiron standing right before him. In a raspy voice, he stated with firm conviction, "The truth is simple. I am Jiron, the dawn of annihilation." He charged aggressively toward Russell Raymond and roared, "You're not his shadow." A cataclysmic explosion erupted, unleashing terrifying magic. Thick dust and smoke obscured everything in sight. Surprisingly, Russell Raymond managed to stand his ground after that blow. Suddenly, he dashed forward, leaving the chaos of the explosion behind. Jiron's voice boomed. "With that mask," he claimed smugly, "he will become my shadow." His madness spiraled out of control. To him, power was the only truth. His eyes locked onto Russell Raymond as he shouted, "You know that, don't you?" After a moment of silence, Russell Raymond removed his mask and spoke up. He argued that power wasn't the most important thing. At that very moment, the system sent Jiron a notification. Mask equipped. Thought support activated. Blood dragon traces detected. Second, dragon transformation ready. Do you wish to use the mask? Upon receiving this, he didn't hesitate to put the mask back on and gave the command. Of course, I'll use it. Instantly, a surge of powerful magic enveloped him. He was now in his second dragon transformation state. His power increased dramatically, matching his resolve. Courage is paramount. Hearing this, Jiron found it ridiculous and mocked. Courage. Then, he flew into a rage and started screaming. What complete nonsense from someone who has never fallen into the darkness. His stubbornness left Russell Raymond speechless, not knowing what else to say. But finally, he felt compelled to admit something. "No, you're wrong. I, too, have fallen into the darkness." His voice was low, but as he continued, his tone became firm and resolute. "I have always reached for the light." With those words, he summoned a magical spear capable of armor-piercing damage. Naturally, Russell Raymond's words didn't sink into Jiron's brain at all. Instead, they only fueled his contempt. Nonsense. He lunged forward and roared, "Then prove it." While attacking Russell Raymond, he furiously gritted his teeth and challenged, "Prove the light you pursue." Facing such a fierce assault, Russell Raymond didn't hesitate to counterattack. Another massive explosion rocked the area. After the blast, the two young men retreated a great distance from each other. Suddenly, Jiron felt a wave of pain. It turned out one of his arms had been mangled. He couldn't believe it and muttered to himself, "I even have Chimera's heart." He couldn't accept defeat and wondered, why? Why is this happening? Despair and resentment filled his mind as he looked at Russell Raymond. "I still can't reach him." Why? Right then, Russell Raymond's voice rang out, "Give up." Just hearing his voice was enough to drive Jiron mad. "Shut your mouth." Refusing to stop, he sprouted several more arms and screamed, "I cannot lose." But it seemed that using so much magic had left him critically wounded, and he began coughing up blood. At the same time, the system sent another alert. Dragon transformation state remaining, 10 seconds. Looking at the notification, he slowly spoke, "Me, too. I cannot lose." Finishing that sentence, he readied his spear for the clash. A powerful wave of magic radiated from the spear. Instantly, Jiron lunged toward Russell Raymond with murderous intent, desperate to take him down. Die. Without fear, he remained calm and faced him. A fire-based technique was unleashed, hitting Jiron directly. Jiron himself hadn't expected to be crushed so quickly. Russell Raymond's power didn't stop there. It spread everywhere, causing everything around them to explode. Just then, the sun began to peak over the horizon. In this moment, only Russell Raymond remained standing. He was unscathed after the battle. Unlike him, Jiron struggled, coughing up blood. Even though he had lost half his body, his determination hadn't faded. Not yet. He used his remaining strength to whisper, "It's not over yet." With those final words, he collapsed. His body slowly began to dissolve, and in his heart, he called out the name Chimera. Watching himself fade into mist, Jiron was filled with disappointment in himself. "I wanted to become a dragon, but in the end, I couldn't." In his final moments, he helplessly asked himself, was this, too, my fate? Suddenly, a blast occurred. The volcano erupted right after Jiron drew his last breath. As Russell Raymond stood there lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to him loudly. Alan, Hackett, and Alan Pett approached him step by step. They waved at him happily. He responded to them with a smile on his face. Suddenly, something slammed into his back. Realizing it was his beloved pet dragon, he hugged it to his chest and said, "Pepper, you're safe now." Sensing that the danger had passed, Russell Raymond sighed with relief. Thank God. Hackett smiled as he looked at him and said, "Let's go home." After the storm came the calm, and they laughed and talked happily. Leaving the devastation of the battle behind, they decided to head home, back to Endymion Kingdom. At the Endymion Supreme Court, the judge loudly declared, "The Red Chain Mage has conspired with dark forces, threatening the security of the kingdom." The judge sternly listed those who would be punished. His mentor, the Master of the Red Tower, is also responsible for this. Afterward, he called the defendant, Brain, to step forward. Then, he gave Brain a chance to defend himself. Does the defendant have anything to say? Brain frankly admitted everything. No, it was my irresponsibility for not noticing it, as he continued to run his mouth, claiming, the sins of the student are the responsibility of the teacher and the tower master. I accept the responsibility. An arm suddenly rose to interrupt him. My lords, Bism stood up and requested, may I have a word? Bismarck, the Grand Duke of the Empire. Before speaking, he glanced gently at everyone. He used his gaze to warn the royals and nobles present in the courtroom. Under his intimidating glare, no one dared to move or whisper. They could only listen in fearful silence as he voiced his opinion. While the verdict is not wrong, the truth is that the Red Tower Master has also made great contributions to the nation's interests. I suggest a lighter sentence for Brain. How about reducing it to 6 months in prison? The judge didn't even think about it and immediately nodded. This made Brain smug to the point of smirking. This decision also made someone in the courtroom so annoyed she clenched her fists. That person was none other than Daria. The current situation made her realize they had planned it all along. Daria, master of the Fire Tower. Next, she darted her eyes towards someone. It turned out she was looking at the most powerful person in the empire standing on high. That person was none other than the king of this kingdom, Alfonso. Seeing him remain silent, she became impatient and wondered. The Grand Duke is constantly challenging the authority of the royal family. What on earth is the king thinking? Meanwhile, Russell Raymond was trying on his new attire. Spigman stood by his side, showering him with endless praise. Clothes make the man. This outfit suits you perfectly. Just as the group was admiring the outfit, someone suddenly approached and spoke up. So, everyone is here. As soon as they saw who it was, the three of them immediately bowed respectfully to the princess. Hackett offered a gentle smile and replied, please, rise. I am the one who should be greeting you all. Hackett Mo's princess suddenly, she bowed to all three of them. To my benefactor, I offer my sincere gratitude. Furthermore, she unexpectedly addressed him by name, especially him, Lord Russell Raymond. This caught him off guard and he replied, yes. However, she said nothing more and turned to leave, giving him a mysterious wink. See you later, Russell. Afterward, the door slammed shut. Both Alan, Spigman looked at Russell with expressions that suggested they understood everything, while he just blinked, repeating his own name, Russell. After a moment of bewilderment, he forced himself to calm down and focus. He became determined, knowing this was an opportunity to engrave the name of the Russell Raymond family into everyone's memory. A moment later, the three of them, Russell Raymond, Alan, and Spigman, knelt in unison before the Emperor of the Alpha Empire. Today's gathering is to honor the knights for their contributions. After acknowledging their achievements, I will reward each individual's efforts. The Emperor placed his sword on Spigman's shoulder first. Spigman, mage from the Gold Tower, you have resisted the threat of the heretics to the safety of the kingdom. He rewarded Spigman, saying, for this, you are awarded 200 gold coins and 2 mana enhancement potions. Filled with joy at receiving the reward, Spigman loudly replied, your command is my honor, your majesty. The next person was none other than Alan Pett. Alan Pett, second son of Count Pett and a mage of the Commerce Tower. You have bravely fought against the heretics to achieve this. The Emperor also rewarded him. You are granted the Order of Morgenrot and the title of Baron. Alan happily accepted the reward. Your command is my honor, your majesty. Naturally, it was finally Russell's turn. He looked up. Hearing Alfonso call his name, Russell quickly looked up. The Emperor unexpectedly mentioned his father. In the past, your father fled the battlefield, causing great harm to the kingdom. The words he spoke caused a sneer of triumph to appear on Brain's face. It was only natural for everyone to doubt the loyalty of the Russell Raymond family, and even Russell Raymond himself felt a bit ashamed hearing this. But then, Alfonso suddenly commanded, prove it today. These words left Russell stunned as he blurted out, yes, the Emperor mentioned what Daria had once said. The Master of the Fire Tower says you have the potential to become a 5th Circle Mage. Daria looked at Russell with satisfaction, thinking to herself, the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light shines. Even Brain was shocked by Alfonso's words. With this achievement, no one can doubt you any longer. At that moment, Daria realized Emperor Alfonso's true intention. The Emperor's plan was to turn Russell Raymond into a hero in front of everyone. He had already calculated this to weaken the Grand Duke's mage faction. At this moment, Russell Raymond began displaying his magic circles. Based on what he knew, a first circle magic spell reveals a person's element. But what he was displaying right now showed something else entirely. To those who knew nothing about magic, this was the most spectacular sight. Melv, after seeing his magic circles, gasped in surprise. 5 circles. Just as they were marveling at his power, someone was watching him with a confused look. He's developing so fast. Even Niccolo had to give credit to Russell's strength. Amazing. Emilia remained silent, offering no comment. At this point, Alfonso, after witnessing Russell's ability, spoke up. I thought your father was a withered flower. He concluded with an exclamation. Who would have thought he was hiding such a beautiful seed? Russell Raymond heard this and replied, Your praise is very kind, your majesty. After that, he loudly declared, Hear me, knights. Regarding the special case of the Russell Raymond family, I grant him the title of Count, along with a military merit medal. Furthermore, he gave Russell authority. I grant you the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households neighboring the city. Receiving his reward, Russell bowed respectfully and replied, As you command, your majesty. After the announcement, all the nobles cheered in unison. Long live Russell Raymond! Long live Russell Raymond! Suddenly, Alfonso placed his hand on his shoulder, and then he unexpectedly helped him up gently. Rise. His warmth left Russell feeling a bit bewildered. Then, the emperor said sincerely, Thank you for saving my daughter's life. These words are not from a king, but from a father. I want to repay you. Is there anything you want? Seeing him make the offer, Russell hesitated and started to say, I would like I. A while later, in his room, he sat on his bed and thought to himself that he had been worried about getting it, but everything had gone smoothly. In front of him sat something that looked very misshapen, a dragon heart. It looked rather ugly. Even though he called it ugly, he hoped it would work well. But when he channeled mana into it, it would return to its true form. I hope I can do this. Immediately, he quickly channeled his mana into it. Magic energy began to radiate. Suddenly, Russell felt a strange change. The dragon heart suddenly turned blue and shattered. A source of mana poured out from it. Something was gradually emerging from that mana. The appearance of this object left Russell quite surprised. Right then, the system sent a notification. The dragon heart has returned to its true form. You have obtained the horn of the forgotten Thunder King. At that moment, Russell was closing his eyes, feeling every bit of spiritual energy surrounding him. That energy was radiating from the dragon heart. Russell remembered the last time he had absorbed fire crystals, and comparing the two, he had to exclaim, This is still more comfortable than absorbing fire crystals. He then checked the power he had just absorbed and was a bit stunned. The lightning power is incredible. Even without absorbing it completely, the fifth circle magic is already perfected. Just then, the system continued to send messages. Notification, you have absorbed the maximum capacity of the Forgotten King's horn. Lightning essence mana exceeding the absorption limit will be converted into potential. Notification, intermediate level lightning element mastery has reached its limit and evolved into advanced lightning element mastery. Suddenly, everything in Russell's room was scorched and he fell to the ground. Additionally, there was a loud cry. It turned out to be Pepper rushing toward him. Seeing it suddenly grow so big, he was startled and shouted, Pepper. As if understanding what happened, he asked, Were you also affected by the lightning power? Pepper nodded as if confirming it, then suddenly flew up and stomped hard on the ground in the garden to gain momentum and launch itself. Seeing this, Russell called out anxiously, Pepper. Hearing him call its name, Pepper quickly landed on the windowsill. Then it pointed at itself as if signaling something. Understanding what it was implying, he asked, You want me to go up there? Before you could even process what was happening, it suddenly placed its claws on your shoulders and hoisted you straight up into the air. Being picked up so suddenly, you were a bit scared and let out a wait. But then, seeing something in front of you, you gasped in awe. It turned out Pepper was taking you for a ride through the starry night sky. This gesture made you marvel. Pepper had not only grown larger, but his flying skills had improved significantly. You whispered to him, You've gotten so big, you're easy to spot. But so what? Shouldn't I be worried? Suddenly, magical flames swirled around you, like a pair of massive fire wings wrapping around you, and to your surprise, wings sprouted from your own back. Looking at them, you asked joyfully, Flexible wings made of spirit fire, should I call them soul wings? Inside, you began tallying what you had at your disposal, the intermediate mana star from the fifth circle spell, and now, these soul wings. A surge of confidence rose within you. With this power, it felt like you could face any opponent without fear. The next day, in Daria's office, Hubert spoke sternly, Tower Master, I heard you have a mission for me. Daria gave him the mission coldly. You are to escort Count Kimberly, an envoy from the Kingdom of Kian, to this location. According to the information I have, even though their national strength is quite weak, they maintain a neutral stance due to their abundant mana production. Moreover, she knows full well that Marquis Jorio Koman of the Powerhouse faction has been trying to drag the Empire into this, rather than letting the kingdom fall into the Empire's hands. That is why she can be certain that Count Kimberly will surely see that cooperating with us is a better choice. After receiving the mission from Daria, Hubert let out a sigh. As he stepped out of the mansion, he grumbled, The Kingdom of Kian, this mission won't be easy. Just then, someone called out his name. Hubert. Seeing that the person was Joe, he greeted him cheerfully. "Long time no see, Russell." You also ran over to him warmly and replied, "Yes, it's good to see you're still doing well. I'm so glad." Then, you asked unexpectedly, "Are you heading to the kingdom of Kian, sir?" Your question surprised Hubert, and he asked back, "How did you know?" You spoke up, "Let me go with you. The Tower Master has already given her permission." The reason you made this request was that you still remembered the events of this mission vividly in your memory. Professor Hubert would lose his life on this mission. At that same moment, the system sent a notification. Mission. Ensure Hubert survives and escapes the danger. Reward for mission completion. High-grade mana stones triple. Intermediate mana stones quintuple. Because of the mission board and also because of Hubert, you were determined there was no reason to stop him. You had to go along. A while later, the two of you left the capital together. Hubert landed gently on a branch and asked curiously, "We're almost there. Having you here does put me at ease, but why did you come along?" You used your dragon wings to hover and replied sternly, "I want to achieve a new milestone, and I've never gone on a mission with you before, so that's why." Additionally, you took advantage of the agility of your wings to volunteer. "I'll head out first to scout the area." As you flew ahead to scout, you speculated silently. If the mission fails, Hubert will die, and the Empire will interfere in Kian's internal affairs, which means the Empire is likely linked to his death. Your eyes fixed on your system menu, and you concluded that your objective was crystal clear. Suddenly, a metallic clashing sound rang out as two swords collided. While flying, Russell Raymond accidentally caught sight of a battle unfolding between two factions below. A thought flashed through your mind. Eliminate the threat from the Empire. Action followed thought. You quickly unleashed your mana and easily wiped out the small fry soldiers. Down below, all with one thought in mind, preventing Hubert's death. Just then, a man stepped out of a carriage. Seeing Russell Raymond's abilities, he was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, "A fifth circle mage? Who is he?" By now, Russell Raymond had landed gracefully. Pepper retreated from your side, and you smiled politely to introduce yourself. "Are you Count Kimberly? I am Joe, a mage from the Fire Tower, here to escort you." Kimberly recognized who you were and exclaimed with great joy, "So you are Joe? Thank you. I've been followed ever since I left the castle." Right at that moment, you suddenly sensed something. You quickly told Kimberly, "Please, wait a moment." From afar, you had spotted a presence of mana that could not be taken lightly. You could feel it. Deep within the forest, that spiritual pressure made you cautious. His level was at least on par with Spanzum, if not higher. At that very moment, one of Kimberly's guards, who was fighting the person possessing that powerful mana, spoke up. "The Count can't have gone far." He then shouted orders to his subordinates. "We must buy some time," they replied in unison. It seemed their stubbornness made this powerful mage smile with amusement. Next, he easily swung his sword, taking care of the few people surrounding him. Russell Raymond recognized him the moment he saw him. Right at that instant, a massive explosion occurred, and only one person remained standing. That was none other than the one with the powerful mana. You knew who he was, the man who would kill Hubert, the sword master of the Cry Hill Empire. A shadow darted out from the forest. Hubert quickly landed in front of you and Kimberly. Then, he introduced himself. "I am very glad to see you are safe. I am Hubert, a tower mage from the Fire Tower." Kimberly bowed and replied, "I am Kimberly. Thanks to him, I survived." At this moment, Hubert's eyes fixed on the corpse at his feet. Then, he spoke sternly, "I've found it. This was the work of the Imperial Army." His words startled Kimberly, who asked back, "The Imperial Army?" You chimed in, saying, "It seems they don't intend to hide their identity, which means they feel it's unnecessary." Your words made Kimberly tremble slightly, or perhaps the situation was so urgent that they didn't care. As you were saying this, you suddenly glanced at someone else and asked, "Isn't that right?" You addressed the person in the hooded cloak sitting in the carriage as Princess. Immediately, the carriage door opened. Camilla stepped down, praised your perceptiveness, and introduced herself. "You are indeed as exceptional as the rumors say. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Princess Camilla of the Kingdom of Keen." A while later, two shadows blurred through the forest, followed by an explanation. Marquis Jorio Coman was consolidating his power by marrying his son to the princess. Kimberly, lying on Hubert's back, recounted the entire event. With the Empire's backing, one could only imagine how ruthless he might be. He saw Hubert dashing so fast and wondered, "But we've already shaken them off. Why are you in such a hurry?" Hubert replied sternly, "They've been chasing us since the moment you left the castle. There must be a guild behind them. You yourself, carrying the princess in your arms, also accelerated your pace to escape." However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. "We've come quite far, and there are no signs of us being tracked, but why do I have this ominous feeling?" Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying wave of magic approaching. He quickly shouted a warning, telling everyone to get down. The moment they ducked, a blast of spiritual energy sliced right over their heads. Russell Raymond and Hubert were suddenly blocked by someone's magic. That powerful magic trapped them, leaving them no way to escape. Knowing there was nothing left to do but fight, Hubert set Kimberly down and said, "Run. Leave this to us." Russell also set Camila down and warned, "He's here." As the two Camilas ran off, Hubert and Russell Raymond stayed behind to face the formidable foe. Upon seeing the enemy, Hubert was shocked to realize who it was. He knew this person, a monster in human skin, the Empire's greatest sword master. Hill stared at the two and remarked on their black hair and red eyes. Hubert silently identified the man as Cry Hill, his eyes fixed on Russell as he asked, "Are you Russell?" At that moment, the system sent a notification. Mission: survive and escape danger with Hubert. Reward: triple the high-grade mana stones. Medium-grade mana stones multiplied by 5. In that instant, Russell Raymond felt the impending danger. The killing intent radiating from that mere glance was insane. Cry Hill's eyes were filled with fury as he stared at him, declaring, "I will make you pay for taking my disciple's life." No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed his sword technique. Not waiting for death, Hubert slammed his hands to the ground and activated a seismic move. Russell's eyes were filled with resolve. He wouldn't back down. He also started casting dual-element magic. A shield was erected to block Cry Hill's sword strike. The debris from the seismic move forced the man to retreat. However, the man wasn't just someone who knew how to dodge. He slashed through everything. Rocks and earth flew everywhere with every swing of his blade. Hubert kept a wary eye on him. Seeing an opening, he suddenly clenched his fist. At the same time, Cry Hill was restrained by several stone pillars. Seeing his chance, Hubert shouted for Russell Raymond. Hearing the call, Russell Raymond quickly dashed toward Hubert. An explosion occurred immediately after, but Russell retreated safely, unscathed by the blast. Through the thick dust, a mocking voice rang out. "Is that all the parlor tricks you've learned?" Cry Hill appeared without a single scratch, using his sword as a shield, and scoffed. "Is that really all that piece of trash can do?" This situation made Russell wonder, is he using aura as a shield? Just then, Cry Hill slammed his sword into the ground and boasted, "Let me show you something interesting." He unleashed the fuchsia sword technique, and suddenly, a sword pierced straight into Hubert's abdomen, causing Russell Raymond to scream in horror. "Hubert!" Cry Hill took the moment to graciously introduce his weapon, a blade made from dragon bone, blackened by the blood of 10 mages. He then grabbed the sword he planted in the ground, lunged at Russell Raymond, and roared, "Perfect for fighting mages like you." Sensing the situation had turned dire, Russell quickly used his wings and carried Hubert away to safety. He flew high into the air while Cry Hill, standing below, remarked, "Not bad." At that moment, he noticed the stones on the ground caused by Cry Hill's previous technique. They were fire dust stones. Naturally, the man didn't stop, continuing his assault. "Try dodging this." As he dodged the attacks, Russell thought of a plan. The stones would explode with devastating force when impacted. That should be enough to distract him. Thinking it through, he quickly placed Hubert aside and thanked his dragon friend for the help. "Thanks, Pepper." Seeing him dodging, Cry Hill annoyedly asked, "Are you trying to stall for your teammate because you know you can't beat me?" Russell didn't bother answering. He just turned to Hubert and instructed, "Professor Hubert, when I give the signal, run and regroup with the princess and the count. I will buy you some time." Hubert heard this and replied firmly, "I cannot abandon my student and run." However, Russell smiled and reassured him, "Trust me, I'll definitely make it back." Seeing them whispering, Cry Hill angrily barked, "Are you two done talking yet?" Russell channeled all of his mana and unleashed a lightning chain technique. An explosion erupted. Seeing his chance, he shouted for Hubert to run. He had calculated that the fire dust stones would give Hubert enough time to escape. Even so, he had to account for Cry Hill's power. He couldn't afford to underestimate him. He cast 2 wind blade spells simultaneously. At this moment, Russell was in his second stage of dragon transformation. He was determined to give it his all. He quickly summoned his magic spears, the 9th form. He was determined to win this battle, raining a barrage of magic spears down upon the enemy. Far away, Hubert was using his own magic to protect himself and the 2 Camillas from the shockwaves of the magic spears. An earth-shaking explosion occurred. Once the move was spent, Russell reverted to his original state. Things didn't seem right when he realized, "What is this? Looks like it worked." Cry Hill's voice still sounded deep and steady. "You're done for." He was slightly bruised from the spear attack, but all in all, he was fine. Furthermore, the man was furious, declaring, "Don't think I'll let you die easily." Seeing that the man was still alive, Russell cursed internally. Damn it, he actually withstood that hit. Suddenly, the dragon-bone sword in the man's hand began to shift, causing him to scream in pain. "What the hell? You damned sword." From within the blade, a voice full of fury questioned the man. How dare you use the dragon bone to harm the Dragon King? That voice felt familiar to Russell. It was the one he had heard before from the ancient dragon. As the voice inside the sword scoffed at how ridiculous it all was, Russell finally realized who was inside the blade. Could it be the Sacred Dragon King? The appearance of the Sacred Dragon King made Russell exclaim its true identity in shock. The Sacred Dragon King spoke sternly. "I will grant you power, but only for a limited time." It wanted him to punish those who dared to make a mockery of its name. Power to punish those filthy people who dared to insult the Dragon King's name. It then began to fade, prompting Russell to hurriedly call out to it. "Sacred Dragon King, I have something I want to ask you." Understanding what he wanted to know, the Sacred Dragon King offered guidance. "Find the Dragonkin. They will help you connect with me. You shall become the master and the hope for all the remaining dragons in this world." The Sacred Dragon King's mana enveloped him. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself that he didn't fully understand what the Dragon King meant. Yet, despite his confusion, he was determined. "I have to test this power right now." Returning to Cry Hill, one of the man's arms had been ravaged by the Sacred Dragon King's mana, causing him to howl in pain. Without a hint of mercy for himself, he severed his own arm. Naturally, the pain was excruciating. Seeing his chance, Russell Raymond lunged at him with a fiery spear strike. Unexpectedly, from the spot where the arm had just been severed, Cry Hill began to recover, and he regenerated his arm to block Russell's attack, growling with rage. "You underestimate me too much." His deep, rumbling voice made Russell flinch. "Did you think losing an arm would give you the upper hand?" He stared intently at the boy and spat out in fury, his piercing gaze exactly like that father of yours. "Every one of your Russell Raymond kin is the same." This comment made Russell catch a crucial point, and he hurriedly asked, "You knew my father?" He bluntly admitted, "Yes." Then Cry Hill declared, "I always wanted to gouge those eyes out. It's a pity others intervened." This made Russell furious and ready to retort, "You were speaking." However, before the boy could finish, he appeared behind him and delivered a piece of vital information. "You fool," he scoffed. "Why would you think the Empire was behind your father's death?" With that, he swung his blade, but the boy dodged just in time. He didn't stop there, continuing to slash, but the boy narrowly escaped each time. Just as Russell's feet touched the ground, something suddenly erupted from beneath it, piercing his side. The sudden turn of events made him gasp in shock. This thing. Meanwhile, Cry Hill remained nonchalant, mocking the boy's abilities. "How sad. You couldn't even dodge that? This fight is boring." Then, he suddenly clenched his fist. Instantly, a series of explosions followed, but luckily, Russell managed to run away. As he was scrambling to escape, Cry Hill suddenly appeared right in front of him and sneered, "Everything is as clear as day." Upon seeing him, the boy quickly activated his protective shield. However, the man's magical power was so immense it forced him to the ground, triggering a massive shockwave. After pinning the boy down, he landed and bluntly insulted him. "A mediocre talent like you actually has the confidence to challenge me." Watching Russell struggle to sit up, Cry Hill didn't hesitate to mock him. How pathetic. At that moment, the man suddenly unleashed his spiritual power. "Without paying a price, at your age, you're a long way from enlightenment and true strength." He raised his sword high and calmly spoke down to him like a brat. Just as he brought the heavy sword down with a roar, "It's too early." Russell, lying on the ground, immediately dashed away. He used all his strength to evade the strike. He was in a more passive position than ever before. He had to admit it. Deep down, he had to acknowledge the man's skill. He was an abnormally powerful opponent. Just then, Cry Hill rushed toward him. Seeing him charge, the boy quickly took a battle stance and launched a magical attack. However, this strike didn't bother the man at all, as he easily swatted it away with his sword. The situation left Russell worried, wondering, is there no other way? Am I going to lose? The moment he thought that, he refused to give up and declared, "No, I can't give up." Still fighting, he summoned his magic once more, then used a gravity spell on Cry Hill, determined to prove himself. As the gravity hit him, Cry Hill was quickly forced to one knee, while Russell, filled with resolve, wanted to show the man his power as a mage. As the gravity enveloped him, the boy unleashed a burst attack, aiming to incinerate him. The aftermath of the blast left Russell panting, falling backward, exhausted. But then, something happened that made him widen his eyes in shock. From within the flames, a shadow emerged. Even though it was charred, it stood firm and walked forward with powerful steps. A sudden boom echoed. Despite being burned black, he easily lifted Russell up. He questioned him with fury. "Do you want to trick me with these cat-and-mouse games?" It seemed he no longer wanted to drag this out and just wanted to finish him off. "I will end you." In this life-or-death moment, the boy had to admit it. Yes, he was right. At that very moment, Russell used 2 consecutive lightning summoning techniques directly on himself. Despite the lightning striking him, he seemed to realize that to go further, He had to accept letting go of everything, including his own physical vessel. This action made Cry-Hill's eyes widen in astonishment. Just then, Russell delivered a powerful kick to the man. After being struck directly by the lightning, his inner power seemed to have increased slightly. By using the electric current to stimulate his body, his speed soared. At this point, he had brought out every card he had to fight him. This was his trump card, hidden until now. Without hesitation, he lunged at him with a swift spear strike. Cry-Hill himself didn't expect the boy to have the strength to keep fighting. His spear pierced through the man's body. However, Russell himself was also injured, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The one who fell to the ground wasn't the man, but the boy. Meanwhile, the man casually recovered while laughing, offering a compliment. Truly a monster. After saying that, Cry-Hill slammed Russell to the ground with force. Knowing he couldn't beat him, the boy still hoped, please, just one last time. Just then, a cold voice rang out, and a surge of powerful magic blew the man away. You are still just a monster, the person said. Cry-Hill, severely wounded by this new arrival, sat dazed on the ground and gasped. The person looked down and bluntly insulted him. How does it feel to crawl on the ground like a lowly insect? As he tried to say more, he was cut off by Nicolo. Forget it. He blew the man up with a single strike. Nothing was left of his body on the ground, only a stain of red blood. Nicolo stood still for a moment, deep in thought. Even he couldn't believe Russell could cause Cry-Hill such severe wounds and hold out until reinforcements arrived. Unbelievable. All by himself, he pushed him to this point. He looked at the boy lying broken on the ground and couldn't help but praise him. Well done. Russell Raymond, your efforts have changed everything. At this moment, he could affirm one thing. No one would doubt the boy's strength anymore. Just then, Russell was trying to open his eyes, and seeing the person before him, he let out a faint sound. Then he smiled and called out, Hubert. At the same time, Nicolo called him the rise of a hero. 10 days passed. In his room, despite his injuries, Russell was still diligently practicing magic, even with the help of the abundant flow of magic energy into a mage's body. I still haven't reached that level. So, this is how large the gap in power between us is. He remembered that day when he finally waited for the reinforcements. If Nicolo hadn't appeared in time, he knew that if he hadn't held out, he would have died. After that battle, he realized that he had thought he was stronger, but the road ahead of him was still long. At this moment, he thought of the Saint Dragon King. But what did that phrase mean? The Saint Dragon King had left him a final message. Find the dragons. They will connect us. These words left him feeling a bit unsure of what to do. How am I supposed to find a dragon now? He wondered to himself. Everyone knows dragons are extinct. Are there really any left? Shortly after, Hubert came to visit him and asked Russell. He asked if it could have been someone other than the Empire. He confirmed it with certainty. Yes. He recounted to him the words Cry-Hill had said to him. He asked me why I thought the Empire was behind my father's death. Hubert listened thoughtfully and warned him. He might just be provoking you, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. We will secretly investigate this matter at the Fire Tower. Seeing him helping him again with this, he couldn't help but say happily, Thank you, Master. Hubert then said, The Tower Master has been very worried. I'm glad you returned safely. Suddenly, he handed something to Russell Raymond. Take this. Looking at the item in his hand, he curiously asked, What is this? He explained that it was an invitation to the royal banquet. On the day of the banquet, among the nobles in their magnificent attire, a sigh of fatigue escaped him. Is it because I'm only used to wearing loose clothes? Russell felt a bit uncomfortable wearing such fancy attire. He wasn't used to this kind of clothing. Just then, someone loudly called out to him. Daria approached him and greeted him joyfully. You seem to be doing well. Thank God. You've accomplished great things again. As your teacher and the Tower Master, nothing makes me happier than this. While the two were having a heartfelt conversation, someone else approached to greet them. Master of the Fire Tower, long time no see. Recognizing who had arrived, Daria politely asked, Lord Julian Person, how are you? You actually showed up. Julian Person answered her, but his eyes were fixed on Russell. I couldn't stand not meeting the disciple who's at the center of all these rumors in person. His appearance left Russell in disbelief. Could it really be Julian Person? Is that you? He then asked, Are you Lord Julian Person? Seeing that the boy knew who he was, Julian Person was quite pleased and exclaimed, It's good that you know who I am. That makes things easier to talk about. As far as Russell knew, the weapons master Julian Person could use 18 different types of weapons and was a master of aura at a transcendent level. Russell was surprised that Julian Person wanted to talk to him. He couldn't believe someone like that would approach him. At this moment, Julian Person asked, You gave that brat Cry a taste of defeat, didn't you? Modestly, he replied, It was just luck. However, Julian Person believed that if you had good skills, luck would also be on your side. Speaking of Cry's death, he seemed incredibly satisfied. It's a good thing that Scum was eliminated. Both he and his disciples were all trash. This attitude of his made Russell silently remark, "This is the first time I've heard such harsh words from someone who isn't a mercenary in the palace." Daria, who had been silent until now, laughed and agreed with Julie in person. "That's right, you're correct." Then, Julie in person suddenly touched Russell Raymond's bicep to evaluate him. "Are you training in spear arts? Your muscles are very firm." Russell Raymond honestly replied, "I've only just learned the basics." Suddenly, he grabbed his hand and said, "The basics are important, but for a breakthrough, proper training is still very necessary." He placed a ring in his hand and instructed, "Whenever you feel the time is right, bring this ring to me." His actions left the boy puzzled. "May I ask why you are being so kind to me?" Julie in person didn't answer directly, but jokingly replied amidst Daria's helpless sigh, "What do you mean?" "Just consider it me helping a promising sprout grow." Seeing him like that, she could only mock him in her heart. "You really are a terrifying warrior dressed as a nobleman." At this point, Russell Raymond happily affirmed, "I will definitely come to see you." Just then, a shout echoed, "The radiant son, ruler of Andy, Alfonso and Hackett Ratmos." They entered to the sound of cheers. "Long live the emperor." Both walked majestically amidst the respectful bows of everyone. Hackett Ratmos's eyes darted around as if looking for someone. As soon as she saw him, she gave a sweet smile. The person who made her smile was none other than Russell. Moments later, Alfonso called out to Russell Raymond and Hubert. He praised both of them with a nod of approval from Niccolo. "Below, you have made a great contribution regarding the alliance with Keene and our recent victory. Now it was time for the awards." Lord Hubert was awarded 500 gold coins and 100 horses. "I grant you the tax rights to 1,000 households in the southern region of Andy." Hubert accepted the reward. Hubert bowed respectfully and replied, "I thank His Majesty for his decree." Then Alfonso turned to Russell. For Lord Russell, 3,000 gold coins. The reward he granted to Russell was so immense that he was slightly shocked. 3 cities in the western region of Enden will be awarded to you. Along with that, you are also granted the title of Count. As soon as he finished speaking, someone brought the documents for those 3 cities to him. "These are the documents regarding the names and locations of the 3 cities you will govern." He received the papers and bowed respectfully. "I thank His Majesty for his decree." In his heart, he was extremely happy. Finally, he rejoiced at the results he had received. A new territory, he had taken another step on the path to rebuilding his family. After completing the awarding ceremony, Alfonso raised his wine glass and declared, "The ceremony is over. Let the banquet continue." He happily toasted. It was time for everyone to enjoy this great victory to the fullest. Everyone was now enjoying the banquet. They danced together and chatted lively. Hackett sat quietly in the main chair. Her maid approached and asked, "What is the princess thinking about?" She pointed to a side of the hall and replied, "Over there." She watched Russell being surrounded by a crowd of noble ladies and said, "Count Russell Raymond is quite popular, isn't he? He needs to learn how to refuse when he's uncomfortable. What should we do?" Her maid suddenly suggested, "Why not ask him for a dance?" She did not immediately agree with this suggestion, saying, "First, let's just wait and see." Hackett acted wise, suggesting that when interacting with a younger man, they say one should not be too pushy. Isn't being patient and waiting the responsibility of the older person? Her words left the close maid confused. "Your Highness, where did you learn that?" As for Russell, he was trying to escape the noble ladies surrounding him. "Excuse me." They looked at him and began to murmur. "Is the Count heading this way?" Suddenly, he reached his hand out and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, Princess, you've invited Hackett Ratmos to dance with you. If it's not too much trouble, would you do me the honor of a dance?" Hackett Ratmos didn't refuse at all. Instead, she turned to her close attendant and said triumphantly, "See? I told you so." A moment later, as the two danced hand in hand, Hackett Ratmos suddenly spoke up. "Lord Russell Raymond, is there anything you'd like to ask me?" He didn't hesitate to ask. "The other day, you said you'd be keeping an eye on me. May I ask why you said that?" Hackett Ratmos smiled and replied hesitantly, "That's because your talent is far too extraordinary for your age." And for the second reason, she suddenly touched his blushing face and said in a gentle voice, "It's your face." Her actions made him blush as he stammered, and she didn't feel shy at all as she flirted with him. "Someone with such a handsome face is very appealing to me." She bluntly complimented his looks. "You're just my type, handsome." Her honest, unashamed confession made Russell Raymond blush so much that he sputtered, "My lady, that's a bit much to say to me." Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his waist and asked enigmatically, "I wonder if you even know." At this moment, she was like a devious man flirting with his crush. But women don't say things like that to men they don't like. Furthermore, she smiled and said, "And I'm not the type to expect the other person to return my feelings right away. I just hope that you will eventually respond to my affection." A while later, Russell sat by the fountain, confused. ruminating on Hackett Ratmos's confession. He already knew what her personality was like, but he hadn't expected her to say something so flowery to him. He knew her status well, Hackett Ratmos, the only heir of the king, the woman closest to the throne. He could calculate the benefits if he were to marry her. Considering her background, accepting her feelings would be the best choice. However, he was still feeling conflicted. He didn't know how he truly felt about her yet. Just then, someone approached Russell Raymond. Seeing that it was Alan Pett, he immediately greeted him. "Ah, Alan Pett." He smiled and said, "Please forgive me for the interruption." Hearing that, he calmly replied, "It's nothing. I was just thinking for a moment." Seeing that, Alan didn't hesitate to speak plainly. "That's good. I'm here to discuss a proposal with you, Count Russell." His words made him curious. A proposal, and Alan simply said 3 words, the betting pool. The next sentence was uttered by Alan Pett with a cold expression. "I hope it ends soon." This left Russell Raymond feeling bewildered. The next day, Daria held something in her hand and coldly demanded, "I was wondering why that old man sent all these letters. Let's put an end to this bet." Alan had also instructed him last night, notify the Tower Masters. Russell Raymond recalled his words and couldn't help but sigh. "I expected this, but it's happening sooner than I thought." Turning back to Daria, she asked, "What do you think, kid?" Looking at his system interface, Russell replied, "Initially, the bet was supposed to last 3 years. Just then, the system sent a new notification, quest. Reach Alan Pett's level within 3 years. Completion reward. Ancient relic of the Master of Mana Trade, high-level mana stones, consumption boost level 1. After reading the board, he continued, "I don't think we need to wait any longer." Daria agreed with him without objection. "Very well, then let's go there." A while later, at the arena powered by 6th level magic, it was a stage equipped with magical shields, capable of withstanding attacks even from an experienced or a swordsman. Russell was there, feeling quite nervous as he thought of his previous life. "Back then, I could only become a 2nd level mage, so I never thought I'd ever set foot in this arena." Just then, Daria was warming up and loudly urged, "Start right away." Melv was doing the same, smiling back as if to say, "Let's see how long you can keep showing off." Later, he explained that this was a shield created by the 2 masters of the magic tower using their protective magic. A shield was erected around the arena. Mel's voice echoed from within the barrier, sounding amused. "So, there's no need to worry about destroying the surroundings. Feel free to go all out." On the arena, only Alan and Russell remained. Looking at Alan, Russell didn't feel inferior. He was certain that although Alan was a genius hailed as the Mage of Mages, in terms of skills, the gap between them wasn't that large. There was one thing he had learned: the most important factor when fighting an opponent of equal level is distance. His gaze turned resolute, fueled by the desire to respond. He met Alan's cold eyes. Russell took the initiative to attack Alan, aiming to close the distance between them. "Here I go." This situation forced Alan Pett to go on high alert, thinking, "I have a feeling my opponent is more of a knight or swordsman than a fellow mage like me." It showed that Russell was confident in his own firepower and stamina. Although Alan remained cautious, the firepower of the fire tower was fierce, so perhaps its power was superior to that of the trade tower, but Alan didn't shy away from the engagement, using his Ice Rain spell. The attack made Russell quite satisfied as he exclaimed, as expected of Alan Pett, "His spellcasting speed is terrifyingly fast." Even so, he didn't back down from a one-on-one. However, the firestorm was unleashed. 2 currents of hot and cold magic collided, and flames erupted everywhere. But Daria calmly enjoyed the match. Melv was quite impressed with Russell's ability. He had immediately copied Alan's way of casting that spell. Quite impressive. In the smoke-filled arena, Russell rushed out from the haze. Now he held the initiative. It was his turn to attack. The next move he used was Fire Lightning. A thunderous explosion occurred, but fortunately, Alan Pett quickly retreated. Russell, naturally, wouldn't give him an escape route so easily. "So, you mean you won't let me get close until the fight is over, right? Then I have to block your path first." Another bombardment was launched, and the ground under Alan Pett's feet exploded instantly. At this moment, Russell was confident that in this situation, even for Alan Pett, maintaining distance from him would be difficult. He was planning to create another massive explosion to keep pressuring him like this. However, before he could do it, the air suddenly filled with cold. Alan Pett whispered, "Freezing." As the next word left his lips, the ground was immediately covered in ice. The ground was completely covered in ice, courtesy of Alan. This move of his left Russell Raymond thoroughly impressed. He had frozen the ground to stop the earthquake. Watching him, he thought to himself, "This guy is a real monster." At that same moment, Alan said coldly, "Junior Russell Raymond, let's end this here." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his attack, while Russell quickly erected a wall of fire. Just as he was focused on creating the flames, he suddenly felt Alan Pett's ice covering him. Since when was he able to do this? How am I supposed to move? What Alan Pett was using is known as icebind. Daria knew exactly what it was and smiled mockingly at Melville. Did you teach him the secret techniques of the Spire of Spears already? Melville replied nonchalantly. Alan is destined to become the master of the Spire, so it's only natural, don't you think? At that moment, Alan Pett called out to Russell. He said coldly, honestly, you've improved tremendously. I still want to see what else you can do. But then, with great confidence, he declared, the Spire Master is waiting, so I have to stop here. Let's continue our fight next time. He then unleashed a massive amount of magic power, intending to end the match quickly. Seeing that wave of magic power heading his way, Russell Raymond didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he sighed, I really didn't want to reveal my true self yet. A moment later, a powerful tremor rocked the entire arena and beyond. Russell now seemed to have entered his dragon form state. He flashed toward Alan. Alan felt the danger, but he couldn't do anything. What is happening? That aura. It's so wild and crazy, my muscles won't move. Daria called out from the stands, the dragon's fear. Melville looked on with interest. I didn't say his case was talented beyond his years for no reason. Watching Russell Raymond in his dragon form, he asked out of curiosity. So, he really is a descendant of the dragon race? Daria herself couldn't believe Russell Raymond's dragon transformation and gasped, impossible. I'm certain his parents were just ordinary people. Melville replied, then there is only one answer. On the arena floor, Russell was erupting with his fire dragon power. Seeing him like this, Melville guessed that someone among the ancestors of the Russell Raymond family must have been a high-ranking dragon. Alan Pett had now lifted off the ground. He could feel the magic power coming from Russell. It was enough to make his whole body tremble. Even though he knew better than to underestimate Russell's power, he still wanted to fight to the end. You aren't the only one hiding your strength. Russell looked at the freezing power enveloping him and realized that, at this level, a divine beast's territory could freeze an entire army. Naturally, he didn't back down and intended to charge straight through. If I break this spell, I win. As for Alan Pett, he didn't want to wait anymore and prepared to strike. Let's end it here. A surge of freezing magic rushed toward Russell. Icy winds brushed past every hair on his body, making him feel the biting cold. It was a chill that didn't just freeze mana, but time itself. He gripped his spear, intending to do something. If he could suddenly slice this ice magic in half, if it weren't for the experience he gained fighting Cry Hill, it would have been very difficult to break this magic. This left Alan Pett utterly shocked. What? At that very moment, Russell Raymond leaped high into the air. Alan saw him preparing to strike but was helpless to act. Too fast. I can't use Flash Step. I have to block this, or else. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted. Alan Pett lay on the ground, trembling, with the tip of the spear pointed directly at his face. It seemed Russell had won the match. Without a hint of anger at losing, Alan Pett sighed helplessly and muttered to himself. Just as I thought, it ended up like this. He looked at Russell Raymond and said, I lost. At that exact moment, the system notification appeared. Mission accomplished. You will receive a high-grade mana stone. The relic from the Age of Gods will be delivered through Hemingway. The match ended, and Daria turned around. She seemed prepared to leave. But before going, she didn't forget to remind Melville. You have to prepare the relic from the Age of Gods, right? Being teased by her, the old man replied indignantly, I admit I lost the bet. Okay. Naturally, he would keep his word as the master of the Spire of Spears. I didn't expect to lose. Here is the relic from the Age of Gods as promised. Seeing him actually bring out the item, Daria said with satisfaction, I didn't think you'd actually hand it over. Old man, did you empty your treasury this time? A while later, in the carriage, Russell Raymond inventoried the treasure he had just received, Arch's sewing kit. According to the information he had, it was a relic from the Age of Gods that mimicked the ability to cut and sew space belonging to the goddess Arak. Furthermore, there was a knife that could cut through space-time and a dagger that could cut through space. As if he had an intuition about it, he channeled his magic power into both items. He realized that if he channeled his power into the thread connecting the dagger and the needle, it could be used to sew space together. Additionally, it had the ability to connect visible space with space captured by the dagger. This treasure made Russell extremely satisfied. Even just cutting space was extraordinary. Can they be combined? If used well, it could be very useful for ambushes or defense. Just then, the carriage driver announced loudly, We have arrived, sir. He indicated that they were at the Moonfall Castle. Inside the castle, weapons were displayed everywhere. The master of the castle seemed quite happy to see Russell appear. Oh, you've arrived, Russell. Thank you for visiting. Julian asked, I heard you defeated Alan. Russell replied modestly, It was just luck. The news travels too fast. Afterward, he looked around and asked, Is this your workspace? Julian replied, That's right. Why do you ask? Russell didn't mind saying, because this place is full of weapons. It looks more like a training room. Julian laughed and said, it wasn't like this at first, but because I keep practicing, they've just piled up over time. His hand touched a spear on the rack and asked, I heard you use a spear, right? Russell replied quickly, yes. After hearing his answer, Julian suddenly handed him a spear and asked him to take it. This action left him wondering, why are you giving me this all of a sudden? Julian warmed up slightly and replied with a smile. To guide someone properly, the most important thing is to know their level. So, let's warm up. Show me what you've got. Hearing this, Russell suddenly remembered the letter he had received from him. An invitation from Sir Julian. Now he finally understood. So this was the reason he suddenly sent me an invitation. Since he was already there, he didn't mind having a spar. This was a good opportunity to be taught by a master of weapons. Furthermore, he was even looking forward to it, thinking that if he could use this opportunity to improve his spear techniques, it would be a huge asset for his future. Seeing Russell Raymond's spirit, Julian exclaimed, good eyes. I'll let you go first. Hearing that he was being given a head start, he immediately lunged forward and shouted, then I won't refuse. The sounds of battle echoed loudly throughout the old castle. Russell Raymond was sent flying. It seemed he had been getting quite a beating from Julian. Even if I don't use magic, I can't believe he could defeat me so easily. He couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the man's stern expression. He truly was a master of weaponry. Just then, Julian asked, what's wrong? How was that? Then he bluntly evaluated his spear-wielding abilities. Your eyesight and flexible thinking are excellent, but you don't seem to have a talent for the spear. However, he had to give him credit for his self-taught skills. I'm very impressed that you've managed to teach yourself this much. Saying this, Julian smirked mysteriously and thought to himself, this kid, he had grown quite fond of Russell Raymond. Russell Raymond, how interesting. As for Russell Raymond, he didn't know he was being highly regarded. He was just preoccupied with whether he should just use magic. Suddenly, Julian asked, you didn't expect me to teach you for free, did you? He made an offer. I'll train you for a week, and in return, you have to spar with our knights. This proposal gave Russell Raymond some food for thought. Sparring with knights wasn't a bad deal, but if it was just a simple spar, it wouldn't be enough. He naturally agreed but added a condition. Fine, let's make a trade, but I have one request. This piqued Julian's curiosity. A request. Later, in the training grounds, the gathered knights were buzzing with excitement. What's going on? It's rare for all the knights to gather like this. I heard it's because Russell Raymond is visiting. They were gossiping about Russell Raymond. Isn't Russell Raymond the mage who blew off Cryhill's arm? They say he has horns on his head and breathes fire. As they were gossiping aimlessly, what is this? A circus. Suddenly, someone hurried to warn them. Quiet. The Lord is here. Immediately, the knights spoke in unison. Greetings, Lord. Julian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You're all gathered. From today on, you will all have 2 matches against Russell Raymond here. His announcement left the knights confused and bewildered. The first match will involve magic and aura, and the second one will not. At this, they began to murmur again, we have to fight him without using magic or aura? Wouldn't that be clearly disadvantageous for Mr. Russell Raymond? In reality, this training style was Russell Raymond's own suggestion. The purpose of this training was to improve skills rather than experience, so not using magic would be better. Just then, he stepped forward to greet everyone. I am Russell Raymond, and I look forward to learning from you all. So, can we start right away? At that moment, a knight stepped forward to prepare for a bout with Russell Raymond. He coolly introduced himself. I am Rohakan, a 4th-ranked knight. It is an honor for me to spar with a hero such as yourself. Russell Raymond smiled and replied, let's get started. Upon hearing this, Rohakan muttered gravely, very well. His eyes filled with caution as he stared at him. Suddenly, he lunged toward him. The speed made him exclaim, he's fast. As the two fought, he felt a bit of admiration for Rohakan's abilities. Such a perfect stance, as if he stepped right out of a swordplay manual. A 4th-ranked knight with such skill, as expected of a knight trained by Julian. Even so, he wasn't afraid. A pop sound echoed. Rohakan was knocked backward, and the tip of the spear was pointed at his face. Russell Raymond asked, do you want to continue? Rohakan conceded, no, I accept my defeat. After the match, the knights were stunned and buzzed about Russell Raymond's skills. Did you see his footwork? So that's why he wanted to use his spear instead of magic. Julian heard the whispers and had to think to himself. They were all visibly surprised. He knew well that their pride would be hurt after losing to a mage, especially in a contest based on martial arts. He recalled the condition Russell Raymond had mentioned before the matches with the knights. I will spar with the knights, but please allow me to fight them without using magic. At first, he thought he only accepted the offer because it sounded interesting. But who would have thought that the offer would ignite the knight's fighting spirit like that? It actually became a great catalyst for everyone. Just then, a swordsman stepped forward and expressed his desire to fight Russell Raymond. "Would you mind if I sparred with you, sir?" This request from Vincent surprised everyone. They couldn't believe Vincent wanted to spar with him. He's a second-ranked knight. This meant that he thought even third-ranked knights couldn't handle Russell Raymond. Russell Raymond looked at him and assessed him. A second-ranked knight strong enough to rival a vice-captain of the knights. And of course, he was happy to spar with him. "Thank you for the opportunity." Furthermore, he was looking forward to this being a great experience. As evening fell, laughter and conversation echoed inside the castle. "I can't believe you were able to hold your own against Vincent. It seems I underestimated you." Russell Raymond followed him, and Russell Raymond humbly replied, "I just got lucky." Hearing him say that, Julian sighed. "Luck again?" Suddenly, he asked, "If you had used magic there, do you think Vincent would have had a chance to win?" The question was difficult to answer. He didn't think he could confirm that, did he? Well, even if Vincent was a first-ranked knight, the result would only be one thing. Of course, Russell Raymond didn't argue with what he said. He wasn't wrong. After all, he was already a fifth circle mage, which put him on par with a top-tier knight. At this moment, they both stood in front of an iron door. Julian said sternly, "Don't underestimate yourself too much. They say excessive humility can lead to arrogance." Russell Raymond replied, "I will keep that in mind." Just then, he opened the gate and said, as the gate opened, he added, "Now it's time for me to show you your gift." Behind the gate was a library filled with books. Julian explained, "These are all the books I collected from all over the continent in my youth." He pointed Russell Raymond to the books he needed. The spear technique books were on the left. Russell Raymond looked around, amazed. "This is incredible." Meanwhile, Julian told him to pick one book to study. So, he quickly looked for the book he needed. If he looked through them all too carefully, it would take too much time. Now, he should focus on finding a direction for his spear techniques. A while later, Russell Raymond brought the book he needed to Julian. Seeing this, he asked, "You've already chosen a spear technique book." You offered him 2 books and said, "I'm torn between these 2. As soon as he saw the covers, he recognized them, the 6-strike heaven-braining spear and the La Mancha. He said they were both excellent spear techniques. Then, he explained the effects of the first one, the 6-strike heaven-braining spear. He mentioned it was harder to learn, but once mastered, it could become one of the most powerful techniques. As for the second one, La Mancha is a refined technique. Being able to use it without any wasted movement is a huge plus. At this point, Julian offered his advice, though he recommended choosing the 6-strike heaven-braining spear. Russell Raymond heard this and hesitated before blurting out, "I'll choose." He chose the opposite of Julian's recommendation. Seeing this, he wasn't too surprised and exclaimed, "La Mancha?" Then, you explained. "As a mage, I think a refined spear technique that can be used flexibly based on the situation suits me better than a purely powerful one." Julian thought to himself, so he chooses logic over brute strength. Huh, that's the mindset of a mage. All right. Naturally, he supported Russell's decision. "I respect your choice. Then you should set out to conquer La Mancha." Seeing him truly give the book to him, Russell was a bit bewildered. To give him such a book without any hesitation. "I feel this every time I meet him. He really is incredibly generous." As if understanding his thoughts, he reminded him, "Don't forget, you have to spar with the knights, okay?" Hearing that, he remembered. Ah, right, it wasn't free. Time passed until winter. The familiar carriage was rolling along the road. Russell Raymond sat in the carriage, holding his treasure, waving it back and forth to practice thrusting, parrying, and blocking. He closed his eyes to practice alone, combining basic moves to create a flow. Mid-practice, he suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "I'm stuck here again." He put the treasure back into his coat pocket and thought, "It's been a year and a half since I got La Mancha from Master Julian. Just memorizing the forms is an achievement in itself." He knew what he needed to do to improve his spear technique, but to perfect it, he needed to grasp its true essence. Doing that would require absolute focus, but there were too many external distractions. Right then, the system notification appeared. Quest: become a 6th circle mage. Overcome the wall you are facing and become a true 6th circle mage. Reward: highest grade mana stone consumable X1, high grade mana stone consumable X5, mid grade mana stone consumable X5, low grade mana stone consumable X20. Reward for completing the 6th magic circle. After reading the notification, Russell Raymond looked serious and thought, becoming a 6th circle mage is a matter of training and enlightenment. There's no shortcut to it. He remembered the words of the Dragon King. Their existence will link me to you. You will become the master and the hope of the dragons still left in this world. From that statement, he had started searching for places where dragons might be. How am I supposed to find signs of dragons now? Well, I've checked the ancient texts and found 4 places where I might find traces of dragons. He had already checked the first 2, but found nothing. Only two places remained, the Red Mountain Range and Curran Island. He hadn't searched those yet. Russell weighed his options. Curran seemed more plausible, but exploring it at his current level would be too dangerous. So, he decided to postpone his trip to Curran Island until he became a Sixth Circle mage. For now, I'll head to the Red Mountain Range and explore that place. This time, he would explore the underworld. Actually, he had talked about this with Daria, and she had asked him, "Are you planning to go underground?" He replied frankly and firmly, "Yes." Hearing this, she warned him that the underworld was the home of the DF race, and that humans couldn't easily enter that place. Naturally, Russell had anticipated this. I know. Seeing he had planned everything, she could only ponder for a moment. She suggested, "If you must go, ask the master of the White Magic Tower." Russell asked, "The master of the White Magic Tower?" Daria replied, "Yes. She is an elfkin with half-elf blood. Perhaps she knows something." Back to reality, Russell Raymond had arrived at his destination. He stared at the castle and thought, DF are part of the elven race. What she said makes sense. Just then, he felt someone rushing toward him. So he quickly turned around, staying alert. At the same time, Daria, at her mansion, suddenly remembered something. Ah, right, I forgot to tell Russell. I wonder if they met yet. Back to Russell, Vermilion Unsen jumped out from somewhere and hugged him. His appearance made him exclaim in surprise, "Master Vermilion Unsen," and he was quite happy to see him again. "Long time no see, kid." A moment later, he went somewhere with him and asked curiously, "So, you also registered to research the underworld?" He replied nonchalantly, "I thought I'd be lonely since this isn't a prominent research site, but with you here, it won't be boring." Then, he wondered about something else. "Have you ever met the master of the White Tower?" Unsen replied, "Of course." Russell asked again, "What kind of person is she?" Vermilion Unsen pondered for a moment before answering. How should I put it? As he followed him to meet the White Tower Master, he listened to him say mysteriously that she seemed like a cute person, but also quite eccentric. Well, you'll understand when you meet her. As soon as they stepped into a luxurious room, Russell Raymond stood at the door and was quite shocked. What kind of room was this? Looking at all the decorations inside, he couldn't help but exclaim at how cute everything was. At this moment, the person sitting on the chair greeted them, "Welcome." While Unsen bowed to this person, Russell was so surprised he froze. Unsen and Amelia, she was the White Tower Master. The girl looked at Russell and asked, "Russell Raymond, right? I'm Amelia M. Wynn, Master of the White Tower." The person hugging a giant rabbit sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room was Emily M. Wynn, Master of the White Tower, the one who controlled the spirits of the wind. Russell scanned the room once and wondered if she was a half-elf and human hybrid. From her, he could feel a fairly pure amount of mana. Those things could only be felt from elves with pure souls. Just then, Vermilion Unsen beside him was extremely interested, laughing loudly in approval. The White Tower Master is truly talented. She can remember the names of all important people. It seems this young man here is quite important. As soon as he finished speaking, Amelia rode her plush rabbit over. It could be said that she flew right in front of Russell to evaluate him. "You have many mysterious qualities, don't you?" Amelia leaned in close to him as she spoke. She could sense a rather powerful magical aura radiating from him. Taken aback by her sudden proximity, he called out in surprise, "Tower Master," but she didn't seem to hear him, lost in thought. "Ah, I see. I understand now." Amelia looked up, gave a faint smile, and voiced her deduction. "It's because you've formed a soul contract with a spirit, haven't you?" Seeing right through him, Russell was taken by surprise. "Yes, just as you said, Tower Master." Though he kept his expression calm, he felt a wave of anxiety, thinking to himself that no one had ever known about his contract with the spirit until now. Just then, Amelia made a suggestion. "So, would you like me to summon the spirit you've contracted with?" Confused, Russell quickly asked, "May I ask why you would do that?" Seeing how clueless he was, she sighed and explained, "The underworld you're planning to enter isn't a place you can just walk into normally. You need a special method. To get there, you'd need to be lucky enough to find a hidden spatial rift, or possess a map with precise, detailed records of its location. Only then can you make the spatial gate appear." Upon hearing this, Russell Raymond seemed to grasp the situation and probed further. "But I don't possess any of those things right now. So, you mean I need to awaken the spirit's power to reach it?" Amelia looked at his hand, which was glowing with energy, and replied, "You're starting to understand." Immediately after, from the flames of power Russell radiated, a small dragon named Pepper appeared. Amelia was so startled she froze. "Oh my, a creature." The very next second, she hugged him tightly, laughing with delight. "You're just too cute. And this is a variant spirit beast, too. The soul power of this beast is already at an intermediate level. What's your name, little one?" Meanwhile, At another magnificent castle beneath a starlit night sky, Bismarck was standing in his room, pruning a bonsai tree. Suddenly, he paused his pruning, sensing something. Bismarck calmly felt the presence beside him and asked, "I know you're different, unlike Hypnos. You know how to behave. You wouldn't disturb me without a reason. Now, tell me, what business brings you here at this hour?" He called out the name of the figure who had appeared in his room, the skull-masked cultist, to conclude his question. Karen answered Bismarck calmly, "It's just for a transaction. Hypnos, the one in charge of your dealings, is busy, so I had to come in his place." Hearing this, he let the matter go, took the item from Karen, and remarked, "Ah, I see. Has it already been 5 years?" The item given to Bismarck was an apple, one that looked quite different from a normal one. Karen watched him slowly lift the apple to his mouth to enjoy it and muttered, "That's right, it's time for you to consume it." As Bismarck finished consuming the apple, a surge of vitality instantly enveloped him. Feeling the change in his body, he said with renewed hope, "I understand now. If I can keep finding items like this, achieving immortality in the future won't be difficult. Though, for now, the side effects are still significant, so there are limitations." After saying this, he suddenly remembered something and asked Karen, "Oh, and are you aware that Daria's disciple has arrived at Blood Mountain Ravine?" He replied without haste, "I always pay attention to matters concerning those burned at the stake. I know what you're worried about regarding that situation. That ravine is right next to the Amazon forest." Based on Bismarck's question, Karen voiced his own deduction about him. "I'm sure you're worried that the child might cause some sort of trouble. That is what you're concerned about, isn't it?" Bismarck warily rubbed his neck and replied, "Indeed. Everything is just so bothersome. I am quite worried about that." Karen immediately moved to reassure him. "Don't overthink it. The work is being conducted in the center of the mountain, far away from the forest. Without a guide, they'll never find that location." Yet, the very next second, Karen looked worried as he added, "Even so, the situation is quite complex because people are heading there, so nothing is certain." Hearing this, Bismarck looked suspicious. What do you mean by that?" But Karen didn't answer his question and hurriedly moved to leave. "All right, try not to worry so much. That's all I'll say for now, as I still have plenty of other work to do." Before leaving, he couldn't help but criticize him in his heart. Talking to these cultists really is a pain. Ending the conversation with Karen, Bismarck returned to his bonsai tree, daydreaming. "Right, if I can eventually ascend to the throne, I will." But before he could finish, he swallowed his words, replaced by a look of shock. "Ha." Bismarck looked at his bonsai tree, which had suddenly withered and died, and laughed at himself. "Whatever, just get things done quickly." The scene shifts to a barren desert, where a carriage is racing forward, accompanied by the sound of conversation. "Russell Raymond, I'm just glad you're here. Thanks to your guidance, I've managed to reach the underworld as planned." As those words finished, an image of Emilia holding Pepper in her arms appeared. "Thanks to this spirit beast, it can sense the spiritual energy of the dwarves within the earth. That's how you'll be able to find the underworld." Ending the flashback, Russell Raymond stroked the head of the little one, Pepper, who was sitting on his lap, and replied to Unsen, "I didn't really do anything. It's more thanks to Pepper here." As he spoke, a sound from outside the carriage caught Vermilion Unsen's attention. He looked at the landscape, with houses built into the cliffside, and said, "It looks like we've arrived. Blood Mountain Ravine." Inside the carriage, Russell Raymond looked out the window and marveled. "Even though I'm still in the carriage and quite a distance from the mountain range, I can feel an incredibly mysterious power flowing through every inch of the soil and rocks here." With Pepper fussing by his side, he felt both satisfied and expectant. This truly is a land rich in spiritual energy. If I'm lucky, I might find traces of the dragon race here. Unsen, as if reading his mind, suggested, "I think we should go to the ravine and get started right away. There's no need to waste time in this city. What do you think?" Naturally, without a second thought, Russell agreed with him. "All right, I think so too." A moment later, the two of them arrived at a clearing in the ravine and stood facing each other. He was the first to speak, saying, "Let's begin, shall we?" After saying that, Vli immediately released Pepper, letting it fly out to follow his command. "Pepper, use your senses to find the dwarves' magic aura around here." Following his order, it shot rapidly into the sky, its eyes glowing with a dazzling light as it scanned for the aura. On the ground, unwatched, Pepper zigzagging through the air, looking a bit puzzled. "I wonder if that little guy can really sense the dwarves' aura from that high up." Vli calmly reassured him. "Don't worry, it'll definitely be able to find it." Suddenly, Vermilion Unsen noticed something and exclaimed, "Huh, what's that?" They looked on in alarm as a flock of birds began chasing Pepper, causing quite a commotion. A flock of eagles? Looks like they're trying to attack Pepper. Just as Unsen summoned his magic, preparing to launch an attack, "Let me handle those eagles," Russell Raymond said, stepping in to stop him. "Don't be so hasty, sir." He looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Those eagles aren't easy to deal with. They're clearly aiming for Pepper. But as soon as he finished speaking, those eagles were immediately countered by Pepper. Witnessing this, Unsen looked a bit surprised, while Russell Raymond said with pride, "Don't worry, Pepper knows how to take them down." Back to little Pepper, it took a deep breath, its belly swelling up as if it had swallowed a giant jug. And then, it let out a powerful breath, spitting out a massive flame that roasted those eagles into grilled birds. After that moment, it happily fluttered around. The two of them couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. What else would you expect from a fire dragon? Just then, Pepper's eyes suddenly caught something. Russell Raymond looked at the creature, which was chirping loudly, and deduced. It seems it's finally free to track the dwarves now. A moment later, he and Unsen followed Pepper's lead through a ravine filled with holes. Seeing them, he assessed the situation with surprise. Looking at the ravine, there were over 300 caves. Unsen frowned slightly, stating with a serious tone, "Even though I've investigated this area, I didn't think there would be this many. That just makes finding the path to the underworld even harder." They kept walking until Pepper pointed to one specific cave among the many. "Oh, it looks like it found it." At that moment, Vermilion Unsen instantly conjured a small orb. He quickly threw it into the cave to scout ahead. Watching the orb roll forward continuously, it seemed this wasn't an ordinary cave. Russell Raymond also noticed the strangeness of the cave and added, "There are no stalactites here, and there's no cool air either, just heat." He looked into the pitch-black, deep interior and thought to himself, "This cave is definitely man-made." With that, Vlay rubbed his chin, contemplating the situation. So this could be the entrance, or perhaps they made it on purpose to distract people looking for the underworld. Either way, we still need to check it to be sure. Seeing that look on his face, Unsen approached with amusement and patted his head to reassure him. "Why are you being so serious about everything? Just relax a little. But if there are traps, it's going to be a huge pain." Hearing this, Russell's mood lightened up a bit, and he gave a gentle smile. He smiled confidently and decided, "It's fine. Now that we've made it this far, we have to go in and see what the dwarves have waiting for us." The scene shifted. Inside the cave, there was a loud sound of something moving, shaking the entire cavern. Vermilion Unsen hurried forward, cursing in annoyance. "Damn it, how many traps did they set?" Russell Raymond chased after him, answering quickly, 15 so far." Hearing this, Unsen shouted in anger, "Those bastards." Vli, running behind him, felt a bit flustered because things weren't going as he thought. He had assumed those traps would be easy to destroy with magic. "I didn't expect the cave to be filled with magic suppression devices everywhere. If this keeps up, I'll have to use my dragon form." Just as he prepared to do so, a strange, invisible force brushed past his mind. "This is magic power." Thinking this, Russell Raymond suddenly froze, stopping his run as he thought, "Even though it's faint, I'm certain I can sense magic power." Vermilion Unsen, running ahead, noticed him stop and called out, confused, "Russell, why are you just standing around?" He didn't answer. Instead, he released a large amount of magic, summoning fire spears, and quietly speculated. If that's the case, the magic suppression devices must be scattered throughout the cave, not just focused in one spot. Immediately after, he slashed forward with several spear strikes. After his attack, the wall beside them collapsed. Vermilion Unsen looked at what was in front of them, stunned. "This is Russell Raymond," smiled with pride. "I think I found it." He looked at the gate radiating abundant magic power in front of him, exclaiming, "The path to the underworld, a teleportation gate." Saying that, Russell remembered the feeling of sensing the magic power earlier, realizing that no matter how skilled the dwarves were, they couldn't traverse through spaces without using magic power. So, there aren't any magic suppression devices here. At the teleportation gate area, Unsen patted Russell Raymond on the shoulder, satisfied and full of praise. "You did well. A teleportation gate built by dwarves, this is definitely report-worthy." A moment later, the stable gate suddenly began to fluctuate. Unsen and Russell Raymond carefully stepped through the gate to the other side. Before them was a world without sunlight, but it glowed with the magical, mystical blue light of the pillars in the middle of the town. "This is the underworld." Vli carefully walked toward the entrance leading into the town, assessing it with surprise. "I thought this place would be tiny since it's just an underground city, but I didn't expect it to be as vast as the capital." Andy. Just as he was distracted, a voice rang out, grabbing his attention. It's been a long time since a human came here. Standing before him were the dwarves, Miji and Jin. Miji was the first to speak, complimenting him. "Humans don't easily find teleportation gates." Jin quickly followed up, asking, "Did someone from our tribe give you a map? Or did you make a contract with a spirit?" Miji didn't need to hear Russell's answer. He cut him off, saying, "Regardless, since you've come this far, we'll treat you as a guest." They were so enthusiastic that as soon as one finished speaking, the other added, "If you're planning to enter the city, follow us, and we'll show you the way. Miji and Jin laughed and chatted in a friendly manner. He felt excited. The city was likely much more interesting than this spot, though they didn't know that. Deep down, Russell Raymond wasn't sure what to feel, muttering to himself, "They're dwarves." He smiled brightly, happy in his heart. This is great. Then, Jin acted as his guide, leading him on a tour. "Look at those glowing stones on the ceiling," Miji said, quickly chiming in to explain. "They've been there for hundreds of years, but they still shine like stars, don't they?" Following that, there was a series of actions showcasing items to Russell. Miji spoke up first, mentioning the Midran armor, followed by Jinjin. "This is brewed from the underground bedrock," one said. Russell watched the two of them, one speaking after the other, and muttered with a bit of helplessness. It didn't sound like a tour guide's explanation so much as showing off. Suddenly, a large, calloused, familiar hand reached out and rested on Russell's shoulder. "All right." Vermilion Unsen, who had been quiet until now, spoke up to remind him. "Even though we are traveling together, our research objectives are different, aren't they?" His eyes were clearly expressing, "I want to see the training methods of the dwarves." But Russell Raymond didn't realize it and asked curiously, "That's true, but why?" And without a second's hesitation, Unsen immediately ran after Jinjin to leave. "From now on, let's act separately." Russell, panicked, quickly called out to Unsen, "Let me go with you." But he didn't listen, and instead said his goodbyes. "See you back here in 3 weeks." While he was still bewildered, Miji tapped him on the shoulder from behind and asked, "Where are you going?" "He doesn't need your permission to just drag you along," Miji added. "Let's go. We still have plenty of things to show you." Russell Raymond was dragged away, feeling reluctant, and forced a smile in response. "I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, he noticed something and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "That is." In front of him stood a majestic statue of a fire dragon. "Look at that." Thinking this, Russell immediately started a conversation with Miji. "Mr. Miji, I heard the legend that the underworld is protected by 2 dragons. Is that true?" Hearing him bring up this story, Miji immediately let go of him and revealed, "That story is truly heroic. The white dragon, who rules over iron and wind, bestowed blessings upon us, while the fire dragon, who rules over fire, granted the fire blessing." From Miji's story, Russell seemed to understand the origin of what he was seeing. "So that's why there are statues of the 2 dragons here." It didn't stop there. Miji continued to reveal another interesting piece of information to him. "When the fire dragon granted us its power, they say it was actually here thousands of years ago." Hearing this, Russell Raymond immediately felt a glimmer of hope, thinking, if that dragon was really here, there must still be traces of its soul. Thinking it over, he immediately probed Miji, "Are outsiders allowed to enter the shrine?" Miji replied, without hesitation, "I was planning to take you there at the end, but the order doesn't really matter. Follow me." Along the path they walked, besides the light from the glowing stones, there were sounds and the red-hot glow emanating from the iron forges. Miji led Russell past the forge area, continuing the tour guide's pitch that the weapons sold in the underworld were on a completely different level than those sold at typical blacksmiths. The favorite weapon of the famous beast King Kurin was also forged by our ancestors. Russell listened to his words while looking around and remarked, "But it seems like there aren't just dwarves here." Miji quickly replied, observing those who weren't dwarves. "Most elves live in the forest. They only come here when they need to trade or buy materials." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, catching Russell's attention. "Benefactor." He looked toward the person who had just called him and, to his surprise, realized it was an acquaintance, Lady Io. She approached him, beaming with joy. "I'm so happy to see you again, Benefactor." As soon as Io finished speaking, another person appeared beside her and stepped forward. It was the man who had helped Russell. "Oh." He reached out happily to shake hands and introduce himself. "I am Scan, an elder of the White Birch tribe." Russell quickly reached out to shake his hand in return. "I am Russell Raymond, from the Fire Magic Tower." As their hands touched, Scan's eyes filled with intrigue as he thought, "I heard you helped Io, so I was curious about what kind of person you were." He sensed the flow of magic in Russell's body and remarked softly, "It feels like I'm standing in front of a volcano. I never imagined a human could possess such pure magic." After the greetings with Scan were finished, he shifted his attention to Io beside him. Lady Io, why have you come here?" Hearing his question, she looked a bit surprised and flustered as she replied, "We came to buy weapons." Hearing her answer, he felt it was a bit strange. The peaceful elf tribe is buying weapons. Thinking this, he asked directly, "Did something happen within the tribe?" Hearing this, Io sighed briefly, looking hesitant as she said, "It's just that," she revealed shocking news that made Russell and Scan immediately look worried. "The battle between the monsters in the Great Forest and the Amazons is becoming very fierce." Having said that, Io painfully blamed herself. "If my blood were normal, this wouldn't have happened." Scan quickly hugged her to comfort her. "It's not your fault. Don't worry so much. Hearing their conversation, Russell seemed to understand the issue, remembering that he had been told Io carried the blood of the Azure Dragon. In his memory, the image of her from back then appeared, holding his hand gently as she revealed, "Yes, actually, I have the blood of the Azure Dragon." Back in reality, Russell, full of hope and curiosity, asked her, "Lady Io, is there any dragon or legend related to them in the White Birch tribe?" However, her answer extinguished his hope. "I'm sorry. I don't know anything other than the fact that I inherited dragon blood." Russell quickly gave a wry smile and replied, "It's all right." Then, Io suddenly remembered something and asked him, "How long will the benefactor be staying in the underworld? Because if there are records in the tribe, I would like to pass them on to you." Russell immediately gave a bright, polite smile in response. "Thank you for your concern, Lady Io. I am sure I will be here for about 3 weeks." Ending the conversation with Io, he and Miji continued on to the foot of the fire dragon statue. This is the fire dragon shrine. Russell looked up at the giant statue, silently assessing it. It didn't look like anything special. Let's see what the white dragon's shrine is like. After seeing the fire dragon, they moved on to the white dragon. Miji folded his arms and said proudly, "The size and placement of the white dragon and fire dragon shrines are exactly the same." Russell looked up at the white dragon statue, agreeing with him. The only difference is the color. He intently gazed at the statue without paying attention to anything else. This stone statue is the end of the tour. Seeing Russell like this, Miji quickly left a remark before walking away. "I will wait for you at the gate, so feel free to explore." He called out after him, "Yes." After Miji left, Russell approached the stone pedestal at the foot of the statue and touched it. "Is there anything special here?" Just as his hand touched the pedestal, a mysterious flow of magic immediately wrapped around his hand. Russell looked at the magic circle, appearing on the back of his hand, and exclaimed in surprise, "The stone statue is reacting." Immediately after, the white dragon's eyes suddenly radiated a blinding light. Its deep, mysterious voice rang out, and a massive surge of power was instantly released. "I have waited a long time. It is fortunate that you arrived before my life ended." The light radiating from where the white dragon stood grew larger and more blinding with every word it uttered. "Please come forward, progenitor of the dragons, our master." That immense magical power swirled around Russell, who stood there, bewildered as he listened to every word implying his true identity. "Origin of the dragon race, you are the master of our dragon clan." He looked at the magic compass on the back of his hand, gauging the direction it was pointing toward. His voice was fading, as if it could vanish at any moment. Then, Russell Raymond channeled his mana into his heels and shouted, accelerating forward. Instantly, he shot forward at an astonishing speed in the direction indicated by the arrow. With his current pace, he looked like a shooting star streaking across the sky, muttering to himself, "This creature looks like it's about to die any second now." The path he was aiming for led straight to a teleportation gate. Without hesitation, he dove right into it. "I don't think I'm mistaken about this." After passing through the gate, he returned to the Blood Mountain ravine and increased his speed, urging himself on. "I have to hurry." Russell Raymond flew forward while keeping his eyes on the arrow on his compass. The pointer was closing in on the target. To gain more speed, he kicked off a rock face within the ravine. Immediately after, Russell Raymond leaped high into the air like a rocket, shouting, "I'm getting close to that dragon." Upon reaching a certain altitude, facing the blinding sun, he began looking around for what he was searching for. After a moment, he noticed a house in the middle of the ravine. He shouted, "Found it." Then, he quickly landed by the house, assessing it with curiosity. "Is this a dragon's home? Why is it so small?" Maybe just to hide its identity. With that, Russell Raymond reached out and pushed the front door open. As soon as he saw what was inside, he curled the corner of his lip into a faint smile. Indeed, surprisingly, behind the door that looked like a simple house was a pitch-black space, completely different from the scorching sunlight of the Bloodfire Ravine. Russell Raymond exclaimed with interest, "Just as I thought." Following that, he carefully stepped deeper inside, heading toward another door. Russell Raymond looked at the massive door in front of him, wondering, "Is that the entrance?" Just as he finished his sentence, that mysterious voice echoed again, leaving him wide-eyed with surprise. "Have you arrived, my lord?" Right before him, there was a blinding streak of light, and the voice emanated from there. "The master of our dragon clan." As that streak of light faded, a gargantuan dragon appeared before him, introducing itself, "White Dragon Cinter, welcome to this place." It lay weakly on the ground, expressing its regret. "I wish I could talk to you longer, but I don't have much time left." Hearing this, Russell Raymond asked, a bit confused, "What do you mean?" Cinter looked straight at him with deep, ancient eyes and replied, "Dust returns to dust, that is what I mean. The time has come for me to return to the ancestors." Listening to these words, Russell felt a bit of admiration and whispered to himself, "He's about to die, yet his voice remains so calm." The Dragon Clan is truly unpredictable. While he was momentarily distracted, Sinter suddenly said, I received this power from my previous master. With that, it controlled the horn to fly toward Russell, handing it over with deep reverence. Now I entrust it to you. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. It announced the inheritance of the power of the white dragon Sinter, the horn of the wind god. Looking at this message, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and muttered internally, So this horn gives me the power of wind and fire. Despite receiving something so precious, Russell Raymond remains slightly skeptical. So this is the wind god's horn? It's truly strange. However, Sinter's voice echoed again, pulling him out of his thoughts. Will you accept the power from this horn? Russell Raymond had no reason to refuse. Thank you. He clenched his fist, brimming with excitement and joy. This horn has helped me gain so much more insight into magic. Compared to my previous training, I can say I've leveled up. Once I reach the 6th circle magic, I'll be able to use these spells much more effectively. Just then, Sinter's body suddenly began to undergo a transformation. An immense surge of magical power erupted, lifting it into the air. Is that right? After receiving such a massive amount of power, you still remain as calm as if nothing happened. Master, you are truly the one the Dragon Clan has been waiting for. Everything is fated. I hope you can fulfill my wish and save the Dragon Clan. Seeing this, Russell Raymond struggled to keep from being blown away, shouting in a panic, I still have so many things to ask. But before he could say anything, Sinter had already turned to dust and drifted away. It didn't forget to leave a final message. Though my body has vanished, my mission has not ended. My power will follow you and protect you, my master. Only when you meet the child with the Dragon Clan's bloodline will my power cease. Hearing this, Russell Raymond stood there, dazed and confused, muttering, the child with the Dragon Clan's bloodline. The remaining spiritual essence of Sinter then flew through the blood-fire ravine. It passed through the teleportation gate to the underworld. Finally, its spiritual essence flew in front of Ilo, who was watching the scenery by the window. She reached out to catch the faint thread, feeling a bit curious. This is with that small action from Ilo, Sinter's spiritual essence immediately entered her body. In the dark space of the underground city, Ilo's room suddenly glowed in the night. At the same time, Russell had just returned from the ravine, stepping through the gate back to the underworld. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he rubbed his forehead and let out a long sigh. He felt a bit of regret and sighed quietly. I didn't think he would fade away so quickly. I still couldn't ask him anything. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing who it was, he was startled and called out softly, Lady Ilo, but her state seemed strange. She reached up to take off her cloak's hood and reintroduced herself. Ilo, of the God Tree clan. Suddenly, Russell's eyes widened involuntarily, surprised as if he had seen something terrifying. Looking at the halo shining around Ilo's head, he panicked and shouted, Lady Ilo, on your head. But she didn't seem to care, instead kneeling to pay her respects with a strange greeting. Greetings, Dragon Emperor. Just as she repeated those words, her body suddenly swayed. The Dragon Emperor, Russell Raymond, saw her faint and fall to the ground, crying out in alarm, Lady Ilo, what's wrong? Wake up. The scene shifted back to the cramped room in the underworld. Currently, he was in the room, looking at the person lying on the bed, trying to gather his thoughts. So the white dragon's words, were they implying Lady Ilo? Russell tried to sense the power radiating from her, judging. It seems Lady Ilo's power hasn't fully awakened yet. A moment later, Ilo slowly opened her eyes. He hurried to her side and asked, Are you awake? Upon seeing him, Ilo was startled. Russell Raymond immediately sat up and exclaimed, Benefactor? Hearing those words from her, he became even more certain she must have regained her senses and was no longer calling him the Dragon Emperor. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Second-generation dragon bloodline detected. The elf has awakened a trace of dragon lineage, though she cannot yet fully unleash its power, nor has she fully awakened the bloodline itself. Once she masters her power, she will realize the mission she is destined to fulfill. Seeing this massive influx of information, he felt confused and fell into deep thought. What is this? A few seconds later, Russell Raymond finally began to grasp the situation. Does this mean that once she fully awakens, she might have to submit to me as the Dragon Emperor? That might be a bit hard for her to accept. As he was lost in thought, Io spoke up, asking in confusion, Wait, why am I at this inn? Russell Raymond quickly scrambled to come up with an excuse. You fainted when we met, so I brought you here. As he said it, he reminded himself not to reveal everything he knew just yet. Upon hearing this, Io felt even more grateful toward him. Thank goodness you were there to find me, benefactor. Thank you so much. She then reached up to touch the thing appearing on her head. Maybe I fainted because of these horns? Io bowed her head slightly, recalling what happened and telling him all about it. Before I lost consciousness, I vaguely saw a beam of white light flying toward me. It's like the dragon bloodline in me is actually stirring. Hearing this, Russell Raymond realized what it was. He whispered to himself, "Silver light, that must be the white dragon's soul." After finishing her story, Io quickly left the bed to bid him farewell. "The person accompanying me will worry if I don't show up, so I must go." She bowed gracefully, with a beautiful smile. "Until we meet again, benefactor." Before leaving, Io didn't forget to offer a blessing, hoping the gods would watch over his journey. Time quickly passed until the next day. He was wandering through the bustling streets, deep in thought. "I managed to find traces of the white dragon so quickly. Now I have plenty of time here." After walking for a while, he looked up at a sign and made a decision. Taking advantage of his time, he headed toward the shop owned by the duo, Miji and Jinjin. "I need to look into a few more things." Inside the shop, the blacksmith's furnace was burning fiercely, heating up the metal inside. Once the iron was heated through, it was moved to be hammered flat, taking on the shape the creator desired. At that same moment, in a corner of the forge, Miji and Jinjin were welcoming their guest. "Russell, what brings you here, human?" He didn't hesitate and answered them immediately. "I came because I have something to show you too." Hearing this, they grew curious. "It seems you're here to test something, aren't you?" Russell reached into his inventory and replied, "Sort of. Can you two take a look at this?" He pulled out a red stone that was radiating magical energy. Seeing it, Miji exclaimed with excitement, "Such pure mana." He gave the stone a quick evaluation. It didn't seem to contain raw mana, but rather, the mana had naturally condensed into a solid form. Jin looked at the color and nodded thoughtfully. "It's true, it looks quite a bit like a dragon's heart." Hearing that, Russell Raymond felt a slight jolt in his chest and whispered, "A dragon heart?" Before he could finish his shock, Jin picked up the stone to examine it. "But this is strange. The purity is too high to be from a low-level dragon, yet isn't it a bit small for a high-level one?" Out of pure curiosity, Miji snatched the stone and suggested, "Hey, can you leave this here and come back later?" Jin chimed in from the side, "We promise not to do anything to damage it. I'll even take my iron out of the fire to make room for it." Hearing their sudden request, Russell was a bit hesitant and suspicious, but he had no reason to refuse. Thinking it over, he agreed. "All right then, I'll leave it with you." Upon getting his approval, Miji was so happy he started dancing with Jinjin. Great. Jin seemed to have already mapped out his next move. "We need to study the Encyclopedia of Dragons right now." Watching them, Russell felt a bit helpless and mused. They're acting just like researchers who just got their hands on a new grant. Finishing his meeting with them, he continued on to another location, a much larger place with spiral staircases. A voice greeted him from within. "So, you're the one Miji mentioned." "Greetings. I'm Russell Raymond, here for the Great Library." He followed the librarian deep into the building and looked around. "This is strange. A library underground?" Hearing Russell, the wise librarian replied, "Valuable knowledge must be stored deep within the earth." Saying that, he handed him an item and said, "Usually this isn't allowed, but because of a master's recommendation, we will let you into the third vault. Take this card." The masters, among the many dwarves, they were considered the best. They swore by the name of fire and iron. It is often said that among thousands, very few attain that title. Russell had never thought those two brothers, Miji and Jin, were masters. Thinking of that, he gave a faint, awkward smile and replied to the librarian, "Thank you." A moment later, Russell moved to a more ornate room and marveled at it. Even though it's an underground library, it's quite spacious. He carefully sat down at a long table and looked around. It seems very different from the libraries on the surface. Following that, Russell began flipping through books, searching for the information he needed. "I only have 19 days left before I return to the Fire Tower. I have to break through the 6 layers of the magic barrier by then." But after a while of searching, he could only walk away disappointed. "What? This isn't going to be easy at all." Russell left the library, feeling discouraged, and returned to the underground town, wondering, is breaking that barrier really that hard? Seeing him return, Miji greeted him warmly. "Oh, the human is back?" Russell nodded slightly. "Yes, today is the day I set off. I've come to retrieve what I left behind and to say goodbye." Hearing that, Miji looked surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? You're already leaving?" Jin impatiently begged, "Can't you stay a few more days? There's a hot spring nearby." Seeing their reaction, Russell realized they were struggling with something and gave a forced smile. It seemed they still hadn't figured out what that magic stone was. Just as he thought, Meiji sighed with great distress. "Actually, I'm sorry, we haven't discovered anything special about it yet." Jin quickly chimed in to save face. "That being said, it doesn't mean we didn't find anything at all." He handed the stone back and explained, "According to what we've discovered, this magic stone isn't natural. It's man-made." Russell Raymond stared at the stone in disbelief. "What makes you two say that?" Jin quickly replied, While Miji was flipping through the books, a similar alchemical reaction occurred. Finding the right page, he quickly brought it over to show him. Listen as I read this. Based on this book's content, we've drawn a few conclusions. We think this is a magnum opus, but it has been modified. Russell Raymond immediately took the book and intently read the contents. Magnum opus, an alchemical term meaning masterpiece. After reading, he took back the stone and looked at it, confirming his thoughts. It seemed they both agreed this stone was as valuable as a philosopher's stone. At that moment, Miji said, with regret, "It would be great if we knew what it was extracted from. That's all the information we have for now. Sorry." Russell quickly shook his head politely. "No, you two have helped me a lot." He bowed respectfully to them. "Thank you. Thanks to you both, I realize how amazing the underground is." Miji proudly changed her tone and replied, "Come back whenever you like. We're always happy to welcome you." Jin, standing beside her, nodded without hesitation. After saying their goodbyes, Russell quickly headed back toward the teleportation tunnel. Given the situation, the material used to create this magic stone is likely a dragon's heart. He looked at the gate before him and whispered in awe. The heart of a dragon. If other mages heard this, they'd be stunned. Suddenly, Russell noticed something and looked around warily. Is he not here yet? Just as he was searching for him, a familiar voice boomed out, "Hey, kid." Russell was startled at the sudden call. "Hey." Russell looked at Unsen's strange new physique in amazement. "Wow, look at those muscles." Unsen struck a few poses to show off his brawny build, then asked with concern, "Did you wait long?" Russell seemed to notice something on Unsen and asked, "No, but what are you?" He proudly introduced it. "This cream is my personal secret for muscle growth. I plan to refine it for humans once we head back." Vermilion Unsen revealed it with a cheerful look. "I made one for you too. Just you wait." Russell tried to force a smile. "Yes, sir." Walking through the gate back to the rift, Unsen noticed his expression and showed concern. "You look worried. Did the research not go well?" Russell Raymond quickly answered him. "It's not that. Actually, I achieved what I wanted." Hearing this, Unsen hummed in confirmation. "Then there's only one thing that could be weighing on your mind." Upon hearing what he said next, Russell startled and froze. "The six-circle barrier, right?" He rubbed his neck and sighed. "Setting a goal I can't reach is a bit frustrating." Seeing him like this, Unsen fell into deep thought. They say if there are 100 mages, there are 100 ways to reach enlightenment. Enlightenment is a tricky matter. Even well-intentioned advice can be harmful. That's why there's an unwritten rule not to interfere. But basic advice couldn't hurt. Thinking this, he called out to Russell Raymond. "Hey." He suddenly asked him a strange question. "Have I ever told you I can lift 750 kilograms? Russell, confused, asked back, "This is the first time I've heard that." "So what?" Vermilion Unsen started to recount as he followed him out of the cave. "At first, I couldn't lift anything like that." He slowly recalled the time he trained intensely, but I kept putting in the effort, even sitting under a waterfall to endure the pressure. After a long period of training, Unsen challenged himself to return to his weightlifting with iron willpower. Remembering that moment, he proudly exclaimed, "One day, I suddenly just did it." Every word Unsen spoke was incredibly inspiring and moving, and I believe magic enlightenment is the same. If you practice every day, one day, you'll reach it naturally. Hearing this, Russell's heart felt enlightened and filled with hope. One day, it will come naturally. He looked at the imposing back of Vermilion Unsen before him and told himself, "Right, I shouldn't rush. I've grown a lot compared to a month ago." Suddenly, Unsen exclaimed, "Ah, look, the sun is setting." Russell looked at the fiery red sunset before him, feeling at ease. "Every time I look at this view, I think the sunset at Red Mountain is truly beautiful." Russell Raymond watched the stunning sight, the horizon fading into the sunset. His deep eyes gazed ahead, and fragments of memories flooded his mind, breaking the barrier in front of him. As he whispered to himself, everything he had learned and experienced was pieced together. As if behind that barrier, a greater knowledge was waiting for him to explore. And then, a blinding light emerged, engulfing the entire space. Ripples spread like water being touched, accompanied by the owner's voice. This place. Russell Raymond looked at the scene inside his own consciousness with curiosity. Am I inside my own thoughts? Everything I've learned and seen is manifested here. Peering through the green leaves, he saw the sunset as if he were in a canyon, and whispered. And there, something urged Russell to reach out and use his fire magic. The fiery sunset, if I add the formula, the image of the sunset. He immediately raised his hand high. Russell's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at his target. He used his signature move, and the fiery red sun created a massive fireball. Just then, his arm was grabbed by Vermilion Unsen, who warned him. Casting a spell like that is no different than playing with fire. He pulled Russell's hand aside and questioned him loudly. Are you trying to burn down this whole canyon? To prevent a catastrophe, Unsen quickly cast his own magic. Sleep. Immediately after, he caught the boy who had fallen asleep, feeling a bit self-reproachful. Although I mentioned enlightenment, I didn't expect the kid to pull this off. Yet, Unsen smiled with pride. This will shake the entire alchemical world. He looked at the aura glowing above Russell, praising the birth of the youngest sixth circle mage. While he was fast asleep, the system notification appeared. Notification. You have reached the sixth circle of magic. Rewards. High-level magic stone, high-level magic stone, mid-level magic stone, low-level magic stone. Were they granted as a gift? Cutting to a beautiful morning, the sunlight shone brightly on the ivory tower, with Brain under the clear blue sky and drifting clouds. Inside the grave tower, Russell Raymond sat dazed in the middle of the room, doing something. He was staring intensely at his right hand. He recalled the image from that day when he had created a giant fireball from this very hand. After thinking about it, he clenched his fist tightly and cheered excitedly. Finally, I've reached the sixth circle of magic. Immediately after, Russell Raymond summoned a small magic circle from his other hand to sense his own power. Indeed, the mana flowing through his body was much stronger now. It's completely different from when I had 5 circles, he thought, remembering the reward notification he had received back then. Furthermore, he wondered if he would receive the golden mask a second time for upgrading to the 6th circle. Thinking of this, Russell Raymond pulled out the mask he had obtained. He reflected on the feeling of using it and evaluated its effect. It was completely different from his previous attack attribute magic. This time, it was a spell to dispel negative attributes while enhancing his own strength. With that thought, he stored the mask back into his inventory. Fighting the dark mage will be much easier now. Just then, Daria opened the door and walked into his room, asking, "Russell Raymond, you're back? How did that trip to the underworld go?" Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she quickly exclaimed in surprise, "Did you break through the limit and reach the next level?" Russell Raymond stood up immediately, scratching his head with a sheepish laugh. "Yes, I learned a lot while I was out." Hearing his reply, Daria stepped forward, thinking to herself that it felt like just recently he was at the 5th circle, and now he was already at the 6th. I underestimated his talent. I thought it would take him a couple more years to level up. She grasped his hand, praising him with pride. "He is truly gifted." Daria spoke up. "You really are my student." Russell replied respectfully, "I will need your guidance even more in the future, Master." At this moment, her mind was filled with confidence, and she smirked slightly. "My husband is going to be so surprised when he finds out about this." Suddenly, Daria reached her hand out toward Russell, making him jump. She began to channel her mana, challenging him to see how his abilities had evolved after the upgrade. In no time, the surrounding scenery shifted to an arena with towering walls. Looking at the environment, Russell Raymond reminisced, "This place reminds me of the ruins I explored before. Fighting a giant back then was exhausting enough." Hearing this, she began to emit her mana, judging him. "So, you think you can handle this dungeon more easily now?" For some reason, Daria had a lollipop in her mouth, looking quite excited. "If that's the case, should I increase the difficulty level?" Saying as doing, she immediately summoned the fire-held dwarves to attack Russell. Seeing this, he cried out in panic, "Wait, I didn't mean it like that." But the fire-held dwarves were already summoned, and they quickly surrounded Russell Raymond. He tilted his head slightly to look up, silently assessing that the difficulty had indeed increased significantly. As Russell was distracted, Daria spoke up, "You're being surprised too early. The real challenge is yet to come." She used balance transformation magic, summoning a massive fireball. From within that fireball emerged a group of stone golem warriors, larger than the dwarves. The flames surrounding him roared even higher as the stone warriors landed. Those giant stone beings were the fire-held dwarf kings. Russell struggled to withstand the heat blowing toward him, gritting his teeth. "If it's come to this, I need to unleash my power and prepare to counterattack." Seeing this, Daria smiled slightly. "That's it, Russell Raymond." He was currently summoning a massive fireball, just like I did at Blood Mountain Pass. He told himself, "I'll just have to unleash everything I've got." The more Daria watched, the more expectant she became, shouting, "All right, throw out whatever magic you have." His gaze was extremely confident now, and he flashed a bright smile. "Master, how about this spell?" As Russell spoke to himself in his heart, he threw the giant fireball at the monsters surrounding him. "This is what I have realized." The monsters stood dazed, watching the blazing fire brightening before them. From a small spark, it expanded rapidly, illuminating the entire area as if it wanted to blow all the monsters away. A moment later, the brilliant light faded, leaving only the crackling sound of flames in the space. Russell Raymond looked at the devastated scene before him, sighing, "The destructive power is too great. If this battle were real, many targets would be obliterated." Daria crossed the wreckage of the battlefield, approaching him to offer praise, not thinking he could realize so much after leveling up. Honestly, What you showed here is quite surprising. What do you think? Russell didn't hesitate, immediately describing everything to her. It's a spell that expresses the transformation of fire magic. Hearing this, Daria felt intrigued. So, a transformation compared to its original nature? Saying that, a thought stirred in her mind. He had realized the concept of heart fire, which was a crucial factor for mages aiming for great achievements in the future. Furthermore, he hadn't even perfected the spell yet, and its offensive power had already reached such a fierce level. What would happen once the spell was perfected? Russell Raymond, unaware of the thoughts, swirling in her mind, could only give a dazed laugh. It's truly something to look forward to. I'll be watching to see what you show me next. The sparring session ended, and the scenery changed to another brighter room illuminated by sunlight. Russell Raymond sat meditating on the bed, murmuring something. Speed of casting, proficiency in elemental magic. Everything he was whispering was exactly what Daria had said. Everything had met the standard of primal magic. Now I can officially register with the Mages Association. Recalling her words, he felt excited inside. So, I've earned my master's recognition. The next thing to do is Russell immediately summoned the silver horn and the pile of dragon heart stones. Luckily, I obtained these. He reached out to grab the silver horn, determined. I need to finish absorbing this before the break. This might take some time. Thinking that, Russell Raymond gripped the horn tightly, and it began to radiate power. All right. He plunged the horn straight into his body to absorb it. Let's see how this goes. Time passed, and the sky outside the grave tower shifted from sunset to the next morning, and from night to the following morning again. A few days went by, and inside Russell Raymond's room, notifications constantly rang out, stating that the absorption of the dragon god's horn had granted him new wind attribute power. His mana has surged, and his latent power has been greatly enhanced. After the wind attribute was significantly boosted, his understanding of it has become profound. After absorbing the dragon horn, he slowly descended and stood firmly on the ground. Russell Raymond opened his eyes, sensing his body and evaluating his progress. So, I've had a major breakthrough in wind attribute affinity. This means my future spells will be much stronger. Absorbing this wind element has also made my body feel so much lighter. Thinking this, he immediately stood on his tiptoes, and then Russell Raymond threw a fast punch forward. His punch tore through the air like a blade. Lode was caught off guard, unable to believe his own eyes. The speed of the mana reinforcement is already this fast. Imagine how fast it would be if I unleashed offensive spells. With just this physical strength alone, I could already take on second-tier knights. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on his door, interrupting his thoughts. Someone is here to see you, sir. Upon hearing the servant's announcement, he immediately knew who it was. Is it her? The person who said she would see me after I returned. The scene shifted from his room to a more elegant chamber elsewhere. The sound of conversation filled the room. So, have you really been to the underworld? Russell, dressed in an exceptionally elegant outfit, replied to his visitor. That is indeed the case. The familiar girl in front of him reached up to gently stroke her hair. I was so curious about what you learned there. That's why I was so impatient to see you. Hearing this, Russell hurriedly told her about some of the things he encountered in the underworld. There are many caves and dwarves there, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. That is exactly what I had guessed. As soon as she finished speaking, the system suddenly appeared. Seeing the system message, Russell was at a loss for words. On the screen, a notification popped up. Quest. Respond according to the princess's wishes. Princess Hackett Ratmos has been waiting for your answer for a long time. You must respond to her quickly. Reward. Intermediate magic stones and a magic attribute ring. According to the system notification, she was looking at him with great anticipation. Russell Raymond, did you think of me at all while you were traveling? Hearing the question and the quest, he complained with a bit of dissatisfaction. What the hell? Another quest like this? Hackett asked. Was there any moment during your trip where you thought of me? Russell Raymond felt embarrassed. Covering his mouth with his hand, he hesitated and replied, Princess, you surely love to tease me. Hackett sipped her tea, her reaction signaling that she was satisfied. You rarely show any emotion, so teasing you is my only hobby. Hackett sat opposite Russell Raymond and said, At least my efforts haven't been in vain. He looked blankly. Efforts? Hackett Ratmos smiled brightly and explained, Even though I tease you, I'm not that kind of person. I don't expect an immediate answer. But remember that Russell recalled the past. Ever since the night of the ball, he had been thinking about Hackett Ratmos. He beat himself up for his thoughtless actions. Back then, Russell had used the excuse of being busy with his revenge to push her away. He sat in silence, but deep down, he felt he had been terrible. I really was a coward. It's no wonder it turned into a quest. His quest appeared. Quest notification. Respond to the princess's true feelings. Princess Hackett Ratmos had been waiting for his answer for a long time. It was time to let her know his true thoughts. Reward. intermediate magic stones, and a pair of arrows and psyche rings. Suddenly, Hackett Ratmos realized it was getting late. Oh my, look at the time. Before leaving, she poured out her heart to Russell Raymond. When I'm with you, time feels like it stands still. Hackett looked a bit sad as she confessed, I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get an answer from you today. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Hackett. Please forgive me, Princess. Could you grant me a few more minutes? Russell Raymond began to open up. Princess, just as you said, I'm nothing more than a rigid piece of wood, so I can only say this. Then he opened the ring box and proposed to Hackett. I truly look forward to us walking into the future together. In that incredibly romantic atmosphere, Hackett Ratmos was truly surprised. She smiled brightly, looking completely happy. You really have no romantic bone in your body, do you? Hackett reached out and took the ring. It's so strange. Even though your words are so dry, they sound so sweet to me. Russell's face beamed with joy. Just like you, I look forward to our future together. Looking at the ring on her finger, Hackett said, Prepare yourself. The two held hands, sharing sweet words with one another. Since you made me wait, I'm going to tease you for the rest of our lives. The scene cut to the engagement ceremony preparations, where people were bustling about, yelling, Be careful. Do you have any idea how much that bottle of wine costs? Where's the pork that was supposed to be delivered? Today is the princess's engagement ceremony. I will not tolerate any mistakes. A messenger appeared riding on an elephant, leaving everyone shocked. Look, it's an elephant. Some recognized the messenger from Kiel. What an absurd waste. Archmage Casa Golden Sand said this was the perfect occasion to introduce the young, 2-year experienced, 6th-tier mage to the people. Crown Prince Sarian Golden Sand looked at him. The two walked past the wedding venue while talking. Casa asked, Do you believe it? I think this looks more like an alliance scheme to oppose the Empire. Sarian replied, Likely. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited so many nations. People filled the streets to watch the wedding, and Casa continued speaking. However, whether that young mage is excellent enough for me to form an alliance with the Andes Kingdom is a completely different matter. Sarian added, You're just here to judge. Do you need to talk so much? He turned back to remind him, Enough small talk. Let's get on with the ceremony. He still had one thought. I want to see the face of that person named Russell. As a male servant helped Russell Raymond dress for the ceremony, he asked in confusion about the 4 vests worn at the banquet and the capes. Alan, is an engagement ceremony always this complicated? Alan closed his book and began to explain that today wasn't just an engagement ceremony. Alan Pett detailed that today was also an occasion for messengers from neighboring non-aligned nations to gather. His Majesty doesn't seem to want the engagement to be merely a celebration. Russell seemed to understand everything. It seems he wants to achieve political goals through this engagement. Alan replied, Of course, it's not just to consolidate royal power, but also to show off the prestige of the Andes. Russell pondered, To show off the prestige of the Andes? So, I'm the card they want to show off then. Russell put on a tired look. Then I have quite a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Alan Pett began to comfort him. I'm sure you'll do just fine. Alan Pett seized the moment. Since you're already thinking like that, why don't we go over the etiquette code? Joe slumped over. Oh no. The scene shifts to a grand, extravagant wedding venue. The guests begin to arrive. Everyone is joyous and eager to attend. Please welcome the bride, the first-in-line successor to the Andes Kingdom throne, appearing in all her stunning beauty as she enters the aisle. The groom is just as impressive in appearance. Next, please welcome the groom, Count Russell Raymond Dumont, as he enters the aisle. He walks toward the wedding doors. Russell Raymond strides forward with confidence, while countless rumors about him swirl in the air. Is he really the guy said to possess power equal to a tower master? He doesn't look as strong as the rumors suggest, does he? Sarion, standing nearby, smiles and teases. Why don't you go find out for yourself instead of standing there grumbling? A guest asks, How would I find out? He clears his throat and snaps his fingers. Like this, for example. As soon as he gives the signal, from out of nowhere, countless vicious snakes lunge directly at Joe. Hackett Ratmos screams in fear. Russell Raymond, unfazed, comforts her instead. My love, Hackett Ratmos, please don't worry. He smirks, feeling as though the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Now he just had to seize it. He had been wondering how to show off his power, but since the stage was already set, why not put on a show? Then, Joe unleashes his power, obliterating all the snakes. Everyone is stunned by his strength. Oh, a reflection magic circle. 6 layers. He really is a 6th circle mage. He points to the sky and grins with satisfaction. The grander the festival, the more fun it is, right? Joe's power stands out in the middle of the wedding venue. Sarion can't believe his eyes. He thinks to himself, Sarion is forced to admit it. Thinking about how he had hidden such power, he's even stronger than the rumors claimed. Joe turns to his fiancée and asks brightly, Shall we continue? At the same time, deep within the dark, lush forest, Hypnos is deep in thought. The apprentice of the man about to be burned at the stake is engaged to someone from the Andy royal family. So, another mage at the level of a near tower master has joined that royal family. Huh. Just then, a monster is lurking behind him. As the monster prepares to pounce on Hypnos, he turns his head and looks back. What was that sound? Hypnos doesn't find the monster frightening. It's nothing special, just a little rat daring to show its fangs. The scene shifts to Bismarck, who offers no well wishes, though he says, "Congratulations." Anyway, it's certainly reassuring to have such a powerful royal family member. I never dreamed of having someone like that in my own clan. They're just a bunch of filthy wretches fighting for power. As the old man speaks, he imagines Alfonso and Hackett Ratmos. After Hypnos successfully chains the massive monster, he talks to someone. How is the excavation progress in the Great Forest? The other brain replies, it will take at least another year. Even if we finish, we aren't sure how many of the vault locks we can restore. Hypnos asks, is the power of the vault locks still secured? The other brain replies, the Tartarus vault locks are used to seal away those giants, the ones who once tried to conquer this continent. A magical blue stone appears. Just a few of these are enough to imprison an 8th circle mage. Hypnos looks around the forest while he talks. The problem is the Tartarus seal. If we touch it, it will cause the monsters in the Great Forest to lose control. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. That's actually good news, isn't it? Suppose I attract the attention of the rampaging monsters. We could accelerate our plan by weakening Andy's military forces. Hypnos thinks of this scenario in his head and smiles sinisterly. Watching your own people die, you truly are suited to be a tyrant. Of course, all of this is thanks to the efforts of subsequent generations to smear and erase history, including the story of the savior of humanity who defeated the giants. The scene flashes back to another one of his memories. A black-haired hero from another world joining forces with a dragon to seal the giants, one of that hero's most glorious feats. A story forbidden from being passed down to posterity. As Hypnos reminisces, he recalls the image of Joe. Now that I think about it, the apprentice of the man about to be burned also has black hair. The image of Joe, grown up, appears in his mind. His abnormally fast growth rate, could it be that he inherited the bloodline of the savior of humanity? While Joe and Hackett are happily entering the wedding hall together, Hypnos is still plotting. Even so, thousands of years have passed. He couldn't have perfectly inherited that power. He smiles wickedly. Just to be safe, I should threaten him a little. In the magnificent castle, nobles crowd around Russell Raymond to get acquainted. Congratulations, Count Dumont. I'm from the far south. I'm here from the Naz Union. Walker Cry Hill Academy, you enrolled 5 years ago in our territory. He forces a smile and thinks to himself, nobles and lords from different regions and countries are all here. It looks like this party will last for 3 days. Suddenly, someone calls his name from afar, making Joe jump and look behind him. Count Russell Raymond Dumont. It is someone dressed quite elegantly and neatly. He bows respectfully and introduces himself, Sarian, Prince of the Golden Sand Dunes, offers his greetings. I am happy for your wedding. It is an event that will be talked about for centuries. Joe vaguely remembers this person from his memories. He recalls him as someone polite and formal, standing among the crowd, dressed in splendid, luxurious attire. He pretends to be happy and shakes Sarian's hand. He tries to be tactful. Thank you for the gift, but please, next time, give me something else. Russell Raymond thinks to himself, I don't really like snakes. Sarian replies cheerfully, I will keep that in mind. Pulling his hand away, Joe keeps a smile on his face and asks, so, are you satisfied with this party? Sarian seems unhappy, thinking to himself. Most people would be angry if they were told that about a gift they gave, even if they were good at enduring things. But he replies very politely, as the Prince of the Golden Sand Dunes, I really want to form an alliance with Andy. Does that answer your question? The Golden Sand Dunes is one of the wealthiest countries on the continent. An alliance with this place would be a great boost for the war against the Empire. Saying this, Sarian sighs, puts his hand on his hip, and continues. But more than a national alliance, I want to invest in Count Dumont as a person. He continues to smile happily. Although Joe's face is now incredibly awkward, I'm better at investing than politics. So please become the youngest 8th circle mage. Joe secretly looks down on him, a prince who is also a merchant. How fitting. Then, Joe happily takes Sarian's hand. I look forward to our cooperation. He also replies with delight, me too. May our friendship last forever. A long time later, in a quiet place, Russell Raymond's voice rings out, weary. The party is finally over. He lies flat on the soft bed and stretches comfortably. That was 3 long days. Just as he finishes his sentence, a woman's voice speaks up. No wonder you're tired. Hackett smiles as she slowly walks in, holding a stack of papers in her hand. You've never been through something like this before, have you? Russell Raymond looked at her in surprise. Hayon quickly stepped forward to catch the stack of papers, puzzled. "What is this?" Russell Raymond replied. "Work documents." A lot of tasks piled up because of the wedding. She sat down on the sofa, looking calm. She wanted to take them back to their room, but then Russell Raymond rested his chin in his hand and smiled brightly. An aura seemed to radiate from him. "It seems my fiancé has been eager to see me." Hearing that, Hayon shyly blushed. "You're teasing me again." Meanwhile, Hayon sat beside him, laughing with amusement. Suddenly, Russell Raymond pulled an envelope with a red seal from the stack, looking intrigued. "What's this? It looks different from the others." She turned to explain, "That's yours." As he read the contents, Russell Raymond guessed it was an application for external research. Hayon continued, "I thought you wanted to go soon, but since you seemed hesitant, I went ahead and prepared it for you." Then she asked anxiously, "Did I overstep my authority?" He smiled radiantly to reassure her. "Not at all." Russell Raymond then happily hugged Hayon tenderly. "Thank you." Both of their cheeks flushed with a sudden, shy warmth. With pride glowing in his eyes, Russell Raymond said gently, "I'm happy with such a small gesture. I'm so glad you did it." Hayon gently reached out and stroked his soft hair. "Perhaps because the wedding ceremony went off without a hitch, I'm starting to feel tired after all these days of partying." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the initiative to move closer and lifted his chin. He was a bit shy. "Should I turn off the lights?" Hearing that, Russell Raymond looked at her, dazed and blushing. She stared at his handsome face and suggested, "What do you think?" He replied, amused, "That sounds good." With that, they both headed toward the bed. They settled into a seductive position, with Hayon breathing above and Russell Raymond below. Russell Raymond gently brushed the hair away from his beloved's face. "I was thinking the same thing." Then, they shared a passionate kiss. The afternoon sun cast a romantic silhouette of the couple wrapped in each other's arms. Elsewhere, in the coalition city. "Oh my God, I told you there was nobody there." The scene shifts to a large office filled with books and paperwork. At the desk, a man stomps his foot in anger and demands, "Don't tell me there's no one here. If I can't find anyone here, where am I supposed to look?" The manager replied apologetically, "We do have some level 3 mages." But the other man retorted, "But you know we need at least a level 4 mage to stop the pirates." While they were busy arguing, they didn't notice someone in a hooded black cloak quietly pushing the door open behind them. That person interrupted their argument. "Are you looking for a level 4 mage?" That sentence successfully grabbed his attention. He asked, bewildered, "That's right. Who are you?" The mysterious person slowly held out a small piece of paper. He asked, confused, "An ID card?" It was filled with complete information. Name, Ridman Louis. Age, 38. Occupation, freelancer. Looking closely, it was exactly what he needed. A level 4 mage. Once they finished reading, the person took the card back and slowly took off his hood. "Allow me to introduce myself." As the hood came down, a bright, handsome face was revealed. Russell Raymond had successfully disguised himself as a completely different person. "My name is Ridman. I'm looking for a mission to Curran Island." The scene shifts to a boat cutting through the waves with its sails hoisted. The sound of waves crashing against the hull. Dozens of seagulls circled around. Everything was peaceful for now. At the top of the mast was a green flag with a white dove emblem. Ridman stood outside with his arms crossed, deep in thought. So far, no trouble before reaching Curran Island? This is perfect. Suddenly, a man behind him called out, "Hey, Ridman." The voice made him instinctively turn his head. Gaz approached quickly. His body was twice the size of his companions, and he held a glass of wine in his hand, with many others floating around him. Gaz happily put an arm around him and teased, "Don't just sit there all by yourself. Come have a drink." Aiden quickly objected. "Drinking while on duty?" He laughed loudly. "It's fine. It's fine. We aren't driving the boat anyway." While Aiden felt uneasy and suggested, "Please, keep your voice down." Gaz, the level 4 mage, and Aiden, the level 3 mage. He laughed boisterously and bragged, "You think this is normal beer? This is beer cooled by my magic." Aiden finally had to give in to Gaz. "Fine, I'll drink it. Just put it down." He then used his power to push the remaining glass toward Russell Raymond. "No, Ridman. What about you?" His face showed a hint of dislike. However, Gaz still held it out, and he didn't forget to compliment it. Cold beer is always delicious. Gaz was extremely satisfied to hear that. That's more like it. He immediately tipped the glass and drank it in gulps amidst Gaz's hearty laughter. Ridman thought to himself, "Ian, I never expected to meet him here." According to his memory, he had achieved a record-high score at the Academy by increasing pharmaceutical efficiency by 20%. In his previous life, he was sponsored by Grand Duke Bismarck, and at that time, the Duke forced him to hand over all his research results to the Empire. He thought to himself, full of determination. But this time, I will stop that from happening. Ridman raised his wine glass with a bright smile. Cheers, Aiden. He shyly raised his glass. Yes. Gaz still watched him intently. Suddenly, one of them looked at his wrists, puzzled, making Ridman open his eyes wide in surprise. Gaz, I feel a surge of magic coming from your bracelet. Is that an artifact? Gaz calmly held up the bracelet to explain. This? Yes. It helps me keep a steady mind. He laughed loudly again and changed the subject. All right, you've all finished your drinks. Let's start round 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the ship screamed in alarm. Pirates! Pirates are coming! Ridman was shocked to see a series of ships surrounding his boat. 5 ships are coming. The man who hired the mages earlier panicked and urged, Hurry! Where are the mages? Suddenly, Gaz wore a sinister smile. What good are these idiots? As he finished speaking, Russell Raymond and Aiden collapsed one after another. He spread his arms and laughed loudly. You fools! Didn't you think the beer had been drugged? The employer was stunned and shouted, Aiden, Mr. Ridman. The person who hired the mages stood there, dazed and uncertain. Don't tell me you're an accomplice to the pirates. That was when Gaz began to reveal his true nature. You should have checked my background more thoroughly. Then Gaz started making threats. I won't waste any more words. If you don't want to die, steer the ship to us right now. Suddenly, the ring on Ridman's hand glowed strangely. He was still acting reckless, making demands. I'll spare your life if you comply. Without notice, a strange spark of light appeared in the middle of the sky. From high above, a terrifying, powerful beam of light struck the sea, creating massive waves. Heavenly Thunder Hammer. The ship shook violently. Gaz screamed in panic. What the hell? Ridman calmly stood up and said, Sorry. Then, he continued to use his power to make the ring glow. Russell Raymond smiled with a hidden meaning. What the hell? Russell Raymond calmly stood up and spoke. Sorry. After saying that, he continued using his power to make the ring glow. Russell Raymond flashed a cryptic smile. Did I scare you? Russell Raymond sneered. Are you surprised? His opponents were stunned to see that he was completely unaffected by their power. How are you using that magic? Russell remained calm. What's so strange about that? Seeing the ring on his finger crackling with lightning, they whispered, Are you using an artifact? Russell thought that was a reasonable excuse. After all, it wouldn't look right for someone pretending to be a 4th circle mage to cast such powerful magic, so blaming an artifact was the perfect cover. Without wasting any more words, he prepared to finish them off. A furious flame began to rise beneath him. Now that you know, take this. The flames surged, surrounding them on all sides. Please, have mercy. One of them begged desperately. The man who had hired the mages watched the scene in shock. So, you guys were working for the pirates? Russell asked. And how did you know that, Ridman? On the ground, his enemies were nothing more than scorched, writhing heaps of ash. Ever since he drank that beer, Russell Raymond had felt like something was off. The bracelet on his wrist was constantly emitting a strange green mist. I figured it out by looking at the artifact you're wearing, Russell calmly explained. When you wear that thing, it forces the user's magic to leak outward. It looks like you were trying to signal the pirates to our ship's location. The man who hired them looked toward the horizon and screamed in terror. It's the pirates. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fleet of pirate ships dropped anchor right where Russell was standing. They were attacking. He stroked his chin, calculating. Even if he was a 4th circle mage, there were just too many pirate ships. He wouldn't be able to handle them all. Russell Raymond's voice rang out, reassuring him. It's fine, Russell added. Just leave it to me. I'll be back in a moment. I'll leave everything else to you, Aiden. Aiden looked at him in surprise. Huh? Where are you planning to go? The flames erupted once more, enveloping him. Russell smiled brightly at him. Just going to take care of some business. With that, Russell Raymond used his power to soar straight into the air. Power radiated from his hands. I need to wrap this up quickly. Sparks shot out from around him like fireworks, gradually forming into a rain of meteors. A moment later, nothing but the wreckage of the pirate ships remained on the sea's surface. The ocean returned to its peaceful state. The fiery glow of the sunset began to fade. Aiden opened his eyes hazily when a voice suddenly called out, Are you awake? Aiden panicked as soon as he came to. Wait, what happened to the pirates? Just as Rid began to speak, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Aiden clutched his chest in discomfort. Russell Raymond's calm voice sounded in his ear. It's all right, just rest. I brought you inside. You're exhausted, so don't worry about a thing. Aiden felt embarrassed. I tried my best, but my skills just weren't enough. Russell turned to reassure him. It's fine, really. He held up a paper in his hand and asked, Did you write this book? Aiden was startled to see Russell Raymond holding his research. That's my research material. Ridman, how did you? Russell stood up slowly and explained. I just happened to find it. Is this research on increasing the effectiveness of resurrection potions? Russell mused. That's exactly what it is. Hearing this, Aiden's face lit up with excitement. You think so? Russell smiled, standing beside his bed in agreement. That's right. Would you allow me to help you with this project? Aiden hesitated. I'd be grateful for your support, but he explained shyly. You've read it, so you know it requires too many expensive ingredients. The research costs are just too high. Russell replied calmly, money is just fleeting. I have the funds, so you don't need to worry. As he finished speaking, Russell pulled out a medallion from his robes. Show them this token for the Tower of Sages, and they'll support your research. He thought to himself, my master will definitely realize how important this research is. Upon reading the words on the token, Aiden's eyes widened. People from the Tower of Sages, a mage. When he read the name, he jumped in surprise, his hair standing on end. Aiden looked at him with a mix of awe and admiration. Russell Raymond? I never thought I'd meet someone so famous. He was bewildered. But what's with that appearance? Russell smiled and explained, I'm just disguised, that's all. Aiden finally calmed down. I see. He sat there, lost in thought, hands clasped together. Honestly, you're the first person to ever recognize the value of my research. He felt deeply touched. Aiden placed a hand on his chest and said honorably, I am yours. Aiden, I will do whatever you say. A while later, at the bow of the ship, Russell Raymond held a navigation map. A beautiful island loomed ahead. That's Curran Island. But as he compared it to the information on the map, he muttered, something has changed. On the paper, there were directional drawings, highlighted by a red path leading to treasure. There was a dot on the map before, but now it's gone, replaced by these words. The river of fire flows upon the glacier. Return to the source of the river of fire. Russell stared at it, analyzing. What does this mean? The text just appeared. It seemed like new clues appeared as they neared Curran Island. The riddle from the map kept echoing in his mind. The river of fire flows upon the glacier. Before long, the ship docked. The sailors' voices rang out, prepare to drop anchor. The man who hired the mages bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thanks to you two, the ship arrived safely. Thank you both so very much. Aiden waved his hands dismissively. I didn't really do anything. It was all Redmond. Russell Raymond didn't pay it much mind, just smiled brightly and thought, well, let him think that. He then pulled out a pouch overflowing with gold bars that shimmered in the sunlight, leaving them speechless. This is your reward and payment. Please, accept it. Seeing the money, Russell's eyes lit up, and he reached out to take it, while Aiden looked on in awe. He shook the man's hand with his other. Thank you, and I wish you success on your future journeys. Aiden thought sadly that he still wanted to stay by his side and learn more. But as he was lost in thought, a voice called out from opposite him. Hey, Aiden. He jumped, eyes wide, and turned to look at Russell. Yes? Russell reverted to his true form, smiling with a knowing look. You should come to the Tower of Sages. Aiden was overjoyed. Yes. The road ahead was completely deserted. Russell remarked, it's true. Humans rarely appear in the beastman's territory. He observed his surroundings, thinking, looks like I need to head further inside. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by like lightning overhead. Russell squinted. What was that? He guessed after looking closer. A monkeykin? Don't move so fast. Suddenly, the monkey stopped to watch him. Back on the ground, Russell was still struggling. Where am I? Looking across the way, he sighed. All right, I need to go to the tavern and ask for some information. From behind the reception desk, a talking goat greeted him kindly. Are you traveling alone? Russell slammed a gold coin onto the counter to place his order. Give me a glass of cold beer. The bartender was shocked by his wealth and refused, saying, That's way too much for a drink, sir. Russell Raymond kept that same smile as he replied, It's fine, keep it. I just need to ask a few questions. The manager was waiting for exactly this moment. He immediately reached out to take it. Ask away, sir. As he slid the beer toward Russell Raymond, Russell asked, Do you happen to know if there's a river of fire around here? The man looked surprised. A river of fire? There are just a few spots with lava flows. Russell Raymond raised the glass to his lips, puzzled. More than one spot? He then envisioned a beautiful scene in his mind. After all, this island was formed from volcanic lava. The manager put his hands on his hips, smiling knowingly. Of course, the lava doesn't flow very strongly in those areas. Satisfied with the answer, Russell Raymond asked further, Is that so? What about a river of fire flowing on top of a glacier? Do you know of one? Perhaps this wasn't something he was familiar with, so he looked flustered. He bowed politely and said, That's a bit too difficult for me. Russell waved his hand sympathetically. It's all right. He pushed the door open and walked out, sighing with a hint of disappointment. Guess I'll have to find it myself. He looked toward the city gate. The sunlight was incredibly dazzling that day. All right, he thought. Since I'm already here, I should get to the heart of the matter right away. A few minutes later, Russell had followed a trail deep into the forest. After walking for a while, his path was blocked by a large rock. He stood there, rubbing his chin as he stared ahead. Huh. Suddenly, from the branches above, a monkey-like creature reached out, happily calling out, "Sir, do you need a guide?" Then, a member of the monkey folk jumped down with a friendly smile, eyes sparkling as he gestured. 2 silver coins for an hour, and I'll take you anywhere you want. Russell looked down, thinking, these monkey folk, they seem a bit too eager. The guy stood there, hands clasped, smiling awkwardly. As he tried to convince Russell, thousands of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding trees, watching them menacingly. Flash forward a moment later, the voice of that same monkey folk sounded confidently through the peaceful forest. Among all the races living on this coast, none are more well-connected than us, monkey folk. Walking in front to lead the way, he spread his arms wide as if to reinforce his own credibility. Doesn't that prove we know this region better than anyone? Russell, walking slowly behind him, replied, "Oh, that's reassuring. But where exactly are you taking me?" The question made the monkey folk freeze for a moment. Then he turned back to look at Russell, clasping his hands together with a fake smile. "That depends entirely on your wishes, sir." Just as he turned away to take another step, Russell Raymond retorted, causing him to stop again. "This is quite strange, isn't it? I don't recall ever telling you my destination, right?" Russell's eyes slowly moved up to the tree canopy, and for those 2 silver coins, Russell had already spotted all the hidden figures and called them out. "Looks like I have a bit too many guides here." The monkey folk realized he had known all along and stumbled back, startled. "Oh, when did you realize?" Russell replied calmly, "The moment you came to meet me." The creature was surprised. "Huh? But why?" Russell answered coolly, "Because I needed you to. That's why." That response made the monkey folk grind his teeth in anger. His attitude shifted as he flashed a twisted smile. "I was going to let you live if you just handed over what you had, but I've changed my mind." With that, the monkey folk let out a loud shout, calling his gang to tear him apart. Naturally, Russell didn't even care to look at them. He smiled confidently. "Did you really think I followed you into this trap without knowing anything? You're mistaken." Seeing thousands of magical blasts surging powerfully from Russell Raymond's hands, the creature stammered in fear. "Magic zone, everyone, stop." But it was already too late, Russell Raymond teased. "This might sting a little." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding, powerful shockwave erupted. A moment later, only that same monkey folk remained alive. All the other monkey folk nearby were burnt to a crisp, leaving the survivor unable to stand, shaking in terror. "No way you wiped them all out." Then, feeling a chill run down his spine, he slowly turned back. Russell was still channeling his energy, his voice soft but filled with intimidation. "You must be exhausted, right?" The magical aura didn't fade. Russell placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling devilishly, making the creature stiffen. "I'm sure you'll be happy to answer me now, won't you?" With a few basic intimidation tactics, they finally bowed to Russell Raymond. The monkey folk spoke up. "The place where lava erupts, you said." Russell sat down on a nearby dry tree stump and replied, "That's right. Specifically, the place where a river of fire flows over a glacial river." The remaining monkey folk sat below, looking pathetic, led by the one from earlier. He struggled to admit, "I'm sorry, sir, but I've never heard of a place like that." Russell started to lose his patience and pressed him. "So you were lying when you said you knew Curran best?" The creature quickly denied it. No, not at all. There really isn't any place like that on the outskirts of the island." Russell didn't stop there and continued questioning. "If it's not on the outskirts, does that mean it's inside the island?" Realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, the monkey folk finally bowed his head honestly. "Truth is, I don't know what's inside the island." Thinking Russell would punish him, he braced himself. But Russell just stood up and started moving forward. "If that's the case, then I'll have to go deep into the island myself." The creature was shocked. "Wait, are you serious?" Russell turned, looking cold. "Why? Is there a problem?" The creature looked up, trembling. "I know you're very strong, but," he continued with a warning, "the ones inside the island are not to be trifled with. They are incredibly warlike, and if they find out a human has stepped foot inside, they will attack immediately." Even with a warning, Russell Raymond couldn't give up. A long time later, the sun had set, and Russell sat alone by the fire to warm himself. He thought to himself that he had been warned, but suddenly, a powerful voice shattered his thoughts. "The outsider who is stirring up this island, it's you." They stared at Russell Raymond, sizing him up. He looked smaller than I thought. Russell saw them and thought, isn't this happening a bit too fast? The 3 beastmen before him were incredibly muscular, with buffalo heads and 2 giant horns. Russell Raymond stood up, sensing the murderous tension of the encounter. Is this the instinct of beastmen who only seek strength? Still, his expression didn't show the slightest hesitation as he calmly asked, "You've come to challenge me, haven't you?" One of the beastmen spoke up. So you already knew why we came? How unfortunate, but this is our instinct. Without further ado, he immediately took a combat stance. Come on, if you're ready, then charge. Seeing this, Russell Raymond excitedly summoned his magic. Let's begin. The beastman lunged forward, wondering aloud if he was always this cocky. He challenged him to see if his skill matched his attitude. As he gathered his strength, the beastman mused that simple magic wouldn't be enough to block that attack, since he was condensing as much mana as possible. With that thought, Russell Raymond raised his hand, preparing to strike. Then, a powerful surge of magic erupted toward him. Shockwave. The beastman remained confident. Not bad, he grunted. But when it comes to raw power, I don't lose to anyone in Curran. As he collided with the shockwave, he felt things going south but still kept up his bravado. Is that really all the magic you've got? His feet were forced backward, and he realized just how much power he was up against. Before he could finish his sentence, the beastman took the hit head-on and was sent flying backward by the sheer force. The two remaining beastmen watched the entire scene, stunned and horrified. He blew the leader away in just one blow. That human mage, he's incredibly strong. The two of them stepped up to challenge him one by one. You fight me next. No, I'll go first. Russell Raymond chuckled, shaking his head at the sight. Suddenly, the beastman leader's voice echoed with authority from afar. Too noisy. Both of you, stand down. His eyes seemed to glow with a crimson reflection as he spoke sternly. He is not an opponent the two of you can handle. Internally, the leader wondered, how is he not even slightly injured? The power I put into that attack was enough to break bones. He stared intently at that small frame, analyzing him. So, his body has been optimized for combat. If he knew how to manipulate aura, he might have turned into a superhuman. No, probably even more than that. Russell Raymond asked with a wry smile, do you want to keep fighting? The beastman leader sighed and replied, of course. But then he looked away, making an excuse to avoid it. I'd love to, but honestly, my whole body feels like it's been beaten to a pulp. He then reached out to shake Russell Raymond's hand, conceding defeat. I lost. You're strong. After the battle, the two finally had time to sit down and talk. The beastman leader asked, but what business do you have coming to this island? As far as I know, humans only operate on the outskirts. Russell Raymond replied, I'm looking for a place where fire flows across a glacier. Based on the fact that the leader lived on the outskirts, he asked, do you happen to know of such a place? The leader shook his head. In my 80 years of life, that's the first time I've heard of such a place. Russell Raymond smiled. Is that so? But deep down, he couldn't accept it. There was no way it would be found that easily. Everything in the underworld had been going too smoothly. After reflecting for a moment, the beastman leader finally revealed, perhaps if you go to the sacred land, you might find a clue. Russell Raymond looked up, puzzled. The sacred land? What is that? In his memories, it was a place with a massive volcano constantly on the verge of eruption. Streams of hot lava spewed out non-stop, incinerating everything in the vicinity. The sacred land is a holy ground where the gods reside. I haven't been able to go there myself because I lack the blessing. But aside from that place, it's hard to pin down the location you're talking about. Russell Raymond fell into deep thought. Thinking back, there were some records about Fenia, the first beast king who was a dragon hybrid. He had plenty of combat experience, so he understood the basics. And since he had already found evidence through the altar in the underworld, he felt it was worth exploring. The next day, Russell Raymond continued his search, muttering to himself, where could it be? The sacred land. Somewhere in the distance, a massive explosion rocked the earth. Looking at the defeated monster in front of him, Russell Raymond sighed warily. Is this the 17th fight today? The beastman leader said that if I want to enter the sacred land, I need the recognition of the grand shamans or the elders. That recognition, of course, was earned by proving one's strength. As he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, he wondered, I've been doing this for half a month just because of that remark, but hasn't this been enough to lure the fish to the hook? No sooner had he thought that than a voice rang out, you're that human from abroad everyone is talking about, aren't you? He was surprised to find himself surrounded by many others. The Grand Shaman didn't do anything. She just told me to bring you along. Someone wants to see you. Looking at the emblem, Russell Raymond guessed. Is that the symbol of the Grand Shaman? He asked the person directly. Who is it? A Grand Shaman or an elder? The man replied, it's the Beast King, Mia. Russell Raymond was startled. The Beast King, Mia? Then, he clenched his fist with an excited smile. I predicted that a Grand Shaman or an elder would come looking for me, but I didn't expect the Beast King herself to show up. This is a big fish I didn't see coming. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was filled with a hazy and mysterious air. Whispers could be heard. You've surely heard the rumors about the outsider causing trouble on the island lately, haven't you? The guy replied, yes, Beast King. I heard the gatekeepers of the White Snake tribe and the leader of the Lion tribe were attacked. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling and revealing her beastly fangs. She was excited. Even those nearing the realm of the Grand Shaman were attacked. I'd really like to meet this person and see what they're capable of. Other beastmen of the Leopard tribe bowed respectfully. Beast King, we will drag him to his knees before you. Mia immediately intervened. No, there's no need for that. Just bring him here quietly, she said sternly with a hint of implication. You mean that boy? She replied cheerfully. Exactly. Just bring him here as a guest of the Beast King. A golden leopard standing there silently judged. He doesn't look special at all, nothing like the rumors. The leader of the Leopard tribe spoke up. When can you depart? Russell Raymond replied happily. I can leave right now. The other guy was still silently wondering. Those people who were attacked before were clearly caught off guard. Why is she treating this guy like a guest? Suddenly, he lost his cool, his face twisted as if planning something. What on earth is the Beast King planning? Before he could act, a voice boomed. Stop. He is a guest of the Beast King. The Leopard tribe leader turned back, threatening him aggressively. If your fighting instinct is taking over pointlessly, then don't interfere in this. Then I won't hold you accountable. Russell Raymond now stood in the middle of a crowd of leopard beastmen. The leader spoke. No matter how battle-hungry I am, I'm not inhumane enough to lay a hand on the Beast King's guest. Then he turned away, sighed, and said, That's better. Exactly. Isn't one fight all it takes? Suddenly, a golden leopard lunged toward the guy. Hey, friend. Russell Raymond turned around in surprise. The leader of the Black Leopard tribe was immediately annoyed by the guy raising his voice. He ignored him and continued seriously. Since we're quite busy, we'll definitely have to pick up the pace. You okay with that? Russell Raymond was eager. I'll give it a try, he replied with a playful tone. Fair enough. Without another word, he darted off. His speed was so immense that he left a long streak of wind trailing along the ground. Try and keep up with me then. The yellow leopard beastman kept blinking from one spot to another. As he ran, he thought smugly to himself, I need to show this human brat what real power looks like. Suddenly, Russell Raymond caught up to the leopard's pace with ease and spoke calmly. Oh my. The leopard turned around, shocked to see him keeping up so easily. Russell Raymond teased him. Pretty fast, aren't you? The leopard couldn't help but think, no way, he can keep up with my top speed. Russell, trailing behind, was still full of energy. If you're holding back because you're worried about me, there's no need. Russell narrowed his eyes and continued. I'm still taking it slow. A while later, they reached another part of the forest. A beastman exclaimed, You're quite something. How can you keep up with me so easily when you're just a human? They all came to a stop. The yellow leopard beastman around him panted, questioning, Are you the strongest human out there? Russell Raymond rubbed his chin, looking completely unfazed. Let me see, I'd say there are about 30 like me in my kingdom alone. He added, If you count the entire territory, it's closer to 100. The yellow leopard lost all his earlier arrogance. Russell's words hit him like a lightning bolt. He flattened his ears in fear, unable to believe there could be so many. Russell Raymond suddenly turned serious. If that's the case, why does such a massive city exist deep in the forest? Recalling the view of the city from above, he noted that most of it was built from wood and leaves, yet it was incredibly sturdy and strangely beautiful. He thought to himself. As expected of the Beastman capital, then, they brought Russell to what looked like a giant tent and introduced it. This is the Beast King's residence. Russell looked astonished, thinking, Are these people with strength at least at the 4th circle or higher? These are the great mages of Karina. Russell Raymond's face showed a bit of confusion. The concentration of mana was astounding. It felt like walking through a swamp. Suddenly, streaks of crimson power surged forth, wrapping around Russell's body. He smiled triumphantly. As expected, they had passed the 6th magic circle. The boar beastman nearby was stunned. Oh my. He stomped his feet, shaking the ground. Is he dispelling the mana that the great mages of the White Sun are emitting? Suddenly, an angry voice boomed from within. You idiots! I told you not to cause trouble. The Beast King emerged, smiling generously. A pleasure to meet you, little human. I am Mia, the Beast King. The Beast King, Mia. Russell Raymond stared at her, assessing her intently. She truly lives up to her reputation as the Beast King. Her aura is incredible. She's no less powerful than my master. But then Russell thought, I didn't expect the Beast King to be a woman. Seeing him standing there in a daze, she called out, What are you staring at? Russell quickly bowed respectfully. I am a mage from the Salt Tower and a disciple of Andy. Russell Raymond offers his respects to the King of the Beastmen. I am not well versed in your customs, so I ask for your understanding. She seemed pleased, waving a hand. It's fine, don't worry about the formalities. Russell felt less anxious. So that's the kind of person she is? Mia sat imposingly on her throne, looking down from above. She spoke with an interrogating tone. So human, What brings you from the distant continent to Karina? Russell looked up from below, respectful. I am searching for the place where the river of fire flows over the glacier. The beastmen around them were all shocked. Russell observed their reactions and thought, my guess was right. They clearly know that place. Russell stated his thoughts. I believe it exists in the place everyone calls the New Land. The mysterious figures lurking in the shadows had glowing red eyes. They shouted angrily, how insolent and disrespectful. An outsider dares to mention our sacred land? Mia immediately silenced them. I know you elders are agitated, but her gaze, sharp and full of killing intent, swept over them. Don't you see I'm talking right now? All of them went silent, bowing their heads. She then acknowledged that while such a place did indeed exist in the New Land as he claimed, she asked, why do you want to go there? Russell Raymond remained cautious. I have my own reasons. Mia rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. The ambition of continental mages to study the mystical and unknown it truly is intense. Seeing she wasn't particularly angry, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the rejection isn't too severe. I can probably resolve this smoothly. Mia spoke again. But what can I do? She continued. You saw the elder's reaction, didn't you? There is no precedent for this. An elder agreed with Mia, adding, that's right. The New Land is where our ancestors reside. An outsider with no ties to the New Land wants to enter? It's impossible. Russell, seeing they were being unreasonable, growled a warning. Shut up. Can't you see I'm handling this? Russell said tentatively. The New Land, is there no precedent for outsiders to enter, or is there a rule forbidding it? Mia was surprised by his sharp insight, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. I didn't expect him to grasp the essence of the matter so quickly. His understanding and strength are no less than a great mage's. He could really help the beastman race develop. She became even more interested in him. Mia smiled. Go on. Russell continued. Just now, an elder said, if you aren't a warrior, you cannot enter the New Land. Doesn't that mean that even as an outsider, if I am recognized as a warrior, I can enter the New Land? The boar beastman folded his arms and laughed with contempt. The elders began to whisper. The warrior's trial? An outsider wants to challenge the warrior's trial? Seeing Russell was a bit hesitant, she laughed loudly. Little human, do you really intend to take on the warrior's trial? Russell was torn, but he clenched his fists, determined. If this is the only way to get to the New Land legally, then I'll do it. He put a hand over his heart, his eyes full of hope. Of course, in a secluded area surrounded by intense magical currents, a voice explained the rules. The rules of the trial are simple. You must endure in this ravine for 10 days without any food or water provided. You must find everything you need to survive. And, as intimidating beastmen appeared, the voice continued, each day, you must face 5 great mages and defeat them. Looking behind him, Russell braced himself. So, it's a test of true strength, mental power, and survival skills, along with the energy flowing within this ravine. Russell thought to himself, even though it was only faint, he could still sense an unnatural aura in the wind, so he had to be careful not to lose focus. He crossed his arms and looked up solemnly. Now was the time to enter the ravine. A clear announcement rang out, officially marking the start of the warrior's trial. As soon as the announcement ended, Russell moved quickly. Without hesitation, he jumped straight down. A moment later, he landed successfully. As soon as Russell Raymond touched the ground, he had to cover his nose, and while looking around, he thought, the aura is much more intense than I expected. The Fenrir snake bitten to death by the first Beast King. Is this ravine where the corpse of Jormungandr was thrown? Before long, he was surrounded by a pack of snakes. They simultaneously let out deadly hissing sounds. One opened its mouth, ready to attack Russell. Russell shouted in a panic, Pepper. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dragon appeared with an extremely cute appearance. A fireball emerged from its mouth, and then a powerful blast of energy erupted, annihilating all the snakes. He stood watching the fire flow like a stream, smiling excitedly. Let's have snake meat for dinner tonight. Pepper chirped excitedly in agreement. The scene shifted to the outside of the ravine, where streaks of red magic continued to billow out. Whispers and murmurs echoed all around. Is his mental strength still that powerful even at the very end? His actual combat power is immense too. Russell Raymond stood amidst the flames. The surrounding snakes couldn't do anything to him. The magical fire had been burning for 5 days without fading. Everyone continued to watch from above, steadfast. Some began to express their admiration, facing 2 grandmasters without a single scratch, truly talented. Mia tightened her grip on her holy spear and spoke. This won't do. Then she smiled radiantly. How could anyone resist something so delicious? As soon as she finished speaking, Mia immediately jumped down, to everyone's astonishment. Beast King. She landed with force, creating a super strong gust of wind. Dust and rocks flew everywhere, and Gatsu hurriedly raised his hand to shield himself. Isn't this going a bit too far? The dust cleared, and the figure of Mia appeared. He was surprised. The Beast King is stepping in directly. She kept the smile on her lips and replied, because seeing you have such potential makes my blood boil. Then, Mia proudly pointed to her muscular frame and said, technically, this body is also a beastman warrior. Then she held out her hand to propose. So, let's fight, young hero. She looked at Russell triumphantly. Because I also have pride and a conscience, so if you can withstand 5 of my attacks, then consider yourself having passed the warrior's trial. Russell had a confused look on his face. 5 attacks meant they would probably be fighting all day. Naturally, compared to the Beast King, a Grandmaster would be easier to deal with. But he looked at her with some tension, because this wasn't exactly the atmosphere for mutual understanding. Russell also began to change. If that's the case, then he radiated a powerful wave of magic. I will give it my all. Russell's source of power was so strong that even the beastmen above the cliff were affected. They were astonished. What is this? This energy isn't that guy human? Mia was also a bit surprised. She looked at Russell and asked, is that your full power? She crouched down, digging her feet into the ground, her muscles bulging with immense power. Good, very good. I'm really looking forward to enjoying this. Russell was tense. In just a flash, Mia appeared right in front of him at close range. The strong gust of wind forced him to struggle to stand his ground. Mia smiled triumphantly and pointed her blade at Russell Raymond. The moment the blade touched him, it was blocked by a barrier he had created. In just 3 seconds, the connection shattered into tiny fragments. Russell exclaimed, as expected of a superhuman among superhumans, just defending against her attack is difficult, let alone facing her head-on. The force of the attack caused him to lose his footing and stumble back violently. Russell continued to create a massive magical vortex. First, he had to restrict her movement with freezing air and increasingly gathering waves of magic. Russell calculated that he was just stalling for time. Then it began to shift direction toward Mia. She laughed excitedly, and then Mia placed her hand on a piece of the earth. Truly interesting. Russell Raymond, this is interesting. She powerfully flicked the slab of earth up, blocking the force of Russell's power. He stood on the side, completely awestruck, braining the ground and blocking it with just arm strength. Mia was still full of energy. That last bit was very interesting, so I'll adjust for this round. Russell thought warily, does that mean I have to fight 3 more times? He exclaimed, this is insane. No sooner had he spoken than Mia lunged forward powerfully. She used crazy strength to punch the weapon in his hand, catching Russell Raymond off guard. Russell gritted his teeth and called for Pepper. As soon as he finished, it immediately appeared. Pepper quickly used its flames to blast powerfully toward Mia, yet she could still easily approach and kick him flying away. The powerful kick sent Russell flying straight into the opposite wall, creating a large crack. A strange blue trail of light appeared behind Mia. Russell Raymond had also returned to his original, cool appearance. In his hands, he held a weapon that constantly emitted powerful magic. From the streak of light beside Mia, something extremely sharp dove down, stunning her. Mia still smiled brightly, raising her hand, and used her strength to punch that object hard. It was a pair of hammers. Mia used her strength to knock them flying into the sky. Then, as the hammers fell, she grabbed them and smiled. You are worth me using these. Then, Mia used her explosive strength to jump up, raising the hammers, ready to attack Russell Raymond. He again used his hands, channeling his strength to block her. They once again created a ring of fire similar to the power from before. Suddenly, Mia's feet dug into the ground. She continued to pull the hammers back to gain momentum. Russell again raised his spear, creating many trails of fire surrounding it. In just a moment, the fire vortex grew larger and larger, overpowering everything, causing Mia to be slightly stunned. Then, a massive explosion occurred. When the flames dissipated, only shattered earth remained around the ravine. Russell had unleashed all his power and returned to his original state. He sat down, gasping for air. Mia slowly approached. I wanted to play a bit more, but it seems like things are falling apart. Huh? Then she knelt down in front of Russell and smiled. Well, either way, it was very fun. Then Mia excitedly announced, I'll pass you. After hearing that, Russell Raymond gently lost consciousness. A while later, Russell Raymond was brought back to the camp to recover from his injuries. His body was bandaged with gauze. He suddenly woke up, gasping for air. Suddenly, Pepper appeared right beside him, surprising Russell Raymond. Pepper. From outside the door, Mia's voice rang out. That one doesn't even know what fatigue is. It just sticks by your side constantly. There. Seeing her, he sat up and replied, Oh, you've arrived? Beast King. One of her hands gently unwound the bandages on his body, while the other slowly reached out. A series of dark thoughts flashed through Russell's mind. Russell Raymond quickly brought Pepper up to shield himself and shouted, What are you doing? She teased him nonchalantly. I intended to show you. What else? The hot marks you left on me. Mia then grabbed Pepper, who was resting on the iron-bound notebook. He was still blushing, stuttering. I didn't mean to." Then she boldly took it out to look, causing Russell Raymond to jump and shout in surprise. After opening his eyes, he calmed down. "That thing." Mia recalled her explanation. "I didn't expect you to make the setting sun explode with your spear. If you dodged a second later, the burn would surely have been much bigger." The final attack must have landed. Russell Raymond smiled shyly at Mia's dazed expression. He thought to himself, "Isn't it a bit heartless to say I've passed after leaving me with a wound like that?" She suddenly worriedly placed her hand on his forehead to check, but why was his face so red? "It doesn't seem like a fever. Could it be?" She then laughed with amusement. "Do you want to mate with me?" he stammered, trying to answer foolishly. "Yes." She licked her lips greedily. "If so, should I call you male instead of calling you a foreigner?" Having said that, she leaned even closer to Russell Raymond. He was flustered. "Your Majesty, the Beast King, please calm down and listen to me." However, Mia brushed those words aside and continued, "If it's your seed, I'm more determined to accept it." Seeing Russell Raymond's confusion, she smiled and reiterated, "If it's your seed, I approve. I am ready to accept it." He daintily grabbed a corner of the blanket to cover his porcelain body, thinking, "That would be a good offer if I needed to expand my lineage over many generations." But for now, Russell Raymond didn't hesitate to reach out to stop her. "My apologies, Your Majesty." But the action surprised Mia a little. Then, remembering the happy moments between him and Hackett Ratmos, he revealed, "I already have a fiancé." Hearing that, Mia understood and immediately climbed off the bed. "In that case, I withdraw my intent. I will not marry someone who is already betrothed." But Mia still continued to smile and tease Russell Raymond. "But don't let your guard down. I don't intend to waste time." Russell Raymond shyly got to the point. "Can I go to the new land with you now?" She turned to explain. "Actually, after witnessing your power yesterday, I wasn't convinced. You will become an object of envy in this kingdom." He wondered, "Then when will you agree to let me go?" Looking at his wounded body, she set a time frame. "First of all, your body must be completely healed. The doctor said it will take at least 2 months." Sometime later, in a corner of the forest, the clear blue sky combined with the sound of the waterfall created a poetic scene. A voice rang out, ridiculous. Russell Raymond, carrying Mia in his arms, asked, "How is it that after only 3 weeks, you're already running and jumping around like this? Are you a monster?" He jokingly turned to her. "You even tore the ground apart with your bare hands, and you're saying that to me?" The mage's overloaded body had been carried by the Beast King, and thanks to her, he had recovered. While moving high in the air, he asked, "Thank you for taking the time to help me recover. But aren't you busy? After all, you are the Beast King." She didn't seem concerned at all and laughed loudly. "Humans and beasts have different concepts. Why should we care?" Suddenly, she pointed down to the clear blue lake beside them, shouting, "Jump down, come down to the cliff with me." Russell Raymond didn't hesitate and immediately dove down. However, Mia suggested, "Don't go into the lake, just glide over the water." After doing so, he asked, "What should I do next?" She excitedly pointed toward the source of the cold water, suggesting, "Fly into that cave." He immediately obeyed. While looking at the scenery inside the cave, Russell Raymond was instantly captivated. "I didn't expect this. There's such a magical space inside the cave." After that, Russell Raymond carried her down to a rocky area in the corner of the cave. Mia said while pointing toward the source, "Can you see it? The lakes both inside and outside the cave are created by that waterfall. That's called the electrified waterfall," Mia explained. "That is the entrance. Once you get inside, remember to go against the current." She continued, "After that, you will see what you are looking for. Your physical body will stay here." He flew up. Strange magical currents surrounded him. He didn't hesitate and flew straight into the place Mia indicated. He kept teleporting from one place to another. After a while, he finally found the exit. Looking at the majestic scenery in front of him, he exclaimed, "Is this the new land? A sacred territory where the gods of the beast can reside?" He slowly landed on a riverbank and spoke up. Behind the waterfall was a massive river, a lake created from the pure water of the gods. He then moved along the water's flow, exclaiming, "But is this what I'm looking for? It's huge, but it looks quite normal." After a while, he suddenly noticed something unusual, asking himself, "Is the water split into 2 colors?" Putting that aside, he told himself, "The mission I received is to go to the end of the river of fire. Let's keep going." When he arrived, he felt the warmth of the lake in front of him, exclaiming, "I never thought the source of a river would be a volcano." Then he continued to look around, thinking to himself, "Let's see what's here." According to the mission prompt, this setting seems to be correct. Suddenly, from the middle of the hot lake, a small movement appeared, grabbing his attention. He stared at it, overjoyed. "I think I found it." Without further hesitation, he immediately dove into the deep water. While diving, he speculated, "Bubbles are rising, proving there is something at the bottom of the lake." His eyes scanned around looking. It's highly likely to be the true source of the river. From a small hole, bubbles were slowly moving out. He became even more certain. There it is. Inside, ocean blue stones appeared, illuminating the vast space within. From the surface of the lake, bubbles kept rising. Then he powerfully surged out of the water, gasping for air. He moved forward heavily with his soaked body. This must be the right place. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Pepper, however, was still full of energy, calling out happily. A trail of light appeared like a guide, making the two of them curiously follow. Small specks of light gently landed on the nose of some mystical creature. It immediately stood up, creating a terrifying source of power, making Pepper and Russell Raymond outside have to quickly shield themselves. From beside it, a strange flame appeared, emitting a voice. Fire Dragon Exnia, it is shameful that I have accepted a human as my master, but finally, the heir has arrived. The voice continued to echo. Please forgive this lowly servant, Saint Exnia. After that, the flames became even more intense. Dear God Brahmasa, I have guarded this place for many years to pass on the magic to your descendant. Jasso's hands trembled uncontrollably. He wondered if, even without touching it, he could sense whether his current level was enough to claim this item. Beside So, a hazy system interface flickered into view. It notified him that the corrupted thoughts of the Beast King, Fenia, had reacted to the divine Brahmas. Fenia's thoughts were taking shape. The system prompted him to purify the Beast King's thoughts, offering the ultimate divine artifact of the god Brahmachara as a reward. Russell Raymond gasped in surprise. Huh? Suddenly, from thin air, a weapon began to manifest, and he let out a powerful roar, awestruck that merely witnessing such thoughts could make him tremble. He gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself that wasn't just a demonic beast. It had to be a holy beast. The voice from before echoed again, please, take hold of it. In mid-air, the flames took the form of a weapon, radiating intense warmth. The voice resonated once more, repeating, please, take hold of it. The flames reflected in his wide, astonished eyes. Without further hesitation, he grasped it, as if the weapon had finally found its true master. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the weapon, engulfing Russell Raymond's body. Wait, this is suddenly. Russell Raymond was teleported to another space. He looked around in shock at soldiers in armor, drawing bows and bracing for battle. Russell Raymond looked down, wondering, why am I seeing this all of a sudden? The voice returned, those damn giants. A girl in black armor strode forward to face the giants. Grassa stood firm, her face set with determination. Today, I will wipe every last one of you out. A giant, one-eyed monster charged forward in a rage. Danger! Suddenly, something made him jolt in shock. She turned to him and flashed a smile. She's smiling at me? Can she see me? Then a massive explosion rocked the area. The scales on her gauntlets looked as if they had been carved from black stone. And those horns, too. Looking at the scales and the expression on her face after unleashing her power, he realized he finally understood who this woman was. She spoke out, to the divinity of the 6 gods who have abandoned this small earth, I have forged this with the horns I painstakingly collected. He whispered her name to himself, Oh, Dragon King Brahmas. The woman's figure surged powerfully toward the front lines. This will allow him to be reborn as a new soul. It possesses enough power to slay a god. This will show you what you must do. Following that, a powerful blast of fire descended. The glowing red spear pierced straight through the beast, incinerating it. The sheer intensity of the flames forced Russell Raymond to step back. He was confused. Even if it's a 4th concept entity, can it really take down the 1st-generation Beast King in one blow? Is this the power of the 8th magic circle? No, it must be the 9th. After the battle, Fenia appeared in human form. He slowly opened his amber eyes. Master of the Great Dragon, one who inherits the dragon's blood, I have a request. Something glowed in Fenia's hand. Please, pass this on to my children. He held the object toward Russell Raymond. Confused, he asked, What is this? After taking it, Fenia explained, It is both the treasure and the shackles of the Beastman race. He stared at the object in his hand, still bewildered. Suddenly, streams of blue light wrapped around his body. Master of the Dragon, I hope you will look after the shackles I have bestowed upon my children. He could clearly feel the currents of power radiating from the orb. I can feel it. This isn't mana, and it isn't divinity either. It must be something special that only affects beastmen. The system interface popped up again. It announced the purification of Fenia's corrupted 4th concept entity, awarding him the rank of Brahm. Suddenly, the weapon of Brahmas appeared before Russell Raymond once more. His body reacted violently to it. An extreme, scorching heat surged through him, as if the mana in his entire body were being set ablaze. He silently braced himself against the waves of agony. With the level of fire attribute mastery I've trained for, there's no way it should hurt this much. A moment later, he was engulfed by a stream of red fire and lifted into the air. His mind was screaming. The thing currently churning my mana is a high-level technique and verbal command, approaching the 9th magic circle. If I can't perceive and understand it correctly through visual observation, my brain will explode. He tensed up, enduring the excruciating pain. The system appeared. Brahmas has expanded your brain. Brahmastra proficiency increased. Brahmastra is reconstructing your brain. Brahm is reconstructing your brain. Brahma's proficiency increased. After a while, he began to drift into his subconscious. It was a fantastical place. Intersecting beams of light created a spectacular scene. Long after, everything fell silent. Only the sound of Pepper trying to wake Russell Raymond remained. The creature nudged him, worried. Suddenly, the dragon's voice echoed again, offering comfort. Don't worry, little master is just exhausted and fainted for a moment. He'll wake up soon. My children should have welcomed the little master, but destiny didn't allow it. So, young one, if you can, would you like to inherit this power? Pepper's ears drooped in fear at the question. The dragon persisted. There's nothing to be surprised about. Even though you are a spirit, you are also a mutation. Streams of power swirled around a strange egg. If you inherit the dragon's factors, even just a little, it might be possible. Pepper opened his eyes wide, listening intently. I hope you will become the new fire dragon and accompany the little master. Furthermore, I earnestly hope you continue the dragon's bloodline. At that moment, he finally regained consciousness. He clutched his aching head, wondering, how long have I been out? Seeing Pepper happily munching on something, Russell Raymond asked in surprise, Pepper, what are you eating? With his mouth full of food, the creature turned to look at him happily. Seeing his excited expression, Russell Raymond thought, I don't know, I guess if it's edible, he'll just eat it. Suddenly, flames radiated from around Pepper. Pepper! He panicked, intending to stop him, but a notification window appeared. Pepper, the spirit has absorbed the nutrients contained within the fire dragon's eggshell, completing all preparations for growth. Then, the flames surged, completely enveloping him. The quest log stated that receiving the power required to absorb and evolve into a second-generation dragon would take a long time. Suddenly, Pepper's voice, which he could actually understand, spoke up. He rubbed his eyes and said, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep. He was stunned. This is Pepper's 4th concept. The system announced that Pepper, the spirit, had entered his sleeping state. Then the creature shut his eyes tight and whispered, See you later, my master. Then, he slowly vanished into the flames. Russell Raymond reached out to call him, filled with sadness and regret. Pepper, has he really fallen into a slumber? If I'd known it would come to this, I would have played with him more often. Outside, Mia was still standing there, waiting for him. Russell quickly jumped to her side. He looked at Mia, confused. What's wrong, my lady? She voiced her theory. In just 5 days, his eyes had become brighter and deeper. You must have gotten your hands on something incredible, right? Suddenly, he turned away and made an offer. Could you take a look at this for me? Mia's expression suddenly turned sour. She stared at the stone, which was constantly emitting intense power. Then she demanded angrily, Where did that come from? How did you get it? From now on, you're going to explain everything in detail. Male? Russell's body twitched instinctively. He thought to himself. So he really hadn't been fighting at full strength against him earlier. She smiled enigmatically. What? You endured my assault from this distance. Then she crossed her arms and continued. I wanted to play around a bit longer, but the Moon Force stone is more important right now. She started questioning the male. Do you know why we beastskin are forced to live on Curran Island? Russell scratched his head and guessed, Is it so the minority beastskin tribes can protect each other? As soon as he finished, she shouted, Nonsense. Then she began to recall those, with large ears and the underground dwellers also living on the continent. Mia crossed her arms and argued seriously. Do you think we're stronger than them, so we'd be trapped there for a reason like that? Then, she pointed directly at the object Russell was holding and revealed. That belonged to the first Fenia Beast King. We stayed in that place just to find exactly what you're holding. Upon hearing this, he wondered. So the shackles meant this? He remembered the words Fenia had once told the master of the dragon. I hope you will look after the shackles that I have bestowed upon the children. Then, Russell asked Mia, What is it about this object that makes you so completely dependent on it? She recalled a werewolf legend and asked Russell, You must have heard of the beast transformation, right? He replied, Yes. It entices the primal nature that has been carved deep into the blood and awakens fighting abilities. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he asked, Could this be related to the beast transformation? Holding the stone, Mia explained, When the full moon rises or during a lunar eclipse, the beast transformation can be 3 times stronger than usual. Then, she turned her gaze to the stone she had been searching for, and continued, Although the beast transformation is a power only allowed on the night of the full moon, if you have this moon force stone. Even when the full moon isn't out, you can trigger the beast transformation anytime, anywhere. Afterward, Mia forcefully tossed it into the air, and finally, the stone fell back into her hand, leaving both of them surprised. Mia grabbed a few strands of her hair and muttered, "I guess the moonlight stored inside has run out. Besides, more than that, it's your turn to talk now." Mia then continued to ask where he had found the moon force stone. Russell pondered, remembering the event. By this time, the two had returned to the forest and were moving with lightning speed. Mia, curious about the source of the red water, asked, "Did you throw yourself into the sulfur spring?" She analyzed. "Though I've heard many tales that magic users are crazy, your level is just too much." She asked again, "So, are you saying the remains of Fenrir are inside there?" Russell replied, "Yes, I found the moon force stone there." He worriedly thought to himself. He couldn't say it was the reincarnation body, so he had to deflect. Suddenly unable to help but smile, she asked, "You mean Fenrir brought the moon force stone with him, right?" Russell replied, "Yes. Fenrir's will was to pass that on to the beastskin tribes." Hearing this, she was overjoyed and hugged Russell tightly, praising, "Well done, male, very talented." He felt uncomfortable being choked by her and cried out. Afterward, Mia rested her chin on Russell's head. "I will grant you a big reward, so if you have something you want, just say it." Then, she started daydreaming. "All right, if you want me to accept your seed, any time is fine." Russell was helpless against this beastskin and blurted out, "No, I'm fine." Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Ah," and Russell smiled meaningfully. "There's one thing I want." On the beach, Russell had just been blown away by Mia. He closed his eyes, exhausted, while she kept shouting, "What's wrong? Music? How can your breathing be that heavy already? This body is just getting started." He hung his head in defeat and sighed, "I'm dead. Is fighting for 1 hour a day too much?" Mia, with bulging muscles, walked over to encourage him. "Try a little harder. If you keep showing such a weak appearance, I'll eat you. Someone this weak probably can't satisfy a future promised mate." Then, Russell regained his spirit. He burst with power and smiled. "You don't need to worry." Then, weapons appeared behind him, pointing in all directions excitedly. "I still have plenty of strength." Afterward, they launched toward Mia in a barrage. Mia shouted excitedly, "Great, male. That's a very desirable stance." Time passed by a few hours. On the beach, there was a small crater surrounded by dust in the air. Russell sat under a coconut tree, gasping for breath. "She's nothing short of a monster. Is fighting without approval too much?" Mia approached him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you finished?" She stood with her arms crossed over her chest. "This is so boring. How do you feel about the change compared to before?" Russell smiled and replied, "I'm trying to build the basic foundation. That's why there's no meaning to the training." Mia pouted and turned the other way. "That's your reason, but I don't find it interesting at all." She glanced at Russell and said, "Male, I have a favor to ask of you." Russell looked at her, bewildered. "A favor?" Mia crossed her arms again. She smiled and said, "Since we found the moon force stone, I will leave the island with the beastskin within a few years. I hope you will act as a bridge for me during that time." Russell rubbed his chin and asked, "What exactly do you mean by that role? If you're asking to split Andy's territory, that's a bit much." Mia jumped up. "Do you think this body would ask for such a shameless request?" She blushed and scolded, "I just hope you can give us a small piece of land so we can live." Russell turned to the side, thinking while smiling, "Isn't that the same thing?" Suddenly, he realized something. Russell stood up and asked, "Beast King, does what you just said mean it will belong to Andy?" Mia stood opposite him, closed her eyes, and replied, "If necessary, I will also bow in respect before your king, whether it's land disputes or war. In times like that, we can also help." Russell covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide. "The Beast King will bow before Andy, and even help with war." Amazing. The scene changed inside the Andean palace. Alfonso sat on the throne with Hawkes standing nearby. Below were countless high-ranking officials. The finance minister asked, "The Kurin Island beastskin are migrating. The number of beastskin is over 200,000. How can we prepare food and shelter for them?" The military minister analyzed the benefits. "But even if only half of them are brought into the war, we would have 100,000 regular soldiers for free. That number is nothing to sneeze at." Russell Raymond stood to the side, listening to everything. He pondered the situation, noting that the dissenting opinions were exactly as he had predicted. Suddenly, Alfonso spoke up, bringing things to a halt. He announced to everyone present that, regardless of how one might phrase it, there was a lack of transparent data, making it all just hypothetical debate. Alfonso interlaced his fingers, his tone turning serious. "Candidate Russell Raymond, I want to hear your opinion. You have met them in person." Russell obeyed. "Yes, Your Majesty." He began to recount his past. recalling the moment he met the Beastman tribe leader and the great monk. Although the Beastmen I experienced were quite bellicose, their culture isn't as different from ours as you might think. Russell spoke, surprising everyone in the room. We might need some spatial support, but if you believe we are nurturing 100,000 troops, then on the contrary, it would be an advantage. Julian seemed to agree. He cleared his throat. So that's how it is. We must recalculate. Then he inquired about the situation. In that case, what is the martial strength of the Beast King? Russell said, honestly, based on my standards, it's quite difficult to assess. But if I speak from the position of having fought her, he paused, his expression tightening as he continued. Master Hill, I think she is at least 3 tiers stronger than him. Julian hesitated. That strong? Emilia appeared beside Julian out of nowhere. That is the truth. She looked at the two of them. Emilia asked lazily, Isn't it just because you're weak that you sensed it wrong? Jan spoke up. Calm down, little master of the White Tower. She angrily scolded Julian while he smiled brightly to diffuse the situation. A fool who only knows weapons. Who are you calling little one? Get out of the way. Jan laughed as he replied, The Beast King is a fighter, not a mage. In that case, wouldn't it be fitting for me, an aura practitioner, to step up? Julian spoke. Well then, he used his power, manifesting green arrows. Julian pointed his hand, directing those arrows toward Russell Raymond. Try receiving this, and with that, thousands of arrows flew toward him. Russell was incredibly surprised by the old man's true power. Even the shape of the mana was manifested into hundreds of types of weapons. What? As expected of a weapon master. He thought that if he collided with them, he would be broken to pieces. Russell began to plan. I won't face this head-on. He fought while thinking of ways to stay safe, yet keeping the force scattered everywhere. Julian couldn't believe his eyes. He intercepted my mana. It seemed the boy had grown stronger since the last time. Facing thousands of arrows that could pierce Russell Raymond at any moment, he still stood firm. Was this the enlightenment gained from the duel with the Beast King? Russell bowed to thank him for holding back. Jan waved his hand. All right, I'm the one who should be thanking you. After that, he placed his hand over his left chest to express his apologies to Alfonso. Even though he did it to verify the facts, he was also sorry for causing such a commotion. Your Majesty, considering the strength of the candidate, perhaps we can trust his assessment of the Beast King. Alfonso rested his chin on his hand and said, Now, we only need to grasp the Beast King's true intentions, whether it is sincere or if there is some other ulterior motive. Russell Raymond looked down at the necklace he was wearing and replied, It is sincere, Your Majesty. Someone wondered about the necklace. To that, he replied, This is a gift from the Beast King. He recalled the past. The Beast King said it was made from her own fangs, and so Russell answered honestly. The material of the necklace, for reference, was the fangs of the Beast King. Everyone whispered and gossiped about the necklace. How can someone be so barbaric? But that didn't mean it wasn't sincere. Some people gossiped, while others crowded around Russell Raymond to ask about the necklace. Alfonso signaled for everyone to stop. Now, since we have grasped the situation to a certain extent, we will discuss this matter further later. He announced to everyone that, although it was only the first meeting, if there were no variables, they would have 200,000 beastmen. And Russell was the one Alfonso held in high regard. Therefore, I shall commend the contribution of Count Russell Raymond. He bowed sincerely. Your Majesty, my chance encounter with the beastman was merely luck. In front of Alfonso, he answered with great humility. I have no intention of claiming credit, Your Majesty. However, the king still recognized his efforts. Even so, merit is merit. As he knelt before Alfonso, the king spoke loudly to everyone. I confer upon Russell Raymond the title of Morning Star. Additionally, I bestow upon you the right of ownership of one of the items from the royal treasury. I hope that in the future you will become a star that illuminates the kingdom, just like. As Russell thought, he imagined a scene of gold and riches piled high. If it were an item from the royal treasury, it would be something of immense value. The mission hadn't even been fully successful yet, but he had already received such an excessive gift. Could he have some other motive? He brought his hand up to cover his mouth to hide his bewilderment when a voice called out, Russell. Russell turned his head and saw the figure of Daria. He thought, my master. Someone reminded him, the meeting is over, go to the reception room. I'm sure His Highness has something to share with you. Russell Raymond couldn't help but wonder why she was smiling so brightly. When alone with Hackett Ratmos, he excitedly brought out a hairpin. This is a jade hairpin, a piece of jewelry for women made of special jade. I heard it's used to tie and secure long hair. Hackett sat opposite him, arms crossed, looking at the hairpin. I remember seeing it in a book. They say it also has a detoxifying effect against simple poisons, but she gave him a wary look. Why did you buy this for me? Russell happily replied, because I thought it would suit you very well, Hackett. Hackett Ratmos took the hairpin and held it to her chin. That comment makes me happier than the gift itself, she requested of Russell. This is an unfamiliar object, so I don't know how to use it. Could you do it for me? He smiled brightly and stood up. Of course. While Russell was helping Hackett, she asked, come to think of it, during the meeting, you called the Beast King her. Is the Beast King a woman? Then, Hackett Ratmos continued to ask, so, what kind of relationship do you have with her? As soon as he heard that, Russell dropped the hairpin. He tried to explain to Hackett Ratmos, what kind of relationship? I told you, we just fought each other. Afterward, she reached for the hairpin, saying, that's very strange. Hackett stood up, causing Russell Raymond to instinctively step back. Is the relationship only to that extent? She smirked and looped the hairpin onto the necklace. And you're giving me a necklace? He was terrified. Something is not right. Hackett laughed in a terrifying way. On top of that, you even pulled out your own fangs and made something out of them. Russell Raymond broke out in a cold sweat. He instinctively thought, no matter what, something seems to be wrong. At that very moment, in the capital of the kingdom, Russell's thoughts surfaced. I never expected Hackett Ratmos to get jealous. His face flushed with embarrassment. He felt a bit wronged, but the mood wasn't bad at all. The image of Alfonso flashed through Russell Raymond's mind. Did he wait long? With this atmosphere. Thinking this, he secretly marveled at how fortunate it was that the king had arrived just in time. Then, Russell intently studied the paper in his hand, even though what the king had said was truly shocking. The scene of a pensive Alfonso returned to his mind. Actually, I have confirmed the reports related to the Duman family. Speaking of this, the king suddenly became incredibly furious, having grasped the fact that a portion of the guard reports regarding the forced reclamation of the Duman family's territory had been forged. It was more accurate to say that the territory was seized unnecessarily and he had been pushed out of his own lands. This information immediately left Russell Raymond stunned. After a moment, Alfonso bowed his head in regret. I apologize. This was clearly my mistake. I must apologize to the Duman family and to you. Russell was even more taken aback. Your Majesty, please, don't do that. At the same time, Russell suddenly recalled the harsh words from Cry Hill in the past. You fool. Why would you think the Empire killed your father? He gritted his teeth, offering his own deduction. The act of falsifying the documents reported to the king meant that there were traitors within the kingdom who had killed his father. Perhaps Cry Hill's words were the truth. As he trembled with rage, a slender hand slowly reached out to him. It was Hackett Ratmos, gently comforting him. Thanks to her, his attitude gradually softened. Following that, Alfonso sighed and handed Russell Raymond a scroll. Although this cannot compensate for the years you have lost, please, accept it. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he continued, it will be of help to you. Returning to the present, Russell had arrived in front of the museum door, clutching the permit to enter the 6th basement level of the Jubrium Museum. He would have to visit the museum and then perhaps stop by the royal archives. Just after entering, he hurriedly searched for the 5th basement level of the Jubrium Museum. Although he knew that was the deepest part of the museum in reality, there was one more level beneath it. The 6th basement was where they preserved original magic and the magical insights of the archmages. The symbol on the paper quickly glowed. Only those holding a permit stamped by the king could enter. Immediately after, a magic circle was activated, surrounding him. He instantly recognized it as spatial movement magic. His eyes widened, looking surprised at the scene before him. Instead of the 6th basement, he had been transported to a different space. In a flash, he was brought to a library overflowing with books, an immense amount, surely reaching into the thousands. While observing his surroundings, Russell Raymond analyzed the situation. He was allowed 48 hours. Reading all these books within that time was impossible. He tried to summon magic to verify his hypothesis. Because it was a restricted magical space, he could not use image magic to take pictures. The next second, Russell Raymond thought of a more effective way to search. First, he would try scanning through the titles. Only by doing so could he distinguish which books needed to be read first. A moment later, his attention was caught by one particular book. The author of The Roar of the Earth Dragon was Van Rus Chen, who turned out to be the Archmage of the Royal Tower 400 years ago. Skimming through the content, Russell exclaimed, "This is incredible." His eyes lit up at this interesting information, increasing the transformation of 5th circle magic to the 7th circle standard. Russell quickly imagined the image described in the book, gathering magic from the ground to spread deep into the earth. If the surge of mana gathered in a fan shape along with a shockwave, then suddenly the system appeared, surprising him with a notification that his understanding of Earth attribute magic had increased to a high level of mastery, reaching 99.9%, the ultimate limit. Before Russell could even regain his composure, the system continued to issue a quest to increase his Earth attribute mastery. Bring your high-level Earth attribute mastery to the absolute limit. The rewards: a high-level magic stone, true dragon essence, and footprints of the Earth Dragon. He immediately grasped the importance of the footprints of the Earth Dragon quest item. In just a moment, Russell Raymond became more joyous than ever. After the Silver Dragon and the Fire Dragon, he had been so lost, not knowing how to find traces of dragons, but he couldn't believe something like that was being offered as a reward. Since it was a quest reward, it had to be authentic. But he hadn't been happy for long. Before he realized the problem, how was he supposed to increase his Earth attribute mastery to the highest level? Was there no other way but to memorize everything? After a while of memorizing many books, Russell concluded that, sure enough, just memorizing wasn't increasing his mastery. He thought back to Alfonso saying that when leaving the library, he could take one book he wanted with him. He then pondered what book he should take. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something. What is that book the statue is holding? He approached the statue and took the book from its hand. What kind of book is placed on a statue instead of a bookshelf? The opening lines of the book appeared. Transcendent Dream by the Founding Duke. Seeing it, Russell exclaimed in surprise. He began to visualize it in his mind. The Founding Duke was the title of Ler Doi Mumin, the ancestor of the Duman family. Moreover, Transcendent Dream was the very magic that symbolized him. Observing the statue for a long time, Russell Raymond surmised that the statue seemed to model the ancestor. He respectfully bowed to the statue before him with all his heart. Perhaps all of this had been arranged by his ancestor. After careful consideration, Russell Raymond chose that book and left the library. The moment he stepped outside, Daria's voice rang out, right on cue. Little one, her appearance startled him. The master didn't care about Russell's surprise. Daria grumbled, looking at his appearance. It seems you haven't rested at all in 48 hours. Have you? I always say that rest is just as important as hard work. Now that you're older, do you intend to stop listening to your master? There isn't a day that you don't overwork yourself. I can't help but nag. Honestly. After a moment of complaining, she noticed the book in his hand. Is that Transcendent Dream? Russell was even more surprised. Master, do you know about Transcendent Dream? Daria immediately explained what she knew about the book. Transcendent Dream casts aside the human form and is reborn through the magical body itself. It is a forbidden art that escapes the boundaries of the world. According to legend, the Founding Duke, amidst a violent, surging storm, transformed into a massive tsunami, and in the torrential rain, he became the lightning itself. Beyond that fresh idea, just the fact that it truly achieves a transcendent dream is enough for it to be considered high-level magic. Hearing these words, Russell Raymond was even more pleased with his choice. Does even Master value it this highly? As expected, my ancestor was a truly talented person. After that, Daria sighed abruptly. Little one, if you're determined to train in the Transcendent Dream, I won't stop you, but you must be careful. Although the Transcendent Dream is an 8th circle spell, it's a form of magic that defies standard logic. As she spoke, an image of rippling water flickered in her mind. Daria warned him sternly, as a mistake could mean being swallowed by the magic. Russell responded firmly, understood, I will keep that in mind. Then she turned and started walking. Now then, let's head to the Royal Vault. On the way, Russell asked curiously, I didn't think the Royal Vault was outside the city. Seeing his confusion, Daria slowly explained, we are currently heading to the first treasury. According to records, the first treasury holds jewelry, while the second contains weapons. The third treasury stores various other artifacts. As soon as she finished speaking, she announced that they had arrived. In the blink of an eye, Daria pulled out a scepter. From now on, keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. I'm going to show you something truly rare, she said, manifesting dense magic circles. Russell's eyes widened in amazement. Russell Raymond, the magic circles are incredible. The signaling rings and guidance formulas, there are hundreds of them, forming a star pattern. He stared at Daria and mused that if he hadn't come with his mentor, he probably wouldn't have had the courage to step inside. Immediately, the entrance to the royal vault swung open. As Daria led him inside, she said, Little one, you can only take one item from the vault, just like in a museum. While Russell was answering, the ring on his finger suddenly glowed. Yes, I understand. A surge of power radiated from the ring, growing stronger and leaving him terrified. What was that? What's going on? The ring on Russell's finger crackled with lightning, forcing him to think. Cloud linking is emitting lightning on its own. This has never happened before. It wasn't like fighting an enemy. It felt more like reuniting with a long-awaited friend. Seeing this, Daria quickly turned and guessed. There must be the other half of your ring in this vault. Russell fell into deep thought. A paired artifact. Artifacts are usually finished products that function on their own, but there are special ones that only reveal their true power when paired. Remembering the two masks, he mused, so it's the same as my golden masks. He rested his chin on his hand, recalling, come to think of it, the quest rewards. Most dragon-related artifacts came in sets like this. The next second, lightning from Russell's ring shot straight ahead, as if pointing the way, which piqued Daria's curiosity. So, you're going to show me where the pair is? Huh. He replied softly, yes. It's been bothering me, so I'm a bit curious. This only made her more intrigued. What kind of artifact could possibly make this boy so anxious? Inside the treasury, a sudden flash of light made the room clearer than ever before. Following the light's guidance, Daria walked over and exclaimed, "So this is the Cloud Gem." This strange information left Russell confused. The Cloud Gem? She quickly explained, "That's right. The Cloud Gem has the unique ability to control the weather." He was secretly amazed. Weather control. There were only 10 mages on the entire continent who could manipulate the weather. Managing climate was extremely complex. It was classified as a field that couldn't be easily trained. Seeing the astonishment on Russell's face, Daria calmly analyzed the pros and cons of this power. Climate manipulation has obvious advantages, but it comes with risks, such as excessive mana consumption and time-consuming preparation. Hearing her say that, he suddenly realized it felt just like when he first mastered Brahmachara. If I consider the efficiency, maybe the Cloud Gem isn't the best choice. He stared at the ring on his hand, weighing the pros and cons, thinking it might be better to choose something else. But then, Russell decisively decided, "I will choose this one." Without hesitation, he gently touched the gem in front of him. The next second, Russell was stunned. The object was being absorbed into his ring. The ring quickly displayed a pattern of clouds. The system immediately sent a notification. "You have acquired a fragment of the Cloud Dragon's wing." The Cloud Dragon, ruler of clouds and climate, is a rare lightning dragon mutation born with extremely low probability. Reading the screen, Russell's jaw dropped. A lightning dragon mutation? He began to analyze it. They say lightning attributes are born from fire. That's the common academic understanding. Because it contradicts the traditional five-element theory, mages who master lightning are considered noble and highly respected. If this power truly originates from a lightning attribute, its value would be incomparable. Afterward, Russell closed his eyes, slowly sensing the power flowing from the ring. Moreover, the true power of the Cloud Gem isn't just controlling the weather, it's much more terrifying. Daria's voice cut through his thoughts. "Little one, have you figured out how to use this item yet?" Russell quickly and eagerly replied, "Yes, I think I have some idea." Hearing this, she sounded excited. "Then let's go outside. I'm really curious to see what kind of power a paired artifact has." They both stepped outside, and Russell announced, "I'm starting now." A flow of power radiated from the ring on his hand. Even Russell braced his feet, preparing for this launch. Just as expected, his figure soared into the sky, fast as lightning. Seeing this, Daria praised him. "Flight magic? No. Is this a simple leap?" While she was still marveling, Russell had already flown quite far. Looking down at the city, he was amazed. "This is incredible. Can I really fly this high just from a single jump? Is it because of this cloud-like mist?" Russell stepped up into the air, and it mattered. Then he launched himself even higher. The leap wasn't just a one-time move. It was better than flight magic, faster, and no need to decelerate when changing direction. In a short time, Russell was already sweating. Naturally, the problem was that it consumed a lot of mana. He was tired already. Immediately after, he swung his hand. Then, next is this. On the ground, Daria asked herself in surprise, "Is that a lightning strike?" She watched Russell closely. This level of power is enough to destroy a small city. While she was speaking, he began to wobble in the air. As Daria predicted, Russell fell straight down toward the river in front of him. Even though he might have run out of mana, let's cut to the Mage Association. Russell walked slowly, complaining to himself in his head. "I'm done for. Every part of me hurts. I think I should temporarily limit the use of cloud linking." Immediately after, he stepped toward the bookshelf. He'd gotten what he needed, so it was time to move on to the next task. At the same moment, the system notification popped up, telling him to raise his Earth attribute mastery to the highest level. A second later, Wu pulled out a book, thinking to himself that the Enden Imperial Tower was the place to master Earth attribute magic. First, he had to find a mage at the 6th circle or higher who belonged to the Imperial Tower. He had only read a few pages when he suddenly froze. The scene shifted to Spigman's office. "It's been a while. I hear you've been quite active lately, haven't you?" Joe's voice replied slowly. "I should have come to visit you more often. My apologies, Elder Spigman." Hearing this, Spigman laughed heartily. "Apologies? What for? They say no news is good news." At that moment, he recalled the image of the old man fighting with such immense power. It was truly astonishing. Just since the Mirror Temple incident, he had jumped from the 5th to the 6th circle. Then, Spigman curiously asked, "Russell Raymond, are you saying you want advice on Earth attribute magic?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu replied, "Yes, because I was deeply impressed by the Earth magic I read about in the basement of the 6th floor during my last visit." His expression was completely relaxed. "For someone so eager to learn, of course, I'm happy to help. If you're ready, let's begin right away." As if he had been waiting for these words, Russell Raymond excitedly pulled out a stack of papers. Seeing this, Spigman broke into a cold sweat. Did I do something wrong to you? Night had fallen at the castle where Bismarck resided, and the number of people being bribed had grown significantly. While processing documents, the old man muttered to himself, "Weapon production is proceeding smoothly. As for provisions, there's no need to worry." Bismarck quickly fell into deep thought. Now, we just have to wait. Then, he smirked in satisfaction. The throne of Andean would be Bismarck's. At that exact moment, the door near him suddenly swung open, and Karen's voice rang out. "Pardon the intrusion for arriving so late." In a split second, Bismarck regained his composure. "Is that Karen with the green eyes?" Karen greeted him calmly. "It seems this is the first time we've spoken directly." "Greetings, Grand Duke Bismarck. I am Karen." He acted as if he were completely at home. Bismarck propped his chin up and interrogated him. "You're being unusually polite. Are you trying to mock me by showing up this late at night?" Karen immediately denied it. "How could that be? The only reason I came to see the Grand Duke is..." At this point, he pulled out a strange object to show the Grand Duke. The object left the old man puzzled. "The next second," Karen explained, "this is the sample you needed. The keystone of the demon's seal." Horrifying images flashed through Bismarck's mind. The keystone of the demon's seal, the seal that had blocked the gates of Tartarus for a long time. Even so, he kept a calm face, as if it were nothing. It certainly wasn't normal. Could this devious energy be buried beneath the abyss of Tartarus? But Bismarck didn't hesitate to disparage it. "So, it's just a common stone." Remembering Daria and Melville, he analyzed that this level of power couldn't possibly stop the old monsters. What you people promised surely wasn't just some object like this. Hearing this, Karen was instantly shocked. The purple energy that only the Andean royal family possesses. Even though he was pushed past the borders, is he still royal blood? A moment later, he began to ask, "Does the Grand Duke know how many monsters and giants are sealed inside Tartarus?" Before Bismarck could answer, Karen quickly explained the war that the giants and the gods had started long ago. Gigantomachia. The gods won after a long war and sealed hundreds of monsters and giants in Tartarus. To seal giants with transcendent power, many pillars were needed. At this, Karen's eyes shone with confidence. "If we just excavate 2 out of those hundreds of pillars, we can restrain the actions of the Spirit Tower Master and the Magic Tower Master. As the excavation speed improves, we will surely find the real pillars soon." Hearing this, Bismarck smirked cunningly. "So that's why you brought the sample. To report on the progress, huh?" Karen became more serious, as if to prove his loyalty. "We will definitely uphold the covenant, so the Grand Duke must also keep the covenant promised to us." The next second, the old man lowered his voice, asserting, "Of course. If I seize the throne, I will help you kill that woman, Daria." Just as the man turned to leave, the old man threatened him. "But remember this clearly. If you don't keep the covenant, you will suffer my wrath." Karen quickly replied, "I will keep it in mind." As soon as he left, Bismarck pondered those words. An alliance with me to kill Daria, huh? After about 2 seconds, he slowly stepped away from his desk. Bismarck approached the chessboard and sneered with contempt, words even a child wouldn't believe. Then, he picked up a chess piece. "But as long as I get on that throne, I don't care how it happens." In the blink of an eye, Bismarck crushed the white piece with the one in his hand. No matter what tricks they used, according to his words, the state of the chessboard became chaotic. Once the hunting dog is done, you just boil it and throw it away. The scene shifted to Spigman, who bowed his head in exhaustion. "Russell, are you asleep? You answered 40 of your questions just 2 days ago, and now a pile of questions like this has accumulated again." Next, Spigman suddenly looked up, his face full of concern. Furthermore, every single one of these questions hits the nail on the head. He had simply thought the boy was a genius, but Russell Raymond, unaware of Spigman's inner turmoil, spoke up happily. "I don't know if I'm taking up too much of the elder's time." In just a short period, the old man realized that it was precisely because of this level of effort that the boy could develop so much. Having realized this, Spigman laughed loudly and comfortably. "If he doesn't work this hard, I suppose I'd eventually get left behind." Night had fallen, and Russell Raymond had returned to his room with the documents he had just collected. After studying them thoroughly, Wu went into deep thought. The Earth Dragon's roar isn't just a simple release of mana. Using the Earth's heat is the core of the magic. If he had to use heat, would it be okay to combine it with the fire attribute while the earth attribute was spreading? It's best not to put limits on the things that burst out. That flame, that lightning, if only I could open it all up. Immediately after, an image of a beautiful, colorful, ancient tree appeared before his eyes. At the same time, the system notification popped up. Due to your efforts, your Earth attribute mastery has increased by 1 level. The proficiency level of the high-grade Earth attribute has evolved to the highest level. A notification appeared again. You have successfully completed the double reward mission. high-grade true dragon magic stones. The reward also includes the Earth Dragon's footprint. Holding the reward, Russell Raymond's eyes widened in surprise. This is an Earth Dragon's footprint, but how exactly do I use it? Curious like a child, Russell Raymond kept fiddling with the reward. Since it's an Earth Dragon's footprint, I thought it would be like the map from last time. But is it a weapon? It's too weak to be a weapon. After trying 7749 times without discovering anything, he continued to observe it. Fortunately, this time, Russell Raymond found a pattern. Could it be? To confirm his suspicion, he hurriedly poured ink onto the Earth Dragon's footprint. As the patterns gradually became clear, Russell Raymond thought to himself. When he saw these patterns, his suspicions were confirmed. It wasn't a normal map, but a star chart. Are those dots marked on the paper constellations? If that's the case, this must be an astronomical chart. Just as predicted, the system displayed, Mission: find the location marked on the astronomical chart and enter the Earth Dragon's lair. If you get close enough, the light will guide you. Clear reward: Dragon God King's Horn. Verdant Earth, 5 high-grade True Dragon Magic Stones, and 7 low-grade True Dragon Magic Stones. Russell Raymond smiled with satisfaction. All right, since I've been given a mission, my guess must be correct. Even so, he still had some lingering questions. But why an astronomical chart? If the goal is just to show the way, a regular map like last time would have worked. Anyway, I'll only know once I reach the Earth Dragon's lair. First, let's verify the location. He slowly walked along the path guided by the stars. Based on the North Star as a reference point, he walked for a while before finally stopping. After observing his surroundings, he realized, is this the Nadia Desert? The next morning, in Hackett Ratmos's office, she slowly asked, Russell Raymond, I heard from Lady Daria that you've registered for a research expedition again. Fearing she might be angry, Russell Raymond spoke in a low, apologetic voice. I'm sorry, Hackett. Understanding his anxiety, she explained slowly. As I said before, I am not a narrow-minded woman who cannot understand her man's outside affairs, but I act this way because I am worried about you. Hearing this, Hackett became much gentler. So, for my own peace of mind, I want you to send me regular updates. Seeming deeply moved by her sympathy, Russell Raymond immediately gave Hackett Ratmos a respectful kiss on the cheek. I will certainly do that. Even though she was blushing, she still acted tough. That alone won't be enough, as he said, so he did. He immediately set off into the desert. Indeed, the sun in the desert was harsh. Feeling the scorching rays, he mused to himself, it's a good thing I joined up with these merchants as Hackett suggested. At least I get to ride a camel. He finally understood why they needed the astronomical chart to navigate. Because the height and position of the sand dunes change every time the wind blows, a regular map is useless. Just then, Anne approached to check on him. If you feel hot, I can give you a cloak. It might look long and hot, but it's actually very cooling. He quickly smiled in appreciation. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. What is this tremor? It wasn't the sand. It felt like something massive was swimming underground. The terrified screams of the people around him erupted. A ho-ho, they kept warning. If you fight it, you'll be wiped out. If you don't want to die, scatter. Despite their fearful screaming, Russell Raymond kept his eyes fixed on the ho-ho. So, the sand-swimming creatures in the desert were called ho-ho. Seeing this, Anne urgently shouted, What are you staring at? Run, quick. Russell Raymond quickly warned her, If you don't want to get hurt, stay close to me. His confident tone left the merchant confused. What did you say? Russell Raymond's face was full of confidence. This was the perfect place to test the magic he had been practicing. He immediately summoned his magic and placed both hands on the ground. This was the original magic of Archmage Angloman from 200 years ago, left in the 6th floor basement. In just a fleeting moment, Russell Raymond created a massive tremor with his technique. Desertification, Earth Flower. His magic unleashed a move of tremendous power, and in the blink of an eye, that surge of power struck the ho-ho directly. The other merchants were terrified at the sight. Oh, I thought we were going to die for sure. They stared in astonishment. Who on earth is that mage? From the decaying body of the ho-ho, dark, black liquid began to ooze out. That liquid quickly caused a camel in the caravan to die in agony. The nearby merchants screamed in terror. It's poison. There's poison in its blood. Without hesitation, he summoned his magic again. His surge of power immediately completely annihilated the ho-ho's body and neutralized the poison being released. He slowly stood up, finally finishing the job. As he looked around in surprise, Anne gently stepped forward to introduce herself. I am Anne Marin of the CB Trading Company. Greetings to the benefactor of our caravan. Russell Raymond politely replied, I am Richard. Her voice was filled with gratitude. Thanks to you, we can continue our journey. I really want to reward you. Is there anything you wish for? He thought for a moment and then spoke. In that case, Could you give me a camel? This strangely simple request surprised Anne. A camel? Understanding her confusion, he gently explained, yes, I believe I need to travel in a different direction from here. After destroying the ho-ho, the desert sky became clearer than ever. He split from the caravan and went his own way. Are those the tracks of the birds? From inside his cloak, the star chart suddenly reacted slightly, and it began to react more and more strongly, leaving Russell Raymond astonished. The star chart. In an instant, the chart erupted with a brilliant light, pointing straight ahead. So, this is what it meant by, when you get close, the light will guide you. Without hesitation, he rushed toward that light. While flying through the air, Russell Raymond pondered deeply. It seemed he was still quite suspicious because the path was unexpectedly smooth. Is it really there? Looking around, there's only sand. If so, then as expected. As predicted, Russell Raymond clutched his head and thought, is it underground again? Like a flash of lightning, he cast his spell. Target locked. His figure moved swiftly through the deep, dark night. He repeatedly used his magic. Target, target, target. After a while of heading deep underground, his expression became increasingly serious. A deep, bottomless hole had appeared in the ground where he had entered. As he landed, he realized, is this marble, not sand? As was his habit, he quickly started speaking. Pepper sparked a flame. Then, Russell suddenly scratched his head and muttered, forgetting that Pepper had already fallen asleep. He thought sadly to himself, Pepper, when will I be able to see you again? At the same time, Pepper softly replied, we will meet again soon, my master. Right after that, Russell grabbed the heaven-earth engraving map. He felt that, this time, he had finally found the right thing. The next moment, a swarm of scorpions appeared, as if trying to block his path. Even so, Russell Raymond didn't care. The monsters could wait. On the contrary, he was worried about a different problem. He feared that the ruin might collapse. Without another thought, he dove into battle with the magic beasts. Although they were numerous and low-level, the variety of the magic beasts in this ruin was immense. If restored completely, it would hold significant research value. Elder Spangle would surely be thrilled. With just one move, Russell Raymond wiped out the entire swarm of monsters. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he speculated that since there were no more paths, this must be the deepest floor. Russell hurried forward, hoping the artifact might be in this ruin. In the blink of an eye, he reached a teleportation gate. Wait, not just a door, but a teleportation gate? What are the activation conditions? After observing for a moment, he analyzed in his head that since the left and right sides were connected, pulling and pushing likely weren't the mechanisms. A circular hole, his brain was working at full capacity, and he made a discovery. Wait a second. Russell Raymond's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately placed the heaven-earth engraving map into the empty hole in front of him. He had wondered why this item didn't look like a map. So, this was the reason. Instantly, the teleportation gate opened. The blinding light made Russell squint. Afterward, he opened his eyes and saw that he was standing in a desert. Had he left the ruins already? The atmosphere felt slightly different from the desert he had passed through. To his surprise, he suddenly realized he was holding an item. Why does this compass only have one needle? At that moment, a system interface appeared. This space mission is a trial created by the Dream General to test someone. Reach the end of this area using the compass, but you cannot use aerial teleportation magic. Clear reward. Horn of the Earth God, Purifier of the Land. High-level magic stone, True Dragon Man level 5, low-level magic stone, True Dragon Man level 7. After reading the mission carefully, Russell Raymond realized, am I inside someone's dream? Is that why the feeling is so different? Regardless, the destination was set. How convenient, he just needed to follow the direction the needle indicated. He hadn't even finished his thought when a terrifying tornado appeared before him. The destructive power made Russell gape in shock. Even so, he held a bit of hope and turned back. It couldn't be that unlucky. The compass pointed in the opposite direction, making Russell pale. He tapped his own head, trying to comfort himself. Nothing is ever easy. Regaining his composure, he boldly stepped into the tornado. Fine, I'll overcome it all. As soon as he entered the vortex, Russell Raymond was struck with amazement, more surprised the more he looked. In a split second, he returned to his serious expression. If the past was testing his qualifications, he thought, now it was testing his aptitude as a mage. The next second, he closed his eyes tightly and sensed the flow of magic around him, perceiving the target, observing intuitively, and understanding expanding his territory like that to reach the truth of the world. Suddenly, a spark hit his head, causing Russell Raymond to wince in pain. He rubbed his head regretfully. I thought I could break through that wall, but in the end, I lacked the mana. Russell Raymond was disappointed, but there was no other way. He had to remember that feeling. He silently told himself that if the chance came again, he absolutely wouldn't let it slip away. At the same time, the system appeared again, announcing the completion of the mission. Infiltrate the Earth Dragon's dwelling. Reward, Horn of the Earth God, Purifier of the Land. A while later, he stepped into the Earth Dragon's dwelling. He observed the surroundings carefully and realized it was the same plaza where he had discovered the first door. The door disappeared simultaneously with the space gate. The system screen displayed information about the Horn of the Earth God, Purifier of the Land. As soon as the horn appeared, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The Horn of the Earth, Russell thought as he approached it. It looked rougher than the previous horns. In a flash, he touched the horn. If I absorb this, how much will my magic power increase? A strange flow of power surrounded him, catching Russell by surprise. What is this? His face was full of terror. Why isn't it transforming? Russell Raymond quickly scanned his body and discovered something abnormal. The absorbed magic power was blocking his mana flow. Without hesitation, he calmed down to resolve the issue. If he was completely blocked, he would have no way to act. In an instant, Russell Raymond found a strategy. He had to quickly control the magic toward the magic circle. It seemed this was getting increasingly difficult. After a while, the flow of power around him disappeared, but a strange type of impurity fell from Russell Raymond's hand. Next, his entire body stiffened, as if he had turned to stone. Immediately, rays of magic appeared and struck Russell Raymond. The thick layer of horn covering his body slowly cracked. Then, the system screen popped up repeatedly, announcing, "Absorbed Horn of the Earth God, Purifier of the Land to the maximum limit. Magic power has exceeded the limit that can be absorbed, enveloping you in latent power. Notification: this latent power will awaken and grant you great strength. Proficiency in the highest level Earth attribute has increased slightly." Once he returned to normal, Russell Raymond curiously looked at the ground. Was that waste just the shell of the horn? Something was different from before. Not just his muscles, but even his bones felt harder. He suddenly recalled the image of Spanzoom and thought, this level is only equal to a small bit of strength. If I apply Overload and Wizard Body, would it be similar to the old Spanzoom? First, I need to get out of here. There is a Royal Tower space gate nearby. Just as he stepped outside, someone called out his name. Sir Russell Raymond. Russell Raymond. Hearing that, he quickly replied, "Yes." The messenger immediately handed a paper to Russell Raymond. "This is a directive from the Tower Master and the King." This unexpected information shocked him. "A directive?" he continued. "Yes, it arrived 5 days ago." Russell Raymond opened the paper and read the contents of the letter. Destroy the Hydra in the swamp of Count Linko's territory. As soon as he finished reading, images of terrifying monsters instantly appeared in his head. The Hydra appeared in the west of the kingdom around this time. At that time, surely taking on this mission was an execution for villain. The reason the order came to him, perhaps, was because history had changed. Because it was history, and he had returned in time 8 years ago, and because he had 7 years have passed, so the future I knew has less than a year left. Suddenly, Russell Raymond noticed another piece of news. Alan's name was on the list of support mages. It's a pleasure. You've pinpointed another key detail. Alan is a 5th circle mage. But why is he still at the 5th circle? I thought he would have broken through the 6th circle wall by now, given he reached the 5th circle faster than in the past. The scene shifts to the castle, where mages are exchanging greetings. The royal mages, having received the order to exterminate the Hydra, pay their respects to Count Ranico. Ranico slowly stepped forward, offering praise. So, the genius mage Alan Pett, recognized by the Tower Master, has finally arrived. I can breathe a sigh of relief now. Alan smiled modestly and replied, I'm only here for support. The commander in charge of the extermination is Count Jassim. The next second, he added, Ah, so that's the Saint General. I've heard of him. After a 2-second pause, Ranico asked curiously, But which one is the Saint General? He calmly explained. Our starting points were different, so I arrived first. He should be here soon, so please don't worry. A moment later, Alan Pett suddenly asked, Count, do you know where the Hydra's nest is? Without hesitation, the Count replied, It's in the swamp on the other side of the plains. That's where it built its nest. Alan inquired, Has it attacked before? Ranico answered decisively, Not yet. This news made Alan sink into deep, worried thought. What should I do? I was supposed to wait for Russell Raymond, but the extermination might be delayed. Maybe I should scout it out first. Having made his decision, he spoke up. Count, I have something to tell you. Before Alan Pett could finish his sentence, the screams of the crowd erupted. Hydra! The Hydra! Ranico grew panicked at the sight before him. What's going on? It never attacked before. What is this? Without time to think, Alan dashed off like a gust of wind. Count, we will confront the Hydra. Please, evacuate the civilians. Then, Alan Pett gathered the team of mages and headed toward the battlefield. He observed the situation and devised a plan. Maybe it hasn't noticed us yet. I have to take advantage of this opening and destroy it. The next second, Alan Pett summoned his power and thought to himself, With my current standards, I can't defeat the Hydra alone. Alan's eyes widened as he thought of a way to deal with the beast. Just as the idea crossed his mind, a terrifying strike from the Hydra left him stunned. However, by combining forces with the other mages, their power created a massive explosion, destroying a vast area. Alan Pett became even more fearful at the sight. Seeing the Hydra's bloodthirsty eyes, he muttered to himself, "Damn it." Following that, Alan Pett shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." He had managed to create a barrier just in time to block its attack. That blast is too dangerous. If I'm not careful, it will endanger the civilians. Without further hesitation, Alan Pett charged to the front line. He had to stop the casualties. From the distant forest, Russell Raymond sensed the Hydra's immense power and rushed over. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. As soon as he recognized Alan's magic, he became extremely worried. "Alan." Inside the castle, Renicle's voice echoed. "How is the Hydra, John?" John immediately reported the situation. After returning, there was no unusual movement in the swamp. Lord Alan's attack must have been significant. The Count heard this and asked anxiously, "And what about Lord Alan Pett's condition?" John, recalling the scene, replied, "He was exposed to the Hydra's poisonous mist while defending the wall. He is struggling, and his condition is not good." Ranico instructed solemnly, "You must save him." Without hesitation, John affirmed, "I will do my best." Right after, a gate guard rushed in to report, the Count is here." He looked hesitant. Seeing the guard's lack of composure, John quickly scolded him in front of the Count. "Can't you be professional?" Ranico asked curiously. "It's fine, but who did you say arrived?" The guard's voice trembled with excitement. "It's the Saint General. Count Jassim Russell Raymond has just arrived." No sooner had he finished the sentence than Jassim pushed off the ground with his feet. The next second, he leapt onto the castle wall where Ranico was standing, leaving the Count stunned as he thought, black hair and red eyes. "This young man is just as Ranico suspected." Russell Raymond greeted him gracefully. "City Lord Ranico, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Russell Raymond." In Alan's room, he asked anxiously about the situation. "City Lord, when did Lord Alan Pett end up like this?" The Count replied without hiding anything, "Today is the second day." Hearing this, Jassim intently observed Alan Pett's body and thought, how is he holding on to his life just through his breath? An ordinary person would have died instantly. A moment later, he spoke up, "I wonder if the Hydra has 8 or 9 heads." Recalling the Hydra's terrifying attack, Ranico replied sadly, "It has 5 heads." Jassim grew even more contemplative. "If it has 5 heads, it must have fully matured by now. Does the Hydra have poison this strong?" Immediately, he reached his hand toward Alan's body. "I have to check." Ranico and John rushed forward in a panic, trying to stop him. "Wait, it's dangerous." Before they could warn him, Jassim's mana surged out, leaving John terrified. He burned away the poison. With just one move, he saw Jassim's true strength. He's at the Tower Master level. Ignoring Renicle and John's surprise, he continued to act to grasp the nature of the poison. He had to find the source. Jassim channeled his power into Alan Pett's body, which was being consumed by the venom. "If I remove the poison from the source, it's relatively light." "I found it." Most shockingly, he realized the Hydra's poison was shaped like a dragon. "This a dragon?" At that same moment, the system appeared. Notification, secret mission, Hydra's secret. Drive away the Hydra, the destroyer of Renicle's territory. Bring its secret to light and solve the mystery. Reward, clear, repel Hydra, high-grade magic stone, first-class dragon, human essence, 5 Hydra secrets. It seemed this mission had left Jassim deep in thought. How will the rewards be split? I know I have to repel it, but what does secret mean? His sudden silence made Ranico confused. "Lord Jassim, what's wrong?" After regaining his composure, Russell Raymond replied gently, "It's nothing. More importantly, I have found a way to treat Lord Alan Pett." This shocking information left the Count terrified. "Are you serious?" Then, he firmly instructed them, "Yes. During the treatment, there is a risk of exposure to the poison, so everyone please step outside." Once Ranico and John left the room, Jassim began to act. Although treating poison usually involves curative magic, antidotes, or divine power. Even so, he remained slightly uneasy about this method. There was no time to hesitate, so Russell immediately grabbed Alan's hand to begin. All he could do was burn and remove the poison or force it out of the body. That is the standard way to treat poison, but for him, he had to do both at the same time. Pushing the poison out would create immense resistance, and even if they succeeded, there was a risk of getting poisoned again because the toxicity was so high. Even if it took time, he had to be thorough. Fortunately, Alan's body gradually became cleaner right after Russell Raymond detoxified him. After removing the impurities, he helped circulate his mana by repeating the process. Suddenly, He noticed that he could feel an energy similar to his own from Alan, perhaps an enlightenment gained from the detoxification process. Russell Raymond was even more delighted to realize Alan had achieved enlightenment. After all, by his reasoning, he was gradually waking up from his stupor. Seeing this, Russell Raymond quickly spoke up, congratulating Alan Pett on reaching the sixth circle of magic. As he slowly opened his eyes, Alan Pett spoke with immense gratitude. Sir Russell Raymond, I owe you my life once again. I thank you. His excessive deference made him feel awkward, and he replied, It's nothing, really. But Sir Alan Pett, the people of the Rannoch territory are safe, and as the commander of the extermination force, I thank you. The scene shifts to Rannicle's office, where he was joyfully exclaiming, Sir Alan Pett, it is truly fortunate that you have fully recovered. Alan bowed politely. I am very sorry for causing you concern. Rannicle quickly became flustered. Concern? Not at all. A moment later, Russell Raymond became serious. Lord, I have matters to confirm regarding the extermination of the Hydra. Hearing this, Rannicle replied, Please, speak. He did not hesitate to make his request. I need information on the capabilities and the number of knights who will participate in the extermination, as well as the monsters around the swamp. He answered immediately, as if he already had all the information. 30 people hold the title of knight, and if you count the regular soldiers, there are 500. After a 2-second pause, Russell Raymond asked how many were specialized in hunting monsters. The tone of Rannicle became full of regret. Russell Raymond was sorry that there were none. With this news, he slowly analyzed the situation in his mind. He likely wouldn't hide his combat power in such a crisis. There was no other choice. He would have to treat the knights as support forces. After that, Rannicle provided more information. The swamp area is 1,500 hectares, and it's impossible to know the exact number of individuals. But after the Hydra built its nest, the entire swamp became a den for monsters. Speaking of this, his face was full of sorrow. With that area, there must be thousands of monsters. The number is like that, but the biggest concern is that the swamp area limits the movement of the soldiers. Knowing Rannicle's concerns, Russell Raymond said very confidently, I have a way to handle that, so I hope you can help me prepare to depart in 3 days. He suddenly became more cheerful. Really? While smiling, he gently placed a hand on Alan Pett's shoulder as if to comfort him. Yes, I have a very solid plan. This affirmation from Russell Raymond left Alan bewildered with a head full of questions. 3 days later, under the beautiful sunset, Rannicle's heroic voice rang out. Do you remember? Last autumn, when half the territory was covered in golden light, the soldiers preparing to depart felt as if they were returning to those peaceful days. I remember that field very clearly, that smile, that peace. Saying this, his voice suddenly dropped with pain. But this year, we will not be given such a gift. No, as long as the Hydra is here, we won't be able to see it a second time. Next, Rannicle shouted loudly, Our gift. What must we do with the one who stole our peace? Hearing this, the soldiers quickly became excited. We must fight, we must destroy it. Having seen the effect of this speech, Russell Raymond thought to himself that he had boosted the soldiers' morale. He steered his horse forward. Now it was his turn. With solemnity, Russell powerfully introduced himself. I am Russell Raymond, the commander of the Hydra Extermination Force. Immediately after, he began to explain the battle plan. From now on, I will explain the extermination strategy to everyone. First, divide into 2 knight squads, with the mission of protecting and supporting the 3rd and 4th circle mages from the rear. Create a path through the monsters alongside the 5th circle mages and prevent the monsters from escaping. Hearing this, a soldier curiously raised a question. It's hard enough just moving in the swamp. How could we possibly confront the monsters in front of us? Russell Raymond confidently replied, You don't need to worry about that. In the swamp area, monsters began to appear everywhere. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared before them. It turned out this was the move Russell had prepared in advance. After the raging flames, his figure appeared. That great door, I will be responsible for opening it. The forest where the monsters resided had been completely incinerated by one move from Russell. The soldiers were also terrified before his power. Was it possible to handle countless monsters so easily? Is this the law of a 6th-level magic master? After that, Russell gently told Alan Pett, Next, I'm counting on you. Hearing this, he immediately replied, Yes, although I cannot freeze everything on that scale at once. But even while in the middle of battle, he was not the least bit tense and was even joking around. It's fine, because I will be counting on you again. Alan Pett also became more comfortable, no different from his cruel master, Sir Russell Raymond. Next, he began to cast magic. Since I have to follow the master's orders, I will do my best. Russell Raymond's face showed even more excitement at Alan Pett's magic. Is this the magic from back then? As expected, he unleashed an Ice Age strike. With just one move, all the surrounding monsters were frozen solid. In a flash, Rannicle loudly ordered, Use the ice as a stepping stone to move forward. Following his words, all the soldiers immediately pushed forward. All troops, advance. Not knowing when, the ice on the monsters gradually started to melt. A soldier, seeing this, rushed over and gave it a slash. Having just finished, he immediately notified the others. Slash the frozen ones. Suddenly, a monster escaped Alan's move, catching the soldiers off guard. In a blink, it knocked the soldier away. Fortunately, Russell had seen it in time and intervened to help. Other soldiers, seeing this, rushed over to support. I'll stop the bleeding. Just hold on a little longer. At the same time, he thought to himself that the number of monsters was not decreasing. The soldiers threw themselves back into the deadly battle. Drive back the monsters. Meanwhile, Russell was still calculating his next moves. If I use area of effect magic, our troops might get caught in it too. Without further delay, he started gathering momentum to prepare for the most important battle. Russell Raymond flew off like a lightning bolt, knowing he had to eliminate the Hydra quickly. While midair, he suddenly froze, as if he had seen something strange. It turned out he had spotted ripples on the frozen lake. A giant figure was slowly emerging from beneath the water. The next second, the Hydra appeared with terrifying pressure. He thought to himself, this guy, I thought it would come in from the side. The Hydra, clearly enraged, roared continuously and attacked the soldiers nearby. One soldier was so terrified he couldn't even move. My body, it won't move. From a distance, Russell Raymond was getting annoyed because he couldn't figure out a solution. Damn it, the distance is too great. What do I do? Fortunately, Alan arrived just in time. Sir Alan Pett quickly unleashed a spell, creating a barrier in front of the Hydra, as if trying to hold it back. In the blink of an eye, the Hydra destroyed Alan's attack. It kept charging forward aggressively. Even so, Alan Pett didn't give up and continued to strike back. Frost stopped. Seizing the opportunity, he began to cast his magic. But then, right at that moment, he heard a voice filled with deep resentment. I will not forgive you humans who killed my mother. He suddenly thought, is this the Hydra's lingering obsession? It seemed he had realized it was seeking revenge for its fallen mother. I wonder why it's causing such a ruckus. His eyes widened at this realization, but he thought, I went about this the wrong way. At the same time, on a distant hill, the silhouette of Dewey Lin appeared, smirking with excitement. As he observed the battle, he curiously wondered, are you pulling on the power of the dragon species to control the Hydra? With a dark tone, he slowly offered praise. Interesting. Returning to the battlefield where the Hydra was roaring fiercely, seeing this, he immediately summoned his power to stop it. But strangely, it remained completely unaffected. Does the power of domination not work? He analyzed in his mind. Even if it doesn't submit, it should at least falter. Not even a sign of that was visible, as if something had blocked it before his domination power could reach it. With no other choice, he could only contain it by force. As soon as he finished that thought, fire arrows from the sky rained down on the Hydra at his command. It didn't take that lying down and retaliated, but it seemed the Hydra's attack had no effect. At the decisive moment, his fire arrows suddenly changed direction, leaving him in disbelief. Stray magic. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, he immediately waved his hand at the sky. Fortunately, Russell Raymond managed to recall his spell back into his ring in time. I suppose that was a proud strike, but what a shame. Even so, he still maintained a very optimistic mood. With this level of magic power, that should be possible. Immediately, he prepared for the next attack. Hammer of the Lightning Giant, the most powerful of the 5th circle spells. He gritted his teeth and launched the attack. Then, Russell Raymond created an explosion that shook the earth. The power of this strike made Alan Pett silently marvel. Incredible. He watched Russell Raymond intently, thinking, even though we are both 6th circle mages, can there really be such a difference? His attack finally caused the Hydra to cough up blood repeatedly. Suddenly, Dewey Lin's voice echoed at that moment. If the battle ends like this, it's a bit of a pity. It turned out he had channeled more magic into the Hydra. The dragon blood power I shared with you isn't just at that level. The sight of the Hydra suddenly becoming so powerful left Russell Raymond stunned. Under the authority of the magic, Dewey Lin's commanding voice rang out. Stand up, my war beast. He gasped in shock. This is very dangerous. Without hesitation, he immediately launched an attack. He absolutely could not let it complete that move. His fire spears attacked continuously, as if trying to break the protective layer around the Hydra. Then he thought to himself, one more. No sooner said than done, he quickly created another explosion that bombarded the area. As expected, the flow of energy protecting the Hydra slowly faded, revealing its pained, blood-coughing form. Seeing this, he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. All right, let's end it like this. Before he could strike, a surge of dark magic from Dewey Lin swept in. With just a glance, Russell Raymond recognized the dark mana. As soon as he saw it, he suddenly remembered memories from the past. It felt fleeting, But no, it was thicker and darker than that, and very familiar. He stood there stunned, and in the meantime, the dark mana had engulfed the entire Hydra. It seemed Alan Pett had also realized the situation was becoming increasingly critical. Russell Raymond was still lost in his own thoughts as the dark magic spread and prepared to reach where the soldiers were standing. A moment later, a sharp, ear-piercing cracking sound echoed. It turned out the layer of dark mana around the Hydra was shattering. The head that had been coughing up blood earlier was now healed, looking and counting. 1, 2, 3. His voice filled with horror as he saw the new form of the Hydra. It had grown an extra head. A moment later, it spoke ominously to threaten them. "You filthy humans who are stopping me from avenging my mother, I will definitely chew and swallow every one of you." Just as the Hydra opened its mouth to lunge, Russell Raymond managed to create a barrier to block it. He urgently announced, "Sir Alan Pett, please evacuate the troops to the rear." Alan Pett heard this and replied urgently, "I understand." Not wanting to harm innocent soldiers, he quickly rushed in a different direction. The Hydra defeated by Unsen in the past had 5 heads. The fact that this one has 6 means history has been changed due to some interference. Regardless of that, while the battle was becoming heated, the silhouette of Du Wai Lin, who was nonchalantly watching the show, appeared again, returning to him as he was actively attacking. Although he had landed a hit, he remained puzzled. At this level, there isn't even a scratch. Realizing the soldiers had escaped, he continued to ponder. Perhaps everyone has evacuated. He began to unleash his decisive move. Although the dragon transformation won't be detected at this distance, I still have to be careful. Dragon transformation. Not understanding his intent, the Hydra angrily attacked. With a fire spear in his hand, he boldly lunged forward. From above, Russell Raymond dealt it a fiery slash. Strangely, the Hydra remained unaffected. Incredible hidden power. I have to commit to this reckless attack. Seeing this, he acted immediately, pouring all his remaining magic into one final strike. The fire spear glowed brightly under his incantation. Because he was shrouded in a surge of magic, his figure became blurred. While the Hydra was still confused, he drove the fire spear straight into it. Unfortunately, he was also slashed by it in the process. Even so, he continued with his plan. Time to end this. He delivered a decisive final blow. Layman. That immense power slammed straight into the Hydra. "Die," he commanded. It shrieked in agony and hatred. "I curse you all," it bellowed, trying to intimidate him. Hydra screamed, "I am his familiar. The day he descends upon this land, all you bastards will meet your end." He quickly grasped the key point in its statement. His familiar, huh? Someone had definitely interfered with the Hydra's manifestation. From a distant hill, Jie Ling fell into deep thought. Observing him, he muttered to himself, "No wonder that power felt so familiar." It seemed Jie Ling had realized something. Could his figure be the Dragon Emperor? Scene changed to the castle, where a celebratory banquet was being held. "This is a pretty grand celebration," Alan Pett said slowly, dressed in his impeccable formal wear. "I'm very grateful, but just recovering from the damage has worn me out, so it's quite troublesome." Beside him, Russell Raymond spoke up. "You don't seem like the type to boast about luxury, so this level of celebration should be fine, right?" Suddenly, he turned and spotted several noble ladies. He seemed to have guessed something. Russell Raymond happily consoled Alan Pett. "Lord Alan Pett, you'll have to suffer a bit now." This sudden comment left him bewildered. "Me?" While Alan Pett was still dazed, wondering what was happening, the young ladies excitedly rushed toward Lord Alan Pett. The girls introduced themselves one after another, despite him standing there frozen and stiff. "A pleasure to meet you, my lord. And I am Russell Raymond." Alan Pett thought painfully, "Why are you leaving me behind?" Russell Raymond chuckled to himself, thinking that the young mages were surely about to go through a trial, and as for him, since he was engaged to Hackett Ratmos, they wouldn't bother him. The next second, he suddenly remembered Hackett Ratmos. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I contacted Hackett. I must do it tomorrow. Before he could think any further, he suddenly froze. Just as expected, Russell Raymond looked up and saw the silhouette of Jie Ling. He didn't even bother to avoid being seen, staring straight at him. In just a moment, his entire body felt surrounded by dark magic. At the same time, Jie Ling turned and began to walk away slowly. Russell Raymond's eyes widened as he watched Jie Ling's indifferent silhouette. That feeling from just now, it was clear he couldn't wait any longer, so he quickly gave chase. As he stepped onto the balcony, Russell Raymond spoke up. "I have one thing I want to ask." He quickly asked, "Are you a dragon?" In his mind, he saw powerful images of dark magic. The energy he felt just now was the same type he sensed during the battle. If that was the power of a dragon, it could explain how it forced the Hydra to evolve. Jie Ling maintained his calm demeanor. Guess. As soon as he finished speaking, black wings gradually emerged from his cloak. The wings, full of feathers, unfurled in the dark night. Immediately after, Jie Ling slowly ascended and continued. For a time, I have been called that as well. Amidst the starry night sky, Jieling looked down calmly. At the same time, Russell Raymond was also observing him intently. Just as they were probing each other, a strange breeze suddenly appeared. Jieling immediately spoke to explain, "I really wanted to chat with you longer, but a stranger has interrupted us." Not letting him reply, Jieling flew off quickly. "I will see you again soon." Jieling's silhouette faded into the night, leaving Russell Raymond astonished and breathless. He suddenly remembered his own question from earlier. "You were once called a dragon by humans, right? So, are you no longer a dragon now?" At that moment, the system appeared. Mission accomplished. Rewards are appearing. After defeating the Hydra, you have received 5 high-grade awakening magic stones. You have discovered the dark secrets behind the truth of the Hydra. After reading the system's content, Russell Raymond fell into deep thought. So he is the mastermind behind the Hydra? What could his goal be? Scene changed to the dark forest where Jieling resided. In the middle of the night, a teleportation gate opened. Next, Jieling's silhouette slowly stepped out of the gate. As soon as he stepped out, he threatened in a low voice, "Well, are you ignoring what I said?" He didn't hear a single sound in response. Jieling's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He reached out and aimed directly forward. Amidst the sound of Hypno's coughing, Jieling muttered gloomily, "I warn you clearly not to come here." He threatened fiercely, "Do you want to die?" Even though his throat was being gripped, Hypnos stubbornly spoke, "There isn't much time left. When will you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jieling sneered as if he had already known what would be said next. Right after, he growled an exclamation, "How absurd." A dragon's shadow cast from Jieling onto the ground. "Since when did you think you were on the same level as me?" He aggressively questioned him. "Do you think you can order me around?" Jieling cast Hypnos aside. Hypnos coughed violently. You're thinking of betraying him, aren't you?" This question made Jieling ponder for about 2 seconds. The next moment, he tossed him aside as if he were flicking away a tiny insect. Afterward, Jieling said seriously, "I have no interest in his plans, but as for this." Speaking up to this point, his tone became even more aggressive. "Half of my body came from him, but that doesn't mean you lot are my masters." Hypnos still wouldn't repent and replied, "You will regret this." Like a frightened quail, he fled as fast as he could. In a flash, Jieling softly called out Russell Raymond's name. As the dawn began to rise, he asked himself, "Will you have enough power to win back even a little bit of freedom for me?" Scene changed to the Genev Palace. "My lord, Count Russell Raymond has arrived." In the room, Hackett Ratmos's voice echoed, "Let him in." Holding a newspaper in her hand, she said gently, "Come here, Lord Russell Raymond." Her voice read the content of the paper evenly. "I am the Count of the Russell Raymond Kingdom." At the same time, Russell Raymond bowed respectfully. Hearing these words, he looked up and immediately blushed upon realizing that Hackett was reading an article about him. Russell Raymond asked in a hurry, "Is this?" She didn't bother hiding it and replied, "It's a portrait drawn with great detail." Next, Hackett Ratmos commented happily, "But the real person is even better." The maid behind her also chuckled, "Indeed, that is true." A moment later, Hackett set the newspaper down and asked curiously, "Why did you come to see me today?" Russell Raymond became even more hesitant. Fearing she would be sad, he tried his best to appear cheerful. "I have a mission that requires me to leave the capital for a few days." Hackett coldly complained, "You're always leaving me. No matter how many important missions are outside, I could never abandon my little wife like this." Seeing this, Russell Raymond quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I was planning to go inspect the Russell Raymond district." In just a moment, she became serious again. "Your district? Is that the place the king granted to you?" He quickly replied, "That's the one." Realizing she was being a bit awkward, Hackett blushed suddenly. "Oh my, he's right here. You didn't have to come ask me." Suddenly, Volume became serious and spoke up. "If you're willing, would you like to come with me?" While she was blushing, Russell Raymond called out her name as the scene shifted to the capital of West. In the middle of the crowded market, vendors were calling out continuously, "We have high-quality spices imported directly from the south and the famous honey cakes of the capital. We have dragon candy, a local specialty, right here." Hackett's happy face and cheerful tone seemed to brighten the whole place up. "You have a meeting nearby tonight, right?" Volume replied very gently, "That's right, but I adjusted things a bit so we could enjoy our time out together." She gently pulled his hand closer. "We can stroll through the streets before that, just the two of us." Suddenly, Vol froze as if he had discovered something. He immediately pulled Hackett Ratmos to the side to avoid a carriage rushing toward them. "Wait for me a second." The vendor's calls continued, ignoring the dangerous situation that had just occurred. Soon after, Vol glanced at the shadow guards nearby. It was true that since a princess was out, the guards couldn't just leave her unprotected. At the same time, Hackett remained oblivious and said, "It's fine." He tried to hide the soldiers in the distance. Vol allowed them to secretly protect Hackett. But this was way too obvious. Vol still asked tenderly, "Are you okay?" as if trying to put her at ease. Hackett Ratmos immediately replied, "I'm fine." She shyly changed the subject. "So, where are we going now?" Hearing that, Russell Raymond excitedly suggested, "If you're up for it, let's stop by Westall Academy for a walk." The next moment, Hackett Ratmos gently tugged his sleeve in agreement. "If you want to, I'm down for anything. Are either of us former Westall students?" As he walked her down the street, he began to introduce the area. "No, we aren't. Over there is the statue of Lord Niccolo. There, the scene cuts to the ancient forest. From the branches of an old tree, Wind's voice echoed, 'You can stop here.'" Beginning to observe, he gave clear orders to the elves under his command. While waiting, Wind thought anxiously, "Monsters have become unusually strong lately. Seriously." Immediately after, a soldier appeared and called out, "Captain, you hurried to investigate the situation. What's going on?" The soldier recalled the image he just saw and reported. "A massive layer of fog is sweeping through here. I've never seen a fog this thick before. We asked the small spirits in the forest, but they don't know where this fog came from." Just hearing these details, Wind realized what it was. The miasma, the thing that can create hallucinations and stimulate the primal fear of the spirits. This feeling is truly ominous. "Everyone, retreat now." As soon as he finished, the other soldiers screamed in fear, "Oh no, we're under attack. The monsters are here." From the tree branch, Wind shouted urgently, "They're coming. Everyone, evacuate the village immediately." Amidst the smoke and fire of battle, he still didn't forget to shout, "Prioritize the children and women. Everyone, protect each other." Even so, the desperate cries of the elves in the village continued to ring out. "Help." So it was Hypnos who orchestrated all of this. He laughed loudly as if extremely satisfied. "This chaotic scene is wonderful." Then, Hypnos wore a creepy smile. "Soon, Tartarus will open. Those little monsters are just the beginning. Soon, these seal pillars will shatter completely. Then, the real monsters will pour out. Monsters compared to the destroyer god, Titans," he exclaimed eagerly. "The scenery in Ender is a feast for the eyes. In just a few moments, this whole kingdom will be submerged in a sea of fire." In the middle of the fierce battle, Hypnos screamed with sadistic pleasure. "How interesting. This is so exciting." At that moment, the sunset cast its rays down upon the capital of West. While standing on a high balcony admiring the view with Hackett, Volume thought to himself, "Is it almost time yet?" He smiled, but his mind was turbulent. "This is a major turning point in my life." Images from the past kept appearing. The degeneration of humanity is drawing closer and closer. The knowledge of ancient stone tablets from the future that I accidentally heard will help humanity right now. What should I do now? What kind of future should I aim for? A moment later, Hackett Ratmos turned to ask him gently, "Hey, what are you thinking about that has you so lost in thought?" Not wanting her to worry, Vol put on a smile and replied, "I was just thinking about the path I've chosen, wondering if I can do better in the future." Hearing that, Hackett Ratmos rested her chin in her hand and asked back, "Do you know why the king granted you this city?" This sudden question made him hesitate slightly, and he hadn't really paid attention to that. Then, she gently explained, "In today's society, wealth and power are important, but the true essence of core strength lies in people. This academy will gradually raise future generations of leaders for the kingdom. The king wants to pave the way for your future." Speaking to this point, Hackett slowly touched his face as if to comfort him. "Are you worried about the future?" She stated firmly, "Don't worry. I will always be by your side." These words from Hackett Ratmos made him much calmer. Hackett Ratmos, under the beautiful sunset, the two shared a sweet and understanding kiss of love. At that very moment, the hurried footsteps of a messenger rang out. He rushed in front of Russell Raymond and Hackett. "Count Russell Raymond," he said, "the royal family has issued a decree for you." He was even more curious, so he immediately opened the letter. What kind of urgent news could there be at this hour? Upon reading it, Russell Raymond's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing his shocked expression, Hackett approached him. "What does the letter say?" Vol's tone became more serious than ever. "All mages of master level and above, or light mages of level 6 and higher, must return to the palace immediately." "Has the war started already?" "Hackett, something serious is happening at the palace. We have to go back there immediately. I'll get the carriage ready for you." Hackett Ratmos immediately refused. "No, don't worry about me. Get to the palace quickly." Vol grabbed her hand anxiously. "But how can I leave you behind?" With the responsibility of a princess, Hackett explained solemnly, "The safety of the kingdom must always take priority over love. Go, the kingdom needs you." Although he was uneasy, he had to agree with her. "Then I'm going. Take care of yourself." Immediately, Vol dashed away like a flash of lightning. After he left, Hackett Ratmos finally spoke her true feelings. I've taken up so much of your time. My entire youth has been spent waiting for you and worrying about you." Suddenly, she sighed sadly. "I can't help you at all." That is the fate of a girl who loves a hero. Back at the palace, where the level 6 mages were gathering. Fortunately, Russell arrived just in time. He was almost late. He quickly scanned the surroundings. The room was filled with high-ranking figures. Based on his words, the trio, Daria, Melville, and Alan also appeared. With a force like this, including Nicolo and Amelia who were already seated, they could easily destroy an entire kingdom. Russell Raymond couldn't believe his eyes. What was happening? At that moment, an announcement echoed. The king was arriving. Alfonso walked in and immediately told everyone to stand at ease. "Everyone, stay seated. There's no need for formalities in a situation like this." Without hesitation, he sat at the table and began. "This meeting is taking place because the kingdom is facing an unprecedented situation. It's better for these two races to explain. I have made special arrangements for them." As they were brought in, all eyes were drawn to them. The moment they entered, Russell recognized the elves and the dwarves. The next second, they politely bowed to show respect. "I am the first guardian of the warrior tribe. Greetings to King Alfonso of the elves." The dwarves did the same. "The underworld dwarven tribe offers our greetings to King Alfonso of the dwarves." Seeing this, the mages in the audience began to whisper and chatter. The elves and dwarves actually came here together? The Great Forest and the underworld are both in the southwest, right? Did something happen? As if understanding everyone's curiosity, Alfonso calmly spoke up. "Let me show you all what I have witnessed." In the blink of an eye, Alfonso produced an item. This is a new invention from the underworld. It can project recorded images. The scene that appeared through the device made everyone panic. Monsters. Sitting next to Russell Raymond, Unsen spoke up. "There must be at least 10,000 of them." Russell silently agreed with that estimate. A moment later, they said gravely, "A herd of monsters suddenly attacked the Great Forest, driving us the protectors of the tribe out of our home." Mayor's sad voice also echoed. "They even invaded the Red Alley of the underworld. We don't know why this is happening." Immediately, Russell stood up. "Your Majesty," Alfonso quickly signaled for him to speak. "Russell, if you have any input, feel free to share it." Without hesitation, he began to list the illogical points of the situation. "There is something very strange here. The number of monsters is abnormally high, Your Majesty. Even if all the monsters in the forest gathered together, there wouldn't be that many." Melville rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. "Then where did these monsters come from?" The next second, Daria offered a theory. "Did a summoning gate appear?" Without exception, Amelia gave her assessment. "These monsters are pretty tough." She pointed at a monster on the screen. "But these types of monsters have been extinct for 10,000 years. Just then, both the elves and dwarves spoke loudly in unison. "King," he respectfully began to plead. "As the first guardian of the Westeria tribe and representative of the Great Forest, I beg you, please protect our home." In the blink of an eye, the dwarf leader followed suit. "I am the same. As the master of the underworld, I ask you to protect our Red Alley." From his throne, Alfonso quickly stepped down, walking toward his brothers. Suddenly, a countless swarm of monsters appeared. His eyes widened as if he had made a decision. "We don't even know where they came from. If we don't take control now, they will surely cause unimaginable damage." Then, with a majestic tone, Alfonso gave the order. "In the name of the King of Andean, I command you to assist the Great Forest and the underworld. Ensure that not a single monster escapes our control." The mages immediately agreed and followed the king's command. At that moment, Russell thought to himself, "The fate of this world is coming to an end. All that remains is for us to step forward ourselves." Before a gate, Daria hugged her face, her voice sounding a bit regretful. "I really want to join this battle, but I must stay here to protect the citizens and this kingdom." Hubert smiled to comfort her. "It's okay, my lady." Vermilion Unsen placed a hand on his chest, smiling with determination. "Trust us. We will wipe them all out until not one remains." Daria sighed, her eyes filled with worry as she spoke. "I truly trust in everyone's strength, but on this battlefield, a single stray arrow is enough to kill. I can't help but worry." She stepped forward, grabbed his shoulders, and looked up with concern. Daria's voice dropped. "But I am especially worried about this boy. This is your first time on the front lines, so be careful. It will be completely different from the battles you've experienced before." Russell Raymond smiled to reassure her. "Yes, master, don't worry." Even though he acted calm on the outside, in his heart, he thought, "I've fought so much in my past life. It's not that nerve-wracking." Daria smiled, her eyes showing helplessness. She scolded herself inwardly. This boy. Honestly, she watched Russell Raymond's figure and remembered someone, causing her hand on his shoulder to tremble. Daria thought to herself that if they were still alive, they would surely be this brave too. Russell asked in a soft, confused voice, which made everyone there look back at his master. Daria moved her hand, closed her eyes, and smiled mockingly to reassure him. It's nothing. I'm just being silly. She looked up, her voice slow. Come back safely. I will always be waiting here. Daria watched her students step into the gate, continuing, My beloved students. Hearing that, they all smiled. They replied in unison, Understood, Master. On the other side of the gate, Niccolo smiled and asked, Is everyone here? Niccolo Machiavelli, Commander-in-Chief of the Golden Tower. From the gate, Russell Raymond and the others stepped out. Niccolo saw them and asked, Has everyone arrived? Russell suddenly noticed something. While Unsen was still informing them that the commander of the Merchant Tower and the people from the White Tower hadn't arrived yet. I think this gate's limit is about to reach its breaking point. Russell walked over to Aslan and called out. Aslan heard his name and looked up. When he realized who it was, he answered with confusion. What is it, Master Russell Raymond? He calmly expressed his question. Well, I wanted to ask, do you know Lady Ilo of the AS tribe? Aslan started, his eyes full of surprise, his voice filled with skepticism. Why do you know Lady Ilo? Russell looked at him, noting in his heart the jet black hair and those eyes. Aslan smiled, his whole being radiating a warm light. He grabbed Russell's hand, his voice full of gratitude. Is Master Russell the one who saved Lady Ilo and her clan? Russell was startled by Aslan's enthusiasm and replied, You two must be very close. He smiled and explained, Of course. Even though we aren't from the same tribe, she is the guardian of the entire allied race. Russell Raymond's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. The guardian? He remembered Ilo and thought to himself, She isn't just the guardian of the AS tribe, but the guardian of all the elves. I never expected Lady Io to be that formidable. Did she awaken the dragon tribe? He looked up, asking Russell Raymond, Is she doing okay? Aslan replied hesitantly, I'm not sure. I really can't say. She was still on the front lines when I left the forest. He brought a hand to his face, looking thoughtful. He couldn't help but feel anxious. If she was safe 5 days ago, he needed to get there as fast as he could. Suddenly, a voice called out, Long time no see. A group of people emerged from the portal. Following behind was Alan Pett, the representative of the Merchant Tower, and the woman walking ahead of him was Oliver. The representative of the White Tower, walking in the lead, was Emilia Merwin, the saintess of the White Tower. She yawned and exclaimed, Wow, this is intense. He turned to look at the newcomers, thinking to himself that half the kingdom's military power was gathered here. He couldn't imagine them losing. They stood in a circle, and Niccolo summoned a map, his voice clear and decisive. Let's analyze this quickly. They stared intently at the map, and one person began to explain. The center of the elf tribe has been confirmed to be moving toward the southeast. Through the Great Forest and the Red Ravine, they might be intercepted by monsters while on the move. The others widened their eyes in surprise. She closed her eyes, sleepy, and started to explain. At the very least, it will be another 10 days before the 5th and 7th legions arrive because moving such a large force takes a lot of time. Niccolo spoke up then, his eyes serious, his voice firm and clear. Our mission is to lure the monsters into the Great Forest while the elf tribe is moving. We have 2 days. Day 1 to reach the border, Day 2 to reach the center of the elf tribe, and on the 3rd day, we must complete the mission. Can everyone do it? They all rushed forward at once, answering in unison. Of course. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the land in a silent glow. They continued to dash toward the mountain range. They kept moving like the wind, never stopping. Emilia's expression darkened, as if she had realized something. She suddenly halted and signaled with her hand. Stop. She covered her nose and said in a grave tone, I smell blood, and it's getting stronger. Niccolo looked up, worried, making Aslan jump. We've barely started, and there's already trouble, and we're still far from the center of the elf tribe. Emilia hovered in midair, assessing the situation, and gave an order. From now on, we need to split up. The spirits, mages from the fire tower, follow me. Niccolo followed her as well. She added, The rest of you, head toward the Rocky Mountains. Vermilion Unsen, standing below, also sprang into action and ordered, Let's go. The men behind him answered clearly. Suddenly, they leaped into the air. He followed them and called out, Sir. Vermilion Unsen understood and ordered them to dash straight across the mountain. They landed on a mountain ridge and were stunned by the scene. Thousands of monsters were tearing each other apart. The bird folk were still frantically resisting the monsters. They encouraged each other, throwing rocks at the monsters' heads, just a little longer. Even the elves, despite their injuries, drew their bows and shouted at the monsters. Aim for their heads. Fire. Spirits of protection. Stay strong. Those in the thick of the battle were actively engaged, wielding large hammers as they charged at the monsters. Voices filled with fury rang out. Die, you filthy monsters. I'll smash your heads in. Russell Raymond stood outside the battle, watching, his brow furrowed as he mused. They aren't quite on the level of Hydra's monster army, but this is truly astonishing. Niccolo watched the scene and gritted his teeth in anger, then unleashed his power, causing the ground to crack. The earth trembled from Niccolo's power, and he channeled all his strength to lift the broken debris into the air. He launched it toward the monsters, screaming, "Die!" Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around Niccolo Machiavelli and the others, making him alert as he sensed energy gathering. Emilia, with an icy, emotionless face, controlled the wind. The monsters paused, looking up at the sky where a tornado created by Emilia was forming. The monster's eyes widened in terror as the tornado grew larger, sweeping away everything in its path. This made even him, watching from the outside, gasp. That's insane. He looked at Niccolo, his face full of rage, his eyes serious. He glanced toward Emilia, her entire being radiating a terrifying murderous intent, making him marvel at the power of a saintess from one of the royal towers. Suddenly, Unsen stepped up and placed a hand on his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. "We can't just stand here and watch, can we? Right?" Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "I'm ready. Let's do it." A massive surge of power suddenly enveloped his body. He created a large energy sphere that made the monsters freeze in fear. One of the warriors in the battle realized something, shouting happily, "Endian. That's a mage from Andion. Mayers has succeeded. We're saved." He swung his arm down, his eyes glowing with killing intent, ordering, "Die." The monsters, confused by the situation, stared blankly at the scene. Before they could escape, Russell Raymond's energy sphere slammed down into their midst. The sphere detonated, creating a massive explosion that wiped out the monsters. Beneath the mystical moonlight, in the Great Water Forest, where eerie purple mist filled the air. In the heart of the Great Water Forest, a lone figure sat in the middle of the woods. Brios's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. He sat alone, his body tense, his blood-red eyes fixed on the sky. Back at the battlefield, all the monsters had been frozen. A voice rang out. Hubert stood on the mountain, looking down at the monsters he had frozen with his power. Emilia raised her hands to the sky, her face cold as she channeled her power. She shouted to summon lightning bolts down upon the monsters, forcing them to flee. Lightning storm. The monsters shrieked miserably as they were wiped out. Niccolo, with a grim gaze, used his power to control the earth, destroying thousands with spears of Tardis. Russell Raymond and the others stood on the cliff, looking down at the battle. Vermilion Unsen remarked, "This is the first time I've seen a magical bombardment of this scale. There's no room to even step in. We'll definitely have to redraw the map after this battle." Hubert hesitated as he watched, then spoke up. Noticing the monsters kept increasing in number. The number of monsters isn't decreasing at all. Furthermore, if magical forces of different natures are gathered like this, as the others in the battle continued to eliminate the monsters, Hubert, watching from above, concluded that this would eventually cause damage to their own forces. Vol, hearing his words, gritted his teeth in worry. He looked toward the battlefield and thought to himself, "The eldest brother is right. The boundary between the monsters and our troops has collapsed. If the monster army grows any larger, it will be too much for us." Unsen jumped down alongside Hubert. Unsen called out to Lord Niccolo, who seemed to understand his intent and replied, "Understood." The others' eyes darkened as they heard his order to enter into full-scale war. Vol heard this, frowned, his eyes glowing red, and he pressed his lips together in anger. Suddenly, Niccolo Machiavelli leaped into the air with all his might and landed in front of them, shouting to the entire group. They all rushed toward the monsters upon hearing Niccolo's command. Attacking, Vol dashed quickly toward the horde as the order was given. As he charged, he calculated in his head, "I need to prolong this fight, so I must use my magical power efficiently." He focused his magical energy and consciousness, maximizing his mastery of the dragon-human transformation. He closed his eyes, extended his hands to focus his magic, and created two spheres of yellow and blue light. Manifesting them into physical form, Russell Raymond lunged quickly toward a monster, tearing it into many pieces. On the other side, Emilia and Niccolo also used their powers to attack the monsters. Alan, positioned elsewhere, used his abilities as well, dashing toward the monsters and freezing them in their tracks. The heated battle continued, and they kept on eliminating the creatures. Arn drew her bow, frowning as she focused her power into the arrow, then fired it at a monster, destroying it. The others also continued to wipe out the monsters. The sun rose higher, and the morning rays began to cast a golden hue over everything, dispelling the lingering mist of the night. Oliver, covered in wounds, wearily raised her hand to unleash her power. She swung her arm, directing her energy to slash at the monsters. Suddenly, from behind Oliver, a monster lunged out unexpectedly, startling her before she could react. Then, a beam of light shone directly onto the creature, destroying it before it could do anything. Vol ran toward her with a worried expression and asked, "Lady Oliver, are you all right?" Oliver gratefully turned toward him and replied, Thank you, Lord Russell Raymond. She looked tired, her gaze shifting toward the monsters in confusion as she said, even though we keep killing them, their numbers don't seem to decrease. Where on earth are they coming from? Russell Raymond's face was grim. He frowned and thought to himself, at this rate, there will be no end to it. What on earth should we do? Suddenly, an announcement echoed, drawing their attention. The sun. Ichi pointed to the sky, his eyes gleaming with hope. He announced that the sun was rising. Durin, hearing this, encouraged them to hold on. Just a little longer. An elf standing nearby was also praying, spirits of the wind, please grant us strength. Vermilion Unsen asked in confusion, what's wrong with everyone? What does the sunrise have to do with this? Hubert, leaning against something, also asked in bewilderment, monsters aren't zombies. There's no reason for them to transform just because the sun rises. Hubert opened his eyes wide as he saw the monster in front of him stop attacking and look toward the sun. To the amazement of the others, the monsters retreated immediately. Russell Raymond's eyes widened in shock, his heart filled with bewilderment. These things are retreating. Could it be that the sun is their weakness? Emilia asked in confusion. Why is that? Nicolo, stunned by the scene before him, didn't know how to answer and replied, I don't know the situation clearly, but since the sun has risen and the morning rays are casting a golden light over everything, dispelling the night mist, he continued, at the very least, we can breathe a sigh of relief for now. After the monsters were all gone, those present took the opportunity to help treat one another. One person said, I will treat your wounds right away, so please bear with it a little longer. A person approached Vol and the others who were standing there, their voice full of gratitude. Thank you. The person approaching them was Aaron, the representative of the elves. She smiled, her voice deep and warm. Thanks to the heroes of Andy, we were able to get through tonight. Another person, Ichi, the representative of the dwarves, spoke up. His voice was deep and warm but filled with gratitude. The dwarves will absolutely never forget this kindness. Thank you so much, CBO. The chieftain of the fur tribe, standing nearby, also spoke up. Fit will remember this day until the day every single feather of our tribe falls off. Nicolo smiled, approached them, and replied politely, we were only helping our allies. This is only natural. Moreover, he glanced toward the carcasses of the monsters and voiced his confusion. This is truly very strange. Arn said, these monsters become stronger and swarm us when night falls. But when dawn breaks, they weaken and retreat. She recalled the monsters constantly attacking her people and said solemnly, there is one more strange thing. They don't scatter everywhere, but only persistently attack the elves. Arn concluded that it was as if the monsters hated them. Vermilion Unsen looked up at them as if realizing something and proposed a plan. If that's the case, it means they will come again tonight. How does everyone feel about us attacking them during the day when they are at their weakest? He was immediately countered by a voice, that's impossible. Ichi lowered his head, frowned, and explained, our coalition has only a little over 5,000 people, and the number of warriors who can fight is less than half. Emilia heard this and offered an opinion. We can only endure until reinforcements arrive. Nicolo, standing nearby, saw this and ordered. First, after we move the wounded and reorganize the front lines, we will meet again to discuss strategy. The others heard the order and answered in unison. Yes. Just then, Arn walked up to Vol and asked if he was Vol Duan. He asked back in surprise, do you know me? Arn, seeing this, politely introduced herself. Thinking back, I haven't introduced myself to you yet. I am Arn, the leader of the White Ash tribe and one of the Elven elders. She continued, making Russell Raymond remember the image of Ilo and realize she was also Ilo's mother. Arn smiled sweetly, her voice soft. Greetings to you, sir. This made Vol think to himself, is this person Lady Ilo's mother? Arn bowed her head and explained cautiously, I should have welcomed our benefactor wholeheartedly, but because of the current situation, I cannot receive you properly. Please understand. Vol waved his hand, his voice polite, it's fine. But where is Lady Ilo? Arn bowed her head and hesitated before speaking. Ilo, she continued, making Vol open his eyes wide in shock. She was here until a few days ago. Arn recounted the last moment she saw Ilo, her face full of motherly kindness. Ilo heard the news that the elven tribe was isolated and left to save them. She told of the danger and the suffering of the little elves, who were desperately trying to run away from the monster horde. Many elven tribes could not join forces because of the monster's sudden raids, and on top of that, they were scattered during the retreat. He raised a hand to his chin, bowing his head slightly, his eyes filled with worry. I see she must be safe, Arn said, encouraging him. Don't worry, she added with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with pride, because my daughter is very strong. Above, the sun was slowly disappearing behind the rolling mountains, the last rays of daylight reflected off the sheer cliffs. At the foot of a mountain, a defeated monster lay motionless on the ground. Near it, 2 members of the elf tribe were standing, along with a few others nearby. "Oh my God," the people gathered there whispered, split into two groups facing each other. Niccolo exclaimed, "Is Lady Arn a manor?" A series of images of various people possessing immense power flashed through the mind of Russell Raymond, and Arn was one of them. The title of manor had replaced the High Elves, who no longer existed, designating the highest-ranking leader of all elven races. Known to only appear once every century, he showed no signs of surprise, though he inwardly marveled. No wonder she is so extraordinary. Niccolo suddenly expressed his shock. "I never thought I'd meet a manor of the elf tribe while I was still alive." Emilia, standing next to him, was also stunned and blurted out, "It is a true honor to meet you." Seeing the girl's bewildered expression when facing Arin, Joe could only manage a wry smile. She must be confused since she has never treated anyone with such reverence. Even though she is an elf, she was raised in the human world. On the other side, Arin bowed to show her respect to Emilia. "I don't know human etiquette well, so you don't need to be so formal. Please, make yourself comfortable." Her gesture caught the girl off guard. She instinctively bowed back. Niccolo stepped forward to face Arin, extending his hand to express the gravity of what he was about to say. "Then, I will explain the new strategy from Andy. The first step is to form a containment net." He recalled the number of soldiers currently on the move. The approaching army was nearly 60,000 strong, enough to surround the monsters. She moved alongside Niccolo to continue, though her expression dimmed slightly. "The second step is to eradicate the monsters within the containment net." Emilia's hesitant words left Arin and Kuber startled. "That is why we are being forced back." "The Great Water Forest." Arin lowered her head, her hair hiding the emotions in her eyes. She replied softly, "The battlefield is shifting from the Red Ravine to the Great Water Forest." Russell Raymond was just as surprised, and worry began to show on his sweat-beaded face. The Great Water Forest was not just the home of the elves, but a sacred land covered by divine blessing. If the battlefield shifted there, the forest would surely suffer devastating damage. He thought of the dense, lush canopy of the forest. It would take decades for such a forest to fully recover. Given the scale of the Great Water Forest, it would likely take over 100 years. Noticing the uneasy expressions of Arin and Kuber, Niccolo spoke up quickly. "Russell Raymond, it is hard to guarantee the level of damage, but Andy will actively help with the reconstruction. We will also provide shelter for the elven tribe." Arin turned her head, her gaze darkening. Kuber watched her, neither speaking. Arin regained her composure, though regret flickered in her eyes. She placed a hand over her chest. "It breaks my heart, but there is nothing else we can do." Kuber behind her mirrored her gesture. "Actually, I had already prepared myself for this." On their side, Niccolo and Emilia received the agreement, but they felt no joy. They bowed in thanks. "Thank you for joining forces. We will do our absolute best to ensure the Great Water Forest suffers as little damage as possible." A voice rang out. "Commander." All the soldiers turned to look where a soldier was pointing at a creature flying toward them from high above. "Something is flying this way," they began to murmur. "Is it a monster?" But the sun hasn't set yet. Kuber suddenly noticed something strange. The creature approaching was not a monster, but the soldier who had left with Ilo a few days ago. His body was covered in wounds, large and small, and his mouth kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Recognizing him as one of their own, a soldier who had gone to rescue the elven tribe days before they realized the severity, the soldier couldn't hold on, lost consciousness, and fell freely. Seeing this, Kuber rushed forward and didn't forget to give orders. "Are you all right? Quickly, call the medical team." Kuber caught the soldier in his arms. The soldier mustered his last bit of strength to report with difficulty. "Lady Sentinel is in danger." Everyone seemed to freeze. The gentle, elegant face of Ilo flashed through Russell's mind. He was worried. Lady Ilo Arin wasn't much better. She covered her mouth with both hands, her anxiety rising. "Ilo." Niccolo quickly turned to offer a suggestion to Russell. "Lord Russell Raymond, she must be in danger. Would you be willing to stand up as part of the rescue team?" Without a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Yes, of course." Yus noticed the situation and stepped forward, surprising Joe. "I will go as well." A reassuring voice spoke up. "If even you are going, then I am relieved." Emilia also wanted to assist and ordered Oliver beside her. "The White Tower's search magic will be helpful. Oliver, you go with them too." She immediately agreed. "Yes." On one side, Arn stood facing Aslan to plead with him. "Aslan, only you can help me." Aslan stood tall, his right hand placed over his chest to show his determination. "You don't need to worry. I will definitely bring Lady Ilo back safe and sound." Behind him, there were other warriors of the Wisteria tribe. Prayers were whispered, hoping for the spirit's protection to accompany them all. Soon after, as the sun was about to set to give way to the night, shadows darted between the sheer cliffs. Oliver led the group, followed by Russell, Raymond, and Aslan, and finally Aslan. They moved at great speed. With his abilities, Oliver seemed to sense something wrong ahead. moving while informing the others behind him. I have picked up movement ahead. It looks like flying monsters. What should we do? Receiving the information. Aslan glanced at Jack, who was moving alongside him. You just charge ahead. We will handle it. As they reached another mountain pass, a pair of black wings suddenly flashed above them. Russell realized in an instant, they're here. In the sky above, countless monsters, giant bird beasts appeared. They seemed to have sensed the presence of others. Aslan could not help but be shocked to see such a large number of monsters. He immediately ordered his soldiers. Those creatures that live in the west, how are they here? Everyone, assume combat positions. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky, and in an instant, lightning bolts of immense power shot from that light, aimed straight at the monster swarm. That terrifying power belongs to Joe. He doesn't say much, just coldly takes out any obstacles in his way. His eyes are bloodshot, and lightning crackles around his body. Bolts of lightning keep striking down, causing the monsters hit by them to plummet through the air. Throughout all of this, everyone keeps moving forward without stopping, soaring through the sky. The monsters in their path are scorched by the powerful lightning and keep falling one after another. Is dealing with a horde of monsters really that simple? Oliver is incredibly astonished by Joe's abilities. She looks over, realizing that even though they are both tower masters, she never expected such a huge difference in power. A loud voice rings out, followed immediately by a direct strike landing exactly where Russell Raymond and Oliver had just been. Vermilion Unsen is fired up right now. He can't let the youngest one stop everything by himself. As soon as he finishes speaking, he unleashes a powerful magic attack on the monsters. Under Vermilion Unsen's heavy barrage, explosions continuously rock the sky. Joe can only feel helpless, wondering if his eldest brother is a mage or a martial artist. Truly, despite the relentless attacks from Vermilion Unsen, the monsters not only refuse to retreat but keep swarming in greater numbers. They charge forward like crazy. Vermilion Unsen is a bit startled. Damn it, am I drawing too much attention? Russell Raymond quickly speaks up. Let's finish this quickly. Arrows from out of nowhere pierce the monsters, causing them immense pain. Those of his soldiers under their command, all of them in a battle-ready stance. Aslan speaks up. Leave this here to us. We'll clear them out and follow you. Oliver, Joe, and Unsen immediately move out, not forgetting to glance back. Unsen shouts, then I'm counting on you guys. See you later. All three focus their energy and dash straight ahead. A voice shouts as they travel at maximum speed, and Russell Raymond immediately replies, yes. Anxiety and hope appear on Russell Raymond's face at this very moment. Lady Yo, please, you must be safe. The night still covers the vast expanse. Elsewhere, the monsters are still continuously attacking the barrier. Every member of the elf tribe present is pouring all their magical power into reinforcing it. Outside, the monsters retreat and then rush back in with lightning speed. Inside, Elo is helping everyone reinforce the barrier, but anxiety has started to show on her face. Right now, the feeling of unease in her is growing stronger. Everyone's magical power is running on empty. Can we hold out until sunrise? The military must be coming. A cracking sound echoes. Yo reflexively turns around to look. The barrier's integrity is broken by a monster. It has been breached. Hurry! Stop them. Immediately after, the barrier is shattered by the monsters. They lunge directly at their prey right before their eyes. A voice shouts, no. Ilo draws her bow, focusing her strength into the arrow she is about to fire. Irus, spirit of the wind, grant me your power. She fires the arrow. Wood arrow. The three of them, Oliver, Unsen, and Joe, are still moving at top speed. Oliver uses her abilities to lead the way. Found them. As she moves, she looks back to announce, I can feel battle auras on the other side of the mountain. Vermilion Unsen immediately replies, let's hurry. At this moment, Russell Raymond is praying non-stop, his brow furrowed tightly. Please, don't let it be too late. Near Ilo, her arrow flies out, creating a powerful blast that rains down on the monsters. Countless arrows from high above pierce straight down into the monsters below. Gustin. Ilo successfully saves someone from the sharp jaws of a monster. She turns to remind the girl, now's the time. Hurry and hold the barrier. The girl quickly answers, yes, yes. Just as it seems the situation might be saved, screams erupt again as another section of the barrier is shattered by the monsters, and they are rushing to attack the defenseless little spirits. Help me. The barrier here is breached too. Stop them. Having no other choice, she draws her bow to aim and fire again. Irus, spirit of the wind. Suddenly, Russell Raymond's figure appears right before her eyes. Yo blushes with shyness. Why did the face of her benefactor suddenly appear? It wasn't a hallucination. It was actually Joe chanting the spell. Fire. A massive blaze erupts, forming a wall of fire right in front of Yo. The monsters are incinerated by the flames. Elo looks up, her eyes filled with hope. The strained expression from a moment ago is replaced by a relieved smile. Russell Raymond and Unsen descend from above amidst Ilo's shouts. Benefactor Unsen's eyes are incredibly excited. He holds out a fist. Youngest, let me clear the path. With just a swing of his fist, he creates a terrifying burst of power that tears through the air as he lunges forward. Seeing this, Russell Raymond doesn't forget to turn back and express his gratitude. Thanks, big brother. Ahead, Ilo is trying to guide him. Benefactor, over here. He stops in front of her and immediately asks about her condition. Lady Yo, are you all right? Yo stands facing him, expressing her appreciation. I'm fine. I don't know how I can ever repay this debt. Joe turns his head slightly to the side, seemingly avoiding her gaze. As an ally of the Magician's Guild, I am only doing what I should. Furthermore, if you are ready, please dismantle the barrier. We must break through before the monsters catch up. However, Ilo looks at the other spirits who are still severely injured, including children. She hesitates. But if we break through just like that, the children will be left behind. Faced with Ilo's anxiety, Russell Raymond remains incredibly calm. He gently comforts her as she watches everyone move inside the barrier. It's okay. At this point, Oliver has started casting her magic. Russell asks, Lady Oliver, can you do it? She happily replies to his question. Of course. I'm the Count's strategist. After all, that's why I came here. Oliver amplifies her magic and casts it on all the other spirits. I cast a spell on every member of the elf tribe. Everyone can run quickly without getting exhausted. Ilo feels her magic and cannot help but be surprised. My body feels so light. Aslan's team has also arrived to regroup with everyone, just as the number of combatants has been replenished. Ilo rushes toward him. I'm so happy to see you like this. Aslan places a hand on his chest to show his respect. It's truly a relief that you are safe, Lady Yo. Noticing the situation is favorable, Unsen immediately organizes their movement. Lady Oliver and the elf tribe will be in the center, the youngest brother on the left, and Lady Ilo and Lady Oliver on the right. I will take the lead. I'll wipe out all those monsters. Hearing this, Ilo quickly gives the order. Then let's begin. Everyone, bring down the barrier. The members of the elf tribe reply in unison. Yes. The night continues to blanket the entire scene. In another area, Vermilion Unsen and Russell Raymond keep moving while focusing on attacking the monsters along the way. Russell Raymond turned back to encourage those following him. We've reached our destination. Everyone, keep pushing. From above, Unsen looked down at Russell Raymond and gave him instructions. Young man, I know you're tired, but manage your mana carefully. We've reached the canyon, but if we want our forces to unite, we need to break through the demon army's strength. He understood immediately. Understood. He stopped at the cliff's edge. Unsen and Joe both looked in one direction, seemingly surprised by something. In front of them stood a fortress that had appeared out of nowhere, and Nicolo's men were fighting off monsters on the walls. Aim for their eyes and heads. Smash them. Don't let a single one into the fortress. He watched Nicolo's incredible power in awe. So that's Sir Nicolo's true ability. To build a massive wall like this in just one night, he truly is a superhuman warrior. From above, Hubert looked to the side and smiled brightly. Commander, look. Hubert stood on the wall, looking down at the elf tribe and the rescue team not far from the foot of the fortress. Nicolo, standing beside him, couldn't help but marvel. Oh, it's a success. Arn, on the wall, was also overjoyed as she looked down. She exclaimed with relief. At that moment, Nicolo was filled with fighting spirit. He focused his magic into his hands. I must clear a path for our struggling allies. As soon as he finished speaking, he began casting magic with both hands. His technique successfully struck down a group of monsters and opened a straight path to where the rescue team and the elf tribe were standing. Defensin, Unsen, and Joe turned their backs to each other. Unsen reminded them, Sir Nicolo cleared the path. We must pour all our remaining mana into one final strike. Are you ready? Joe didn't hesitate. Of course. Saying that, the two focused and unleashed a rapid-fire attack, Flare Fish Cannon. The combined attack created a firestorm with massive destructive power, raining down from above. Unsen and Russell Raymond charged forward. Unsen pointed out the target ahead, and Joe encouraged them. Everyone, just a little bit more. A large gap appeared in the sturdy fortress wall. The wall was opened, and they began to run through one by one. Everyone rushed inside the fortress, smiles of happiness and relief on their faces. They had all arrived. Oliver, having completed his mission, warily leaned against a large rock, his face looking more at ease. Arn and Ilo hugged each other tightly, both laughing and shedding tears of happiness and love. In another corner, Unsen and Russell Raymond lay on the ground, exhausted after their mission. He smiled in satisfaction. After the long night ended, the sun rose high. The first rays of the day covered the vast fortress. We all survived. Beneath the fortress walls, the corpses of giant monsters lay scattered on the ground, mixed with bloodstains. A week had passed like that, but Russell Raymond was still working hard before the fortress. We are still fighting the monster army's strength as the sun sets. He sighed with fatigue, wiped the sweat from his face, and took care of those hiding as the sun rose that day. After going through intense battles with the monsters, he saw more of the elf tribe reaching the fortress. Even so, the situation had been cleared to some extent, and they were able to save a significant number of separated elves. The joy and happiness of the elves as they reunited with their families were clear on their faces. The elf tribe had gathered about 9,000 people by now, among them quite a few very useful warriors. But then, he suddenly remembered something. Now, we just need the reinforcements to arrive. He quickly jumped up high, ignoring Nicolo's confusion. Sir Russell Raymond. Nicolo jumped up to the wall, following closely behind him. He asked, "What is it? More monsters?" He replied calmly, "No." Beneath the fortress was a cavalry unit with 2 commanders from the 5th and 7th Legions. Andion. The reinforcements had arrived. A new day had come. The sky was clear blue with wisps of white clouds, and the sun was shining brightly. All the key figures and the 2 Legion commanders gathered around a strategy table. Nicolo placed his right hand on his chest to show respect. Both Legion commanders must have had a difficult journey to get here. A voice spoke up, "Protecting the people and the country is our duty." One of the 2 commanders was William Luigi, commander of the 5th Legion, and the other was Dual Cruiser, commander of the 7th Legion. Cruiser crossed his arms politely. "We only came to do what a soldier should do." Nicolo sensed the great responsibility of the commanders and was happy. "Then, let's begin the strategy meeting for this campaign. Representing us will be Sir Joe, who understands the terrain and the monster forces the best, and will take charge of the explanation." When his name was mentioned, Joe raised his hand to greet them and introduced himself. "Greetings, everyone. I am Russell Raymond." When he was introduced and they saw him, both Legion commanders were extremely surprised. So this was the famous young man everyone had been talking about. No wonder he didn't look like an ordinary person. Joe reached out and picked up a representative piece on the strategy table and began to analyze everyone's mission. Commander William, the 5th Legion's mission is defense. He recalled the last time they had to fight the monsters together. The monster army was currently only targeting this area, but no one could be sure when they would invade the Andion territory. On the strategy table, he arranged the pieces and explained, "Therefore, we need to immediately form a solid perimeter. Protect the remaining elves in the canyon, and do not let a single monster escape." Afterward, he looked down and picked up another piece. "Commander Duel, the 7th Legion's mission is to attack." On the strategy table, the pieces were neatly arranged in their specific positions. While the 5th Legion blocks their retreat, we will launch an all-out attack, driving the monster horde toward the Great Forest. He continued to analyze. The Great Forest, the source of these creatures, may hide unpredictable dangers, but this is a mission we must complete to win. Hearing his mission, Duel's fighting spirit surged, and he patted his chest. "An all-out attack? That really gets the blood pumping. Just leave it to me." When the tasks had been divided clearly and specifically, everyone looked down. Nicolo declared, 3 days from now." He stared down intently upon hearing Nicolo's declaration. "For the survival of humanity and the elf tribe, the campaign to retake the Great Forest will begin." Sometime later, Russell Raymond stood on the fortress walls, looking down at the tents that had been set up, and couldn't help but think. The 5th and 7th Legions are Endion's most elite forces, with military might rarely seen across the entire continent. No matter how many monsters there are, we definitely won't fail. He turned his head to look back, then gazed down at the vast emptiness before him. He felt a gloomy atmosphere blanketing everything, causing his anxiety to swell. What is this unsettling, unexplainable feeling? In another corner, looking up, she immediately recognized her benefactor. She gazed at his back and broad, sturdy shoulders. She realized that, due to being so busy, she hadn't noticed when his shoulders had become so wide. She recalled their first meeting and felt how different he was now. His height seemed to have increased a bit, too. Everything felt so different compared to the first time they met. Remembering that made her blush with embarrassment, Arn walked out of the tent, and she immediately noticed something about her young daughter. She looked at her with a gentle, affectionate smile. "I kept wondering where he went and what he was doing. And come to think of it, it really is about time." Isla was a bit startled when a hand rested on her shoulder from behind. Arn had been standing next to her the whole time. She looked in the same direction Ilo had been watching and offered no advice. Instead of just standing here watching from afar, why not go over and try to start a conversation? Her words made Ilo feel a bit bashful. Mother Erin turned to put a hand on Ilo's shoulder, but she only felt confused. No, he must be very worried about the upcoming battle. Ilo remembered that Russell Raymond had a different relationship with the Andy royal family. Her face suddenly fell. Her benefactor already had ties to the Andy royal family, So harboring feelings for someone like that was truly impossible. Arn stroked her cheek with both hands and gave her a gentle squeeze. Ilo, I know exactly what you're thinking, but don't worry. She spoke of the destiny between Ilo and Russell Raymond that she had foreseen. Both of them were bound together by a red thread. You and Russell Raymond are connected by a powerful thread of destiny. Ilo was slightly surprised by her words. She asked back, Mother, have you seen my destiny? Facing Ilo's question, Arn explained it to her. You inherited the blood of the ancient elf tribe, which can see through fate. One day, when you become a mature woman, you will be able to do it too. She held her daughter's bewildered face, looking straight at her as she reminded her, My daughter, remember these words. It won't be long before the moment for you to make a choice arrives. Before Ilo could recover from her surprise, she continued, That person's fate is as cold as a winter wind and as heavy as an entire mountain. If you want to keep holding on to the feelings in your heart, then think of Russell Raymond's image. You will have to share that fate together. Another day was coming to an end. The sun gradually dipped behind the fortified citadel, leaving only a faint golden glow behind. At the foot of the fortress, the soldiers and leaders had fully assembled. Niccolo closed his eyes and sighed softly now, the real beginning. Everyone turned in the same direction when a voice rang out. According to the plan, we'll leave the rear to the 5th Legion while we continue to advance toward the Great Forest. Not far away, a horde of monsters was charging madly. Brain, Unsen, and Hubert were ready, magic prepared in their hands to handle any situation. Led by Niccolo, the entire army rushed to attack the monsters, shouting out to attack. Ilo also drew her bow, firing arrows toward the monsters. Wind arrow. Others also rushed in to attack. Die, you bastards. How do you like the taste of dwarven steel? Alan Pett joined the fray, too. He pulled the spear in his hand back to prepare for a throw. The spear flew out and impaled a monster that was about to attack Niccolo and Amelia while they were focused elsewhere. Everyone worked together to fight and push back the monster horde. Powerful attacks were unleashed continuously. Noticing something wrong, Unsen turned to speak to Hubert. Leave this place to me. Hurry and go support that broken defensive line. Hubert understood immediately. Yes, I understand. In another spot, Russell was surrounded by 4 or 5 monsters. He used his mana to create 2 fireballs in his hands. Immediately after, a massive flame erupted, successfully incinerating the monsters surrounding him. Inferno, Aslan, Kibo, and the other soldiers were also busy with the monsters. Time passed, and 15 days later, they reached the entrance of the Great Forest. After relentless effort and combat, they finally arrived. The participating soldiers cheered with joy, mission accomplished. We've reached the entrance to the Great Forest. Amidst the leaders, Niccolo stood with his arms crossed. Finally, I've cornered them. He looked up, puzzled. Does the priest feel the same way? Is it confusing? Before us now is the entrance to the Great Forest, which is also considered the source of the Monster Legion. I thought a massive number of monsters would be gathered here, but contrary to their expectations, aside from the frigid air, there wasn't a single shadow of a monster to be seen. Not only were there no monsters, but they couldn't even sense the presence of any living creature. The forest was filled with thick, layered canopies of green trees. The deeper they looked, the colder and gloomier it felt. Furthermore, what is this gloomy, magical fog covering the forest? Ilo stood beside Aaron, looking worried. Mother, I can't hear the voices of the spirits anymore. She was also a bit uneasy. Is that so? What on earth has happened here? Niccolo turned to the mother and daughter, Aaron and Ilo, to encourage them. Let's wait for the scout team from the Fit tribe to return. They set out yesterday. They should be back soon. They are also carrying the image projection device we developed, so we'll be able to grasp the situation in more detail. Kebo suddenly pointed at large wings in the sky. There, our warriors are returning. Images from inside the forest began to appear. Everyone sat. Before the large screen replaying the footage that the recording device had captured, Niccolo spoke up. It's the same here. Sure enough, there's not a trace of monsters anywhere. Russell looked at the large screen, questioning, or is it possible that you have a panoramic view of the Great Forest? Niccolo was also puzzled by his question. Why do you ask that? Russell pointed at the screen, stating the difference he had seen. The deeper they went inside, the thicker the black fog became. Amelia wondered. The fog is getting thicker? The operator of the Fei tribe's projector added, That's right, I was just about to mention that issue. Saying that, he adjusted the image to another noteworthy point that left everyone completely stunned. Look at this. This is an image taken from the maximum possible altitude. The screen projected an area completely encased by something massive and dark. Everyone gasped in shock. Huh, what is that? What is that darkness? Arn asked sadly. How could the beautiful great tree forest end up like this? Ilo, standing nearby, seemed to feel immense pity for that beautiful forest. She had finally explained the unease she felt earlier. So, the feeling of unease I sensed was because of that thing. It seems that thing is the cause of this incident. The dark mist lies deep within the forest. Perhaps that is the source of the monster legion. The brain within that mist is likely the leader of the monsters. Above it, countless blood-red eyes are slowly opening. As those eyes opened, the threat posed by the monster became even more terrifying. Niccolo looked at the forest through the screen and exclaimed, with a scale like that, it could truly hold hundreds of thousands of monsters. Arn, do you happen to know anything about this? Arn looked thoughtful. Perhaps it is related to the legend of the creation of the Great Tree Forest. Russell Raymond thought about it, imagining the legendary imagery in his head. If it is the legend of the creation of the Great Tree Forest, that is a story from the time when the world of the gods was nearing its end. The legend says the Great Tree Forest was born through the protection of the Mother Goddess of Life. Niccolo stood up and asked everyone, then, was the Great Tree Forest created by the Mother Goddess to seal the monster legion? I also stood up, but there were still a few points that troubled me. He asked why that would be the case. He began to explain to everyone. When the Mother Goddess created the Great Tree Forest, many gods still existed. Dealing with a monster legion wouldn't have been that difficult. Vermilion Unsen stood by, worried, which made him hesitate. Seeing the priest's words and expression, Joe looked equally worried. There is a high possibility that what the Mother Goddess wanted to hide wasn't the monster legion. Emilia, hugging her teddy bear, offered a quick solution. Then we must investigate immediately. Her face turned serious. Commander, you need to form an investigation team right away. The scene shifted to the Green Forest, where someone gave orders to conduct a swift investigation and return before dark. Everyone acknowledged the order. There were 10 members in the special investigation team. Vermilion Unsen exclaimed, a forest where you can't feel any life force? Hubert felt the same way. Although the life functions haven't stopped completely, it is a very strange occurrence. As they moved through the forest, Niccolo signaled, we've gone quite deep, let's take a short break. While Ilo was resting by a tree, he approached. He asked, Aaron, are you all right? She replied, yes, thank you. Seeing Aaron surrounded by a green glow, Joe asked curiously, but what is Aaron doing? Ilo explained to Joe, right now the Mother Goddess is communicating with the forest. Specifically, she is trying to speak with the forest spirits. Joe asked, you mean the spirits of the forest? She continued, surely you know that besides the 4 main elements, there are many other types of spirits. Russell Raymond also knew about spirits. That's right, for example, spirits of lightning, ice, light, and darkness. Then Ilo closed her eyes and channeled her power. The spirits of the forest are among them as well. However, they are a bit different from ordinary spirits. Let me show you. After that, a golden dot appeared, surrounded by green light. Everyone was surprised by what they were seeing. Hubert spoke up. Isn't this something we've only heard about in stories? Alan Pett adjusted his glasses, unable to believe it. Oh my God, seeing the forest spirits with my own eyes like this? I can't believe it. The spirit appeared with a glow around it. Everyone thought the spirit was truly adorable. I didn't know how to describe it. Could you call it a humanoid figure made of earth and leaves? Hubos thought, so cute. Suddenly, it spoke with sparkling eyes. Benefactor, what do you think? I asked curiously. Is that you? Elo? Alan Pett spoke up. That's Ilo's voice. I watched everyone playing with the spirit, feeling bewildered. Do the spirit and her own consciousness coexist in one body? But I couldn't feel the spirit's own will. Ilo carefully deciphered the curiosity in Russell's head. The spirits of the forest are much smaller than other spirits. This friend is also created from the combination of countless smaller spirits. Because their will is weak, they must gather together to use their power. I seem to understand everything. The method is different, but it's like projecting one's will to control them. The overall structure is quite similar to a golem. When the spirit dissipated, Ilo spoke. She closed her eyes and supported her forehead with one hand. The condition of the forest is not good either. It's not easy for me to summon the small spirits alone. Ilo turned and asked, Mother Goddess, did you discover anything? She was sweating from worry. I've tried many times, but the spirits are terrified. Arn looked up at the surroundings. It surely has to do with the darkness in the center of the forest. I also clenched my fist helplessly. What on earth is behind that darkness? Oliver shouted, get back. Following that warning, everyone hurried away. Russell Raymond sensed everything as they moved. The black mist is growing thicker. Moreover, this mist is gnawing at our spirits. I remembered the bloody battle. It was fortunate that I didn't come here with the 7th Legion. If I had, we probably would have collapsed before we could even act. Oliver stopped. We're here. There was a strange purple glow. Suddenly, a black mass fell to the ground. Emilia voiced her assessment. Could this be a demon-sealing stone? Niccolo was bewildered. How could this thing be here? Then he shouted to begin the investigation immediately. We must return before dark, so hurry. Then, that purple light acted like a bubble, sweeping across the forest. Everyone was terrified. What is this? What is this powerful vibration? Where is it coming from? Niccolo put his hand on the ground to sense it. It seems to be from within the darkness. Then, as if sensing something, Niccolo frowned in fear and warned, "Everyone, get away." Next, a massive explosion occurred. Where did a giant hand appear from? A multi-headed monster born from the explosion appeared. I saw that the scene before me was too bizarre. "This is absurd," Oliver muttered. A mountain had just risen up. I couldn't believe my eyes either. Only Niccolo realized what it was. That's not a mountain. It's a living creature. He told everyone what that grotesque thing was. That is Hackett Ratmosancheres. I never expected to see the remnants of the Titanomaxia here. Emilia hugged her bear, curious. Isn't the Titanomaxia part of history from the Forgotten Era? The past flooded into Niccolo's mind. That's right, the Hackett Ratmosancheres, a race that once craved to seize dominion over the era. I heard that the dragon species borrowed the power of some entity to destroy them. Arm protected Ilo in her arms, she seemed to realize it. So, what Geyer was trying to hide, she finally spoke up. That's right, the great tree was meant to be a prison for him. Who would have guessed something like that was sealed right beneath our feet? Niccolo stared into the distance. Not only is it cruel, but it's a beast that devours all living things. If that thing gets out, the catastrophe will be unimaginable. A massive surge of light tore through the forest. Everyone scrambled to raise their own defensive barriers. That power, it was immense. Just its roar alone created such a terrifying force. Ilo said to Arian, "Mother, I can feel an intense rage through that voice." She added, "It's not just rage. It's filled with a murderous intent toward all living things." Vu shouted loudly, "We have to stop it. That massive monster is right in front of us. We have to stop it right here." Vu was determined to succeed at all costs. Hypnos watched from a distant cliff, unable to help but exclaim, "Truly extraordinary." The sight of the monster took him by surprise. As expected, he makes my imagination seem mediocre. It's not a titan, but a Hecatoncheires, isn't it? Hypnos laughed in a twisted, joyful way. "Oh my god, it's truly the return of the gods. How exquisite, how beautiful." Karen stepped out from a blue rift. He said, "This is the apocalypse I've always dreamed of. Absolutely breathtaking." Hypnos wasn't expecting him to be there. "Karen, why are you here?" Karen floated in the air, surrounded by a strange, dark power. "It's been a while, and that's the reaction I get. It's heartbreaking. I even brought you a gift." Hypnos stared at the box, stuttering with excitement. "Is this?" Karen, standing beside him, replied with a hint of pride in his voice. "That's right. This is a demon sealing lock. It's on a completely different level than the one used at Tartarus. Thank him. And of course, don't forget to thank me." The lock lay silently in the box, its surface carved with bizarre patterns, glowing with a mystical purple light. After saying that, he put his hands behind his head, turned around, and walked away, speaking casually. "But do you even know what that thing is, that you dare to break the seal?" The man on the other side kept his eyes locked on the object on the ground and immediately replied, "Of course I know. It's a Hecatoncheires from the Age of the Titans." Karen continued, his voice dripping with mockery. "As expected, you only know the surface, not the depth of it. His name is Briareos, a commander of the Hecatoncheires. He was the one who pushed the gods to the brink of extinction." At the same time, Russell Raymond's group stared in shock at the scene before them, speechless. Hypnos' voice continued, filled with sadistic delight. "The disciples of that woman who deserves to be burned at the stake, how pathetic." The two of them continued walking. He carried the wooden chest containing the seal on his back, saying, "I should let her know that her disciples have been killed, shouldn't I?" Karen let out a soft, dark laugh that sounded like wind sweeping through an abyss. "I'm looking forward to it," he continued, his voice dropping to a low, heavy tone. "However, remember that failure does not mean death." At that moment, a terrifying surge of power erupted, shaking the entire space. Under that crushing pressure, shards of the seal shattered and flew everywhere. A voice rang out with excitement amidst the tremors. "The seal is broken." The monster's massive, crimson-red foot slowly stepped forward, each heavy footfall echoing through the ground. The person continued, "Everyone, do not be afraid." He followed up, his voice ringing with determination. "He is weakened after being sealed for so long. No matter what happens, we must stop him here." Immediately after, Emilia unleashed her spirit power, light erupting around her like a brilliant cyclone. With sharp eyes, Emilia stared straight at the enemy and shouted clearly, come forth and face me." The cyclone of spirit power instantly surged forward, grabbing onto Briareos' shoulders. Her voice echoed through the glowing space, "Oh, great current hiding beneath heaven and earth." At this point, Joe was startled when he heard someone call his name. "Mr. Russell Raymond, can you hear me?" He whispered back, his gaze flickering slightly. The music, Mr. Nicolo. Meanwhile, Briareos roared in anger, struggling to break free from the spirit energy binding him. His muscles bulged and tensed, and light from the seal flickered around his colossal body. Just then, Emilia's expression turned to shock and alarm, as if she had just felt something horrific rising from deep within the spirit energy. Briareos clenched his fists, tensed his entire body, and instantly broke free from the restraints. Oliver rushed to Emilia's side, his voice urgent. "Master of the White Tower, are you okay?" She weakly steadied herself and replied, "I'm fine." In her heart, she thought, "Because it's a legendary entity, I thought this would work." Suddenly, Nicolo dashed forward, sliding rapidly beneath Briareos' feet, a trail of brilliant yellow spirit energy trailing from his movement. He apologized for keeping everyone waiting. The ground beneath Briareos suddenly sank as if responding to Nicolo's resonant command. "Oh, Mother Earth, turn into a sandy swamp and collapse." Immediately after, he shouted, his voice urgent, "Everyone, now is the time." Instantly, the whole group simultaneously unleashed their abilities to attack the giant in front of them. Briareos roared in pain, his massive body struggling in the mud that was slowly swallowing him. He tried to fight back, his muscles bunching up violently to escape the pulling force pinning his feet down. On the other side, Ilo and Oliver sat quietly in a corner, spirit energy glowing brightly around them. Tentacles of green vines slowly unfurled from the ground, swaying with the flow of power. She spoke in a commanding voice, "Rise." Soon, the greenery and rocks intertwined and twisted together, forming a massive, towering construct. Under the command of the shaking earth, layers of bark and rubble fused to form the shape of a massive forest monster. "Oh, great spirit of the forest." It extended its massive arms and grabbed Briareos by the head. Briareos quickly reacted, grabbing the hand, pinning his head down and blocking it against his chest. Seeing this, Yichi and Emilia rushed toward the monster. He shouted excitedly, "Good, now this is worth a try." Seeing the situation, the young girl was extremely worried and whispered, "No." At that moment, Briareos' two massive hands squeezed the enemy's arm. Emilia stared, her voice tense. "At this rate, we won't be able to defeat him." In the blink of an eye, the arm of the forest monster was ripped apart. Briareos roared in fury, "Stop bothering me, you lowly wretches." Briareos screamed violently. His roar echoed like thunder, making the ground shake. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging, filled with killing intent. A piercing shriek rang out as if it would tear their eardrums apart. Everyone trembled, clutching their ears and screaming in pain and panic. Vermilion Unsen turned around in shock, his eyes wide with terror, fixed on the beast. He stuttered. He can still speak? Before long, the monster in front of Briareos instantly crumbled into dust. He roared with contempt, "Despicable insects." Brios' eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Nicolo, bellowing, "If you're that desperate to be devoured by me, then so be it." Down below, he sat still, his face etched with worry, lips pressed tight, coughing slightly. Elder Briareos growled, his eyes burning with orange resentment, "I will tear you limb from limb and savor every second of it." Suddenly, a look of amusement flashed across Nicolo's face, his lips curling into a knowing smile. He spoke slowly, his tone provocative. "Hey, looks like you've forgotten something, haven't you?" Behind Briareos, Vassal was concentrating intensely, spiritual energy swirling from his hands like a violent cyclone ready to be unleashed. Nicolo's voice echoed in Russell Raymond's mind. "We'll buy some time, so get your magic ready to take him down." Briareos seemed to sense the danger, blurting out in shocked, skeptical disbelief, his black hair wild. At the same time, waves of spiritual energy coiled incessantly, swirling fiercely in his hands, gradually forming a weather-based attack. The cloud ring tightened, then unleashed a lightning storm. The compressed spiritual energy shot out like mad lightning, tearing through the air and heading straight for the target. Brios couldn't react in time and took the full hit. Nicolo couldn't hide his admiration, thinking to himself, "At only 20 years old, just entering the 6th circle of magic, to have reached this level." Emilia smiled, her eyes lighting up with excitement. A thought crossed her mind. As expected, the master of the Flame Tower holds him in high regard. He stood silently, watching the monster before him fade into the cloud of dust, tiredly realizing the spell consumed far more mana than he had anticipated. Russell Raymond gritted his teeth, struggling to stand firm, sweat streaming down his pale face, thinking to himself. Furthermore, the magical power is so strong that it causes massive collateral damage and lowers the accuracy. The scene before him left him completely stunned. Thoughts continued to race through Russell Raymond's mind, but having taken a direct hit, he knew things couldn't be normal. Yet, Briareos still hadn't fallen. He stood tall amidst the smoke, his eyes red as blood, burning with rage. Hubert exclaimed in surprise, "He's still standing after taking that hit?" Unsen added, "His endurance is beyond imagination." Niccolo was anxious, his face full of tension and deep thought. But that was the only attack in the last few volleys that actually worked. If I can buy some time for Master Russell Raymond, though I don't expect we can take him down with just one hit. At this moment, he was absolutely terrified, eyes wide, paralyzed and speechless, with only one thought echoing in his heart. Is he really still that strong? Brios stared at Russell Raymond, his eyes brimming with curiosity, growling, magic containing the power of dragons and black hair. What is your relationship to Kim Hun Song? The question left him stunned, his heart racing. He wondered to himself, what is this Kim Hun Song? Some kind of relic? Seeing no answer, the brute clenched his fist, voice filled with anger. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It only brings back annoying memories. Briareos threw his fist out immediately, roaring, just die. Vermilion Unsin panicked, rushing over and shouting desperately, Master, get out of the way. A fierce sense of dread rose in his heart. That thing was dangerous. He was stunned, astonished beyond words. Immediately after, everyone charged forward, once again diving into the battle with the giant before them. Russell Raymond's ears were ringing, every sound swallowed up. He only saw Alan Pett's mouth moving but couldn't hear a thing, his heart confused. Alan Pett, what is he saying? My ears are gone. Suddenly, mouthfuls of copper-tasting blood erupted from Russell Raymond's mouth. He coughed, quickly raising his hand to cover his mouth, trying to stop the flow. Russell Raymond stared at the blood staining his palm. His face was pale, his lips trembling, whispering fearfully, I've sustained severe internal injuries. If I had taken a direct hit, I would have been reduced to ashes. Suddenly, Vermilion Unsin's weak voice echoed behind him. Master, are you okay? He spun around in a start, seeing Vermilion Unsin leaning against the wall, his complexion pale, his breathing ragged. He called out anxiously, Brother Vermilion Unsin. He coughed weakly, his voice hoarse. I'm okay. That monster is truly terrifying. That was a close call. From the distance, Yihai hurried over, her face panicked, her voice full of worry. Are you all okay? He immediately turned back, calling out urgently, Master Yihai, please, help. Brother Unsin is badly hurt. She rushed to Unsin's side, kneeling to check his injuries. A moment later, Yihai frowned, speaking heavily. The situation is grave. His ribs and chest seem to be completely shattered. Training strength during this time will be impossible. There will be a clear decline in power. At the same time, Niccolo messaged him, Master Russell, are you okay? He immediately replied, his voice calm but still weary. Master Niccolo, I am okay, thank you. On the other side, he was still bracing himself against the onslaught of powerful attacks from Briareos. Niccolo's voice continued through the link. Thank goodness. Can you perform that spell one more time? If you aim for the wound you already caused, I might be able to land a fatal blow. He fell silent, lost in thought, a heavy sense of worry rising within him. But only if I hit it accurately. With my current level, I can't control the lightning storm. At this moment, spiritual energy surged around him, shaking the very space. He clenched his fist, raising his hand, his eyes burning with intense determination. Why not try another way? Perhaps we can take him down. Niccolo frowned, his voice doubtful. Another way? He hesitated for a moment, then replied, Yes. His eyes filled with resolve, he continued clearly, I just need more time. Hearing this, he immediately messaged the others. From now on, buy time to protect Master Russell Raymond. Do not let that man touch even a finger on Master Russell. Everyone agreed without hesitation, answering in unison, yes. Everyone immediately poured their efforts into attacking Brios. Buying time, he hovered in the air, his sharp eyes following every move the brute made, calculating quickly. Here, the Unsin brothers will be safe as they are out of range. After that, he closed his eyes to channel spiritual energy, thinking to himself, First, I must replenish my depleted mana. At that very moment, the spiritual energy around him fluctuated violently, transforming part of his body into a demi-human form. Thoughts raced through Russell Raymond's mind. He envisioned the finishing blow in one single stroke, Spear of the Gods, piercing through everything. Grandmas. Seeing the transformation before him, Briareos panicked, shouting in astonishment, So you are the descendant of Kim Hun Seong and that damn witch. A moment later, he roared in fury, charging straight at him, his momentum boiling as if to swallow his opponent whole. Briareos lunged like a furious cyclone, screaming, I will tear you apart and kill you. Suddenly, Emilia's voice rang out, firm and cold. No, you aren't going anywhere. Blue tendrils of spirit power surged from her, wrapping tightly around his legs. Following Emilia's shout, Hubert and Oliver seized the moment and rushed toward Briareos. This was it, the perfect chance to strike. Prometheus's spark. She didn't hesitate, swiftly unleashing a blast of atmospheric pressure. Niccolo also quickly launched his spirit power toward the giant monster. A firm voice commanded, "We must protect Master Russell Raymond. Give it everything you've got to bind him." A barrage of attacks rained down like a storm. Briareos was caught off guard, roaring in pain as he struggled frantically. Alan Pett wasn't about to be outdone. His eyes burned with resolve as he shouted to unleash his ice-binding technique. Over on this side, Ilo knelt on the ground, pouring out every ounce of her strength. Threads of spirit power swirled wildly, illuminating a corner of the sky with brilliant light. She pleaded desperately, "O spirits of the green, lend me your power." Instantly, massive roots burst from the earth, lashing out to coil tightly around Briareos. But by now, Niccolo's music seemed to have reached its limit. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a deep sense of dread welled up within him. He continued to cast high-level magic, leaving everyone exhausted. The deadline was still far off. The giant monster screeched in agony, his eyes burning with fury. "You wretched bugs!" Briareos bellowed in rage, swinging his fists repeatedly at them like a frenzied beast. "Get lost!" he roared, unleashing his power. Streams of spirit power surged from his fists, swirling violently like a tornado. A moment later, a massive blast of power shot straight toward Russell Raymond as a finishing move. Briareos laughed triumphantly, "It's over." At that same moment, Russell Raymond remained with his eyes closed, focusing on gathering his power, completely unaware of the peril closing in right before him. Niccolo screamed in a panic. "No, it's collapsing." Alan Pett collapsed to the ground, his body drained. He tried to lift his head, crying out in helplessness, "Master Russell Raymond." By now, Isla was trembling with fear, tears streaming down her face. In her panic, she shrieked in desperation, "My savior!" Images of the past flickered incessantly in her mind. She made a silent vow. "He has always protected me. This time, it's my turn to protect him. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I must block that attack." Elo shakily reached her hand out toward Russell Raymond, her eyes filled with despair. In her heart, she could only pray, clinging to that final glimmer of hope. "Someone, please, give me the strength." Suddenly, everything in front of Ilo seemed to stop, sinking into a deathly silence. She stood frozen, murmuring in astonishment. Has time stopped? Suddenly, a ring of spirit light emerged from the ground. From within the brilliant halo, a woman slowly stepped out. She carried a graceful air, her gaze both gentle and imposing. She spoke softly. "You have possessed that power for a long time. You simply haven't accepted it yet." The woman smiled and leaned down gently, her deep eyes seeming to peer into the very depths of her soul. "You know what kind of power you possess." Her voice continued to echo, soft yet profound. "To fully transform the dragon's power into your own, you must accept the fate that comes with it. If you embrace a life as both an elf and a half-dragon, you will never be able to live as you did before." Elo's gaze remained fixed on the ground, her shoulders trembling slightly, fear evident in every breath. She whispered as if to herself, "Fate." A moment later, Ilo clenched her fists, her lips pressed tight with determination. She gritted her teeth and looked up, her eyes gleaming with resolve. "If I can save my savior, I will accept this power." As Ilo finished her sentence, a blinding surge of spirit power flared, enveloping the woman. The woman whispered gently, "I knew you would make this choice." The moment the light faded, time seemed to reconnect, and everything resumed its motion. Hubert looked toward Russell Raymond in a panic, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Master." But at that moment, Russell Raymond was still deep in the process of transformation, showing absolutely no reaction. Suddenly, an object streaked forward, shielding Russell Raymond and colliding violently with Briareos' attack. A thunderous explosion rang out, and thick smoke billowed up, completely obscuring their vision. Briareos' bloodshot eyes widened in pure shock. The sight before him left Briareos speechless. A massive dragon now appeared out of the smoke, standing majestically before Russell Raymond, its glowing eyes staring straight at him. Niccolo stammered in astonishment. A dragon. Emilia was also frozen in disbelief. Her trembling voice continued. "Something that hasn't been seen for 700 years. I can't believe we're seeing one here." Arn was panicked, her face etched with worry as she whispered, "Why?" Briareos' red eyes burned with rage. He gritted his teeth and growled, "A cursed little lizard like this." Immediately after, Briareos raised his fist and lunged toward the dragon, roaring furiously, "Don't you dare stand in my way." Just then, a blinding light emerged from the dragon's maw, condensing as if preparing to unleash a terrifying force. It looked directly at the giant before it, its voice deep and echoing. "Even after thousands of years, your savage nature has not changed." Then, the dragon opened its mouth to unleash its technique, Dragon's Breath. A colossal pillar of light erupted, striking Briareos head-on. He raised his hands to defend himself, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've grown weak, too." Briareos lunged forward, his voice filled with threats. "First, I'll tear off your wings." He closed in on his enemy, his killing intent surging as he growled in anger. "And then I'll eat your heart alive." Suddenly, the dragon vanished right before Briario's eyes, leaving him stunned. "What?" From within the fading light, Alo's figure fell, her hair flowing in the wind, her voice soft as a whisper. "It seems this is the end of the line for me, but that doesn't matter." Her eyes were filled with joy as she said triumphantly, "Because I have fulfilled my role." Then, Russell Raymond's voice resonated, "O power of the gods that pierces through time, come into my hands right now, grandmas." Alan looked up at the sky, gasping in surprise. "Whoa, such intense heat," Hubert also muttered, "in the middle of a tropical forest, yet it feels like a desert." Emilia said in a daze, "It's certainly enough to buy us some time." Nicolo's eyes went wide as he said, "I can't believe it, that's 6th-level sorcery." At that moment, Russell Raymond seemed to have completed his transformation, and a swirling crimson spirit energy enveloped him, radiating overwhelming power. He continued, "If that power weren't bound in the form of a spear, this tropical forest would have been wiped off the face of the earth." Briarios retreated in a panic, his bloodshot eyes wavering violently. He muttered, "What? Am I afraid?" Just a split second later, Briarios seemed to lose his mind, his eyes burning with fury and madness. He roared in rage, "No way! I am Briarios, commander of the army of giants." At that exact moment, he decisively launched the fiery red holy spear toward the enemy in front of him. A beam of light tore through the space, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Briarios immediately leaned to the side to dodge. His massive frame moved with astonishing speed, and the beam of light grazed past him. Briarios laughed in triumph, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of victory as if the outcome was already sealed, his voice full of arrogance. It was over, but at that very moment, he had closed the distance right in front of him. Briarios shouted in a panic, "Huh, since when?" Immediately after, Russell decisively unleashed Eris's phantom sewing technique. A massive beam of light instantly surged toward Briarios. It struck him squarely in the chest, piercing through skin as thick as steel, causing his giant body to freeze in midair. Suddenly, a voice of shock echoed in his head, trembling as if having realized something far beyond expectation. The giant god-slaying Gramet La Mancha. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared in the middle of Briarios' chest. He let out a piercing scream of agony. Briarios' eyes constricted, his pupils trembling as if about to shatter. He let out a gasp. Black blood gushed from his mouth, and he choked out, 1,000 years of being sealed the pain. Then, Briarios' massive body collapsed to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Dust billowed, obscuring everything from sight. At this moment, Russell couldn't hold on any longer. His whole body hunched over as blood poured from his mouth, thinking to himself, "The backlash is truly terrifying. This magic was indeed too much for me." Russell Raymond lost all his strength, and his body fell freely through the air. Although he had fallen into a coma, a satisfied smile still faintly touched Russell Raymond's lips. In his subconscious, his voice echoed, "But even so, I managed to protect everyone." Just then, a notification appeared on the system. "Quest complete. Your reward is..." The scene shifts to him lying quietly in bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages, his pale face sunk in a deep sleep. Suddenly, Russell's eyes twitched, his eyelashes trembling as if fighting against the weight of a deep slumber. A moment later, his eyelids opened. Russell sat up slightly. Every small movement sent sharp pains through his whole body. He whispered, his voice raspy, "This pain." Just then, Ilo walked in with a basin of water in her hands and exclaimed joyfully, "Benefactor, you're awake." She walked slowly to the bedside, her eyes shining with tenderness and concern. Russell Raymond leaned against the headboard, anxiously asking if everyone else was okay. Ilo quickly replied, "Yes. Master Unsen will need more time to recover, but the others have mostly recovered completely." The painful memories of the battle suddenly flooded back into his mind. Russell smiled with relief, happily saying, "Is that so? How fortunate." Suddenly, she took off her hood and interrupted, "Can you take a look at this for me?" Ilo bashfully brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, glancing over before quickly looking away. Her cheeks blushing like ripe peaches, she said shyly, "That day, I accepted the dragon's power, and I realized that we are bound together by fate." He was momentarily stunned, a vague thought echoing in his heart. "Come to think of it, was the dragon that protected me back then you, Ilo?" Ilo smiled gently and continued, "Does our benefactor know what that fate is?" Russell sighed softly, his shoulders slumping slightly, and he replied hesitantly, "I'm not sure of the details, but if I were to guess," his voice turned contemplative. "In ancient times, the descendants of the dragons once served the dragon emperor. Perhaps the bond between you and me is similar to that." Then, Russell glanced at the person sitting beside him, his eyes full of concern, and he asked worriedly, "But are you really okay? After all, you've been bound to me. I don't know how the dragon's power will affect you." She smiled happily, a smile as gentle and warm as the early spring sun, and said comfortingly, "It's not like that at all. I am still myself. I am still Ilo. This was all my own choice." At the same time, Ilo's hands squeezed the fabric of her dress, her heart stirring as she thought to herself. And even more than that, Ilo looked at Russell's worried face, her gaze softening, and silent thoughts rose within her. Perhaps I have always awaited this fate. Whether the benefactor has a partner or not, the one who stays by his side the longest will surely still be me. Ilo nervously smoothed her hair, her eyes looking flustered as if thinking about something very difficult to say. She stammered, "Then what should I call you, benefactor? Calling you Dragon Emperor seems too heavy." He replied calmly, "Just call me whatever makes you feel most comfortable." Ilo lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She said shyly, "Then master." He was so shocked he nearly spat out his water, his face frozen as if he hadn't processed that form of address yet. Russell laughed awkwardly. "Why not just call me Russell?" Ilo bowed her head and whispered, repeating the name over and over. "Russell, Russell, Russell." Just then, she thought to herself, "It sounds much more intimate." A small smile appeared on her lips, and her eyes sparkled. Ilo happily raised her head and replied softly, "All right then, I will call you Russell Raymond." A while later, Niccolo came to visit him. He sat by the hospital bed, his gaze somber and his voice echoing with sincerity. "I am truly grateful to you. If not for you, many would have surely sacrificed their lives." Russell Raymond quietly observed the man before him, thinking to himself, "I heard he is still recovering after exhausting his mana. Is he still carrying the burden of a commander-in-chief?" He smiled faintly and answered gently, "If it were just me, I certainly couldn't have won. And what's more," Russell continued, his voice warm with sincere gratitude, "didn't you save me as well, Niccolo? If you are still troubled by it, just consider it as you having repaid the debt back then." Niccolo sighed softly, as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. He bowed his head and spoke slowly, "Is that so? Hearing you say that I am truly touched." After a moment of silence, Niccolo asked softly, "Have you met and greeted everyone yet?" In Russell's mind, familiar faces suddenly appeared, each one who had stopped by, bringing smiles and sincere inquiries. He chuckled and nodded. "Yes, fortunately, everyone has come to visit me." Hearing that, he smiled and said, "Then this place must have been quite lively. Get some more rest now." After Niccolo left the room, Russell exhaled a long breath and collapsed back onto the bed, his limbs sprawling wearily as he muttered, "So tiring." Suddenly, Russell Raymond sat up, his eyes flashing with determination. "All right, it's time to get back to work." He pulled out the mask and quietly examined it in his hand, thinking to himself, "The third golden mask received after defeating Briario's helps maintain clarity of mind." A stream of thoughts continued to appear in Russell Raymond's mind and enhances resistance against mental magic. It is especially useful when confronting dark mages who use curses and illusions. He continued to think to himself, as well as combining it with the first mask to assist with calculations in battle. The second mask specializes in defense. As the thought crossed Russell Raymond's mind, all three masks instantly merged, unleashing a blinding flash of light. He winced, instinctively raising his hand to cover his eyes. He couldn't wear all three at once, so he had to link them together. Just then, the system notified him that the three masks had converged into one point, restoring them to their true form. "You have completed Solomon's crown. All the power from the golden masks is now unified." As the crown regained its true shape, its original power was enhanced. Russell Raymond's eyes went wide with astonishment, his jaw dropping as he thought of the ancient times. In the mythical era, the Mage King Solomon founded the Magic Empire. This is his relic? It's truly extraordinary. His gaze was fixed on the crown before him, silently assessing it. "But why is it so small?" Russell asked, feeling skeptical. "Is this some kind of summoning artifact?" The crown fluttered around Russell as if it had a mind of its own, making him burst into uncontrollable laughter. "The king is actually quite cute. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the crown erupted with immense spiritual energy right above Russell's head, the brilliant light spreading throughout the space. He grimaced, clutching his head with one hand in discomfort, feeling as if something were pressing directly into his mind. Russell Raymond stood frozen, thinking to himself, "What is this feeling? It's as if I've been split into two, yet both versions exist at once." He immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate. He slowly channeled the spiritual energy, feeling the power surging within his body. A thought echoed in his mind. Could it be? Just then he realized his soul was within the crown, and he thought with delight, what a marvelous sight. A faint, cryptic smile curled the corners of his lips. A stream of thoughts flashed through his mind. Just as I suspected, there is an entity assisting with the calculations. Russell Raymond continued to ponder. A portion of my consciousness currently resides within the crown, and it is helping to calculate the equations for the magic circle. He looked on in surprise as his reflection on the ground seemed blurry and moving out of sync with his body. Could this be what they call splitting consciousness? He wondered. He snapped out of the vision as his consciousness slowly returned to reality. Russell Raymond frowned, rubbing his forehead in annoyance as if he had just suffered a prolonged headache. Suddenly, a notification appeared. External consciousness has been purged. The crown's functionality has been reduced accordingly. He froze in shock. Internal consciousness? He stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems it doesn't just store consciousness. It's more like a backup. If the mind is corrupted by a curse, the backed-up consciousness will overwrite the damaged part, restoring the original state. He stared at the crown resting in his hand, his eyes glinting with contemplation and intrigue. Even if the practical application needs more research, I at least have a satisfactory artifact in my hands. After days of recuperation, Russell Raymond returned to his training, his momentum undiminished. Spiraling currents of spiritual energy gathered around him, instantly forming a barrage of flaming arrows that shot forward. Following Russell's shout, the arrows struck their target simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying and smoke billowing a true rain of fire. Seeing this, Hubert's eyes went wide with surprise. Recovered in just 10 days? This is already astonishing enough. Alan Pett stood by, adjusting his glasses, his voice calm but betraying his shock. Not only has his magic application improved, but his spell casting speed is faster than before. Vermilion Unsen grinned until his eyes became mere slits. As expected of my junior, it's all thanks to his hard work. He then slowly walked over to him and continued, "You seem to have recovered. How about a sparring match? To help with your physical recovery." "I won't use magic," Russell replied, feeling a bit flustered. "I don't mind, but are you sure that's okay?" Vermilion immediately landed a powerful punch on the boulder in front of him, shattering it like paper. He then said casually, "Well, my bones might creak a little, but I think a few hits on you will get them back into place." Russell stood frozen, his mouth twitching as he thought, using physical sparring to recover? But he's a mage. Suddenly, a warning bell rang. Both of them were startled and turned toward the watchtower, their expressions becoming vigilant. Vermilion Unsen said grimly, "It seems something has happened." Russell continued, "Most of the remaining magic beasts have already been wiped out, so what could it be?" Both of them channeled their spiritual energy, their bodies lifting slightly off the ground. They hovered into the air, and the scene before them made Russell gasp in shock. Outside the city walls, a group of soldiers was galloping on horseback, dust swirling behind them. The person in the lead held a bright red flag fluttering in the wind. Russell cried out in alarm. "A red flag is an emergency signal, and they're using knights as messengers?" Vermilion Unsen spoke, his voice full of worry. Could the Empire have invaded already? Immediately after, Niccolo urgently gathered everyone together. His face was tense, his eyes revealing deep anxiety. His voice was firm but carried a heavy burden. "Is everyone here? A national emergency has just occurred." Niccolo continued in a grave tone, emphasizing every word. "Grand Duke Bism, he has finally revealed the ambition he's been hiding all this time." Vermilion Unsen asked, looking bewildered, "You mean he has invaded Mediman?" Niccolo nodded. "That's right," he continued. "The 5 magic towers, including Antegon and Kago, along with the 13th and 21st Legions, have joined forces and are currently attacking the royal capital." Russell Raymond froze, his eyes bulging as a massive shock surged through him. "Antegon, the head of the Red Tower, the man who insulted my family and my father. So, he really was in league with the Grand Duke." If Master hadn't intervened back then, Russell panicked and couldn't help but ask, "But aren't Master and the Tower Master of the Blue Tower still at the royal capital? They are both still there, so how could this happen?" Niccolo's next answer left everyone stunned. "Missing. Both of them have gone missing." Hubert turned pale with fear, his eyes full of extreme anxiety. Vermilion Unsen gnashed his teeth in anger, slamming his hand onto the table. "Damn it, this happened while I was away." Russell Raymond couldn't believe his ears, his gaze wavering, his voice choking with emotion. Master couldn't possibly have been defeated by them. If that truly happened, the rebels would surely have spread the news everywhere to crush our morale. Emilia stood with her arms crossed, her gaze cold but thoughtful, her voice ringing out clearly in the tense air. "I think so too. Duke Bism must have played some trick. They probably can only hold them off for a short while." Vol looked at Niccolo in shock and urgently said, "If their target is the throne, then the king and the princess are in grave danger." He replied calmly, "His Majesty is protected by Sir Julian Buon." Niccolo continued, his voice deepening with worry. "As for the princess, she is escorted by the royal knights. But if the Tower Master himself is targeting them, it will be incredibly dangerous." Hearing this, he froze, a nameless fear rising in his chest as he whispered to himself. Hackett, a soldier in armor, stepped forward eagerly, placing a hand on his chest and pointing to himself. his voice ringing out with determination. "I will immediately mobilize the 7th Legion. I will deal with these rebels." Niccolo waved his hand, his voice firm yet reassuring. "Calm down. I understand your feelings, but even if we deploy the army now, I fear it won't be in time." He then asked the man before him, "Sir Huot, what is the fastest way to reach the imperial capital?" He rested his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing as he gazed at the ceiling, mentally weighing every possibility. Using the teleportation gate at the imperial capital would be ideal, but it's highly unlikely. They have surely already moved to block any reinforcements. He quickly interjected, voice hurried. "Then the only way is to cross the Red Canyon at full speed and use the teleportation gate at the magic tower near the capital. Even then, it will take at least a day." Niccolo turned instantly, his eyes cold and sharp as he commanded, "We have no time to lose. We move out immediately." Suddenly, Russell Raymond stepped quickly to Niccolo's side, his eyes resolute as he declared, "Sir Niccolo, may I return to the imperial capital first?" He spun around in surprise, brows furrowed. "What? Do you have a way?" He held up the ring on his finger and spoke calmly. "The rings of Eros and Psyche. The holder of the Eros ring can teleport to the holder of the Psyche ring." Emilia stepped forward, her expression thoughtful and voice hesitant. "Russell Raymond, I understand what you mean, but it would be better for one of us, the Tower Masters, to go." He apologized and immediately retorted, "But I am the only one who can use the ring. Once it has a master, it cannot be transferred." Niccolo placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice steady and full of trust. "Very well. His Majesty has Julian to protect him, so I entrust the princess to you." Hackett fixed her gaze on the person before her and replied firmly, "Yes, leave it to me." She slid the ring onto her finger, and at that very moment, a dazzling light erupted from the gemstone. Hackett's eyes instantly turned a fiery red, her sharp gaze tracking the intense flow of spiritual energy surging from the ring. At this moment, the system notification appeared, "Mission: ensure the safety of Princess Hackett Radham. Protect Princess Hackett Dram until the rebellion is completely suppressed. Reward: undisclosed." At the same time, at the west gate of Geneve Palace, soldiers were fighting desperately. The commander's shouts echoed through the smoke and fire. "Eliminate the rebels. Do not let them breach the perimeter." He quickly gave firm orders, "Move the wounded to the rear. Hold the line." The man's voice continued to ring out across the chaotic battlefield. "Bring more hemostatic medicine and bandages. Hurry." On the other side of the line, a gentle hand was placed on the chest of a wounded soldier. He groaned softly, his eyes fluttering open. The woman said softly, "This will hurt, but please, bear with it." Hackett was carefully wrapping a bandage around the wound, her movements both swift and gentle. Thompson widened his eyes, whispering weakly, "Princess, your highness?" A moment later, the wound was neatly bandaged. Thompson looked at her with disbelief and asked quietly, "Your highness, how did you know my name?" Hackett Ratmos smiled faintly and replied calmly, "How could I not? You knights are not just disposable swords to be discarded." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. She was startled and snapped her head around, her eyes filled with tension. "Your highness." Near the city gates, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Soldiers rushed forward, gripping their weapons, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect their country. Amidst the chaos, a scream rang out in panic. "The gate has been breached. Die holding them back." Suddenly, the gate exploded with a thunderous roar. Smoke and fire swirled, turning the sky a fiery red, mixed with the cries of the wounded. A man emerged from the smoke, his demeanor nonchalant. He scoffed mockingly, "Do I really have to get my hands dirty for something so trivial?" Behind him was a group of people wearing cloaks. With his face hidden behind the fabric, he feigned surprise. "Oh, look who it is." This man was the first disciple of the Red Tower Master. He smiled provocatively, pretending to be respectful. "Red Tower Master Achelum bows to Princess Hackett." Hackett shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth, Achelum." The man let out a soft, venomous laugh. "Do you refuse to even grant me that title now?" She interrupted him immediately. "That title is only reserved for those appointed by the royal family." Hackett Ratmos gripped the hilt of her sword. Spiritual energy flared around her like a blazing flame. She said furiously, "You have become a traitor. That title no longer suits you." Achelum looked at the sword before him and gasped in astonishment. "Oh, is that sword?" His voice continued to echo. "Arendite, the holy sword bestowed by the Lake Fairy, the blade that once struck down the raging fire dragon of old. To have the royal treasure right here today is indeed a lucky day." Immediately after, a group of soldiers rushed forward, standing in front of Hackett Ratmos with weapons gripped tight. One said resolutely, "Princess, get out of here quickly. We will hold him back. Hurry," she cried out, her voice choking up. "You all." Achelum's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Then go ahead and rest in peace, Princess." In a flash, Streams of fiery red spiritual energy like sharp blades shot toward the soldiers, tearing through the air with a chilling, bloodthirsty intent. Hackett, ignoring the danger, charged forward like a cyclone. Spiritual energy exploded around her, her sword shining bright in the brutal battlefield as the soldiers shouted in fear, "Princess!" At this moment, only one thought echoed in Hackett's mind. "I'm sorry, my beloved." She swung her sword into the fray, fighting with her life, a silent vow ringing in her heart. "In the next life, I hope we can be together." Just as the two streams of spiritual energy collided, a massive, earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire area shook violently, and thick smoke and fire billowed up, obscuring the sky. Within the dense dust, Axelum faltered, his eyes turning cold and his expression full of wary irritation. Space was distorted just now. The sight before Axelum filled him with utter terror. Could that be the Fire Tower Master? He stepped back, his eyes full of panic, face twisted, and his voice trembled as he blurted out, "No way. That monster, surely, Master." He heard a familiar voice echoing from above. Hackett turned her head, looking startled. "I'm sorry I'm late." Russell lowered himself amidst the thick smoke and dust. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to hold the girl in front of him in his arms, calling out softly, "Hackett!" Her eyes could not hide her joy and emotion as she gently replied, "Russell, seeing you appear." Axelum looked like he had been struck by lightning, his face turning pale and his eyes full of panic. "I don't know how you managed to summon that portal, but because of that brat, the Red Tower has suffered so much humiliation. It's come to this, I will present his head to the Duke." Then he feigned a friendly greeting. "Long time no see, Lord Russell Raymond." His eyes blazed with anger as he gritted out, "Acherum." He let out a scornful laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Don't you even have a shred of respect left for your senior?" Then Acherum immediately ordered the disciples behind him, "I will deal with that brat myself. What about you all?" The disciples rushed forward immediately. His voice continued, filled with rage, "Catch the princess. Even if it's just her corpse, that's fine." Looking at his enemy, at that moment, a series of cold calculations flashed through Russell's mind. All of them were at the third or fourth circle level. He immediately turned back and gave a firm order. "Everyone, fall back and summon your beasts now." Axelum instantly unleashed his spirit power, which surged to create a giant sea of fire, and scorching heat spread throughout the space. "Dwarves of the Flame, punish these rebels. Daring to ignore me? You've got guts." Russell quickly deployed his spirit power and lunged toward Axelum, thinking to himself, "I must separate from Hackett first." Seeing him close the distance so suddenly, he was startled and gasped. "Huh." Russell Raymond threw a powerful punch, spirit lightning exploding around his arm, and sparks intertwined brilliantly as he shouted, "Lightning strike." Axelum nimbly used his spirit power to erect a defensive shield to block the attack. The shield collided head-on with the lightning strike, creating a deafening explosion. Cracks appeared on it immediately. Axelum gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "You insolent brat, daring to play games with me?" He roared, his voice full of resentment. "I will burn you until there's nothing left." Right after that, Axelum and Russell Raymond simultaneously cast fire cannons. Two giant fireballs formed instantly, spinning violently before flying straight toward their opponent, carrying a thunderous roar and a wave of heat that scorched everything in their path. Russell immediately raised his hand to cover his face from the incoming heat wave, his eyes never leaving his opponent as he evaluated the situation. The incantation's speed and destructive power are terrifying. Even if he hasn't reached the superhuman level, a Tower Master is still a Tower Master. On the other side, Axelum narrowed his eyes, silently thinking. The incantation speed is impressive, but the firepower is weak. He must have skipped one of the formulas to increase his speed. Axelum's eyes flashed with cruelty, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile. He thought, "In that case, I will overwhelm him with firepower." Immediately after, Axelum unleashed his spirit power. Two streams of red and yellow spirit power erupted violently, twisting together like ribbons of fire before turning into two giant, flaming snakes. Russell Raymond felt anxious, biting his lip with a dry throat as he swallowed hard, his eyes locked on the two fire snakes undulating in the air. Then, Axelum flicked his wrist, and the two giant fire snakes shot toward Russell Raymond, their red and yellow spirit power rolling violently, as if they wanted to incinerate the entire space ahead. Hackett stood trembling amidst the desolate ruins, her eyes filled with anxiety as tears quietly welled up in the corners of her eyes. She shouted helplessly, "Russell!" At the same time, in another place, the sky was gloomy, and amidst a land of jagged rocks and howling winds, a solitary tower stood like a spear, piercing the dark clouds, desolate yet imposing. In the middle of an open area, a circular formation began to glow, and ancient runes moved around the center of the formation as if controlled by an invisible force. Hypnos's cold voice rang out, Your arrogant disciples are good at getting in the way. He coldly continued. But Brios was merely a decoy. Hypnos stepped forward coldly, his black cloak being trampled into the dry, dusty ground. His voice was icy. My target from the beginning was always you. Hypnos' face gleamed with excitement. He added, just stand there obediently and witness Andy sink into a sea of fire, along with the death of your disciples. In the nick of time, Russell Raymond quickly created a protective shield against the enemy's fierce attack. He thought to himself, even with multiple layers of shields, I'm still feeling this much of a shockwave. It's not just the firepower, it's also the physical impact. Russell Raymond glanced at the charred spots on his cloak and sighed. I'm going to have to discard another valuable cloak soon. At this moment, the subordinate hurried to Hackett Ratmos' side, sounding worried. Your Highness, please get away. It's very dangerous here. She hesitated and whispered, Russell. Right after that, Aksharam's disciples immediately rushed forward. One of them shouted, the princess is trying to escape. Chase her. He glanced back anxiously, thinking to himself, if it's just Akram's disciples, the royal knights should be able to handle them. But at that very moment, the man continued to unleash his power, spirit energy surging around his body before he lunged straight at him. He smirked, you brat. Explosions rang out repeatedly, the ground shook, and smoke and dust covered the entire battlefield. He thought with sarcasm, let's see how long you can hold on. A fool who only knows how to defend cannot win. At that very moment, a light flashed, and Russell's spear appeared, carrying a menacing aura. Aksharam looked worried, biting his teeth, his eyes full of suspicion. Has he only just started acting for real now? Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the spear and lunged straight at Aksharam like an arrow piercing the wind. He froze, completely unable to dodge. The spear surged with terrifying pressure and thrust straight through Aksharam. He screamed in agonizing pain. In a split second, Aksharam vomited blood, his face turning pale and revealing utter shock. Aksharam sat down in pain, gritting his teeth as he said, You pretended to be attacked to prepare a counterattack? Russell Raymond replied coldly, Subjectivity, caused by arrogance, that is the reason for your failure. He turned his back and walked away without looking back. Behind him, Aksharam's body gradually sank into a sea of bright red fire. He thought silently. If he had been calmer, the result might have been different. Inside the city, the soldiers were still fighting bravely, determined not to retreat before the enemy. He hurriedly opened the door and entered, his eyes filled with panic. He called out loudly, his voice trembling with worry. He's finished. The disciples were stunned. One of them exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Why is he here? Russell Raymond's face lit up with amusement, and flames instantly erupted fiercely in his palms as he spoke. Right after that, intense flames surged from Russell Raymond's hands, hurtling straight toward the disciples. His voice rang out again, sharp and decisive. Go ask Achuran yourself. Immediately, Vo stepped forward, gently pulling her into his arms, his voice deep but filled with worry. Your Highness, are you all right? She hugged him tightly in relief, calling out, Russell. Then, Hackett Ratmos reached up, lightly touching the wound on Russell Raymond's face, asking anxiously, With so many wounds, are you okay? Vo shook his head slightly, his gaze calm. I'm fine. His eyes, full of love, remained fixed on the girl before him as Russell Raymond gently spoke. He's finished. She looked up, her eyes shining with emotion and gratitude. If not for you, I don't know what would have happened. Thanks to you, I managed to hold on. Hackett Ratmos stroked his face, her gaze full of both suspicion and tenderness. Is this the power of the ring you gave me? Vo gently held her arm and whispered in reply. Yeah, but I've exhausted my magic. I probably can't use it for a while. The two of them silently immersed themselves in the moment of happiness, watching the smoke and fire in the distance together through the window. A thought echoed in his mind, what is this feeling? Suddenly, Hackett Ratmos spoke up, her voice unable to hide her anxiety. Brain, that's where His Majesty is. He quickly reassured her. Don't worry, that's Julian Person Pearson. As expected, he's still holding the front line. Then he placed a hand on her shoulder and said seriously, First, we must reunite with His Majesty. If the failure at Acheron is revealed, the enemy will swarm us even more. Hackett Ratmos replied instantly. Then right after that, she gripped her sword tightly, spiritual energy beginning to gather around her. He closed his eyes, focusing intensely. Princess Endian, Hackett Ratmos. In my name, I command the divine sword, Arundai. Let the courage of the founding king descend upon his loyal subjects. Just then, Russell Raymond was startled to realize the wounds on his body had vanished. The pain had faded as if it had never existed. Behind him, Thompson's eyes widened in shock. My strength has recovered. Seeing her gradually lose consciousness, her body swaying as if about to fall, Vo rushed over in a panic. Wait, princess. A thought echoed in his mind. Arundai is the sword of the founding king, Andian. Its power is to share its strength. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure the pain ravaging her body. A soft cough escaped her throat. He quickly supported her, his voice full of worry. "Your Highness." At that moment, beads of sweat rolled down her beautiful face, and she spoke weakly. "This is all I can do for everyone right now." He gripped her hand tightly, his gaze determined, his voice ringing out like a sacred vow. "Hackett Ratmos, glory to your Highness, loyal to the Armos royal family." Suddenly, in that instant, a sharp, mocking voice echoed from the void. I was wondering why I was wasting time just to deal with a woman. The air instantly turned tense. Vo immediately looked toward the window. A soldier spoke up in surprise, filled with vigilance. "Is there an uninvited guest?" Right after that, his face turned pale. Without hesitation, Vo picked her up and bolted toward the main door. His voice was frantic amidst the rapid footsteps. "Everyone, get back." The man appeared outside the window, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his gaze cold as ice, as he hurled flaming swords one after another at the two of them, coldly saying, "Collapse." The swords carried terrifying pressure, tearing through the air and whistling forward like angry sparks. They pierced through the city walls, causing stone to shatter and dust to swirl. He stood imposingly in midair, spiritual energy billowing, turning the sky blood red, the entire tower collapsing in an instant. Brain's cold gaze swept down like an invisible blade, the murderous intent making the air suffocating. He sneered, his low voice echoing between heaven and earth. "Long time no see, Russell." Below, he had already quickly created a defensive shield, the spiritual energy enveloping both of them. From above, Brain's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He thought to himself, "To withstand my magic, that doesn't seem like an ordinary shield. It's hard to believe he could cast it in such a short time." Brain continued, "Compared to last time, you've gotten stronger." Down below, Russell Raymond braced himself, sweat pouring down his tense face, a chaotic stream of thoughts echoing in his mind. The palace was burned down in the blink of an eye. "This is absurd." He continued, "Don't see Acheron. Surely you killed him, right? I warned that his arrogance would lead to his doom." Hackett Ratmos seemed to have recovered her strength. She angrily questioned Brain, "Why are you doing this?" Hackett Ratmos looked around the ruined battlefield, blood staining the ground red, bodies lying everywhere, her voice trembling in pain as she spoke. "Your target is surely me, so why kill innocent people?" Brain laughed wildly, the sound tearing through the space, and he clapped in applause. "How moving, Your Highness. If you succeed to the throne, you will surely become a wise ruler." Brain's eyes glinted with cruelty, and he said in a low voice, "Have you said your final words? I still have to go meet His Majesty." Russell Raymond quickly stepped forward to shield Hackett Ratmos. Every muscle in his body tensed in vigilance. "Stay back, Hackett Ratmos. He isn't someone you can reason with." Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed amidst the smoke and ruins. A group of soldiers rushed to provide support, shouting in worry, "Your Highness, are you all right?" She was stunned and exclaimed, "You guys?" One of them quickly replied, his voice full of confidence and comfort. "We saw the castle collapse and rushed over. His Majesty is safe, don't worry." Just then, Brain's disciples poured out like hungry wolves, appearing en masse on the battlefield. He muttered coldly, his eyes flashing with irritation. "More obstacles, how annoying." Down below, the soldiers rushed toward the enemy with high spirits, their footsteps thundering like a storm. A soldier raised his sword high, shouting, "Wipe them out." At the same time, a powerful flow of spiritual energy erupted, hurling toward him like a sharp fire arrow. Brain didn't hesitate, drawing his sword from its sheath with lightning speed, blocking the fierce attack just in time. Then he quickly surged with power, asking loudly, "Are you trying to stop me?" Vo looked at the enemy before him and calmly replied, "Of course." Brain snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over his opponent with disdain. "Seeing you like this, you look no different from Daria. Your master looked at me with that same expression at the very end." He continued, his voice dripping with bitter mockery. "Now, he is trapped between the void and the darkness, forever unable to return." Hearing this, Russell Raymond's eyes flashed with fear, his heart stunned by the mention of the boundary between the void and the darkness. He shouted in rage, his voice echoing like a thunderclap through the chaotic space. "Then let me put on a show for you in my master's stead." Then, he slowly pulled out a crown. The sparkling light reflected off every intricately carved detail. Russell Raymond whispered to himself, the crown of Solomon activated. But at that exact moment, a blade of raging fire streaked toward him, creating a massive explosion that sent debris flying everywhere. Swept up in the thick cloud of dust, he stood frozen, his heart shaken. The blade had traveled faster than the speed of sound. Looking at the scene before him, he thought in astonishment, how could someone only at the 6-star circle level dodge that? At that moment, Russell Raymond calculated in his head. The flow of time is fragmented, so I can predict the attack just enough to dodge. But the stream of thoughts continued in his mind. My comrades are fighting behind me. If I dodge this, everyone else will get hurt. Russell Raymond immediately summoned several spears, glowing with spiritual power behind his back, his heart burning with determination. Then, the spears instantly rotated into a sharp, circular shield, creating a sturdy wall to protect against the violent incoming fire blades, firmly thinking, I will block this. Brain smirked, the spiritual power in his hand flaring up like a wildfire, his heart filled with sarcasm. You intend to protect your comrades? Those weak emotions are the fastest path to death. Brain continued to launch attacks at his enemy, his cold voice resonating with power. Let me personally teach you this lesson. Russell Raymond quickly began to chant, spiritual power surging violently from within his body, and before his eyes, a massive stone wall slowly rose, standing tall to shield those below from danger. As the massive stone wall stood, waves of his intense spiritual power continuously struck the stone. The collision echoed like rolling thunder, creating a swirling cloud of dust that covered the entire battlefield. Amidst that thick dust, he still stood tall, his eyes flashing with tension, coughing slightly as he inhaled the stone dust from the chaos. Brain furrowed his brows, his voice filled with shock. I can't believe it. You can actually keep up with my casting speed. He continued to raise his hand to manifest spiritual power, his low voice mocking. Let's see how long you can keep up. Immediately after, a surge of spiritual power like a tempest erupted from Brain's hand, flying straight toward Russell Raymond and creating a violent explosion. A blinding light erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. Within the thick dust, he still stood firm, coughing slightly, as Brain exclaimed in astonishment, You can still stand? Truly amazing. Brain's gaze was fixed on the person before him, his voice low and full of regret. If Daria hadn't interfered, I might have even taken you on as a disciple. Hackett bit her lip, her eyes tensely following the opponent's every move, her heart overflowing with worry. It's terrifyingly fast and powerful. Even though we are both tower masters, the level difference is too vast. At this moment, Hackett ran over to Russell Raymond, her voice full of panic. Russell. He glanced back, breathing heavily and responding in a low voice. Hackett. She hugged his wounded body tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Brain stood high above and sneered, his voice mocking, What a tragic scene. You two are lovers, so I will send you both to your graves together. Suddenly, Russell Raymond coughed violently and spat blood, his exhausted body leaning entirely on Hackett as he shouted angrily, Damn it. He raised his hand high, and spiritual power from everywhere gathered like a raging waterfall, winding around Brain's body like bright red fire snakes, radiating a glare that made the space heavy and suffocating. Thompson and the soldiers immediately rushed to stand in front of the two, swords and spears raised high, their eyes determined. Your Highness, retreat quickly. We cannot hold them off for long. At this moment, Brain was incredibly surprised in his heart. Even the magic troops have joined the battle. Brain frowned, his expression darkening. He grumbled with frustration. What a complete nuisance. What on earth is the Grand Duke doing? She hurriedly supported Russell Raymond, pulling him to hide behind a large rock, asking anxiously, Are you all right? Russell slowly spoke up, his breathing ragged but still trying to reassure the woman beside him. Yeah, I'm fine. He lowered his head and bit his lip tightly, trying to suppress the pain, thinking, I can't take much more of this. I have to fuse quickly. Just then, the system sounded with a quest notification. The princess's treasure. The blue necklace is a treasure that the princess cherishes deeply. Collect the princess's treasure necklace. Reward. Russell raised his head, his gaze serious, and asked the woman beside him in a low voice, Hackett, may I see the necklace you are wearing? She blinked, then reached up to touch the chain around her neck, surprised, and asked back, The necklace. Russell immediately took the pendant to inspect it. The blue gem glowed faintly, reflecting shimmering rays of light. As Hackett's voice continued, This is my mother's heirloom. He looked straight at her, so serious it made her pause, his voice low. Can you give this necklace to me? Hackett Ratmos didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately unclasping the necklace and handing it to Russell Raymond. She smiled gently. There must be a reason for you to ask this. Russell looked at the necklace in his hand and said softly, Thank you for trusting me. Hackett. Just a second later, the system displayed a notification. You have collected the princess's treasure necklace and completed the quest. When magic power is channeled into it, the princess's treasure necklace will reveal its true form. Immediately after, the necklace instantly emitted a blinding light, causing both of them to widen their eyes in shock. A deep blue light spread like flowing water, brightening the gloomy space around them. The system continued to chime with a notification. The dragon scale will return to its original form. Do you wish to absorb the dragon scale? At this moment, Russell's heart surged with surprise. A dragon scale, not a horn? Now, it didn't matter anyway. Russell Raymond shouted, choosing to absorb it. From high above, Brain saw the dazzling surge of magic power erupt from the hiding spot, the blue light so bright it seemed to tear through space. He was stunned, thinking to himself, how could that immature brat have such wild magic power? Seeing the scene before him, Brain was terrified, his eyes wide and his mouth agape as he screamed, "What is that?" At this moment, all the magic power had been absorbed, and his body was covered in a layer of dragon scales shimmering with a magical black hue. The aura radiating from him was powerful and majestic. Brain was stunned, shouting in surprise, "What is that form?" At this moment, the system displayed the text. Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the body is reinforced, the duration of the dragon fusion is increased. Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the side effects of the dragon fusion are somewhat reduced. Russell Raymond's eyes burned with a flicker of determination and indomitable spirit, thinking to himself, if it's like this, I can defeat him. Following Russell's thunderous shout, his entire body erupted in light. Brilliant blue mana surged through the cracks in his armor like burning veins as he channeled the dragon's power. Brain frowned, his voice low and strained. I never expected the rumors about you carrying dragon blood to be true. He narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with both contempt and caution. So that's why that arrogant fool failed. Russell immediately turned back to call out, fall back. All of you, retreat. Without another second, they both unleashed their mana. Two massive waves of energy collided in midair. Evenly matched, Brain gritted his teeth, his voice filled with frustration. Is this the power of a dragon? It's every bit as strong as my own mana. A glint of greed sparked in his eyes, his lips curling into a sinister smile. He calculated internally. If I can make that power mine, no other tower master will ever be able to surpass me. Russell charged headlong at his enemy like a flaming arrow, a scorching fireball blazing in his hand, radiating intense heat. Brain's eyes turned cold and murderous, his mind racing with calculations. In terms of magical ability, he may have the edge, but I have the advantage in physical strength. On that note, I'll finish him in an instant, Russell roared. Overheat. Instantly, spears of fire began to orbit the fireball as his red mana flared violently. With an aura so intense it seemed to incinerate everything in its path, his voice rang out again. 12 spears of fire spun wildly in the air, ready to pierce through anything. Russell lunged forward, launching the barrage of fire spears toward Brain, his eyes burning as he screamed, La Mancha, God-slaying spear. A flash of steely resolve crossed his eyes, his heart filled with grim determination. I can't fall here. Russell dashed toward his enemy, eyes tense, thinking to himself, where are you? At that same moment, Brain unleashed a counterattack. A swirling vortex of mana struck Russell, who let out a sharp cry of pain. Panic flared in his mind. Was that all just for show? Is that it? What the hell is this? Russell gritted his teeth, refusing to back down, and charged again with the blazing fireball in his hand, roaring overheat. Brain instantly raised his hand, and a thick energy shield materialized, blocking the entire attack. However, Russell's attack was too powerful. The collision of their mana triggered a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very earth. Waves of immense mana continued to pour from the fireball, the pressure mounting by the second. Soon, Brain's reinforced defense began to crack and shatter under the overwhelming force. Suddenly, a streak of green sword energy flashed out. Caught off guard, Russell couldn't dodge in time and cried out in agony. He quickly leaped backward, his heels carving deep trenches into the ground as he skidded to a stop. Dust swirled around them. Brain spoke coldly. I admit it, Russell. Brain's piercing gaze locked onto his opponent, his voice low in the tense atmosphere. In terms of pure physical strength, you are nearly at a superhuman level. In 10 years, no, even 5 you would have surpassed me. Brain's eyes glowed like cold blades in the shadows. He hissed the words through gritted teeth, which is why I must kill you here and now. Russell instantly gripped his spear tight, mana swirling around him like a cyclone. He darted toward his enemy, his eyes cold and dangerous. If you can do it, then try, he thought, calculating his next move, waiting for a single opening. Both of them unleash a relentless storm of attacks, their mana clashing to create thunderous explosions in the air. Russell's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, sweat dripping down his temples. Just a little more. Suddenly, Russell roared, his entire body exploding with intense mana, the light rising like a wildfire. He lunged forward, his spear tracing a brilliant arc as it grazed Brain. Russell gripped the weapon tighter, his eyes burning as he locked onto his opponent. Sensing the opportunity, he let out a final, decisive roar. Russell's mana erupted violently, the light from the spear surging like a vortex, leaving Brain completely paralyzed and unable to retaliate. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit. Russell staggered, his heart hammering against his ribs, anxiety rising within him. The dragon fusion is almost over and Solomon's crown has reached its limit. Russell poured his remaining strength into a final blow. The spears glowed in the air while Brain, his body scorched, fell to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief at his defeat. Russell thought to himself, this is the final blow. Each spear traced a blinding line through the air, flaring with light as they struck toward him with terrifying force. Brain, stunned and desperate, gritted his teeth and hissed, true essence, three-step demonic flame. As he spoke, his body erupted with dark mana. Waves of evil energy surged out, consuming the surrounding space. The dark mana rushed to meet Russell's spears. The two forces collided with a roar, creating an earthquake that shook the heavens. Light and darkness wrestled in a moment of life and death. Russell collapsed onto the shattered rock, his body spent, as if his life force had been drained away. A single, hazy thought remained in his mind. His body had no strength left, and his vision was fading to black. Russell tried to open his eyes, his eyelids trembling through the dizziness as a flicker of resolve ignited in his heart. Not yet. Russell struggled to sit up. His body was shattered, but his eyes still blazed with indomitable will. A single thought burned in his mind. He had to protect those who mattered. Russell began his move again, his mana twisting into a glowing red magic circle, his heart holding a firm vow. Even if I have to give my life, I must. The sight left Brain trembling in terror. He took a step back, his eyes wide. Brain's panicked voice rang out. This is insane. Don't tell me you broke through to a new realm in the middle of this fight. Russell offered a triumphant smirk, his eyes sharp as daggers. This is the seventh circle. Suddenly, a massive surge of power descended from the sky, a blinding light tearing through the air. Before Russell could react, his entire body was crushed under the immense pressure. Hypnos' voice echoed out, facing death. Have you finally reached enlightenment? The seventh circle? Hypnos landed quickly beside Brain, his tone mocking. Enemy Tower Master, you look pathetic. Seems like you had a really hard time, haven't you? Brain clutched his injured arm, fuming. Shut your mouth before I cut out that filthy tongue of yours. What took you so long to get here? Hypnos replied instantly. The Tower Master was away, so I had some business to take care of. He removed his hood, revealing half a face twisted with scars. The Flame Tower, Master, that wretched woman broke the seal. But don't worry, I've resealed it perfectly. Russell scrambled up from the rubble, his eyes burning with rage as he shouted, Was it you? What did you do to my master? Hypnos jumped in surprise and replied in a low voice, Russell Raymond, we've spoken before, but this is our first time meeting face to face. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Hypnos smirked mockingly. It seems I'm about to become the one who destroys the father and son of the Doimon family, aren't I? Russell Raymond froze, his eyes widening in horror. His voice was thick with rage, each word ground out through clenched teeth. Was it you who murdered my father? Hypnos rested his chin on his hand, feigning deep thought. Hard to say I was indeed the one who struck the final blow. His gaze flicked toward the person beside him, his voice dropping into a low, sarcastic tone. But I wasn't the one who set this game in motion. Isn't that right? Daria's eyes were cold and sharp, fixed intensely on the enemy before her. Her breathing was ragged, and blood still dripped from her body as she angrily questioned him. So it really was you. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Den sneered, his voice raspy. Before you die, I'll give you one last gift. Every word he spoke felt like a cold blade stabbing straight into Russell Raymond's heart. Your father lost his life because he discovered the Grand Duke's plan, and the connection between us and the demonic cult. His excessive curiosity is exactly why he met such an early end. Russell's entire body trembled with fury, his voice filled with indignation. You bastard! Suddenly, Hypnos stepped forward, blocking the space between them. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he looked at Russell Raymond. I have a gift, too, so why don't you step back for a moment? Hypnos then slowly spread his arms wide, and a dark vortex instantly formed in midair. A terrifying skull appeared at his summoning. It was a seventh-tier dark magic, containing all the world's diseases and the miasma of catastrophe. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. I swear to you, even if you want to die, it won't be easy. In that split second, on the verge of death, Daria appeared with overwhelming pressure. Spiritual energy swirled in the air, turning the sky a fiery red. She shouted in anger, Do you really think you can take my child from me for a second time? Under Daria's summoning, the ground shook violently as the hellish giant emerged with burning eyes. Rise, my loyal army. Russell called out joyfully, Master, are you safe? Her gentle gaze rested on him, filled with longing and affection. I kept you waiting a long time, my youngest child. On the other side, the opponent shouted in a panic, Hypnos, what on earth is going on? He couldn't keep his composure. His eyes darted around in a panic as he looked at Daria, who was radiating immense pressure. His voice trembled and stuttered. I clearly sealed you away in Tartarus. How is this possible, especially in the body of a mere mortal? Daria's cold gaze swept over them, burning with fury. You dare to dismiss us as mere mortals? Daria continued, her voice chillingly cold. That arrogance is your greatest mistake. Suddenly, a terrifying source of power erupted from somewhere. A turquoise pillar of spiritual energy spiraled upward, piercing the sky and shaking the heavens. Hypnos was startled and gasped. The Tower Master has escaped as well. Seeing her turn to leave, Russell called out anxiously. Master Daria immediately gathered her spiritual energy, her eyes filled with determination. Save your strength. This will be over soon, my son. Spiritual energy flared violently on her hands. Daria roared, You wretched traitors, I will make you pay for forcing me to remember that day. Painful memories came flooding back, and her heart constricted. In that memory, her little son smiled radiantly, innocently saying, Mother, one day I'll become a great archmage just like you. Daria gently lifted the little boy up, a radiant smile on her lips. That's right, if you're my son, you will certainly do it. At that moment, her heart overflowed with emotion, and she thought, that child was so precious. The boy excitedly raised his hand, and a small spark of light flickered in his palm. Look at this, it's magic. Daria's eyes went wide with surprise before she laughed and praised him. Oh my God, my son is a genius, truly a genius. She thought to herself, he had a natural talent, learning magic all on his own. He practiced hard all day just to show me. The memories continued to echo in Daria's mind. The boy especially loved sweets. That night, she had rushed off because of a secret order from the royal palace, and Daria's life changed forever. That secret order was actually a trap set by the demonic cult to lure her away. By the time Daria returned home, everything was already too late. Her little son lay in her arms, his body charred and covered in blood. His little eyes opened slightly, and his weak, whispering voice felt like a knife cutting through her heart. Mommy! Daria clutched his small body tightly, her heart breaking, tears pouring down like rain. She choked, her voice trembling as she whispered in his ear, It's okay, my son. Get some good sleep, and you won't be in pain anymore. You saved me when I had lost the meaning of life. Daria's thoughts swirled between grief and ironclad resolve. These were the disciples she loved. But amidst her burning rage, her eyes glowed with a hellish red light. Daria roared with killing intent. You dare to do this? Don't even dream of surviving. After her scream, fiery red spiritual energy exploded violently. The ground shook, debris was swept up and swirled into a giant, hulking figure, the king of fire giants. Daria's voice sounded like rolling thunder, echoing across the battlefield. Eighth tier magic, flame of the abyss, she unleashed. Supreme art, fire butterfly dream. Spiritual energy erupted as thousands of red fire butterflies rushed toward the enemy, carrying destructive power that scorched the entire battlefield. Den and Hypnos immediately acted, quickly setting up a protective barrier as the storm of red spiritual energy crashed down. The light and heat were intense, as if they wanted to swallow everything in an instant. A triumphant smile appeared on her lips, as if victory was already within her grasp. A massive red sphere of swirling spiritual energy formed in the air. Daria executed her move. Daria, Snow White, supreme art collapse. Suddenly, the enemy felt a strange heat behind his back. He froze, his eyes full of panic and shock, gasping. Wait. In the blink of an eye, the red butterflies dove into the enemy, melting into his skin like fire seeping into blood. The red butterflies burst into light, creating a violent flash of fire that incinerated him in seconds. Hypnos glanced at the charred corpse nearby, his eyes flashing with fury as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! He immediately lunged outward like a bolt of lightning, his steps tearing through the wind, his heart roaring. If it has come to this, there's no other way. Hypnos scrambled away in a panic, his steps hurried and stumbling, his breathing ragged like a cornered beast. His mind spun with wild calculations. Team up with the Grand Duke. First, I must overthrow the king. Suddenly, a violent burst of spiritual energy shot from behind, and an invisible thread clamped tightly around Hypnos' ankle. Russell Raymond used every ounce of his remaining strength to hold him back. He shouted angrily, Where do you think you're going? Hypnos snarled in frustration, You stubborn pest. Just then, a blazing red fireball tore through the air. Hypnos panicked and tilted his body to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Then, Daria's cold voice rang out, I told you so. Her spiritual power surged like a violent tide, erupting into thousands of flaming tridents hovering in midair. Her chilling voice continued, like a death sentence being pronounced, Don't even dream of surviving. As soon as Daria finished, the thousands of flaming tridents rained down simultaneously, aiming straight for Hypnos. A thunderous explosion echoed, and blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire sky. They pierced through his body. Hypnos' frame shuddered violently as blood sprayed from his mouth. He slumped to the ground, his vision fading in agony. A thought echoed in his mind. As expected, it's the flames of the eighth circle. With my power, there's no way to extinguish them. Hypnos gasped, his whole body trembling as spiritual power flared from his palms. He gritted his teeth, trying to channel all his remaining magic, thinking that he would use all his power to rip them out. But suddenly, under Daria's incantation, the tridents turned into chains, binding Hypnos tight. Trapped by the flames, he screamed in helpless despair. Daria slowly descended in front of Hypnos, her eyes as cold as ice. "It's over. Hypnos, if you confess everything, I'll send you off without any pain." He doubled over, coughing violently from the pain. Hypnos laughed manically, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't think it ends here. The true darkness has only just begun." At that moment, his very flesh began to melt like wax under the flames. A haughty voice echoed through the air, lingering like a curse from the deep abyss. "He will submerge the entire continent in blood and shadows." Daria stared at the pool of black sludge in front of her, the remains of Hypnos, and spoke coldly. "Resurrecting yourself with magic? What a stubborn fool." Outside the fortress walls, leaning against the ramparts with a body covered in blood and wounds, he left a long, dark red trail of blood behind him. His heart was filled with regret. It was a total failure. His eyes were burning with resentment as he thought, "It's my fault for believing in those stupid fanatics. I must hide and regroup first." He dragged his wounded body along, walking slowly as if every step drained his last bit of life. Seeing the person standing in front of him, Glenn froze, his eyes widening in shock. Russell Raymond, he gasped in his heart. Memories from the past flooded his mind, leaving him stunned. No way. I clearly saw him die back then. At that moment, Wu tightened his grip on his sword and rushed forward. The blurry figure became clear in his vision, making him pause for a split second, wondering in shock, is that his son? In just an instant, the blade pierced straight through Glenn. Blood splattered everywhere, his body jolted, and his eyes widened, going empty. In the final moment, a thought echoed in his head, as cold as a judgment. "In the end, you won." Russell Raymond. He sat down exhausted, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his whole body drained. Inside, the battle was still raging intensely. Spiritual power surged and glowed, and waves of pressure erupted, making the very space tremble. At this moment, under Melville's overwhelming power, the rebel army scrambled in panic. The pressure from his spiritual power felt like a storm crushing their will. Amid the chaotic noise, desperate screams erupted. "I can't break through. Reinforcements. When will the reinforcements get here?" He looked at them with a triumphant expression and spoke sarcastically. "How does it taste? You traitors, the way you're struggling is no different from ants." At the same time, the Hell Dwarves appeared, bringing with them a fiery intensity and flames that scorched the sky. The rebels trembled at the sight, their faces turning pale as they screamed in fear. The Fire Towers. "The Fire Towers have joined the battle. Save me." Just then, Jilon ran to the fortress gate, his shadow looming over the battlefield like a black tower. A rebel soldier screamed in panic. "Jilon! Jilon has captured the gate." Another one shouted in frustration. "Damn it, don't retreat. Our numbers are completely overwhelming." Bism and a group of soldiers stood on a distant mountain observing the battlefield, his eyes filled with fury as he cursed. Damn it. How could they turn the tables right before the fortress fell? Bism gritted his teeth in anger, losing control. How are those monsters released? Where are Brain and Hypnos? Go find them now. As soon as he finished speaking, two blood-soaked heads rolled to his feet. Bism was stunned, his eyes wide, turning to stone. He stepped closer, leaning down to inspect the heads carefully, his expression confused, stuttering. "This is?" Daria stood before them. She spoke in a cold, unrecognizable voice. "I brought them here myself." In the blink of an eye, spiritual power converged into a brilliant vortex in her hand, her face reflecting triumph as she spat out, "You bastard, you damn duke." By now, Bism and all the rebels were completely surrounded. The air grew suffocatingly tense, as if the slightest movement could ignite the bloodbath to come. At that moment, Bism's entire body erupted with intense spiritual power, his face dark and his eyes as gloomy as an abyss as he hissed through gritted teeth in rage, "The plan I meticulously prepared for decades." He erupted in fury, his spiritual power exploding violently, and he charged at them like a cyclone, roaring in madness. "Is it all going to collapse because of you lot? Die." Daria's voice rang out with sarcasm. "In the end, you're still so pathetic." She quickly gave the order, her eyes unwavering. "Youngest, end this grudge." Wu didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed his power. Spiritual power exploded violently, swirling into a raging firestorm that shot straight at Bism. He shouted, "Fire of annihilation." Bism was submerged in a sea of flames, the red fire swallowing his struggling form. Bism's screams echoed across the battlefield, painful and insane. He collapsed, his entire body scorched, his spiritual power scattered, his eyes fading in resentment and helplessness. The battle finally came to an end. The next day, the sky turned clear again, and soft sunbeams filtered through the clouds, blanketing the earth like a whisper of peace, slowly erasing the remnants of the war. In that quiet scene, Alfonso's voice rang out, followed by a discussion on rebuilding the palace. He continued, "Before the palace, prioritize rebuilding the homes of the common people. Master of the fire tower, can you handle this?" Niccolo placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. "Yes, I obey." Alfonso continued, his voice low and solemn. "And those words in the report from the cultist named Hypnos, are they true?" Daria immediately bowed her head and replied firmly, "Yes, Your Majesty, I have heard you loud and clear." He propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the messy handwriting on the report. "That person will drown the entire continent in blood and darkness." Alfonso pondered in silence. The true beginning of this darkness and the person he mentioned were deeply concerning. He quickly issued his next command. "Tower Master, I entrust full authority to you. Form an organization to monitor every move the cult makes." She bowed respectfully and replied with determination, "As you command, Your Majesty." Alfonso then picked up another report, his eyes scanning every line. Familiar names appeared before him, bringing with them the blood, sweat, and glory of the recent battle. He spoke calmly. "So now, only the matter of determining merits remains. Julian Fawn, Daria, Hemingway, Melv." Alfonso's eyes glinted with interest as he read those names. He praised them inwardly, realizing they stood among the transcendents. Thoughts echoed endlessly in Alfonso's mind. "I never expected the youngest transcendent on the continent to appear in Endon, and to appear in my era, of all times." At the same time, Russell lay motionless on his bed, his body covered in wounds. Hackett looked at him, her eyes heavy with concern, and whispered, "This is so worrying." She continued, "More than 10 days have passed, and he still hasn't woken up." Daria gently reassured her, "Please, do not worry. Your Highness, Russell Raymond, has just stepped into the transcendent realm. He is merely assimilating the power he just achieved." At that moment, a heavy thought arose in her heart. He recklessly used his power before stabilizing it. It's fortunate his mana core didn't collapse completely. The two of them slowly walked outside. Before leaving the room, Hackett paused and glanced back at Russell, who was lying motionless. Daria gently placed a hand on her shoulder, her voice calm yet warm. "Let's go. It will be fine. Just like always, he will certainly pull through." A moment later, Russell's body suddenly radiated a bright red light. A voice echoed through the room, overflowing with magical power, the sound resonating as if it came from the deepest depths. "Master." He could feel a familiar presence weaving around him. Russell Raymond's eyes opened slightly, a surge of intense doubt rising within him. "Is this energy?" He saw a small figure floating amidst the red light. He instantly snapped awake, his eyes widening in disbelief, and he whispered, "Pepper." At that moment, a system notification appeared. Intermediate Fire Spirit Pepper has fully integrated the Fire Dragon's power. Intermediate Fire Spirit Pepper has been reborn as a Fire Dragon Spirit. The contract with Fire Dragon Spirit Pepper has been restored. You may now summon the Fire Dragon Spirit Pepper through the Spirit World Gate. The night had fallen, and the full moon shone down on the ruined palace remains. He stood silently in a dark corner, quietly checking his mana. The flow within his body was now stable and more powerful than before. A thought echoed in his mind, the seventh circle. "Before going back in time, I thought I could never reach this point in my entire life," he thought to himself. "And yet, now I not only hold this power but have used it to eliminate those who murdered my father. But I cannot stop here. The remnants of the cult and the empire still exist. I must become stronger." Russell scanned his surroundings, thinking, "This space should be enough." He propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Even though Pepper could adjust its size before, it would be quite troublesome if that ability disappeared after becoming a dragon. Without hesitation, Russell unleashed his power. He shouted, summoning the Spirit World Gate. The mana swirled, forming a giant sphere, inside of which appeared fierce, glowing eyes. Russell called out, "Pepper, come here." In the blink of an eye, a massive, fiery red dragon appeared before him. Its form was as majestic as a living volcano. Its great wings spread wide, covering the entire sky. Russell Raymond was overjoyed, his eyes radiant as he choked out, "Pepper." It was so happy it was on the verge of tears, its eyes glistening with emotion, its mouth emitting low, rumbling growls as if choked with joy. He squinted and smiled, reaching out to stroke Pepper's dragon face, happily saying, "Long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. You look so cool now." Russell Raymond stood still, observing the creature before him, his gaze thoughtful as he assessed it internally. Its body has become semi-transparent like a spirit. Size aside, its form has changed significantly. He continued to think, has its power reached the 7th level, on par with me? So, you only awaken when I reach this realm. He then gently asked, "Pepper, Can you shrink back down like before? It nodded slightly, its eyes brightening as if it understood, emitting a familiar sound. In a flash, Pepper unleashed its power, and a blinding red light erupted, forcing Russell to instinctively cover his eyes. Before long, its giant body had shrunk down, and it made that familiar sound again. He clapped, praising it. Excellent. Just as I thought, you haven't forgotten. It squealed excitedly, looking proud and arrogant, as if showing off to its master. Russell Raymond smiled and suggested, well, it's been a while. Let's play around. Pepper nodded repeatedly, its eyes glowing with excitement, and it let out a low growl that echoed through the night. He quickly jumped onto its back. The red dragon twisted gracefully through the air. The wind whistled past his ears, bringing a sense of extreme exhilaration. Russell couldn't help but inwardly cheer. This is incredible. To be able to adjust direction freely at this speed, he praised it inwardly, noting the flying ability had been significantly upgraded. Russell Raymond's face glowed with excitement, his hair disheveled in the wind, his thoughts echoing in his mind. If it can fly this flexibly even in spirit form. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than Pepper's entire body suddenly glowed, and fiery red mana erupted intensely like an explosion in midair. Russell Raymond gasped in surprise. Pepper! At that moment, Pepper's entire body gradually merged into Russell's mana. A pair of golden dragon wings appeared behind him, surging with momentum and radiating powerful pressure. Russell said joyfully, his eyes shining. Can you read my thoughts? It seems like your telepathic waves have become much clearer, too. He then soared into the sky, leaving behind a blinding red trail like a meteor tearing through the night sky. Russell cheered excitedly. Then, let's go. He thought joyfully. Even if it's still not quite the same as when Pepper flies on its own, I won't lose to any transcendent in aerial combat. Afterward, Pepper quickly returned to its giant state. The two of them wove through the silent night. Russell called out enthusiastically, let's go, Pepper. 3 days later, Russell Raymond sat on his bed, his eyes intently scanning every line on the decree stamped with a royal seal. King Alfonso's attendant stood beside him and said respectfully, My Lord High Priest, congratulations. His eyes fixed on the paper in his hand, he widened his eyes in surprise and said, Me? Duke? Russell Raymond thought to himself. A duke was a title reserved only for those qualified to be part of the royal family. Throughout history, no one outside the Ormuz bloodline had ever been granted the rank of duke. He couldn't help but feel shaken. The founder of Andean, an 8-circle archmage, and even the first head of the Doimon family had only reached the rank of Marcus. Daria pinched Russell Raymond's cheek, her lips curling into a playful smile as she teased, It seems you still can't quite believe it. It's understandable. Even I was incredibly surprised by His Majesty's decision, Daria said with a laugh, her voice full of excitement as she recalled the moment. When His Majesty made the announcement, everyone was so stunned that the hall felt like it had frozen for a moment. Hubert continued, his voice calm yet filled with respect, but no one objected because everyone recognizes your contributions. My dear High Priest. Unsen burst into hearty laughter, muttering jokingly, Stay still, just stay still. She chuckled, covering her mouth to hide her giggles. So, from today on, should I call you Your Highness the Duke? He hurriedly waved his hands in denial. There's no way. Russell Raymond lowered his head and said in a hushed tone, Even if I still can't believe it, even if I have become a duke, please don't use honorifics with me. He looked straight at those standing before him, his voice filled with sincerity. Before being a duke, I am still Russell Raymond, a disciple to my master and a junior to my seniors. Senior sister, Daria sighed softly and spoke gently. If that is what you wish, then I will do as you ask. Vermilion Unsin patted Russell Raymond hard on the back and laughed. This is exactly why I have always been most fond of my youngest disciple. He choked on his saliva and let out a soft cry. As night fell, Pepper had grown tired and drifted off to sleep. The sound of light, steady breathing echoed in the quiet space. Russell Raymond looked out the window in silence, his eyes fixed on the pitch-black sky as he muttered, Now, I'm all alone. He immediately pulled out a piece of paper and continued. Let's see what the mission reward is. Russell Raymond opened the paper and studied it closely, his gaze landing on a prominent red mark. He furrowed his brows and muttered, A map marking the dragon's location. I was planning to search for it, so this saves me the trouble. His eyes suddenly froze, and his expression turned serious. Wait, is this place in the Empire? Russell Raymond's sudden shout in the middle of the night startled Pepper awake. It blinked a few times, then looked at him with suspicious eyes, as if trying to guess what he had just discovered. At that moment, thoughts swirled in Russell Raymond's mind. The Britannia Empire, the only empire on the continent and the long-standing enemy of Andean, he thought to himself. Currently, as the Emperor is gravely ill, the princes are locked in a battle for the throne. Russell Raymond was filled with deep contemplation. Furthermore, to enter the Empire, one must have proof of identity. He flopped onto the bed, covering his forehead with his hand and lamenting, "Why does it have to be the Empire? This is truly not going to be easy." He gently pinched Pepper's cheek, his voice softening as if to reassure both himself and the creature. "Don't worry, Pepper. It's not like there's no way." He lay quietly on the bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, his voice calm in the silent room. "Even if it takes time and is full of danger, there is still a surefire plan." The scene shifted into the silent night, where moonlight glimmered faintly on the vast ocean. A solitary boat drifted aimlessly amidst the dark waters. Waves lapped gently against the hull as a deep, raspy voice emerged from the shadows. "It won't be long now," the woman continued. "Just you wait, you damned brat." Mia stood at the bow of the boat, the cold wind whipping her long hair, her eyes cold and sharp as they stared into the distance, her voice full of resentment. "I'm coming for you." At that moment, in the Empire's spacious dining room, adorned in solemn gold, a subordinate bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal." A moment later, Alfonso walked out of the dining room, his demeanor calm yet exuding an indescribable majesty. As soon as they saw him, Emilia and Joe immediately bowed to pay their respects. "Your Majesty," they greeted. He paused, his gentle gaze sweeping over their faces before he spoke. "You must have had a very difficult journey." Then, the three of them headed to the study to discuss business. Alfonso spoke in a grave tone. "I have gathered you here to assign you the mission of guiding the elf and beastman tribes." He stood stunned, thinking to himself, "Time flies so fast. Because of the rebellion, I had completely forgotten about relocating the two tribes." The king's voice continued. "The White Tower Master will be responsible for guiding the elf tribe, and Duke Russell will be in charge of the beastman tribe." The two bowed simultaneously. "We obey your command, Your Majesty." Alfonso continued. "Then, let us discuss the upcoming schedule." Russell Raymond tried to keep a smile on his face, but sweat was already beading on his forehead, and a sense of unease rose within him. "Mia's aggressive nature worries me a bit, but surely someone as sick as me wouldn't be asked to duel, right?" Thoughts kept racing through Russell Raymond's mind. "But why do I feel so uneasy?" At the same time, Mia stood at the bow of the ship, shielding her eyes from the glaring sun, her gaze directed far ahead, a hard-to-hide look of excitement appearing on her face. Mia stood with her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, full of enthusiasm in her head. "When I meet that guy, I'll have to challenge him to a duel." A subordinate standing behind her spoke up. "The Beast King seems very happy." The tribal leader continued. "This is the first time Her Majesty has left the island." He continued, his voice mixed with excitement and contemplation. "It is only natural that her heart would race at the presence of the continent's powerhouses. Above all, that man is on the continent." The man exclaimed in surprise. "Him?" Another beastman, who was observing through binoculars, suddenly cheered excitedly. "Land ahead." His voice continued. "We can see Indiana ahead." At this moment, Russell Raymond stood silently at the dock, waiting for the guests from afar, his eyes intently following the ship slowly pulling into the harbor. On both sides of the road, the crowd was as thick as ants, everyone watching with curiosity. In Russell Raymond's mind, a thought arose. There are so many people gathered to see the Beastman tribe. It makes sense, for ordinary people, that is a race that only exists in rumors. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura and immediately spun around, whispering in his heart, "This magic power." At that very moment, Alan Pett slowly approached. Russell Raymond immediately called out, "Sir Alan Pett." He bowed, his voice respectful. "By the king's order, we are here to provide support, and we will do our best to assist you. Your Highness, the Archduke." Russell Raymond hurriedly waved his hands in confusion, replying awkwardly, "Thank you, sir. But the title of Archduke is a bit." Alan Pett smiled with his eyes squinting, immediately coming up with an idea. "If you don't like that title, how about we call you Lord Duke?" Russell Raymond rubbed his head and spoke embarrassedly. "That seems more appropriate." A moment later, the ship docked. The group of beastmen quickly stepped onto the shore, their movements decisive and powerful. But the person he was waiting for was nowhere to be seen. Wu frowned slightly, wondering to himself where Nguyen could be. Suddenly, a familiar figure came charging in like a tornado, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that sent everyone nearby scrambling to get out of the way. Through the swirling dust, a piercing, excited shout echoed out. It was a male voice. Alan Pett was stunned, his eyes wide, frozen in place for a moment. A shocking thought crossed his mind. This battle aura is on par with a Tower Master. If not even stronger, could this be the person the Duke mentioned? Alan Pett thought to himself, his eyes fixed on the girl running toward the Beastman King, Mia. Soon, she stopped right in front of the two of them. Mia crossed her arms and let out a loud laugh, her voice booming, "Long time no see, male." Russell Raymond laughed awkwardly, looking helpless as he replied, "You're still the same as ever." Mia laughed heartily, her voice full of spirit. "I'm always like this. You've gotten quite a bit stronger lately, haven't you?" Immediately after, Mia unleashed her spiritual energy without hesitation. A bright red light erupted around her body like a surging flame, her voice brimming with excitement. Your scent as a male is stronger than before, too. If you don't mind, how about we spar right now? He stepped back in a panic, waving his hands frantically, his face pale. Please, have mercy. I'm still a patient here. Mia sighed sadly, the red light around her fading. A patient? I guess it can't be helped. Looks like we'll have to leave it for next time. Russell Raymond forced a smile, still looking tense and awkward as he spoke. But first, could you please retract your battle aura, Mia? He turned to look around, and the scene left Russell Raymond unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Everyone standing nearby was sprawled on the ground, some clutching their heads. You're making them dizzy, he added helplessly. Everyone here seems to be in danger. Afterward, the group and their subordinates left the dock and headed for the designated assembly area. Suddenly, midway, Mia stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened, and she shouted, "What did you say?" Mia frowned and turned sharply toward Russell Raymond, her voice annoyed. "We have to share the forest with those elves. Wasn't that never mentioned before?" He remained calm and explained gently. Abbott Forest is the largest forest in Andy. Even if two clans live there, it won't be inconvenient. But Mia immediately retorted, her eyes flashing with irritation. No, that's not the point. Mia continued in a low, serious tone. It's that they are so boring. Russell Raymond exclaimed in surprise. What? She pouted, clearly annoyed, her voice full of frustration. Those peace-loving types bore me to death. He immediately suggested, if you can get along with the elves, I will introduce you to a sparring partner. Mia's eyes lit up instantly. She shouted excitedly, Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Remember to keep your word, male. Suddenly, Mia turned back and pointed straight at Alan Pett, her lips curling into a mocking smirk. But if it's not a person, the opponent at least has to be on this guy's level. That's the only way it'll be fun to fight. He stood stunned, speaking up in surprise. Me? She leaned in, sniffing around Alan Pett, making his face turn bright red. Then Mia delivered her verdict. But it's strange. His strength still looks like it's only on the level you were at when I first met you. Yet, I can't feel any male scent from him. He frowned, asking confusedly, What do you mean? At this moment, Wu pondered silently. According to records, if the first Beast King, Venya, was of dragon lineage, then what Mia senses from me might be the scent of a dragon. The train of thought continued in his mind. Mia is also a werewolf with gray hair, just like Fenia. If she carries Fenia's bloodline, it's very likely that she also has dragon elements in her body. Mia suddenly stepped closer, narrowing her eyes at Russell Raymond, her voice provocative. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you planning to mate with me, male? He looked helpless, his face weary, looking at her with a look of disdain. No way. Please stay away from me. At Abbott Forest, the ancient trees were lush green, their leaves swaying gently in the wind. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting shimmering beams onto the ground, creating a sense of peace. Emilia stood in front of Russell Raymond. A gentle smile graced her lips, her voice tinged with both apology and sincerity. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Your Excellency the Duke. I forgot to mention it earlier. He laughed, his eyes flashing with warmth, and said casually, Thank you, Tower Master. Please, speak naturally. Suddenly, Mia appeared from somewhere, leaning in to observe the girl from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze. She raised an eyebrow, her voice full of curiosity mixed with defiance. This little female is stronger than I thought. Emilia frowned in annoyance, blurting out indignantly, You are truly rude. From behind, Arin and Ilo stepped forward gently, elegant smiles on their faces. She spoke in a friendly tone. We will be neighbors from now on. Welcome, everyone. Wu immediately stepped forward and bowed politely. Lord Arin, Lord. She smiled and bowed gently in return. Long time no see, Lord Russell Raymond. Mia quickly ran over, her eyes intently studying the two newcomers, her voice full of surprise. There are some formidable ones among those long-eared types, aren't there? He immediately said sternly, Mia, how could you call them that? She pointed directly at Ilo, her eyes shining, her voice excited. But hey, male, this long-eared little girl smells like you. She was startled, her cheeks flushing red as she said shyly, Like him. How could I? Mia's eyes flared like fire, murderous intent spreading, her voice low and dangerous. It seems like this little girl is also aiming for you. Are you planning to yield? Wu's face instantly turned tense, her sharp gaze fixed on the Beast King as she angrily retorted. Yield? Lord Russell Raymond is not an object. He clasped his hands together like a monk and said earnestly, The two clans will live here together, but that doesn't mean we will share everything. Because our environments and cultures are different, conflicts might arise. Afterward, Russell Raymond gently pointed toward the tree next to them, his gaze firm as he continued. So, Let's use this big tree as a marker at the entrance of the forest. The north will belong to the elf clan, and the south is where the beastman clan will live. Is that okay? Arn bowed and immediately replied, his voice full of gratitude. Just the fact that you have lent us this land is something we are extremely grateful for. Mia readily agreed. Fine, as long as you don't forget your promise to me. His voice continued. And one more thing, in 10 days, representatives from each clan will attend a welcome ceremony personally prepared by the king. Andy Royal Capital, a horse carriage rolled quietly down the cobblestone road. Inside the carriage, Ilo called out softly, Lord Russell Raymond. He answered softly, his voice low. Yes. She hesitated for a moment before asking, besides the audience with the king, is there any other special schedule? Russell Raymond immediately replied, Mia will represent the Beastman clan to receive the royal appointment. At this moment, Mia was resting her chin on her hand, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the scenery outside the window. She suddenly spoke, her voice laced with a mix of surprise and apathy. I don't care about that. Just spar with me, all right? He continued. There might be a royal ball soon. This is also a chance for the kingdom to show its strength to other nations. Hearing this, Mia grew excited. She wiped the corner of her mouth, where a bit of drool had appeared, and asked with sparkling eyes, Does that mean I can drink and eat to my heart's content? Suddenly, Mia froze, her whole body tensing up instinctively. She clearly sensed a fierce battle taking place nearby. Mia immediately jumped up, leaning against the window, her gaze intently tracking the outside. Her voice was tense, and a terrifying aura was approaching from that direction. He continued speaking, his face glowing with excitement as if waiting for a good show. One side doesn't seem like it will win but isn't easy to defeat, while the other side is definitely going to lose. Suddenly, Russell Raymond spoke up, his tone calm as if nothing serious was happening. It's fine, both of them are my acquaintances. One of them is even my master. She turned back in surprise, shouting angrily, What? Why are you telling me that only now? All right. Immediately after, Mia licked her fingertips, using her saliva to hurriedly fix her messy hair. If it's your master, I have to make a good impression. How is it? Do I look cool? Before long, they arrived. He stepped out of the carriage, his face beaming, and cheerfully greeted the two people waiting ahead. Master, Tower Master, why did you two come out here? Daria replied casually, her voice calm yet filled with respect. The king has ordered us to personally welcome you, as you are such distinguished guests. Melville greeted them warmly, introducing himself. Welcome to the imperial capital of Andean. I am the Magic Tower Master, Hemingway Melville. Immediately after, she gently followed, her voice calm but authoritative. And I am the Flame Tower Master, Daria. Arn spoke up, moved, her voice full of gratitude. Flame Tower Master, it is such a joy to meet you again. I have never forgotten the kindness you showed me last time. At that moment, memories of the past flashed clearly in her mind. Arn continued softly, My daughter received your favor, and only now do I have the chance to thank you. I am Arn, from the White Birch tribe of the elves. Daria smiled kindly. What favor? That was just something I had to do. Her gaze flickered toward the girl beside her, and she asked, And who is this? Mia was flustered, rubbing her hands together, her eyes darting around as she stammered. I am the Beast King, Mia. No, I am the Beast King, Mia. No, it's me. Daria spoke up, her voice gentle yet friendly. Beast King, you don't need to be so formal. Just talk comfortably. She hid behind him, shyly replying, No, I'm fine. No, I'm okay. At this moment, Russell thought to himself, the Beastman tribe always worships the strong as their king. Perhaps this is the first time she has met someone stronger than herself, so she's a bit confused. Suddenly, Daria caught the cold, sharp gaze of Mia staring toward her. That look was so cold it made her startle instinctively, a surge of shock rising within her. Then Daria glanced toward him, and at that moment, Russell Raymond was laughing and talking intimately with the Beast King, his voice soft. King Mia, are you okay? She smiled meaningfully, thoughts swirling in her mind. This youngest one always acts so innocent. This ball will certainly be interesting to watch. At the same time, at the palace, a feeling of unease suddenly rose in the heart of the crowned prince. He quickly turned to look behind him, his eyes wary. Where is this cold aura coming from? Why does this feel so unsettling? The bright golden sun shone down on the imperial capital, as if draping the city in a cloak of light. Seeing the scene before her, Mia exclaimed in surprise. Before her was a luxurious, magnificent palace, sparkling under the golden sun as if each stone were coated in a layer of brilliant light. Mia marveled, unable to hide her surprise. It's been a while, and the palace that had collapsed has been completely rebuilt. Daria spoke up. Niccolo and his disciples worked so hard they couldn't even sleep. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, thinking to himself, they were definitely pressured to meet the schedule. Then he gently turned and walked toward the palace, calmly saying, "Then let's go in. His Majesty is waiting for everyone." Before long, they entered the grand hall, standing before the king's throne. Russell Raymond immediately knelt, bowed his head, and his clear voice rang out. "Duke of the Kingdom, Russell Raymond," he continued, "I have completed the mission His Majesty entrusted to me and have returned." Alfonso nodded slightly, his eyes full of trust. "Rise, Duke Russell. I will not forget your service." Next, Arn and her daughter stepped forward together and bowed. She said respectfully, "Greetings to the Master of Andean. I am Arn of the Elf tribe, and this is my daughter, Mia." Arn continued, "On behalf of the entire elf tribe in the Great Forest, thank you for your generosity in ceding the forest back to us." The king looked at the mother and daughter, responding in a gentle and understanding tone. "I hope the neighboring residents will feel at peace staying here until the Great Forest is restored." Mia awkwardly bowed, her voice small. "King of the Beastmen, Mia, greets the Master of Andean. I am here to send my greetings." Worried, she hung her head, ears drooping, her face turning pale. He quickly helped Mia out. "I apologize, Your Majesty. The thing is," but he was immediately interrupted. "I understand. I am not very familiar with Beastman culture either." Then he smiled and said, "Beast King, for the ball, I intend to hold an investiture ceremony. What do you think?" She was startled and panicked, not knowing how to react, and gave a small nod. Russell Raymond leaned in and whispered in Mia's ear, "Just say, 'I will follow your command, Your Majesty.'" She stammered, murmuring as if memorizing it in her head. "I will follow your command, Your Majesty." But then he said one thing, and Mia said another. "Thank you for following the schedule. I am grateful." His Majesty knew she had misspoke. She bowed her head, her face pouting like a puppy that had made a mistake, and Russell could only smile bitterly, thinking to himself that he would have to teach her basic etiquette again. 3 days later, the official investiture ceremony was held, and deep, majestic music filled the palace hall. Rhythms of grandeur permeated the solemn atmosphere, and Mia's voice rang out clearly. "King of the Beastmen, Mia." From this moment on, her oath was spoken, slow but decisive, echoing through the hall. "I will faithfully fulfill all duties, as a noble of this glorious kingdom." At this moment, a buzz arose in the palace. People looked at each other and whispered, their eyes full of surprise. "I never thought the Beastmen would know such etiquette. It's quite different from the rumors that they are savages." Then King Alfonso walked down the steps, holding a ceremonial sword, his eyes solemn as he looked at Mia, and he spoke in a deep, commanding voice, "I, Alfonso Radmos, King of Andean, grant you, along with the title of Marquis of the Kingdom." He continued speaking, his voice full of authority, "Never forget your oath today." She knelt upright, hand over her heart, and replied clearly, "I am deeply grateful, Your Highness." Immediately after, the sword in Alfonso's hand flashed, like a sacred confirmation of the vow of loyalty that had just been spoken. Then came the ball. Everyone joined in the lively, fluid dance, swirling under the brilliant lights amid a chorus of laughter and conversation. She sighed softly, as if a weight had just been lifted from her shoulders. Even though she was following instructions, she truly couldn't understand why they had to go through such a tedious process. Hackett smiled faintly, softening her voice to comfort him. "You have worked hard." A moment later, Yo hesitated before asking, "Lord Russell Raymond, since today is the gala, if you don't mind, could we dance together?" He gently interrupted her. "Lady Yo, let me introduce someone first." He was dressed in a magnificent, radiant gown. With a bright smile on her face, she stepped forward and greeted them cheerfully. "This is Lord Laos, and my name is Hackett Ratmos." Isla was stunned, a vague sense of unease rising within her. She thought to herself, this person belongs to that lord, while Mura kept chewing on the food in her hand, her eyes never leaving the girl standing before her. In her mind, she cautiously assessed, "She smells like a royal. If so, then that makes sense." Suddenly, Hackett spoke up, her smile still bright. "Could we step aside and talk for a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss with you two privately." Yo quickly stood up. "In that case, I'll also—" She was immediately stopped by a hand, a voice ringing out decisively. "No." Although she kept a radiant smile on the outside, a suffocating, intense aura radiated from Hackett's body. She still smiled and said softly, "This is a conversation meant only for us women." He responded awkwardly, "Ah, yes." Daria stood by, munching on popcorn while eavesdropping, thinking to herself, a love triangle between 3 races revolving around one man. How interesting. Simply fascinating. Afterward, the 3 quickly left the grand hall, moving to a quiet corner prepared in advance. The maid bowed, "Princess, you have arrived." Hackett sat down immediately, her voice gentle yet carrying authority. "Everyone, please, sit. No need for formalities, just be comfortable." Yo and Mia spoke in unison. "We understand, Your Highness." She slowly poured a glass of wine, the crimson liquid shimmering in the crystal glass. Hackett looked up, her tone remaining calm but carrying a clear implication. I arranged this private meeting because I have something to ask you both. Immediately after, she tilted her head back and downed the glass of crimson wine in one gulp, a move so decisive it left the two opposite her stunned. Hackett's gaze looked straight ahead, her voice calm, yet cold. What do you think of Duke Russell Raymond? My fiancé? Ilo froze when the princess asked so bluntly. She replied awkwardly, her voice trembling. Well, about that. After a moment of hesitation, Yo spoke up bravely. If you ask about my feelings, then I will be blunt. I like Lord Russell Raymond very much. She crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and smirked, nodding. Indeed, he is a male who earns my favor. And he is quite strong, too. Hackett slowly poured more wine into her glass, her voice firm. Just as I thought, her voice continued. Russell Raymond is not like other common nobles. Hackett Ratmos continued. He will become king in the future. Someone like him cannot have concubines. Her gaze gradually became as cold as ice, biting like a winter night. Hackett spoke, every word ringing out clearly. Likewise, while I am alive, I will not accept sharing Russell Raymond with anyone else. Yo lowered her head, eyes fixed on the ground, thinking silently, I understand. That was expected. Now, what about Mia? Her beast ears twitched. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists, anger swirling in her mind. Oh, is she warning me directly? With that weak human status of hers? Suddenly she paused, as if realizing something, her eyes wide with surprise. Wait, did you just say, while I am alive? Hackett continued pouring wine, her eyes reflecting a touch of sadness. She replied in a low voice, yes. Her next words left the two opposite her startled. Russell Raymond had already reached the level of a superhuman by the time he was 20. Perhaps he will even touch the transcendent realm that no one has reached since the age of mythology. Moreover, he carries dragon blood. He will live much, much longer than me a human. I do not want Russell Raymond to spend the rest of his life without me in loneliness, she said sadly. You are creatures that transcend humans. Just being the only one in his life while I am alive is enough. Mia was stunned, speaking up awkwardly. That is, Hackett Ratmos suddenly stood up, her voice decisive. But there is one thing I must make clear first. She pointed at herself, her voice firm. I am the head. I am the first one. Remember that. The two remained motionless, seemingly unable to process everything they had just heard. Before leaving, Hackett's voice rang out again. So, who will be the second? I hope that when you make a decision, you will report it back to me. At that moment, she slowly walked down the stairs, her dress sweeping against the marble floor. Suddenly, Hackett tripped on her hem, lost her balance, and cried out in panic. Russell Raymond was there in time. He rushed over like a gust of wind, his arms catching her as she fell. Russell Raymond's voice was full of worry. Hackett. Her eyes drifted hazily toward the man in front of her. Is that you? Yo frowned when she smelled the wine on Hackett, chiding her. She can't hold her liquor, so why did she? She leaned her head into his warm chest and asked softly, Russell, do you know the surest way to restrain an enemy? Not waiting for Yo to speak, Hackett Ratmos gently provided the answer, her gaze still distant. By making them keep their eyes on others. Russell Raymond frowned, confused. Pardon? What do you mean? She didn't answer, only turned slightly, slowly pulling away from his arms, her voice low and weary. I drank a bit too much, so I feel dizzy. Hackett Ratmos looked up, her cheeks flushed from the wine and a touch of shyness. May I rest for a while in your room? Russell Raymond immediately stepped forward, gently pulling her into his arms, his voice deep and warm, filled with tenderness and concern. Of course, Hackett. 3 months later, at Flame Tower, Daria held a paper in her hand, speaking up with annoyance. I thought we had peace for a while. She sighed, her eyes glancing at Russell Raymond sitting opposite her, and spoke with suspicion. So, it turns out it's another mobile research trip. Have you already reported this to the princess? Russell Raymond quickly replied, his voice firm. Of course, I asked for permission and it was granted. Daria took a sip of wine, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Rushing around like that? Sooner or later, you're going to get scolded by the princess. You might even find your range of movement restricted. He looked startled, scratching his head with a bashful expression. I doubt it'll go that far. She stared at the paper in her hand, a flicker of surprise in her eyes before she exclaimed, And you're heading to the third kingdom this time, the Holy Kingdom of Shang. She continued, her tone slow but filled with hidden meaning. You surely know what kind of place that is, don't you? Russell Raymond nodded decisively without a moment's hesitation. Yes. At that moment, his thoughts drifted to the Holy Kingdom of Shang, a nation so tiny it should really be called a city-state, but it is a place that legalizes everything from gambling, debauchery, and contract killings to money laundering and even the slave trade, making it the largest underground nation on the continent. Daria handed the paper back to Russell Raymond, her voice stern. I say this only to remind you, be careful. The shadows of those living in that dark place run deeper than you think. He gripped the paper tightly, his eyes flashing with determination as he spoke firmly. Yes, master. I will keep your teachings in mind and be on my way. Scene change. A boat glides lightly over the calm sea as a dense fog suddenly rolls in. Russell Raymond chuckled to himself. With this fog, it seemed today was his lucky day. His face was filled with contemplation, his gaze fixed on the thick, white mist swirling around the hull. Thanks to the fog, I can enter the territory quietly. The problem was he glanced briefly at the person in the black cloak standing silently by the railing. His eyes narrowed in caution, a flicker of worry rising in his heart. That person has been following me since the harbor. Ever since then, they've been suppressing their presence and hiding their murderous intent. Russell thought silently. They are definitely a master, but I can't just fight right in the middle of the sea. However, a spark of irritation flared in his chest. If they think they can just get away with that, they're dead wrong. Without hesitation, he spun around, stepped forward, and yanked the hood off the cloaked figure, his eyes cold as blades. Who are you? How dare you stalk me? Seeing the familiar face revealed beneath the cloak, Russell was shocked. Mia. She scratched her head awkwardly, averting her eyes and stammering quietly. It's me, I've been found out. Mia, he asked in surprise. Why are you following me? She suddenly stood up, her voice full of indignation. What do you mean, why? You promised to spar with me when we returned to the capital, but then you disappeared without a trace, so I immediately chased after you. Russell Raymond advised her anxiously. Mia, you have to go back. This place is extremely dangerous. Mia raised her fist, her eyes shining with resolve. I've heard about that place, but I'll just beat everyone up. He sighed helplessly and spoke up. Actually, that place is just a stopover. The real destination is further ahead. She immediately interrupted, her eyes serious. Where is it? Hearing the answer, Mia was astonished. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The sworn enemy of the Andean Empire, the Britannia Empire. Meanwhile, in Daria's room, the bright moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a soft silver glow on the floor, contrasting sharply with the tension filling the room. She held the letter in her hand, her voice low. The war for the imperial throne is becoming increasingly brutal. Each word in the letter was etched deep into Daria's mind. Out of the 5 princes, 2 are already dead. No matter who grabs the throne, chaos is inevitable. That arrow shouldn't have been aimed at us. She stared at the letters in front of her, a look of surprise crossing her eyes as she whispered, that youngest one actually sent all these letters? Daria quickly opened another letter, speaking in amazement. This is strange. He never reports where he goes. Has he finally learned to think for himself? Looking at the words on the paper, she jumped in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she shouted, Ah! At that moment, an image of Russell with an innocent smile appeared in Daria's head. Master, I'm going to the Empire. A wave of rage erupted within her. Daria roared in fury, cursing that damn brat. On his end, he suddenly shivered. A chill running down his spine, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. Mia tilted her head, looking at him with concern. What is it? Russell Raymond replied awkwardly. I just have a feeling someone is bad-mouthing me. She was startled and exclaimed, Oh, who could it be? At the same time, he thought to himself, the letter must have reached Master by now. In Russell Raymond's mind, the image of his master's furious face appeared crystal clear. What? The Empire. You want to die, don't you? He bowed his head, sighing internally. Even if you're angry, it can't be helped. Asking for forgiveness is always faster than asking for permission. If I had said I was going to the Empire, she definitely wouldn't have let me go. Suddenly, Mia looked into the distance, shielding her eyes from the light, squinting before shouting, Look, we've reached land. Russell Raymond was startled and hurriedly looked up, his eyes flashing. Finally here. In his head, he thought, the darkest nation on the continent, the Holy Kingdom of Shang. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom of Shang, amidst the pitch-black night, fireworks exploded brilliantly across the sky. Skyscrapers stood clustered together, their lights casting a magnificent glow. The streets were bustling with people. In a small alleyway, he stealthily handed Mia an item, whispering, Mia, put this on. She frowned in surprise. What's this? Mia held the item up, her eyes brightening as she cheered. Is this a ring? Russell Raymond smiled, explaining gently, This is a ring with a disguise spell. It can change your outward appearance. As soon as she put the ring on her finger, her body immediately underwent a transformation. Her black hair gradually turned deep brown, and her eyes changed to a brilliant violet. Russell Raymond nodded in satisfaction, speaking softly, It's not convenient to keep your face covered. People from the frozen northern lands have white hair and black eyes. Hearing that, she didn't hesitate and immediately put on the ring, muttering, thought it was something big. Right after, Mia's beast ears vanished instantly. Her face also became softer and easier to blend in. She asked excitedly, "How about it? Do I look glamorous now?" Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Mia sighed in frustration. "What's wrong? I don't see much of a change." Russell Raymond smiled, comforting her gently. "For Mia, that's more than enough." Then, he suggested, his voice low and teasing, "Well, since we're in character, we have to play the part to the end, right?" The two then headed to a small inn. Inside, the inn was packed with people, the sounds of laughter and clattering dishes echoing noisily. They stood before the reception counter. The innkeeper looked up at the two, his eyes twinkling as he teased them with a smirk. Newlyweds sleeping in separate rooms. A couple's quarrel is just like trying to cut water with a knife. He hurriedly waved his hands, embarrassed. Sometimes, everyone just needs some private time. After that, the two slowly walked upstairs. Just as they set foot on the first step, a loud voice shouted from behind, "I hope you two make up soon." Nô ngồi khoanh chân trên giường, gương mặt nhăn nhó khó chịu, giọng đầy bực bội. "Ở chung phòng kiểu gì cũng tiện hơn chứ. Đã đóng giả làm vợ chồng rồi, mà còn ngủ riêng phòng." Russell Raymond cười khẽ đáp, giọng anh vẫn bình thản mà nghiêm túc. "Ta đã nói rồi mà, phòng trường hợp bất trắc, cần phải có nhiều người để ý đến chúng ta." Nu lúng túng tiếp lời, "Với lại anh cũng nên nghĩ cho tình cảnh là chúng ta đã có hôn ước nữa chứ." Cô bĩu môi giận dỗi quay mặt đi. "Em cũng không định chen ngang đâu. Dù sao em cũng đã hứa với chị ấy rồi, vậy mà vẫn thấy bực mình thật." Anh ngạc nhiên hỏi, "Nhưng mà từ sau buổi vũ hội, em lại gọi công chúa là chị. Tại sao vậy?" Nu giận mình, mắt đảo đi chỗ khác. Đáp nhanh, "Đó là chuyện giữa phụ nữ với nhau, anh không cần biết." Nu cố giấu vẻ bối rối, bật cười gượng. "Ha ha ha." Anh khẽ vuốt ve Pepper đang ngủ say trong lòng. Giọng nói dần trở nên nghiêm túc. "Đêm nay khi trời tối hẳn, chúng ta sẽ đi làm giấy tờ giả. Lúc nhập cảnh vào đế quốc, nhất định phải có thứ này." Cô tròn mắt kinh ngạc. "Giấy tờ giả làm sao mà làm được?" Nu bình tĩnh nói tiếp. "Trước hết phải tiếp cận với xích xà. Đó là tổ chức tội phạm thao túng cả đế quốc ở trên." Anh khẽ nhắm mắt thi triển linh lực. Một luồng sáng lóe lên. Kho chứa đồ không gian lập tức mở ra. Giọng đầy bất lực. "Vấn đề là không biết phải liên hệ với chúng bằng cách nào." Nu sừng sốt, hoảng hốt bật thốt. "Sao cơ? Nếu không biết thì phải làm sao?" Lúc này một túi tiền ánh vàng sáng rực đột ngột hiện lên trên tay Russell Raymond. Anh khẽ mỉm cười, ánh mắt ló lên vẻ tinh quái. "Vậy nên phải khiến cho bọn chúng chủ động tìm đến chúng ta thôi." Trên con phố nhộn nhịp ánh đèn, giữa dòng người tấp nập qua lại, hai người phụ nữ xinh đẹp khoác tay nhau, ánh mắt long lanh, nũng nịu cười nói lấy lòng người đàn ông đang đi giữa. Trong một con hẻm nhỏ tối tăm, ánh đèn đường không thể chiếu tới. Bóng người lờ mờ khuất trong bóng tối. Tên cướp cúi rạp người, nhanh nhẹn lục soát cơ thể của người đàn ông đang nằm gục dưới góc tường. Tại casino ở phía trên, ánh đèn rực rỡ như sao phủ kín toàn bộ tòa nhà, biến nơi đây thành viên ngọc sáng nhất trong màn đêm của thành phố. Cô tròn mắt nhìn quanh, không giấu nổi sự ngạc nhiên, thốt lên. Đúng là nhìn vào ban đêm thật lộng lẫy, có vẻ cũng nhiều món ngon lắm đây. Lúc này hai người họ đã nhanh chóng hóa trang. Nu khoác lên mình một chiếc váy đỏ gợi cảm, còn Russell thì mặc vest đen lịch thiệp, dáng vẻ chẳng khác gì một quý tộc thực thụ. Anh khẽ chỉnh lại áo, thầm nghĩ, đây là sòng bạc lớn nhất ở đây. Tất cả dòng tiền bất hợp pháp đều được rửa và luân chuyển tại đây, nên chắc chắn không thể không liên quan đến các tổ chức tội phạm. Ánh mắt anh trở nên nghiêm trọng, giọng anh trầm xuống. Nu, trước khi vào hãy hứa với ta một điều. Cô sững người nhìn thẳng vào mắt Russell Raymond hỏi lại. Hứa? Anh tiếp tục cất lời. Dù trong bất cứ tình huống nào cũng phải làm theo quyết định của ta. Dù xảy ra chuyện gì đi nữa, nhất định đây. Nu lập tức sảng khoái gật đầu, nở nụ cười đầy tự tin. Dĩ nhiên rồi. Được thôi, em tin và sẽ nghe theo anh. Sau đó, hai người họ bước đến cánh cửa lớn rực rỡ ánh đèn. Russell Raymond khẽ nhếch môi, giọng nửa đùa nửa thật. Vậy thì vào thôi, chuẩn bị làm cho chúng tán ra bại sản nào. Cô vui vẻ phụ họa mà hô lên. Cùng lúc đó, trong phòng giám sát tầng cao nhất, quản lý casino Danton đang ung dung gác chân lên bàn, tay thong thả đếm tiền. Lão nhếch mép cười, lẩm bẩm. Đám gà này cũng cống nạp không ít nhỉ. Bỗng cánh cửa bật mở, thuộc hạ hớt hải chạy vào, mặt tái mét. Giám đốc, có chuyện lớn rồi à? Danton cau mày, bực bội hất chân khỏi bàn. Gì mà cuống lên thế? Hắn ta nhanh chóng báo cáo tình hình. Có một kẻ đã càn quét hết tiền rồi, chip trên bàn cũng hết sạch luôn. Lão trợn mắt bật dậy như bị điện giật. Gào lên. Cái gì cơ? Hai người lập tức lao đến bên cửa sổ. Mandram bị vén mạnh sang một bên. Ánh đèn từ sòng bạc hắt lên gương mặt họ khiến ánh mắt càng thêm lạnh lẽo. Danton nghiến răng nhìn xuống sảnh bên dưới, gằn giọng. Là tên nào vậy? Thuộc hạ chỉ tay về một góc sảnh nơi đang thu hút không ít ánh nhìn. Là cặp đôi người phương Bắc sư băng giá kia kìa. Lão tức tối gắt lên. Hí thật, đúng là quét sạch cả rồi. Đây vốn là trò không thể nào thắng được mà. Hắn ta lo lắng lập tức cất lời. Có cần kiếm cớ đuổi ra không? Lão khó chịu nói. Không được làm thế trước mặt khách đâu. Lúc này hai mắt Danton sáng rực đầy toan tính. Lão nghiến răng nở nụ cười nham hiểm. Dẫn họ lên penthouse đi. Ở casino này, ta là luật, là quốc vương. Không có sự cho phép của ta thì không ai mang được gì ra khỏi đây. Phía bên dưới Nu vẫn tiếp tục cuộc vui của mình. Dưới ánh đèn rực rỡ, anh ngồi thẳng lưng. Ánh mắt nghiêm túc nhìn chằm chằm vào đối thủ trước mặt. Russell Raymond lập tức lật bài. Giọng điềm tĩnh vang lên. 9. Người đàn ông đối diện sững người, gương mặt tái mét, hoảng hốt kêu lên. Ta thua rồi. Nu đứng bên cạnh, mắt sáng rỡ, phấn khích reo lên. Thật kỳ lạ quá. Được không anh? Cứ đặt cược là 9 lần 10 thắng luôn. Anh thản nhiên thu đống chip về phía mình, khóe môi cong lên thành một nụ cười nhẹ. Lúc này trong đầu Russell thầm tính toán. Nói thế thôi. Thực ra trên lá bài có dấu hiệu mà chỉ mình mới nhìn thấy. Ngay từ đầu đây đã là trò bịp, người chơi không thể nào thắng nổi. Ban đầu mình cũng giả vờ thua để không gây chú ý, nhưng đã thế này thì mình cũng chẳng thể nhịn nữa. Dòng suy nghĩ ấy vừa dứt, từ phía sau lưng anh, tiếng bước chân dồn dập vang lên. Trong lòng anh nghĩ chắc cũng sắp có động tĩnh rồi. Quả nhiên, tên quản lý đứng trước mặt anh, nở một nụ cười xã giao, nhưng ánh mắt lại sắc lẹm như dao, giọng nói nhẹ nhàng mà đầy ẩn ý. Xin chào quý khách, có vẻ như chỗ này không hợp với đẳng cấp của ngài. Nếu không phiền, tôi xin mời ngài lên bàn lớn hơn. Russell Raymond khẽ nhướng mày, môi cong lên nụ cười mơ hồ. Bàn lớn hơn à? Ta cũng đang chán đây, vậy thì tốt quá. Một lúc sau, bọn họ đã đến nơi. Khi cánh cửa mở ra, khung cảnh trước mắt khiến anh không khỏi choáng ngợp. Ánh đèn dịu nhẹ hắt lên trần cao, nội thất sang trọng hiện đại trải dài trước mắt, từng chi tiết đều toát lên sự tinh tế và xa hoa. Trong lòng Russell kinh ngạc. Đây là penthouse. Anh trầm mặc suy nghĩ. Không ngờ trên tầng cao nhất lại có chỗ như thế này. Chắc chỉ dành cho tầng lớp cao cấp hay người đặc biệt thôi. Bỗng một giọng nói vang lên. Xin chào quý khách. Lão ta giả bộ vui mừng. Tôi là Danton, quản lý của casino. Tôi bị ấn tượng bởi lối chơi của quý khách nên mới mời lên đây. Russell châm biếm đáp lại. Chắc tôi thắng nhiều tiền quá nhỉ. Danton bật cười, giọng điệu đầy vẻ thân thiện nhưng không giấu được chút gượng gạo. Làm gì có chuyện đó, mời quý khách lên đây cũng là để chúc mừng ạ. Cô ghé sát tai anh thì thầm bằng giọng nhẹ như gió, nhưng đầy sát khí. Cười kiểu gì thấy khó chịu quá. Có nên giết hắn không anh? Russell liếc nhìn người bên cạnh, khẽ thở dài nhắc nhở. Em đã hứa rồi mà. Bỗng lão búng tay một cái. Ngay lập tức thuộc hạ bước đến. Trên tay bưng khay rượu sáng lấp lánh. Danton ra vẻ thân thiện, nụ cười tươi rói đầy tính toán. To celebrate, I'd like to offer you each a glass of this drink. Bring out the most expensive bottle we have, he said, his voice brimming with false cheer, as if he truly meant to treat them. Come now, drink up. Mua, unsuspecting, took the glass and downed it in one go. The more expensive the drink, the better. But moments later, she suddenly spat the entire drink back up. She gasped, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Hey, wait a second. Mua crushed the glass in her hand, a flash of fury igniting in her eyes. She hissed, is this drink poisoned? There must be poison in it. She slammed the glass onto the ground, the liquid splashing everywhere, her voice cold and cutting. The old man's henchmen quickly surrounded them. Danton kept up his fake smile, sighed, and shrugged, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What a pity. If you had just collapsed, you'd have only lost some money. At that moment, his face turned chillingly cold. The spiritual power around Russell Raymond flared violently, making the air in the room feel like it was freezing over. He gritted his teeth, his eyes sweeping toward the old man like sharp blades, his voice dropping with murderous intent. I don't know, but are you seriously just here for the money? Danton backed away a step, his face turning ghostly pale, sweat pouring off him. He stuttered, his voice trembling. What is this? Kim, oblivious to the impending danger, sneered, his gaze sweeping over them with contempt. You idiots! Hasn't the situation made it clear enough that you should be begging for your lives? Can't you read the room? Danton roared in terror. You fools, get back. Kim looked dazed, clearly confused, and hurriedly asked, Sir, why are you suddenly acting like this? The old man immediately bellowed, his voice filled with frustration and panic. I said, get back, you idiot. Danton stared at the two people in front of him in fear, sweat running down his spine. He thought to himself, that guy is only releasing his aura at me. Even if I'm rusty, I was a master-level energy cultivator once. My years of experience are telling me exactly what this is. The thoughts raced through Danton's mind. These people are existences far beyond ordinary humans. Then, he lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, Please forgive my rudeness, I don't know what business you have with me." Russell Raymond smiled friendly, his eyes remaining calm as if everything were firmly within his grasp. Immediately after, a sound only Danton could hear echoed in his head. "Not bad. You've got the mind of a manager. I have a job for you." Danton startled in terror, his heart racing as he realized what happened. "Telepathy." He responded using the same method. "Speak. What is it?" He answered coldly. "Two perfectly forged documents. I need them ready by tomorrow." Amid the luxurious backdrop of the casino, the shimmering lights reflected on Russell Raymond's calm face. His voice rang out softly, yet it was heavy with pressure. "That was fun. Don't forget what I asked of you." The two of them waved goodbye, each carrying two large bags of money on their backs. Danton knelt to pay his respects, his voice filled with reverence. "Yes, thank you for visiting our casino, honored guests." Kim asked, confused, "Boss, why are you doing this? If you let them go like this, our reputation in this world." The old man jumped up, turned around, and roared, "You idiot!" Danton walked away, his heart heavy, murmuring in a low voice, "Is there anything in this world more precious than life?" Kim spat on the ground in anger, gritting his teeth in mockery. Even a notorious war dog like him has gotten old, tucking his tail before a fight even started. A dangerous look gleamed in Kim's eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. He said coldly, "No, actually, this is even better. Just killing that brat is enough to prove Danton has become worthless. Then, the organization will definitely give the director's position to me." Afterwards, Kim immediately gave a loud order. "Find those people who just raided the casino. They can't have gone far." Instantly, the henchmen rushed out like a whirlwind, weapons raised high, morale boiling over, as they answered in unison. Russell Raymond and Mua stood on the roof of a nearby building, both watching the chaotic crowd down below. He put the money into his storage space and said, "I knew something was off from the start." She offered her praise. "You're really smart, that guy." Russell Raymond's eyes flashed with excitement as he continued, "Then let's go get some exercise so we don't leave any loose ends." Afterward, the two of them walked around the city, spending the money they had just acquired. Mua held a skewer of grilled meat, chewing as she looked around with unconcealable fascination. The human world really has so many strange things. She pointed to a box of toys displayed on the side of the road, her eyes sparkling as if she had just discovered a treasure. "Look at this, that guy. This tiny little box makes music." Standing nearby, he could only sigh helplessly, wondering to himself, is this what it feels like to be a parent? She looked at the toy in her hand and said excitedly, "This monkey looks just like a beastman I know." Russell Raymond quickly spotted the tails in the crowded street, and thoughts stirred in his mind, but he predicted they were tailing them quite closely. Then Russell Raymond feigned calmness. "Mua, let's try going that way." By now, the night had deepened, and darkness fell, blanketing the street while dim lights stretched along the path. The two of them strolled back to the inn, with Mua carrying all sorts of things they had just bought. Hearing the faint footsteps behind them, Russell Raymond slightly curled his lip, his voice full of sarcasm ringing out in the night. "Why don't you just show yourself instead of skulking around?" Kim slowly took off his hooded cloak, revealing his cold face in the streetlights. His eyes were sharp as knives, and his voice was deep and raspy, carrying murderous intent. "You've got some nerve. Or have you already chosen your own burial spot?" She pointed at the person in front of her, her eyes shining. "I wanted to give you a beating the first time we met." Kim frowned, the veins on his forehead bulging as he snapped in frustration. "What did you say?" He gritted his teeth in anger, gripped his sword hilt, and roared, "This girl still doesn't understand the situation? I'm going to torment you until you beg for death." Mua cracked her knuckles, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit as she smirked. "Your mouth sure is quick. Let's see what you're actually made of." He stood silently, his eyes scanning the area before sending a telepathic message to her, his voice full of worry. "Mua, go easy on them. Even though this place is full of criminals, if things get too messy, it'll be a real headache." She sighed with regret, quickly putting the bags on the ground. "I thought we were going to have some fun, too." Kim's eyes were full of contempt, and he said sarcastically, "Why are you scared now that it's time to fight? Then I'll go first." As soon as he finished speaking, before he could even make a move, a heavy blow from Mue landed squarely on his head, causing Kim to double over, his face twisted in pain. Not missing the opportunity, Mua rushed in like a hurricane. Her fists flew, each strike powerful and decisive, showing no mercy at all. The henchmen were taken by surprise and were knocked down one by one. Mua shouted excitedly, "You guys, all of you come at once." Russell Raymond watched the battle unfold. He thought to himself that having Mia and Oni along was truly convenient. As for the fake papers, it wouldn't hurt to let Mia take her time getting them. Early the next morning, in a port city of the Siga Empire, Russell Raymond blended into the bustling crowd. He looked around, thinking to himself, "This is the Britannia Empire. There was a time when I believed this was father's enemy. Deep resentment burned within him, yet stepping foot here, he felt nothing but emptiness. They approached the city gate where two guards stood sternly. One of them spoke coldly, "Show your papers. Don't dally." Russell Raymond quickly pulled out the documents, his voice respectful. "Yes, here." The guard took the paper, glanced over the information, then narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "A mercenary from the Frostlands wandering all the way to the south. What's this about?" He maintained his calm demeanor, his voice steady. "I heard news of the civil war in the Empire, and my parents were worried, so I came to check on things." The guard beside him immediately rubbed his fingers together, giving a subtle hint with a suggestive look. His voice was full of subtext. "That's a pitiful story, truly, but I can't just let anyone in." Russell Raymond understood immediately. Without another word, he pulled out a small pouch of coins, quietly held it out before them, and said respectfully, "Please, accept this small token of my sincerity." The guard took it, gave a fake cough, and nodded. "Your filial piety toward your parents moves me, so I'll let you through this time." Then he jerked his chin to signal, his voice trembling slightly. "Move along." He quickly stepped through the gate, his gaze fixed on the soldier. A chilling thought surfaced in his mind. Corruption is running rampant everywhere due to the civil war. Mia's voice echoed in the small street. "Things went pretty smoothly, huh? Where's our next stop?" "The Chaos Mountains." Russell glanced at her and replied concisely. 3 days later, the two of them crossed the deep valley, pushing forward at top speed throughout the long journey. He turned back, speaking to Mia as he ran. "We had to take a detour because of the fake papers, so it's taking quite a while. We'll be there in 10 days. If you're tired, just say so." She frowned, her voice slightly annoyed. "Who do you think I am? Something like this is nothing." Suddenly, Mia stopped in her tracks, her expression turning serious. She sniffed the air a few times and whispered, "Stop." Russell stopped immediately, asking in surprise, "What is it?" Mia's eyes instantly turned cold and vigilant. Her voice sank. "It smells like corpses, and it's very strong." He whispered, "Is there a graveyard nearby? Or perhaps soldiers from the Civil War?" She took another deep breath. "No," she said firmly. "It's not the smell of a graveyard or regular corpses. It's much heavier and more intense." Russell Raymond bowed his head, his expression darkening. He sighed. He didn't want to get involved. But then he said calmly, "Still, we should check what's going on. Might as well get a handle on the state of the Empire." Mia's eyes immediately lit up with interest. She exclaimed excitedly, "All right, let's go, Russell." Shortly after, they arrived at a small village deep in the forest. Zombies were wandering everywhere, moving aimlessly, and a foul stench filled the air. The two hid behind a dense thicket to observe the scene before them. Mia bowed her head slightly, whispering in shock, "It's like the whole village is dead." He furrowed his brows, his gaze serious as he watched the zombies stumbling by. He thought to himself, sometimes graveyards affected by magical energy really do spawn zombies. Thoughts continued to churn in Russell's mind. A number this large could absolutely not have appeared naturally. This was definitely the work of a cult. Suddenly, at that very tense moment, the system appeared announcing, Quest 1. Requiem for the Zombie Village. An entire village of woodcutters living in peace had turned into zombies in the blink of an eye. Comfort the souls of this ill-fated village. Reward, low-level magic stones ×2. Food. He widened his eyes, unable to hide his astonishment. A thought rose in Russell Raymond's mind. Quest 1 means there will be a series of following quests here, right? Right after that, he quickly stood up, his eyes bright as if he had made a decision. He couldn't ignore this. All the better. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the thicket, heading straight toward the zombies stumbling through the village. His voice rang out clearly and respectfully. "Even though you become lost souls, surely none of you wish to live a life as a zombie." Immediately, the zombies growled and rushed toward Russell Raymond in a swarm. Rotten arms reached out, scrambling for the living prey before them. His voice continued. Then spiritual power erupted violently around Russell Raymond's body, swirling like a cyclone, gathering into glowing spears surrounding him. Without hesitation, Russell Raymond waved his hand, launching them at the crowd, and said coldly, "Let me help you find peace." Suddenly, Mia and Oni rushed in from behind, eyes shining brightly. She shouted excitedly, "Got it, Russell." Mia dove into the middle of the zombie horde like a cyclone, her eyes blazing. She swung her arms furiously, her power erupting wildly as she shouted, "All of you, return to dust." Oni also quickly joined the fun, swooping down from above, opening its mouth to breathe out a burst of raging fire, sweeping directly across the zombies below. The battle was extremely fierce, smoke and dust rising everywhere. The shrieks of the zombies echoed incessantly, drowned out by the storm of power sweeping away everything. Just a moment later, the system sounded a new notification, quest completed. Reward received. Low-level magic stones times 2. Food. Mia stood with her arms crossed amidst the ashes, her eyes triumphant, the corner of her mouth curling up. Done in the blink of an eye, right? They continued their journey. Seeing Russell Raymond quiet, she glanced toward him, her voice suddenly softening, comforting him gently. Don't take it to heart. There'll be a peace now. Suddenly, Mia stopped, her expression changing noticeably. Seeing this, Russell Raymond turned to her in surprise and asked, Mia, what's wrong? She took a deep breath, her eyes panicked. There's that corpse smell again, she continued, her voice firm. After clearing this place, I'm even more certain the true source of that smell is on the other side. He immediately pulled out the map, moving his hand quickly across it. His eyes skimmed the locations before he whispered, that direction is. Without hesitation, all three of them rushed off like the wind, cutting through the dense forest. While moving, Russell Raymond frowned slightly, thinking to himself, that direction is the Baron's territory. He gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming tense. A vague anxiety rose in his heart. That area was under the Empire's administration. The scale of the town was also completely different. Just counting the civilians living there had to be at least 1,000 people. Thoughts continued to churn in his mind. If all of them had become zombies, then this whole country being swallowed up was only a matter of time. He just hoped it wasn't too late. Before long, they arrived at the place. The entire town was now full of zombies. They were stumbling everywhere, through every nook and cranny, creating a nightmarish scene. Russell Raymond and Mia sat up high, quietly observing the chaotic scene below. Stumbling along, his footsteps echoing through every corner, he leaned against the wall, exhausted. Russell Raymond and Mia sat on high ground, silently watching the chaos unfold below. His heart felt heavy. He couldn't believe something like this was happening in the Baron's territory. Russell Raymond mused, his eyes tracking the lifeless, aimless steps of the undead below. Even with the country in the chaos of civil war, there was no way the Empire would ignore a tragedy of this scale. A stream of thoughts flowed quietly through his mind. If that's the case, just like with Duke Bism's rebellion, someone high up in the Empire must have colluded with the cult. Russell thought to himself, could the true darkness he spoke of be this? Just then, the system displayed a notification. Quest 2. The Darkness of the Baron's Territory. All civilians in the Baron's territory of Atlan have long since been turned into the undead. Eliminate them and uncover the secret hidden within this land. Reward, intermediate magic stones times 2. Russell felt a surge of astonishment. A hidden secret. Huh. He immediately stood up, his gaze turning icy. Mia Pepper. We need to clear this place out first. Spiritual energy erupted around him, swirling like a terrifying tornado of holy light. His eyes were cold, and his voice was low but authoritative. Let me send them off quickly, without any pain. Russell Raymond gathered fire and lightning to form a sphere of power. He shut his eyes, focusing. One hand held flame, the other electricity. He pictured the fire spreading, with the lightning acting as the detonator. He intended to use that power to wipe out the undead and the Death Knights. Suddenly, Mia appeared from above, her fist raised toward the undead. She unleashed her punch with a shout of excitement. Russell looked toward Mia, and then he saw it, rows of red characters forming in the air. Worm-like letters written in reverse. They're all over the village, and I can sense strange magic power. Plus, the flow of this ley line. While Mia was busy fighting the monsters, she turned back to ask, Hey, you, did you find anything? Russell Raymond replied while imagining the magical circle in his head. Yes, this is a magic circle, a formation designed to channel the strength of the undead toward a specific target. Mia panicked. What? Channeling it to who? He replied, looking toward another spot. Perhaps Russell looked toward a building on the hill that had a bell tower. That was the very center of the village, the Lord's mansion. The two of them headed toward it. As they walked, Mia spoke. So, we just have to destroy that place, right? Let me handle it. Russell placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Wait, Lady Mia. The center of the formation is moving. Hearing that, she realized, you're right, it's getting closer. Just as they were moving, they stopped. In front of Mia and Russell Raymond, sounds of kill echoed out. Those sounds were none other than Death Knights. She rushed in to fight them, while they were being wiped out by Mia. Russell Raymond thought they're much stronger than normal undead. He stood to the side, assessing the situation. They couldn't be taken lightly. Of course, if the opponent were superhuman, that would be a different story. Mia used her strength to throw a Death Knight, but it wasn't that simple. The creature held a sword to defend itself. She jumped up and delivered a lethal kick, saying, These guys are actually pretty fun to fight. It's been a long time since I've had this much. A Death Knight took Mia's hit. Its armor shattered. Try to endure it. Suddenly, another one appeared out of nowhere with a sword, aiming for her. But Mia wasn't that easily defeated. She grinned wildly, too slow. She used her power to obliterate it. Let's see how you want to be dealt with. She finished off all the Death Knights. At the same time, Russell Raymond ran over. Mia, are you all right? Mia grabbed his collar and scolded him. That was mine. Why did you steal it? Hey, I was about to enjoy that. Russell Raymond felt dizzy. I'm sorry. She turned away sulking, while he remained deep in thought. The residents being turned into the undead must be to provide power to the Death Knights. Russell looked at the scene before him, unable to stop pondering. Sacrificing anything for one's own goal, that really is the style of the cult. He was still lost in his thoughts. The existence of this place is proof that the Empire has been colluding with the cult. I have to report this as soon as I return. Then Mia spoke up. But, hey. She looked up at the moon and answered. Even though it's faint, I've had the feeling for a while that someone is watching us. And on that moon stood a mysterious figure. He was too small to be seen. Russell asked, A gaze? Where are you talking about? The figure smirked. This girl is quite sharp. While Russell and Mia looked in another direction, the figure said, The successor of the Dragon Emperor has grown stronger than before, but it's still not enough. Then he flew away. Keep getting stronger, for time is running out. Mia looked up, confused. Huh? He just disappeared. Russell guessed, could you have been hallucinating from the aftershocks of the magic circle collapsing? He turned away. Regardless, let's keep moving. We still have a long way to go. Mia still felt something was off. That's strange. Could I have really been mistaken? The scene shifted to Jackalow Mountain. Russell looked at the mountain and sighed in admiration. It's completely different from what I read in the books. It truly is the most dangerous and beautiful mountain on the continent. The clue to the next dragon must be here. Mia, exhausted, asked from behind, Hey, is the thing you're looking for really here? I've looked everywhere and don't see anything. He rummaged through his pockets. Let me check. Suddenly, the paper in Russell Raymond's hand caught fire, surprising him. Mia also spoke up. I didn't do anything. A compass appeared in Russell Raymond's hand. He was curious. What's that? Mia replied, It's a compass. It's pointing to where we need to go. He smiled, seemingly understanding. Looks like we're almost there. Inside a deep cave, light shone in from outside, where Bramus lay. You finally arrived. Little master, and you've even brought a child carrying the dragon's blood. I don't know if she's the bride, but to bring along a girl just like that. She seemed to realize something. Brahmas roared angrily, Get out. This place is a sacred ground for the little master. Someone like you is not worthy to step foot in here. The mysterious figure was also surprised by the reaction. He clicked his tongue. I guess I can't get any closer. Then the figure flew away, cursing. Damn old hag. He gritted his teeth. It's not like I wanted it to end up like this. Mia watched and felt, what a strange place. The two stood on a cliff, looking up at the towering mountain. Russell spoke again. There are plains and forests on the rocky mountain. Even that hill in the distance looks strange. He urged. And there's fog at this altitude, let's go check it out. Suddenly, Mia called out, Hey. Russell Raymond turned to see her floating in midair. Russell panicked. Lady Mia. Mia struggled. The fog is holding me. Suddenly, she blushed. Just some fog, and you dare? She used all her strength to break free, get lost. Yet, she still couldn't escape. They were swarming even more. Russell Raymond felt helpless, too. Wait, could this be? He reached out his hand and shouted. Mia also screamed. Then she collapsed to the ground as the mist began to disperse, looking like it was working. Russell Raymond looked around and replied, It seems this mist is sealed by a special magic. It feels like it only allows me to enter and exit while blocking others. He told Mia, Please wait here for a moment. Just sit and rest. There's nothing else we can do. Russell Raymond set off with Pepper. I'm heading out now. Mia yelled back in frustration. Hurry up and get back. Okay? He looked around as he walked. The deeper he went into the forest, the thicker the mist became. Furthermore, this wasn't ordinary magic. He wondered if the nature of the mana within the mist had been altered. Not only that, it was a type of fixed magic circle. Suddenly, he froze. The nature of the mist was changing again. He realized that right in front of him, a massive labyrinth had appeared. A labyrinth? Graham spoke up, startling him. The young master has entered the labyrinth. The giant dragon stood before the maze and said, These trials were prepared specifically for the young master by the dragon god king. The only thing I can do is hope that the young master does not give up. He looked up in fear, but Braha continued, Please show your iron-willed determination. As the young master walked, he thought to himself, 3 days have passed, but I don't feel hungry or sleepy. Time flows differently here than on the outside. He gathered his momentum, leaped, and punched the wall, creating a fierce burst of flames while muttering to himself, Magic or physical strength, everything is useless. I've tried every way, and it's all been in vain. But if there's an entrance, there must be an exit. Russell Raymond clenched his fists, determined. I will definitely overcome this trial. He walked straight ahead in frustration, but he couldn't see an end anywhere. His sense of time became numb. He couldn't even remember how many days it had been. Is there really an exit? What would happen if I couldn't go back? Suddenly, the system appeared before him, offering a notification. Do you wish to give up on the labyrinth? Yes or no? If you give up, you can leave the labyrinth. He was confused. I can leave this place? It's a shame to give up now, and Pepper must be tired too. I am as well. I should just prepare better and come back later. He was about to click the button to leave, but he hesitated and stopped. But it's strange if I give up here. I feel like I won't ever become stronger. I want to restore my fallen family. He recalled the painful memories of the past and pondered. To take revenge for my unjustly accused father and reach the seventh circle, a realm I only dared to dream of before. Even though my original reason for wanting power is gone, I still want to pass the eighth circle and reach the ultimate peak of magic, to transcend. Who knows, maybe at the end of this labyrinth, I can obtain a different kind of power. Russell immediately chose to stay in the labyrinth. As if just for a moment, his willpower gave him a reason to keep going. He tried to hypnotize himself, trying to endure just a little longer. Suddenly, the stone floor beneath him began to crumble, causing Russell Raymond to fall into the void below, and the system issued a notification. You have proven your iron-like willpower. Labyrinth trial complete. Transporting to the Dark Dragon's residence, Russell Raymond landed softly. Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed. This old woman greets the young master. A massive dark dragon was curled up around him. Opula pointed toward a house not far away. She spoke to him with reverence. Please come inside. You must be tired. Let me serve you some tea. The house was furnished magnificently. Russell Raymond sat upright on a chair and looked around. He never expected such a place to exist on a dragon's back. Lady Opella used her magic to control the teapot and pour him a cup. She said solemnly, Young master, allow me to officially greet you. I am the dark dragon, Opella. Russell quickly replied, I am Russell Raymond. Opella smiled. Russell, what a good name. Very fitting for the master who overcame the trial in the labyrinth. Time in the real world has not passed, so please do not worry. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Russell Raymond looked at his reflection in the tea, realizing that although he had encountered many dragons before, it was a pity he had never had the chance to talk for this long. What should I ask? He asked Lady Opella. What kind of existence is the Dragon King, and why did I become the Dragon King? She calmly answered a question that touched upon the very essence of things. The Dragon King is the lord and master of all dragons, and simultaneously the source of life. Russell continued, If so, is the reason there are so few dragons left in this era because the previous master, the Dragon God King, has returned to the cycle of nature. The wounds from the battle with those who caused chaos in the Middle Realm were the cause, and the reason the young master became the new Dragon King is because you are the final descendant of the Dragon God King and the savior from another world. Russell repeated Opella's words, the savior from another world. She continued, He was the life partner of the Dragon God King, who came from another world. The young master's black hair must have been inherited from him. Now the final scattered pieces have finally fit together. The heirloom ring reacted to the dragon heart for this reason. At that moment, Russell thought to himself that his mother must have been the descendant of the savior from another world. He scratched his head and asked, So, are the second-generation dragons the ones like me who carry dragon blood and were chosen? Opella drank her tea and replied, That is correct. I have also just decided on the person who will receive power from me. Russell was puzzled. What? Who? Suddenly, Lady Opella coughed up blood. He panicked. Are you all right? She was very calm. It means I do not have much time left. The two walked to a room, and Lady Opella pushed the door open with her hand. Before I depart, I have something I want to give to you. In the room were countless treasures. He was so surprised he stuttered. This, Opella spoke nonchalantly. These are the things I have collected my whole life. Like a greedy dragon, I have gathered them very diligently. Can the young master accept them? He froze and said, With things so precious, can I really accept them? Opella affectionately held his hand. So it is truly the end now. If only I could serve you until the end of my days. I hope the one chosen to inherit my power will serve the young master well. As she spoke, Opella dissolved into the void, and then she disappeared completely, leaving only the words, Young master, please head north. The system appeared once again, notifying. Northern Ice Mission, find the largest mirror in the far northern frozen lands, where 2 full moons appear simultaneously. Reward pending. Scene change, Mia was lying in a forest somewhere. The wind had blown some sand into her mouth, making her cough and choke. She sat up, puked. What? What is this? What? Why is there sand in my mouth? Do I swallow sand even in my sleep? Was I eating something delicious in my dream? She exclaimed in surprise, as the mist faded, revealing him standing in awe amidst Lady Opella's gold. That's incredible. This treasure must be worth many times more than Andy's entire budget, right? He stared ahead, looking suspicious. Those are magic scrolls, and they're all 7th or 8th circle spells, the pinnacle of 8th circle magic. The Brisbane have Hellfire, which I thought was extinct. To think there are 2 of them here. This is truly the most precious gift. Just gathering all of this took half a day. If my magic storage hadn't expanded after reaching the 7th circle, I wouldn't have been able to carry it all. Suddenly, a shout startled him as Mia lunged toward Russell Raymond. He was surprised. "Lady Mia, how did you get here?" Mia replied cheerfully. "The fog cleared, so I just followed your scent here." She wondered, "But what are you doing here anyway?" "Ah, this used to be the Dark Dragon's lair." His eyes widened in shock. The place had vanished, likely because its mission was complete. "Oh fella, may you rest in peace." "Lady Mia, did anything strange happen while you were waiting?" Mia looked guilty. "Aside from falling asleep and swallowing some sand, nothing really." "Why?" Russell quickly replied, "It's nothing." In his mind, he thought, "She said she swallowed sand." It seems Lady Mia is the one who inherited the dragon's power. Perhaps, much like Johann, she just needs more time to fully awaken. Suddenly, she became alert, just like he had felt that gaze earlier. "My wild instincts are warning me even if I gave it my all. I couldn't win against this person." They both stared at the woman with giant wings unfurled, covering the sky, and he blurted out, "You really are a dragon." Jailing looked down coldly. "Humph. You've certainly gotten stronger since we last met." Slowly, he descended into the cave while Russell Raymond looked up with extreme vigilance. Something's off. He wondered why the dragon gave off the aura of a cult. Jailing quickly closed the distance, but it's still not enough. Seeing this, he lunged forward, intending to punch him in the face. "Get away from her, you jerk." Jailing flicked his hand, knocking her away. "I have no business with you." Russell quickly regained his balance, his blood boiling as he roared, "Want to try me? I'll kill you if I have to." Russell Raymond noticed the situation turning south and shouted to stop them. "Lady Mia, please stop. He isn't here to fight. Pepper, you stop too." Jailing glanced at him, looking slightly confused. "Why would you think that?" Russell replied calmly. "If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it the first time we met. What exactly do you want from me?" Unexpectedly, Jailing placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "If you truly are the Dragon Emperor, you must not abandon even a single dragon." He spoke with absolute sincerity. "You must grow strong enough to make all dragons submit, strong enough to break me free from this seal. That is your destiny, the path you must walk as the Dragon Emperor." As soon as he finished, Jailing spread his wings and flew away. "Big sister Jilling Gister, I hope we can meet again as master and servant." Russell watched him go. Finally, Jailing vanished into the air, leaving behind one last piece of advice. "Oh, young Dragon Emperor." The scene shifts tonight on a sailboat crossing the vast ocean. This ship is headed for the Akan Empire. In their room, Mia is devouring a chicken leg, while Russell Raymond thinks to himself, "A chaser dragon?" He reflected on the history of a dragon that had truly fallen, abandoning its duty to protect the material world. History even recorded them as demon dragons. Russell remembered Jailing's expression. He was different from the history books. Sure, he had that cult-like aura, but his reason wasn't buried by a destructive instinct. He thought, on the contrary, it seems like he's hiding a deep sadness in his heart. Russell made up his mind. "When I get back, I have to look into more records about chaser dragons." Then he turned to his roommate. "Lady Mia, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" She scratched her neck and replied, "My neck has been itching for a few days." He asked if it was time for her to bathe. She glared at him and snapped, "What kind of rude, crazy thing did you just say? Do you think I don't bathe?" "I bathed last night, you know." Russell Raymond stepped closer. "Can I take a look?" Mia cried out, shyly, "Hey, what are you doing?" Russell then exclaimed, "Just as I thought." He snapped his fingers to summon several mirrors. He placed one mirror behind Mia's neck and one in front of her. "Could you take a look at this?" Mia gasped in surprise. "Wait, this?" she shrieked. "Is that a dragon scale?" Russell speculated that this situation was different from Johann's. Is it because each person inherits the dragon bloodline differently? Mia refused to accept it, rolling on the floor like a tantrum. "I'm not a demi-human. Why is this happening? I don't want to become a dragon." Russell gave a bitter smile. "Calm down." A while later, on the deck, Mia sat dangling her legs off the side while holding a bottle of wine. "If what you said is true, I've received the Black Dragon's power, and once that power fully awakens, we'll be bound by a master-servant relationship, right?" Russell Raymond looked at her and replied, "Yes, I apologize. That is the case." He knew Mia loved her freedom, and he figured she must be feeling uneasy about suddenly becoming his servant. But Mia thought differently. "Is that so? You like that, don't you? Hey, does this mean I can get even stronger thanks to the dragon's power?" He nodded firmly. Yes, that's exactly right. Mia imagined Johan's smug face and spoke with determination. Even that long-eared girl is in a master-servant relationship with you, so I'm finally on equal footing with her now. Russell Raymond leaned in slightly and asked cautiously, "Are you really okay with this? You're a wolf king, yet you're becoming my servant." She replied immediately, "Who's on top and who's below doesn't matter between us, does it? Once a wolf chooses a life partner, they never change their mind." He was taken aback. "What did you say? Why are you saying that out of nowhere?" She stood up and said, "But I won't give up the number 2 spot." Russell thought to himself, "I don't really get what she's saying, but as long as she's happy, that's what matters." A few mornings later, at the tower, Russell shrank back, sitting heavily in his chair. In front of him, someone was poking him with a giant piece of candy. Russell quickly ducked under the chair. "Master, even if it is candy, getting hit by that could kill me." Daria replied, "Kill you? Don't be dramatic." She swung the candy, wearing an absolutely terrifying expression. "I'll let you off this time." Suddenly, someone pushed the door open. "Tower Master," Daria yelled, annoyed. "What is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" The assistant whispered something into her ear. Daria threw the candy on the ground. "Why did they have to contact me at a time like this?" She told Russell Raymond. "Get ready. The regent is looking for you." He asked cautiously, "The regent? You mean has something happened to the king?" Daria turned to him and said, "Thankfully, it's not what you're worried about. You've just been through a lot lately, so you need to rest." Russell breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. The very next second, the regent suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Could it be? "Your Highness." The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, where someone shouts, "Duke Russell Raymond." Hackett angrily snapped. "Have you lost your mind?" She questioned him fiercely. "Do you not realize the Empire is our enemy? I should have punished you for colluding with a hostile nation." Hackett stood up, but considering the contributions he had made thus far, she pointed her scepter at Russell Raymond. "I will take those achievements into account and sentence you to 6 months of house arrest. If you have any objections, speak now." He bowed his head and replied, "I have none. It feels no different from confinement, but compared to what I've done, this is lucky enough." Hackett Ratmos calmed down and asked him with concern, "In this situation, why did you go to such a dangerous place? Does it have to do with the dragon blood flowing through you?" she asked, stuttering. "How did you know?" Daria, who was standing to the side with her arms crossed, replied on his behalf. "Every time you return from your research abroad, you show remarkable progress. So, I guessed you were searching for items related to dragons, which is how you've been growing stronger." He lowered his head and softly replied, "Yes, that's right. Until now, it was only within our own territory or neighboring countries, but this time, the location discovered belonged to the Empire, so I had no other choice." Russell continued, "And in fact, I discovered that the Baron's territory within the Empire has been completely turned into a land of the undead, and there are even—" Daria exclaimed in shock, "Is that true?" Hackett Ratmos covered her face and said, "Unbelievable. If that's the case, then the situation is truly terrifying." She continued, slightly fearful. "The prophecy of the cultists who once joined hands with the rebellious Grand Duke Bismarck says that he will submerge the continent in blood and darkness. The chaos in the Empire due to the civil war for the throne. And on top of that, the Baron's territory has been turned into a land of the undead." Hackett said seriously, "None of this is a coincidence to me. What do you think, Tower Master?" She replied, "I share the same thoughts. I will send spies to thoroughly investigate the situation in the Empire." Hackett Ratmos ordered, "Do as you say." "Understood." Daria and the Tower Master respectfully replied, "Yes, as you command." "Thank you, Your Highness." As he walked out the door, he turned back to look at her and thought, she must have a lot on her mind. Next time, I will come to see her and offer a proper apology. He noticed Daria. "Humph, Master." He thought she was right about this idiot. Daria glared at him with fiery eyes. "Hurry up and go back to report to the regent." "Do I have to remind you even of this?" He listened to her and turned back toward Hackett. She asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Duke Russell Raymond replied, "If you don't mind." He stepped forward and took her hand. "Could you spare a moment? I want to introduce a friend." Hackett asked in confusion, "A friend?" It turned out the friend Russell mentioned was the dragon, Pepper. She hugged it and looked delighted. "Good heavens, how can such a cute creature exist in this world?" She asked Russell happily, "What is this little one?" He smiled and replied, "This is the spirit I have contracted with. It is a second-generation dragon. Since I haven't summoned it at the palace before, I haven't had the chance to introduce it. Plus, it only just awakened not long ago." Hackett looked at Pepper. "Is this little one the dragon mentioned in your report? I thought dragons were supposed to be huge." Russell gave it a command. "Let me show you its true form." Pepper. Instantly, it transformed into a massive, gigantic fire dragon. Hackett gasped in amazement. "Oh my God. She looked at Pepper with pure fascination. This is the true form of a dragon, truly superior in every aspect. Russell climbed onto its back and held out his hand to her. Come on, let's go. Hackett. Both of them climbed onto Pepper's back, and it quickly soared into the sky. Russell held her tightly in his arms and asked, Hackett, are you okay? Was the speed too fast? She closed her eyes, feeling a bit shy, and replied, It was a bit surprising, but I'm fine. Then he said to her, Look over there. Before them lay the sight of the sun hiding behind the clouds at twilight. It was incredibly beautiful. He said to Hackett Ratmos, You must have been very tired from your regent duties, so I thought your mood would improve if you saw this view. She was rendered speechless. Truly, the most beautiful sight I have ever seen in my life. Then Hackett Ratmos turned back and said, However, if you think this alone will make me stop being angry, you are mistaken. Russell Raymond smiled apologetically and replied, Yes, of course. My apologies. Suddenly, she beamed a smile brighter than the sun. Even so, this isn't bad. Russell Raymond leaned in close to her face, and then the two kissed under the sunset. The scene shifts to a beast-kin forest. In the distance, sounds echoed toward the village, and a plume of smoke drifted by. Two people were chatting. It seems pretty intense today, doesn't it? Of course it is. It's been 4 months already. The monkey man laughed. Every time that person comes, it's always this energetic. Mia also laughed in response. You're the type to love pure power, aren't you? Russell Raymond was furious, flames erupting violently around him. Russell shouted as a pillar of fire crashed straight into the ground. La Mancha, even if it's a developed area, if this keeps up, the whole forest will be gone. He stopped after unleashing his attack, took a breath, and Mia said excitedly, Oh, that was a pretty good hit, kid. Is it my turn now? She cracked her shoulders, ready to take the hit. I'm not great at holding back my strength, so don't worry about the forest and give it everything you've got. Mia immediately lunged and threw a punch. Or you'll die. Russell didn't react in time and was blown into the air. Mia quickly jumped up to gain momentum. She intended to land another punch. Accept my feelings. Kid. Russell was faster and erected a barrier. Sorry, I'll have to refuse. Mia's punch was powerful enough to shatter the barrier. Russell quickly chanted, summoning lightning-infused stones to surround her. Russell Raymond summoned lightning to strike down. Karen Earth. The lightning struck Mia. This is a 7th circle magic spell called the Spear of Zeus. Even a light graze would cause serious injury to a normal aura user. Mia was knocked to the ground. She didn't look like she was in pain, but for Mia, it was truly ineffective. She smiled brightly. My whole body is tingling. Kid. Mia quickly stood up. Shall we start the second round? Russell immediately replied, We should stop here for today. She cried out, What? What do you mean? We're just warming up. He landed on the ground and explained, I have important business tonight. Afterward, he asked Mia, By the way, since when did you learn how to dragon shift? She replied softly, I'm not really sure since when. I just have to raise my power to a certain level and I can do it. Russell Raymond stared at her and thought, I had to work so hard just to learn how to dragon shift. Is this what they call a genius? The scene shifts to a parlor in the Imperial Palace where Hackett Ratmos is serving tea to Russell Raymond and taking the opportunity to ask a few questions. So, Mia is still doing well. That's a relief. He replied, Well, I didn't expect to be able to turn into a dragon so easily. Honestly, even I'm surprised. Hackett set down her teacup, her tone thick with danger. But what's the reason for your visit? Don't tell me you came here to brag about some trivial affair with another girl. Russell scratched his head. Wait, did I do something wrong again? She set her teacup down and said, All right, let me guess. You want to request field research abroad again, don't you? Your travel ban is almost over, anyway. Just a heads up, he said. Anything but the Empire. Russell looked a bit nervous, then added, You don't need to worry about that, my lady. This time it's the north, the frozen lands of Arundel. She stared at him, then Hackett Ratmos sighed and rested her hand on her forehead. Arundel is a place of harsh, year-round blizzards and extreme cold. The further north you go, the more uninhabitable the land becomes. Is it absolutely necessary to go to such a dangerous place? He replied with determination. Yes, I must go. Please, grant me permission. Hackett stood up and walked toward him. You are still under disciplinary probation. Hackett sat down next to Russell and said, I'll watch your attitude for a while longer before I decide. He turned to call his dragon, Pepper, and ordered him to head out. The scene shifted to the frozen northern lands of Arundel. Russell put on his cloak and looked around. Even before I turn back time, I've been here a few times, but I really can't get used to this cold. A notification board appeared. Quest. The frozen northern land at the ends of the earth. In the frozen land, find the largest mirror when the 2 full moons rise. He took off his hood and thought, the 2 full moons and the largest mirror. These two words refer to only one place in Arendelle. But if I walk there, it's going to take a whole month. Even I would freeze to death if I kept walking like this. He called out to his dragon, Pepper. He climbed onto its back and commanded, "Fly at full speed." The scene shifted to Lake Kalaman. Russell landed. "We're here." He looked at the lake and said, "So this is the famous Lake Kalaman. It's as vast as the sea, just like the rumors said. No matter how cold it is, it never freezes." Russell reasoned that the two moons mentioned in the quest must refer to the one in the sky and the one reflected on the water's surface. He reached out to pat the dragon's head. "Pepper, thanks. Because of you, we made it before the full moon rose." He said that there was still time before sunset, so they should set up camp to rest and wait. Russell chose a steady spot and set up his tent. Inside, Russell used a flame to keep warm. He pondered over the scroll he brought, Indra's Wrath. This is a level 7 spell, higher than anything I've learned recently. Russell Raymond read on. It's a spell that uses the remnants of mana to revive magical flames and accumulate firepower. It doesn't just require pure mana, it demands a level of mana control that exceeds the 7th circle. Is it true that currently, only my master can cast this spell? Russell Raymond's eyes widened as he read. Then he thought, but it's not impossible for me. In terms of mana control, I'm at the high end of the 7th circle, and as for mana purity, I'm even better than my master. He thought to himself, even if it's not as good as Hellfire, it's still an incredibly powerful trump card. I have to master it. Pepper woke up and chirped softly. What, is it time? Russell left the tent and looked at the sky. The full moon is up. He walked toward the lake. Now, what am I supposed to do? Russell rested his hand on his chin and thought. Even after observing carefully several times, he didn't see anything special. Is it not here, but somewhere else? Suddenly, he noticed something, and then he and Pepper gathered momentum and lunged forward. Russell pointed excitedly, there. The reflection of the ice cliff on the water has changed. He cast a water-repellent spell on his feet and landed on the surface of the lake, feeling the faint mana emanating from the water. Russell saw his own reflection beneath the water, the mana flowing in a star-shaped pattern. A magic circle appeared on the lake, and he reached out to touch it gently. There's only one reason to create this kind of magic, to hide something. Russell closed his eyes, focusing with all his might. The mana flow was very weak, and the pattern was quite complex, but the blizzard around him was still intense. This is nothing for me. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared under Russell Raymond's feet. He cried out in confusion that the whirlpool is getting bigger. Based on experience, these kinds of quests are all gates to my growth. Russell thought, it definitely won't stop here. The whirlpool then split, revealing the entrance to a cave. Maybe the real door is inside that cave. He turned to tell his dragon, Pepper, it's dangerous for you underwater, so head back. Then, Russell let out a breath. Here goes nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove into the cave. Let's get started. Russell dove deeper toward the bottom of the lake. His face was pale, looking extremely uncomfortable. Russell Raymond looked around, thinking to himself, casting a water-breathing spell while maintaining body temperature is not simple at all. Just then, he felt something unusual, causing his entire body to tense up in alertness. But if this is called a challenge, then seriously? Russell Raymond stared at the water vortex, grumbling, this is way too much. He suddenly saw a shield that looked like a net beneath him, and realized the shield was a piece of ice infused with magic. Russell thought worriedly, if the impact force accumulates, the shield will shatter. When he looked up, the exit he came through had been completely blocked by a thick layer of ice, causing him to panic. Damn it, the exit. Russell's eyes turned sharp as he looked in one direction and resolutely lunged forward. Destroy that shield. His entire body tightened as he poured all his strength forward, accelerating. After overcoming the first danger, Russell Raymond was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, as if he'd lost 10 years of his life. Looks like the first gate is done. Suddenly, he realized a massive shark was behind him and began to struggle in panic. Russell Raymond's eyes widened in disbelief. The swarm of sharks before his eyes made him skeptical. Sharks? This is a lake. They suddenly turned blood red as if gone mad and charged at Russell. Russell immediately raised his hand, forming a protective membrane. Shield. He was horrified to discover that as he withstood the powerful attacks from the shark swarm, these were definitely not normal sharks. To think they could crack my shield just by attacking with their bodies? He darted his eyes around, his gaze hardening, trying to find a solution to the chaotic situation before him. The longer this takes, the worse it gets. Russell quickly shouted, creating powerful spears. Pierce through. Ice spears. As the spears flew out, he thought, there's only one way, pierce through them all at once. After the shield shattered, Russell swam with all his might, utilizing the residual mana to rekindle his magical flame once again. He thought about what he'd learned from the scroll, linking the form's spells to increase destructive power. Russell's hand quickly rose toward the shark swarm, creating a powerful technique then rapidly reconstructed the imagery, the formula, and manifested it. The fish were struck and fell instantly, losing their lives in the blink of an eye. Russell Raymond's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted light shining through a large hole in the ice above the exit. After pouring all his strength into it, he finally managed to break through the freezing water, completely exhausted. Gasping for air, he muttered in annoyance, never expecting to run into a whole school of sharks. Suddenly, he noticed a bright light from a floating stone, hovering as if to lead the way. "Does it want me to go inside?" Russell walked forward, his body shivering uncontrollably from the cold. It seemed to get even colder the further he went. The source of the icy aura must be at the end of the path. He suddenly froze, staring in shock at a massive dragon. He didn't know if any dragons were still alive, but at least it still had horns like the others. His footsteps stopped, his body tensing up. A sharp shard of ice suddenly appeared, startling Russell Raymond. At that same moment, a notification screen popped up. Notification: you have completed the quest, Frost Dragon's Horn. Russell smiled with excitement, realizing that the ice shard was indeed the Frost Dragon's horn. So the Frost Dragon's horn was here after all. He reached out, eagerly trying to feel the energy radiating from it. Time to try and absorb it. As soon as he touched it, a massive surge of power flooded into Russell Raymond, accompanied by a flurry of notifications. Absorbing Frost Dragon's horn. Excess mana will be integrated into your potential. Your current capacity is very high. You are able to fully absorb the Frost Dragon's horn. Russell's eyes widened in amazement. He hadn't expected the dragon's power to be this immense. His gaze darkened, and anxiety began to well up inside him as things weren't going as planned. If he kept absorbing it like this, not only his mana circuits, but his entire body would freeze solid. He immediately tried to channel his internal fire energy to balance out the freezing cold entering his body. Must channel fire attribute mana to find a balance. The mana from the ice horn kept surging into him. Russell gritted his teeth, struggling warily to endure it. What kind of mana is this? It's so violent. I can't control it with my own power. In this desperate situation, he had no other choice. He quickly decided to force the power into his unopened mana circuits. As the energy was violently pushed into the restricted areas, a surge of intense pain erupted, forcing Russell Raymond to clench his jaw to keep from screaming. It hurts like hell to force them open, but I have no choice. He raised his arms, letting the energy flow straight into his body. Imbue every corner of my body. Russell's face turned pale as the excruciating pain spread throughout his entire frame. His screams echoed throughout the chamber, accompanied by a blinding light erupting from his chest. Just then, something suddenly fell out. An ice-cold egg was created, falling to the ground. Yet, its sturdy shell remained completely intact, without a single crack. Scene shift to Hackett Ratmos's office. She leaned her head on her hand, sighing wearily. I didn't think being regent would be this much work. Even though I prepared myself, this is no easy task. Across from her, Daria looked at Hackett Ratmos with a smile, speaking respectfully. Taxes, administration, security, welfare, diplomacy, you have to grasp and manage every territory. After all, that's why I'm here to help you. Hackett wore a contemplative look, speaking in a low voice. What worries me most is the state of the Empire, civil war, and then the cults. I can't look away for a second. Daria gently reassured her. Don't worry, the messenger sent by our spies will be here soon. Please, try not to fret too much. Just then, a servant entered to report. Your Highness, urgent correspondence from the Empire. Daria turned, smiled, and muttered. Speak of the devil. After glancing at the contents of the letter, her face suddenly drained of color. She stammered, This can't be. Daria looked on, confused, and asked, What is it? Regent Hackett, trembling, read aloud what was in the letter. The fifth prince had killed all the other princes and seized the throne. And the one leading the fifth prince's army is a duke. Her voice cut off, her tone trembling with disbelief, unable to fathom what she had just read. Not only that, but the moment he took power, the first thing the fifth prince did was officially acknowledge the existence of the Black Tower. Daria rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously. The Black Tower, the obsession of the cultists. Like the youngest one said, the Empire must have sided with the cult. Hackett Ratmos asked tensely, as if to confirm, so the Empire is just going to fall into their hands like that? She furrowed her brow, analyzing carefully. Perhaps the Empire's magic circles will rise up and protest, because like us, they don't recognize the Black Tower. Daria said this while thinking of a powerful man, the strongest mage of the Royal Tower lineage, and the Empire's 8th Circle mage, Roderick Armstrong. She recalled what Roderick had done. With him still there, pacifying the magic community won't be easy. Scene shift to Roderick lying helplessly in the rubble, looking pathetic. Roderick was shaking, but his words remained firm as he cursed, You monster. Jin's foot stomped directly onto him, causing Roderick immense pain. Jin said with disappointment, I had high expectations since you're the #1 mage of the Empire. Jin remained emotionless, looking down and sighing, his foot still pinning Roderick down. What a disappointment. Just then, a grave voice echoed from the nearby carriage. Stop. Iga stepped out and commanded him gently. Enough, Jin. He walked toward Roderick, questioning him uncomfortably as the old man's body trembled. Why go to such lengths for nothing, Duke Roderick? Iga reached out, lifting Roderick's head to face him, then spoke mockingly. You, who never cared for power, what wind blew you into attempting a coup? Didn't you say it didn't matter who became emperor? A faint purple light flickered in Roderick's eyes as he spoke in a pained whisper. Just as I thought. Roderick recalled Ega's true image and said, the 5th prince would never disregard even the smallest of lives. He was a person of integrity and kindness toward everyone. He looked straight into Ega's eyes, enunciating every word. You are not the 5th prince. Roderick asked in horror, what have you done to his highness? A low, chilling laugh escaped Iga's lips. What have I done? Iga's face became truly terrifying. I've simply had a delicious meal, that's all. Scene shifts to where Russell was lying, his clothes shredded to pieces, his face frozen and deathly pale, devoid of all life. Just then, the ice covering Russell's face suddenly shattered into pieces. A mysterious magic circle suddenly appeared on his body. The circle lifted Russell into the air, and immediately after, a series of notifications began to chime. My understanding of water element magic has skyrocketed, and my mastery of high-level water spells has reached its limit. My casting speed and the power of both water and ice magic have increased significantly. My eyes slowly opened, feeling incredibly exhausted. I sat up straight, rubbed my head, and muttered, I remember trying to absorb the ice dragon's horn, but what actually happened after that? Russell scanned his surroundings, then drew a conclusion. Perhaps because I absorbed the dragon's power, my body feels lighter, my skin looks better, and I think I've even grown taller. I raised my hand to try using my magic, and was shocked to realize that my casting speed is much faster thanks to my mana channels being opened. As I finished getting dressed, Russell Raymond suddenly heard a sound behind him and turned around. What is that noise? I timidly hid behind a pillar and peeked out, only to be terrified and then thrilled to see a massive egg. Could it be an ice dragon's egg? A long time had passed since I woke up, and I was still mesmerized, studying this strange egg that was so different from the fire dragon egg I'd seen before. I silently analyzed it. Even though it was faint, I could sense life within. Dragons are creatures that absorb mana from the air to nourish themselves. Let me try channeling the mana I absorbed from the ice dragon's horn. Russell Raymond gently rubbed the shell. First, I have to make sure it doesn't get scared. Slowly, my foot was suddenly pulled forward. I was caught off guard and panicked. What is this intense suction? Realizing what was happening, I reached out and channeled some delicious mana to the little egg. So you were hungry, huh? Fine, eat your fill until you're satisfied. Afterward, I sat down, panting with exhaustion, thinking, that was an incredible thirst. It drained more than 80% of my mana. Right at that moment, the egg suddenly shattered into tiny pieces, the shell cracking more and more. Soon after, a tiny ice dragon appeared, looking absolutely adorable. Russell Raymond exclaimed in delight, Good heavens, are you really an ice dragon? You're so tiny compared to the egg. I quietly observed its appearance and noted, since it's a subspecies of the water dragon, there are some differences. Russell watched even more closely. It doesn't have wings like a water dragon, but it has legs and big, round eyes. Then I happily waved for Pepper to come over. Hey, come here. Let me introduce you to a friend. Pepper, come out. Seeing Russell Raymond holding the little dragon, Pepper froze, but I remained oblivious and introduced them enthusiastically. Pepper, this is a newborn ice dragon. You two should get to know each other. Pepper approached with blazing eyes, but to my surprise, the two of them hugged affectionately, making Russell Raymond smile with satisfaction. Thank goodness, they seemed to get along. Pepper held the little dragon on his shoulder, looking at Russell Raymond, and asked for the little one's name. I thought about it seriously. I hadn't come up with one, and I couldn't just call it Ice Dragon. Russell rattled off a series of names, but none of them suited the little guy. Bin Bin, Hagendas, Sea King, Barabin, Jon Snow. Suddenly, I thought of a name that made both of them happy. How about Sherbet? I called out its name happily. Come here, Sherbet. I'm glad you like that name. I suddenly froze. But what am I supposed to do with this little one? Taking you with me is fine, but I can't hold you while I'm fighting. Suddenly, Sherbet bit down on my arm with its tiny mouth. A notification window appeared. Tiny Ice Dragon Sherbet is in its juvenile state. Ice Binding activated. I was stunned. Ice Binding? At that very moment, my wrist where it bit me instantly turned into a shimmering bracelet. I saw that and shouted in surprise. Sherbet turned into a bracelet. Then, a series of notifications rang out. You have received the Ice Dragon's blessing in Ice Binding form. Power and casting speed for water and ice magic have increased. This is a crystal containing the little ice dragon's power. It holds the might of the dragon race. When mana is channeled into it, both durability and hardness increase. I looked at the bracelet happily, thinking, Sherbet's mana is flowing into my body. I knew dragons were mystical creatures, but I didn't expect them to have powers like this. I thought for a moment and asked Sherbet, who was in bracelet form, Sherbet, can you take on other shapes? Like a spear, for example? It quickly detached from my wrist, emitting a stream of light to form a new shape. I held the spear in my hand, exclaiming in disbelief, it really turned into a spear. This is amazing. Pepper suddenly expressed his concern, voicing his protest in my ear. I immediately understood and told Sherbet, outside of the bracelet form, other shapes are still too hard. Huh, I'm sorry. I pushed you too hard right after you hatched, didn't I? I immediately ordered, go back to your original form. Sherbet smiled contentedly, having absorbed the ice dragon's horn. And I even met a living dragon like this. This trip was definitely worth it. Time to head back. Let's go home. The scene shifted to when they arrived at the Nadia Desert near the border of the Andy Kingdom. I gently spoke to Sherbet, who was still in bracelet form. Sherbet, it's hot, isn't it? Just bear with it a little longer. My eyes suddenly widened as I saw something. The crowd ahead stirred my curiosity. Why is there such a massive crowd? It seemed they were all waiting for entry inspection. Is there a problem? The guard at the city gate grew impatient and kept urging the crowd along. Come on, next. There are a lot of people, so hurry up. He suddenly saw Russell Raymond cutting in line and became annoyed. Hey, you there. From the frozen lands, don't you see the line? Get to the back right now. I raised my head and immediately announced my title. I am Duke Russell Raymond of the Kingdom. The guard immediately bowed respectfully. The pride of the kingdom, a living legend. Greetings, your grace. I felt awkward and cleared my throat. That's enough. Explain the current situation. After hearing everything, I exclaimed in shock. So the fifth prince won the battle for the throne and became emperor. I covered my mouth with my hand in astonishment. Not only did he officially recognize the existence of the Black Tower, but he's also attacking the Naz Alliance and Kiel. The guard nodded and continued, yes, they say he mobilized the Andet army to launch a surprise attack on those two nations. I thought about it, looking disbelieving. I suspected that powerful imperial figures were surely behind the church, but I never expected the one behind it all to be the fifth prince. Russell asked, remembering something, how are you dealing with it right now? The soldier replied honestly, we have dispatched reinforcements to aid both nations. With a serious expression, the soldier recounted everything that had happened without leaving out a single important detail. At the Naz Alliance, the master of the Yellow Tower has led a fleet of mages to fly there. And in Kiel, Lord Alex is currently stationed there. As soon as I heard that name, I got goosebumps. Alex Skyen, a superhuman warrior known as the War Hammer. It is rumored that his hammer can shake the earth and shatter mountains. Lee grew urgent. Whatever it takes, I have to hurry. Thanks for the intel. The soldier watched him walk away and raise his hand in a respectful salute. May you have a safe journey, your grace. The scene shifted to when Russell had returned to the castle. Daria spoke in a soft tone, yet her voice carried an underlying edge. The White Tower Master has already left for the front lines, and Hemingway is preparing the reinforcements. She continued with a stern expression. Now the defense of the capital falls entirely on my shoulders. He was immediately startled and quickly bowed his head to apologize. Please forgive me for abandoning my post during such a perilous time. Daria suddenly lowered her voice and said sincerely, if you had returned empty-handed, I would have scolded you severely. But it seems you found exactly what you were looking for. Just before you left, you were only at the mid-level of the 7th circle, and yet, you've now reached the high level of the 7th circle. Russell replied humbly, it was just luck. He spoke his true thoughts, but since he was a descendant of the dragon god king and a savior from another world, she suddenly flared up. What absolute nonsense! Daria sternly corrected Russell's misguided thinking. Even the finest steel will turn to scrap if left untended. The power you possess now could never have been attained without your own hard work. She gripped his shoulders firmly and comforted him gently. No matter what anyone says, you are still the disciple of this Fire Tower Master. When one wields such immense power, the soul that receives it must become strong enough to match it. Russell Raymond was moved and softly called out. Master Daria then urged him forward. Let's go, kid. This country needs your strength more than anything else right now. He followed her obediently and cheerfully. Yes, scene changed to the war room, where Russell's eyes darted around nervously. He thought to himself, the atmosphere in this council room is truly heavy, even oppressive. He looked toward the head of the table and was shocked to see Alfonso. Furthermore, for His Majesty, who should have been resting, to make an appearance himself. Could it be that bad news had arrived from the front lines? Just then, despite his exhaustion, the king spoke. A messenger from Kiel has just arrived. Every word Alfonso spoke filled everyone present with dread. The Empire's army had seized 17 mana stone mines in Kiel. The final update left Daria and Russell frozen in place. Lord Ares, who had been sent to provide support to Kiel, had been defeated by the Anded army led by 2 Imperial commanders. Ares dropped his massive hammer to the floor. He broke into a cold sweat, his legs buckling, and growled, "Damn those cursed bastards." Seeing this, the 2 enemies standing opposite him immediately mocked him. "Still standing despite such heavy wounds? Your hidden strength is truly something, but you won't last much longer." John smirked without hesitation, his cold eyes fixed on his opponent as he asked the person beside him, "Old man, want to bet on who gets to take his head?" Hearing this, Winter couldn't help but huff coldly. "How arrogant! Do you really think you can beat me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a flurry of thoughts raced through Ares' mind. A master dual wielder, plus a top-tier mage. They are truly the worst possible matchup for me. My soldiers have already retreated. It would be better for me to pull back for now. As if sensing his plan, the 2 enemies moved quickly to block him, not forgetting to fight over their spoils. "Trying to run? You're mine. Ridiculous. He's my war trophy." At that moment, Ares swung his weapon with all his might, trying to hold on until his final breath. "You bastards, don't you dare underestimate me." In another scene, Alfonso stood solemnly in the middle of the hall. Fortunately, Lord Ares survived, but due to his severe injuries, he can no longer continue fighting. His voice was slow and grave. "The Imperial army has won and is now advancing toward the Barley Plains." He shifted his posture slightly and continued. "Everyone here knows this is one of the most critical strategic locations," the Duke said. Hearing this, Russell immediately listened with a look of astonishment. "It looks like you have to go to Kiel." Daria could not help but stand up abruptly and reply, "Your Majesty, the enemy has 2 superhumans along with the Andit army. Wouldn't it be better if I went instead?" As soon as she finished, Russell also called out, "Master." At this, Alfonso empathized deeply. "Duke, Russell is your youngest disciple. I understand your affection for him perfectly." But he stared at the young man before him and Hackett Ratmos, adding, "Duke Russell is also my invaluable son-in-law. Sending him to the battlefield tears my heart apart." However, Alfonso finally had to make the decision. "If you, the kingdom's ultimate power, leave this place, the Imperial army will surely set its sights on the capital. I have no other choice." Hearing this, Russell didn't hesitate to place a hand on his chest, bowed his head, and said, "The Duke of the Kingdom, Russell. This subject will obey your command and reveal the strength of this kingdom to the Empire." He looked at the man standing in the distance and asked for one thing from his Majesty. Hearing this, Alfonso immediately told him to speak. Russell's tone turned serious. "Please ask the Kiel side to clear the skies for me." Switching to a private room, Hackett Ratmos sat by a small tea table. She couldn't help but comment, "If you ride that child to the battlefield, it will be incredibly fast. The enemy will surely be caught by surprise." Hackett then fell silent, her gaze lowering. "You just returned, and now you have to head back to the front lines. As a princess, I have to accept it, but as your lover, it's hard to let you go." These words made Russell feel deeply touched. He called out, "Hackett." She then changed the subject. "I just remembered. The cloak you're wearing is already quite worn." Hearing this, Russell was immediately confused. "A cloak?" But Hackett Ratmos didn't care and ordered the maid to bring it over. Immediately, a maid appeared, carrying a gold-colored box. Then Hackett Ratmos slowly touched Russell's shoulder. "I prepared something special. Do you like it?" Hearing this, he quickly expressed his delight. "Yes, I love it." As Russell draped the cloak over his shoulders, he was amazed. "This is a dragon." As soon as he spoke, the maid chimed in. That pattern was embroidered by the princess herself. She stayed up for several sleepless nights working on it. Hackett Ratmos felt a bit shy and said, "That's enough." Russell quickly interrupted. "Thank you, Hackett. This is the most precious gift I have ever received." Hearing this, she immediately touched his face, pulling him close, and instructed, "Treat this cloak as if it were me, and please return safely with it." Russell felt extremely confident. "I definitely will, for your sake, if for no one else's." At the same time, in the camp in Kiel, a soldier wearing steel armor growled, "Die." Suddenly, he let out a loud, abrupt scream. With his sword missing, Alex couldn't help but rush forward with a massive hammer, ordering everyone to stand their ground. The soldier immediately looked panicked and spoke up, "Lord Ares, you're still injured. Why are you?" But Ares remained remarkably calm, smiling as he replied, "Our comrades are in danger. How could I just sit by? I've recovered, don't worry." His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes sharp. "If we retreat here, it's the same as losing the entire wheat plains. This area holds 70% of the army's food supply. It absolutely cannot fall into enemy hands." He swung his weapon with great force, creating a blinding flash of light. "Of course, Ares stared at the two men before him. To achieve that, he had to take them down first. Meanwhile, Wander kept clicking his tongue in mockery. If you survive by pure luck, you should know when to hide. At the same time, Jabon let out a raspy laugh. What a death-seeking madman. As soon as he finished, Ares frowned with grave seriousness and ordered, "So you finally appeared. Everyone, retreat to the camp and set up a defensive formation." The soldier quickly turned and fled toward the camp. Retreat. Seeing that, Jabon suddenly lunged forward with his sword, thinking of running again. Hearing this, Alex quickly parried the attack, snorting coldly, just clearing out the obstacles. His teeth were clenched, his expression hardened. A moment later, Wanter, standing opposite him, couldn't help but jeer. "For someone with that physique, you're surprisingly agile, aren't you?" At these words, Ares became lost in thought. Damn it, facing just one of them wouldn't be a problem. He immediately knelt on one knee to assess the situation. True enough, compared to last time, he was much slower. Wanter opened his palm, releasing a blinding golden light that struck Ares' eyes. Die. Then, a massive flame erupted violently, engulfing his body. Suddenly, a surge of great power appeared, piercing through the ring of fire and closing in on Wanter. Seeing this, both the old man and Jabon couldn't help but gape in shock. What? Where did that attack come from? Above, Russell suddenly appeared in midair. Is finishing this still going to be difficult? His eyes focus on the notification panel. Support Arkil Killen. Combine forces with Arcanon to repel the Empire's two superhumans. Reward, Supreme Magic Stone. He didn't have time to think. They really were superhumans. This wouldn't be easy at all. Russell slowly leaned and landed on the ground, saying, "Lord Ares, are you all right? By the Emperor's order, I have come to provide reinforcements." Hearing this, Ares quickly grabbed his hand, stunned. "Duke Russell? To think we'd meet in a place like this." Russell Raymond quickly replied, "Please, make yourself comfortable. I'm still your junior, after all." Suddenly, Wanter, standing behind them, opened his palm and unleashed a bolt of lightning. "You still haven't grasped the situation? Quite relaxed, aren't you? Have you finished saying your goodbyes?" Ares couldn't help but whisper, "Though I feel ashamed to receive help from a junior, given the circumstances, I'll accept it." Once he finished, Russell cast a sidelong glance and said quietly, "Then, let's each take the opponent we are more confident in handling. Which one do you choose?" Ares looked at Jabon, who was brandishing his sword, and added, "That mage is my natural counter, so I'll deal with this guy," leaving the mage slightly surprised. "You old geezer, playing with life and death." As soon as he said that, both men couldn't help but charge at each other in a rage. "You think you can look down on me? I'll send you to hell to regret this." Who was the one talking such nonsense? At the same time, Wanter remained calm, slowly stepping forward. "I've heard of you for a long time. You're the disciple of that old hag, the Tower Master of Fire, aren't you?" Hearing this, Russell's eyes turned blood red. His teeth gritted. "That person is not someone for your filthy mouth to mention." As he finished, Wanter didn't hesitate to frown in mockery. "Seems like that old witch didn't teach you any manners, did she? Let's see what you're really capable of, then." Suddenly, Russell lowered his head and activated the Solomon Crown. Simultaneously, a beam of immense intensity was fired immediately. Then, Russell glanced back, clenching his fist to command, "Sabbat, support me." No sooner had he spoken than countless sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground. Seeing this, Wanter couldn't hide his panic. "He's from the fire tower? I thought he'd use fire or lightning." The old man's eyes went vacant, his brows softening in disbelief. Yet, his execution of magic was incredibly skillful, his power and technique truly terrifying. Wanter suddenly used all his strength to charge forward. "It's been a long time. Let me use my full power." Small explosions constantly appeared along his path. Seeing this, Russell looked on, slightly surprised. He's strong. His destructive power is a level above brains. Russell observed the man before him and calculated gravity compression. He raised his hand, summoning his spiritual power, concentrating all of his firepower into a single strike. Kairos times 5. Seeing this, Wanter was immediately struck with panic. Damn it, it's too late to dodge. Afterward, a massive explosion with immense force occurred. Wanter couldn't help but gasp, his eyes completely hollow. Someone who hasn't even lived half a life can stand on par with me, someone who has dedicated their entire life to magic. I can't accept this. Blood continuously spurted from the old man's mouth. Meanwhile, Russell quickly sidestepped to avoid the shockwave, while Wanter seemed to transform into a different person, growling, "It's no wonder your name is at the top of the Empire's death list. If I let you leave here alive, you will surely become a disaster in the future." His eyes glowed fiercely, his long hair blowing in the wind. "Even if I vanish, you will definitely die here." Wanter raised both hands high, pushing his spiritual power outward. Seeing this, Russell immediately leaped backward. Just a graze would be enough to cause a fatal wound. Wanter didn't hesitate to knit his brows and mock, just like a nimble little rat. Then, he summoned a massive source of power that surged relentlessly out of his body once more. Let's see if you can dodge this one. Seeing this, Russell realized he had to take a risk. Just dodging won't end this. I have to strike straight at the heart of it. Concentrating, he didn't hesitate to charge head-on with immense speed. Russell tried to carefully observe the massive aura before him, contemplating as he pushed to his absolute limit. The path to take revealed itself, and then his index finger became wrapped in the golden flame of the magic created by the ancestor who founded the family. A spell exceeding the eighth circle, reaching toward transcendence. A flow of thoughts immediately surged within his heart, the origin of the transcendent dream. Seeing this, Wanter couldn't help but look terrified. He dares to copy my magic in this short moment? Does someone with such talent truly exist? If this drags on any longer, my mana will be completely drained. Then, the old man suddenly growled at Rel. Moments later, Wanter quickly calculated that he had to go all out. Elsewhere, everyone watched the strange symbol in the sky, looking bewildered. What is that? A river made of lightning? Ra, holding his twin blades, looked stunned. This is trouble. He's using his ultimate move. Arx couldn't help but shout for the Duke in a panic. Meanwhile, the other man seemed to have transformed. Two horns sprouting from his head, he was not just immense, he was transcending. Incredible. Is this magic created by burning one's own life force? Ra's eyes were squeezed shut, his palms pressed against his chest as he gathered energy. If he dodged, his allies would suffer heavy losses. So, the only way was to block it head-on. He focused on finding an escape route. Among the countless magical principles he had mastered, there had to be a way. At the same time, Wanter's eyes began to bleed. Right there, the old man seemed to have sacrificed himself for the technique, unleashing an infinite amount of power. Die. Opposite him, Ra remained extremely calm. Found it. An incantation crystallized from countless principles he had realized. He observed the massive symbol appearing before him intensely. It was the only clue. Then, Ra coldly commanded, "Pepper, lend me your strength." As the words left his lips, a blast carrying a bone-chilling cold instantly appeared. Seeing this, Wanter couldn't help but reveal a wild look. Victory is mine. Meanwhile, Ra seemed incredibly skeptical. Impossible. He observed the giant creature before him. This is the manifestation of Pepper's power through my own magic. A new spirit. Flames that devour magic. Fire Eater. Then, he spoke in a measured, serious tone. Pepper, devour it all. Seeing this, Wanter was struck with astonishment. What? It's absorbing my magic. Russell Raymond was a bit worried. Even Pepper's absorption had its limits. If that was the case, Ra slowly raised his hands to control the flow of energy, recalling the cyclone he had faced during the Ice Dragon's trial, layering his mana onto that image, and guiding it to flow away. Meanwhile, Pepper was spreading its wings majestically, while countless savage cries echoed incessantly. Just then, Wanter's whole body suddenly trembled. Not only is it absorbing my magic, but it's making it flow away too. Damn it, I've reached my limit. Opposite him, Ra had already drawn his weapon, summoning the magic spear of death. Seeing this, Wanter quickly lost control of his speech. You bastard! Ra, showing no mercy, charged directly at Jassel. Instantly, an explosion with a blinding golden light erupted at the scene of the duel. A moment later, the area was left in ruins. Ra stood firm, unexpectedly asking, I have a question. He leaned forward slightly, his tone lowering. Why are you teaming up with the cultists? And why are you using their magic? Hearing this, Wanter slowly replied, So, you already knew. His tone was incredibly somber, because it's not just ordinary magic that draws power in exchange for restrictions, it's sacrificing one's life in exchange for power. His eyes drifted further and further into a state of unconsciousness. Why did I do it, you ask? The old man kept reflecting on his past. I, too, once possessed talent as exceptional as yours. Thanks to that, I was able to reach the superhuman realm early. Wanter didn't hesitate to reveal his ambition, but I couldn't find a way to advance any further. He seemed to have been seduced by someone in the cult. At that time, he met him, and his overwhelming power seemed enough to break the wall before him. When enchanted, the abyss becomes deeper and darker than ever. As the words finished, cold sweat poured down Russell Raymond's face. The abyss is talking about the Fifth Prince, the current emperor, and the cultists. By now, Wanter had no strength left, only able to look at the other's back as he continued. Darkness covers the empire, far deeper and darker than you imagine. He raised a trembling arm tentatively. Please be careful not to be swallowed by the darkness. Then, he fell completely helpless onto the arid ground. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Quest complete. Rewards will be delivered. At the same time, Ra instinctively looked elsewhere and called out to Arx, who didn't hesitate to respond. Duke Ra. He slowly stood up, his entire body slightly fatigued. You truly fought a terrifying battle. How is he? Hearing that, Ra affirmed. For now, I've won. As he finished, Eris felt dissatisfied. It's shameful, but I let him escape. The moment your battle ended, he fled. Suddenly, something made both of them turn their heads. Before them were countless figures running closer. One of the two immediately realized it was. And he didn't expect there to be so many left. Then, Ra didn't hesitate to suggest, to create this many, how many lives must have been sacrificed? Lord Arx, please leave this place to me. The Duke was curious. What do you mean? I will fight alongside you. Hearing this, Russell didn't hesitate to reveal his thoughts. With that scale, the summoner is definitely nearby. Please, go find and deal with him, quickly. As soon as he said that, R quickly turned and left. Understood. You must be careful. Just then, cracks appeared beneath Ray's feet. He gathered energy in his palms. I will perform the rite of comfort for the souls on your behalf. Ra quickly launched it toward the pile of remains in front of him without mercy. Instantly, a massive fire consumed their formidable army. He spoke slowly, please, rest in peace. Scene changed to the Britannia Empire. In the Emperor's chambers, Iga stared at the retired Emperor. The former Emperor was stunned. It's hard to believe you were still healthy. Why did it come to this? He bowed his head, speaking softly. What have you all been doing all this time? Behind him, a person wearing a magician's hat immediately replied, regarding the techniques, we still haven't found a clear cause. But gripping his staff tightly, his voice soft, he continued, the illness the retired Emperor suffers from is not in the body, but something gnawing at his soul. As he finished, Ega suddenly revealed a terrifying look, his eyes gleaming as he smirked. Seeing my father in this state truly breaks my heart. Just then, a servant slowly announced, Your Majesty, the Black Tower Master has arrived. Hearing this, Iga immediately glanced to the side and replied coldly, Let him in. Behind him, a few other voices whispered, Why is the Black Tower here? What are they planning this time? Meanwhile, Thanatos, the Black Tower Master, strode boldly toward Ega. At the same time, everyone had to cover their noses because they could smell an unbearable, foul odor. A moment later, Iga glanced back, then asked coldly, I have important matters to discuss privately with the Black Tower Master. Everyone else, get out. The others obeyed immediately. As you command, Your Majesty. Then, Ega spoke in a serious tone, I've been waiting for you, Karen. No, I should use your real name now, Thanatos. As soon as he finished, the man across from him lowered his voice. This humble servant greets the master. He pointed calmly at the person standing beside him and continued, The thing you ordered the Lich to do has been completed. Hearing this, Iga felt a flicker of curiosity. So, it's this guy? Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled the cloth covering the person's face away, his eyes filled with excitement. Seeing you again, I find it quite interesting. Staring at the person before him, Iga said coldly, Shadow Tower Master, Lotwake Armstrong. A month passed. At the royal palace, Ares lifted his teacup and said slowly, King Keel wants to personally express his gratitude. I was only following orders, but it is truly an honor. He then quickly asked Russell Raymond, who was sitting across from him, Do you intend to return home after the ceremony ends? Yes, he replied without hesitation. That's right, but is it really okay when the war hasn't ended yet? Hearing about the achievements made on his behalf, thanks to the territory of the Callium mountain range being reclaimed and 17 occupied mines being taken back, Alex couldn't help but smile happily. For now, I am enough on my own. Do not worry. A moment later, he suddenly set his teacup down on the table. Actually, what worries me is the Naze Alliance. Hearing this, Ro hesitated. If it's the Naze Alliance, he paused for a moment, then added slowly, The Yellow Tower Master, Lord Niccolo, has been dispatched, so there's no need to worry. There aren't many superhumans in the Empire who can face him. Furthermore, during the Civil War, the Empire's strongest mage, Lord Quick Armstrong, was killed. His eyes turned sharp, and his mouth curled up. In reality, the balance of power has shifted completely in our favor. As he finished, Ares couldn't help but cross his arms over his chest and sigh. Surely you are right, but I am worried about another aspect. His tone became low and grave. War, no matter what guise it wears, is ultimately an act of plunder. Yet, those Imperial forces didn't leave a single prisoner behind, and the land they left it so that not even a blade of grass could grow. Ares added without hesitation, even if they occupy the mines, that alone isn't enough to compensate for the cost. War is inherently expensive. Hearing this, Russell sank into deep thought. Indeed, those words made perfect sense. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. In reality, most of the reclaimed territory had become desolate, and there were even signs of an outbreak. Ro instinctively remembered the sight of Ego wearing that sinister smile. What exactly is the Emperor plotting? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. If I may. Upon seeing the man, Ro immediately greeted Marquis Kimberly, and he bowed gently in return. Long time no see, Duke Raymond. Kimberly didn't hesitate to continue. Back then, during the Empire's raid, thanks to you, the princess and I managed to escape. Tears welled up in his eyes. And yet, here you are, helping us again. I don't know how I could ever repay such a debt. Hearing this, Russell responded modestly. I only did what I had to do. As he finished, Kimberly continued to smile. Please, follow this way. His Majesty is waiting for you. A moment later, the King of Kiel, sitting on his throne, spoke slowly. Everyone has worked hard to come here. His face was extremely gentle, and his tone was soft. I have held this banquet today to express my gratitude to those of you who lent a hand, even though this was essentially someone else's war. Hearing this, Ares bowed his head without hesitation, his hand over his heart. Kiel is an ally of Andion. For the sake of peace, this was necessary. As he finished, the King of Kiel was clearly delighted. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, but showing our appreciation is a matter of decorum. He stared at the person across from him and continued, This is a gift for you. Ares was extremely flustered and stammered. This is the King of Kiel, quickly smiled. These are mana stones mined from our own territory. Among the premium grade ones, these are the most refined. Hearing this, Ares felt encouraged. I am deeply grateful to your Majesty. Just then, Ro, standing beside him, glanced at his companion. This amount is not only enough to craft magical weapons, but more than enough for armor as well. Suddenly, the King of Kiel spoke again. This surely isn't the first time the Duke has helped us. Let's take a look in person. It'll be faster. Hearing this, Russell couldn't help but reach out to touch the box. At the same time, Pepper suddenly appeared, growling a few times. Seeing this, Russell was a bit flustered, turning back and forth, calling out, Pepper. Neither of you was allowed to be called. Why did you run out on your own? That scene struck the king's eyes, and he was slightly excited. Isn't that the Duke's spirit that I've heard rumors about? The person beside him also exclaimed. Oh my, how cute. It seemed they realized it was related to his spirit. As he finished, Russell Raymond was extremely surprised. A spirit? Hearing this, the young woman's eyes became sharp. The royal family of Kiel is a lineage beloved by spirits. In previous generations, there were even those who formed contracts with high-level spirits. She slowly urged the person before her. Please, open it and see. If you are the Duke, you will surely feel the familiar aura. Then, Camilla calmly introduced the item inside. This trinket is a treasure that the royal family of Kiel has passed down through many generations. Immediately, a thought rose in Russell Raymond's mind. He picked it up. Water, fire, wind, earth, I can feel all four elements simultaneously. This treasure carries immense spiritual power. Then, Russell Raymond felt a bit self-conscious. I wonder if I am worthy of receiving such a precious treasure of the royal family, the king replied with great composure. Of course, the Duke is a benefactor to Kiel. His tone was filled with pride. Moreover, unlike the previous generations, we have lost the power of spirit masters. We don't know how to use that treasure. The king stared at Russell Raymond and continued. So I hope that the only spirit master on the continent will inherit the will of our ancestors. That made him extremely excited. To be bestowed with such a precious treasure, I am truly grateful, Your Majesty. Just then, Camilla asked unexpectedly, Do you have any idea what this treasure is used for? Russell looked wide-eyed. For the moment, I am not sure. He smirked, his eyes full of confidence. But I intend to visit someone who is knowledgeable about spirits. In the residential area of the Avid Forest Spirit Tribe, Ro couldn't help but look up. This aura in the sky, it was the giant body of Pepper, spreading its wings to fly. He immediately called out to Pepper. Seeing the person jump down from its back, Ro didn't hesitate to speak. Russell Raymond greeted them with a friendly smile. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Ilo. Simultaneously, Aaron, who was standing beside Ilo, quickly chimed in. Welcome. Why have you come all the way to such a remote place? As soon as he finished speaking, Russell got straight to the point. Actually, I've come here to ask for advice on something. He held it out in front of them and asked, Do you happen to know anything about this item? Aaron looked a bit stunned. This is, she quickly explained. A treasure containing the power of the four great spirit kings, and furthermore, she said with a serious tone, it acts as a gateway for entering the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Russell fell into deep thought. The spirit realm was a land almost entirely erased from ancient texts. The existence of a gateway meant that someone, a mage, must have set foot there. It would be a lie to say he wasn't interested in an unknown land. At this moment, Arn spoke up again. I thought it had been lost forever. I never expected to see it with my own eyes. Russell quickly followed up. Then, does this mean with this gateway, one can travel to the spirit realm at any time? Immediately, Arn wore a regretful expression. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Just as spirits need a spirit gate to manifest in the material world, we also need a specific entrance to access the spirit realm. After hearing this, Russell quickly understood. I see, so how do we do that? However, Arn offered him another opportunity. It's not impossible. Ancient texts still record how to create an entrance to the spirit realm. The preparation time takes about 3 days. If you, Russell Raymond, wish, we can start working on it right away. Hearing this, Russell Raymond's mind began to race. I also want to get to the spirit realm as soon as possible. But now is not the right time. The war with the Empire hasn't ended yet. Besides, the Emperor and those dark cultists might be plotting something. Then he suddenly turned away. Given the current situation, I'm afraid it's not convenient. I'll have to ask for your help another time. As soon as he finished, Arn bowed immediately. Understood. Please feel free to command us whenever you need. We will be waiting here. After that, Russell didn't hesitate to climb onto Pepper and fly away. I'll be back later. Pepper, let's go. At the Britannia Empire, near Conwell Fortress, a heavy object made of iron slammed into the ground. There were countless skeletons scattered everywhere. Thanatos stood on a cliff and spoke. From Death Knights to skeleton warriors, it seems the delay was worth it. His tone deepened, full of malice. Now, let the real war begin. At the Genev Palace, Russell stood on the balcony, looking at the scene below and thinking. Half a month had passed since he returned to the kingdom. Although the Imperial army hadn't invaded directly, they were moving toward the northwest border. In the central battlefield, an army of the undead had appeared, including skeleton warriors. Dozens of urgent reports arrived every day, and all of them were filled with despair. Many Death Knights were also discovered around the walls of Conwell Fortress. It was truly like the calm before a storm, and on top of that, other incidents were occurring. Just as he was thinking that, his eyes caught a group of people entering the gate. Russell immediately jumped to the ground and hurried to call out, Tower Master Melv. Hearing his voice, Melv turned around to greet him. Duke Russell. The two approached each other to talk. I heard you fought and defeated Walter Pett. That means you've already taken down 2 of the Empire's superhumans, haven't you? It was quite a struggle, but luck was on our side. He then asked with curiosity. But why is the Duke here at the palace? The Duke answered honestly. I just finished meeting with His Majesty the King. He issued an order to investigate the strange disasters happening recently. Things like giant forests withering and becoming barren overnight, villagers contracting diseases from polluted water sources, and even plants coming to life to attack humans. These bizarre events are happening simultaneously all over the country. Hearing such a mountain of major issues, Russell Raymond couldn't help but be shocked. Has anything like this ever happened before? The man sighed, discouraged, as he revealed the reason. You haven't been back long, so you wouldn't know. The war alone is already a heavy burden. Their conversation came to an end. Melv left without forgetting to say goodbye. Regardless, I will report to you when I have news. Russell politely replied. Yes, thank you. Russell began to think about the information he had just learned. In the midst of impending war, accompanied by natural disasters, there was no doubt about it. This was surely a conspiracy by the Empire. He had to investigate it himself. Late in the evening, he was still examining the papers on the table, feeling confused. Strange. The young man's expression was extremely perplexed because he had checked all the records of recent disasters, but he couldn't find any clues related to the dark cult. Speculations and questions were raised one after another. If dark magic was used, there should have been traces of incantations or lingering magic power. Was this not a plot by the Empire? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the air, making Russell Raymond quite surprised as he asked, Pepper, why are you here at this hour? Pepper panicked and ran out, making him even more worried. Pepper, what on earth is wrong? Poor Pepper wagged his tail and let out a few cries. Seeing that, Russell had to soothe him. Pepper, stay calm, speak slowly. Did something happen in the spirit realm? As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel appeared with a notification. Quest. Abnormal phenomenon in the spirit realm. Currently, the spirit realm is in danger due to abnormal fluctuations. The spirit realm and the material world are inherently inseparable. The anomalies in the spirit realm have begun to affect the material world, and the consequences are appearing across the continent. Resolve the abnormal phenomenon in the spirit realm. Reward. Hidden. Reading the information, he fell into deep thought. An anomaly in the spirit realm that also affects the material world? A terrifying hypothesis suddenly popped into Russell Raymond's head. Then, the natural disasters occurring now. In a room with a table full of people, the person in the chair spoke up. So, Alfonso has already learned the information we just received. Could the natural disasters happening everywhere be related to the abnormal phenomenon in the spirit realm? Someone replied, "Yes, that's correct." He asked, "What do you all think?" As soon as he finished, Daria spoke first. "Information about the spirit realm is scarce. This opinion is merely based on speculation, with no evidence." But she nominated Russell Raymond. "Based on what the Duke has done so far, I believe this is enough to place our trust in him. Why not entrust this to him and see?" However, Julian rejected this suggestion. "But the current situation is urgent. War could break out at any moment. At a time like this, it is not advisable for a crucial force like the Duke to leave his post." Although he didn't say a word, Jackson nodded in agreement. Anfoso calmly asked for the princess's opinion, and Hecate's reply was that the natural disasters had severely damaged local farms and merchants. With food and supplies still in reserve for now, it wasn't a major crisis yet. But if war truly breaks out, it's hard to predict what will happen. So, I believe resolving this quickly is the right move. He smiled gently at her. Melv also raised his hand to speak. "Your Majesty, as the one in charge of this matter, may I offer a word?" The king agreed. "Speak, Tower Master." He was immediately granted permission and got straight to the point. Magic and spirit arts might look similar, but their roots and essence are fundamentally different. Magic is something that can be trained through talent and hard work. In contrast, spirit arts require innate potential and, more importantly, must be chosen by the spirits themselves. As of now, Duke Russell Raymond is the only spirit master on the continent. His very existence is the most convincing proof. Hearing this, Anfoso nodded and said, "Then both the reasoning and the foundation are clear. Duke Russell Raymond, listen closely." And just like that, the king assigned him the task. "The spirit realm remains an uncharted land, full of mysteries. May you return safely." Russell replied respectfully, "I shall obey your command, Your Majesty." As soon as the mission was given, he took immediate action. If these natural disasters are truly caused by influences from the spirit realm, then the more serious the problem there, the more violent the aftershocks will be. But why did Pepper come to me for help? Material beings are usually restricted from entering the spirit realm. Could someone who knew I held the access pass have used Pepper to summon me? Thinking like this wouldn't solve anything. He needed to focus on the present. He would find out once he got there. Just as he landed, someone called his name. It was two very familiar faces. "Ilo and Aaron, you really did come. We were waiting for you. It must be because of the spirit realm portal you arrived, right?" Hearing that, he asked skeptically, "How did you know?" She held out her palm, where a magic flower was glowing quite brilliantly. "Actually, I received this too." The moment he saw it, Russell Raymond realized immediately. "Isn't this an access pass?" She nodded and explained, "The spirit I'm contracted with gave it to me last night, as if it were asking for help." He fell into deep thought, remembering yesterday's events. If it was last night, that was exactly when Pepper had cried out for help. A human spirit master holding an access pass like me, alongside an elf who can control spirits and possesses the power of the silver dragon, Ilo, plus the representative of the elf tribe in Aminia, Aaron. If all three of us were summoned at once, this is certainly no minor matter. I'm afraid we must get to the spirit realm as soon as possible. When can you start constructing the portal? Aaron agreed. Right. She then pointed to the cloaked figures busy working on the gateway. "We've been preparing since last night. We'll finish as quickly as possible." By evening, many gathered around a great ancient tree that was emitting a brilliant light. Russell could only stand there, mesmerized, watching them perform the ritual. It wasn't just simple construction. They had to perform a ritual for the portal to the spirit realm to truly open. The singing is so beautiful. Is this the ancient language that only the elves are allowed to use? Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. The symbols of the four elements began to resonate. A moment later, the mother and daughter spoke up urgently. "The portal is complete. Duke Russell Raymond, are you ready?" He gripped the access pass tightly and replied, "Of course." Now, Russell stood before the portal and smiled. "Let's go. Pepper, wait for me in the spirit realm." Brilliant light flashed across the space. Pink was the first thing he saw. At that moment, Russell Raymond leaned warily against a tree, feeling tired and wondering if it was the aftershock of crossing between two worlds. The young man's face turned pale from dizziness and nausea. His vision swirled and his stomach churned. "Is everyone else okay?" Looking toward the mother and daughter, he saw that Ilo was just as exhausted as he was. "It's all right now." The three of them gathered closer to check on each other. "Are you two okay?" "I'm fine, but Ilo seems to be having a rough time." Hearing that, she immediately retorted, "What are you saying? I'm as healthy as ever." Russell observed his surroundings and determined that this was indeed the spirit realm. It looked like a world carved from precious gems. Something stirred in the bushes, piquing his curiosity. "What's that?" Aaron, familiar with this place, explained, "Those are primordial spirits." "That's right. The source of all spirits, born right here. They grow and evolve into different types of spirits. In other words, this is the starting point of evolution." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past the three of them. As soon as he looked up, he saw Pepper in its true form. Even though it looked a bit intimidating, Russell Raymond still rubbed his head against the dragons. "You found us? Seeing you again here in the spirit realm makes me feel much more at ease." Just like that, Pepper waited for the three to mount. As they flew through the air, they saw something. Ilo pointed ahead in astonishment. "Duke Russell Raymond, over there." He replied calmly, "Yes, I see it too. The situation is even worse than I imagined." And what shocked her was the horrifying sight before them. The black clouds covering the sky were already highly abnormal. A chilling sensation crept in. There was a monster with gashes all over, revealing sharp teeth. But what exactly were these strange creatures hiding within? A whirlwind appeared before them. Witnessing its terrifying power, Ilo couldn't help but make a grim prediction. Is it swallowing the entire spirit realm? Arn seemed to agree. Indeed, that might be the cause of this anomaly. Hearing the mother and daughter's conversation, Russell asked, "Is that a type of spirit too?" But a different voice answered for them, "That is not so. The natural elements have appeared unexpectedly. It is the four great spirit kings." He turned his head and asked cautiously, "Then who are you?" She explained clearly. "To be precise, these are the avatars of the spirit kings." The information Russell knew surfaced in his mind. The four great spirit kings are the masters of the elements that compose the world. To maintain balance, they operate through avatars instead of their true forms. So the records in the ancient books were true. Demeter spoke softly. "You have endured much to come from so far away, Minia of the elf tribe, and Sentinel." With those words, she was referring to Russell, the lord of all dragons, the dragon emperor. As she rubbed Pepper's head, she said happily, "When this child became a fire dragon, I had anticipated it, but I never expected to meet the dragon emperor in such circumstances." Anfoso said softly, "This place is dangerous. Let us leave first. Follow me." Looking at the cyclone in front of us, it feels like witnessing the apocalypse firsthand. He carefully asks the incarnation of the Earth Spirit, "Were you the ones who summoned us to the spirit realm?" He has no intention of hiding anything. "The one who summoned you here is the will of the spirit realm," he explains. "But since we are also part of the spirit realm, you could say that." Hearing this, Joe is even more confused. It seems the reason for the summoning is because of that thing. What on earth is it? It is his turn to explain. Its nature is a hunger that can never be satisfied. A fragment of chaos from outside the world has invaded, destroying an entire world. Jepos continues, his voice filled with anxiety. "Simply put, it is a god from another world. Calling it an evil god is fine." Coma Frederick's tone carries a hint of contempt. "What kind of god? It's just a discarded fragment." Hearing that it was drawn here because of someone in the material realm, he seems to realize something. "Wait, do you mean someone in the material realm summoned it?" Demeter confirms that yes, while moving according to the coordinates of the material realm, it fell here. The spirit realm and the material realm are two separate parts, but they are also one interconnected world. This monster will swallow the spirit realm first, then aim for the material realm. This shocking news leaves the three of them terrified. He adds that, fortunately, it is not the main body but only a fragment, and its power has not yet fully recovered. A drop of cold sweat runs down his face. "Can't we destroy it?" "Of course we can. It's just a bit challenging. It's difficult for us alone, but if you help, it's entirely possible." The three of them and Pepper are ready to join the fray. The answer is clear. They are ready to accompany them. They rush toward the giant cyclone. He uses his wind to take the lead. "I will open a path." The gentle yet powerful wind creates a large opening for them to fly through. "Stay close behind." Everyone, fly inside quickly. Outside, thunder crackles and roars. As they get closer, Ilo cannot believe his eyes and gasps, "My God." Ro is also terrified. The name. It is a monster with a bizarre shape, a fragment of an evil god. Arn quickly readies her bow, while he crouches down, growling. The two of them follow the plan. She releases her power from her mouth. Her arrow also follows, shooting forward. The two blasts of power collide with the evil god, creating a massive explosion. He shouts loudly, "Pepper." On command, it opens its mouth wide, and flickering flames appear. Ilo successfully summons a fireball and reports, "Ready." With that, he launches it forward. The flames erupt from Pepper's mouth as well. It rushes toward the thick smoke from the previous explosion. He endures the heat and thinks, "The silver dragon's breath is iron and wind. When that element meets the intense fire, a blast beyond imagination will occur." He immediately raises his hand to summon spears and finish it. This technique is called shape-shifting. That weapon immediately launches toward the flames upon hearing the master's voice. Karanos. Jafiro appears just in time, raises his hand, and shouts, "Everyone, get behind me." The terrifying power forces Russell Raymond to cover his face with his hands. The attack is dozens of times stronger than a master-level critical strike. Its power is enough to wipe out an entire metropolis without a trace. This attack must be effective. But as he thinks that, his pupils suddenly dilate. Before that thing could attack them, he successfully blocked it. Something shatters. Ro is covered in bruises. He is struggling to stand up from the ground. Ro asks anxiously, "Is everyone okay?" Arn catches her, coughing as she replies, "We're fine." He sighs in relief because of the timely rescue. It's lucky it only reached this level. If not for Demeter, we would have turned to dust. Plus, there was the contribution from its wave of will was blocked by Amphichit. Russ asks curiously, "How many more times can you hold out?" She is a bit surprised but calms down and says, "You have a sharp eye. I want to hold out longer, but 5 times is the maximum." His mind begins to calculate. If he has to consume more power in battle, in reality, there are only about 3 times left. Before they have to decide the outcome, someone suddenly shouts in surprise. It comes from the trembling voice of Yo, the evil god. And what surprises her is that it has opened its eyes. Even just opening that golden eye makes the incarnations feel its terror. The pressure is horrifying. It truly is a calamity. And to think this is only a fragment of a god. Suddenly, his mind remembers the monster from before. The attack had no effect. As expected, the monster deserves to be called an evil god. Its defense alone far surpasses Briareus. Is that really the only way left? Just as they are trying to find an answer, someone shouts a warning. "Everyone, move." Pepper hurriedly grabs him. The god's tentacles are writhing in space. Russell Raymond hurriedly gives the order. "Pepper, get to a spot where you can look down at it." Ilo approaches and suggests, "Russell Raymond, I will buy some time. Please use the skill that defeated Brios." The opponent naturally disagrees. It's too dangerous. Amichit flies by his side and asks coldly, "Is there any other way?" He has already thought of a plan. There is, but it takes too much time. In this situation, I can't prepare it. Ilo seems to realize something. "Don't tell me you're talking about that. If you have inherited her power, you must have it." Even Demeter is beginning to suspect. If it's that thing, could it be the weapon? The ultimate weapon that we created together with the dragon god king, Brahmistra? Amphit asks with some skepticism, "Are you really holding Brahmistra?" Ro is quite surprised as he replies, "Yes. How did you know?" "Of course I know. Because we all contributed to making it. When forging that weapon, I was the one who provided the water. The raw materials were provided by me. I was the one who melted and refined those materials, and I was responsible for adjusting the temperature of the flames." He thinks in amazement, "I never expected Brahmastra to be created that way." It turns out that destructive power came from the convergence of many divine beings. Truly, if it's Brahmastra, then no matter what that monster is, suddenly, his eyes widen as the golden pupils look toward them. From within the sharp teeth, a magic vortex appears. She quickly reminds him, it's attacking again. But as soon as she speaks, that sphere of power is unleashed. Aji raises his hand to create a shield to block it, scornfully saying, "Do you think I'll fall for that attack again?" Zephyros struggles to speak. "Dragon Emperor, use Brahmistra quickly." He panics and says, "I'm sorry, but it takes time to prepare." Amphit, flying nearby, is also incredibly restless. How long could it possibly take? Based on last time, which took 15 minutes, Ro was confident that 10 minutes would be enough. Hearing this, Ilo stepped closer and said, "That's shorter than last time." Russell Raymond, Demeter, and Amphichit stepped up one by one to support him. "Dragon Emperor, we'll buy you some time. You'd better make this work, or it's all over for everyone. Dragon Emperor or not. I'm certain we'll succeed," he replied. Lightning flashed across the blackened sky. The evil god's power showed no signs of stopping. She prepared to unleash her original technique once more. The other incarnations were struggling to hold it back. As explosions erupted in succession, Ro watched from afar, recognizing that his opponent was truly a living catastrophe. There was no room for hesitation or holding back. He immediately activated his dragon-human transformation, and roaring flames surged around Russell Raymond. "I'll pour all my strength into this attack." The evil god seemed to sense something. It lashed out with its tentacles toward him, but he was instantly spotted and stood firmly in its path. Russell Raymond took the full brunt of the blow. She seemed to lose consciousness, her body losing all strength as she fell. Arn reached out anxiously, screaming. Io caught Ilo, asking frantically, "My child, are you okay?" She replied weakly, "I'm fine. Please look after Lord Ro first." Meanwhile, Ro was completely focused, oblivious to his surroundings. "Don't get agitated, just focus. If everyone trusts me, I must trust my comrades." Once again, the evil god fired a blast of dark energy. Amphichit struggled to block the technique. She had realized its psychic emission cycle was shortening. It couldn't keep absorbing power. Its golden eyes flashed, and tentacles lunged forward, snatching up all the incarnations. "What the hell? It was hiding more tentacles. Even the mother and daughter couldn't escape. No, I can't move. After capturing everyone, it prepared to fire the final blow. A massive sphere of energy erupted, looking even more intense than before. Yo screamed in terror, "No, Lord Russell Raymond." Sevet appeared from his embrace and formed an incredibly resilient shield. It successfully blocked the evil god's attack. Arn couldn't believe her eyes. That child is a dragon? Where did it come from? Gradually, Sevet couldn't hold on anymore. Cracks appeared, and finally, it gave up, reverted to its original form, and fell. Luckily, she was caught by Sevet. I understand now. At that moment, the Graham's sword was finally nearing completion. He gripped the hilt tightly, using all his strength to parry the evil god's attack, but he couldn't push it back an inch, leaving Russell Raymond Rowe deeply worried. The latent power isn't enough. At my current level, is a complete Graham still too much to handle? I have to find a way to supplement the energy. If it stays like this, I won't last long. Finally, a magic circle appeared. Found it. He immediately grasped the opportunity, the clue he had realized during the battle with Water Figget, the concept of wearing magic. Above it was the magic of the Doimon tribe. Magic where the caster becomes one with their own power. Transcendental dream. This time, the power was completely different and more potent than ever. I will become Gramazra. The fierce flames incinerated the dark power, immediately causing the evil god's body to explode. Ampichi cheered. The Dragon Emperor did it. Arn looked down, overjoyed. My child, Lord Russell Raymond has defeated the evil god. Io smiled. I always believed in him. The battle was drawing to a close, but while the evil god was defeated, the hero was nowhere to be seen. But where is the Dragon Emperor? He just used such a powerful move. His body surely can't be holding up. Magical shockwaves rippled from that direction. According to their sight, they could see Russell Raymond covered in flames falling from the sky. Jipo screamed in a panic, Dragon Emperor. A moment later, he was carefully placed on a stone slab. This can't be. After observing him, Aji concluded that Grandma's had consumed the Dragon Emperor. He must have poured all his strength into it. This isn't good. His condition is critical. She sobbed miserably over the stone slab. He's so broken, Jaharos couldn't find a way either. Ordinary restorative potions were ineffective. Suddenly, several primordial spirits appeared. Yo looked up, confused. Primordial spirits? Demeter watched them climb onto Russell Raymond, realizing they were the entities that had saved the spirit realm from outside predators. He understood that the spirit realm was expressing its gratitude. This is the will of the spirit realm. She wasn't entirely convinced. Then what reason do we have not to act? Even if not for that, how can we just abandon our savior like this? All four shared the same intent to save him. No, I can't just stand by either. I intended to act from the beginning. Magical energy poured into Russell Raymond. May the purity of water cleanse your body. May the solidity of the earth anchor your form. May the freedom of the wind soothe your pain. May the heat of the fire revive your fading life. This world still needs the Lord of Dragons. Ro, the Dragon Emperor, slowly descended from above. It seemed he had been severely injured after the battle. Gipiros looked at him and said, "The wounds are too deep. Most of his power has been exhausted." Demeter added, "Our role ends here. The rest is for the Dragon Emperor to overcome on his own." Io was bewildered. "What do you mean? Hasn't the healing already been completed?" Ampichet explained to Illo that the Dragon Emperor's body was currently overflowing with the energy of the spirit realm. She added, "He needs time to stabilize the power he just received. Let him stay in the spirit realm for a while." She turned to Demeter, who was eagerly rolling up his sleeves. "Then I'll build a house for the Dragon Emperor to rest." 1 month later, in a small thatched cottage in the pine forest, Ro remained unconscious in bed, with Ilo by his side, caring for him day and night. On the bed, the two little dragons, Pepper and Sebet, played noisily together. She was about to gather more supplies, but realized they were out of medicinal herbs. Ilo spoke loudly, as if to Ro, "I'm going to get more." "Lord Ro," she then called to the two dragons, "Pepper, Sebet, let's go." In his delirium, Russell Raymond dreamed of something, sweating profusely, but he couldn't wake up. His subconscious was still trapped in the raid of Rocinante. He recalled the moment he was scorched by flames, terrified by the horrific sensation of heat flooding deep into his lungs, as if his internal organs were melting. Russell Raymond realized the situation was beyond his control, fearing the immense power he couldn't harness, and was consumed once more. Everything soon drowned in a sea of fire, incinerating everything into ash right before Russell Raymond's eyes. He stood from above, witnessing it all, blaming himself for returning to square one. How many times has this been now? Hundreds? Thousands? I keep seeing the images of my friends falling, over and over. This battle against the demon god just repeats in an endless loop. No matter what I try, I can't break free. Even after failing countless times, I refuse to give up. The only way I can think of is to completely master the power of Brahmastra. This time, I'll succeed. Deep in my subconscious, I'm daring to try this final method. But will I just end up trapped here again? Having repeated this situation thousands of times, Russell finally decides to risk it all. If he doesn't use the transcendental dream, he's dead anyway. But he quickly realizes he's in a dilemma. If he uses it, he might take down the demon god, but he'll die in the process and end up back at the starting point. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Russell remembers his teacher. If only his master, Duke Kian Kwok, the creator of the Transcendental Dream, were here. The Transcendental Dream is a state where you shed your human form and are reborn as the magic itself. He muses on the idea of shedding his human form to be reborn as magic. Russell won't let any opportunity slip by. He ponders. If that's the case, then magic beyond the boundaries of the world will burn away his physical form and reconstruct it with the same attributes as Brahmastra. He starts designing his own blueprint as a mage. Russell realizes so much, all synthesized from thousands of failed attempts and agonizing near-death experiences. I can do this, he encourages himself. From a distance, a strange object appears, leaving Russell Raymond stunned. He quickly recognizes what that object is: the 8th circle, deep in the forest. Ilo is humming softly while picking medicinal herbs. The scenery is incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, she hears a massive explosion behind her. The energy from the blast overwhelms everything around it. Pepper and Spet are excited to recognize Russell. Ilo turns back to look at the house, stammering his name. The house has been destroyed by Russell amidst a cloud of dust. He stands tall and healthy, his body significantly recovered. It turns out he was fighting in his subconscious and discovered new energy. Russell clasps his hands together in front of his chest, absorbing the power. Russell realizes this is the 8th magic circle. After absorbing it, he's shocked. The sheer amount of mana is terrifying. Where is all this power coming from? A system window suddenly appears. Notification. You have received the power of the fire god, Agni. Affinity for fire attributes has skyrocketed. Another notification follows. You have received the power of the water god, Amphitrite. Affinity for water attributes has skyrocketed. Then another. You have received the power of the earth god, Demeter. Affinity for earth attributes has skyrocketed. Finally, you have received the power of the wind god, Zephyrus. Affinity for wind attributes has skyrocketed. He's overjoyed that his affinity for the 4 elements has reached the ultimate level. Could it be that the spirit kings have passed their power to him? Suddenly, another notification. Quest completed. Reward granted. The limitations and burden of dragonification have been significantly reduced. The notification displays again, you are now capable of full dragonification, transcending the humanoid form to become a complete dragon. You can also choose to dragonify only parts of your body instead of the whole. Seeing the words dragonification, Russell whispers to himself, dragonification? Does this mean I can actually turn into a dragon? He doesn't get ahead of himself. He reminds himself that dragonification surely isn't all positive. If he can't control it, he could end up harming himself. Ultimately, Russell concludes that adapting to his transformed body will require a lot of effort. From afar, Ilo's voice calls out, Lord Russell Raymond. She runs over and suddenly hugs him tightly. You've finally woken up. I don't know what happened, but I'm so lucky. I've been so worried all this time. The 2 dragons are also teary-eyed. Russell says, embarrassed, I'm sorry for making you worry. Ilo, Pepper, Spet, all of you. Just as things were cheerful, someone's voice chimes in, My, what a lovely atmosphere. Russell sees who it is, and even Ilo is shy. It turns out to be Zephyrus, Demeter, and Amphitrite. Amphitrite speaks up. We thought something happened, so we rushed over. It seems we were the ones intruding. Demeter jokes. Should we come back later? Ilo quickly hides behind Russell. Looking at the 4 of them, he replies, flustered, No. What are you saying? I was just happy that Lord Russell has woken up. Someone teases further. The Dragon Emperor is truly majestic, isn't he? Demeter approaches Russell and praises him. Not only did you wake up safely, but you also absorb our power perfectly. Russell says happily, It's all thanks to everyone's help. Seeing them both flustered, Amphitrite rushes to break the tension. Uninvited guests should finish their work and be on their way. Then she says to Russell, Dragon Emperor, hold out your hand. Are you going to be this obedient? Instantly, all 4 gods cast magic on Russell. He asks, confused, What mark is this? Demeter replies that it is proof of the bond between the Dragon Emperor and them. Russell can use the mark to summon them to the material realm. Zephyrus thoughtfully adds, But you must use it carefully, for you can only summon them one single time. Russell says happily, Thank you for this precious gift. He thinks to himself, I can summon the spirit kings to the material realm. I have to save it for an emergency. Suddenly, he remembers something serious. Wait, now that you mention it. He immediately turns to ask Ilo, how long have I been asleep? She hesitates, estimating the time. Elo is silent for a moment before replying. About a month now. Russell exclaims, "No way, this is bad. We're in the middle of a war, and I've been lying here for a whole month." Without delay, he says urgently, "Ilo, I have to return to the Empire immediately. I need to create a portal to the material realm right away." Seeing his anxiety, she stammers that the four gods, still there, comfort him. Don't worry. Amphitrite and Zephyrus wave their hands, and rays of light intertwine, forming a multicolored flow of energy. In front of Russell, a small portal appears. Amphitrite explains, "A portal like this is just a small matter for us." Zephyrus adds, "Just follow this path, and you can step through to the portal leading to the material realm." Elo invites him happily. "Whenever you're done with your work, remember to come back and visit." Demeter adds cheerfully, "The spirit realm will always welcome you." Russell is deeply moved by everyone's concern. "Thank you for everything during this time. I'll be back to visit you all soon." Ilo stands at a distance, quietly bowing to say goodbye to Russell. The sky is clear, and the sunlight shines everywhere, as if lighting the way for Russell's new journey. In a grand palace, a man stands at the door waiting for an audience. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Alan Pett turns around to look. "It's been a long time, Lord Alan Pett." Aslan walks over from behind, placing a hand on his chest in a respectful greeting. He politely addresses him as Lord Aslan. Aslan asks him, "Are you waiting for Russell?" Aslan slowly asks Alan about Russell. "I heard from Lord Arryn that you returned early. Is Lord Russell Raymond still recovering in the spirit realm?" Hearing the word recovering, he replies with a headache. By His Majesty's order, he should have been brought back quickly. "I don't know how severe his wounds are to cause such a delay." While they were talking, a burst of light erupted from inside the palace. Alan raised a hand to shield his eyes, sensing that this mana fluctuation was strange. The spirit fragrance also suddenly became much denser. Russell leaped out from the portal. Alan Pett and Aslan saw him and cheered loudly. Russell had finally returned. High above the fortress, a group of soldiers stood guard with extreme vigilance. A soldier approached from afar and announced, "Hey, we're here." The soldiers standing in the ranks heard this and asked the person next to him, "Is it time for the shift change?" The other soldier stepped closer and asked casually, "Any issues during your watch?" The first soldier didn't hesitate and replied, "We've been ordered to stay on high alert due to the level 1 martial law." Another soldier added, "The martial law has been in place for weeks now. The Empire wants to attack, but they're too afraid." Suddenly, from the distance, the loud thundering of horse hooves approached. One soldier shouted, "Look over there." Shadows were rapidly spreading at the foot of the fortress, surrounding the entire area. As they got closer, the group of soldiers realized it was an ambush by the Imperial Undead Army. At dawn, Ro rode a fire dragon as it soared away, taking advantage of an opening to launch an ambush. "Huh?" he asked Alan. "What's the damage?" He replied hurriedly, 9 fortresses and territories have been attacked." Alan Pett added, 3 of those were almost completely destroyed. Fortunately, we recaptured 4 territories, but the rest are still under heavy fighting." Ro asked with a serious expression, "How is the kingdom preparing?" Alan reported immediately, "His Majesty has mobilized the entire army." He made it clear that the forces include the elves, the beastkin, and the declaration of war against the Empire is about to take place. Upon hearing about the military parade, Russ responded, "It must have started by now." Alan Pett was surprised. "Right now, you say?" Ro turned forward and ordered, "Move at full speed." Alfonso adjusted his attire and asked, "Any news from the Duke yet?" Jackson bowed his head and replied, "Forgive me, Your Majesty, there is none yet." The position of commander of the 5th Army is still vacant. Although he didn't want to, Alfonso had to issue an order to temporarily have the White Tower Master take charge of logistics. He pondered silently. In terms of combat power, Mickey is the most suitable, but her free-spirited personality doesn't fit the commander role. Therefore, he decided to appoint Ro. He would be able to keep her in check. It had been a month since the news of Ro being wounded reached them. Alfonso recalled sitting on his throne, asking anxiously, "What is his condition that he cannot return yet? But I cannot be impatient." He told himself to pray for his safe return. With that, Alfonso stepped out of the tent, instructing no one to enter. He walked up to the podium alone. The roaring cheers signaled the arrival of His Majesty, the King. Below, the massive crowd surrounded the podium, waiting for words from their supreme king. In the front row, the nation's elite generals stood in groups, listening intently to the king's speech. Alfonso calmed himself and said, "The wicked vermin of the Empire have shattered our peace, causing us and our allies to suffer heavy losses, including the deaths of innocent civilians and soldiers." He encouraged them with great spirit. "Therefore, as the great king of Endian, I, Alfonso Radmos, to comfort their souls, will force the Britannia Empire to pay for their crimes." Finishing his promise, Alfonso raised his hand to show his resolve to wage war from this moment on for the future of the continent. The crowd below heard the king's words and were ecstatic. They cheered wildly in support of this war. Darius stood below the podium, listening to the decree, appointing Flame Tower Master Darius Snow White as commander of the First Army and commander-in-chief. I obey, Your Majesty. Alfonso continued the appointments. I also appoint Julian Person Penson as commander of the Second Army. The commander of the Third Army is Alex Karen. The generals bowed respectfully one by one. Alfonso's voice continued. The commander of the Fourth Army is Niccolo Machiavelli. He continued reading the list. The commander of the Fifth Army is suddenly, a strange sound echoed from somewhere. Someone's voice boomed, "I'm late," followed by a landing that kicked up so much dust and debris that the soldiers were wary. The parade being interrupted made Alfonso a bit irritated, so he shouted, "Who's that?" Ro jumped off the back of the fire dragon and quickly knelt. "Grand Duke of the Kingdom, Ro, reporting for duty, Your Majesty." Daria heard his name and turned to look. This kid, he only left for the spirit realm a month ago and has already reached the 8th star realm. Everyone saw Russell Raymond Ro return and began to buzz. The 8th star? It's hard to believe. Emilia was happy. Right now, they could strike at the enemy's vulnerability. Ro knelt respectfully to apologize. "I ask for your forgiveness for causing you to worry." Alfonso didn't blame him, moving forward quickly. "Stand up. As long as you return safely, that is all that matters." Waiting only for Ro to return, he immediately announced, "I appoint the Grand Duke of the Kingdom, Ro Russell Raymond, as commander of the Fifth Army." He bowed respectfully and shouted, "Ro, I obey your command, Your Majesty." The king continued the ceremony. "Finally, I appoint Ice Tower Master Hemingway Melville as commander of the kingdom's defense. I appoint White Tower Master Emilia Magon as head of logistics and supply." They bowed, saying, "We obey, Your Majesty." After assigning the roles, Alfonso didn't delay and shouted to the entire army. He pointed toward the frontier to commence the expedition. Immediately, tens of thousands of war horses and soldiers galloped out of the palace, ready for battle. After leaving the city, Daria asked him, "Beings from the outer world?" Things that were once only legends turned out to be real. Ro replied politely, "I have recorded the sights of the spirit realm in detail. I will present them to you when the war ends." She was satisfied and praised him. "Good, that will be very useful for research." Suddenly, he thought of something about relationships and destiny disguised as coincidence. He found it strange, pondering how it often seemed to happen to him in such a bizarre way, as if someone were orchestrating it. As a mage who valued logic and reason, he didn't believe in destiny at all, but if destiny did exist, he was worried about how it might be designed. Daria seemed to see his anxiety. She observed Ro keenly for a moment and decided to break that confusion. Daria said to Ro, "Hey kid, in reality, the command of the army is handled by the tacticians. The role of us commanders is different." Ro asked her in surprise, "What is it?" Daria exclaimed, "To suppress the Empire's supernatural forces. For this purpose, commanders are guaranteed the right to act independently." She explained further so he would understand. "To put it simply, you are authorized to make full judgments on the situation." Daria understood Ro's temperament and added a warning. "But war always holds unpredictable variables. You haven't reached this level for long, so report before acting independently." Russ listened intently. "Yes, Master, I understand." Daria breathed a sigh of relief. At least, there was a safety measure. Then, she thoughtfully considered, "But just in case the moment comes when that child must shoulder his destiny, I hope I can share that burden." Night had fallen, blanketing the entire kingdom. The troops chose an ideal spot and pitched their tents to rest for the night. Inside his private tent, Russell was busy when he heard a call. Turning around, he replied, "Your Highness Mia, is there something you need?" Meeting his gaze, she scratched her head, embarrassed. "It's been a while, so I came to see you." "Is there something you need help with?" he asked bluntly. Unexpectedly, she became annoyed. "Wait a minute, that's ridiculous. Do we really need a reason to see each other? Besides, it's been ages. You're supposed to greet me first." Suddenly scolded, he was stunned and stammered, I apologize." Mia noticed a strange scent on Russell, asking casually, "By the way, it's been a long time and your scent has become so intense. I wonder what happened." Russell turned pale. Indeed, Princess Mia had noticed the change. He rushed to find an excuse. "Princess Mia, what was the favor you needed?" Reminded, she remembered. "A favor? Have you greeted your big sister?" "No. Have you seen the princess yet?" "She has been waiting for you in the city." Russell Raymond felt awkward about it. He had just finished the review ceremony and left for the front lines, so he hadn't had the time. Hearing that, Mia became irritated again. She scolded Russell, "You really are the worst." After the scolding, Mia finally handed him a letter. "Here, the princess asked me to deliver this." Before she left, she didn't forget to grumble. You always make others do the hard work. I've delivered it, clearly. Russell received the letter, his soul drifting away as he muttered, "A letter?" Russell slowly opened the letter to read it. To my dearest Russell, who is more precious than anything, but also cruel to the point of being heartless. As he read on, his face contorted. You must be heading to the battlefield, believing that I would understand. You sent such a detailed, heartfelt letter. But what can I do? I'm the one who chose someone like you. So please, try to understand me. When I resented you for leaving for the battlefield, I just wanted to see your face, even if it were only once, she wrote. Above all, I'm worried about your health. I heard you were injured in the spirit realm. I don't know if you fully recovered before leaving. She promised, I will do my best to support you from here, and I will sincerely pray for your safe return. At the end of the letter, she sent a message, I pray for your safe return, my dearest lover. After reading, his face turned bright red as he whispered her name. Russell Raymond was moved as he folded the letter, bowing his head in self-reproach to apologize to her. At Chivan Fortress, in the northwest of the Britannia Empire, white-robed mages gaze at the fortress, exclaiming, So this is the famous, solid Chivan Fortress. They threaten sinisterly, their main goal being to finish off Russell. This place will be your grave, Russell Raymond, right at Chivan Fortress, where the gates were locked and surrounded by the atmosphere of war. Damn it. The middle-aged man's voice echoed inside the Britannia Empire's Chivan Fortress. Count Hammond sat in his study, clutching his head and groaning. Is the army advancing here? Moreover, the commander-in-chief is Russell Raymond. He thought about Russell tensely. If it were that person, he had reached the 7th Circle Master level while still young. Isn't he the one who recently defeated Walter Pigret? Count Hammond asked warily. Everything is going dark, what should I do? Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside. We have arrived, so there is no need to worry anymore. He looked up and asked, Who are you? The two brothers appeared, speaking sinisterly. We cannot hand over Chivan Fortress, which is known as the dragon-slaying fortress, to such an inexperienced brat. Seeing them, Hammond rejoiced and quickly flattered them. White envoys of the Ganmanium, it is such an honor to have you here. Then he slumped and asked, But the Tower Master is only at the 6th circle, while the opponent is a 7th-level superhuman. Rick replied, Although it hasn't been announced to the academic world yet, we recently completed an ultimate spell. Hearing that, Hammond felt like he had struck gold. As expected, you have a perfect plan. Sho quickly chimed in. The only thing is, to do that, we have to change our fighting method. He looked out the window and said, We must arrange the battlefield to our advantage. Coincidentally, the terrain here is perfect for magic. If you provide support, we won't disappoint you. Count Hammond excitedly agreed. Tell me, I will support whatever you need. The three brothers smiled sinisterly. As seniors, let's teach that brat a lesson. The price of the lesson is his life. Switching to the barracks, Mia was making a fuss. What? You're telling me to go elsewhere? Russell Raymond retorted. Bringing two superhumans into the same place is less effective than deploying 80,000 troops. Mia wouldn't give in. But I want to fight alongside you. I absolutely won't agree to that. Finally, Russell Raymond had to take a step back, coaxing her. After the war ends, I will spar with you once a week. Mia's eyes lit up. Once a week, really? She happily reached out her hand. It's a promise. Got it? Russell replied reluctantly. Yes, don't worry. He thought to himself, You really are always like this, Your Highness. He quickly stood up. Then, it's ready. Let's advance to the impregnable Chivan Fortress. After arriving, Russell assessed. Just as the rumors say, there are no flaws. On this open field, all of my movements are clearly visible, so ambushes or surprise attacks are difficult to execute. Donovan wondered when he heard Russell's strategy. Why not use a small squad? If we act with fewer people, the probability of being detected will be lower. Russell countered his idea. You mean a special forces team to break the fortress's alert system, and then we conduct a full-scale attack, right? Donovan replied regretfully. Yes. Russell thought to himself, in the current situation, that's not a bad tactic, but the number of people to be sent into the special team is too dangerous. Then he made a decision. I'd rather act alone than infiltrate the fortress and cause chaos with a small group. Suddenly, someone shouted, signaling and pointing into the distance. Look, the person said, that's the flag, signaling a duel between commanders. The Empire has challenged us to a duel, Russell silently observed. A duel is a place where representatives of both sides face each other one-on-one, usually. Used to boost the morale of soldiers or to overcome a weak position by stalling for time. He found it strange, but since they were inside the fortress, there was no reason to organize a duel. Donovan also found it hard to understand. Are they just trying to boost morale? Russell quickly realized the opponent's purpose. No, they're targeting me. The fortress gate is opening. One soldier reported in detail. The number of people is about 30. The vanguard is, he was stunned. The white envoys of the Gambanium White Tower. Donovan recognized them and said, all three brothers have strength at the level of a tower master, famous for being ruthless. Donovan asked, but it's very strange. The principle of a duel is one-on-one. There is no reason to mobilize an entire squad of mages. Russell said nothing, silently thinking. There is definitely some scheme, but that doesn't matter. They will prepare under the assumption that I am a 7th level master. He decided. Let the duel proceed. Donovan worriedly reminded him. Sir Commander, that is definitely their cowardly scheme. Don't accept it. Observe the situation instead. Russell understood the situation clearly, answering. They overestimate themselves, so this is actually an opportunity. Donovan was surprised. An opportunity? Russell rushed forward, not forgetting to turn back and instruct. The whole army, retreat to the back. Do not suffer any losses. The enemy soldiers stood on the observation tower, rejoicing as they saw them not advancing. The Andy army is retreating, they mocked. Seeing them flee in fear like that is just pathetic. Is this kid completely shameless? Rick shouted excitedly. Big brother, just unleash some major spells on them. The man hurriedly said, don't act rashly. Looking at their formation, they haven't pulled back too far. They're just keeping enough distance to observe the situation. Rick, hearing this, became intrigued. In that case, I'll annoy them until they get fed up and cross over to this side. From atop the fortress, his voice boomed out. Russell Raymond, that brat. Russell Raymond looked up, curious. Rick provoked him. Are you too afraid of losing that you're running away? So you aren't the continent's youngest Superman after all. Just a coward and a fraud. Donovan was furious upon hearing this. That man dared to insult the great hero of a nation. He challenged him. If you surrender right now, I'll spare your life. But Russell Raymond wasn't intimidated. Since you're pushing me like this, I guess I have no choice but to go. Many people behind him were worried. Donovan was even more anxious. Master, please, be careful. He decisively charged toward the fortress, accepting the brothers' challenge. Russell rushed forward. Calling me a rookie, huh? The brothers were delighted to see him. Big brother, he's fallen for the trap. These kids really are easy to deal with. Russell Raymond countered. So, even after a lifetime of bitter training, what should people inferior to me be called? Are you just doddering old fools who don't know how to behave? He continued intensely. Or are you three brothers just wasting your entire lives away? Rick was furious at this, cursing. That insolent brat. I'll cut his tongue out right now. Suddenly, he stopped the man. He was calmer and didn't take the bait. Call us whatever you want. This place will be your grave. Rick immediately jumped down from the fortress, ready to crush Russell. He yelled, begin. Instantly, countless white-robed illusions appeared around Russell, surrounding him. The illusions grew denser by the second, to the point where it was impossible to tell which one was the real person. Thousands of bricks gathered, working together to create a terrifying surge of power. The real brick exerted all his strength, firing a beam of blue light toward Russell Raymond. He carefully dodged the light, thinking to himself, the mana of the others is being absorbed into one person, so this is the trick behind this duel. After the first spell, he looked on with a mix of disdain and shock. Quite a sight. This is a magical recreation of an Eastern technique. He boastfully bragged about the technique that converted allies' mana into his own. Thanks to this, I now possess many times more mana than a 6th circle mage. After his moment of arrogance, he lashed out again. With this overwhelming mana, no one is a match for me. I will crush you. The green light erupted, shaking the entire fortress and carving a deep trench wherever it passed. Russell nimbly leaped to another spot. Rick couldn't catch him and shouted in frustration. You're good at dodging like a rat, aren't you? Saying that, he launched a deadly attack, then tried dodging this. Windstorm. At this, Russell didn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward and shouted, Flame X-33. A blazing red stream of fire incinerated everything, swallowing the brick's beam and causing a massive explosion. Only then was he stunned. You blocked that? Not bad. It's no coincidence you're called the youngest Superman. Russell was the same, marveling. Even while constantly unleashing large-scale magic, he hasn't faltered. He really does have a massive reserve of mana. Russell decided to act decisively. He had to shake the Eastern strategy the man spoke of. Carinos X2. Brick, still underestimating him, grumbled, still struggling to the end. Destruction of animals. The entire area was torn apart by Brick's tornado, leaving nothing intact. Thick black smoke billowed, covering everything. From high above, the flames that were previously raging had visibly dimmed, consumed by Brick's power. He laughed arrogantly. See that, brat? I'm going to tear you to pieces. Suddenly, from behind him, those same flames rose up once again, striking a heavy blow into the ground exactly where he was standing. Rick was hit, his body charred, his clothes torn to shreds. He weakly called out to his big brother before collapsing. Seeing this, the brother panicked. My brothers. He gritted his teeth, having seen through Russell's formation. This guy was pretending to cast spells while aiming at the formation. He roared. You dare use dirty tricks? How filthy. I'll kill you right now without giving you a second to think. Russell didn't wait for him to yell. You have no right to talk about filth. I won't be bound to a one-on-one duel anymore. I'm going to take you out directly. Brick raised both hands to cast a spell, and a blue light flared up, but Russell suddenly dived down from above. He crouched, slammed his hands onto the ground, and shouted, Let me shake you to your very roots. Earth, quake. The ground cracked open, leaving everyone in a panic. The people there shouted, struggling to resist and hold their formation. He closed his eyes in pain, gritting his teeth, thinking, If this keeps up, my mana will be completely exhausted. You bastard, you really are cowardly to the end. Russell's hands pressed against the earth, creating a surge of power that caused the ground to crack and explode. Russell looked up at him, smiling provocatively. Lord of the Frost, please breathe your breath before me. Brick's expression turned to one of shock and fear. This cold air, could it be ice magic? At this moment, a layer of frozen air accumulated densely, and a surge of power blasted everyone backward. Frost Travelin. He raised both hands, using all his strength to defend, thinking to himself, fire, earth, lightning, and now ice magic too. The speed of the casting and the precision are flawless. Brick began to doubt himself. Damn it, I underestimated him just because he was young. Put everything into the next attack. Advance, crazily. The mages poured their strength into casting magic, transmitting power toward Brick, who screamed. He gasped, looking clearly panicked. Is it really him? A surge of power erupted, creating a blinding light. Brick screamed in frustration. At this rate, I won't be able to beat him. Give me more mana. The mages clutched their chests, writhing on the ground, and replied weakly. Tower Master, we can't continue anymore. The brother stood on the side, screaming. Try to wring out every last bit of mana for me. He fell to his knees in fear, reaching his arms forward to plead. Big brother. The man spread his arms wide, looking up at the sky to receive the mana, and screamed. Russell closed his eyes, his expression calm as he responded. Destroyer God. This technique even treats the lives of others as collateral. He continued with contempt. You may have referenced Eastern techniques, but at its root, it's closer to the dark arts. Russell waved his hand, revealing claws, his expression determined as he attacked. Dragon transformation. How despicable. A golden beam of light shot forward with a deafening roar. Layman Smitlayer gnashed his teeth, eyes wide with rage. You dare tear apart my ultimate magic. His hand trembled, drained of all strength, as he whispered to himself. He couldn't focus his mana. He stared in disbelief, wondering why his magic had been completely exhausted. Else thrust his palms straight at his chest, and he shouted, Wait! A burst of energy sent him flying back. The scene shifts outside the fortress walls, where the sky is blanketed in white snow. Count Mayhem asks anxiously, What happened to the white mages? One of the soldiers replies, reporting, Due to the blizzard, we can't see a thing. The outcome has already been decided. He looks toward him and speaks up. You're the lord of the Mayhem Fortress, aren't you? If you surrender now, no one else has to get hurt. He breaks out in a cold sweat, panicked. That bastard, why is he here? Have the three brothers already been taken down? Mayhem's face darkens. He had charged into battle alone, blinded by the scent of victory. You arrogant fool. What are you standing around for? Chop his head off now. He waves his hand, standing behind the imposing Hellfire dwarves. So, you still want to spill blood? Fine. Darius Snow White originality. As soon as the fireplace dwarves finish speaking, they charge toward the soldiers. One of the soldiers panics. My lord, their numbers are increasing exponentially. We must stop them at all costs. Do not stain the honor of this impregnable fortress. The Hellfire dwarves attack relentlessly. The soldiers scream in terror as they swarm inside the walls. They try with all their might to hold them back. The soldiers are completely overwhelmed. They truly live up to their reputation, not easy to deal with at all. Then, more Fire Force dwarves appear. A surge of red power erupts along with the sound of spellcasting. Daria No White original transformation. A piercing scream echoes out. A giant Fire King. The Fire King slams his hand into the tower, and the soldiers below scream in a panic. The tower is collapsing. Everyone, get out of the way. Seeing the giant monster appear, Count Mayhem is frantic. Damn it! What is that giant monster? He immediately orders all soldiers stationed at the west gate to mobilize. He charges toward the fortress on horseback. The commander has already breached the fortress. Everyone, follow me. Russell turns to the person beside him and says, Lord Donovan, as soon as the battle between the commanders ends, I will attack the fortress. He looks on with confidence and says, I will use ice magic to obscure the enemy's vision. Take that as the signal for an all-out attack. Please, trust me. We will definitely succeed. He yells with a furious expression. All troops, risk your lives to seize the citadel. The soldiers climb the stairs one by one, advancing into the citadel. Ro pushes his hands forward with all his might, his eyes glowing with a fiery, angry red. The longer this drags on, the higher our casualties will be. I must end this battle quickly. He swings his sword, advancing into the fortress with his soldiers. So, the deciding move lies there. Count Mayhem excitedly orders, Night Division, defend the gate. Everyone, hold your positions to the end. A blast of power surges down from the sky. He uses his blade to block the attack. The fierce battle turns the area into a blood-soaked battlefield. He lowers his head and mutters, has it finally come to this? Count Mayhem charges forward, determined to fight to the death. Fine then, let's have one final showdown. Lil Raymond. He swings a decisive blow. Die. He can't believe his eyes. To use a technique like that right in the middle of your own lines, it seems you don't care about the lives of your own men. Count Mayhem swings around from behind Ro to attack. If killing you ends the war, he slashes toward him. Ro dodges quickly, then this sacrifice doesn't mean a thing. Ro's eyes blaze with light and a fire erupts from his arm. You coward. Trying to hide your incompetence behind the sacrifices of others. What? Ro lunges with his fire sword, forcing him to struggle in defense. Go to hell and reflect on your actions with those 3 idiotic brothers of yours. Burning bed. Their swords collide, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, his sword can't take the impact and shatters. Ro's sword strikes Count Mayhem. Soldiers from both sides fight fiercely. Commands ring out continuously to steady the formations. Pass the walls. Follow the commander. Hold the line. Don't let them step 1 foot into the fortress. The rock monster also joins the intense battle. Don't back down. Hold out until the fortress lord arrives. As the soldiers are fighting, a loud voice suddenly roars out. Imperial soldiers, look here. Russell Raymond holds up the severed head of Count Mayhem. The fortress lord's face is twisted in fury. Your lord, Count Mayhem, has died by my hand. Throw down your weapons and surrender. Do that, and I will spare your lives. Blood gushes as he screams. The soldiers drop their swords in unison. Damn it. He stands on the fortress wall and clearly proclaims, victory belongs to Endian. Long live Commander Ro. The scene shifts to the royal capital, Andy, at the Guinevere Imperial Palace. Jackson is reporting on the battle, having captured the impregnable fortress in just 1 day. In a single battle, Alfonso stands looking out the window, listening to the report. Although I believe we would succeed, the Duke always exceeds expectations. Not only that, out of the 72 strongholds involved in the conflict, 47 have now fallen into Imperial territory. He recalls the vision of the battle, having captured the sturdy fortress. Victory rate is over 60%. In reality, we have already seized the advantage in this war. But it's strange. Watching the soldiers of these 2 nations clash after centuries of fighting the Empire, has there ever been an enemy so easy to defeat? Alfonso clasps his hands behind his back, turns his head, and asks, Melville, is there any intelligence on the Empire's superhumans and undead? No information on superhumans, but we have received word that the undead army guarding the border has retreated. Alfonso looks straight at Melville. The Empire wouldn't retreat like that. They are definitely plotting something. Investigate this secretly. Yes, Your Majesty. He says with a look of admiration. Minister of Defense, reward the victorious troops, and at the same time, send a warning to not let their guard down. Yes, Your Majesty. As you command. The scene shifts to the wounded soldiers' camp. Normally, after a battle, the remaining soldiers collect the bodies and hand over those who are severely injured to the reinforcements. Donovan discusses strategy with Ro. However, in this case, since the main force is still present, I believe merging with the reinforcements is the right choice. Ro asks Donovan, is this because of the Imperial Army? Yes. The number of those who surrendered has reached 3,000. Ro reflects on the chaotic scene, pondering, indeed, relying only on the garrison force to advance is too large a task. It would be better to reorganize our ranks until the reinforcements arrive. He places a hand on his chest and bows respectfully. As you command, we will wait for the reinforcements. Yes, I will relay the orders to the entire army, he said, sounding excited. Having a bit more time is a good thing, anyway. In the meantime, I'll study the magic of the new realm I've just reached. Russ opens his grimoire to the 8th tier spell, Hellfire. He begins to cast the lost magic, a remnant of the Age of Myths, a time when all types of magic were banned. A blazing flame surrounds him. It is the signature spell of the lost magic system. True to its name, this Hellfire is said to be able to burn not just life, but the soul itself. A surge of power causes golden butterflies to flutter around Daria. To recreate that temperature, his master borrowed flames from Muspelheim, the world of fire. He kneels down, staring at the grimoire, his hands pressed against the floor. First, let the magic power flow and analyze the structure of the spell. He squeezes his eyes shut, beginning to memorize the entire conduit path. Then, he calculates the formula in reverse from there. His train of thought continues. Now, it's time to enter the world of consciousness. He keeps his eyes tightly closed, focusing intently. If he doesn't dive deep into it, he won't be able to grasp it. He feels like he's falling into the void, his body floating amidst the incantations. He opens his eyes, revealing glowing red irises. Within the world of consciousness, Russell Raymond begins to analyze the structure, which is quite similar to summoning magic, perhaps because both involve borrowing the power of fire from another world. If that's the case, he raises his hand and closes his eyes, chanting the incantation. In the name of the hellfire, I command you, O gates of the underworld, open. A small flame appears. The very thing he desires is the eternal fire burning within it. He relaxes, floating in midair, absorbing the energy, the circular structure of the required magic power. All 8 rings. So that's why hellfire is classified as an 8th-tier spell. Now, let's nurture that flame according to the circulation cycle. Russ suddenly opens his eyes wide, his expression full of confusion. Are you testing my capabilities? As expected, your reputation isn't just for show. You aren't easy to subdue at all. Sweat begins to roll down his cheeks, his hands tremble. But he thinks, I've controlled even higher-level magic, like the Brahmastra. I will definitely master this. His hands rotate, creating a powerful surge of light. The light erupts, and he cheers with joy. I did it. In his hand now flickers a flame. This is the karmic fire that burns even the soul. Hellfire. He spreads his hand, which is emitting a blue glow. I never expected to succeed in recreating a lost magic. Although there's still much to refine to manifest it in reality. At least I've taken the first step. Russell extends his hand and casts his skill. 4 blades made of pure thought appear. What if I fuse this with my original magic? Going further, if I could incorporate the hellfire, he raises both hands to the sky, absorbing the blue aura, feeling invigorated. This is a world of the mind. There's no harm in testing my limits. The blue aura coalesces into a single form. If I imbue my own image into this hellfire, Donovan and the soldiers watch in bewilderment. What is this? What is this magical surge? He and the soldiers rush toward the source of the magic. Lord Baron, is it an enemy attack? Sensing it within the city, he realizes it might not be an enemy attack. A mage stops and points, looking completely stunned. I can't believe it. How could there be such a terrifying surge of magic? Assemble the investigation team immediately and verify the situation. Look, in the sky, a golden dragon appears. That's a dragon. The scene shifts to the fortress as Donovan calls out, Commander. In the bright night, Russell Raymond looks over and replies, Lord Baron Donovan, if you're asking about what just happened, I honestly don't remember anything. He holds a list and hands it toward him. I didn't intend to ask about that. I propose sending a special unit to cut off the Empire's supply lines. Can I go personally? Russ opens it to look and replies, of course. Though, keeping the commander here would be a strategic loss. These are the supply locations of the Imperial Army and the list for the special unit. I've only selected those with genuine ability from the available troops. He smiles smugly. This person is on the list too? I look forward to the unit's excellence. The scene shifts to the city gate, 3 days later at dawn. Russ, wearing a black cloak, stands waiting. You've been out since early, Commander. Ah, you're here, Hubert. He calls out to his senior brother, Hubert. Hubert bows respectfully. It is an honor to accompany you, Commander. Senior brother, please, talk to me comfortably. Hubert replies, you're still so thoughtful, even on the battlefield. Thank you. It's been a long time since we went into battle together. Not since the war in the kingdom of Kian, right? Hubert looks at him, his gaze softening. Kian, so that many years have passed already. He reminisces. Back then, I still believed I would be a firm support for my junior. But while you kept advancing, I've remained almost stagnant. Hubert looks at Russ with concern. I'm just afraid I'll become a burden to you. Please don't say that. You have always been my most steadfast support. He remembers that time. If it weren't for you, brother, I probably wouldn't be in this position now. Russ's eyes turn gentle, his voice softening. And I'd likely have been kicked out of the academy long ago. Hubert looks shy as he responds, thank you for thinking that way. It seems everyone is here. Let's depart. Yes, sir. With that, the team begins to move out. Special unit, move out. The moonlight illuminates the night, shining down over the mountains and the enemy camp. Suddenly, skeletal soldiers appear. He uses his magic to sense them, so that's the reason they didn't light a fire. Russell understands immediately. Against the undead, light means nothing. A surge of power launches from the sky into the midst of the chaotic battlefield. Heavenly thunder, Hubert suddenly jumps down beside Russell Raymond to report. The necromancers of the undead have mostly been cleared out. He casts magic while saying, "Good work." Hubert raises his hand and begins to cast fire magic forward, wanting to join the fight. Now, let's burn them all so the Imperial Army can't use them again. Russ suddenly stops him. Wait, senior brother? Russell points to the food storage piled up on the other side. Look at the supplies over there. They've stockpiled quite a bit. He wears a crafty smile, his hand weaving magic. Whatever needs to be taken, we must take it. The scene shifts, night begins to fall, covering the forest. Everyone is busy collecting supplies from the enemy. This is already the fourth supply depot. Pepper lies on his shoulder, looking quite content. Hubert walks over to report. With just this amount of loot, the whole army can hold out for a few months. He calmly replies, "The Imperial Army won't let this loss go easily. I wonder how they'll react." Suddenly, he and Pepper turn their heads and stare behind them. Hubert asks suspiciously, "What is it?" He looks up at the distant sky with a hint of vigilance. Suddenly, I sense a strange aura. Philip suddenly appears, using magic to fire in their direction. "You filthy rats!" An overwhelming surge of power rapidly descends upon them. He let out a loud laugh. "I'll wipe you all out." A wave of magic slammed into the center of the camp, forcing everyone to scramble for cover. Everyone, dodge. The formation began to crumble, and cries of agony echoed continuously. Ro cast his summoning skill, Solomon's Crown. While defending, he calculated. Every strike has at least tier 6 power. The support squad is only at tier 5. This is dangerous. He closed his eyes, centering himself. Open, maximum sensory expansion. His magic flared out, sweeping the area to track down the mage as quickly as possible. The magical pulse probed every corner, but found nothing. Where is he? Russell was stunned, a flicker of fear creeping in. My tier 8 sensory zone covers dozens of kilometers. He has to be in here. Suddenly, shadows flickered in the distance. You idiots! Philip and his cronies bolted. Philip grinning viciously. Trying to track me with a sensory spell? Huh. This Boris is an artifact imbued with the wind god's power. It's invisible to magic. Meanwhile, Russell Raymond was still struggling. Should I have Pepper help search? No. It would take too long, and Pepper could be in danger. Just as he was deep in thought, a hand rested on his shoulder. The only way now is to enter the mind's eye to trace the magic circuit, but maintaining the barrier while doing that is nearly impossible. Hubert stood behind him, his gaze resolute. It seems you need help. Russell gasped. Senior brother. The others who had been hiding rushed forward as well. Commander, let us help. They quickly lined up behind Hubert, beginning to weave a barrier. We'll hold the enemy off while you find him. Ro bowed his head in gratitude. I'm counting on you all. He quickly cast a teleportation spell and vanished. The world before Joe began to sharpen. As he surged forward, searching frantically, he realized, so that's why I couldn't detect him with magic. That wasn't magic. Russell saw a massive python coiled up, emitting divine power. Divine energy? He gasped, utterly shocked. I knew it wasn't a normal attack, but I never expected divine power to be involved. The python slithered toward Joe. They locked eyes. I've found the enemy and his location. Time to head back. Suddenly, the beast lunged with bared fangs. Outside, Joe coughed up blood, making everyone panic. High Priest? Inside the sensory realm, the python was strangling Joe. So strong at this level, it must be a high-tier divinity. The python lunged for Joe's face again. Damn it, what do I do? Suddenly, a giant golden dragon erupted from within him, awakening the dragon emperor's divinity. Watching the golden dragon clamp its jaws onto the python's head, he stood dazed. This is the Dragon King's divine power. A massive magic circle manifested above Joe. Is this happening because I'm the heir to the Dragon King? The Brahmastra within him emitted a blinding light. Is having the Brahmastra the reason for this? His chest pulsed with intense golden light. He snapped back to reality, clutching his head and crying out. Everyone asked anxiously, High Priest, are you all right? Russell was steadied by Hubert. Has the enemy's attack stopped? He asked. Hubert replied quickly, yes. What on earth happened? Russell stood tall, whispering to himself. It seems he lost his divine power, so he can't attack. He spoke up. I'll explain later. For now, regroup the squad. Joe took to the sky, a blur of motion. I'm going to finish this and be right back. Elsewhere, Philip suddenly collapsed, startling his henchmen. Young master, are you okay? Philip struggled to sit up, panting heavily. That was divine power, it was devoured. The henchman looked on, confused and worried. Sir, what are you saying? Philip broke into a cold sweat, staring at the scroll in his hands. Impossible. He slumped to the ground, trembling and muttering, No, my family heirloom. Suddenly, Joe's voice rang out before them. Found you. The group jumped, rushing to defend themselves. Who's there? Seeing it was him, They began to panic. Are you Joe Damon? Is the one raiding the supplies actually Archduke Andy Mason? Philip sat on the ground, mind racing. Did he use a divine artifact? For his current level, his spirit is still way too immature. He trembled uncontrollably. No way. The henchman hoisted Philip onto his back and sprinted away, shouting, "Young master, run." He yelled at the warriors to throw their lives away to buy time. Russell Raymond steeled himself. In wartime, there was no room for personal feelings. A beam of blue light descended from above. The henchman was still carrying Philip, running for his life. The henchman screamed, "Young master, wake up. If you keep this up, we'll die." Father, suddenly, the henchman was struck and sent flying. Philip tumbled to the ground, collapsing weakly at Joe's feet. This is the end. He pointed a trembling finger at Joe, shouting, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Russell looked down, thinking. The firstborn son of Marcus Mason, Philip Mason. His eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Marcus Mason, the only archery master on the continent, a man whose character is so noble even the enemy nation respects him. He looked down at the trembling Philip. And his only weakness is his spoiled son. Philip stammered, "If you treat me like a noble, my father will give you anything you want." Suddenly, Russell grabbed him by the hair and yanked him up. So this is the dog the Marquis raised as his son. His gaze was overflowing with rage and loathing. "You shouldn't have revealed your identity to me, you piece of filth." Russell gripped Philip's hair, shaking him. He snarled, "You dare call me trash? You dare insult the Mason family name? I've heard plenty about you." Images flashed Philip drunkenly beating innocents, killing the elderly, and kidnapping women from their fiancés, even dragging a woman away as she struggled. "The atrocities you've committed are endless. Even if I have to become the enemy of the Mason family, I have no other choice." Russell tightened his grip, sparks of fire dancing around his hand, making Philip shake with terror. "Wait, I was wrong. Please, spare my life." Russell unleashed his magic, burning the man. "Inferno," he glared, his voice ice cold. "Go and atone to your victims yourself." Tents were erected within the encampment. The surrounding area was silent. This was the 3rd Legion camp of the Britannia Empire. Kazan struggled to eat because of the taste of the food. It was truly a horrible flavor. He took a big bite of meat, his eyes glaring with a fierce intensity. Kazan barked an order at the servant beside him. At that moment, Dio stepped into the tent with a respectful air. "Finish your meal. Clear this away." "It seems the food isn't to your liking, my lord." Kazan snapped irritably at Dio. He maintained his composure. "This cheap meat, I haven't had to touch anything like this since I stepped into that realm. Supplies have been cut off because of the Andean squad's raids." Dio stepped forward, his face clearly showing anxiety over the battle formation, while Kazan waved his hand dismissively. "I know handling that squad is supposed to be your duty, but it seems you're annoyed because you've done nothing but eat and play these past few days. I've already calculated everything." He stroked his beard with a sinister look. "The madman Philip, a guy who had to pray for divine power yet still got defeated. Philip is nothing but a dried-up corpse lying out there before the soldiers now. If that's the case, I don't need to think much to know who led that squad." The silhouette of Russell appeared clearly in the crowd within Kazan's mind. He emphasized the boy's name while recalling the imposing look on Russell's face. In other words, that means the enemy's main force currently lacks superhuman-level strength. Kazan finished calmly. Dio couldn't shake off his anxiety even after hearing that. "If our main force is raided, even if he doesn't want to, he will have to show his face. But that guy is a monster who has taken down many superhumans. Do we even stand a chance of winning against him?" Kazan slammed his hand down on the table and roared. "You dare compare me to that brat? Have you forgotten that I am the master of the Puoza Tower, the head of the Empire's first Red Tower?" Kazan's angry threats made Dio quickly wave his hands to keep the peace. "No, I didn't mean to look down on you, Count." Dio expressed his opinion. After hearing that, Kazan lunged forward to grab his throat. He just wanted to test the odds of victory as a commander. The possibility of winning is laughable. Kazan clenched his fist in anger, his eyes full of killing intent as he gave the order. "Prepare to sortie immediately. I will show them who the real monster is." A fire dragon spread its massive wings across the blue sky, heading forward. "It looks like we've been outplayed. The Imperial Army is moving toward our main force. Russell's squad was also following along behind it. They've realized I'm leading the squad." Alfonso stayed close to Russell, he reminded him. "According to scouting reports, there is a superhuman in the Imperial Army, likely waiting for you to leave your position to strike the gap." "Damn it, I hope I'm not too late." The fire dragon called out to signal them below. Following its sign, they pointed toward the distant mountain range behind the stone cliffs. Alfonso worriedly climbed over the cliff, with Sao beside him assessing the situation. "Sir, that sound, could it be that we're a step too late?" They leaped high into the air, and a loud crash echoed below the cliff edge. Both sides charged into a fierce battle. A soldier was consumed by flames. Donovan shouted orders while attacking. If we go on like this, we'll be pushed back. Shield bearers, advance. Hold the line until the commander arrives. A flash of light from the sky left him stunned. Missiles rained down on the battle line, taking out the soldiers. The crowd was thrown into a panic. At the same time, Donovan turned toward the source of the power. A Legion-level grand spell has appeared at the Imperial camp again. Who could it be? Look over there. Russell appeared with magnificent dragon wings. The entire squad cheered in joy. The commander's squad has returned. The soldiers were invigorated with fresh strength and charged into the fray. The tide has turned. Wipe them out. Long live the commander, Russell landed. He snapped his fingers and swung his swords. If I don't want to be a useless brother, I have to try harder. Alfonso raised his hand to channel his power. He read the burning Russell Raymond incantation. As soon as he finished, the soldiers screamed in pain. Silvering slack, a spark flew from somewhere, attacking Alfonso. Another unknown mage was also using their magic to fight. That's a mage from the Puosa magic tower. Their strength is on par with mine. Flames erupted, consuming the surroundings and pushing the soldiers back. Now is the time for me to step into a new realm. Let's see if you dare to bet your life on it. Russell provided support from high above. Fawn. Two soldiers ambushing from behind him lunged to attack, but they were quickly taken down by icy shards. Russell regained his focus. He praised Sabbat, who was returning to his wrist. Well done, Sabbat. Russell suddenly looked up by reflex. A powerful surge of magic was aimed right at him. Russell landed. He faced Kazan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Grand Duke J. Raymond. Kazan laughed arrogantly at Russell. So you are the Count Kazan of the Puosa magic tower. It is indeed an honor for my family to be recognized by such a famous genius. Kazan spread his arms with conceit. His voice was full of contempt. But even if you are a genius, isn't this too reckless? Rushing straight into the middle of an enemy's main camp alone. The humanity in Kazan's eyes began to fade as he spoke menacingly. If by chance you encounter an opponent beyond your ability, what do you intend to do? Russell stood up calmly, and his reply left Kazan stunned. If you're worried about me, that's unnecessary. This situation is exactly what I orchestrated. What did you say? Russell laughed with a triumphant, challenging air. Nothing brings victory faster and more surely than eliminating the enemy's commander, right? Kazan gritted his teeth and cursed. What an arrogant brat. Flames surged toward Russell. Let's see if you can still talk like that when your whole body melts into ash. The soldiers nearby fled in fear. This was Count Kazan's ultimate combat technique. Get out of the attack range. This terrifying amount of magic, everyone. Retreat as far as you can. Russell thought to himself, picturing mages and their ultimate techniques. An ultimate combat technique? I heard of it. The supreme essence, the original form of a mage who has stepped into that realm, a one-hit kill, putting all their might into one dimension. The area was engulfed in Kazan's flames. A towering stone monolith appeared behind him. The ultimate combat technique of Drang Kazan, Nevado de Ruiz. Russell raised his hands toward the sky to channel fire, and flames surged toward the stone monolith behind Kazan. He held his hand up in front of himself to block Russell's attack. No matter the cost, I must kill him. Trying to scurry away like a cowardly rat, he cursed loudly and used the massive stone to fire off a source of flame that scorched everything around them. Die, you cursed brat. Kazan laughed triumphantly and continued his assault on Russell. So much talk. Yet, in the end, you run away so pathetically. Then try this attack. Streams of magic followed him closely. Russell defended while dodging. He's fast. He gathered momentum and flew into the air. Russell faced him head-on. Get ready to counter. For a mage who can wield ultimate combat techniques. I really wanted to analyze this further, but Russell Raymond's eyes darkened. You're using your ultimate technique? Perhaps this is your limit. He then manifested a magic circle behind him and shouted at Kazan, I shall answer you with my own. Kazan was stunned, staring at him with wide eyes, stuttering. What? A massive flame engulfed the area, countering Kazan's technique as Russell stepped closer to him. A new technique, a combination of restored lost magic and the magic manifestation I've carved into myself. Russell Raymond's ultimate combat technique, second form, Fire Spear. Kazan stared at him in shock. His opponent was a 7th Circle Master Mage, the perfect subject to test his new technique. Kazan couldn't believe his eyes at Russell's formidable power. He truly looked like the pure crystallization of fire mana, as if he were holding the sun in the palm of his hand. Kazan's eyes narrowed, wondering how that brat could have reached the 8th Circle at such an age. Then, fueled by frustration, his power erupted. He couldn't accept this, screaming in indignation. The air around them began to burn from his rage. Kazan yelled furiously, I am the strongest. He lunged at Russell with everything he had. Die. Russell Ray, no. Kazan unleashed searing flames at him without mercy, acting like a madman, repeatedly screaming, Die. Suddenly, Kazan coughed up blood. He staggered, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. What is this? My magic circuits, they're severed. Kazan looked at Russell in suspicion. Seeing the intense aura radiating from Russell, he finally understood. Did you steal my magic? Russell replied with eerie calm. Flame is the strongest element in the world, and the wind forged from that flame is precisely this, the fire spear. As he spoke, the flames flared up even more violently. Its power was absolute dominance over all fire magic. Kazan was skeptical. Such an absurd thing, then how could any fire mage ever defeat you? Russell remained silent, thinking to himself that such overwhelming power consumed a terrifying amount of mana. Is it because of the Fire Dragon Emperor's divine power? Setting that aside, he continued his attack. All right, let's end this. With that, the flames shattered the towering rocks. Watching that oppressive air pressure, Kazan froze for a split second. Before he could dodge, Kazan took the full brunt of the blow. His lamentations were meaningless. The soldiers standing nearby couldn't help but gasp. My God, is that the commander's true power? Hobb said proudly. As expected, my junior brother has won. The enemy soldiers lost all heart seeing this. No way even the Count was defeated. If it's like this, how can we possibly win? Russell continued to channel magic, summoning Solomon's crown. He felt triumphant inside. As expected, the Imperial Army's morale had completely collapsed. He pushed all his mana out, thinking to himself, time to finish this. The technique was unleashed at full capacity. Dari Noedi, Spirit of the 777 Hearth. The enemy troops fell into chaos. What? The enemy is raining down from the sky to protect the front lines. Russell nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now I have the upper hand. I must quickly recover my mana and return to the fray. Suddenly, a group of people approached in the distance, leaving Russell puzzled. Seeing their silhouettes clearly, he realized it was the Undead Legion. So they were hiding there all along? Russell silently assessed the situation. Roughly 10 knights had fallen. He was surprised to see dozens of abominations as well. Russell felt a flash of anxiety. Normally, he could hold them off alone. But after the battle he had just fought, his mana was exhausted. He quickly channeled lightning into his palms. Regular soldiers definitely can't handle them, Russell chanted. Clouding weather form, divine thunderstorm. He signaled Baron Donovan. The Undead Legion is closing in. Donovan was confused. What? Undead? Russell gave clear instructions. The Imperial Army will be held off by the Hearth Spirits. You must retreat immediately. Everyone followed his orders. Donovan quickly commanded, all troops, retreat, retreat. Russell was still struggling to control the situation. The Crown suggests trying to borrow the power of the Imperial Tower Master's magic. He quickly followed suit. Titan barrier. The sheer force of his power made the very space tremble. The abominations shrieked in agony. Russell didn't let his guard down. Chain cremation. The creatures writhed in pain on the ground. With a shockwave like this, it should be enough, he thought. Russell couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, the scale of this is terrifying. I need to come up with a countermeasure soon. The next day, at the 5th Enemian Legion camp, everyone was checking the casualty list. 400 dead, 2,000 wounded. Russell was depressed and full of self-reproach, as the scale of this total war had caused such heavy casualties. If only I had arrived a little sooner. Just then, Donovan walked out of his tent with his arm bandaged. Junior brother, Russell asked anxiously. Senior brother, is your wound all right? Donovan said confidently. If I'm like this, imagine how miserable my opponent must be. He's certainly been turned into a beehive. Russell chuckled along. You seem to be in a good mood, Senior. Did something good happen last night? Russell was startled. Senior, could it be? He nodded in confirmation. Just as you guessed. Donovan recounted that during the last battle, he had found the clue to reaching the 7th circle. With just a little more time, I can reach that realm. Russell looked at him with joyful admiration. Congratulations, Senior. I knew you could do it. Donovan rubbed his head shyly. Thanks. Being praised by you like that, it's a bit embarrassing. He added, by the way, while we're talking, could you spare me some time? I have quite a few questions to ask. Russell quickly agreed. Will you be in the command tent? I'll come right after I finish checking the troops. He nodded. All right, come whenever it's convenient. Russell bowed politely. I understand. As he turned away, Russell's gaze turned cold. Let's end everything as soon as possible. Far from the camp, Russell had quickly arrived at a hidden location. He called out, you can show yourself now, can't you? Russell didn't hold back. Or do you want me to come and find you? As he spoke, the space suddenly shook violently. Russell sighed in annoyance. What is it this time? He looked at the figure in front of him, quickly recognizing the fallen black dragon, Jilan Register. Jilan thought to himself, I felt the divinity of the Dragon Emperor, so I came here. He glanced at Russell and assessed, but you are still lacking quite a lot. However, immediately after, Jilan suddenly spoke. Even though you have strayed from your original path, you have not forgotten your essence. Jilan Register bowed before the master of all dragons. This action left Russell completely surprised. To suddenly kneel like that, what exactly is he planning? After standing up, Jolin warned. Don't expect me to show any more respect, he said coldly. I knelt because of the Dragon Emperor's divinity, but you are still just an incomplete half. Upon hearing that, he wondered, I've come a long way. If I've disappointed you, I apologize. So, what could a half like me possibly have done to make you kneel? He leaned in close and whispered, because it's time to tell you how I became a fallen black dragon. More than a few thousand years ago, Jolin waited to hatch. Even inside the egg, he was conscious, feeling his mother's warmth and hearing her voice. Back then, she told him, wait for me a little longer. She bumped her head against the small egg and promised that she would return before he hatched. A long time passed, and Jolin later learned that a fierce war against the giants was raging on the surface at that time. His mother had joined that battle. And then, an endless wait began. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Hundreds of years went by, and though the hatching time had long passed, his mother never returned. After another few hundred years, Jolin finally thought she had abandoned him, and in that overwhelming feeling of betrayal, he decided to die. Just then, he found him. As soon as he arrived, he hugged the giant egg, muttering, Found you. The being inside was Jolin, not yet fully grown. He concluded, And so, I have lived until today as a fallen black dragon. Hearing this, Russell Raymond thought to himself that no matter how young or weak, a dragon is still a dragon. Whoever could command such a fallen dragon must be a supreme existence. He must have reached that realm through dark arts. While he was lost in thought, Jolin's voice echoed in his ear again. I intended to use your divinity to break free from this curse, but unfortunately, it seems you still have a very long way to go. Seeing that, he replied, even if I have the power, with that attitude, I don't want help. He replied indifferently, I will stay around here for a while to let the curse wear off. After saying that, Jolin cautioned, I'll give you some advice. Be careful of those deep within the Empire. The advice was so direct that Russell was stunned and blurted out, What do you mean? But Jolin didn't bother to explain. He just flapped his wings and flew away, leaving Russell with many questions and a parting wish. Good luck, little dragon emperor. Afterwards, he sank back into his thoughts. Those hiding deep in the Empire must be the cultists. Russell Raymond recalled those cunning words. The true darkness has only just begun. He would drown the entire continent in blood and shadow, and he couldn't stop wondering what their true goal was. Before he could even reflect on what they were aiming for, a frantic voice echoed. Commander, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Russell asked calmly. What's wrong? You too. The pair replied, There's a telegram from the main unit. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. The main unit was the army led by his master. Russell then asked about the contents. The two hurriedly reported, The Imperial Army is withdrawing from most of their strongholds and gathering in one place. He said worriedly, If they are regrouping, it looks like they are preparing for a total war. The person opposite agreed. The situation does seem that way. Russell estimated that the Imperial Army was about 1.5 times the size of their own. Plus, if they counted the undead legions, the difference in strength was overwhelming. But he thought that on their side, there were only 3 Eighth Circle mages, including himself. On the contrary, the Empire had lost the Tower of Shadow, and he had already dealt with 3 superhumans. Given the forces, it was still enough for a battle. But Russell guessed the variable was Dom Cly, a supreme being, surpassing a deadly rank, on par with a superhuman. If he were fully restored, victory could not be guaranteed. Then the other person spoke up again. Instead of Master Arthur, the Tower Master, the person in charge of defending the royal capital will join the battle. Hearing this, he asked, What happened to Arthur? The soldier stammered in reply, The thing is, he stayed behind alone to buy time for our troops to retreat and was ambushed. Russell heard that the attacker was said to be the sword master of the Empire and immediately thought to himself, the Empire only has one sword master. In his mind, an image of a Marquis, a magic sword user, appeared. The first owner of the divine bow, Boris, and the father of that insane bastard, Philip, whom he had killed with his own hands. He had indeed joined this war as well. Next, Russell Raymond asked, What was the main unit's decision? The person quickly replied, The commander-in-chief said that if the Empire wants a total war, he is ready to answer. Hearing this, he quietly praised, That is indeed my master's style. With that, Russell decided, We cannot stand aside either. All troops, move out and link up with the main unit. They immediately responded in unison, Yes, sir. Scene changed to 10 days later. Sounds of monsters constantly echoed in the quiet space. Russell felt incredibly annoyed. How troublesome. This is the 6th time in this area alone, As he blocked their path, he thought that since undead in spiritual form were also appearing, perhaps he should increase the hellfire in his mana. Next, Russell Raymond chanted a spell to summon his power, burn them to death. Hellfire, erupt. A powerful beam of light attacked them. This left the controllers in total surprise. What is that? Are we being ambushed? What kind of commander is this? Retreat first. But before they could run, an attack landed directly on them. The other two cursed and scrambled to flee. Damn it, our position is exposed. Run. Now, Russell was preparing to unleash a new technique. As he muttered, "Ice field," the remaining two were finished off. Russell stood from above, observing them for a moment, and asked himself, "Is it over?" Then he added, "I don't understand." Even though they said the enemy was gathering forces, Russell silently speculated. It doesn't make sense. It's as if they are deliberately luring us into a trap to be annihilated. Meanwhile, at the Britannia Imperial Palace, in a certain room, a tense atmosphere hung over the two people. Ega sighed, "I knew this would take time, but it's much more boring than I thought." The person opposite immediately replied, "I apologize," Karen said while using magic. "After placing Bismarck as the king of Andean, we will use him to ignite the war." Pausing for a beat, he added, "But the failed rebellion caused all plans to be delayed." After saying that, Karen committed, "But please don't worry, Phase 1 has been completed." The more he spoke, the more confident he became. Furthermore, thanks to Andy acting exactly according to plan, enough blood has been spread all over the Empire. Besides, if we count the Civil War feigning a struggle for the throne along with the sacrificial blood to summon the undead. Then Karen concluded, "The coordinate setup is complete." He triumphantly believed that now, only the sacrifice and the necessary death remain for the descent. Before long, the moment the master desires will arrive. Hearing this, Ega declared, "When that time comes, I shall be reborn as a new existence." Then, his demeanor suddenly turned strangely dangerous, a being who would bring the apocalypse to this land, replacing the fallen demon realm. Ega's eyes flashed with madness, like an apostle of a god. The scene shifts to the Fifth Army. As Joe was walking, someone approached him. "Are you heading out again today?" Joe greeted him, "Colonel Donovan." He handed over a gift and said, "This is the 8th time now." Donovan added with concern, "I worry that your health will suffer, so please get some rest tonight." Before he could finish, Joe bluntly interrupted him. "I should probably mention this too. Colonel, you've been overworking yourself lately as well." Donovan wasn't angry, simply replying, "When a commander goes into battle, there is no rest. I thought you might be hungry, so I prepared some snacks. Did I guess right?" Hearing that, Joe's eyes immediately lit up. "Thank you, I'll enjoy this." Seeing a strange phenomenon in the sky, he guessed it instantly. It seemed Pepper had spotted them. So, Joe quickly bid him farewell. "Well, I'm off. Don't worry, you should get some rest." Donovan watched his back and thought to himself, "His power makes me worry sometimes. He shouldn't have to shoulder all the responsibility alone." Upon arriving, he dove straight into the fray. The monsters were quickly driven back as a result. Powerful techniques were unleashed one after another from Joe's position. Next, he shouted an order. "Pepper, finish them." Gazing at the sky for a moment, he turned and said, "It's already morning, isn't it?" Joe noted warily. This time it was about 700 or 800. No matter how many we kill, the numbers just don't seem to drop. Still, he happily turned to high-five Pepper and the others. "Well, the work is done. You all worked hard." Next, Russell Raymond said excitedly, "After working hard all night, I'm starving. Should I try the meal box the colonel prepared?" He looked up and asked, "Why don't you come down and join us? I have a few things I want to ask you," but the response he got was mocking and harsh. How ridiculous. Yu Ling coldly continued, "Don't we have no need for food? What does the Dragon Emperor think of dragons?" Joe tossed the food to him and asked nonchalantly, "There are plenty of dragons that enjoy eating, right?" Opposite him, he fed Pepper while talking. "It's like a special treat, isn't it, Pepper?" The sight left Yu Ling feeling helpless. That group was truly a disgrace to all dragons. Finally, he gave in. "So, what is it you want to ask?" Joe replied while eating, "The people deep within the Empire you mentioned, they are followers of the heretical cult, aren't they?" He cut straight to the point. "Among them, is there someone who led you astray?" But Yu Ling replied dejectedly, "I cannot speak of that." He felt the shackles within his body and helplessly explained, "The curse is gradually fading, but I am still not fully free from that person's grip." Hearing this, Joe curiously remarked, "That's a curse with strong influence, isn't it?" He replied with great irritation, "If I could, I would tear this heart out immediately, but I can't even choose to die on my own." Yu Ling then turned to say, "If you were fully awakened, I would have been free long ago." Though he said, "All right, I apologize." Inwardly, Joe denied it. What is there to apologize for? Is being cursed my fault? Later, Joe thought that despite everything, he understood more after that conversation. He didn't know how long that person had lived, but he confirmed to himself that among those cultists, one of them was him. He was still pondering the extent of his power when Yuling's voice sounded. The only thing clear was that he was preparing to leave while adding a final thought. Even with your mediocre holy power, the curse is slowly weakening. Before leaving, Yuling didn't forget to warn him. Don't be careless. He is not an opponent to be taken lightly. Those words left Joe deeply troubled. Does that mean there's still a chance to win? He always leaves behind questions and vanishes. Well, I'll think about that later. When he turned to look at the food box, he gasped in surprise. Oh, by the way, the scene shifts to another location. As soon as he saw below, Hubert spoke up. I see it. Russell Raymond replied agilely. Yes, we finally arrived. He remarked, truly a magnificent sight. Then, he began to calculate. The army size is about 300,000. Most nations would be wiped out in a single night. Joe was a bit apprehensive, but the opponent was the Empire. He figured their combat strength would be greater than theirs. Ultimately, the issue is how we arrange this battle. Seeing the arrivals, Joe asked in surprise, they discovered us in the main army already. You came in person? Who is it? After recognizing them, he blurted out in surprise, Master, Brother Unsen. As soon as he landed, Vermilion Unsen rushed over, greeting him warmly. Long time no see, my disciples. He then asked, Disciple, news of victory has arrived one after another. You've already captured the Vivin fortress and wiped out many of the Empire's elites, haven't you? Joe replied, That's right. Vermilion Unsen continued to praise him. Our disciple has leveled up significantly. Your magic concentration is completely different, which made Hubert feel embarrassed. I've only just grasped a new fragment of power. Seeing his modesty, Darius said, You've come a long way. You must be tired. Don't bother them anymore. Only then did he greet her. Master, long time no see. She replied tenderly. Yes, was there anything unusual on your way here? Joe answered straightforwardly. Actually, there is something I want to report. Daria asked curiously, What is it? He immediately recounted the whole story. On the way here, I discovered a group of undead commanded by the heretical cult. It seems they are gathering to prepare for war. They seem to be stationed not far from here. Hearing this, she asked, Is there any reason you are so certain? Joe replied firmly, I can feel it. He explained further. The stench and their energy. At that moment, Daria's eyes were full of praise for him. I couldn't even feel it before I heard him. How commendable, he has grown so much. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps he has already surpassed me. 3 days later, Joe was standing to one side when he suddenly noticed something interesting. Seeing him, the monster's eyes lit up as it roared. The Arn group saw him and greeted him happily. Seeing them arrive together, Russell Raymond greeted them. You've all arrived? The two on the other side locked eyes and immediately began to bicker. Why did you come too? The Beast King was as rude as ever. Seeing this, Joe tried to mediate. You two, don't fight here. It will cause big trouble. Everyone, please stop. Then, Joe turned to say, Thank you for joining. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision for a leader like you. She replied, This battle will decide the future of our races. Naturally, we must fight together. Meanwhile, Mia was brimming with fighting spirit. What about us? Don't forget me and the Beastkin race. Seeing this, Jasper stammered. Of course, I am deeply grateful. She leaned in close. But Beastkin, you've grown much stronger. It wasn't just his scent. His presence was far more powerful too. Hearing this, he thought it was amazing that she could sense the change in his holy power. Just then, Jasso's applause rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Russell Raymond said, It's a good thing everyone arrived right on time. He then politely said, The three of you, please follow me. Jasso pointed inside as he spoke. The commander-in-chief is waiting for you. Before long, the meeting chaired by Daria began. Finally, everyone's faces brightened noticeably when the Andean army, along with the Beastskin and Elven races, were mentioned. Finishing her sentence, she added, All our allies have gathered here. Then, Daria concluded. Then, from this moment, we begin our final war strategy meeting to decide the fate of the entire continent. In a large tent at the camp, a voice suddenly echoed. While our forces are assembling, we have determined the size of the Empire's army. Everyone gathered around. Jasso sat right there and began the discussion. Each horse represents 2,000 soldiers. That's over 1 million. They've really gathered quite a force. Niccolo looked a bit hesitant, eyes lowering to the chess pieces on the table as he said, Ande has about 400,000, totaling around 1,400,000 troops. Jill tilted her head, watching in astonishment. She hadn't expected the discrepancy in forces to be this large. Daria stood up abruptly, hands on her hips, and slammed the table, saying uncomfortably, It looks grim, but this is a total war that we cannot avoid. She pointed at the chess pieces on the map, explaining in detail, "We will split the army into 3 wings, one to hold the front and the other 2 to handle the left and right flanks." He stared intently at the plan, mapping out the strategy in his head. Using the front line to stall while the 2 wings envelop and destroy the enemy from the sides is a risky tactic, but we have no other choice. Daria turned her gaze forward, determined as she delegated, "I will personally command the front line, and the right flank is entrusted to the Magic Tower Master." Melv nodded upon hearing this, silently stroking his beard. Daria continued assigning tasks to him without any objection. The left flank will be handled by Duke Rasso. She quickly moved on to the next task. "Beast King, please take the front line with me." Mia became excited, clenching her fists as she shouted, "Good! If it's the front line, it must be full of strong opponents." Daria looked at Aaron, gently saying, "Please strike directly at the enemy's rear." She placed her hand respectfully over her heart, bowing as she replied, "I will give my all for victory." After the tasks were assigned, she looked at everyone and smiled. "Then we just wait for the day of action. First, keep an eye on their movements." Before she could finish her sentence, something appeared that left Daria stunned. That thing crashed down, creating a thick cloud of smoke and destroying everything. She shouted in a rush, "They're here." Karen stood from afar, looking at the place still filled with swirling dust, saying, as expected, was aiming for the commander-in-chief too much. As the smoke cleared, he looked toward the group standing behind the shield. "Well, that's fine. It serves as the signal flare to start the war anyway." Karen's subordinates behind him were also ready. He signaled with amusement, then let the feast of slaughter and blood begin. All the soldiers quickly gathered, shouting loudly, "The Imperial Army is attacking. Prepare weapons and get the wounded out." Melv calmly looked at the group and said, daring to open with a preemptive strike straight at headquarters. "These Imperials are quite impatient." Daria stared back, vigilant. "They don't intend to let our reinforcements have even a moment of rest." Jasso's eyes brightened as he connected with Pepper, thinking that if the enemy forces were moving, Pepper couldn't possibly have missed it. It definitely should have issued a warning by now. Russell Raymond realized something was wrong and thought in shock, "Who are they?" After seeing clearly, Russell hurriedly raised his voice to warn her. That was an attack by the Imperial super soldiers, and their army has started moving too. Daria cried out in shock. "What?" She turned, shouting urgently. "Prepare for battle," she ordered. "General Staff, assemble the forces according to the battle plan." Everyone received the order and rushed out, shouting in unison. Everyone was on high alert, readying themselves per Daria's command. The Beastskin race, along with the 1st and 2nd Legions, assembled before headquarters. The 3rd Legion moved to the East Gate, the 5th to the West Gate. And as for the 4th and the reinforcements, he and Pepper rushed forward, worried. The war had finally begun. On the other side, monsters with bizarre shapes constantly surged forward to attack. Mia, without a trace of fear, her face full of excitement, charged into the fray. "Those bastards!" She grabbed her weapon and leaped heavily onto the ground, filled with killing intent. A fire ignited in Mia's eyes. She bared her teeth, breathing heavily with a growl. Her body radiated a surge of power as she rushed forward, diving into close-quarters combat. Just as Mia dived in, a massive explosion occurred after the violent impact, and white smoke began to billow. She smirked, chuckling as she called out. Far ahead, several armored soldiers stood in rows with their weapons. Those are some pretty decent targets to fight. Without hesitation, they charged at Mia. She laughed loudly, yelling, "How interesting. Let's have some real fun. Charge all at once." Even super soldiers don't have infinite stamina. On the other side, Jasso sensed Mia's fighting power and turned, looking stunned as he spoke, as expected of a battle in Lady Mia's style. Then he raised his hands high, beginning to channel his power. "I can't lose either. Since they opened with large-scale magic to ambush us, they've used a whole magical legion for the assault." In an instant, a giant fireball was created by Jasso. He threw the orb hard at the oncoming beast army to wipe them out. Daria spread her arms, hovering high above, observing Mia's fight, thinking, "The Beast King is holding up well, but I can't ignore the difference in troop numbers. I must lend her some strength." Her eyes glowed, and Daria waved her hand forward, chanting a spell. A giant monster suddenly rose up. She flew behind it, channeling energy into it. The soldiers below screamed in terror as they saw the monster. It swung its arms, crushing the group. "Monster!" Magic Corpse, move forward and stop it. Daria was controlling the monster to attack the army when it suddenly wavered unsteadily. She looked at it, collapsing with an expression of disbelief, murmuring, "A dark, ominous aura has emerged." Roderick approached slowly. He had reached the peak of his life, and the final stop was death. He tilted his head slightly, revealing deep, pitch-black eyes, and said in a low voice, "Worship the god of death, Tower Master Roderick Armstrong." Daria's expression darkened instantly, and she frowned with annoyance. No wonder that mana felt so familiar. It really is that old man. I heard the Emperor had already executed you to think I'd see you again like this. Roderick stared silently at Daria, saying nothing. Images of their past confrontations flashed through her mind as she spoke in a somber tone. Arch rivals. After decades of war, we still couldn't decide a winner. Daria's face grew more grim, her voice ringing out cold and sharp. To end it this way, what a pity. She looked at the snowflakes drifting by, tinged with flickering flames, fire, yet possessing the properties of ice and snow, a magical crystallization that defies the laws of nature. Daria spread her arms, unleashing her power, and shouted to him, Daria's final judgment. Elsewhere, a horde of undead were screaming in agony as they were destroyed. Soldiers in armor charged forward, swinging their swords at them, yelling, Die, you filthy undead. Aim for the head, aim for the head. Just as they were fighting fiercely, one soldier froze, eyes wide as a massive beast appeared. It swung a huge weapon. It was an abomination. Vermilion Unsen flew in from above, unleashing flames that scorched the creature. He charged in eagerly, looking absolutely thrilled. These things are so fun to fight. This is exactly why I can't give up close combat. Just as Unsen let his guard down, something lunged at him from out of nowhere. You have to grind them into dust so they can't regenerate. He was sent flying back by the impact. Russell, down below, immediately shouted, Brother, move. He quickly dashed forward to catch Unsen. He turned his head and said, Thanks for that, I almost got sent to the ends of the earth. Russell asked, curious, what just happened? As he set Vermilion Unsen back on the ground, the man replied, It was too fast. I couldn't see it clearly. I only just managed to block it. Vermilion Unsen's eyes widened, his hand pressed against his chest. It felt just like a sword strike. Russell looked around, muttering, A sword strike. Suddenly, another sword strike flew toward them. He quickly created a protective shield. Who's that? A swordsman? Russell stared at the faint silhouette appearing in the distance, saying, This is astonishing. He was taken aback by the strength of the attack, smiling bitterly. I never expected the cult to be this successful. Marley stood in the distance, growling as he glared at the two of them, an elite undead on par with a dungeon knight. Russell kept his stance, watching Marley cautiously as he said, I'll handle this guy. Brother, go back to the front lines. Vermilion Unsen, standing next to him, nodded quickly. He looked back at Russell with concern, warning him slowly, You must be careful. A strange, sinister aura emanated from the enemy, and a twisted, creepy laughter echoed. Russell scanned his surroundings and saw several figures in black robes channeling their power. His strength was steadily increasing. It seemed the cult was secretly pulling strings nearby. Marley didn't hesitate and lunged toward him at full speed. Here he comes. Russell thrust his hands forward, unleashing a massive fireball as he shouted, Fire cannon. Suddenly, a flash of light from above caught his attention. This sword style could it be? Russell frowned, his guard up. He readied his weapon. Just as the sword strike came crashing down, Russell Raymond raised his staff to block it. As the surge of power dissipated, he lowered his weapon, looking stunned. But Marley, hovering above, unleashed a barrage of attacks, creating a massive explosion. After a long while, the enemy finally stopped and landed on the ground. At that very moment, a voice rang out that left Russell completely shocked. No wonder it felt so familiar. From within the dissipating smoke, the faint silhouette of Marley emerged. Truly, he could never have imagined a worse twisted fate. He looked toward him and called his name. Marley, in this altered form, stood stunned. A murderous intent radiated from Russell as he growled, Today, I will put an end to this long-standing grudge. The two of them charged at each other, neither giving an inch. Russell raised his staff to parry, eyes locked onto his opponent, thinking, Since my opponent is Marley, the moon as expected, he is the strongest swordsman I have ever faced. Marley attacked with brute force. Russell nimbly ducked to dodge. But you've chosen the wrong opponent. The hand he placed on the ground began to glow, radiating power. I'm a mage. He used magic to freeze the enemy's feet in place, an ice-binding spell. Before Marley could react, Russell unleashed a blast wave. The enemy was blown back but quickly used his sword to steady himself. A powerful surge of lightning channeled toward him, Giant's lightning hammer. Russell observed Marley closely, quickly searching for a weak point. There, the mana core sustaining his life. He frowned, focusing, and raised his hand, flames flickering in his palm. Russell Raymond shouted the incantation and launched it straight at him. Marley didn't move. The projectile struck, the flames slamming directly into the center of his chest. Marley let out a painful shriek as a massive hole was blown through his body. The mages supporting him began to panic in fear. The mana link has been severed. Impossible. Could even a dungeon knight be defeated? He's a level 8 magic user. At that moment, another massive fireball was unleashed. Judgment of Flame. Russell stood high up, looking down at the ruins, muttering, "Is this the end?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Even so, buying this much time was worth it." The man lay trembling on the ground, laughing manically. "Our true chance wasn't the dungeon knight." Russell looked down at him, bewildered. "What did you say?" Suddenly, an arrow whistled past Russell's face. He reacted quickly, tilting his head to dodge, and said calmly, "So, it was you." The silhouette of Marquis Ma's son, carrying a bow, gradually appeared. Marquis Ma's son. He stopped in front of Russell, looked up at him, and spoke respectfully. "Commander Russell Raymond, it is an honor to meet you." Ma's son then glanced at the figures in the distance. "To be honest, I never intended to join this fight." He lowered his eyes to the charred corpse on the ground, his voice dropping. "And I certainly didn't want to be on the same side as this filth." Memories from the past flooded into Ma Sun's mind. "But my only son insisted on earning glory, so he joined the war. Even though he was an incompetent boy, he was still my own flesh and blood. I gave him my family heirloom." He remembered his agonizing past, saying with hatred. "And then, he returned to me as a mangled corpse, his face unrecognizable." Hearing Ma Sun's words, Russell Raymond's body tensed up. "I heard you avenged your father." A look of profound pain crossed the Marquis's face. He drew his bow and pleaded through gritted teeth. "So, I believe you understand me." Mountain Marquis' strike flew by like lightning. He leaned to the side and dodged it, his speed far beyond imagination. Other arrows followed suit, and Joe hurriedly created a shield to block them. Moreover, each arrow felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. How could such powerful projectiles just be ordinary arrows? He continued to fire arrows relentlessly from the other side. The rocks he was standing on quickly crumbled, and Russell Raymond fell. He truly was the #1 archer on the continent. Affected by the impact, he squeezed his eyes shut and raised his hands to cover his face. As soon as Russell Raymond opened his eyes, he was stunned. Above him, a barrage of arrows was raining down in an attack. Jasso reached out with both hands and began chanting a spell. The sharp arrows quickly softened and fell to the ground. Yet other arrows were still flying straight toward him. Jasso's eyes lit up, and he dashed away at high speed. He chanted spells while constantly waving his hands to deflect the arrows. On the other side, Mountain Marquis was like a machine, continuously firing arrows forward. The sharp arrows rained down, thick as a storm. Russell raised his hands slightly to shield himself, his eyes focused and observant, blocking a magic army and still finding an escape route. A legendary archer who has reached such an extraordinary realm is truly astonishing. At that moment, the crown of Solomon appeared above his head. Dragon transformation, crown of Solomon. Russell Raymond held out his hand, and a flaming spear materialized. "Then, let's try the second secret technique, fire point spear." His usual demeanor shifted. Russell Raymond stared at him with murderous intent. "Mountain Marquis, let's just end this probing right here." Mountain Marquis, sitting slumped on the ground, looked up at him. "Probing, you say? It seems that probing alone simply isn't enough." His face darkened, and a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "Fine then, I'll give it my all, just as you wanted." A pair of boots appeared on Mountain Marquis's feet, the 2-meter leather boots, and he used the power of those boots to leap high into the air, leaving Russell Raymond genuinely surprised. What is this divine power? Next, he brought out another weapon. Each of Apollo's arrows is named after a powerful entity. Are they both gods from the Olympus faction? This battle won't be easy. Mountain Marquis immediately fired that powerful arrow downward. Try dodging this, a god's arrow. Meanwhile, at the front line, the battle was incredibly chaotic. Hold the formation. Fight with your lives. Do not retreat. Negu pulled his spear back, took a deep breath, and threw it forcefully at the cavalry, shouting, "Is this all the strength you weaklings have? Entertain me a little more." On the left flank of the front line, Vermilion Unsen unleashed his intense, fiery punches. One hit to send you all away, you walking corpses. On the right flank, Melv was using his water powers to create a seafoam white horse. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his head to look in that direction, which was shrouded in thick dust and smoke. The situation was unclear, but the sound of someone gasping for breath echoed through the space. Daria was now seriously wounded and spewing insults. That damn old man, even when he was alive, he made life miserable for everyone. Even with nothing but dry skin left, he's still tormenting people even after death. Roderick instinctively rushed toward her. However, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath him, and something wrapped around his feet. The oak flames engulfed Roderick and burned him to ashes. Everything ends here. His agonizing screams rang out intensely, but Daria felt no pity. She only offered a blessing. "I hope you find peace on your journey. Don't hold too much resentment." An arm that wasn't fully consumed remained outside, and the fingertips twitched naturally. A strange aura emerged, and instantly, something terrifying appeared and lunged at the opponent. But now, she didn't have the strength to move anymore. What is this? Because of her injury, she couldn't dodge in time. Right then, a massive surge of water appeared to block it. Melv turned his head, smiled, and asked, "Are you okay?" Daria, being tsundere, turned away and grumbled, "Even if you didn't help, I could have blocked it." Hearing this, he just laughed softly. "I'm sure you could have," and then used healing magic on her. "You're completely battered. Even with healing, the side effects will last a long time. For now, let's just handle the emergency wounds." That old man was truly artistic even at the moment of his death. He's already an evil spirit, and he's still so pathetic. Why not send him off properly? To be told that by this person, Daria complained, feeling annoyed. "Can you really say that looking at my condition? When he was alive, he was several times stronger than he is now." The two were bickering again. Several times, even with black magic, could he reach that level? Move back and continue the treatment. Besides the black magic, I sensed another type of aura. That might be the real cause. Hearing that, Melv asked curiously. "A different aura?" Her expression turned serious. "It's not an aura from the material realm." She guessed that this battle might not be a simple war after all. Elsewhere, the ground had been blasted with several holes. After a long exchange of blows, Mountain Marquis was now sweating from exhaustion. "I didn't expect to use this much divine power. My body has reached its limit." The figure of the other person was still hovering in the air. How could he still not land a fatal blow? And the bigger problem was that he was even getting stronger during the fight. He was truly a monster. But now, Jasso was agonizing over how to deal with him. "I intended to save my divine power just in case, but it seems it's too much to handle the Marquis. However, thanks to this battle, I've grasped the 8th realm and completed the structural formula." The sky lit up with his power. Now was the time to decide the winner. In the blink of an eye, the third technique, 9 Dragon Divine Fire Claws, appeared. Seeing their massive number, Mountain Marquis couldn't help but shrink back. 9 fire dragons, this is unbelievable. They immediately breathed fire outward. Explosions erupted instantly, forcing him to struggle to dodge. Just by doing this, Mountain Marquis felt that even just dodging was too much. The only option left was to raise his bow again. "Even if my hands are torn apart, I must pour everything I have into every single shot." The dragon didn't fear and continued to breathe fire. He succeeded in defeating one dragon for the first time that was one down. He dodged their sharp teeth. Next, while he was distracted, one dragon managed to sever Mountain Marquis' leg. The pain was still dull, but he had no intention of giving up. So what if I lose a leg? The outcome was already decided long ago. If that's the case, then at least this time, Mountain Marquis will use all his strength. "I will take you as a companion on the road to the underworld." Just then, Russell Raymond raised his hand, signaling the attack. The 9 dragons' breath erupted a flame far more terrifying than the last, making Iga's resolve waver. Seeing him about to be finished off, Russell felt a tinge of sorrow. "I've fought countless enemies in my time, but this is the first time I've ever felt such regret." Before Ma Sun met his end, Russell whispered, "Even as an enemy, I've learned so much from you." A terrifying explosion erupted, thick dust clouded the air, and that man was nowhere to be seen. The battle was over. Dum Cliai and the Marquis of Ma Sun had both been defeated. Jasso looked toward them, thinking, "Master defeated that guy. The tide has definitely turned in our favor. We just need to press the attack now." But suddenly, Mia let out an excited scream. "Is that all you've got? Struggle a little harder, will you?" Something whizzed right past her, and even while facing such danger, Mia cheered with glee. "Not bad. Were you hiding your true strength all this time?" Suddenly, a man named Chao approached, looking anxious, calling out to Lady Mia, and reported that something strange was happening. The enemy's state was completely off. They were all charging in, one after another, in a frenzy. Fenia fought back furiously, her sword glowing with massive sparks. She gritted her teeth, wondering, what are these things? Have they all lost their minds? Fine. If you want to die that badly, I'll grant your wish. She vowed to wipe them all out without leaving a single one alive. With that, Fenia charged into the fray, slashing through them and screaming. On the left flank of the battlefield, the earth crumbled amidst the thick dust. Unsen unleashed his silver bullet technique, gritting his teeth as he leaped down from above. He unleashed a powerful flaming punch, shouting, "Get lost, you crazy bastards." Hubert and Unsen stood back to back, on high alert. Vermilion Unsen whispered, "Disciple, that state they're in." Could it be Hubus seemed to have guessed it? He replied immediately, "Yes, it must be the berserk magic." It was a type of forbidden art that used one's life force as fuel to forcibly enhance physical capabilities. Those who used it would lose all reason, left only with the instinct to slaughter, and the caster could not escape death either. Before long, the Imperial army would destroy itself. Vermilion Unsen couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. In that case, the victory is ours. That is, if they can even last that long. They rushed in quickly, swarming like fire ants, and just as expected, it was a blizzard. Russell Raymond suddenly descended from above, reaching out with a panicked expression. "Disciple, are you all right? I'm sorry I'm late." He turned his head, scanning the situation, and muttered, "Using berserk magic on their own troops, those Imperial leaders have truly gone insane. This is just a race against time now. Either the Imperial army collapses from the berserk effects, or we wipe them out first." The soldiers charged in quickly, covered in snow. They took their stances, ready to fight to the end with grim determination to see who would be left standing. Cheers of unity echoed everywhere, signaling that the battle had reached its climax. Suddenly, one soldier stumbled, blood dripping from his mouth as he gasped for air. He collapsed quickly, to the shock of his comrades. One of them stood frozen, stuttering. Why are they suddenly? Another hesitated. They're dead. Daria watched the scene before her with a satisfied smile. Finally, the duration of the berserk spell has ended. "I've never had a day feel as long as this one." A man beside her spoke up. "So, what now? Shall we fight to the bitter end or retreat to regroup?" She frowned, sweat pouring down her face as she panted. "Even though our losses are heavy, the outcome is clear." Daria shouted sharply, "Today, the war with the Empire ends." "Commander-in-Chief," a soldier suddenly called out. "General, the Emperor of the Empire has appeared on the front lines." Both of them froze instantly, the smiles fading from their faces. A reassuring voice suddenly rang out. "Do not fear. He is nothing more than a mad tyrant." That person was Rohaken, a knight who had earned his glory in the autumn. Ega smirked arrogantly, saying, "So much blood spilled for me. What a magnificent feast." He flicked his tongue in a twisted display. "I'd be rude not to taste the fruit of your labor." Rohaken charged forward warily, clutching his sword with tired eyes. He shouted out, "I will settle the score for my comrades here today." "Knight," he raised his sword high and declared, "Die." Suddenly, Rohaken froze, and his entire body was sent flying back. He stood stunned, eyes wide. The others nearby didn't dare say a word, watching in trembling silence. Ega stood from above, a smirk on his face as he mocked them. "The appetizer wasn't bad. Shall we start the main course?" A sinister grin slowly spread across his face, his eyes curved in arrogance. Waves of immense power rushed forward, and soldiers were cut down in an instant. Amidst the blinding purple light, one soldier desperately charged in, screaming. A massive explosion erupted, startling everyone. It was the fire dirge. Ego watched, his smile never wavering, as he called out to grab everyone's attention. "Is the main course served so soon?" One soldier stammered. Commander-in-Chief Daria glanced over, wondering, is that the Emperor of the Empire? Even with the intelligence reports, he far exceeded her imagination. He's a monster. If we fight him, all the death winds will be wiped out. Ega suddenly spoke up. "Sorry, but could you please line up in order? I'm absorbing more than I anticipated." He added arrogantly, "Or perhaps you'd like to run away while you still can." Daria raised her hands and unleashed her technique, Bloodstorm. She barked orders. "All troops, retreat. Get out of this area immediately." Responses came back quickly. "Understood." She told herself she had to hold him off as long as possible. Chaos erupted everywhere as the order to retreat echoed throughout the ranks. Ega watched, lowering his voice in mock praise. "A nice counterattack, but how long can you keep it up?" Her hands were trembling, and she calculated in her heart that her mana and stamina were at their limits. But as she retreated, rocks began to fly at her with immense power. A provocative voice rang out, trying to act like a hero all by yourself again. "You can't see the situation, so you just charge in alone. You're at an age where you should know your limits, everyone." His voice echoed everywhere, forcing everyone to look back. Suddenly, everyone joined forces, fighting back with a defiant tone. "We will fight to the end with our commander-in-chief. To retreat when faced with a monster like that would be a disgrace to the beastmen." The Elven tribe won't be outdone either. Their combined attack created a massive explosion. From within, Ega's voice echoed out, "Since you're all gathered here, I won't have to go hunting for you one by one." Daria turned sharply and shouted, "You old fool. I told you to retreat, but you brought everyone back here. What are you thinking?" Ro landed calmly and replied, "Please, don't be so harsh. One person can't compare to many." She gritted her teeth, helpless, thinking, even him. He turned his head to look in the opposite direction and lowered his voice. "We'll deal with that later." "Is that guy really the Emperor of the Empire?" Daria scratched her head and answered flatly, "Yes." Russell was making guesses one after another. He was absorbing the blood of the fallen soldiers. The berserk magic was just a stepping stone for that. That man was nothing but pure malice in a human disguise. Ega grinned cunningly, surrounded by an unnatural power. Ro thought to himself, as expected, the leader of the cult is the Emperor. A desperate voice pleaded, "Promise me one thing." He turned to see Daria grabbing his hand, urging him, You must survive and come back. Ro replied immediately. I promise. I will return with everyone. His confidence quickly won her trust. Ro immediately shot up into the sky like a rocket, with a warning sound ringing in his ears. Little Dragon Emperor, don't lower your guard. He is completely different from any enemy you've faced before. That was Julian's warning. A sudden question arose. If the enemy is that strong, can't you help? Julian replied calmly. Regrettably, I cannot. Ro frowned as he looked down. If half the control of this body belonged to him, the other half belonged to that guy. A sinister, fake expression gradually emerged. He asked anxiously, Do you mean the Emperor of the Empire is a transcendent of the cult? Julian replied, To be exact, he is someone who used to be a transcendent. He gritted his teeth in frustration and asked, What do you mean? Suddenly, Ro froze for a moment. A crown appeared, sparkling on his head. Time stopped, and a mechanical voice spoke. This is my mental world. It's only for a brief moment, but we can completely disconnect from the outside world. He stood still, almost motionless, as memories flooded back into his mind. Master Ilo seemed to tell a similar story before. He spoke up abruptly, his gaze sharp enough to freeze someone. Then why? Only now, when facing the Emperor, do you tell me this? Julian manifested and said, I didn't expect him to reveal his true face so quickly. Perhaps it is because I have gradually escaped his control. The one who used to be a transcendent was resurrected by his followers, but until now, he hasn't been able to regain his former strength. Ro asked curiously, Why is that? He answered calmly, The only path for the cult to reach transcendence, the reason is that the passage to the demon realm has been sealed. The cultists are those who worship demons and borrow their power. To them, a transcendent is someone chosen by the demon king. Julian's eyes were pensive, recalling bit by bit, but once cut off from the demon realm. They could no longer borrow the demon king's power. Hearing this, Ro thought to himself, the demons disappeared from the physical world before the age of myths. I didn't expect the reason to be that the demon realm was isolated. His expression softened slightly, but he was still full of questions. Is the goal of this war to restore the passage to the demon realm? No, it's the Emperor himself. A mechanical voice sounded again, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. So talkative. Julian resumed his trajectory, and Ro returned to reality. Iga's seductive voice rang out. I trusted you too much. He manifested, smirking as he continued. While I was busy with the war, you went to find a new master, and one who was the bloodline of the dragon god king and the savior of another world. Ega added, If only I had known of your existence sooner. I wouldn't have needed to devise complex schemes. I would have directly taken over your body. His voice echoed across the battlefield, but it didn't matter anymore, because everything was ready. Mia's scream echoed, Why is he like that all of a sudden? Did the attack finally work? Someone answered, No, it is only just beginning. The space gradually became gloomier and foggier. A demonic eye suddenly appeared above Iga's head. He said sinisterly, The meal is just enough. Since there's still time, why not enjoy some entertainment? Brain and Julian were dropped onto a deserted lot full of corpses. He thought to himself, This isn't good. He said everything is prepared. Julian looked at his hands, wondering, Could it be that I am the one he is using? Ro's urgent voice rang out quickly. Julian, are you okay? He suddenly looked up and asked, Why are you here? Ro replied anxiously, You suddenly coughed up blood and disappeared. How could I not come? Have you forgotten? Half of your heart still belongs to me. Russell helped Julian walk with great difficulty. He spoke up suddenly. You asked what his goal was, right? To regain his lost strength, he signed a contract with an entity from another world, not the demon realm. Russell was stunned and asked, An entity from another world? Julian bowed his head and answered in a low voice, Yes, it is said to be a god that devours worlds. He intends to have that god descend into this physical world. Ro froze, as if guessing something. Could that god be? In another area, the battle grew increasingly fierce, and everyone was pouring all their strength into the fight. Ro reminded them, That is ancient cult magic. Even a light touch will damage the soul. Be careful. Mia shouted, Damn it, easier said than done. She stood there, using her flames to burn what was in front of her. Niccolo knelt and called out, Master of the Magic Tower, wake up. There is no way to break this curse. Ida's eyes brightened, revealing a smile. Burning the soul? Not an ordinary flame, is it? At that moment, a voice called out, making him turn to look. Hey, Emperor, you should pay a little attention to this side too, right? Suddenly, a massive force like a hand grabbed Iga's entire body that was the Sedge Abyss trap. Mia screamed, Beast King, now. Ro immediately rushed forward and replied calmly, Leave it to me. She lunged in, quickly attacking Iga and shouting, Die. He smiled mockingly. You are the king of the beast folk? How pathetic. A great surge of power blew her far away. Ega's voice rang out, declaring, "I will devour you first." Mia jumped away to avoid the filth, answering with disdain. "Disgusting." She immediately used the flame of destruction. Right then, Russell jumped in to catch her and shouted, "Mia, are you okay?" She was startled and blurted out, "A man." Ega stood from above, suddenly looking down with a different eye. "Even the Imperial Hellfire has been restored? What a covetable creature." Ro pushed the person beside him behind him and lowered his voice, warning, "Please step back. You might get caught in this." He surged forward, his power growing increasingly intense. Moonfire, the demonic beasts being burned, shrieked in excruciating pain. The flames flared up, sweeping across his face, leaving Ega surprised. He looked at the spark in his hand, wondering, is this an automatic mechanism that attacks targets with killing intent? The flames surge, washing over his face, leaving Ega caught off guard. He stared at the flickering fire in his hands, wondering, does it have an automated mechanism to strike back at anyone with killing intent? This guy is quite the nuisance, but these embers won't be enough. With that, he used his mana to blast the flames away. Something else came flying, straight toward Ega's face, making him panic and widen his eyes in terror. Ega hurriedly blocked the lethal blow with his mana, coughed, and flashed a sinister, provocative grin. Even so, that last attack was a close call. A voice rang out across the battlefield the moment had arrived. Everyone was ready, unleashing their strongest techniques to strike at him. Ega frowned, realizing, was that last attack just a diversion? Everyone's gaze was filled with determination as they unleashed their fiery resolve. Daria waved his hand and shouted, "Ultimate technique, Daria, why not Avalanche Fangs?" The others followed suit, unleashing their absolute zero ultimate techniques. Machiavelli ignited his Titan Spear. Flames also appeared in the mouth of the dragon. Russell was riding as he unleashed his ultimate technique, Dragon's Breath. A massive explosion erupted, casting a blinding light across the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Russell Raymond muttered to himself, "It's so hot." He dropped to his knees, clutching his chest, feeling his lungs burning like a furnace. It was his first time using the Dragon's Breath. Everyone else collapsed, completely drained of energy. Russell thought that with an attack of this magnitude, even he but Ega appeared, his eyes glowing a deadly, blood red. His voice filled with darkness. "You pathetic mortals, you actually dare to scratch my body?" Russell suddenly froze, his eyes wide with shock. "No way." Mian lay there and gasped, "My God, he's truly a monster. Damn it all. I thought we would at least leave him heavily wounded." Ega's face twisted in rage, his eyes bulging with fury as he growled, "Have you prepared yourselves? I will tear you all to shreds and slaughter every single one of you mortals." At that moment, an unbelievable voice echoed out. Russell Raymond felt a presence in his heart. It felt just like the one that had attacked the spirit realm. Furthermore, deep down, although he was weak, he could still sense the divinity of the Dragon God King. He recalled a chilling scene, realizing that the Emperor's hair had turned black from that very moment. A shout rang out, "Kid, if you want to keep living, stay back." Everyone was worried. Niccolo stepped forward, saying, "Leave this to me. Withdraw quickly." Niccolo raised his hand, summoning the Wall of Jur. Ega flashed a sinister smile. "Too late, you maggots." A massive boulder slammed down, as if to drown everything in its wake. After a deafening crash, the surroundings were scorched. Ro asked anxiously, "Is everyone okay?" A voice replied, "I'm not even scratched, kid." Russell was struck with pure panic as he saw something. He sprinted toward Niccolo, voice trembling. "Niccolo, are you all right?" Melv slowly approached. "We only survived thanks to the Tower Master. I used emergency healing right away." Russell sighed softly. "It's too late." Looking at that pale face, he sighed again. "He's gone." Her expression was filled with profound grief. "Niccolo, my friend," she bowed her head. "Why did you leave us behind?" He cried out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Fall back, we need to regroup." Lo replied coldly, "I want to, but look ahead." He continued, "The situation doesn't allow it." Ega cursed furiously. "Damn these wretched dragons. I'll rip their hearts out while they're still alive and crush them bit by bit." He lunged toward Joe. "You're first." Russell reacted just in time, shouting, "Pepper, spirit power." Deep in his heart, even if it meant death, he activated his ultimate technique. Second stance, Fire Spear. He charged at Ega, thinking he had to stop him right here. They clashed violently, the air thick with tension. If they failed, everyone would die. Ega brought his hand with razor-sharp claws toward the target's face. While he was distracted, Ega swung his other arm, his expression manic. "Fell for it, didn't you?" He swung down, aiming for the first one, but a moment later, nothing happened. Ega was stunned to see a massive figure appear before him. Confused, he thought, "What the hell is this?" Russell trembled, hiding behind that towering shadow. Julian gave a sinister smile. "I told you not to let your guard down." Even at the end, you're still a troublesome brat. Ego shouted in rage. What a fool, throwing away your life just to meet such a pathetic end. He continued, fine then, I'll send both of you to the afterlife together. He summoned the sea demon's pressure, a source of power that lifted his body high into the air. Ego spat out, such trash. Suddenly, from somewhere, a brilliant red source of power flew in. Nguyen gave a twisted smile. Don't you dare underestimate us, you damn monster. The king of the north, Ilo, added, I'll support you, go all out. She exclaimed excitedly. No need to tell me twice, that was the plan. Russell Raymond was confused. Jin, why would you go this far? Juling whispered, I don't even know. He smiled faintly. Thinking back, even though he carried dragon blood, he continued, I never truly lived as a dragon. I was branded a fallen dragon and spent my whole life in hiding. He recounted. To stay alive, I became a pawn for the cult. Juling handed an object to Joe. Take this. Russell hesitated. This is my mana. It's been refined. It's nothing but my heart in a different form. Russell trembled. If you give this to me, you'll die. Juling coughed. My body is already on the verge of fading anyway. He wheezed. At least let my end be worthy of my dragon lineage. Before closing his eyes, he managed to say, my young dragon emperor. A moment later, Ilo lay wounded and collapsed, and Miu wasn't faring much better, falling over from exhaustion. Daria shouted, and an explosion erupted. Ice flame burst forth. She stepped forward. You look pathetic, old man, Mel replied. Yeah, it's embarrassing. But I've reached my limit, she asked. We've lived a long time, haven't we? Mel replied, yes, I've lived enough. I have no regrets, she added. I do. I wanted to see all three of my disciples get married, she continued. The eldest and the second have retreated safely. We just need to get the youngest out alive. Daria's eyes held a flicker of hope. Even from the afterlife, I'll be able to see their weddings. Melv laughed heartily. Ha, then I'd like to join in on that too. Ego watched the scene, unable to stop himself from sneering. Using your own lives to squeeze out your mana? It seems you still have a hidden card, huh? His expression turned insane. Fine, I'll grant you the death you want. He furiously summoned a massive source of power and brought it crashing down. She saw it and couldn't help but be stunned, her voice trembling with worry. Youngest? The system notification appeared, absorbed the horns of the fallen fire dragon, silver dragon, ice dragon, shadow dragon, thunder dragon, and fallen dragon. The 6 horns began to resonate with one another. The system continues. The source of mana sleeping deep within his potential is slowly awakening. A red warning appears. Warning. Mana levels exceeding permissible limits. Warning. Mana levels exceeding permissible grade. He lay motionless on the ground, no longer moving. Ego was stunned. Had he really absorbed all of Julian's mana? Even so, it was hard to believe. With a crazed expression, he muttered, even though I haven't fully recovered my strength, to be pushed this far. From beneath his feet, a surge of energy flew out. He swung his sword, intending to strike down, and a flash of light blinded everyone. He gritted his teeth. I acknowledge you. Since the battle is about to unfold, I'll give it my all from here on out. The Dragon Emperor of this era at that moment, the atmosphere grew extremely tense. Ego swung his arm and violently shoved Jaxo aside. He recounted the old grudge. Last time, the Dragon Emperor and the Savior from the other world ruined my plans. He spoke as if questioning, is it the Descendants' turn to block my path this time? Gasso refused to back down and lunged at him. Ego was so angry he gnashed his teeth. Before the material world perishes, I will crush you first. He swung his sword, preparing to charge, die. In Russell's mind, the area was too vast. It would be hard to dodge. He summoned his ultimate technique, the second form, Flame Spear. La Mancha struck the giant god. A massive explosion of light occurred, releasing a tremendous source of energy. Seeing the spectacle, the two were filled with awe. Melv couldn't help but sigh. Having been a mage for a lifetime, she never expected to have to turn to the gods. Dari felt anxious, my youngest. Meanwhile, at the imperial capital of Britannia, a mysterious circle of light appeared as if it wanted to swallow the building. A loud crash echoed, and someone collapsed to the ground. Please, I beg you, save this child, she pleaded desperately. Everyone around had fallen to the ground. On the other side, a group of people appeared to be performing a ritual. Come forth. Come forth now. Karen led the incantation. O great calamity from beyond this world. O being who shall be recorded as a dark god. He continued, we offer this blood sacrifice prepared with all our hearts. He spoke further, please cleanse us with darkness and save us with death. They chanted in unison, come forth. O calamity. On the other side, the battle raged on intensely. The two clashed. A loud voice boomed, Karenos. Ego wore a wicked smile and reached out his hand. Imperial slash. In Russell Raymond's heart, his body felt increasingly heavy. This vessel could no longer withstand the divine power. The situation grew dire, and he was furious beyond words. He roared, "Damn it, you're just a mortal from a weak era." Russell thought to himself, "At this rate, I'm going to lose." He was determined to defeat him no matter what, even if it was a gamble. There was no other way. In my current state, I can do it. I'll pour everything into this one attack. Within his heart, Russell resolved to protect everyone. He asked Pepper to release the spirit. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy was unleashed, causing Ega to instinctively shield his eyes. A pair of dazzling red wings appeared, looking majestic. Russell glared at him with a furious expression. Russell Raymond transformed into his dragon form. Ega's expression turned to one of disbelief. No way. He backed away, even as a descendant of the Dragon Emperor. How could a mere human do this? Russell opened his mouth and spewed a beam of energy at him. He was in so much pain that he screamed in despair. The energy flared up and exploded in an instant. Russell Raymond stumbled back in pain, thinking, "Thank goodness the dragon transformation succeeded." He clutched his chest, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. But the backlash was horrific. It felt like his heart was about to explode. From afar, Ega's silhouette loomed in the thick smoke. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Russell said coldly, "What's so funny?" Ega laughed even harder. "Why wouldn't I laugh? Even though you've attained strength equal to a transcendent, you're blinded by victory and can no longer see the situation clearly." He pointed upward. "Look up." The calamity as his voice turned maniacal. "The dark god has descended upon the material world." Russell looked in the direction he pointed, his expression full of pain, with thousands of questions surfacing in his mind. When did he appear? I couldn't sense his presence at all. His expression was filled with confusion. Is it because he's in existence from another dimension? No, he seemed to realize something. This size is incomparable to the one I met in the spirit world. He felt as if he were collapsing. So that's why the Spirit King called him a fragment of a god. Ega clicked his tongue. How pathetic, Dragon Emperor of this era. He sneered, "I'll let you have this one victory. From this moment on, I will be reborn." He reached out his hand to call upon it. "O dark god, your devotee is here." After those words, a beam of light instantly shone down. Russell Raymond tried to force himself up, thinking, "My vision is blurring, I must not pass out." Suddenly, a firm hand held his shoulder. A voice commanded, "Retreat quickly." The violet energy plummeted like a missile. An excited voice rang out, "It's finally here." Karen was eager. "Our wish has come true." He shouted, "O material world, the time has come to face the apocalypse." A few days later, at the headquarters of the Andy army, a voice echoed, "Our losses are too heavy." Daria lamented. The Imperial Army's berserk magic truly took effect. She breathed a sigh of relief. "At least it's fortunate we managed to retreat in time." The two continued to discuss. The two transcendents are still unconscious but are safe and sound. Surely they will wake up soon. I'm still very concerned about the bag. Existence called the Dark God, who vanished, and the Emperor as well. She looked puzzled. The sky at the border of day and night has also vanished. What on earth is about to happen? He wondered. But wait, are you heading to the youngest disciple again? She sighed, "I have to." In that state, how can I leave them alone? Hurried footsteps came from outside the door. "Commander-in-Chief," Daria asked, "Baron Donovan, what happened?" Donovan recounted everything. "Now, regarding the camp, Her Highness, the princess, is on her way here." At that moment, Russell was lying on the bed in a cast. A female voice spoke, "This is unbelievable." She held his hand, her face full of sorrow. "Is all of this caused by the Imperial Emperor and the cult?" Daria replied, "Yes, that is the truth. The Emperor's body has been taken over by a transcendent from the cult," she continued. "And because of that, existences from other worlds have descended upon this material realm." She hadn't finished her account. In the area around the Imperial capital, monsters were rampaging violently. "They say it's a completely new species that has never been recorded before." She asked, "It's truly an unprecedented crisis. Commander-in-Chief, what do you intend to do next?" She replied with a firm expression. "We will march directly into the Imperial capital," she said. "In this battle, we have paid a price with too many sacrifices. The Tower Master has fallen, and the leaders of each race have been severely wounded." She continued, "The Iron Duke is currently on the brink of death." But Daria added, "If we hesitate any longer in this situation, not only he, but the entire continent will be in danger." Hekjet grabbed Joe's hand, tears streaming down his face. "Just 1 week? Please, just give us 1 more week." Her next words left everyone stunned. She continued, "The Emperor has already sent requests for reinforcements to the neighboring kingdoms. Within a week, the troops will assemble here. However, these reinforcements are being deployed strictly to hold the front line. As for attacking the Imperial capital, the Commander-in-Chief will need to convince them personally. She bowed her head. Please, leave it to me. I will surely succeed. She gently touched her cheek with her hand. I believe in you, she said, just as she had before. And just like before, I will be waiting for your return. Scene shift. Russell suddenly ran straight outside. He looked around, confused. Where am I? What happened? He wondered curiously. My wounds are completely healed. Has a long time already passed? He worried. What about the others? I hope they weren't injured too. Russell walked around the area, unable to hide his amazement. It's so huge and so magnificent, it's like a temple. A voice rang out from behind him. Awake already? Russell Raymond turned around, stunned to see the person before him. It was Hun Seung, smiling gently. I know you have many questions, but let's change locations first, shall we? Deep down, he knew he wasn't mistaken. That person was the legendary figure who once fought the giants, the otherworldly savior that Brios had mentioned. A question arose, black hair and magic with the power of dragons. What is your relationship to Kim Hun Seung? He stared intently at the man, thinking, could Kim Hun Seung be my ancestor? A moment later, the two walked toward a door together. He spoke, here. As the door opened, a blinding light poured out. Russell Raymond couldn't help but be stunned. Mother, no, that's not right, he whispered. That is the Dragon God King, the first Dragon Emperor, Dramastra explained. He asked calmly. And you are the otherworldly savior. He scoffed. Honestly, hearing that title is embarrassing as hell. There are so many cooler names out there. Why otherworldly savior? She explained that this place is Pantheon, the world where all the gods who dwell in your world reside. People call this the Divine Realm. Russell looked on with curiosity. The Divine Realm? She pointed out the window. Look there, Bram continued. That is Olympus, where the Olympian pantheon lives. She introduced the giant tree. That is the world tree, Yggdrasil, and the land above it is Asgard. She continued. And the third island you see is Erin. That is where the tribe of the goddess Dam resides. Brahmasra's tone was incredibly enthusiastic. And the place where you are standing right now is the Dragon God Realm. The Divine Realm is divided into these 4 distinct regions. He felt a sense of disbelief. Since the age of mythology, the whereabouts of the gods had always been an unsolvable mystery. There were only theories that they had created the Divine Realm and migrated there. I never imagined it would be true, he wondered. Wait, why am I in the Divine Realm? Did I die? She chuckled. Only your consciousness is here temporarily. You are still alive and well. Dramastra added. More importantly, do you know why you haven't reached the 9th circle yet? Is it because of the Dragon Emperor's divinity? Russell Raymond asked. As for the 9th circle, Hun Seung explained, divine power is strength, born from divinity. He continued, in your case, your divinity has expanded too much, and it's starting to affect the stability of your mana. He patted his shoulder. That's why we brought you here, to teach you how to control your divinity. He added, and through this, you will shed your human form and be reborn as a demigod. Hun Seung proudly introduced it. Asgard Enja. This is the training ground for the Asgardian pantheon. He looked up. It's so sturdy that even if the gods spar with all their might, it won't be damaged. There is no better place to hone your divinity. Russell Raymond asked timidly, Sir, how long will this take? He continued, the Dragon God King said the material world is fine, but I'm still worried. He coughed lightly. His thoughtfulness often ends up being a hindrance. He replied, honestly, the material world is facing an existential threat. He continued, because that guy is planning to borrow the power of beings from another world to resurrect himself. Hun Seung's expression was deadly serious. You currently aren't qualified to be his opponent, so you absolutely must make that divinity your own. Russell frowned, knowing deep down that the enemy was indeed still alive. If only he had been stronger back then, he could have ended it all. He patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry too much. Once your training is finished, someone like him will go down in a single blow. He gave a wry smile, understood. Please, teach me. Hun Seung instructed. First, close your eyes and relax. He asked curiously. Like this? He continued. Now, face the divinity residing deep within your inner self. Russell's body felt like it was floating in mid-air. His voice echoed. Don't lose to it. He was confused. Senior, he thought. Is this my inner world? No, it's much deeper than that. He was puzzled, thinking, I don't know why, but it's so hard to use magic here, like something is blocking it. As if sensing something, Russell spun around. Who's there? He saw a copy of himself. Who are you? The copy stared right at him. The copy transformed, and Russell instinctively shielded his eyes. He thought, this aura, it's the same one I feel whenever I use my combat techniques. That dragon was his own divinity. The copy spewed a blast of fire, and he finally understood. So that's what he meant by don't lose to it. I can't let Senior down. He confidently spread his arms. Combat technique. Second form, fire point spear. He thought to himself, even if I have to force it, I will control you no matter what. Outside, as he prepared for his training, his eyes squeezed shut. Hun Sen was excited. Finally, it's begun. A week later, at the headquarters, Daria and Melv entered the tent. She spoke, Your Highness, and Hayek, who was tending to Russel's wounds, paused. He looked up toward the voice and said, Commander-in-Chief. The two entered in a hurry. Daria reported, We request permission to depart immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and replied, You're ready. Then let me see you off. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. That won't be necessary. Your Highness. They didn't say another word, but with a silent understanding, they bowed in unison, placing their hands over their right chests to salute. The fact that Your Highness is still here must remain a secret. Therefore, I shall take my leave here. Her words carried deep sentiment. Perhaps she knew this wasn't just a simple farewell, but carried a heavy request. Hayek was suddenly overcome with emotion and hugged her tightly. Please, look after this country well. She gripped her tightly, burying her face in Daria's neck, eyes brimming with tears as she continued, You are my only friend and my most loyal subject. You must come back safely. As if sensing her emotions, Daria replied resolutely, Yes, Your Highness. I will certainly do so. Neither of them lingered long. They turned and left. Before stepping out, Daria still seemed concerned and called back, Please, take good care of the princess. Unlike the quiet of the military camp outside, the wind howled, whipping through the steel armor of the troops. At their heads stood the commanders, Daria and Melville, who carried the scent of unseen gunpowder as they approached and saluted the lady. Commander-in-Chief, both the main force and the reinforcements are ready. Before the troops departed, they raised a flag, a red banner embroidered with the symbol of a half-sun and half-moon, representing day and night. The entire army turned their gaze toward it and shouted in unison, All hail the Day and Night Alliance, those who gather in the name of justice. Then, Daria mounted her horse, raised her staff, and shouted, Destroy the imperial capital, that den of evil. Let us reclaim our blue skies. With a forward gesture, everyone instinctively knew their roles and stood ready for the order. The army charged the Day and Night Alliance had mobilized. Meanwhile, Russell Raymond was still locked in battle with the beast. He swung his spear repeatedly, but his strikes dealt little damage. The beast opened its massive jaws to swallow him, but he struck it on the head with a palm blast, causing it to shriek in pain. He thought to himself, Mancha, you violent beast. It backed away a few steps, shaking its head frantically. This gave Russell Raymond a moment to breathe and rethink his strategy. I don't have much time. I need to subdue it quickly, but it's already figured out my attack patterns. This is really tough. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and fear flickered in his eyes as he watched the creature. But at least his attacks were starting to have an effect. Every time it took a hit, its size shrank a little. Finally, after hours of fighting, Russell Raymond deciphered its pattern. Realizing his strength was waning, he decided to take a gamble. My stamina and spirit are at their limit. I can't keep dragging this out. This move will end it all. With that, he took a step back and lunged at the beast with all his might. Seeing him move, the beast didn't just sit there. It kicked off the ground and charged at him, too. In the moment it was about to reach him, Russell gained momentum, flipped over its head in mid-air, and aimed precisely for its mouth. He muttered, Russell Raymond, combat technique, variant. As he spoke, a 2-meter-long chain emerged from his spear. He quickly chanted the incantation, imprisonment by the crimson chains. The chains obeyed, instantly binding the beast's body. Simultaneously, he landed on top of the monster, thinking to himself, I have to hold on. The long chain coiled around his arm. Russell gritted his teeth and pulled the chain tight, his expression intensely wary. I've spent almost all my energy on this. I have to win it here. The beast thrashed, letting out a massive roar as it struggled to break free from the chains wrapped tightly around its mouth. But a moment later, the roaring suddenly fell silent. The beast stopped resisting. Only then did Russell relax his grip on the chain. He let out a long sigh, thinking, Finally, I've subdued it. It's just like taming a wild horse. So, what do I do now? Before he could figure out his next step, his body began emitting a blinding light. Russell shielded his eyes and squinted. The divinity was being drawn directly into his body. Suddenly, he felt weightless, floating in midair. His mana circuits were being refined by divine power. The light converged at a point on his chest, and his whole body began to heat up. Russell closed his eyes to feel the power surging within him. Thump. A voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, descendant. He opened his eyes, and the scenery around him shifted. He had been lying motionless on the ground, but now Russell Raymond jumped up, scratching his head. In the distance, he heard footsteps. He looked up, and Hun Song stood there, hand on his chin, wearing a knowing smile. How does it feel to grasp the divinity of the Dragon Emperor? Russell excitedly spoke of his recent experience. I can feel the divine power spreading to every corner of my mana circuits as if it's circulating throughout my whole body. Hun-sung nodded, looking satisfied. Good. Now, try using your magic power to check your magic circles. No sooner had he finished speaking than a light flashed, and a magic circle appeared above Russell's head. Russell was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he stammered. It's the ninth circle. To summarize the origin of this magic circle, it is the realm where humans transcend their mortal status and join the ranks of transcendent beings. Since the age of myth, that path had been cut off. Russell couldn't help but exclaim out loud, his eyes shimmering as he clasped his hands together in prayer. I've actually stepped into that realm. I've become a transcendent. Seeing Russell's slightly over-the-top reaction, Han-seong's eyes narrowed as he said, no need to be so emotional. Once you've subdued the divinity, reaching the ninth circle is only natural. You should have reached it long ago. It's just that your mana and divinity were conflicting, so you were stuck. Pausing, he slowly stood up and continued. Furthermore, you are not like ordinary transcendents. You have divinity dwelling within you, too. As if starting to understand the situation, Russell hesitated. Does that mean? Han-seong nodded firmly. That's right, descendant. You have become a demigod. His explanation left Russell unable to believe his ears. His eyes glazed over as he shook his head repeatedly, clenching and unclenching his hands as if checking something. No way I don't feel any different at all. Han-seong turned toward an empty plot of land. You won't know until you use your strength. He then called out loudly, hey, everyone. Immediately, a loud noise erupted, and a group of people suddenly appeared. He gestured toward them and introduced them. These are the gods who will train you directly. In every divine realm, they are top-tier combat experts. Hearing that, Russell started to get nervous at how intimidating the group looked. He quickly spoke up. I really appreciate your concern, but if I don't return to the material realm quickly. Before he could finish, Han-seong interrupted to reassure him. Don't worry, only about a month has passed there. Russell stiffened and blurted out, huh. Then came a series of flailing gestures and blank expressions, as if he were trying to find a reasonable excuse to get out of it. How can that be? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Han-seong chuckled, shook his head, and crossed his arms over his chest. Don't tell me you thought time in the divine realm and the material realm passed at the same rate. This descendant teasing you is really fun. He then kindly explained how it worked. 5 days in the divine realm is equivalent to about 1 day in the material realm. In human time, about a week has passed. Seeing Russell still looking hesitant, he stepped forward and put an arm around his shoulder to reassure him. Meanwhile, the image suddenly shrank, retracting behind thick glass. Brahmistra stood there, running a hand over the glass, listening intently to the conversation on the other side. I have been monitoring the situation in the material realm the whole time. It's still in time. As if receiving silent approval from Han-seong, the group of 4 hoisted him into the air, while he nonchalantly waved at them, saying, Don't worry, let's start the training. Rookies, come here. It's been a while since I've warmed up. The 4 of them took turns pulling Russell Raymond, leaving him dizzy and screaming non-stop. Meanwhile, in the Britannia Empire, near the imperial capital's Rocky Mountains, a swarm of monsters surrounded Oliver and Amelia. With just a flick of her hand, she sliced them all in 2, leaving them in pieces. Oliver stared at the monsters, shocked that such creatures would appear in a place like this. Unlike him, she remained remarkably calm, as if she had expected it all along. They intended to hide before the offspring could breed, but unfortunately, there was no escaping this ancient magic. Amelia inspected each monster, explaining, Every village we checked on the way here has been affected. The issue is the purpose of these newly born monsters. We're near the imperial capital. We'll know soon enough. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lady Amelia, please come this way. She recognized the voice immediately. Alan? They followed the sound, and when they arrived, she asked, What's going on? Alan pointed forward. Right in front of them appeared a massive, pitch-black spherical object. Both of them gasped in shock. What is that? A giant egg. Looking down, Oliver noticed many monsters kneeling on the ground, worshipping the pitch-black object. She couldn't help but ask, Monsters are bowing to that egg. What on earth is it? Alan interrupted her. I don't know what it is, but one thing is certain. He seemed to sense something lurking inside that black egg, a human form covered in tentacles, though it was hard to identify. The fear is intense, he noted. He was certain that once that thing awakened, the world would face annihilation. The scene shifted to a clear, sunny sky. Eris couldn't believe his eyes. Has it already been 3 months? Does that kid never get tired? Han-seong replied proudly. He's my descendant, after all. Of course not. Deep down, he knew the boy controlled holy power quite skillfully now, but that still wasn't enough. Even though Russell Raymond tried his best, he was knocked back. Clutching his stomach, he suggested, I still can't defeat you. Please, spar with me one more time. Hun flatly refused. No, you've grown to the point where you can stand alongside us. More training won't make a difference. Russell wasn't satisfied and argued back. But this isn't enough. I've only just begun to control my holy power freely. Hun interrupted him, knowing his shortcomings. That realization itself is proof of your growth. Hun stepped forward to pat his shoulder comfortingly. Everything has its own order. Let's go for a walk. As they walked together, Hun said, there's a saying, know yourself, know your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. So, who's your enemy? What is his goal? Russell replied, he is a transcendental from the evil cult. He continued, after the demonic realm portal was sealed, he signed a contract with an entity from another world to regain his lost power. Hun hesitated for a long time. That guy, he recalled the past. He used to be my disciple. Hearing this, Russell was stunned. Hun revealed his name, Vraculi. When I first met him, he was just a child. He had lost his whole family to war and was starving to death. Hun remembered the past. I took him in as my disciple and taught him magic. He was a genius, reaching the level of a tower master before he was even fully grown. However, Hun continued, that very talent became his poison. Hun's voice grew heavy. Years passed, and he couldn't overcome the wall of transcendence. He fell into despair. He constantly compared himself to me and tortured his own mind. After a moment of hesitation, Hun continued, he sank into the abyss and stopped listening to me. As his spirit weakened, he finally succumbed to temptation and became the first evil cultist to reach the transcendental realm. Hun sighed, remembering. Soon after, the war between the gods and demons erupted. We won and sealed the portal to the demonic realm. Back then, Hun was lying unconscious on his bed, and Vraculi, who had lost his power, reached out toward me with a fierce look. While I was trapped in the divine realm because of the war, he stole my body. Russell was curious. Why would he do that? Hun thought for a moment before replying. He intended to use the holy power in my body to upgrade his own realm. Russell realized, so that's why his hair turned black. He was wearing an outer shell. Hun added, the problem is that Vraculi tracked down my body. He used something from the outside to find another clue, an entity from another world that could restore his power. And now, he's on the verge of resurrection, aiming to reclaim my entire body and his lost power. Russell jumped up. Senior, please send me back to that world immediately. I've reached the realm, and I can control my holy power. I can stop him. Hun shook his head. No, he explained, with your current strength, victory is not guaranteed unless you complete the final training. Russell asked, what is it? Let's start right away, Hun said. The final training is creating a fireball. Russell Raymond froze. Huh? On the other side? Melv gasped in surprise. This is an unbelievable sight. He couldn't help but wonder. Is that giant egg the Emperor? Daria felt something was wrong. In this mysterious aura, there was a trace of the youngest holy power. There's no mistake. It's him. Emilia stepped forward, holding a teddy bear, looking exhausted. Commander-in-Chief, she said, looking at the White Tower Master. On the other side, the monsters simultaneously looked in one direction with fierce expressions. A voice rang out. The alliance is ready. The little girl reported. As soon as the signal is given, the entire army will launch an all-out attack. In the meantime, we will deal with this egg. Daria froze upon hearing that, so she screamed and rushed forward. Operation start. The girl's eyes held an astonishing clarity. Blaze up, flare up, and converge upon me. She summoned. Oh, massive flow that dwells between heaven and earth. Hun heard the noise and signaled. That's the commander's signal. All troops, charge. On the other side, Graham watched the scene calmly. It's finally beginning. Watching Russell Raymond take every step, Hun silently placed his faith in him. Stay strong, the descendant I chose. If it's you, you can definitely do it. Brain and the others rushed forward like arrows, full of resentment. A cold voice echoed. As expected, they were lying in ambush here. Mel shouted, leave this place to us. You go quickly. Daria replied, I'm counting on you all. Deep down, she wanted a swift, decisive victory with a single strike. Daria prepared her final ultimate technique. A tense battle was on the verge of breaking out. She reached out, but suddenly froze. She tried to track his presence, but found nothing. Daria gasped, that's impossible. She was stunned. My attack didn't even leave a single scratch. From the egg, a voice echoed. Struggling is useless. Then, the egg began to crack, causing the ground around the area to fracture as well. Melva was confused. What the hell is happening? Daria turned deathly pale. It's a trap. He's been waiting for us from the very beginning. From within the city district, a massive foot slowly stepped out, and a voice filled with excitement boomed, so refreshing, how exhilarating. This feeling of being reborn once again. Flows of aura swirled around his body, quickly solidifying to form a complete suit of armor. He sneered, you lot are so persistent that I almost feel pity for you. He continued, Yifeng was an unavoidable destiny, yet why do you still bother struggling? Russell Raymond said coldly, I don't see the Dragon Emperor anywhere. Did he die already? Daria frowned. There is no reason for me to tell you anything. Her expression became frantic. She activated her final ultimate technique, the Daria dance, and an explosion of pure energy surged forth. Vath sneered. Missed. It's been so long since I last aimed. It's not easy. He reached out, preparing his next move. The next attack won't miss. Meanwhile, Jin Woo was training under the watchful eye of Han Song. He was so determined that his whole body trembled and his teeth chattered. But then the energy exploded, and he sighed, thinking to himself, damn it, another failure. Who knew controlling divine power with such precision would be this difficult? Han Song appeared behind him. At this rate, who knows when we'll be done? We need to return to the material realm as soon as possible. Jin Woo was startled. Wait, senior, how do you know what I'm thinking? He smiled slyly. It's written all over your face. He adjusted Jin Woo's posture. Descendant, do you know why you haven't succeeded yet? It's because your shoulders are carrying too much. Jin Woo asked curiously. You mean these shoulders? He replied, yes. On those young shoulders lies the future of the entire material realm, the Hun Kingdom, and all those you hold dear. How could bearing all that not be heavy? Jin Woo hesitated. But if I don't protect them all, it won't be enough. He asked, why do you think you've been able to stay in the divine realm until now? He continued, you've been protecting them all along. He paused, then added, and now they are the ones protecting you. His expression softened, filled with a deep, loving warmth. Just as they trust you, Jin Woo, you need to trust them too. Han Song instilled more confidence in him. Just focus on the magic in your hands. A moment later, a fireball was successfully created by Jin Woo. Han Seong felt happy. You did it. He declared that Jin Woo had finished his final training. Jin Woo's eyes widened in disbelief. A system notification appeared. Mission accomplished. You have reached the ultimate realm. Divine essence realized in its complete form. You have become a nine-circle archmage and have simultaneously established yourself as a demigod, formally recognized by the God King and the savior of the other world. Even though there's no reward, I truly congratulate you, descendant. Jin Woo was astonished. What is this? Han Song scratched his head shyly. Been a while, hasn't it? That's called a status window. I got the idea from games in the world I used to live in, he explained. Each stage has missions, and you get rewards for completing them. The mechanism is like that. You can think of it as a type of guide magic to help the user grow. Jin Woo was excited. So, you were the one guiding me all this time. He scratched his head. Well, judging by the results, I suppose so. He added, but I only said it so the magic would trigger when the Dragon God King's ring met the Dragon Heart. Ultimately, the one who led you here through fate wasn't me, it was your mother. Han Song patted his shoulder warmly. He spoke up. I will give you the final mission myself. He ordered, oh, savior of this world, go and do what you must. Jin Woo replied firmly, yes. On the other side, a voice sounded. The wind was blowing much harder today. Hecate couldn't help but feel worried. By now, the battle must have started. I hope there won't be too many casualties, she requested. Pepper, can you bring that to me? Let us pray to the gods that everyone stays safe. But then, she gasped when she saw something. Over there, Daria and Melville have been attacked and are lying on the ground. She struggled to stand up. Seeing this, Vath mocked her. With that broken body, are you still trying to resist until the end? He stepped closer. Still haven't realized it yet? He laughed coldly and reached out to summon a surge of power. The moment I was resurrected, it was all over for you, too. And for those lives who are risking everything to buy you time. Daria reached out toward him, making him instinctively flinch. Suddenly, a tall figure flashed by. Unsin asked anxiously, are you hurt anywhere? He replied, no, thank you, sir. Hubert charged forward. Brother, we can't hold on much longer. We've already lost 13 soldiers. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Is there still no signal from the commander-in-chief? He continued. We can feel the magical energy clashing from the imperial capital, but the situation is unclear. Deep down, he thought, if war had broken out at the imperial capital, then the raid most likely failed. If that's the case, what's the point of defending here? Someone shouted, something is flying toward us. He was stunned. What? Onsen asked. Is it the enemy? He countered. No, this aura. The excited voice of Ngaya echoed. Resurrected from the dead. Is this what it feels like? The power is overflowing to the point where I can't hold it back. Yo continued. It feels just like the Beast King. I don't want to admit it, but it's true. She charged forward. Let's test this out. Don't get in my way. With pointed ears, she scoffed. Mind your own business, Beast King. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred on the other side. Vath was holding Daria by the neck like a toy. He suddenly felt something was wrong. What is this? That familiar aura. A figure lunged forward, snatching her frail body from his grasp. Russell Raymond was furious. You! Russell Raymond said apologetically. Sorry for being late, Master. She struggled, whispering. Youngest Vath laughed coldly. So you really are still alive. Did Kim Haisong do something? The divine realm's interference in the material realm is strictly forbidden, isn't it? Jin Wu interrupted him. Shut up. He raised his hand, summoning, please support me. 4 great spirit kings, benefactor of the spirit realm, we have come to keep our promise. Am Fai Cheed asked curiously. What is it that you want, Dragon Emperor? Russ said coldly. What I desire is the complete eradication of my enemies. However, he pointed directly at Vat. Leave that guy to me. He couldn't help but tremble, yet he still put on a brave face. You insolent brat. A voice rang out, accepting the request. That wish shall be granted. Immediately after, a miraculous sight occurred. Next, the spirit kings appeared with joyful expressions. Mua was startled. What is that? What on earth are those things? It's terrifying. Yo explained. Those are the spirit kings, summoned by Lord Russell Raymond. Russell Raymond scoffed, just as expected. The 4 great spirit kings of the spirit realm. He felt strange. It was clear they shouldn't be able to set foot in the material realm. It turns out you still had such an interesting card up your sleeve. A burst of energy flew out of nowhere, leaving a scratch on his face. Russell Raymond flew into a rage. You bastard. You dare to scratch my face. Russ said coldly, Vac Draculi. You talk too much. On the other side, a strange phenomenon occurred. Hubert was astonished. Brother, the presence of the demon realm has weakened. Unsen continued, indeed, that is true. He added, now the outcome of the battle has become unpredictable. He continued, everything depends on Russell Raymond. Russell Raymond thought to himself while attacking, I have launched thousands of attacks so far. I am attacking with everything I've got, yet he calmly blocks and deflects every single blow. He looked at him, full of suspicion. Is he measuring my strength? Russell Raymond cursed under his breath. How bold. A novice who just reached transcendence dares to do such a thing. Then he shouted, Nightmare of greed. Descend and reign over the heavens. Giant mouths rushed toward Russell Raymond to attack. He used his speed to dodge and wondered, is this 9th circle dark magic? Seeing the black shadow gliding toward him, he realized it was a space-destroying spell. Avoiding it wasn't difficult, but it would have a serious impact on the material world. Russ launched himself into the sky, and the giant mouths immediately pursued him. He told himself, in that case, I will summon the hellfire to incinerate his soul and turn it into divinity. Russ unleashed his flames, adding a new mental image to the existing spell and restructuring it. He used the manifestation of a mental image, the eternal destroyer flame. Russell Raymond laughed unexpectedly. How surprising. You have planted a mental image and pushed the eternal destroyer flame to the 9th circle. That is an old technique, but it is still not enough. But then his eyes froze. At that moment, Lo rushed in and used the ultimate spell. Chapter 3. Great Spell. Seeing the spear of light aiming at him, Vat summoned the sphere in his hand and thought this thing was very dangerous. He unleashed his own technique to block the attack. 2 streams of power collided blindingly. That was the power of the eternal destroyer fire spear. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, a coughing sound was heard. He summoned 2 magic spheres in his hands and continued, I cannot believe he would use a descendant just to kill his own disciple. That damn master is even more cunning than I thought. Vat clapped his hands together, combining the 2 spheres, and confidently asserted, then, as his disciple, I must live up to that expectation. He used Vraculi's ultimate technique, the supreme spell. Russell Raymond lunged forward with his finishing move, Space Erosion. Russell Raymond knit his brows tightly and hissed, I will kill you so that old master can open his eyes and watch. Instantly, an explosion with massive destructive power occurred. At this moment, So was still trying to fly inside the barrier, struggling to resist. Is creating a dimensional tunnel and detonating it supposed to be an attack? Seeing that, Russell Raymond raised his hand and shouted, Want to cancel it out? Then try blocking this. Seeing this, Dew broke into a cold sweat, teeth clenched. The power was enough to shatter the multi-layered shield in a single blow. But he stared fixedly at the dark silhouette of his opponent. Every magic spell has its price. At the same time, Russell Raymond flew away quickly, his eyes glancing back, obscuring his vision. He had seen through the activation condition, and then he suddenly waved his hand powerfully. Even so, to bring down this body, opposite him, Pepper also opened its giant mouth, eyes glowing fiercely. Seeing this, Russell Raymond felt suppressed, teeth grinding. Damn it. At the same time, Russell Raymond did not hesitate to remark that he wasn't the type to collapse just from this much. His eyes became sharp, his hands stained with blood. He conveniently wiped the sweat off his chin, needing an even more overwhelming power. Russell immediately summoned spiritual power and poured it all into his move, using Heo-Phi to recreate Brahmas, coding it with the concept of transcendent dreams, then planting the eternal extinction fire into the already formed mental image. A while later, gray smoke continuously emitted, and Vat seemed a bit dazed. This time, he was truly hit. He braced his hands on the ground, vomiting blood repeatedly. Being tricked by the same trick twice, it was truly ridiculous. Then, suddenly, Vat involuntarily broke into a bright smile. Even so, using such an overwhelming move, he surely couldn't be intact either. Meanwhile, Russell unexpectedly grew fiery wings behind his back, his eyes looking murderous. He opened his mouth, gritting out each word. "Let's end this, Russell Raymond." These words made his opponent extremely terrified. Veins bulging on his face, he quickly felt the transformation in his body, after which Vat could not help but be extremely angry, clenching his fists. "Don't look at me from above." He charged directly at Ratso, attacking agilely, but he was still able to dodge. At this moment, the wings spread even wider, and Pepper also opened its mouth, eyes glowing fiercely as it countered. Vat gritted his teeth, trying to hold off the countless fireballs. Two streams of golden and purple energy collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Both sides continuously attacked and countered in the vast sky. However, Latso seemed to still hold the upper hand over Vat. A while later, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blackish-red blood. Vat stared at Dat-Ro hovering in front of him, silently cursing him to die. At the same time, he did not hesitate to swing his sword at his opponent, shouting loudly, forcing Manchavat down, unable to resist falling to the bottom of the abyss. At this moment, he was still trying his best to resist, mixed with a feeling of helplessness. "Damn it, since when was I driven to this point? My magic power is completely depleted. I can't recreate the sword." The hand holding the sword trembled violently. Vat's face darkened, both hands raised straight, eyebrows tightly knit. "Damn it. If I lose here suddenly," an unexpected voice rang out. "Russell Raymond." At this moment, Lowe said unhurriedly, "The senior asked me to pass on a message." His eyes glowed fiercely, his voice dropping. "Do not forgive yourself for your own immaturity." Upon hearing this, Russell Raymond grew furious and shouted, "You scumbags! Even at the very end, you dare to mock me?" Yet, Russell Raymond remained calm. He lunged forward, pierced his sword into the enemy, and continued, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you until the very end." At that moment, far away, from a distance, the Dragon Emperor stared at the scene unfolding before him, and everyone couldn't help but laugh in excitement. "The Dragon Emperor has won." Fenia couldn't stop smiling. "That's my boy. I knew I could count on you." Nearby, Io couldn't help but whine affectionately, "Sir Russell Raymond." Back on the battlefield, Russell stared at the being slowly disintegrating, thinking, "Finally, I brought him down." His eyes were heavy with thought. If he hadn't chosen the path of evil, perhaps he wouldn't have met such a void-like end. Suddenly, the enemy burst into a horrific laugh, and he slowly deepened his voice. "Master, did you never teach you this?" Instantly, he transformed into a 100-eyed monster, his voice turning cold. "It's not over until I say it's over." Russell stared at the entity before him, curious. Is that thing planning to enter the physical world? Suddenly, the monster pressed its face right up to his, asking, "At this point, do you still think you won?" He added in a low, gravelly tone, "You've only hastened the world's destruction. In the end, you couldn't save a single thing." As the words left his mouth, the monster began to vanish into the Covenant. "I'll be waiting for you in hell, you last Dragon Emperor of this world." Elsewhere, Japhiros watched the scene intently and spoke up. Just as the monster perished, the Covenant holder himself has finally appeared. Hearing this, I scoffed coldly, her eyes flashing. "How can you just stand there watching? Charge in and crush him." No sooner had she spoken than Phinia rushed forward. "I've been waiting for that." Suddenly, without rushing, Amphicheat pointed toward the sky. "Wait. Look there," she called out without hesitation. The Dragon Emperor was diving straight toward the ominous entity. Russell gritted his teeth and charged at his opponent. There was no time to hesitate. He had to stop him right now. A surge of immense power surrounded him. If he managed to cross into the physical realm, everything would be over. Russell seemed to be trying to reach the giant eye of his enemy, but he immediately felt the full weight of physical agony. The mental pressure was overwhelming. Even though he had covered his entire body in divine power, he couldn't push forward. His body was rapidly losing all strength, but he had to reach his striking range at any cost. Before Russell, images of several people began to appear. Could these be the gods of the divine realm? Suddenly, those figures spoke up. "Dragon Emperor, we have watched your entire battle. We must say, it was truly magnificent." As they finished, Russell couldn't help but ask, "Why are you all here?" He received a blunt answer. Because you have left the physical realm, we are able to make contact through divinity. He continued to listen to the figures before him. He was an absolute entity and equal to the gods. They stood opposite Russell and promised, "We will lend you our power." A moment later, he felt a sudden shift. Divinity was flooding throughout his entire body. The enemy's mental pressure weakened. Beside him, two other people, a man and a woman, appeared. Russell didn't hesitate to speak. "Senior Dragon, God King." The man replied slowly, "Hey, Descendant. It seems my training wasn't in vain after all." Graham cast a brief glance at him. "I will open the path. Follow me." Russell immediately replied, "Yes." At the same time, Grandma seized the rare opportunity. The enemy retracted his tentacles. It seemed he had finally sensed the danger. "Leave the rear to us." So, everyone followed the two of them. "I'm coming." Suddenly, Drummistress shouted loudly. This was the moment. Near the eyes of the monster, small explosions began to appear. "Hanong, attack now. Blow him away, Descendant." As he spoke, Russell seemed to unleash every ounce of his remaining strength, and simultaneously, blood sprayed from his mouth. Seeing this, everyone cried out in deep concern. Fenia looked stunned. Kid Io, standing nearby, clasped her hands and called out, "Sir Russell Raymond." Daria couldn't help but shed tears. The disciple, Unsen, quickly added, while the students all wore looks of anxiety. "Brother. Oh, ye gods, please protect him." Behind the window pane, a man stood silently. The common folk all knelt, weeping and praying. "Please, let the blue sky and the moonlit nights return. Please, let us see the sunrise of tomorrow." Suddenly, his eyes blazed with intense light. "Is this thanks to the divinity? I can feel the longing of everyone in that world." Countless plans surged through his mind, and he focused them all. He tried to summon his own life force, gathering it with all his might. Instantly, a blinding gold and purple light erupted as the two collided. A while later, Hanong couldn't help but show a look of pride. "You did what I couldn't do." He stared at the person opposite him and added, "Descendant, you truly are our savior." Those heroes never gave up. Months passed. In the Anti-Kingdom's capital, the storyteller didn't stop describing the legendary battle. He gathered all his strength, transformed into a star, and dove straight into the demon god that was about to devour the world. He manipulated the puppet while continuing. In the end, the darkness was shattered by his magic, and the world reclaimed its peace. At the same time, a man looked out the window in a daze. Peace. Countless images flashed by the empire collapsing, refugees scattering everywhere. He thought of the people who lost their homes, the remaining monsters, and the cultists who kept attacking. Speaking of peace, it was still a long way off. The man with the monocle sat in a carriage. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the scene outside. "At least the weather is great today." Just then, after hearing someone call out, "Master," he turned his head immediately. "You're here?" She couldn't help but scold him in annoyance. "You're coming to a disciple's wedding dressed like that? No wonder you still don't have a lover." As she finished, the man with the monocle lowered his voice. "I tried to dress decently, you know." Suddenly, the groom in a black suit approached and asked, "Is everyone here?" Daria looked slightly surprised. "Oh my, who is this?" "The man of the hour is here." Someone quickly stepped in front of the man and praised him. "You're the sharpest one in the bunch. Congratulations, this is so embarrassing." The groom just replied shyly, "Thank you all for traveling so far to be here." Then, the old man asked curiously, "So, how did you two meet?" The groom smiled again. "On the battlefield, naturally, and one thing led to another." Then, he quickly draped his arm around his companion. "And shouldn't you hurry up and get married, too? Stop rotting away in your room and go out and mingle." Hearing that, the man with the monocle looked a bit awkward. "I can take care of myself. I've become the laughingstock of the group, haven't I?" A moment later, Daria instinctively thought of someone else. "And why hasn't that kid arrived yet?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Ro appeared, bringing Hackett Ratmos along. "Master, we're here." The man was slightly taken aback. "When did you get here?" "And Her Highness the Princess is here too." Russell, however, got straight to the point. "Have you been well lately?" His words made Daria's cheeks flush bright red. "The kid has grown so strong now that I can't even sense his power anymore." Then, she asked with a bit of curiosity, "But isn't it supposed to be your turn to get married first?" Upon hearing that, Ha-kyung scratched the back of his head. "After the war, there were so many things to deal with," he replied without hesitation. "He hasn't even proposed yet. Does getting engaged mean the story just ends there?" Outside, the sky was a clear blue, bathed in golden sunlight. The bride and groom stood solemnly before the priest, while the guests sat packed closely together. Below them, some watched with intense focus, while others seemed distracted. Smiles of pure joy were clear on everyone's faces, and one man couldn't help but clap his hands continuously. At that moment, the officiant slowly gave instructions. "All right, the bride is getting ready to throw the bouquet." Everyone, be ready to catch it. Hearing this, Fenia was completely confused. What is the point of this game? Immediately, the man nearby replied, they say whoever catches it will be the next one to get married. He and a young woman started bickering right there in the crowd. That bouquet is mine, so back off, you pointy-eared brat. I'm not letting you have it this time. Seeing this, Russell and Ha Kyung chimed in one after the other. They're still the same as ever, you're telling me. Once the officiant gave the signal, the bride tossed the flowers. The bouquet soared through the air instantly. As soon as she threw it, everyone lunged forward, no one willing to give an inch. Suddenly, the bouquet landed right in Ha Kyung's hands, leaving everyone in disbelief. What? How did this happen? Meanwhile, the bride and groom shared a knowing look and laughed happily. At that moment, Hackett Ratmos glanced at the person beside him and pouted, Honey, I finally caught it. Lou immediately praised her. You did great. He whispered her name softly. Then, without a second thought, the two of them shared a passionate kiss. Seeing that, everyone present broke into expressions of pure joy.